Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. 7 years ago, on the day of the disaster, the city lived its own life. Noticing the red light, the girl turned around. Then the horror called the dungeon breakthrough began, after which monsters began to emerge from their portals, and as a result of the incident, many people died. Trying to escape from the monsters, they zealously called for help. Looking at the bloody photo of his family, the protagonist noted that his parents were also gone then, and that day he lost everything in an instant. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly while bloody tears flowed from his eyes. He swore that he would definitely become a hunter and tear all the monsters to shreds. 7 years later, the memorial park of the disaster. A guy was sitting on a bench with a travel bag, mentally noting that he was kicked out of the hunter training center. Looking with blue eyes, he asked what kind of hunter he was. A male voice addressed the member Han Sunjun, noting that he wanted to tell him directly. Looking at the brunette in front of him, the man told him not to come to the hunter training center anymore. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was wrong and why he was being kicked out. The tall man ran his hand through his hair and said that he knew that a normal awakened only needed a few months to complete the training at the training center to become a hunter. Looking down at the guy, he noted that however, the problem was that he had been here for 7 years. The brunette looked at him from under his brows with displeasure. The coach frowned and said that since it had come to this, he wanted to be honest, noting that he had no talent at all and, in a word, was just trash. Sunjun listened with shock in his eyes to his words about how if they allowed him to stay here, the image of their center would also become shitty. The other participants gathered behind him, and someone said that when they saw him coming and training every morning, his tenacity was amazing and they even felt sorry for him. His comrade noted that there was no need to feel sorry for him, because he was a fool who did not know his place. Standing aside, the guy listened to his question about how it was even possible that after 7 years of training, his stats had not increased. The brunette sharply squeezed the tin can with the drink. Biting his lower lip, he mentally asked that if we do not even talk about opening unique characteristics and acquiring skills, why did not even the stats increase? Sitting on a bench, the main character heard a question from the side. Did she remember how dad died? A woman with a child was standing aside, who said that he knew and remembered everything. The girl with a helmet on her head smiled and said that when the monsters attacked, dad fearlessly died, saving people until the very end. Her mother sat on her knees, saying that everything was right, and then asked what to do if difficulties arise in life in the future. The child replied that she needed to gather her courage and Sunjun's eyes widened as the girl exclaimed that she should never give up. The mother hugged her child and praised her. Suddenly, they perked up, looking to the side. A boy stood next to them, bowing. A moment later, he took off as soon as the woman tried to find out who he was. Rushing forward, the brunette thought that it was true that 7 years had passed. As a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, he noted that he couldn't just give up like that. Running across the square, he mentally exclaimed that he would never give up. After a while, it began to rain. The protagonist knocked on the front door. A few moments later, it opened. A large man appeared, asking the participant to leave. Standing in front of him, Sunjun asked him to help him pass the hunter exam one last time because he couldn't give up like this. The man fell silent. Frowning and baring his teeth, he called the guy a piece of shit and asked why he still couldn't understand. The brunette opened his mouth in shock. The curator poked his finger at his shoulder, asking if he had come to forcefully return the money he had wasted, and then asked if he would calm down if he simply returned half of it. The protagonist muttered that it wasn't so. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that it wasn't about the money at all. Receiving a sharp blow to the face, he began to fall backwards. Sunjun landed on garbage bags and bins. Turning to the door, the man smirked and asked him not to lie at least to him. Looking at the guy, he called him scum. The brunette wilted, sitting in the rain in the garbage bags. Looking down with a gloomy gaze, he thought that if only he had a unique characteristic too. Without getting up from his seat, the protagonist thought that if he had even a little talent, then a small drop fell into the water. A blue sign appeared with the words that the trial tower praised him for his iron will. Sunjun, who found himself in the water, opened his eyes wide, wondering who was praising him. He began to be pulled into a puddle of rainwater. Looking with frightened eyes, the guy indignantly asked what was happening now. A loud scream was heard throughout the area. The curator ran out of the house, ordering him to shut up. However, there was no one near the garbage bags anymore. He looked around, picking up the brunette's cap. Throwing it into the trash can, the scythe called him a weakling. Meanwhile, the protagonist fell into the abyss of water. Puffing out his cheeks, he tried to hold his breath. Suddenly, the water threw him out and he began to fall down. A blue screen appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the test tower had selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Reading the text, Sunjun wondered if this was the second disaster. His eyes widened when he was asked to choose a difficulty level, noting that the reward he would receive would depend on it. Biting his lip, the guy thought that he did not understand what was happening now, but Looking at the 3 difficulty levels, he mentally noted that his intuition told him to use this chance. The brunette pressed the button. Suddenly, his cool bright light. The system noted that it hoped that he would receive a satisfactory result from the suffering he received, and then it was said that he would soon go down to the first floor of the test tower. The protagonist looked with surprised eyes. The system noted that all the statuses of taxes and injuries of the candidate were currently being healed, after which the loading of the first floor of the test tower began, for which he needed to prepare. Sun Ji-yoon found himself in the desert. His eyes widened. A notification about issuing a weapon appeared on the blue screen, after which a sword appeared. It pierced the sand in front of the guy. The system noted that the theme of this trial was survival, the reward for which was unlocked unique characteristics. After reading this, the brunette froze in shock. Remembering how he trained in the center, he thought that he would receive what he had worked so hard to obtain for the past 7 years. Smiling like a madman, the protagonist thought that this was just madness. He walked towards the sword. Suddenly, the sand under his feet shook. Falling forward, Sun Ji-yoon loudly asked what was happening right now. Horror froze in his eyes when the system noted that the training trial was about to begin, and the selected difficulty in the Tower of Trials was hard. A huge sand golem appeared above the brunette. Looking up at it, he noted that he could not believe it. The notification said that he needed to survive for a limited time, and his remaining time was 9 minutes 58 seconds. Sun Ji-yoon began to run away from the golem. A blue screen appeared in front of his face. Horror froze on his face. It was noted that the punishment for failing the test was death. Loudly, the boy ran along the sand. Looking back sideways, he wondered if he could really escape from it like this. Looking at the running monster, he thought that it was faster than he thought. Stepping on the sand, the brunette mentally noted that it was because of him that it was impossible to run for 9 minutes without rest with his endurance. The protagonist continued to rush forward. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, he mentally noted that the system even gave him a weapon ordered him to survive, so he did not have a rich choice. Without slowing down, Sun Ji-yoon thought that either he would die here trying to escape or die in battle. Dedication. Looking back, he wondered how he could defeat this creature. Suddenly, he remembered the gloomy faces that called him a fool who does not know his place. Opening his mouth, the guy thought that this was enough. It was as if the curator was slapping him with a cone, saying that he was just a worthless person. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist wondered what would happen if he tried to run away now. Jumping to the side, he thought that he could not allow this to happen. The brunette, tightly clutching his sword, thought that he had been trying to become a hunter for 7 years, and when it came to theory, he could say that he knew more about his feat than other hunters. He thought that running away was not an option, and he needed another way. Thinking about the monster that was still rushing after him, the protagonist mentally noted that usually, monsters like him would stop moving if they destroyed the core. Climbing the mountain of sand, he thought that however, the core was usually in hard to reach places. Heading to the top, Sun Ji-yoon thought that if so, he pressed himself into the sand again. Jumping forward, the guy thought he would just make it easy. He did a somersault with his sword catching on the sand. The brunette slowly went down. The golem jumped after him and fell. It started to roll down the slope. The protagonist lowered it to him. Jumping up, he realized that now was the time. Finding himself on the golem, Sun Ji-yoon spun that he could reach it. He smiled smugly. After that, he hit the core on his chest. The sword slightly cut the stone. The guy's mouth opened in shock as the sword was thrown back in his hands. There was a small crack on the core. When the monster smiled, he thought that this core was much stronger than it looked. Gritting his teeth tightly, the brunette cursed with a frightened face. He swung again, thinking that if he could hit again. A huge hand grabbed him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist screamed loudly, thinking that he knew it. The golem brought it close to his face and he began to hear words about how he was worthless, pathetic, and just a fool who did not understand his place. Sun Ji-yoon tightly gripped the hilt of his sword with a bloody hand. Fury flashed in his eyes as he ordered all the voices to be silent. Throwing the sword, he angrily repeated. The blade hit the core. The golem opened its mouth in confusion and the system noted the destruction of his words. A piece of the monster with Siemens began to fall. A notification appeared saying that the remaining time was 7 minutes 8 seconds, and that he had completed the training test. The monster began to fall apart. After a while, Sun Ji-yoon ran in a pile of sand. Starting to rise, he wondered if he really did it. He knelt down, trying to figure out if he really saw this sand golem. The guy smiled contentedly, thinking that he really defeated it. He stood up, and the system congratulated him on successfully spawning the first floor of the trial tower. The brunette noted that he was able to survive. The information on the blue screen said that as a reward for clearing, he would receive a unique characteristic. As a reward, he would receive 1,000 points, and as an additional reward, he would receive the skill Quick Recovery of rank E+ and 500 points. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise. Standing in front of the screen, he mentally said that he could not believe it. Looking at his hands and imagining many gloomy faces, He thought that he had put in a lot of effort over the past 7 years, and the only thing he received in return was disdain and ridicule. He was notified of the unlocking of the unique characteristic Necromancy rank F. Sun Ji-eun froze, mentally noting that now he could become a hunter. However, sadly lowering his eyes, he thought that all this would only happen if he survived. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Seeing the red and black clot of energy in front of him, the brunette wondered what it was. Holding his injured shoulder, he asked if it was true that a black fog had appeared where the golem had died. He touched it. Tablets appeared with words stating that his unique characteristic had been activated, and then he was asked if he wanted to absorb the soul of the sealed golem. Looking with shocked eyes, Sun Ji-eun wondered if this black fog was his unique characteristic. He pressed the button with a positive answer. Shreds of energy began to emerge from the core, heading towards the guy. His eyes widened in surprise. A blue tablet appeared with words stating that he had absorbed the soul of the sand golem, and that his skill had increased by 7%. The guy bent over and froze. He looked at his hands with puzzled eyes. Suddenly, bloody energy began to seep into his chest. He breathed heavily until it sank completely. A notification appeared that the number of souls was a 5th. Imagining the core, the brunette thought that he could feel this soul, and then wondered if this meant that he could store souls if he absorbed them. He closed his eyes, thinking that if he were to use it like this. The system noted that he could increase his stats by absorbing. Strength was increased by 3, and endurance by 2. The protagonist began to float above the ground. Opening his mouth in surprise, he thought that he felt like energy was filling his body. He mentally noted that his stats had indeed increased. Remembering how he was kneeling in the training room, Sun Ji-eun thought about how he had not been able to lift them for the past 7 years, and he finally managed to do it. His unique characteristics appeared. It was said that the main effect was to absorb the souls of the dead and use them as you wish, and the additional effects were a permanent increase in stats in the storage and use of souls. The boy smiled mischievously, thinking that if he came back with this skill, he could become a hunter. A portal appeared in front of him, and the system asked him to go to the waiting room. The brunette looked at the portal. Heading towards it, he said that he thought he had no choice but to go there. The portal began to open in a different place. A moment later, the protagonist fell out of it. Lying on the cold floor, he muttered that his wounds were worse than he thought. Suddenly, a green light appeared, and his eyes widened. Standing up, Sun Ji-eun looked at his hands and Sagami, where all his wounds healed and did the body heal after the test. Starting to walk forward, he noticed that in such a spacious room there was only one bed. He lay down on it. Looking at the ceiling, the brunette wondered what he should do now, and was he really able to get out of this tower? He tried to understand why she called him here. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. A screen appeared in front of him with the words that the following 5 commands are now available to him: information, smear, community, inventory, trial. The guy stood up, reading that saying the command will lead to its activation. He began to slap himself on the cheeks, saying that for now he was focused on survival. The brunette activated the trial. The system noted that the time until the trial of the second floor is 23 hours 21 minutes. Sitting on the bed, he noted that he still had many trials ahead of him. Then he activated the community. A notification appeared that he entered a community of difficult difficulty. A chat opened in which people asked to explain what was happening here, asking for their stats back, and someone wrote that 2 had not been a hunter before. The main character mentally noted that now he understood what was meant by the community. Frowning, he thought that everyone in the chat was confused, and besides, it seemed like people who weren't hunters were also dragged here. Suddenly, an admin entered the community and locked the chat. Sun Ji-eun perked up. The admin wrote that he had important information to share with those who had passed the tutorial trial. Sitting on the bed, the guy thought that maybe he would tell them how to return and that he found it difficult to remember everything. The admin wrote that he would teach them how to use the points they earned during the tutorial trial. That points were a currency used in the trial tower to buy from the store, and that points could be given out or received from others through the community. The brunette read the messages with fear in his eyes, that they couldn't get even a drop of water in the trial tower without points, and points could only be obtained through trials. Imagining himself dying of thirst and hunger, the protagonist thought that, in other words, he needed to do his best to get used to the rules of the tower. And the fact that he couldn't even get water without points meant that he needed to pass the challenges to earn points to survive. The admin wrote that that was all and exited the chat, unblocking it. The protagonist touched his face, saying that he thought he could become a hunter if he just came back. He looked away. Looking at the sword on the wall, Sun Ji-eun said that he couldn't do much with just a sword, and then activated the store. After a while, he covered himself with a shield. The guy swung his sword, thinking that all the hunters had lost all their stats when they entered the tower. He kicked off the floor with his foot, mentally noting that, however, it should be easier for them to master the skills they had previously mastered. The brunette with the sword jumped to the side, thinking that this is why he can't forget that he is not on the same starting line with them, and if he does not train, he will not be able to catch up with them. After a while, he was lying on the floor exhausted. A soft light appeared around his body. The protagonist stood up and stretched his body, saying that thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, he can train without problems and prepare for the next trial. He froze when his stomach growled loudly. Sunjun opened his inventory, asking what to do with his hunger. He looked at the contents of his inventory. Clenching a piece of dried meat between his teeth, the guy thought that he only had 40 points left after purchasing, and if not for the additional reward, he could not even dream of a shield. The system said that the remaining time until the second trial was 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Looking at the blue screen, the brunette mentally noted that time flew by unnoticed, and even the restless chat fell silent when it was almost time for the second test. Frozen, he wondered if he could survive again. The protagonist frowned, telling himself that he would definitely survive. There were 10 seconds left until the second test. The countdown continued. The waiting time was up. The system asked Sunjun if he was ready for the second floor test, and he answered positively. After that, he began to dive into the portal. A moment later, the guy found himself in the forest, and notifications began to arrive that he had entered the second floor of the hard difficulty test tower. His eyes widened in surprise. The brunette muttered that this time he found himself in the forest. The system noted that the goal of this test was assassination, and that he needed to kill the chieftain of the orc tribe in the allotted time. They showed the chieftain with staffs in his hands, who was directing his army. The protagonist found himself at the edge of a cliff. He saw a small camp below. With his mouth wide open, he asked if the orc tribe was there. Looking closer, Sunjun saw many green monsters below. With fear in his eyes, he asked if they really wanted him to go to a place teeming with orcs and kill their leader. The sun was shining on the camp. There were 2 guards at the entrance. A guy was watching him from the bushes. Frowning, he thought that in normal dungeons, if the orc tribe had a guard, then he should consider that they also had a huntsman. Looking at the large muscular monster with glowing eyes, he thought that he was not sure that he could defeat even the orc hero, let alone this entire crowd of monsters. Imagining the team of hunters, the brunette mentally noted that in order to defeat the orcs, at least an E-rank hunter would have to form a group, so his chances of winning were close to 0. Looking at him with a gloomy gaze, he wondered what he should do now. The protagonist sank completely to the ground, thinking that first of all, he should retreat and think about a strategy, and then he smiled, thinking that there was one way he could pass this test. In his hands was a torch. Sitting on the ground, Sunjun noted that he had collected enough logs. He stared at the fire. Opening a blue screen, the guy stuck the torch in it. It appeared in his inventory. Smiling contentedly, the brunette noted that it really worked. Birds flew over the green forest. Watching the orcs, the protagonist noted that they looked like lazy pigs, but in fact, they were a very conscientious race. Hiding behind a tree trunk, he thought that the huntsman should go hunting in the morning and return by sunset, so there was plenty of time. Imagining the crowd of green warriors, Sunjun thought that he had only one means to break through the numerical superiority, which was the biggest obstacle to the goal of this trial, and that was fire. He furrowed his brows confidently. The boy watched the entrance to the camp. Sitting by the trunk of a tree, he mentally noted that according to the Hunter Association, the orc sentry did not stand guard all the time, but returned to the village during meals or rest breaks. Rushing forward, he threw the torch. Running through the forest, he threw fire into the trees. After a while, the forest along with the camp began to burst into flames. The orcs began to run with buckets of water, trying to put it out. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the camp, the protagonist thought that when the fire completely engulfed the village, he would no longer have to worry about running into the orc rangers returning from hunting. Watching the monsters running through the forest, he made a mental note that he needed to catch at least 2 orc workers before the flames consumed the population. One of them broke away from the majority. The monster began to collect water from the river and turned around when he heard the sound. Suddenly, Sunjun plunged his sword into his back. A red and black outline of a soul began to appear around him, and the system asked if he wanted to absorb the orc's spirit, to which the guy answered positively. Smiling, he said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. As the energy passed into his chest, a notification appeared saying that he had absorbed the orc's spirit and his mastery increased to 9%. Then another tall orc approached him from behind. The brunette, gritting his teeth, began to turn around, recognizing the sentry in him. A moment later, he blocked his blow with his sword. Frowning his dark brows, he activated absorption. A blue light appeared, and the system noted that he could increase his stats using the spirits he owned, and his strength was increased by 4 and his agility by 2. The protagonist swung his sword furiously. Meanwhile, the fire was spreading. After a while, Sunjun absorbed the orc's soul, activating the accelerated regeneration skill, and that he could again increase his stats using the spirits he owned. The guy clenched his fist, seeing that his stamina was increased by 4, strength by 2, and agility by 3. He thought that now he did not risk dying when meeting another sentry. After a while, the sick man came out of the fire. Some orcs looked at him with frightened eyes. Frowning, he mentally noted that there were 3 orc hunters and 1 sentry in front of him. Looking inside the camp, the protagonist thought that he needed to add the barely old chieftain, a total of 5. Looking towards the chieftain, he thought that if he carefully went around the sentry, he could easily reach the chieftain. Running forward, Sun Ji-eun attacked 3 monsters in a row, thinking that thanks to the absorption of the sentry's spirit, the workers did not pose any threat to him. Confidently looking forward, he perked up. He saw another one behind the orc. The guy put up a shield, blocking its blow. Gritting his teeth tightly, he held the shield. Trying to get to the chieftain through the monster, the brunette mentally noted that the sentry had moved away from the chieftain, and apparently, he decided to refuse to perform the duties of a bodyguard next to him, and in fact, this sentry was the last obstacle. The protagonist swung his sword furiously. With a sharp blade, he pierced the sentry. Fire began to gather above the chieftain's staff. Sun Ji-eun climbed onto the body of the dead monster. At that moment, the chieftain pointed the flame at him. His eyes widened. A beam of fire hit him. The old chieftain laughed harshly. Ahead, in the thick smoke, a silhouette of a man was emerging. Shock appeared in the monster's eyes. The guy was clenching his teeth tightly, holding a shield in his hands, and above his head hung a sign that he had received the achievement He Who Withstood the Flames and that he had acquired the skill Burn Resistance rank F. The brunette, his eyes flashing, bared his teeth and said that he was finished. He headed straight for the monster. The chieftain waved his staff again and screamed loudly. A moment later, his hands were cut by the protagonist's blade. The orc screamed in pain. He froze, looking at the protagonist. A second later, he ran into the tent. Sun Ji-eun bared his teeth, looking with malice. The settlement followed. With one swing, the guy cut the fabric at the entrance. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The monster was sitting on the floor, hugging 2 trembling children. A green hand reached for the brunette's pant leg. A monster was sitting at his feet. Seeing him crying and grabbing his pants, the protagonist wondered if they really cared about their family too. He froze and darkened. The voices of his parents appeared in his head, telling him to run away, saying that at least he should definitely survive. A broken frame with a family photo lay on the bloody floor. Oppa reached for the dagger behind his back. A second later, he swung it. Sun Ji-eun hit him on the head with the hilt, exclaiming that they, monsters, were not like him at all. Looking at the green monster, he thought that the 2, even if there was a chance that they would become ghosts, following in his footsteps, he would still exterminate them all. The chieftain ran towards him with another orc. The guy swung his sword. A moment later, the system congratulated him on overcoming the 2nd floor of the test tower. Looking at the battered shield, the brunette noted that it had become unusable, but it was thanks to it that he was able to survive. Opening the blue screens, he said that this time he was again on the verge of failure. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that the number of applicants had been reduced by almost half. His eyes widened. A certain person wrote in the community that he had figured out how to return to Earth by sending a letter with a question. Sun Ji-eun imagined many people walking in the sun in the park. He mentally noted that information was one of the 5 commands used in the test tower. The guy opened the tab with the question and read that he could write a question that the administrator would answer after processing was complete, and that each time he entered a new floor, 1 question ticket would be added. The brunette frowned, thinking that it turned out that he could use the right to send a letter with the question he was interested in here. It was noted that the chat naturally formed an atmosphere for exchanging information obtained during the sending of questions to the administrator. He collected the key points minus some small details. It was also said that after overcoming the 5th floor, temporary return stones will go on sale, with the help of which it will be possible to return to Earth for several days. And after the 8th floor, as it was said, a large-scale expansion of the system will be carried out and items will go on sale that allow you to finally return to Earth. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that if he returned to Earth with only the skills that he had now, then, having improved his characteristics, he could become an A rank hunter. A blue screen appeared with his unique characteristic Necromancer F rank, mastery 65%. Sun Ji-eun ruffled his hair, saying that on Earth, his abilities would be called Jack Flood. He bit his sad look, saying that he could hardly overcome the 2nd floor, and he was very far from the 8th. He said that in any case, you need to think positively, and that the stats that I always had at 0 were enduring, approaching the average of 20 points. Then his status window appeared, which said that his strength was 18, endurance 15, personality 14 plus 5, and mana 7. The guy dropped his Olympian on the floor. As a blood-black aura flared in his chest, he mentally noted that he needed to absorb the 5 spirits that he had obtained by risking his life. When he absorbed them, his strength became 27, endurance 25, agility 28 plus 5, and mana 13. The brunette opened his eyes in shock, thinking that the strength was simply overflowing him. He abruptly ran forward. Starting to run on the ceiling, the main character thought that he was beyond human capabilities, which he could only read about in a book before. He jumped off the stream. A moment later, his face distorted in surprise. A loud crash was heard. The protagonist was lying on the floor, slammed into the wall. Wiping the blood from his nose, he said that due to his rapid growth, his body had not yet gotten used to the new sensations, and then activated the store. Sun Jiun took the dead giant shield for 21 points. Activating the inventory, the guy noted that now was the perfect time to use the rewards from the previous trials. He looked at the E+ rank Black Iron Sword, which added 5 reaction speed, 10 attack speed. He also had a D rank Assassin's Cloak, which reduced sensitivity by 10% and which increased movement speed by 15% for 1 minute when agility is below 50. The brunette put the items on himself. He sighed, thinking that he could get used to this equipment before the next trial. The protagonist rushed forward. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. Sun Jiun swung it, mentally noting that he would become so strong that no one would be able to catch up with him. Water flowed down the stalagmites in the cave. Inside it, a guy appeared through a portal. The system noted that the 3rd floor of the high difficulty trial tower had been entered, and the theme of this trial was a duel. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise, asking if he was in the cave. He raised his head, looking into the crevice above. The protagonist perked up when he was notified that a dark guardian would appear in 10 seconds. He got into a fighting stance, thinking that like the sand golem, it could appear from anywhere, so he had to be on guard. There were 5 seconds left until the dark guardian appeared, 3 seconds, 1 second. The system notified of the guardian's appearance. A human shadow appeared behind the protagonist. His eyes widened. The shadow guardian attacked him with a weapon. After that, he smiled contentedly. Sun Jiun bared his teeth in anger. The system notification said that he needed to defeat the shadow guard, his double. Gritting his teeth, he turned back. Sun Jiun kicked his opponent. They stood opposite each other. The triplet licked his sharp fangs with a grin, and the guy was breathing heavily. When the accelerated regeneration skill was activated, he mentally noted that if he had not reacted in time, his spine would have been broken. The brunette pursed his lips, thinking about the shadow pose. Equipment clanked in the cave. Looking at the exact same fighting stance of the enemy, the protagonist wondered if this creature was imitating his movements. He ran forward, thinking that he needed to clash with him in battle to test his guess. Sun Jiun abruptly rushed past the enemy. He looked back in confusion. Suddenly, blood splashed to the sides. The guy stopped some distance from the shadow guard. He frowned. The brunette saw how the monster's wound began to heal. He angrily clenched his teeth. The protagonist grinned, noting that he also had a recovery skill. The enemy ran at him. The monster just as unexpectedly rushed past. Sun Jiun put his foot forward, thinking that he was right that this monster was repeating all his attacks. He hit the guard, not allowing himself to be attacked. The guy ran forward, mentally noting that in this case, he could use the weaknesses of his swordsmanship to crush this creature. A fierce fight began between them. The protagonist swung his sword. Suddenly, the tip of the sword appeared in front of his face. The sound of a blow was heard. The opponents jumped in different directions. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise, mentally asking what just happened. The sword flew up in the air. The monster began to powerfully attack him. Sun Jiun clenched his teeth, wondering if he was imagining things, and then wondered if this one had really managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. The monster and the guy jumped back. The monster perplexedly shook itself. Black and blue energy began to blaze from the brunette's body, and the system noted the activation of the exclusive effect of the killer's cloak, which increased movement speed by 15%. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if this fight dragged on, he would be in danger, so he needed to deal with it within 1 minute while the timer was active. The guard bared his teeth and growled. Sun Jiun rushed forward at great speed. He rushed straight at his opponent. A second later, he dodged the blow. Grouping himself, the guy hit the monster again. Then he put his sword to its throat. Then the enemy pierced it. The brunette smiled contentedly, thinking that he had succeeded. The guardian screamed in pain and began to fall backwards. Extending his arm, he cut off the protagonist's arm that held the sword. Sun Jiun looked at the splashes of blood in shock. A moment later, he screamed loudly. Squinting his eyes, the guy told himself to pull himself together since this was not the end. Looking at the monster, a question arose in his mind. The brunette frowned, wondering why he was not moving. He mentally noted that even though that creature had a good healing skill, it still took some time to recover. While his bloody hand with the sword lay to the side, the protagonist thought that he should kill the Dark Guardian right now, but it was unclear how he could do it without a sword. He breathed heavily, seeing that the remaining time of the skill was 11 seconds. Sun Jiun put a shield in front of himself, mentally noting that perhaps he was going to real madness now. Putting his leg back, he rested his foot on the ground, thinking that it would be better to pull off such a crazy trick than to die. The guy rushed forward. His opponent perplexedly shook himself. The brunette approached him. The monster bared his teeth and swung his shoulder. Meanwhile, the protagonist ran at him with a sword. A moment later, he hit him. The monster flew away from him a huge distance. Dust rose in the air. The wounded monster, twisted, lay on the ground. Blood flowed down his face. Sun Jun stood next to him with a shield and swung. Baring his teeth, he wished death to his opponent. A moment later, he hit the monster. His head flew to the side. The system congratulated him on passing the 3rd floor of the testing tower. Then he entered the waiting room of the 4th floor, and all of the guy's wounds were healed. He looked at his hand, which was previously cut off. He touched the wall with it and looked at it. Then the brunette punched him. The wall was covered with huge cracks from the impact. The protagonist smiled widely, noting that this was a flawless healing. A notification appeared saying that the number of souls in his possession was a 5th. Remembering how he sucked in the Dark Guardian, Sun Jun mentally noted that this was the spirit of the double that he had lost his mind in the cave after passing the trial of the 3rd floor. Looking with surprised eyes at the bright light from his chest, the guy thought that the consistency of the spirit was so dense that it could not be compared with the monsters that he had absorbed earlier. A notification appeared saying that the mastery of the unique characteristic Necromancy had reached 100%, and the rank of the unique characteristic Necromancy was raised by 1 level to E rank. A 3rd additional effect appeared, which, when absorbing the spirit of a skillful person, gave a certain probability that one of the skills imprinted in the soul could be given. After reading about it, the brunette's mouth dropped open in shock, wondering if he could really absorb skills. Thinking back to himself in the orc camp, he mentally noted that just like how he was able to obtain accelerated regeneration only after being on the brink of death several times, skills could never be obtained with a snap of a finger. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that in his entire life, the thought of being given such a mind-blowing unique characteristic had never crossed his mind. And of course, it shouldn't be overlooked that the description said likelihood of acquisition. He said that he thought he just needed to check how lucky he was, that's all. Blue screens appeared in front of him, indicating the entrance to the high difficulty 4th floor community. Sun Jun said that this was his 3rd time returning to the waiting room, so the environment already seemed so familiar to him, as if he was at home. He perplexedly perked up. The chat was bursting with messages that apparently the 4th floor test would not be individual, but a group one. Looking at the screen, the guy wondered if it meant that there would be a joint test and a team of players would be formed. A certain player wrote that he might be exaggerating, but he was sent a response saying that the theme of the next test would be a competition. He asked if this would mean that the players would have to kill each other. The brunette froze in horror. Remembering the pools of blood, he wondered if it meant that in the next test there was a chance that he would have to kill a person. The system noted that the selection of candidates was complete, and that the 4th floor test was beginning, which would last 24 hours, and the condition for successfully passing the joint test was to defeat the Goblin King within the allotted time. The fortress wall of the castle appeared in front of the players. It was noted that the condition for failing the test was the destruction of all the candidates selected for the team or the passage of a certain amount of time, and that the penalty for failure was death. The protagonist moved to the floor. Other players appeared in front of him. They were standing on the ground, on which a pentagram was drawn. Sun Jun pursed his lips, thinking that he was embarrassed, since recently he only crossed paths with monsters. He looked away when a player suggested introducing themselves to each other, since they were now a team. The brunette with a staff in her hand said that her name was Lee Heian. She smiled and added that she specializes in providing support to the team and was also an E-rank hunter on the outside. The girl turned around when another player noted that in that case, he thought that their team was not a complete bunch of scum. Lee Sung-hoon threw a large two-handed sword over his shoulder and introduced himself, saying that he specializes in close combat and was a D-rank hunter on the outside. Sun Jun frowned, thinking that unlike this, hunters of this rank always behave politely on Earth. Looking at them, he said his name and that he also specialized in close combat, but was not a hunter on the outside and was only undergoing training. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth and asked if that meant he was just a cadet. The guy perked up and darkened when he was ordered not to get underfoot. He looked up. Looking at the man, the brunette said that he nevertheless believed that he was a good fighter and could handle the role assigned to him. Sung-hoon frowned and replied that if he decided that he was only causing harm, he would immediately eliminate him. Imagining the dark, mocking silhouettes, the brunette thought that he had long been accustomed to such looks. Frowning, he handed over his weapon, thinking that for a moment he had managed to forget about his past. The brown-haired man turned around and looked back, calling out to the cadet and telling him to stay behind and take care of the small mobs. The protagonist mentally noted that not only was he annoying him, but he could also confidently say that his abilities were more than enough to return his words in kind. Looking at the large gates of the fortress, he concluded that the Tower of Trials was all about skills. System notifications began to appear with words about how to cooperate with his team members and complete the trial before the other team, and then they noted the opening of the main gate of the citadel. The gates began to lower. Goblins immediately burst out of them. Sung-hoon took the blow of 3 of them. Covering himself with his sword, he loudly asked how the goblins could move in such a battle formation, and then began to demand Sun Jun to fight. The guy looked at him with a gloomy look. Standing by the corpse of the slain goblin, he noticed that the two mulattoes did not look in his direction. Heian exclaimed behind him that her spell would be completed any minute. The brown-haired man holding back the monsters shouted, telling her to stop chatting and make some kind of buff as soon as possible. The girl replied that she had already used all her support spells. The brunette approached her and addressed her, saying that it seemed that he needed help, and he left her for a while. Heian, with a worried look, told him to stop. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward. The huntress frowned, asking who would cover her from behind if he left. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw many goblin corpses to the side. The brunette, frozen in place, said that she could not believe her eyes. The remaining goblins attacked. Sung Hoon, blocking the blows, cursed loudly. One of the monsters was spinning a mace on a chain. Then he threw it at the man. The blow sent the sword flying out of his hands. He landed on the ground. The goblin jumped on the unarmed brown-haired man. Looking at him with frightened eyes, he indignantly asked why he was so unlucky to be on the same team as a cadet. At that moment, the main character attacked the monster. The man froze with surprise in his eyes. The monster perked up, seeing the corpse of his comrade. Sun Jun stood in front of his teammate. Without turning his head, he told Sung Hoon to stand aside. The hunter opened his mouth in confusion. Flashing an evil look, the guy told him not to get under his feet. With lightning-fast movements, he began to kill his opponents. When the corpses flew in different directions, a notification appeared that he had received the title of Goblin Hunter. Watching, the man opened his mouth wide in horror. The hero walked between the goblin corpses, absorbing dark energy. He frowned and noticed that the black haze of his unique characteristic remained invisible to their gaze, so he could absorb souls as much as he wanted without any problems. Notification: increased stats using spirits you have. Strength increased by 3, agility increased by 4, endurance increased by 2, toughness increased by 7. Absorbed one of the Goblin Guardian skills. The brunette shuddered in surprise and read about the new skill. Skill: Guardian Sensitivity F Mastery 0%. Effect: the overall field of view expands, making it easier to notice approaching subjects. Sun Jun's eyes widened and he looked to the side. Now he understood what it was like to see the world from a wider angle. The guy grinned, happy about another jackpot. He came closer to his teammates. Sung Hoon smiled tensely and said that luck was on the cadet's side since he was only up against weak goblins. The man added that, be that as it may, the young man had tried hard. The protagonist and Heian looked at their comrade in silence. The brunette pulled up his hood and said that from now on he would be leading the operation himself, moving in the vanguard. He suggested that this formation would bring the greatest benefit to the team. Sun Jun looked closely at the man and asked if he had any objections. The knight frowned, then looked away and replied that so be it. The hunter asked if there were any other instructions. The hero said that he should simply protect Heian, nothing more was required of him. He turned to the girl with a request to provide support and provide orientation on the terrain. In a word, to do the same as before. The sorceress smiled and agreed to work productively in the remaining time. She extended her glowing hand forward and resumed searching for her target. The hero continued attacking the goblin squads, absorbing their souls and increasing his skill level to 12% for now. Time remaining, 14 hours 37 minutes. Night had fallen. The trio walked between the debris. The girl noted that although the goblins had been attacking with varying frequency, everything was too quiet now. The brunette stopped and looked ahead, then suddenly rushed forward without explaining anything. His teammates hurried after him in surprise, asking what had happened. Heian looked ahead. In front of them was a square with a fountain strewn with dead goblins. Sun Jun assumed that the other contenders had already been here. The man looked around in amazement and asked if the rivals really had rocket turbines instead of legs. The hero touched the monster's blood and noticed that it was still warm, which meant they could catch up with their competitors if they hurried. If the other team won, they, who failed the test, would die. The brunette raised his head and said that they had better hurry. The goblins were running to attack. Someone stood and hit his shield with a sword, attracting the monsters. One of the monsters looked back, feeling someone step on him. The guy with the blades was sitting on the goblin's shoulders. He grimaced and muttered that he was already sick of hunting goblins. The hunter expressed hope that this was the last fight before going to the boss. The monsters rushed at him. The player jumped up, dodging the attacks. He bared his teeth and his eyes lit up. A few moments later, the guy was already standing among the corpses. The knight and the wizard looked at Lee Xian and praised him for a job well done. The assassin grimaced and complained that he had to do everything alone. He turned to a knight named Li Jinhu and asked if he liked skimming off all the cream. The other man smiled awkwardly and asked him not to say that. Xian snorted and demanded that he go and open the boss room. In front of them was a tall gate with an eye. The assassin looked at his retreating teammate and said that he wanted to finish everything quickly and have a good rest. The guy turned around and promised that he would open the door immediately. The knight turned away and grimaced, thinking that the hunter treated him like a little dog. Notification, condition fulfilled. All members of the Challenger team have entered the Goblin King's Spire. The boss battle will not begin until only one of the two teams remains. Jinwoo shuddered when a red wall appeared in front of him. Notification, it will be impossible to escape from the current location at this point. All team members raised their heads. An energy cube covered the entire space around them. Sion frowned and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The wizard twitched and drew the assassin's attention to look away. The protagonist's team was approaching them. Sun Jiun looked at his opponents grimly. The opponents looked at each other, and Sion cursed and muttered that he wanted to end it as soon as possible. The protagonist frowned and said that he would fight alone, and asked Heian to provide him with a buff that increased agility, and all the other buffs could be provided to the gladiator. The girl looked closely at her companion and said that she had seen with her own eyes how strong he was, but perhaps humans would be scarier than all of these monsters combined. The opponents looked at them menacingly. Sun Jiun turned to his partner and replied that if he felt that he was in danger, he would immediately give a signal. Until then, he would count on her support. The sorceress held her staff out in front of her and said that she would do her best. Agility increased by 2. The agility boost effect lasts for 10 minutes. The hero moved forward, his body surrounded by a glow. The guy thought that he was convinced that he had already surpassed the skill level of the average hunter. In addition, he had just killed more than 30 goblins. Sion took a fighting stance and ordered the team to prepare for battle. Sun Jiun rushed to attack, deciding that his current self was strong enough to cope with this test. The guy quickly approached the opponents. The assassin frowned and sweated. He suddenly jumped behind the knight and ordered him to immediately use his shield at full power. Jinwoo frowned and activated his defense. A golden energy field appeared in front of the three. The protagonist swung and hit the shield, cutting it into pieces. The enemy team shielded themselves with their hands from the gust of wind. Sun Jiun immediately rushed forward, attacking each of the opponents. Heian and Sung Hoon looked at him in shock. The brunette exchanged glances with the enraged assassin. The guys entered the fight, exchanging blows. Sion gritted his teeth, parrying the blows. The brunette thought that his opponent's skills were clearly inferior to his, but, surprisingly, he easily repelled all the attacks. His eyes flashed and decided that he should act more decisively. The warrior appeared behind the enemy and cut the air with his sword, confident that now the opponent was finished. The assassin parried the attack with his blade. Sun Jiun was stunned by his skills. The enemy gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned. The hero guessed that the assassin was able to see the trace of the blade aimed at him. Sion jumped back, but then a shield appeared in front of his face. The guy frowned, realizing that this limited his field of vision. The brunette appeared from under the shield and pierced the enemy in the chest. Sion coughed and was indignant. What bad luck. Notification, congratulations, you have completed the special task. Bonuses will be added to the reward for completing the 4th floor. The teammates approached the hero. The girl noticed that his hands were shaking. She looked at him worriedly and asked if everything was okay. The guy's face looked detached, but he answered that everything was fine. Heian looked closely at her comrade, guessing that he was in shock because of the murder he had just committed. It seemed to her that the hero was a strong and cold-blooded person. Sun Jiun turned to them and asked if they were ready to go to the boss right now. The partners confidently agreed. Blood spurted from the Goblin King's mouth. The brunette pierced him with his sword, jumping from behind. Notification, the test target, the Goblin King, has been destroyed. The boy jumped to the floor and the body of a monster fell behind him. Sung Hoon looked at the hero in shock and thought that he must be a monster. Notification, congratulations, you have passed the 4th floor of the trial tower. As a reward for breaking through, all stats have been increased by 4. As a bonus reward, the skill instant acceleration was received. Teleported to the waiting room. The gladiator turned around and said that he would leave them first. The hero stood in front of the sorceress. He said that he hoped that she would return safely. The girl looked at him carefully and said that her words may have been out of place, but the boy only did what he had to do. The bodies of the defeated players lay behind them. Heian added that someone had to kill the enemy team anyway. If the hero had refused, she would have joined the fight. The brunette looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He smirked and replied that after her words, his soul felt better. The guy looked questioningly at his partner, who pointed her finger into the air. A notification window appeared in front of him. The challenger Heian sent you a friend request. The girl turned around and said that, one could say, the test of the 4th floor was completely passed due to his power, so she had a feeling as if she was indebted to him and this made her a little uneasy. The sorceress blushed slightly and asked to find Heian from the White Guild in the future when he returned to Earth. The hero watched her in surprise until she disappeared into the portal. Sun Jiun turned around to look at the dark energy swirling nearby. Left alone, he had to make a decision. Glowing cores hung over the bodies of the dead. Would the guy decide to absorb a human soul or not? When he made sure that he was capable of something like this, he postponed the absorption process for later as he felt that he was about to cross an irreversible line. Now the hero has made up his mind. He jerked his hand, and energy began to emanate from the dead man's body. Sun Jiun stretched out his hand, absorbing the power, and thought that although he had no intention of killing people to become stronger, in a situation where he had no choice, he would have to resort to murder. In addition to his original desire to become a hunter, new ambitions were already beginning to sprout in his soul. The trial tower had given him a chance, and he would take full advantage of it. The hero wants to continue climbing to the top of the trial tower. The brunette passed through the portal and entered the waiting room of the 5th floor. Notification: system expansion begins. A ranking system for applicants has been created, and the results of the trials are being summarized. The guy looked at the system window in surprise. The window required entering a nickname. Sun Jiun thoughtfully touched his chin and then entered the word. Your nickname has been changed from Sun Jiun to Hunter. The results of the 4th floor trial are being summarized. 1. Kim Seung-hoon. 2. Lee In-hoon. 3. What's an alias change? 4. Hee Sun-ah. 5. Artisan of the Brain. 6. Overpowered sword. Everything was in plain sight. The guy tapped the screen to check if he was somewhere on this list. The hero's eyes widened, finding himself in 16th place. His 4th floor challenge breakthrough time: 11 hours, 14 minutes and 51 seconds. 4th floor challenge breakthrough process: SS+. 4th floor challenge clearance result: B+. 4th floor challenge overall summary: A. The brunette looked at the notification and noted that his ranking was much higher than he thought. Applicants who made it into the top 50 would be designated as pioneers. Those who received pioneer status would receive an advantage on the 8th floor. Notice, if you maintain the pioneer status until the 8th floor, you will receive the Halo privilege. The hero wondered what that could mean. He swiped the system menu, deciding that he would figure it out when the time came. Notice, please select a spirit to absorb from your existing souls. Number of souls in possession: 4/15. Dark energy swirled in the hero's chest. Increase stats using the spirits you have. Now he felt that he had finally crossed the boundaries of human capabilities. The boy clenched his fist, feeling a new strength. Purchase of the Homecoming Stone. You can now leave the trial tower for 3 days and return to your original location. Sun Jiun took the weapon and squeezed the artifact to see if it could move along with his equipment. Absorbing the Homecoming Stone, destination: Earth. The brunette smiled and thought that he was finally returning to Earth. The challenger Sun Jiun confirmed his intention to return. The young man began to fall down. The absorption process began. The final destination is Earth. The boy screamed when he saw his body being sucked into the funnel. Notification: you have safely returned to your original place of residence. In 3 days, you will be moved again to the trial tower. The curtains fluttered in the wind. The hero opened his eyes while lying on the bed. He stood up and looked around. The guy had indeed returned to his home. Sun Jiun leaned back on the pillow, deciding that he could get a good night's sleep, because compared to the bed in the waiting room, his sleeping place was a real heavenly bed. The brunette grimaced, feeling an unpleasant smell. The hero sat up, realizing that he had better wash himself first. He looked down and found a shield and sword on the floor. The hunter picked them up and was glad that he could take items from the trial tower with him to the ground. This meant that other challengers could do so too. The guy frowned and muttered that he needed to act as quickly as possible. Soon the number of those returning to the ground would increase, which would lead to a sharp increase in the number of items and a drop in the prices of hunter equipment on the market. Sun Jiun looked at the equipment, deciding that he needed to get rid of it as soon as possible. The problem is that only those with the hunter qualification can sell items on the market. Initially, the hero only planned to apply for the hunter exam and pass it during his next return. He looked at his phone and muttered that he had a lot more to do than he thought. The cadets were training on the training field. The supervisor watched them from above. The man turned around when he heard the phone ring. He picked up the phone and introduced himself as Hwang Manhwa, an instructor at the White Lotus Training Center. The hero gave his name and asked if he remembered it. The interlocutor bowed his head in annoyance and replied that he remembered. He added that the guy could apply for a refund online. Manhwa was surprised to hear that the young man did not ask for a refund of the tuition fee he had paid. The supervisor looked out the window and asked if he would regret his decision. The brunette answered in the negative and added that he would have one request. The man sighed tiredly and said that if he was going to ask for permission to resume training at the center again, he would be refused. Sun Jiun asked for help in passing the hunter exam. The instructor frowned and reminded him of how his midterm assessment went. He was given an F rank, and that was a stretch. The man began to say what would happen if a person without unique characteristics and skills took the exam, but the guy interrupted him. He asked if the supervisor couldn't help him, even though the young man refused to return the money. Manhwa shuddered and replied that he could calmly change his mind because money is never superfluous. The hero smirked when he heard such an answer. He looked forward decisively and offered the instructor to make a deal. All he had to do was arrange for the guy to pass the hunter qualification exam today. Sun Jiun got out of the shower and dried his hair with a towel. He looked in the mirror at his body, his pumped-up muscles. The brunette examined himself and concluded that, proportionally to his progress, his body had changed a lot too. The hero got dressed and muttered that now was not the time to admire his beloved self. He needed to hurry to take the exam. The guy went out into the hallway and met his neighbor. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her and thought that he really missed such a normal everyday life. He bowed and greeted the girl. She turned and greeted him back, thinking that this was the same neighbor who had been trying to become a hunter for 1,000 years. The brunette passed by, smiling and wishing her a good day. The woman blushed slightly and muttered if this guy had always been so tall. The hero waved his hand near the road, but no taxi stopped. He thoughtfully looked away. A few minutes later, the guy was already racing forward, jumping between the roofs of houses. Sun Ji-yoon grinned and muttered that running to the destination was also a good option. The guy pushed off and thought he would soon be there. Hunters Association. The brunette entered a tall building and stood in front of two men. The young man smiled and said that he had not seen the instructor for a long time. Manhwa chuckled and replied that not much time had passed since their last meeting. The hero looked at him confidently and said that he had been through so much in the last few days that it felt like 100 years had passed. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. The young man confirmed that the days had not been easy. A man in a suit approached them and introduced himself as Kim In-hoo, the examiner who would be evaluating the test. He looked at the hero and said that he probably knew that, at the instructor's request, he would not have to take the theory test and interview. The examiner asked if the cadet had any questions about the exam. The brunette answered negatively, and the interlocutor invited him to follow him. Sun Ji-yoon stood in a large pavilion, holding a sword in his hand, and the man watched from above. Manhwa looked at the interlocutor and reminded him of his request to expel the guy as soon as possible. In-hoo replied that there was no need to worry because the monsters with the worst compatibility with the examinee were prepared for testing. The examiner looked at the guy and said loudly that he could choose the difficulty of the exam from 1 to 10 as soon as he was ready. The hero frowned and thought that he had always chosen the first difficulty level in this exam before and lost to the goblin every time. All because he was weak. The supervisor grinned and muttered that he would definitely choose the first difficulty level. He was interrupted by Sun Ji-yoon's voice, who chose the 10th difficulty level. The man shuddered in surprise and asked again. The brunette looked at him with a smirk. The instructor grimaced and said that he was a sick bastard. Notification, exam begins. Firebird hunt. A flaming monster appeared in front of the guy and screamed. The hero twitched. The notification said that the movement was slowed down by 25% due to the skill predator's roar. The blade of the sword cracked. The instructor grinned and thought that the boy would never pass the exam because he had slightly adjusted his weapon. Manhwa looked down at the hero, expecting his humiliation. The firebird flew up, blowing heat on the boy. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes sparkled, looking at the approaching enemy. The instructor remembered the day he passed his exam. Having finally become a hunter, he thought that he was the best. However, gradually the gap with his peers began to widen, and in the end, the man gave up trying to fill this gap. The world of hunters is based on innate talent. He accepted this fact and stopped trying to change anything. People are forced to give up when they feel a wall in front of them that they cannot overcome. The man was sure that everyone did this, not just him. Therefore, the instructor believed that it was time for the main character to give up too. Sun Ji-yoon put out his sword to parry the blow, but suddenly the blade cracked. The brunette looked at the blade in surprise and jumped back. The boy thought that even if it was a low-level weapon, there was no way it could crack so easily. The hero frowned and glanced sideways at Manhwa, guessing his plan. The curator smiled ominously and wondered what the boy would do with the broken sword now. The monster rose higher with a scream and attacked with a fireball. Sun Ji-yoon frowned and decided that he was even glad that things turned out this way. The perfect situation to test the skills he managed to get on the 4th floor of the test tower. Instant acceleration. The brunette crouched, then pushed off and landed on the ceiling above the bird. The hero smiled slyly and thought that this was much better than the increase in movement speed when using the buff of the assassin's cloak. The monster growled and began to prepare for another attack. Sun Ji-yoon pushed off and plunged the broken blade into the enemy's eye. The bird howled in pain. The guy landed on the floor and muttered that the sword was, as expected, too short. He picked up one of the slabs from the floor and swung it at the guy, managing to slice his head in half. The slab smashed into the wall, breaking through the crossbars of the balcony where the men were standing. The curator turned around, dumbfounded, and asked what the hell this bastard was doing. The exam was over. Congratulations. The monster fell down. Sun Ji-yoon waved his hand and asked if the audience was okay because he didn't expect the tile to fly to them. The brunette smiled decisively. The woman smiled widely and handed the hero a hunter's card, congratulating him on successfully passing the exam. The guy accepted it with gratitude. The interlocutor said that since he was registered with the Hunters Association, he could now officially engage in hunting activities. He looked at her and clarified whether she meant entering the dungeon and selling items. The woman answered in the affirmative. Manhwa slammed the table and asked the man sitting opposite how this could even happen. The examiner promised that the guy would fail within 10 seconds, but in the end, he passed the test in that time. Manhwa straightened his tie and muttered that the interlocutor really knew how to joke. The man looked at the instructor and declared that he had done everything in his power. Based on the stated data, Cadet Sunjun would never be able to pass this test. Manhwa frowned and asked if it was possible to assign the youth a lower rank. The examiner was surprised, where else could it be lower? He killed a monster in 10 seconds, which is aimed at cadets who received rank D at the midterm assessment. If the hero was assigned rank D, he could appeal. Sunjun entered the conference room and said that he received a hunter's certificate. Manhwa coughed and congratulated him. The guy came closer and looked at the curator, noticing that he did not look very well. Manhwa smiled tensely and congratulated the interlocutor on his status as a hunter. The hero looked at him and said that, if his memory serves him correctly, the man reached rank C before retiring. The man tensely asked him what he meant. The brunette tilted his head and said that the instructor said that he considered him scum, but perhaps he really was that scum. Manhwa's face was distorted with hatred. The instructor swung at the young man, shouting that he had completely lost his fear. The examiner tried to calm him down. The hero smiled and thought that, contrary to expectations, the man had easily fallen for his provocation. He deftly dodged the fist and hit his opponent in the stomach. The brunette frowned and said that he had just acted in self-defense. Sunjun slapped the curator and added that this was his response to aggressive actions. The man recoiled, not understanding where such strength came from for a C rank. The guy stood in front of the examiner. He looked at him carefully and asked if he was really offering him a job as a direct employee of the Hunters Association. Manhwa answered in the affirmative and added that his salary would be 1 billion won, and a larger amount could be discussed. The man said that the hero would only benefit if he accepted his offer. Sunjun looked at the card and muttered that such an amount was a good start. Manhwa smiled and said that he had simply seen his potential. The guy said that it seemed that the difficulty level of the exam was adjusted arbitrarily. The interlocutor shuddered and sweated. The brunette turned around and said that he would not make a big deal out of it, but it was not in his rules to make a deal with someone he did not trust at all. The hero threw the examiner's business card and left. 2 days later, on TV, the host reported that there were rumors that a mysterious phenomenon called the Trial Tower had been observed among hunters lately. The hero closed his laptop and muttered that everyone finally knew about the Trial Tower. He took the chest and the stone and held the phone in his other hand. Sunjun said that he got rid of the equipment at a very good price. After all, these 3 days were spent very productively. It seems that your time on Earth is coming to an end. Notification: in a few seconds, you will be transferred to the Trial Tower. The brunette looked at the system window and said that he would do it with pleasure. Time is up. You return to the Trial Tower. Now he is again looking forward to his further progress. The guy found himself in subspace. The hero smiled and said that upon his return, he would again have a lot of things to do. The space around him gradually took on the appearance of a room. The hunter looked down and found himself on a bed, so he returned to the tower. Sunjun sat up and muttered that, as expected, you can freely move items between the tower and the real world. The chest and stone lay on the floor nearby, and the hero hurried to throw them into his inventory. The hero pushed off and jumped to the floor. He began to stretch his arms, deciding to warm up and, without wasting time, challenge the 5th floor. Notification: you have earned the achievement First Return. The skill Eye of Truth has been created. The hero's eyes began to glow purple. Mastery: none. Effect: using mana, you can obtain information about the target you are observing, as well as determine whether the opponent's words are true. The guy looked at the system window and concluded that, in addition to obtaining data about the object of observation, he was even able to distinguish between lies and truth. The brunette smiled and exclaimed that this was a real jackpot. Thunder Sword purchased, 55 O points will be deducted. Hunter Scout Shield purchased, 38 O points will be deducted. The hero swung his new weapon. Although he had shelled out a ton of points for the sword, he really liked its options. 10% chance to apply the lightning effect when hitting an enemy. The guy decided that it would definitely be useful. A notification window appeared in front of him. You are ready to begin the test on the 5th floor. Sunjun resolutely jumped into the portal, determined to begin the test after so much time. Entered the 5th floor of the test tower. Selected difficulty: hard. The theme of this test is hunting. Remaining time: 24 hours. Condition for successful completion: defeating the werewolf boss in the Wolf Ravine. Conditions for failing the test: the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a werewolf headband. The penalty, in case of failure, is death. The hero found himself in front of a high mountain with the moon shining above. He smiled and clutched his sword. Werewolves gathered around him. The animals growled and rushed to attack. In a few precise movements, the guy cut them down, making his way forward. Sun Jun kicked another enemy. The wolf flew to the side, and the guy was indignant. Why are they so puny? The werewolf hit his big paw. The hero shuddered and looked in that direction. 3 large white wolves stood in front of him. The beaten dog whined pitifully. The white monster roared and bit into the small wolf. The large monsters began to surround the hunter. He looked up warily. His eyes sparkled in anticipation. The trial tower never disappoints. The wolves rushed to attack. The player pushed off and swung his blade, saying that he was even starting to enjoy the trials. He delivered a slash and muttered that he might be slowly going crazy. The blade swept across all the wolves, leaving wounds on them. Mastery of the hunter's dagger skill reached 100%. The hunter's dagger skill was increased to rank E+. The accelerated regeneration skill was increased to rank D. The guy landed on the ground, feeling his strength growing. He frowned and thought that the hunter's dagger skill he had obtained on the 3rd floor had also almost reached its growth limit. He needed to obtain a new swordsmanship skill. 2 wolves jumped from the boy's back. The hero turned around and said with a smile that they could continue to attack without stopping. His back was to the scattered corpses that emanated dark energy. The boy raised his hand, absorbing the power, and noted that he had already managed to hunt 3 times, and it turned out that the sword lightning effect appeared even less often than he thought. You have absorbed several spirits of the crazed wolf. Mastery has increased by 16%. The brunette looked at the system window and noticed that the mastery of the unique characteristic was also steadily increasing. If he gave it his all, he would be able to achieve an increase in the rank of his unique characteristic. He moved on, reaching almost the middle of the wolf ravine. Sun Jun stopped. There were corpses of wolves lying around. The hero assumed that there was a conflict in the pack. The boy crouched down to the body and realized that the cut was too clear, which meant it was made by a sword. He looked at the rock and thought that the marks left nearby only confirmed his assumption. Hunters used the eye of truth, and his eyes turned purple. He looked at the wall. A trace of aura, rank D. A trace left after a rather skillful aura neatly split the wall. The boy stood among the defeated monsters, wondering if aura was also one of the skills. Sun Jun frowned and thought that there were too many nuances that did not fit in his head. He felt somehow uneasy. Suddenly, a howl was heard. The hero jerked forward, realizing that it was somewhere nearby. He rushed along the gorge until he noticed something in front of him. Ahead was the entrance to a cave from which a roar was heard. A werewolf flew out of it. He hit the ground several times. The brunette looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Notification: the boss werewolf required to pass the trial has died. Investigating the cause. Loading. The hero looked at the monster lying at his feet and could not believe that the trial target was dead. Analysis complete. The brunette jerked and looked at the system window. An intrusion was detected in the Sun Jun challenger's trial. The trial target has been changed. Kill the challenger from another dimension who has intruded into your trial. A man in armor came out of the cave. The hero looked at him, processing the information. He realized that the trial tower existed in several dimensions at once, other than Earth. The hunter squinted, trying to understand how the enemy had ended up here at all. The knight looked at him and said that he did not expect the challenger from the underdeveloped world to still be alive. He clarified that the hero was the master of this trial. The man pointed his sword at the boy and decided that he was silent because he was paralyzed by fear of his impending death. The brunette smiled nervously and thought that this bastard was also cuckoo. They stood opposite each other. The hero looked ahead and thought that he did not expect a situation where the target of his test would be killed by an intruder from another dimension. However, he was very lucky that the test did not fail. The brunette frowned. The enemy assumed a fighting stance, and his sword began to shine. He asked if the boy was so scared that he could not utter a word. In that case, the knight decided to end his suffering right then. Sun Jun frowned, noticing that the enemy was advancing. The enemy quickly ran forward. The hero kicked the werewolf's corpse, throwing it towards the intruder. The wolf flew at the knight, but he cut it with his sword. He looked away. The brunette ran around him and swung his sword, saying that he was caught. The guy jabbed his sword at the armor, but then his eyes widened in surprise. The blade slipped, although the hero was going to cut the enemy in half. The enemy swung his sword and said that the young man was caught here. He brought down a blow on the hunter, who barely managed to cover himself with a shield. The defense split into pieces. The guy was thrown back and slammed into a rock. Sun Jun coughed in pain. The brunette grabbed his broken arm and clenched his teeth. The enemy came closer and was surprised that the young man blocked the aura. If he allowed himself to be cut in half, he would have met a quick and painless death. The hero frowned and shouted that he had never heard of any invaders. The knight came closer and replied that the barbarian had no way of knowing what a floor infiltration was. The boy sweated and muttered in horror why something like this had happened in his trial. The enemy looked at him menacingly, radiating an aura, and told him not to hold a grudge since the tower was originally such an unpredictable place. He would rather leave long conversations and end everything. The brunette put out his hand and asked the enemy to stop. The hero frowned and asked him to tell about the floor invasion. The knight silently looked at the boy, but still decided to tell since the boy was dead anyway. Sun Ji-yoon looked closely at his interlocutor. The man said that among the options of the system, the expansion of which occurs from the 8th floor, there is the so-called floor invasion. If you buy a ticket for it in the store, you get the opportunity to interfere with other people's trials. The hero sat opposite the enemy, asking if he really came from another dimension. The knight clarified whether the boy thought that he came from some other world. Sun Ji-yoon stood up and muttered something like that. His eyes lit up from using the Eye of Truth. The man shuddered as he looked at the hunter. Notification: your opponent's words are true. He did not lie. The knight extended his sword and exclaimed that the brunette had just committed an extremely unpleasant act. He dared to judge his words and actions. The hero smiled and replied that he could not do anything about it. The opponent swung his sword and asked how the barbarian brat dared to be insolent to him. The brunette straightened up and said that he had obtained information, so he could also share one funny fact. The interlocutor stopped and looked at him questioningly. The young man was holding his injured hand and said that due to his pain tolerance, the injured limb was practically in his way. In other words, he was holding it not because it was unbearably painful. The hero let go of his hand and the accelerated regeneration skill was immediately activated. The boy healed himself and said that he thought the enemy would only share information if the boy looked pathetic. The knight's eyes widened in surprise. He swung his sword and asked if the hunter was testing his healing skills. The man added that if his strength was only what he had demonstrated earlier, then he would not escape death. Sun Ji-yoon threw the sword from the ground and smiled. The boy grabbed the handle and said that his strength continued to grow rapidly. Notification: increase stats using the spirits you have. Strength increased by 2, agility increased by 3, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 5, durability increased by 7. Blue energy emanated from the hero. The enemy shuddered and was surprised that the boy had a unique characteristic in addition to the healing skill. The exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak is activated. Movement speed plus 15%. Remaining time, 59 seconds. The brunette crouched, pushing off the ground and, with a flash of his eyes, used instant acceleration. The man stared in shock at the challenger from the 5th floor, who for some reason had so many skills. The hero rushed to attack. The opponents began to exchange blows. The knight recoiled and muttered that it was only the 5th floor, so why did the hunter have such outrageous stats? He touched the sword, accumulating aura, and called the young man a damn barbarian. The brunette frowned, noticing the attack. He dodged, and the sword pierced the rock. The opponent turned and swung the blade towards the young man, cutting the stone. The hero was surprised and jumped. Aura is a high-level skill, so such a blow can cause serious damage. However, the guy was definitely ahead of his opponent in terms of stats, so he easily manages to avoid critical hits. Sun Ji-yoon frowned and thought that the real problem was that armor. The man grabbed the sword with both hands. His equipment was high level, and it couldn't be destroyed by the protagonist's current abilities. The youth jumped up, continuing to strike from different directions. If he continued to strike again and again, there would be a chance. With another swing, the blade of the sword sparked. An electric discharge pierced the enemy. He grunted in pain, trying to understand what it was. Notice: Thunder Sword. 10th chance to apply the lightning effect when hitting the enemy. The brunette smiled and muttered that this was what he needed. The knight fell on his back. The hero approached the enemy. He looked at him carefully and thought that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would have been more troublesome, but fortunately, his risk was worth it. The man grunted and his body trembled. He looked at the boy and said that he should have won in the first place. The intruder muttered that he was just a challenger from the 5th floor, so how could that be possible? Where did he get so many skills? Sun Ji-yoon squeezed the handle of his blade and said that the other man was very stupid if he relied entirely on his one high-level skill and armor. He swung his sword and said that it was time to meet his end. The man extended his hand and exclaimed that he could give him answers to all his questions. The brunette frowned and said that there was no need for that. The hero pierced the enemy with his sword. Blood spurted. The knight's hand trembled and went limp. The hunter straightened up and thought that it was getting easier and easier to kill each time. He stepped back and swung the blade. If the boy felt awkward piercing someone else's flesh, it would have been a much more serious problem. Notification: congratulations, you have passed the 5th floor of the testing tower. A purple aura emanated from the invader's body. The brunette shuddered and extended his hand, hastening to use absorption. You have absorbed the spirit of the challenger Kata Drax. Mastery increased to 15%. The boy looked tensely at the energy in his hand and noticed that he almost missed the opportunity to absorb his soul. It turns out that if you die in another dimension, you simply dissipate like a mirage. The hero stood in the ravine, not understanding why the reward message did not arrive. Notification: the difficulty level and the reward do not match. The reward content has been completely revised. The young man turned his head in surprise. As a reward for breaking through, the skill 3 absolutes was received. As a bonus reward, you received 75 points. As an additional bonus reward, you received 35 points. The hero was happy that instead of the promised C rank reward, he received an A rank. The invading knight must have been strong enough for the system to consider the difficulty of the completed trial to be much higher than originally stated. Sun Jun smiled and said that he still couldn't believe that he had managed to hit such a jackpot. Entered the waiting room of the 6th floor. You have been healed of all debuffs and injuries. Information about the challenger Sun Jun will be displayed on the trial summary board. The guy walked through the portal and, taking off his equipment, put it in his inventory. One way or another, he encountered an invasion from another dimension. The hero sat down on the floor and thought that the trial tower really could catch you off guard. The hunter tried to save as many tickets as possible for sending questions to the 8th floor. The guy frowned. The system window indicated that the current number of tickets was 5. The hero began to type, deciding that it was time to ask about the floor invasion and whether it was possible to find out about it in advance. Your question has been sent. The brunette winced when he received the reply. He looked at the email in surprise, which had arrived so quickly. It read as follows. Floor infiltration is a system that allows you to enter the trials of a challenger with whom you have a gap of no more than 10 floors. However, you can only invade personal trials, and special and combined trials cannot be invaded. It is a system that expands from the 8th floor and is currently unavailable. The guy frowned and concluded that it was like breaking a ladder for someone climbing. He wanted to scroll down, but a notification appeared that this information was not available on the current floor. Since the request was only half fulfilled, the ticket to send a question would not be used. Sun Jun stared at the system window in shock and realized that the ticket to send a question was not all powerful either. He swiped the screen and thought that he was glad he had saved the ticket. The hero smiled and said that it was time to use the items he had grabbed from the ground. The brunette reached into his inventory and pulled out a chest, a broken shield, and a stone. Notice, use the Kroken Magic Tower's restoration chest to restore this hunter's shield. The remaining uses of the chest have been exhausted. The shield was restored to its original form. The guy admired that the performance exceeded all expectations. Notice, use the Purity Stone. The item shone in the hero's hand. The brunette rubbed his neck and muttered that buying a Purity Stone might seem like a waste of money, but he believed that the feeling of freshness and vigor that comes from bathing was worth a few thousand won. The 6th floor trial will begin in 1 hour and 12 minutes. The hero opened the system menu and decided to check the trial results board and look into the community if he had time. Ranking table: 1 Kim Seung-hoon, 2 max level sword, 3 hunter, 4 Hee Sun-ae, 5 Oh Chun-seok, 6 Princess Sudi. The guy stared at the rankings, seeing himself in 3rd place. He had risen quite a bit from 16th place. Sun Jun touched his chin thoughtfully and asked if this made him any closer to gaining the benefits of a pioneer. He would have to go all the way to the 8th floor to find out. Entering the community. Difficulty high. Players were trading skills that were useful for killing and robbing each other. Someone was indignant that they were animals, not people, since they only thought about someone's death. An argument broke out over this. The chat turned into a field of chaotic madness. The hero stared at the messages, trying to understand what had happened. The mental resistance skills that were being actively traded now have the attractive effect of reducing some mental shock, but at the same time they are a double-edged sword. Even if you use the skill to let go of your heartache every time, it won't change the essence of the problem. Sun Jun frowned when he saw the message. Dear all, did you know that the bastard who suddenly leaked the information about the 4th floor trials changed his name to Princess Sudi? It was the same challenger who spoiled the atmosphere in the 4th floor community chat. The hero remembered that he felt like he was deliberately inciting everyone to fight each other. Sun Jun frowned and asked if it would be the same this time. The guy swiped the screen and muttered that he should remember this person's nickname well. The system asked if he was ready to begin the trial on the 6th floor. The portal opened. The trial of the 6th floor begins. Difficulty high. The theme of this trial is occupation. Remaining time 50 minutes. Condition for successful completion of the trial within the allotted time, capture one of the strongholds in any direction. Condition for failing the trial, the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a random chest. The penalty in case of failure, death. The hero looked ahead, passing through the portal. In front of him was a sea with small platforms fixed to it. The selection of challengers is complete. Work together with your teammates to pass the trial. Sun Jun looked at the portal and, frowning, asked why his teammates were taking so long to appear. A spear flew out of the passage. The guy grabbed it with his hand and pulled it forward. Holding the weapon, the guy appeared. He looked at the brunette with fear and fell to the floor. The hero approached him and said that attacking his own team is unacceptable. The player frowned and said that if the guy entered the community, he should already know what's what. Murder is the easiest way to get achievements. The brunette looked at him in surprise. He squeezed his weapon and asked if the main thing for them was to earn as many achievements as possible, no matter at whose expense. The interlocutor bared his teeth and exclaimed that the hero's hypocrisy was beyond all bounds. He suggested looking around before playing the role of a conscientious and honest person. Screams were heard everywhere. Players were killing team members, shouting that only the tower should be blamed, not them. Someone did not even hide their greed in an effort to earn a new achievement. Sun Ji-eun stood and listened to the cries for help. The interlocutor asked if he now understood what was what, calling him a hypocritical bastard. Someone swung a sword and pierced his comrade. Many were fighting to the death. Someone shook hands, deciding to join forces in such a difficult situation. The girl and the plump guy looked around at those around them. He smiled, glad that he met a person who thought the same as him. She noted that many were committing disgusting betrayal. The interlocutor nodded and said that they should come to their senses. The girl, smiling, plunged the blade into his chest and agreed that they needed to assess the situation with a sober mind. She grinned ominously and smirked that the guy, without really understanding, was shaking his opponent's hand without a drop of doubt. Notification: you have earned the Vile Killer achievement. Durability increased by 1. The young man fell backwards in front of her. The protagonist looked in her direction, and his supposed partner, smirking, said that he, too, was eager to get achievements. He suggested that the brunette stop acting like a saint. The hero silently looked away. The interlocutor grabbed the blade, deciding that his opponent was distracted. He cursed and rushed into the attack, aiming for the eye. Sun Ji-eun did not even flinch. The guy quickly appeared behind the player and pierced him with that very spear. The enemy coughed and desperately wondered what kind of lightning-fast movement that was. Notification: you have earned the traitor achievement. Strength increased by 1. The hero frowned and thought that this was weak. Special and combined trials are just big words. Sun Ji-eun turned around and thought that this trial could safely be called a kind of event especially for him. Here he would be able to improve the mastery of his unique characteristic, and, if he was lucky, maybe even add a couple of new skills to his piggy bank. However, the guy was not going to specifically attack to kill other challengers. The brunette resolutely looked ahead, deciding to simply fulfill the conditions of the trial and fight those who decided to attack him first. The man raised his hand and used Iron Dome, protecting himself with a shield. The sphere expanded. The man smiled and said that this was the perfect trial for him, who had learned water magic. He turned around at the sound and saw the main character running towards him. The guy jumped up and looked carefully at the other player. The man looked up in confusion, wondering who was in front of him. Sun Ji-eun kicked the dome. The magician laughed and exclaimed that it couldn't be penetrated. However, the defense didn't want to confirm his words, breaking under the hero's blow. The guy flew into the candidate's face with his foot. The magician was thrown to the side and fell on his back. The brunette landed in front of him and thought that although his actions were a little cruel, the main thing was the end result. The other candidates glanced at Sun Ji-eun in fear, assuming that he was a ranker who looked like a monster and ran in other directions. The hero sat down on the platform and thought that with his actions he could instill fear in his opponents. The other players ran away from him. To be honest, even though he wanted to earn achievements, he didn't want to make unnecessary kills. Notification: stronghold captured. The capture will be interrupted if someone from the other team enters your territory. Don't let the opponent capture your stronghold. Remaining time: 9 minutes 59 seconds. The brunette crossed his legs and concluded that he only needed to hold out for 10 minutes. He put his hands on his knees and thought that the high-ranked challengers who had immediately confirmed their participation in the next trial without using heartstones on the 5th floor should already be outside the 6th floor. Most of the people around him were low-ranked challengers, so maybe breaking through the trial would be easier than he thought. The trial on the 6th floor makes you think about a lot of things. Mistrust of others. This is the reality of a low-ranked challenger. The darkness and gloom that the trial tower has nurtured. The guy frowned and thought that the fake sympathy was the real hypocrisy. Even if he managed to distract the opponents by switching their attention to another stronghold, eventually someone would die. Notification: an enemy has entered your stronghold, capture has been suspended. The hero looked back questioningly. A group of 4 people was approaching him. The blonde grinned and noted the confused expression on the hunter's face. He said that in this test, a team consists of 2 people, and 4 people suddenly appeared on his territory. The intruder assumed that the guy probably wanted to know what was going on. The brunette looked at them and said that everything was obvious without his explanation. Sun Ji-eun smiled and concluded that 4 notorious bastards got together and formed a squad of killers to earn more achievements. The blonde grinned and noted that the guy immediately got the gist of it. The challenger added that his sentence would now be carried out. The man bared his teeth and kindly offered the hero to go to the next world. The 2 knights moved to attack. The young man grabbed the sword and assumed a fighting stance. The enemy wizard folded his arms and used heart fusion. The hero shuddered in surprise. By using the unique attribute heart fusion, The challenger Sun Jun now shares the pain of the challenger Kim Jin-han. The magician took the dagger and stabbed himself in the arm. The protagonist gritted his teeth and dropped the weapon, feeling a sharp pain. He looked at the wound with displeasure. The skill pain tolerance is activated. All types of pain are reduced by 15%. The bald man with a shield approached the guy and poured seawater on him. The brunette cautiously covered himself. Notification: you have touched the water of the 6th trial floor. Strength decreased by 10. Dexterity decreased by 10. Endurance decreased by 10. Penalty duration 2 minutes 59 seconds. The boy opened his mouth and noted that, apparently, there was a penalty for contact with water. The opponents were approaching to attack. Both knights swung, striking. The hero thought that this was a terrible deal. Would be for an ordinary player. Sun Jun smiled excitedly. The swordsman swung his blade, but the boy deftly dodged. He raised his hand and said that the strategy of depriving the enemy of a weapon and reducing his stats, admittedly, is pretty good. But they made one fatal mistake. The player looked at the approaching hand in fear. The hunter grabbed the swordsman by the head and stabbed him into the floor, declaring that they chose the wrong opponent. The trio froze in shock. Notification: you have earned the achievement one-hit kill. The skill Contempt for the Weak has been created. The hero straightened up, and the bald knight cursed. Skill: Contempt for the Weak. Mastery 0%. Effect: if the enemy cannot surpass any of the user's stats, strength increases according to the difference in stats. The bald man swung to strike from behind. Notification: all enemy stats are lower than the user's. Contempt for the Weak is activated. Strength increased by 1. The man struck, then looked up in shock. At that very second, the protagonist kneed him in the face. The brunette turned around in the air and kicked the enemy in the head. You have earned the achievement Merciless Killer. Sun Jun smiled. Agility increased by 1. The knight fell to the ground. The blonde gritted his teeth and frowned. The hero moved towards them. The mage looked at his teammate in fear and asked what to do now and whether they should attack at the same time. The swordsman silently slashed his comrade's leg with his sword. The wizard's face distorted in pain, and he fell to the floor with a scream. The protagonist flinched, feeling a pulsation in his leg. The brunette dropped to one knee. Sun Jun breathed heavily, thinking that they only shared one pain between the two of them, but fortunately, there was no real damage. The only problem was that this pain limited his actions. The mage grabbed his leg and shouted, did the man still consider himself a human after such an act? The blade pierced his side. The blonde continued to strike, warning the protagonist not to come closer. The challenger grimaced and shouted that if he took another step towards him, he would slit the throat of this idiot. The brunette straightened up. Thanks to the skill pain tolerance, he was able to move somehow. But the catch was that at such a speed, it was difficult to properly react to the enemy's attack. As expected, there was only one answer. The hunter gritted his teeth and realized that he needed to kill the challenger, who activated heart fusion as soon as possible. The mage screamed in pain from his wounds. The protagonist threw the shield in his direction, cutting off the wizard's head. The guy jerked, feeling pain in his neck, and fell to his knees, trying to breathe. The blonde swung, deciding that there might not be another chance. He jumped, cutting the air with his blade. Sun Jun caught his blade with both hands. The guy looked at his opponent and asked if he was curious about what it was like when the feeling of having your throat literally cut penetrates your entire being. The enemy smiled tensely and muttered that the guy was frostbitten. The brunette broke off part of the blade, grabbed it in one hand and cut off the enemy's head. The blonde, or rather the flying upper part of it, whispered that the hero was crazy. Sun Jun frowned, and drops of blood flew nearby. You have received the Cold-Blooded Slasher achievement. You earned 15 points. Time is up. The stronghold has been captured. The other users began to shout joyfully that they survived. Someone who managed to maintain camaraderie hugged each other. Was it someone's instigation that many people were delighted with the murder at the beginning of the challenge? But in the end, the final winners were those who kept the team together. The hero turned around and noted that there were exceptions. He looked at the guy who was standing there covered in blood and muttering that he did nothing wrong, and that the bastard who couldn't dodge his blow was to blame. The brunette looked at his hand and wondered if he looked like such a monster in the eyes of others. Notification: congratulations, you have passed the 6th floor of the challenge tower. A random draw box will be sent to your inventory as a breakthrough reward. You have received 8,000 points as a reward. Moving to the waiting room. Dark energy emanated from the bodies of the challengers. You have absorbed the spirit of players Lee Song-jun, Kim Jin-han, Song Jin-uk, Han Sik-jun. The guy put out his hand, absorbing the energy. Mastery of the unique attribute Necromancy has reached 100%. The rank increases by 1 level. Necromancy, rank D, entered the waiting room of the 7th floor. The hero exited the portal and noticed that the achievement viewing function was activated. List of achievements: Class S First Return, Class A None, Class B None, Class C One Hit Kill, Class D Cold-Blooded Slasher, Rank E the One Who Endured the Flames, Ruthless Killer, Goblin Hunter, Traitor, Class F None. The guy carefully looked at the system window and said that, as he thought, the first return was not a simple achievement. He poked the screen, deciding to take a closer look. One-hit kill, Class C. The achievement is awarded for killing an enemy with one hit. As a reward, the player receives the disdain for the weak skill. Merciless Killer, Class E. This achievement is awarded to those who consistently kill challengers without hesitation. As a reward, the player's dexterity is increased by 1. Cold-Blooded Slasher, Class D. This achievement is awarded for killing 5 or more challengers in a challenge. As a reward, 15 points are awarded. The hero thought that he really got a lot of achievements for killing. It turns out that if the player earns an achievement, he will receive various rewards such as skills, points, or stat increases. Sun Jun opened the inventory. Random draw box. In front of you is a box tied with a yellow ribbon, from which you can randomly take out one item. When you open the box, you randomly receive one of the items from F to B rank. The boy looked at the trophy in his hand and muttered that the reward for breaking through the 6th floor was a bit ambiguous. If the rank ranged from F to B, then perhaps he shouldn't expect much. He pulled the ribbon and decided to pull out the item and start absorbing souls. Light burst out of the box. The hero looked in surprise as someone jumped out of it. The small green goblin did a somersault and landed on the floor. The boy looked at it in shock. Sun Jun smiled and muttered what kind of Pokemon this was and whether it needed to be caught. The creature frowned, looking at the hero. Sun Jun dashed forward, stretching his hand out in front of him. The little animal dodged his palm at the last moment. The boy continued running forward, trying to catch his target. He pushed off the floor with explosive force. In his last attempt, he managed to grab the little animal. The hero smiled and shouted happily. The captured beast opened its mouth wide and screamed. Then it forcefully squeezed the boy's forearm with its teeth. Pain struck the boy's body, causing tears to appear in his eyes. The little beast jumped to the side. It frowned angrily and bared its fangs. The boy went into a furious frenzy and said that the enemy was quite cute, so he tried to be gentle with him. Jumping up, he said that now the little beast could expect no mercy. The boy made several dashes, but his target jumped very high. The hero looked up and thought. A moment later, the beast noticed that the boy had risen to his height. After somersaulting in the air, the boy looked at his target. He frowned and swung his right hand. His fist was approaching the little beast at high speed. The boy struck the beast's head with incredible force, dealing a critical blow. The place where it hit turned red. The little animal crumbled into pieces, revealing a necklace. The system congratulated the boy and said that he had drawn an item corresponding to the highest class in the random draw box. He looked at the prize and said that if it said the highest class, it meant that his item was Class B. The necklace emitted a blue glow. The system said that it was a pendant made of forged iron, which increased the effects of metallurgy skills and swordsmanship by 7%. And when mana was introduced, an exclusive effect of steel defense was activated, but temporary recovery was stopped since mana was spent to activate. The young man took the pendant in his hand. He looked at it and thought about its description. He poured energy into it and decided to check the effects. The next second, energy enveloped him. The system reported that the pendant activated an exclusive effect, as a result of which the skin began to absorb 10% of all physical damage. He exclaimed in surprise. The beams of light glinted on the surface of the pendant. The guy thought that this pendant had much better parameters than most class items, because it was equipped with both attack and defense, so it was truly a scam item. Putting it on his neck, he happily said that he did not expect anything from this prank, but ended up hitting the jackpot. Suddenly, he froze in place, noticing the messages there that all his mana was depleted, as a result of which the exclusive effect was disabled. He was confused but frowned and said that this exclusive skill absorbs mana at the speed of light. He tucked the pendant under his shirt and thought that he should save mana to use the pendant at a critical moment. He looked back at the system window and decided to check the status window of the unique characteristic that was recently assigned to rank D. The system asked him if he was ready to begin the trial on the 7th floor. The heroes looked up, not understanding what this was and whether there was usually a waiting period before the next challenge was issued. Standing in the middle of the room, he said that if it was possible to start the challenge a little faster, he didn't see anything wrong with it, and he wondered if the others' waiting time had disappeared. The system reported entering a community whose difficulty was high. The tower ghost asked if they knew that the waiting time had disappeared. Reading other people's comments, he decided that as he thought, everyone could now immediately begin the challenge. He pointed his finger at the system window and thought that no one cared about the waiting time having disappeared. After all, no one was particularly interested in the advantage of being the first mover, and the atmosphere in the community was one of desperately wanting to return home. He lowered his head and wondered if this was because most of them were low-ranking hunters. Looking closely at the comments, he thought that compared to the 6th floor, the manner of communication had changed a lot. He imagined the evil faces of people and thought that all these maniacs have now become quiet, and the next one is a personal test, so, by entering into a dialogue, no one will gain anything. With a calm expression on his face, he decided that he should also be wary of the murderous maniacs who use the lives of their comrades as simple tools for gaining profit, and most importantly, he hit his fist into his palm and said that he needed to develop skills that would not be shaken by any variables. Opening the system window, he looked at the description of the unique characteristic and looked at it in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he noticed that even more specifics were added to the description of the basic effect. Schematically imagining how souls turn into enhancement, magical power, and a protective shell, he thought that before, the main emphasis was on enhancing skills, but now souls can be used both as magical power and as a protective shell. He waved his hand, opening another window, and said that he hoped that something like an increase in the probability of obtaining a skill would appear, because anything can happen, so the ability to protect the body will never be superfluous. He pulled the sword out of the inventory. Throwing it into the air, he decided to check how effective the spiritual shield was. The hero put his hand to the side and said that he should risk it, because even if he cut off his hand, the waiting room was equipped with a healing buff anyway. The sword quickly spun, approaching him. At high speed, it approached the guy's wrist. The next second, a bright red flash lit up the space. The system reported that the spirit absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. The sword rose into the air again, energy swirled around it. The system also added that the player's soul had disappeared, and the number of souls in possession was 3 out of 30 positions. The young man looked at the hit site in surprise. Smiling, he decided that the effectiveness exceeded all his expectations. Heroes looked at the number of souls in his possession and said that it was better for him not to absorb all the souls, but to always have a couple in reserve to ensure his own protection. Heroes opened the board summing up the results of the trial. The system opened the player ranking table, on which Sunjun was in 4th place. Frowning slightly, he said that he had slipped to 4th place, and but it was a bit of a pity, but it was not so critical, because in order to receive the title of Pioneer, he only needed to enter the top 50. He warmed up and said that he was already tired while checking this and that, but he did not have time to delay further advancement. A portal opened in space. Heroes decided that it was time for him to challenge the next trial. In the darkness in front of him, system windows began to appear, informing him that the 7th floor high difficulty test was beginning, the theme of which would be proof, and 40 minutes were given for completion. The condition of the test was to pass 3 tests within the allotted time, and the conditions for failure, the death of the applicant or the expiration of the allotted time. As a reward for a successful breakthrough, he was guaranteed the skill of Grace of the Wind, and the penalty for failure was equal to death. The young man found himself in the middle of a dark corridor. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what kind of place this was, because the atmosphere was completely different from the previous tests. Walking straight, he thought there that he literally did not feel anyone's presence, and this irritated him greatly. His hair began to flutter in the wind. A bright light flashed at the end of the corridor. A wave of glow quickly overtook the young man, transferring him to the first test zone. The hero found himself in the middle of the desert. The system demanded that he prove that he had overcome all his fears. Looking around, he recognized the surroundings. An endless sand landscape stretched out before him. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The young man thought that everything was as he expected. In an instant, a giant sand wall rose up in front of him. The young man looked up and realized that it was a sand golem. He remembered that in order to successfully pass, he had to break through 3 trials in the remaining time, and he thought that this space was now a reproduction of the training trial, and this meant that during this trial, the 3 trials that he had already passed would be recreated. He frowned angrily, thinking that he could defeat the sand golem with his eyes closed, and wondered if that meant he would be on the 8th floor very soon. He noticed that a large amount of sand was falling down from the golem's shoulders. The monster was getting taller and taller, leaving the boy at the bottom. The boy looked up, noticing the giant monster, and said that he didn't remember the golem being this big to begin with. A bright light was shining in the monster's eye sockets. The boy smirked and thought that he felt like he had been enlarged 3 times. The golem raised its arm. It swung its right hand, slightly leaning towards the boy. The boy took out the sword and shield from his inventory, deciding to try and hit the empty head of the opponent. He rushed straight towards the golem's strike. Deviating from the trajectory, it ran up the arm. The hero frowned confidently. He quickly climbed up the sand, straight towards the monster's head. Finally, he made a dash and jumped away from the enemy's head. He thought that this was all very strange while he was upside down. Nu looked down at the golem and thought that the sand golem's weak point was the core, but he couldn't find it anywhere, and perhaps the more massive the golem, the deeper the core was hidden in its body. Shin quickly turned around and looked at him. The hero frowned tensely. The next second, the monster's hand was quickly approaching him. The golem grabbed him in midair. Sand continued to fall from his hand. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from his palm. The sand exploded, freeing the youth. The boy looked up and said that since he couldn't deal with the enemy in one blow, he should just cut him into pieces. He rushed into battle, delivering sweeping blows to the golem's body. He landed and slid across the sand. Sun Jiun looked at the wounds inflicted. He smirked slightly and thought that, as expected, he was just cutting him over and over again, and he needed that you did not find and destroy the core. The monster raised his hands and screamed loudly. The boy said that with his tactics he only attracted his anger. The monster sank to the ground, resting his feet on it. His ankles sank into the sand. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, looking ahead. Quickly straightening up, the monster raised his foot to trample the hero. The boy rushed from the spot, surprised at what was happening. He looked back in fear and said that dodging the blow is not a problem, but if that sand wave falls. The monster's foot quickly approached the sand. The boy quickly ran away from the resulting sand wave. He lost his balance when the shock wave caught up with him. A huge sand explosion thundered in the middle of the desert. Dust and sand began to settle. A golem appeared from behind the curtain. The young man was half buried in the sand. He smiled evilly and said that he was furious. Rising from the ground, he looked at the golem. The young man held his sword in front of him. The golem walked towards him, holding his hands in front of him. The young man began to emit streams of aura using 3 absolutes. The system opened the description of the skill. The hero flew past the golem at incredible speed, cutting off its arm. The monster looked back at the lost limb in surprise. Landing, the guy dealt a few more blows. He cut off its arm with just one attack. He immediately remembered the Dark Knight and thought that when he encountered the so-called floor implantation, he was very angry. Smiling, he also added that now he should probably thank that knight for intruding on that trial. The monster's arm began to recover. The hero thought that although this golem was recovering with the help of sand, he should still continue to cut with his sword until his core was found. The monster bowed down, heading towards the guy. The boy challenged him and said that he should try to recover after the next one. With a deft movement, he cut the sand body. A moment later, another cut appeared. The boy ran past the golem, cutting off all of its limbs. The monster began to recover again. The tired guy frowned and insulted him, after which he wondered later where his core was. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Standing in front of the golem, the boy calmly asked when he managed to become such a cutie. The golem suddenly fell into a stupor. He blushed embarrassedly, hearing for the first time that he was cute. The young man noticed that the golem had shrunk and thought that the resource called sand, which the golem's body was made of, could not be extracted from the environment indefinitely, which is why it had apparently shrunk so much. He looked down and thought of something. A mad smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the sword and asked the golem if it wanted to lose some more weight. The monster opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Vidya didn't particularly like the continuation. The opponents headed towards each other. The young man turned in the air, approaching the fist. He did a roundhouse kick, destroying the monster's right arm. The hero clenched his teeth hard, quickly moving forward. He rushed past the monster at incredible speed, cutting it into several pieces. The golem's fragments fell onto the sand. He moved his head and wheezed quietly. Having shrunk even more, he restored his body. The golem growled and looked up. The boy frowned slightly when he found the core. He looked at the crystal on the monster's back and thought that the body was covered in a thick layer of sand, so it was extremely difficult to reach forward, and added that he thought about 10 minutes had passed, and there were only 40 minutes to complete the 7th floor trial, and it would probably be better to speed up. Suddenly, he noticed a blow approaching quickly. At the last moment, the boy dodged its trajectory. He continued to dodge the golem's attacks, saying that after the crash diet, he had become much more agile. He rushed behind the monster and said that although he wanted to play with it longer, he did not have time for this. A moment later, the boy pierced the monster's core. The golem opened its mouth and let out a scream. The core shattered into several pieces. The guy frowned. The system reported that he had proven that he had overcome his fear, and the first test had been successfully completed. The golem's body began to crumble to the ground. A bright flash appeared in the air. The young man looked around in surprise, noticing the disappearance of the surrounding space. Frowning, he thought that this was excellent. He stretched out his hand and pulled the golem's spirit along with him. The flow of the soul was attracted to his palm. The young man tried not to let go. A notification appeared above the guy's palm that the absorption had failed. He frowned in confusion and said that the increase in skill had also flown down the drain. The system reported entering the second test zone. The guy found himself in the middle of a burning location. A monster's corpse was lying next to him. The system demanded proof that he had become wiser. He frowned deeply, recognizing the surroundings. An orc village was burning outside and their corpses lay everywhere, that the previous tests were happening again. He lifted the curtain and went outside. The next second, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man noticed that the orc was bowing down in front of his dead comrade. And watching what was happening, he thought that these were orc rangers, and that during the test on the second floor, he destroyed the orc village, so now the subsequent events were unfolding in front of him. Monster touched the artery on the neck of his dead comrade. He sternly looked up at the young man. The orc shook with anger and let out a dull squeak. His eyes were bloodshot. He rose to his feet and let out a loud roar. The young man realized that he was going berserk again, a phenomenon often observed in monsters overcome by anger. He lowered his hands and added that an orc in a berserk state is no longer a hot monster like Irango, so he was very unlucky. The orcs rushed to attack with a battle cry. They were quickly approaching the young man. He frowned sternly and said that they, monsters, should not show the pain of losing a family member. The system reported the activation of the instant acceleration skill and the triple absolute skill. The hero jumped up with explosive force and said that they should not do this, at least in front of him. The orc fell to his knees. The commander of this squad was kneeling in front of the youth, quietly squeaking. The monster was breathing heavily, keeping its head down. Its comrades were lying everywhere next to it. The boy looked at him with disdain and asked the monster there if it felt disgusting, because he was standing there and just watching his family die, unable to do anything. The monster went berserk again. He rose to his feet and swung his right hand. The hero dodged his attack. Energy flashed in his pupils. With a quick dash, the boy decapitated his opponent. He exhaled heavily. The system reported that he had proven that he had become wiser, thus completing the second test. Looking back, the boy thought that this time he could not hesitate. He extended his hand and began to collect souls. He was pulled into the portal again. The system reported the successful absorption of all the orc spirits, as a result of which the mastery was increased by 6% and the number of souls rose to 19 units. The hero clenched his fist with a smile. The system issued a notification that the mastery of the Hunter's Dagger skill had reached 100%, so the skill had increased to the next rank. Also, the instant acceleration skill had risen one sub-rank higher. The system notified him of entering the third test zone, where he must prove that he had overcome his doubts. The guy looked ahead and said that this time his brain would definitely be blown away. He found himself on a long path in the middle of the water. Greatly surprised, he realized that this was the battle platform of the 6th floor. She looked back and said that since the previous zones were reconstructions of the 1st and 2nd floors, he thought there would be a double from the 3rd floor. He remembered the previous test and said that he was not surprised if such an ignorant test was labeled as wisdom, and he was really going if he hoped to see at least some common sense in the test tower. The young man opened his inventory and took a life potion from there. With a slight movement, he opened the bottle. The guy tipped the bottle over and drank the contents. The potion worked instantly, healing him. He looked at the bottle in his hand. Throwing it into the ocean, he said that he was littering a little in the test tower. A moment later, a giant wave rose behind him. Powerful splashes of water threw up the concrete slabs of the path. The heroes frowned in surprise and said that he only threw a tiny bottle. The system reported the activation of the killer's cloak, increasing movement speed by 15 points. He rushed away from the approaching danger. The boy frowned and thought that the tests that had been played so far were repeating the existing rules, which meant that in order to pass this test, he needed to find and occupy the red tile of the stronghold. The water waves rose up, creating different shapes. The boy also added that until he found the tile, he should not touch this water under any circumstances. Running further and further, he decided that his speed was higher because the wave could not catch up with him. Frowning in surprise, he decided that this was great, because he had to move in the same direction. A powerful splash of water threw the tile under the boy's feet. Falling down, he touched the water, as a result of which his strength, agility, endurance were reduced by 10 points, and the duration of the penalty was equal to 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The water continued to throw up concrete slabs. The guy thought that he even had an idea that the tiles would remain in the same order. Being in the air, he added that it was a kind of hope that there was at least some common sense in the testing tower. He gritted his teeth and used instant acceleration. Leaning against the slab, he made a powerful jerk. With quick movements, he bounced off the next 2 slabs. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he never expected that he could die in such a place. He continued to push off the slabs on his way, running further and further. Noticing a red pad, he headed towards it. Looking at his target, he thought it was the red slab of the stronghold. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that soon, finally, this annoying test would end. The introductory surface swirled into a whirlpool. Several streams of liquid rose into the air at once in order to hinder him. The water spun like a corkscrew and flew over him. The boy said that now the testing tower decided to go completely crazy. He made 2 jerks and headed towards the red plate. Smiling slightly, he realized that there was very little left. The spinning liquid was quickly heading after him. The hero noticed the danger from behind. A powerful blow of the liquid hit him right on the back. The boy's vision clouded over as the water absorbed him. Scarlet energy flared behind him. Streams of dark aura spread through the air. The system reported that the spirit absorbed the damage done to the user, as a result of which one of the orc souls disappeared. More and more energy was growing. It stopped the flow of water. Another orc soul disappeared. The boy looked back and thought that he clearly felt the shockwave, but right before the blow could cause him any damage, the shield blocked it. The hero did a somersault in the air and flew to the side. Having landed, he quickly ran away. The streams of water went after him, when suddenly the remaining time was over. The water froze, the exclusive effect of the killer cloak was turned off. The guy frowned in confusion and thought that now he already had no mana, and if the instant acceleration failed, then it would be the end for him. He gathered scarlet energy in his palm. The hero threw the ball into his mouth. Having pushed it into his mouth, he frowned slightly. An aura began to emanate from his chest into the dark. The system reported that he needed to replenish his mana using the spirit of the orc. The guy thought that this was great, and that his strength had returned. The streams of water, swirling, continued to move. The guy quickly ran away from them. He looked at the red tile and thought that there was very little left. Suddenly, a column of water appeared in front of his face. He opened his mouth in surprise and cursed. The streams of water quickly caught up with him. While he stood in a stupor with his arms crossed, he made a dash forward, wanting to take a risk. The guy entered the liquid. His silhouette began to blur under the streams of water. He broke free from the other side, exhaling heavily. The system reported that the orc spirit had disappeared. The guy was in the air right above the waves of water. Flying down upside down, he bent down heavily. The guy tried to group himself and screamed loudly. He looked at the floor in fear, screaming shrilly. The floor was quickly approaching him. After a little while, the guy hit the concrete with incredible force. 2 orc souls disappeared. He had 12 units left. A large amount of dust rose in the air. The dust cleared. The young man lay in a mark on the surface. He opened his eyes in surprise, noticing something. Swirling waves hung right above him. Their tips twitched, confusing the guy. The system reported that he had proven that he had overcome his doubts. As a result of something, these tests were successfully completed. The water appendage began to lose its shape. A huge amount of water fell on the guy. Being wet, he squinted his eyes and thought that this was a damn test and that it was completed, but for some reason he had to suffer until the last second. Suddenly, system notifications appeared, reporting that he had overcome the 7th floor of the test tower, and as a reward for breaking through, the skill of the Grace of the Wind was received. 15,000 points were awarded and speed boots were sent to his inventory, after which the system reported that he was going to the waiting room. The hero headed into the portal. The spatial gate emitted a light blue light. The young man went to the waiting room. He threw off his coat. Slightly lowering his head, he remembered the past test. The young man frowned deeply and realized that he was close to failure. He bit his lip and thought that in the current situation, he was a little anxious to go to the 8th floor right away, because he did not think that he would continue to be so lucky in the future. Suddenly, he raised his head, feeling a shaking. The system windows opened in front of him. Notifications reported that the number of applicants who passed the tests on the 7th floor exceeded 1,000 people. So the expansion of the system began, the skill store was opened, and an intersection was created in the test, as a result of which a permanent return was possible, and the floor implementation system was activated. Looking at these messages, he thought that this was all what was expected with great impatience, but Cherry Prepare is different. He frowned, noticing the messages that he was the president, who was called the pioneer on all the previous floors, as a result of which he was entitled to choose the halo. The boy imagined a silhouette of a man with bright rays of light coming from him, and thought that the eagle was an advantage that could only be obtained if the applicant had the title of pioneer on all previous floors. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the system notification that the halo affected the unique characteristics and skills of the applicant. So he had to choose wisely. The young man wondered later, had he ever given the tower such advice, because it must mean that the halo was something important. The system gave him a choice of 3 halos: ruler, hunter, and monk. The hero crossed his arms, looking at this, and said that he needed to read the description first. He opened the description of the ruler's halo, which said that this is a halo that has different performance depending on the person, and, in fact, it is closer to the universal type than the specialized type, and is closely related to the unique characteristics of the applicant. The potential is greatly increased for abilities such as combat, growth, support, and production, and the unique strength of skills is the synthesis of skills, so this is the most suitable halo for the current applicant. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that it affects all skills and even the unique characteristic. Looking closely at the last lines, he thought that the tower was openly saying that this is the most suitable halo for him. He poked his finger at the system window and said that he needed to look at other options. The system opened the description of the hunter's halo, which said that anyone can easily adapt to this halo. It is closely related to improving characteristics and skills, and the effect of the halo greatly increases the level of skill and stats. The unique power is to increase the level, and this halo is also perfect for the current challenger. The hero looked at the writing with distrust and was surprised that this choice was also not bad. He opened the description of the monk's halo. The system said that this is a halo that is strongly influenced by talent and perseverance, and the longer a person invests, the stronger he will become. But this takes time and talent, and if a person does not have talent, all efforts may be useless. The unique power of the halo is the path of practice, and this halo is not recommended for the current challenger. He waved his hands, dividing the system window into 3, and said that this halo is definitely not for him, so he needs to make a choice in favor of one of the remaining 2. So he lowered his hand and decided to choose it. He pointed his finger at the system window. Shining rays appeared behind him. The system reported that he had chosen the ruler's eagle, and the special effect of the ruler's halo launched the evolution of unique characteristics. She showed him the possibility of developing into the field of necromancy and said that he could begin to summon or, as a result, be able to use absorbed spirits to revive powerful skeletons. Then she showed him in the form of a magic swordsman and said that his talent for the sword and magic would increase, and the ability to acquire the corresponding skills would increase 3-fold. Then the system showed him in the form of a blacksmith and said that he could also go the way of the creator, and in this case, the talent for creating items would increase, and the ability to acquire skills related to production would increase 3-fold. The young man looked at these options in surprise. He touched his finger to the system window. They say that he has nothing to even think about. He looked closely at the system windows, reporting that the summoner attribute had been added to the unique characteristics of necromancy. Due to this, some effects were modified, and new detailed effects were added. Then the unique ability of skill synthesis was created. The dark energy swirled and began to gather into the youth. The system opened the status window. The hero stepped onto the floor, happy with the end. He looked down as the energy continued to gather in his chest, and thought that the eagle was finally created. The hero poked his finger at the system window, opening the description of the unique ability, skill synthesis, the effect of which allows you to select 2 desired skills and combine them. And if the skill levels differ during the use of the effect, the skill of the higher rank becomes the center of the synthesis. Sun Jun opened his mouth in surprise and thought that by combining useless skills, you can create something new. The thought flashed through his mind that this was really a jackpot. The system asked him to look at the list of skills and select the material to create the synthesis from the skills currently available. The hero looked at the list of his abilities and thought about what to combine. He touched his chin and began to search for skills that he does not use. The hero chose the skill of contempt for the weak and continue the battle. The system asked him if he wanted to continue. The young man pressed the button and decided to continue. The synthesis window of the bright lit up. The system reported the completion of the synthesis of skills. A bright light illuminated the boy's face. The skill of force breakthrough was created. The young man looked at the description of the skill in surprise. The system reported that the skill allows you to break through unknown forms of restraint, such as skills and unique characteristics, but the user's magic must be higher than the level of magic used for restraint. The hero could not understand how this happened. He thought that he combined 2 lower skills, and that he expected to get an E rank skill, but got a D rank. He smiled happily and decided that this was a really mind-blowing skill. He pointed his finger at the system window. I live to try again. The system asked him to select the material for synthesis again. The hero chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. The next second, he again agreed to continue the synthesis. The system window lit up brightly again. The guy smiled impatiently, expecting a new result. A strong eye skill of rank E was created, which allowed one to provide oneself with some visibility even in bad conditions. The guy fell into a stupor and said that, it turns out, the skill created now was only 1 step higher than those chosen for synthesis. He looked up and thought about what the reason for this was. He mentally imagined the 2 previous skills and thought that they went well together. Then he imagined the 2 skills crossed with each other this time and thought that their combination was not the best. From a first glance it was clear that they were completely incompatible with each other. He fell heavily onto the bed. Looking at the ceiling, he said that he had come a long way from holding the status of a pioneer to receiving the reward of the areola, but for some reason he felt a little strange. Lying on the bed, he wondered if he had really achieved everything through his own efforts, or if he had just been lucky with a unique characteristic. The hero was silent for a second. He jumped to his place and decided that he couldn't lie around doing nothing, thinking about all sorts of nonsense, because it would be much better if he checked the reward he had received. He looked at the description of the skill of the Grace of the Wind, the effect of which allowed him to increase all speeds by 10%. The system reported that this skill could be stacked, reproducing up to 7 times. However, when the limit was reached, a 24-hour cooldown would automatically be activated. Looking at the description, he said that increasing all speeds, this is amazing, and he will also be able to stack this skill 7 times, which means, lost in his thoughts, he thought that he would be able to increase any speed by 70%. The hero imagined himself running forward at incredible speed. The young man imagined a bright glow and thought that this skill does not consume mana at all. Sitting on the bed, he said with a smile that the grace of the wind is essentially a skill that has no downsides. He opened the inventory and looked at the boots. He put on new shoes. The guy looked at the new thing with a smile. The system reported that these are speed boots that increase attack speed by 3% and movement speed by 5%. The young man said that all the rewards on the 7th floor are related to speed, and he is incredibly happy with this arrangement. Suddenly, the system reported that the skill store was entered and that it displays a list of skills available for purchase. Sun Ji-yoon looked at the list and said that, contrary to his expectations, the quality of the store leaves much to be desired, after which he thought that in addition to this, the prices are also incredibly high. He shook his head and was indignant at being asked to pay 8,000 for an instant boost. He pressed the buy button and said that he needed a skill related to magic. The hero imagined coins falling while looking at the messages that he had purchased the magic circuit skill, as a result of which 15,000 points were debited from his account, and he also bought magic resistance for 12,000 points. The system reported that the magic resistance skill grants an effect due to which resistance to magic is created throughout the body. Resistance to other people's magic is increased, but if he does not have the magic circuit skill, the effect is significantly reduced. He recalled the past battle and thought that now that he has the resilience skill, he will not be caught off guard by something like the unique characteristic of heart fusion, which had caused him a hard time in the past. He opened the description of the magic chain skill. His body began to release mana. The magic chain was engraved on his body. The guy gritted his teeth, feeling the heat throughout his body. He began to glow brighter and brighter, emitting powerful streams. The sheet swayed strongly in the air. After a while, it sagged. The guy lowered his legs to the floor. Getting up from the bed, he said that he felt a strong lightness. He took a few steps forward. Sun Ji-yoon stopped in the middle of the room. He lowered his gaze. The youth raised his leg, which was covered in mana. A moment later, he slammed it onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Without taking his eyes off what was happening, he was very surprised. The floor under his foot was shattered. The guy thought that the mana used randomly formed a chain and strengthened his physical abilities. He smiled, clenched his fist, and was glad that he made a good purchase. The hero opened the system window. The system reported that he could use the spirit of the deceased to resurrect the dead nearby, and that at the time of resurrection, the level of the dead would be proportional to the quality and quantity of souls absorbed. The youth said that he was curious about this new ability to summon the dead. He waved off the notification and said that it would be better for him to familiarize himself with it in practice. He placed his hands on his waist and exhaled heavily. He pressed his lips together and considered what decision he should make. The hero frowned sternly and said that he should think about whether to challenge the next floor right now or return to the ground. The dark-haired man was looking at his phone, nervously shaking his leg, and was indignant at the fact that there was no response. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had approached him. A plump man with his team approached him and asked the guy if he was able to gather a team. They were sitting next to a giant gate. The man also said that he should hand over the permission to enter the portal to them. He smiled evilly and added that if the raid in the dungeon did not begin after the specified time, the right to enter would be automatically revoked, so he could just take the appropriate fee and hand the pass over to them. The guy frowned tensely, recognizing the guys who had approached him. He raised his head excitedly and said that he had no intention of handing over his pass to anyone. The men immediately insulted him. The interlocutor grabbed his head and said with a smile that there were a lot of hunters in the park, but no one was eager to join his team. Smiling widely, he mockingly said that he was only an E-rank hunter. The young man was stunned when he heard the question of whether he thought anyone would want to be on the same team with trash like him. The man, along with his team, looked at the guy ominously. The surrounding people discussed how he was being too cheeky, but telling the honest truth. Suddenly, everyone froze in place when someone asked if the team was still recruiting. Sun Ji-yoon walked through the crowd. He held out his ID and introduced himself. Frowning, the guy asked if this was enough to join the team. The saddened man stood up from the bench and said that he completely satisfied all the requirements. The evil man put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he didn't see the line of people waiting or if he didn't understand what was going on at all. The boy let out a sigh and smiled. The man got angry when he heard the words that if he was unhappy with something, he should also apply for the Chiaowan team. The man was very indignant about this. Suddenly, the guy became completely serious and threateningly told the man to remove his hand from his shoulder before it was broken. The guy immediately released his aura, surprising everyone around him. The man turned pale and immediately removed his hand from his shoulder. He frowned in surprise, wondering what kind of energy this was and if he was really a C-rank hunter like himself. The man's allies admired this energy with a smile, thinking that it was released by their captain. The man smiled nervously and thought that this was not his doing. He put his hand to his mouth, awkwardly saying that since there were representatives from the Hunters Association around, he would tolerate such a prank this time. As he walked away, he said that the boy was just lucky. Xiaowen grabbed his head and wondered why everything was going wrong from the start. He looked up at the boy in surprise. The boy called him by name. The boys were standing opposite each other. The hero said that judging by the situation, he felt like he wouldn't be able to find anyone else to join his team, so they shouldn't drag it out and just enter the portal. Xiaolwen pointed at himself and the boy with a shocked face and asked if he wanted to go in a two-man team. The boys entered. Xiaolwen grabbed the sword and quickly looked back, saying that they actually entered. The hero looked back at him and said that he didn't need to worry about anything so much since he could deal with most of the D-rank monsters. The other man looked at him in surprise. He raised his hand, looked at the boy and asked if the boy had said before that it was his first time in a dungeon. The boy confirmed this and thought that in essence, the trial tower and dungeons were the same thing. The man frowned and said that at first glance his words might seem tactless to him, but their lives were at stake, so he should listen to him carefully. The boy looked at him silently while the man asked him who he thought had the highest mortality rate in the dungeon, an E-rank hunter or a C-rank hunter. The man frowned and said that at first glance it might seem like the E-rank hunter would be the one most likely to die, but in reality, C-rank hunters had a higher mortality rate. He imagined two fighters and said that E-rank hunters were extremely cautious because they knew they were weak, while hunters of a higher rank were overconfident in their strength. He then imagined the spears killing the second hunter and said that the fatality rate was extremely high for that rank. The man then imagined them getting into an accident in a car and said that the same could be said about driving, since the more confident the driver was, the higher the chance of getting into an accident. He lowered his head and said that a place called a dungeon was much more dangerous than the boy thought. He raised his hand and added that since the boy had risked entering the dungeon without a tank and a healer, he became even more worried about this overconfidence. The hero replied that there was logic in those words. The man looked at his face and added that although he was an E-rank hunter, he had a lot of experience visiting dungeons, so he could take on the role of leader of this group. Sun Jun frowned slightly and thought that he also wanted to be the leader. The man bowed after hearing the agreement and thanked the boy for understanding, then said that he was doing this for everyone's safety, so he hoped his offer did not spoil anyone's mood. Words echoed throughout the cave that they needed to continue on their way. The young man decided to trust him. Suddenly, a lizardman appeared in front of them. The man tensely clenched his teeth and said that these monsters are known for skillfully using various types of weapons, so they were unlucky that he was their opponent. He took the lizardman with both hands and said that for starters, he would draw all the attention of this creature to himself, and the hero would attack him immediately on signal as soon as the lizard opened its back. He watched what was happening, thinking that he needed to see how an experienced hunter would deal with such a situation. He opened his mouth and rushed into battle. The man frowned tensely and ran towards him. Suddenly, they stopped a few meters away from each other. The man began to swing the blade in different directions. He continued to strike the air. The guy suddenly realized what was happening. Watching the captain, he thought that they were now measuring strength. He frowned and added that a temporary return to Earth takes only 3 days, and now he has to lose precious time because of some insignificant lizard. The man suddenly looked back at him. The guy stepped forward and apologized. Because he was forced to intervene, the man tried to stop him, saying that it could be dangerous. The hero jumped up, using instant acceleration. A moment later, he cut the lizard into many pieces. Xiaolwen Balshok, seeing what happened. The young man looked at the parts of the monster and said that he intervened because he was in a hurry. The man looked down at the corpse and said that he understood everything perfectly, because he could have his own reasons for this. The hero also said that he would like to make one suggestion, after which he asked if he could voice his thought. The man immediately nodded and asked to tell everything as it is. The boy pointed at himself and asked him to take the lead. The crowd of lizardmen rushed forward, shouting loudly. The boy rushed past them, cutting down several. The monsters looked back, noticing this. They rushed to attack, but the boy rose into the air, dodging it. Sun Jiun pierced one of them from behind. The man watched in surprise. He looked at the concentrated face of the boy and thought that this was just a one-sided massacre. The lizardman struck again, but missed and cut off the head of his comrade. The hero struck again. With a deft movement of his hand, he decapitated the lizard. The man watched everything with his mouth open, thinking that he probably got to witness the battle of a super rookie who would shake up the hunting industry in the future. The hero plunged his blade into the body of one of the lizards. He took out a green D-rank mana crystal. He threw it into the man's bag with the others. Xiaolwen looked back and said that other than acting as a porter, he was of no use and then apologized for that. One of the lizards approached the guy from behind at incredible speed while he was discussing with the man how much profit each would get. The hero slightly tilted his head, letting the sword pass by. He turned around and swung his left hand. With a single blow, he threw the beast up. He smashed its head against the ceiling of the cave. Rock fragments fell next to the guy. The man grabbed his head, watching in horror. The entire cave was covered in blood. The young man said that they needed to discuss this outside, because if they let their guard down, they could end up in a dangerous situation. He brushed the blood away. The man apologized to him. He began to absorb the souls of the lizards and thought that he needed to pretend to yawn and absorb all the souls at this time. There was an increase of 0.07%, and that with D-class monsters, he would be increasing the mastery of his unique characteristic for a very long time. Suddenly, a scarlet portal opened. The guys looked back at it. The man thought that being only the two of them, they were able to reach the portal leading to the boss room. He smiled and thought that he did not even have a thought about completing the raid on the boss, or to be more precise, from the very beginning he thought that it would be a great success if they overcome at least half of the dungeon. He looked at the guy from behind and added that he thought the man in front of him was quite capable of clearing the dungeon completely. The hero looked back and asked if the man was okay with this arrangement if they were to invade the boss's room now. The man answered in the affirmative and said that the guy should take a break for a while. The young man reassured him, saying that there was no need for that because he was perfectly fine. A man's voice was heard near the portal and he agreed to enter the portal. They found themselves in front of a giant lizard sitting on a throne. The monster rested his hands on the throne. The young man said that as he had predicted, the king of the lizards was waiting for them in this place. The ally looked at him and asked what he was going to do. The hero asked for some time to think. The man frowned anxiously and asked if the guy wanted to say that he had no clear plan of action. The monster immediately jumped up from his place. The guy smiled and said that it happened just in time. The lizard was approaching them at an incredible speed. The guy frowned in surprise. He made a few dashes back, dodging the spear strikes. Dodging another blow, he thought that the monster was very fast and, surprisingly, considering his size. He frowned and looked up at his opponent. The next second the young man found himself behind the lizard. The guy swung his blade and thought that it was not fast enough for him to match the pace of the fight. The monster immediately attacked him with its tail on the body. The lizard threw the guy to the end of the cave. The man grabbed his head and screamed the guy's name in fear. The young man kicked away a block of stone. Dark energy swirled around his body. The system reported that the spirit had absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. The hero smiled and said that this is a good way to test new skills. The man said with tears in his eyes that he thought the guy was dead. The lizard looked at the enemy with an angry expression. Sun Jiun climbed onto the boulder and asked the enemy what had happened and if he cared that not a single stone was left of his throne. The lizard's throne was heavily damaged. The youth asked if he thought it was an ominous omen. The monster threw a copy into the ground and released an aura. Raising its head, it released a powerful beam from its mouth. The youth's limbs were immediately shackled by chains. He was affected by the skill of a slow wave, as a result of which his speed was reduced by 25%. A green sphere cut off the chain. The youth activated a force breakthrough. A pleasant colored energy swirled around his body. The system announced the removal of the slow. The lizard opened its mouth in surprise, noticing this. The guy exhaled heavily and thought that the skill was the result of synthesis, so he had some doubts about it, but the effectiveness was high. Suddenly, the monster turned his gaze to the side. A quiet groan was heard in the cave. The man, bound with chains, fell to the ground and said that his body did not obey. He was scared, but looked at his ally and asked for help. The monster looked at him and growled. The guy frowned in surprise, realizing what was about to happen. The monster turned around and ran towards the man. The hero gritted his teeth, rushed after him and shouted that he was the lizard's rival. Moving at high speed, he tried to catch up with the lizard. Looking at the monster from behind, he thought that the distance was too great. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. His pupils turned scarlet, and he used the summoning of the dead. Two skeletons appeared right in front of the monster. They opened their mouths and rushed to attack. The lizard defeated them without much trouble. The guy watched the bones fall and thought that they were not strong enough to stop such a giant, but nevertheless, he was able to win a second with their help. Having summed up the skill of the Grace of the Wind by 60%, he chopped the monster into several pieces and thought that this second saved a human life. The lizard's face froze with an open mouth. The system announced his death. Streams of dark energy gathered in one point. The system reported that the guy used the absorption of the spirit of the Lizard King to permanently increase stats, as a result of which his strength, agility, endurance, mana and durability were increased by different amounts of points. The hero looked at his chest in surprise. The system also reported the absorption of one of the Lizard King's skills, the Spiritual Eye. The man yawned widely. He looked in front of him and said that except for the fact that all three portals appeared at the same time for power, nothing special happened. He looked back at his subordinate and asked if they noticed anything unusual. The interlocutor answered negatively. The leader, looking at the portal, thought that everything was as usual, because after the hunters of the first squad made a partial raid in the open portal and went outside, the attacking team of the Hunter Association would have to break into the dungeon and finish off the boss. He sat down on the back of the bench and said that it seemed like everyone was in the same Hunter Association, but he did not understand why only their team did not have a commission fee. After which he insulted the members of the attacking team and said that he was very jealous. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with anticipation of monetary payment. The man said that if the advance squad completely cleared the portals in the first quarter, then their control team would be able to get their share. Suddenly, he sadly lowered his eyebrows. Smiling slightly, he thought that this would only be possible within a rank hunter and wondered if there was even one high-class hunter who would pull off such a crazy stunt. Suddenly, Xiaowen and Sun Jiun appeared from the portal. The leader looked back. Hearing the shout that the advance party of the third portal had finished clearing, the leader was surprised that it was so fast. The subordinate tried to accompany the guy. The leader was surprised that they went to raid the dungeon with only the two of them, meaning that this group couldn't even get halfway there. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing something. The portal behind them began to disappear. He opened his mouth in shock, thinking that the portal that had become colorless meant that. The man smiled widely and finished his thought by saying that the boss's room had been completely cleared. Stumbling, he ran towards the guy. The man, breathing heavily, asked the young man if they had really cleared the dungeon completely. The hero asked him who he was to ask such questions. The interlocutor adjusted his suit and said with a smile that he forgot to introduce himself, after which he gave his name and said that he was the leader of the portal control group from the Hunters Association, who had arrived in this place to monitor the portals that had suddenly appeared in this park. Xiaowen intervened in the conversation and asked if they had arrived later, that they wanted to buy the rights to occupy the portal. The man confirmed this and said that he wanted to make an offer to the two of them to sell. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that Xiaowen was not the one who had the right to make decisions in this matter. The leader was very surprised when he was told that the young man had captured this dungeon alone. He recoiled and asked in shock if he really did the cleanup alone, since that meant he was a rank hunter. The guy interrupted him and said that he was a C rank hunter, and that he thought that was not the most important thing right now, after which he asked him to get closer to the point. He frowned and asked how much he wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal for, after which he thought that if it became known that he came from the test tower, then it would add unnecessary problems. The leader coughed and said that if we return to the main thread of the conversation, then their team wants to propose something. The hero frowned in surprise. Hearing the words, he said that they wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal from them for 1,200,000,000 won. A huge stack of papers fell on the table. The girl sat down heavily on them and said that it was very hard for her, because after returning from the tower, all she did was work like a horse. Suddenly, she noticed something. She picked up the phone and wondered who was calling her at such a late hour. The girl looked at the phone screen in surprise. A little earlier, she looked over her left shoulder. The girl looked at the nameplate with the manager's name. She remembered standing in front of three men who said that without a doubt, this incident would lead to revolutionary changes, and then she thought that everyone at the top was really worried. She held her head and said that even if the applicants were hiding their identities, she still didn't think it would be so difficult to win them over. She looked down sadly. She added that she hadn't even managed to recruit 10 people, and all of these applicants were low level, so it was not enough to satisfy the top management. She looked out the window and said that if she thought about it, she had no idea what that person was doing. She remembered how the boy cut down the goblins one by one and thought that the boy was so strong that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he cleared the 4th floor alone. She touched the glass and regretted that she did not propose to him right away. Suddenly, she was distracted by a notification on her phone. She picked it up and wondered who was calling her at such a late hour. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the phone screen. Sun Jun had texted her and asked if they could meet up if she had already returned. The boy's balance was 1,291,600,000 won. The boy carefully looked at the phone screen and said that he had earned almost 1,300,000,000 won, and he still could not believe that it was true. He was sitting in a cafe, saying that he felt amazing, when suddenly a golden bell rang. The tired girl flew inside. She noticed her hours waving his hand at her. The girl grabbed her head, approaching the table. The guy thought that she ran with all her might and said that she did not have to hurry so much. Sitting opposite him, she said that he did not even answer her message. The guy blushed, hearing the words that she waited for his answer for a very long time. He sweated nervously and apologized, after which he said that he never read it because he was in a hurry. Smiling, she pointed at him with her fingers and said that then he should treat her to a cup of coffee and cheesecake. The hero replied that she could order whatever she wanted. A little while later, a cup of coffee appeared on the table. The guys sat opposite each other. The girl asked if the guy was going to climb to the top floors of the test tower. The hero replied that he was going to continue his climb in the tower. To be honest, he contacted her because he had a request. He looked her in the eye and said that he needed to join a guild so that he could attack a dungeon during his short return from the trial tower, but he had some conditions. He imagined various hunters and said that the first condition was the right to refuse a summons to the guild. He then imagined the trial tower and added that the second condition was not to interfere with his personal affairs related to the tower, and the third was permission to use the guild's dungeons at any time. The young man also asked if there was a guild that would be willing to satisfy all of these conditions. The young man frowned slightly and wondered if the atmosphere was strange and if he had overdone it. He suddenly flinched when he heard his name. The girl tilted her head and said that the conditions he proposed were absolutely impossible to fulfill, since from the guild's point of view, they did not get anything. She touched his hand, interrupting his words about how he had probably asked for too much. She stood up at her place and looked him in the eyes. Their fingers intertwined. The girl said that he could join her guild. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that she would make these impossible conditions feasible. The young man was lying on the roof of the bus, recalling the past conversation. His hair was fluttering in the wind. The young man said that from raiding the dungeon to selling the right to occupy, and plus joining the guild, yesterday he lived an extremely productive day. Looking up at the sky, he said that anyway, to join the ranks of the guild, there was one task left to complete. He suddenly plunged into the memories of the past conversation. The girl said that he should clear a C-rank dungeon alone, because he should demonstrate his abilities, so that it would be easier for her to convince the higher management, because the privilege of free use of the guild dungeons is not available to everyone. The boy looked into her eyes and thought that her words meant that not everyone could bathe in cream using the White Guild dungeon. It had to be at least a rising star or a hunter who had high hopes. He frowned and said that they could prepare everything necessary for the cleanup. They shook hands. The girl added that she would make sure that he would never regret his decision. Standing up, he said that as a warm-up, he thought it would be worthwhile to start jogging from this place. He rested his hand on the roof of the bus. Rising to his feet, he bowed his head. The boy looked up and made a powerful dash forward. People noticed something flying above them at high speed. The girl came to the open gate. She smiled and said that she came to confirm the reservation for the assault on the portal, which would take place in an hour. The interlocutor looked at the tablet and glanced at the girl's ID, after which he said that the attendance was confirmed. He pointed to the resting place and said that there was still a lot of time, so she could sit under this canopy. The girl thanked him. A moment later, she looked back, noticing the guy running up, and in our surprise that she was already there. He looked around. After a little while, the lagging airflow caught up with him. A strong wind began to blow away people and standing furniture. The guy awkwardly adjusted the fallen chairs and apologized, saying that he ran too fast, so it seemed like a shockwave arose. The girl smiled awkwardly and thought about whether he wanted to say that the wind rose simply because of fast running, after which he said that he came quite early. The young man looked at the gate, while the girl wondered what kind of person he was there. She pointed to the portal and said that she had already passed all the checks, so he could let her know when he was ready. The boy replied that he could start the raid right now, because he didn't care. They entered the portal and found themselves in the middle of a wheat field. The guys looked around. The boy was surprised that they were in a field. He turned to the girl and said that if she was in danger, she should immediately let him know this. She replied that she would be completely fine. She touched her chest and presented her necklace, after which she said that she was wearing an artifact that was given to her by the guild because it was an item that had a shield function and a weak invisibility effect. Heian looked at it and said that if she attracted the attention of monsters, she would help him to some extent, so she would try to stay as far away from the battlefield as possible. The hero walked forward, telling her that now he could fight without worrying about anything. He was enveloped in dark energy. The spiritual eye skill was activated. The young man remembered that this was the skill that he received from the Lizard King. He noticed 3 objects approaching. Frowning tensely, he thought that he felt the presence of enemies invisible to the eyes, and added that this is what gives him the spiritual eye. The opponents quickly approached him through the wheat field. The young man watched as they approached very closely. He rose into the air, dodging 3 lizard-like monsters. The monster opened its mouth, looking at him. The girl frowned in surprise, seeing the poisonous fisherman. She took a step forward and shouted at the boy to be careful, because this violated the rules of the dungeon. The young man made several dashes, destroying each of the opponents. The monsters' bodies fell next to him. The girl's mouth opened in surprise, thinking about what she had just seen, because it was some kind of madness. She smiled happily and noted that she had always known that she had made the right choice. The young man continued to fight the monsters running out of the portal. He cut one of them, making a dash to the second. His sword began to emit golden energy. The hero looked away and thought that the appearance of the lightning effect was so rare that he had completely forgotten about its existence. One of the monsters was quickly approaching him from behind. The young man dodged at the last moment, noticing the clenched jaws of the enemy. He grabbed the lizard by the tail. Swinging, he sent the monsters to the ground. The young man hit the floor with the lizard. Straightening up, the guy looked at the monster's body. He waved to the girl and said that he had more or less restored order nearby, so she could calmly approach. The girl thought with her mouth open that he had reached the portal leading to the boss room in less than an hour, and alone at that, but the most surprising thing was that they were now in a dungeon that violated the rules. She remembered the appearance of the monsters and thought that the poisonous fissure was a monster that should not be taken lightly. She looked at the corpses of the monsters and added that one of the monsters recommended for group attacks, even for those same C-rank hunters, is the poisonous fissure, so she still can't believe that he dealt with such a monster so playfully, as if there was a helpless baby standing in front of him. She looked at the guy's back and said that this was far from the limit of his growth. The young man headed towards the portal. The girl added that it was impossible to even imagine what he would show in the future. The hero began to collect the souls of the killed opponents, increasing his stats. He raised his head and thought that with this level, even the boss would not pose much of a threat to him. He looked at the portal and said that they would go to the boss's room. After going inside, they found themselves in a dark and foggy place. A slight light was breaking through the gap between the rocks. The woman called it a little strange. A magic projectile was approaching them from above at high speed, while she was talking about how they had already gone far, but the presence of the monster was still not felt. Suddenly, they raised their heads, noticing the danger. The guy frowned nervously. The monster struck. The guy thought that it was very dangerous. He pulled the girl out from under the monster's attack and ran away. Heian looked at his face in surprise. The beast opened its mouth and began to collect mana. He released a powerful beam of energy. Heian pointed her hand at the danger and told the boy about it. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. The hero, along with the girl, jumped out of the smoke. The boy stepped onto the stone floor. He crouched down and said that he had moved her there without her consent because the monster looked extremely dangerous, so he hoped for her understanding. The girl got off his hands and said that it was the other way around, because now she was in his debt. They looked at the monster that was looking for them. The boy said that he would leave her to deal with the beast. The girl turned around worriedly and asked him to stop so that she could use the enhancement skill on him because they could test his personal skills later. He stepped into the abyss and said that he would not agree to that. Frowning slightly, he also added that he would be back soon. The boy fell down like a soldier. He landed right in front of the monster, breaking through the stone floor. The monster opened its mouth and bared its teeth. Sun Jiun ducked, frowned, and activated instant acceleration. The beast planted its foot on the floor. The hero also used the exclusive effect of the speed boots. The opponents prepared for battle. The beast once again accumulated energy in its mouth. The guy raised all speed by 70%. He jumped up from his place and went on the attack. Having run past the monster's face, he did not even look back. The beast turned its head after him. The young man used 3 absolutes and began to strike, cutting the flesh of the beast. Severed body parts began to fall to the ground next to it. The girl watched what was happening from the root of a tree. The system announced the victory over the dungeon boss and said that in 3 hours the dungeon would collapse. The girl smiled and laughed nervously. Looking at the guy, she said that now she was completely confused about who was the monster in this place. They headed towards the Scarlet Portal. The guys went out into the field. The girl said that she never expected that he, being a C-rank hunter, would clear the dungeon so quickly. She folded her hands behind her back and added that he had passed the tests and could now use the White Guild's dungeon, because their guild was not so stupid as to miss out on a talent like him. The hero replied that he was pleased to hear that. The woman turned around and said that she would digress a little from the main topic of the conversation. She presented 3 levels of difficulty and said that when he was summoned to the tower in a trial, the difficulty he initially chose did not matter much, because even at low difficulty, those who showed good progress in passing the trials would face increasingly difficult tasks as the number of trials increased. She schematically presented the exchange of difficulty between high and low levels, after which she added that there was also a reverse process, because even at high difficulty, if the result was lame, the applicant could gradually slide down to low difficulty. She looked to the side and said that based on this principle, the fact that he had achieved such an impressive growth could only mean one thing: his difficulty level in climbing to the top of the tower. The 3 past trials flashed through the boy's memories. The girl finished the sentence by saying that his level was deadly among the top 50 participants on the summary board. She lowered her head and said that therefore she hoped that he would try to be a little more careful. The hero was very surprised to hear her say that she would like to accompany him for as long as possible or to mature his amazing growth with her own eyes. Sun Jiun was sitting on the roof of a building in the middle of the night. He took a bite of an apple, smiling widely. He said that for the past 3 days, he had really been spinning like a squirrel in a wheel. In 5 minutes he would be transferred to the trial tower. He raised his head and thought with a smile that thanks to this, both his stats and his self-confidence had grown. After his reflection, time and glass. A spatial tunnel opened in the sky. The young man began to return to the tower. He smiled widely and thought that he was returning again. Having appeared in his room, he decided to begin his test. The guy poked his finger at the system window, confirming the start. The system opened a dialog box and asked which test intersection point he wanted to choose: tactics, combat, or capture. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that if he thought about it, he had seen a mention of creating an intersection point. He chose combat and added that if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy, then he should go into battle. The system reported that all personal tests of the applicant were focused on combat, and after choosing a point, it could not be changed. Standing in the middle of the room, he noted that he had not intended to change it, and now he no longer needed to choose anything. The system reported that the applicant had the qualification of a pioneer. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He silently looked at the message that the administrator's private chat was about to open, and the search for an administrator specializing in combat introduction was currently in progress. After a short while, the system completed the search. The boy's body was engulfed in system energy. It reported that a consultation with the Steel Blood Lord, the manager of the combat intersection point, had begun. The hero was transported to a snowy field full of lonely swords. Looking up, he wondered where he was. The system reported that he had entered the Steel Blood world. The system message notified that the search was complete. Consultation with the Steel Blood Lord, the manager of the combat intersection point, is beginning. Sun Jiun looked surprised, after which he landed on the field among the swords. Raising his head, the hero wondered where he was. The message notified that he had entered the Steel Blood world. Many blades were stuck in front of him. The pupil changed after using the Eye of Truth. The system message notified that the skill was activated. The Iron Blood World. Ranking unknown. A space created specifically for her, the administrator of the Iron Blood Lord, a place where uninvited guests cannot look in. The hero smiled and thought, such a place also exists. Sun Jiun began to walk forward, reading that the administrator of the Iron Blood Lord was unhappy with someone making inquiries. Looking closely at this message, he thought, does this mean that administrators can communicate their intentions through direct messages? One of the swords nearby burst into flames, after which he went forward. The system message notified that the administrator Lord Ironblood said to stop wasting time and asked to follow the sword. Sun Jiun looked at this in surprise, so he continued to follow the blade, after which he left this field. Steam came out of his mouth when he breathed. He found himself at the entrance of the house. Coming closer, he opened the door slightly. Looking inside, the hero saw something in front of him. Administrator Lord Ironblood was looking at him. Inside, there was a girl who told him that he had finally come, and she greeted the pioneer. She looked at the hero with a smile, saying that she was the administrator who was assigned to conduct a consultation with him. That same Lord Ironblood. She sat with her legs crossed. Sun Jiun looked at her carefully, thinking that in appearance she looked like a foreign beauty. But he saw her bright aura, realizing that in fact, in front of him was the creature that controls the trial tower. Suddenly, the girl appeared in front of his face, after which she reached for the bottle on the shelf, saying that she was curious about what this monster looked like, and she would say that it was pretty good. The hero thought in surprise, when did she manage to get here? He was staring at her non-stop. The hostess of the house went to the fireplace. Sun Jiun asked if she knew him, and she answered of course. The trial on the 4th floor was quite impressive. The drink was filling the glass when the guy asked if she had been watching his trials all this time, to which the girl said that she only knew about what happened from the data of the final report, because it is impossible to watch the trials of candidates below the 8th floor. Sun Jiun's eyes grew bigger from surprise. He thought about the fact that she is an administrator but cannot watch the trial. While stirring the contents of the glass, the girl also said that judging by his expression, she thought he had misunderstood something. Administrators are not omnipotent beings like the gods, and they do not control the tower at all. The blonde took a sip from the glass, saying that he should not be too nervous in her presence. Sun Jiun silently looked at the interlocutor, who also said that as long as she obeyed the tower, she could not harm him. But, glancing at him, the girl decided to close this topic and said that this personal consultation was an advantage he had earned. If he had any questions, he should not hesitate to ask. Sun Jiun frowned. He thought that he definitely did not feel any hostility. There was a blizzard outside. The hero asked if she could explain what this personal consultation was, and the interlocutor said that, as mentioned earlier, a personal consultation was an advantage that a pioneer would receive. Sun Jiun recalled the armored enemy, saying that on the 5th floor, he almost died at the hands of a challenger from another dimension. Why did he come to him? Looking at her glass, the girl said with a smile that there was no special reason. Looking at the interlocutor again, she also said that it was because when entering a certain floor in another world, an intruder could not only steal the reward for the challenge of that floor, but also gain more favorable advantages. The fireplace was burning brightly in the room. The interlocutor also said that challengers from other worlds come from where the tower had existed for decades. They are well aware that the reward for harming a challenger from another world is incredibly large. The hero was surprised to hear that they also knew that the tower of this world would one day be united with the towers of other worlds, and asked her again what she meant. but she only said that everything is as it is. She presented a scale where the progress of the Earth dimension trials rose, while the invasions of other dimensions remained below. The fair-haired girl explained that starting from the 20th floor, the main focus was on combined trials, not personal ones, and then he would have to meet with candidates from other worlds. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero thought why this looked like an attempt to eliminate and advance a competitor whom he would have to meet one day. But, putting down the glass, she asked if she had satisfied his curiosity. Opening his mouth, the hero noted that if you do not take into account the last question, then you can say so. Then he lowered his head and asked about the trial tower, what kind of structure it was. Then the girl lowered her head and remained silent. Walking away from the table, she nevertheless answered that she herself would like to know the answer to this question. She looked thoughtful, hearing that she was the administrator of the tower, but did not know the answer to this question. Her own silhouette was visible in her eyes. The girl said that originally, the so-called administrators were just like him. The applicants who died after passing the 40th floor were given the right to be reborn as administrators. She had once climbed the tower to see the end. However, she could not reach the top of the tower. No, she remembered herself covered in blood, saying that it would be more correct to say that all the administrators died before reaching the end. That was how she became an administrator. Sun Ji-eun clenched his fist and asked if she wanted to say that the administrators were just former applicants. He looked at the floor, saying that he hoped that she knew something about the top of the tower after all. Hearing this, the girl frowned and looked at him. Then she grabbed him and lifted him off the floor. Holding him with one hand, she said that the words about the top of the tower were not something that could be said so frivolously and carelessly. Sun Ji-eun looked confused and just kept silent, but she noticed with a smile that he was not particularly puzzled and asked again if he was scared. In response, the hero simply lowered his head, saying that it was because she herself said that a personal consultation was his advantage. In addition, he did not feel hostility from her, after which, his fingers dug into the wall, and the next moment, he broke it and found himself on the street. At that moment, a blade appeared in his hand, and he said that he did not intend to let her harm him so easily. The girl was very surprised. Meanwhile, snow was falling on the roof of the house. She began to go outside with a smile, saying that she had been living for many years, and for the first time she saw the one who destroyed the administrator's residence. But his actions convinced her. The hero only looked at the interlocutor with incomprehension. Then the girl looked closely at Sun Ji-eun, calling his name. But he was confused when he heard that she was offering him a patronage contract. A new system message appeared about entering the waiting room on the 8th floor, after which the hero found himself on the bed. He was still surprised, after which he stood up and opened the window of the exclusive store. A screen appeared in front of him, which wrote the skill category, strength category, item category, contracts Lord of Iron Blood. He was surprised, telling himself that he really made a contract with the administrator. The girl with blonde hair held a scroll in her hand, saying that she could not pass up a candidate who was both talented and brave. The system message asked if he wanted to sign a patronage contract. The hero clicked yes, and the contract was concluded. An exclusive contractor store will be opened, where special points will be available to him. As a special benefit provided by the contractor, all stats will be increased by 1. With a wide smile, the girl said that it was fun, and said goodbye until we meet again soon. A finger pressed the strength button, opening the strength category in the exclusive contractor store. A new screen showed the strength category. List power purity of mind, power steel soul, power king of winter. Looking at the screen, the hero thought that there is also a level of this category of the store. Is there a difference between just power and the unique power obtained on the 8th floor? There were page switches at the bottom, and the hero decided to check them. But a new message appeared that he does not have sufficient rights to view the current list of powers. He can view the list of powers in the waiting room on the 10th floor. Looking at the screen, the hero wondered what happens. At the moment, only these 3 powers are available to him. Information about the power of purity of mind appeared in a new window. Price 1000 SP. Description: in any situation, there will be the ability to think rationally. Status anomalies such as anger and confusion are halved during the fight, and combat immersion increases. Power Steel Soul. Price 6500 SP. Description: this is the soul that some lords were born with, who are said to have neither blood nor tears. Increases the mastery of all weapons by 2.32 times. All newly learned combat skills start with 10% mastery. The Power of the King of Winter. Price 800 SP. Description: this is the power that the rulers of the north often receive. In cold conditions, stats are temporarily increased. There is no suffering from the cold. Puzzled, Sun Ji-eun thought about how ambiguous it was. Somehow, perhaps it would be better to save up a little SP, but he still pressed the button, deciding no. New notifications appeared, saying that he had purchased the Power of Purity of Mind. 1000 SP written off. Description: in any situation there will be the ability to think rationally. Status anomalies such as anger and confusion are halved during combat, and combat immersion increases. Sun Jun remembered climbing a cliff, thinking about the power that allows you to reason sensibly in any situation. Then he clung to the ledges with his fingers. It is better to raise your survivability bar this way than not prepare for anything at all, because there is a chance that he will face a floor invasion right now. A portal appeared in front of him asking if he is ready to begin the test on the 8th floor. After that, new messages appeared. The test on the 8th floor begins. The difficulty is high. The theme of this test is destruction. The condition for successfully completing the test is to defeat the Lich who summons skeletons. The condition for failing the test is the death of the challenger. Failure condition for the test, all stats +2. The penalty for failure is death. Sun Jun looked down at his feet in surprise. Countless skeletons were visible from the cliff. Why were there so many? Watching this, the hero wondered if this was an attempt to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. An army of skeletons was looking at him below, and Sun Jun decided it was time to begin. After which he jumped off the cliff. He pushed off with his foot. Upon landing, he created a large shockwave, but other enemies surrounded him. One of the skeletons attacked the hero. The others also tried to strike, but Sun Jun stood calmly, saying that, as expected, they could not even penetrate his basic defense. After which he himself struck them. New system messages appeared. Mastery increased by 0.08%. Sun Jun lowered his eyebrows, only 0.08%. How annoying. Each swing hit multiple skeletons, increasing his proficiency. Holding his fists to his face, he decided that there was no point in increasing his proficiency during this trial. Standing on the battlefield, the hero suddenly heard a voice asking who he was. What kind of bastard dared to cause trouble in the shrine? Sun Jun turned around. Looking into the distance, he wondered if the voice was coming from there, and, raising 2 fingers, he used Summon Dead. The fallen skeletons rose again. He absorbed the souls to summon skeleton soldiers. In possession, 1/30th. One of them took a stone in his hand. Then he struck a similar skeleton. Sun Jun looked at this in surprise, saying that he did not know before that skeleton soldiers were also quite usable. Rubbing the back of his head, he decided to let them deal with these weaklings, and he will go for the boss's head for now. The skeletons watched as the hero rushed forward. New messages notified that the skill Grace of the Wind had been activated. All speed increased by 60%. Current stacking progress is 6/7. The exclusive effect Speed Boost C+ was applied, instantly increasing speed. Sun Jun flew over the countless army of the dead. Landing behind them, he continued on his way. A building was visible in the distance. Looking at it, the hero realized that the voice was coming from there, after which he rushed forward again. There stood a skeleton wearing a crown. Having caught up with him, the hero stopped in front of him. Smiling, Sun Jun was glad that he found him. Eyes glowed from the sockets. The enemy told him that an insignificant human dared to cross the threshold of the sanctuary. Opening his book, he declared that he would make him pay in full for his impudence. Several large monsters appeared near him. Raising his head, the hero thought, is he even capable of commanding sand golems? Looking at the hero, the skeleton asked, did he now realize whose sanctuary he dared to enter? The large monsters were standing near the main enemy, but Sun Jun asked again, could he not summon someone stronger? Taking out his blade, he also said that if he simply did not have stronger exhibits in his arsenal, he would be disappointed. These words angered the enemy, and pointing at the hero, he said that these guardians would be quite enough to tear him to shreds. After which, the monsters rushed to attack. A new message notified that the instant acceleration skill was activated. The hero suddenly moved forward. With lightning-fast movements, he cut off the giants' heads and appeared near the main enemy. Pulling his hand back, Sun Jun swung and struck. A new message notified that proficiency had increased by 1.2%. Pleased with this, Sun Jun placed his hand on his chest, thinking that the undead definitely greatly increased his proficiency. The legless skeleton sat on the floor, wondering where the hell this monster came from. In his eyes, the hero was tall and had bright red eyes. Walking up to him, Sun Jun raised his blade again, thinking that it was time to end. But at that moment, something caught his eye. He noticed a book lying on the floor, thinking that if he looked at the situation, the Lich was freely summoning various monsters. With a wide smile, he thought that maybe he could master this skill too. Then, he threw the book to his enemy. Standing in front of him, he asked if he could summon the guardians again. The skeleton asked why he was asking him such a question. Then the hero approached again, saying that if he couldn't, then they would end on this note, but the frightened Necromancer said that he could do it. The skeleton, looking scared, heard the question when he would finally be able to summon them and replied that he would be able to summon them again a few minutes after the guards died. A monster was lying nearby with its head cut off, the hero clarified, so he could already start summoning. The skeleton answered yes and asked again why he needed it. They were no obstacle for him. Sun Jun did not explain and simply raised his blade, saying that it had already tired him out, to which the skeleton opened his book, saying that he would start summoning right away. Raising his hand, the skeleton began to summon the guards. Two monsters rushed to attack again, and with a swing of his weapon, the hero quickly dealt with them. Sitting in front of the hero, the skeleton asked if he was satisfied. Placing his blade on his shoulder, Sun Jun only replied that they had just begun. Kicking him with his foot, he demanded that he summon all the skeletons that had not yet died here and put all their strength into these guards, after which the monsters lost their heads again. Bright traces split them. Another one cut them into pieces. The skeleton looked scared, asking how long he had to do all this. Sun Jun continued to kill the summoned creatures. He answered with an evil smile that he would do it until he told him to stop. The guard pointed his fist at Sun Jun. The hero simply held his finger out in front of him. He easily managed to stop the large monster's hand, after which it quickly ran up his arm. A few swings and the head was cut off. Mastery increased by 1.2%. The giant's body fell to the ground. The system reported that the mastery of the unique attribute Necromancy had reached 100%. Sun Jun looked at the glowing light in surprise. The rank of the unique attribute Necromancy had increased by 1 level. Smiling, he thought that Necromancy was now also C rank. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the words that he was crazy. The skeleton lay on the floor, saying that the hero was a scumbag who would make even the devil tremble. He would curse him even after death, and then he let out a wheeze. The hero approached his captive, thinking that the fact that he had more and more cracks with each summoning indicated his imminent death. Taking the sword back behind his head, he told him that it was a pity he wanted to use it a little longer. From the swing, the skeleton's head flew off. His last words were that meeting him was the most disgusting thing that happened to him. System messages appeared. The hero received the achievement A Person Who Surpassed the Devil. Dexterity increased by 1. Absorb the Spirit of the Lick. Mastery increased by 17.4%. At this moment, the hero extended his hand, absorbing the red energy. More messages appeared. Pass the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a breakthrough reward, all stats increased by 2. Receive 30,000 points as a breakthrough reward. Receive 700 SP as a breakthrough reward. Receive 300 SP as an additional breakthrough reward. A blue portal appeared, moving to the waiting room. New messages notified, entering the waiting room of the 9th floor. The system expansion begins. Admins will be able to observe the trials. The restrictions on answering questions have been removed. It becomes possible to purchase C-rank skills in the skill store. The status window opened. Strength 67, Agility 66, Tenacity 63, Endurance 66, Mana 53. Unique characteristic Necromancy C, Unique power skill synthesis, Power purity of mind. See, the hero stood in front of the screens. One of them had a description of the unique characteristic. Necromancy C mastery 0%. Basic effect is the ability to absorb the souls of the dead to strengthen and supplement either stats or mana. Additional effects 3. When absorbing the spirit of the deceased, there is a 20% chance that one of the skills imprinted in the soul will be acquired. Additional effect 4 is the ability to use the souls of the dead to protect the body. However, at this time, the amount of energy consumed by the protective shell will be proportional to the strength of the blow. Additional effect 5 skill absorption of the soul of the dead. The ability to completely inherit its mastery. Sun Jun smiled and pointed out that skill absorption itself is cheating, so now you don't have to level up the skill mastery from scratch. The screen said that when absorbing the spirit of the dead, there is a 20% chance that one of the skills imprinted in the soul will be acquired, and he realized that the probability of skill absorption was open. Swiping the screens, the hero reasoned that the trial of the 8th floor ended quite smoothly, but there is no guarantee that the trial of the 9th floor will be the same. He should clearly prepare thoroughly for the next trial on the 9th floor. Afterwards, he examined his blade, deciding that he thought the sword could still be used, but the problem was in the shield and skills. The blue screen showed the following description: Skill, Hunter's Dagger O Mastery Max. Description: a practical technique created by hunters for effective hunting. The effect when using a dagger is that the cutting power of the weapon increases by 1.5 times and knowledge of dagger techniques increases. Looking at this, our hero thought that since he had brought the skill to the maximum, he had reached the point where he needed a replacement sword skill. After that, new windows opened and the skill store was entered. Displays a list of skills available for purchase. Sun Jun ran his finger across the screen. Scrolling through the contents, he realized that his hopes were not justified. There was nothing worthwhile here. After which, frowning, he said that if there was no skill, then he would have to create it. Gold coins rained down when he bought the basic fencing E-skill. 25,000 points would be deducted from his account. A new window reported the skill Basic Swordsmanship E-mastery 0%. Description: General Swordsmanship, containing the basic techniques of all swordsmanship. Effect: increases basic knowledge of all swordsmanship and increases cutting power by 1.5 times when using swords. However, this increase in cutting power does not overlap with other effects of weapon techniques. A basic swordsmanship skill that increases the ability of swords, he thought. Manipulating the blue screens, the hero thought that if he was going to increase the rank of the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis, he should predict the combination compatibility as best as possible. Among the current skills he has, the most compatible is basic swordsmanship, right? On the screen was an image of the hunter's dagger and basic swordsmanship skills. He selected 2 skills. New system notifications reported that the ranks of the synthesis materials do not match each other. The synthesis of the new skill will be carried out around the dagger skill. Hunter, there is currently a 75% chance that a higher level skill will be synthesized. As he wished to continue, the hero pressed his finger on the screen. A bright message appeared and a notification that skill synthesis was complete. A new skill was created. A bright light illuminated Sun Jun, and the skill Demon Slayer C was created. The skill icon and description appeared. Skill Demon Slayer C Mastery 0%. Description: a hunting swordsmanship art designed to kill demons. The main effect increases the basic knowledge of all types of fencing and increases the cutting power by 3 times when using swords. However, the increase in cutting power does not stack with the effects of other weapon techniques. An additional effect: when fighting non-humans, your attack speed is doubled. Looking at this, the hero thought that this adds attack speed when fighting non-human creatures. It seems that this skill is simply made for hunting monsters. He smiled, because, as expected, skill synthesis is a good ability. There were several ability cards in his hand, and he thought about trying to synthesize the remaining skills. Continuing to tap the screen, Sun Jun said that he checked the skill compatibility and the probability of synthesis. Several new windows appeared. Accelerated regeneration plus resistance to the laws of nature gave Iron Blood regeneration. Iron Blood regeneration and pain tolerance gave Ash Blood. At this moment, the glow became brighter. The hero looked in surprise. A new description of the Ash Blood skill appeared on the screen. Description: the main racial trait with which a mutant vampire is born. The user's recovery effect increases proportionally to the user's durability. Regeneration increases 3-fold when dealing physical damage. Depending on the damage dealt, up to 40% of pain is blocked. His eyes grew bigger in surprise. Sun Jun thought that a 3-fold acceleration of regeneration is already cheating in itself, and the skill also blocks pain. After which he took the weapon in his hands, saying that since the waiting room was equipped with healing, he would not be able to properly test this skill. Also thinking, however, 120 points were not a burden to him at all now. After which the messages appeared again saying that the waiting room's regeneration effect was removed. 50 points would be deducted from the account. Fatigue would accumulate, and he would not recover from physical damage. The guy raised the sword above his head, thinking that since all the spirits had been absorbed, the shield would not activate in any way. The swing left a bright trace. He decided to start the test. Drops of blood flew to the sides, but his hand looked whole. He injured himself again and again, but after raising his hand, it was unharmed. Looking at the green glow, he realized that this was an amazing ability. Even being outside the waiting room, he essentially seemed to be under eternal healing. Adjusting his sleeve, he also thought that in addition to this level of regeneration, he also had a spiritual shield. To be honest, he no longer needed this tin can called a shield. Facing the wall, he still realized that he had to use it until it broke. Then he opened the community tab. Scrolling through the screen, Sun Jun said that it seemed that there was nothing worthy of his attention. Then a portal opened in front of him. The time spent in the waiting room was coming to an end, so there was no point in dragging it out. New system messages appeared. The entrance to the 9th floor of the trial tower was completed. The difficulty is high. The theme of this trial is fighting. The remaining time is 1 day. The condition for successfully completing the trial is to kill all the monsters in the arena within the allotted time. The condition for failing the trial is the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for successfully breaking through the skill Animal Instinct. The penalty in case of failure is death. But then a warning appeared. The window said that the challenger Sun Jun's trial on the 9th floor is currently unsafe. Confirmed floor infiltration of the Muram World Challenger. Confirmed theft of the trial target by the Muram World Challenger. The hero appeared in front of another person. He frowned upon seeing him. The person stood on top of the defeated monster, saying that the hero had finally arrived. The trial target was changed. The man in white said that he was the commander of the Muram Union, Sunhak. A new window informed him that he needed to be killed. The gray-haired man stood with his head down. A challenger from another system. The hero silently looked at his opponent when he asked his name. Looking at the man in front of him, Sun Jun asked why he was asking his name out of the blue. The man replied that he had already revealed his name and position. Frowning, the hero said that the man had not invaded his floor with good intentions, so what was the point of introducing himself? To which Sunhak, without opening his eyes, replied that there was some etiquette between swordsmen, but his thoughts were clearly limited. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, our hero thought about how it happened that there was not a single normal warrior among the contenders from other systems. But the man took out his weapon, saying that it would be so. Since the hero wanted to hide his name, there was nothing he could do. Then he rushed to attack. His sword left bright marks, after which many magic blades appeared around him. System messages notified that the hero had activated the skill Grace of the Wind. All speed increased by 30%. Current summation progress is 3/7. Sun Jiun looked ahead and concentrated. Using the ability, he began to repel the attack, after which the opponents retreated from each other. Taking his blade away, Sunhak said that it turns out that there is such an experienced warrior in this dimension. Our hero looked at him and heard an apology for looking down on him, after which Sun Jiun just exhaled. The old man was surprised when he heard him stop being hypocritical. Thick smoke gathered around them, and Sun Jiun said that he was here to kill him and steal his reward. He came here with such an intention, after which Sun Jiun's eyes turned red and he asked why he had to act polite. Sunhak stared at the protagonist, saying that perhaps because they were from different worlds, they could not understand each other, after which the old man raised his weapon and dispersed the smoke around him. His blade glowed, causing a storm. The man only said, "Let the earth rest in peace," a swordsman whose name he does not know. A message appeared, notifying that due to the unique characteristic sword light, he was blinded for 5 seconds. The hero was confused when he saw this, after which he stood in the darkness, thinking that he could not see anything. A new window notified that the magic resistance skill was activated. Sun Jiun held the sword at arm's length. A sound was heard behind him. The spiritual eye skill was activated. Suddenly, the enemy's blade approached the back of the hero's head. Our guy managed to dodge, but he still received a cut. New windows reported that he received the achievement Avoidance of Blindness. Dexterity increased by 2, after which the swing of his sword left a bright trace. The darkness dissipated and the enemy could be seen. The darkening effect of the unique characteristic sword light ended. Sunhak pulled the blade back. A sweaty Sun Jiun looked at him, thinking about how his throat was almost cut. Looking closely at his opponent, the old man asked how he calculated the trajectory of the sword. New messages notified that the skill Instant Acceleration was activated. The skill Grace of the Wind was activated. Agility increased by 50%. The current stacking progress is 5/7. Sun Jiun touched the ground with his hand, then rushed forward. Sunhak prepared to attack. Their blades crossed, causing a release of energy. The touch occurred with the tips of the blades. After that, Sun Jiun turned his back to the enemy, so he tried to kick, but the old man stepped back. After that, he tried to strike with the sword. At that moment, Sunhak stopped the hero's hand, but the hero kicked the man's hand. It turned out that they blocked each other's weapons. Frowning, Sunhak noted that he saw that he was using some strange techniques. Looking at the enemy, the hero thought that despite his incredible height, their characteristics were essentially on the same level. Suddenly, the ground opened up beneath them. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that he would be serious from now on. The swing of his sword left a bright trace. Due to the unique characteristic of the sword light, Sun Jiun was blinded for 5 seconds. He found himself in the darkness again. The blue windows reported that the magic resistance skill was activated. The duration of vision loss was reduced to 2.5 seconds. The spiritual eye skill was activated. Bright traces were heading towards him from the darkness. Pulling the sword back, the hero thought that the speed of his strikes had increased. One of the traces passed very close. The system notified that the exclusive effect of the forged iron pendant, Steel Defense, was activated. The protective layer absorbs 10% of all physical damage. He was able to block another blow, but he still lost his arm. The pain resistance skill was activated. Looking at the wound, the hero thought about whether the steel defense was not enough to block his blow. Another notification that the darkening effect of the unique characteristic sword light has ended. Sunhak was opposite, swinging his blade. Rocks flew from under the hero's feet. Retreating, he turned around. Having destroyed one of the rocks, he threw it at the enemy, but the man noticed it. A swing of his blade split it in half. The hero moved, holding the severed limb in his teeth. This is how he managed to get behind the enemy. He turned around and noticed Sun Jiun. Already at this moment, the hero managed to restore the limb. Looking away, Sunhak said that regarding his recent techniques, he had already thought that he was a good martial artist, but all his techniques were simply borrowed from somewhere. Clenching his restored hand into a fist, the guy replied that the unique characteristic he used was also an ability obtained from the tower. Afterwards, new messages appeared. The skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speed has increased by 70%. The current stacking progress is 7/7. While using the ability, Sun Jiun asked the enemy with a smile, does he criticize others, but does not notice any sins in himself. He held the blade in front of himself, answering that he was using his tricks again. As a swordsman, relying on borrowed techniques is highly unacceptable. But our hero had already rushed to attack. He tried to strike, but the old man managed to block it. Looking at this with surprise, he wondered, then how about dying from a borrowed ability, and pressed his weapon even harder on his. Sunhak recalled the defeated enemies, thinking that until now he had performed a floor insertion dozens of times. Back then, blood was dripping from his sword. With this sword he cut down opponents from different worlds. He imagined how liquid flowed from the planet into the bowl. In particular, the people of the world called Earth were weak in terms of abilities in all respects. It was so bad that this place was called a honey jar. He stood there with his eyes closed. The challengers from Earth couldn't touch even a hair on his head. In addition, when using the unique attribute sword light that obscured the enemy's vision, a single sword in his hand was enough to deal with any of them. Now he dodged Sun Jiun's attacks, thinking that this time too he was sure that history would repeat itself, after which he was able to retreat back. Gritting his teeth, he still received an injury. Ring marks appeared in the sky, so Sunhak retreated even further from Sun Jiun. The hero took a deep breath. The old man was breathing heavily. More messages appeared above his head as he stood with his head down. Administrator White Crane Sword admires the young challenger. Administrator Beast of the North predicts his imminent defeat. Administrator Late Night Lords is interested in the young challenger. Administrator the Hero of the Black Islands was amazed by the skill of the young challenger. He looked up and glared at the boy. As his sword flared up, new messages appeared. The skill 1 strike, 2 skins activated. Attack speed doubles. The skill Lightning Sword Kai is activated. Lightning energy fills the sword. The skill 1 strike is activated. The cutting power of the sword is doubled for the next attack. The skill Nymph Walk is activated. Increases the user's movement speed by 2 times for 1 minute. Sun Jiun smiled widely, noting that just a moment ago, the same One-Inkity techniques. The windows that appeared notified that the second floor implementation penalty was applied. All stats were reduced by 8. He cannot use some skills. The old man looked angry about this. The skill 1 strike, 2 skins was forcibly deactivated. The skill Lightning Sword Kai was forcibly deactivated. The cooldown of the unique characteristic Sword Light has ended. Activating the unique characteristic Sword Light. The hero was surrounded by shadows again. He thought that he was starting to get used to his pattern attacks. The Spiritual Eye skill was activated. Putting his hand behind his back, Sunhak opened his mouth wide, shouting that he would rip out all his insides. A bright beam was directed towards the hero. He prepared to attack, using the 3 absolute skill. 3 attacks are strengthened by the skill effect. Sun Jiun gritted his teeth. After that, he swung his blade, leaving a bright trace. A new message appeared stating that the darkening effect of the unique characteristic Sword Light was over. The hero stood behind the old man. He was breathing heavily, and the enemy was motionless. After that, Sunhak's sword fell to the ground. The old man began to walk forward, but his body was trembling, and a wound appeared on his belt. His eyes became larger from anger. He screamed that this could not be. Then blood gushed out of the wound, and he fell to the ground. The hero smiled as he was congratulated for breaking through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Red lines stretched towards Sun Jiun's hand. He had absorbed the spirit of the challenger Sunhak. Mastery increased by 27%. The hero looked at his hand, noting the increase in stats. Afterwards, new system messages appeared about breaking through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. The difficulty level and reward did not match. The reward content was completely revised. He thought that there was definitely something like this last time too. I wonder what kind of reward he would get this time. New messages notified that the revision was complete. Rewards would be issued sequentially. The skill 6th Sense C+ was created as a breakthrough reward. 30,000 points were received as a breakthrough reward. He received 1,000 SP as a bonus reward. Moved to the waiting room. Looking at the screen in front of him, the hero thought that the rank was much higher than the skill Beast Instinct, which was originally a reward. Afterwards, he headed to the portal, saying that he would look at the details in the waiting room. Before entering it, he saw new messages that Administrator White Crane Sword was impressed by his battle. Administrator Beast of the North was delighted by his battle. Administrator Late Night Devourer was watching his actions with interest. Administrator Hero of the Black Islands applauded his combat instinct. Sun Jiun looked at them in surprise. There were more messages that the system expansion was starting and administrators would be able to watch the tests. He thought that if his memory served him correctly, there was a notification of this kind. So a smile appeared on his face when he decided that one way or another, many administrators were delighted with his fight. He felt a little satisfied that he had received at least some recognition. Sun Jiun looked at the blue screens again. It said that Administrator Lord of Steel Blood condemned the excessive interest in the contractor. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood said that the contractor should not become obsessed with the increased attention. After that, there were more messages that Administrator White Crane Sword wanted to add power to the contractor's exclusive store and asked if he was willing to accept the offer. Sun Jiun widened his eyes in surprise and wondered what this meant. The administrator was simply giving power. The hero looked at the screen again, and a notification appeared that Administrator Lord of Steelblood said in a dissatisfied tone that he could accept the power. Then the hero wondered if he could just accept. Then a new message informed that Administrator Lord of Steelblood said that there are cases where power is sponsored to gain the favor of contractors. Looking at the screen, Sun Jun wondered if there was any benefit to the favor of a candidate who had already made a contract. He wondered if there would be situations where they would have to face each other. Standing silently, the hero saw a message that Administrator White Crane Sword laughingly said that there would be many such situations in the future. The sun shone on the rocks. A notification appeared that Administrator Lord of Steelblood said that the power provided would be so excellent that he would feel a certain burden. Then the hero thought again that the power was not that good, but at the same time they were trying to buy his favor with it. So this power was given to him because they expected something from him. After which, he tapped the screen, deciding that there was no need to doubt, and replied that he gratefully accepted the gift. You have accepted the power added by Administrator White Crane Sword. Another screen notified that the administrator of the White Crane Sword asked him to remember this kindness with a smile on his lips, and Sun Jun replied that yes, of course, he would be happy to use their gift. After exiting the portal, the system message is notified that the waiting room of the 10th floor had been entered. The system expansion is beginning. Access to the common areas is now possible. The light reflected from the hero's eye, he wondered about the common areas. Looking down, he wondered if the administrators could watch him here too. Then he opened his mouth and asked if they were still watching him, but only the walls and silence surrounded him. Then he brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Blue messages immediately appeared about the opening of the Strength category in the Contractor's exclusive store. Strength category, list a third. Strength Purity of Mind C, acquired. Strength Steel Soul Plus. Strength King of Winter D+. Strength Sword Master Kai C+. Our hero was surprised by what he saw, after which he clicked on the screen. Then the description of the power of the Kai Sword Master C+ opened. Price 1,500 SP. Description: the Kai Sword is the result of converting the released Kai energy, which can only be used by first-class warriors, converting it into power. The Kai Sword is slightly more powerful than a normal sword, and when he receives this power, he will be able to strengthen the sword with energy such as mana or internal Kai energy. However, the mana consumption will increase proportionally to the duration of activation. Looking at the screen with interest, he realized that he can pour mana into the weapon and use the Kai Sword, saying that he was told that the power is so-so, but it looks very good. After that, he moved to the second page, saying that now he can check the second page. A new window opened their categories Power, List 2/3, Power Bone Reconstruction C+, Power Steel Blood Sword, a Power Hand of Death B. Looking at the new blue messages, the hero saw the description of the Power Bone Reconstruction C+. Price 1,500 forks. Description: bone structure can be reconstructed for any martial art. All stats increase by 2. Strength Blood Steel Sword. Price 5,000 forks. Description: able to summon a low mana blood steel sword. The user's mana is not consumed. However, only one blood steel sword can be used. Strength Hand of Death V. Price 2,000 forks. Description: the yin and black magic element is activated, causing damage and slight decomposition of the body. He glanced at the information about the funds, noting that he only had 2,000 forks. Sun Jun imagined himself covered in golden light, deciding that the power he could buy now was bone reconstruction. His weapon was surrounded by the blue glow of the Kai Sword Master ability. This was one of the two. Looking at the screen, he wondered what to do. Maybe he should save up a little more forks. After which he raised his hand, thinking that the old man Sunhack he had just met on the 9th floor was also a crazy monster. So, tapping the screen, he thought that in order not to die at the hands of such bastards, it was important to buy more powers first. A new notification appeared, saying that he had bought the power of Sword Master Kai. 1,500 forge points would be deducted. The sword in his hand shone brightly. He had obtained the power of Sword Master Kai. After swinging it a few times, the hero said that the triple absolute skill also uses mana, but the feeling was completely different. Waves crashed against the stone. Sun Jun thought about how if the mana flowing into the sword instantly like a wave was called the triple absolute skill. The river flowed along the riverbed, but perhaps the power of Sword Master Kai should be compared to a stream of water flowing over the sword. Afterwards, the hero looked at his weapon in surprise when notifications appeared that 1 minute had passed since the activation of the Kai Sword Master power. Increases mana consumption by 2%. 2 minutes had passed since the activation of the Kai Sword Master power. Increases mana consumption by 4%. Every minute, mana consumption increases by 2%. In about 50 minutes, mana consumption will increase by 100%. Lowering the sword, the glow began to dissolve. The Kai Sword Master power was deactivated. The hero realized that he must distribute his mana well when using this power. Tapping the screen again, he said that the reward for the 9th floor was the Sixth Sense skill. The description opened. Skill 6th Sense C+. Effect: instincts are sharpened to such an extent that they become a sixth sense through which you can make complex conclusions. He thought, does that mean his intuition will improve? Sunjun put his hand to his chin, thinking that being able to make conclusions based on instinct seemed like a pretty useful skill. Then the community tab appeared on the screen, and he thought that he should check if there were any mentions of common areas. There were several profiles that left messages. Susie went to the common area, and there were many foreigners. She thought the common area was a shared space with people from other countries. Maximum level swordsman just got here. What kind of place is this? What was the purpose of this? On Chan Sok asked, what is the exchange between applicants? First of all, it is worth noting that foreign speech is automatically translated. Great Life wrote that this is some kind of madness. He saw an S-rank hunter from Japan. What the hell is going on here? Chushnya wrote that an S-rank hunter was also dragged into the tower. Damn, his hopes are dashed. Master of martial arts, I figured out a little about what the common areas are for. As soon as he arrived here, he was bombarded with messages from the administrators. BRZD asked why he was the only one bombarded with messages. He didn't receive any. Master of martial arts replied that maybe it was because he was ranked 71st. Running his finger across the screen, the hero realized that there were a lot of comments about the common areas that had been added to the 10th floor. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The message said that just now, in the common area, a foreigner asked him if he wanted to exchange the power of his administrator. Is it possible to exchange powers? Looking at the information on the screen again, the hero reasoned that there was an opportunity to personally see many applicants and also exchange powers. A smile appeared on his face when he wondered if he could go on reconnaissance himself then. A new message appeared about moving to the common area on the 10th floor. A view of the open space opened up in front of the guy with green eyes. Delighted by this, he realized that this was the common area. Looking forward with excitement, he thought about how he even used the question ticket to learn as much as he could about this place, so he was going to make the most of it before heading back. Someone was watching him as he walked along the forest path. Several people were standing in the forest. One of them said that the bastard seemed to be a hunter from Korea. His comrade supported him, saying that right, this was a Korean rank hunter. He remembered seeing his profile. A smile appeared on the bandit's face when he said that he was a strong hunter and he was constantly worried about how his behavior always left much to be desired. Then his eyes filled with a red light from the words, "It was okay to kill outside the common area, right?" Meanwhile, the boy was walking calmly along the forest. Suddenly, red shadows lowered him to the ground, and there were messages that the mana consumption rate increased by 100% due to the effect of the unique characteristic weakening light. Due to the effect of the unique characteristic territory restriction, all stats are reduced by 20%. Under the effect of the unique characteristic Eye of Terror, part of his body is paralyzed. The boy tried to move his finger, then he turned his head behind him. A group of bandits had gathered there, and he asked what they were doing. Their leader licked his blade, telling the boy that the victim was one of the strongest Korean hunters, but he had no idea what was happening now. Gritting his teeth, he cursed and thought about how they were not on a trial, but they were even here robbing. Unable to move in front of them, he heard them stop. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and asked them if they were sure they could handle the consequences. If they didn't stop right now, she would turn on the community function to report their actions to others. The bandit leader was confused. Standing up, he still agreed. Then he smiled evilly and said that if she took off her clothes, he would think about it. Putting the blade on her back, he also said that if she dropped all her items, then so be it, maybe he would have mercy and leave one of them alive. The girl blushed with indignation and asked what this meant. Then the bandit extended his hand, asking if she could help him. But he turned around, hearing something. Sun Jiun was passing by them. Looking at him, the bandit asked, "Who the hell is that bastard?" Sun Jiun was standing with his back to them when they called out to him. The hero only turned his head. Then he took off his hood and asked again if he had been told that. Standing next to the prisoner, the bandit said yes. Afterwards, all the criminals had sinister smiles when he asked the question, "You are also Korean, right?" After which the bandits used their abilities on the hero. He calmly looked at the approaching shadows, and, opening his mouth, he simply noted that he wanted to quietly pass by. Stretching his hand in front of him, he was surrounded by a glow. Notifications appeared that the Force Breakthrough skill was activated. The Magic Resistance skill was activated. The effect of increasing mana consumption by 100% was cancelled. The decrease in all stats by 20% was cancelled. Paralyzing effects applied to body parts are removed. This shocked the bandit. Opening a blue screen, Sun Jiun took out a blade. Then he took it aside, saying that he was not the one who started it. The instant acceleration skill was activated. Sun Jun rushed at the enemies. They were shocked by such speed. The hero quickly struck. One of the bandits used an ice shield. Others were bleeding from their wounds. With a satisfied smile, the hero pulled his fist back and struck the barrier. The girl and the boy were shocked. The bandit fell to the ground. Sun Jun destroyed the barrier with one blow. The bandit stretched out his hand and screamed that he was wrong. But Sun Jun struck him in the neck when he asked for mercy. New messages appeared on the red background saying that he had absorbed the player's spirit. And then 2 more. Mastery increased by 6.4%. The boy with green eyes stood up from the ground. Folding her arms, the girl said that she should have helped, but the battle ended faster than she could have thought. Our hero replied that everything was fine, that he should not worry about it and go on his way. Bowing, she thanked him and said goodbye. Looking at his savior, the boy asked if he was a ranker by any chance. Turning to him, Sun Jun replied that in a way it could be said that way, thinking about how he had always been in the top 10 players in the final rankings. Then the saved man smiled, saying that it was clear it was a great honor for him to meet him. Thanks to him, he survived. Looking at him, the hero thought that it seemed to him that they wanted to kill him, so, getting rid of the problem that had fallen on him, he simply helped him along the way, but he replied that it was nothing special, so now he could go about his business. Sun Jun had already turned around and said goodbye to the stranger, but the stranger asked him to wait. The hero looked over his shoulder. The guy pointed at the dead bandits, asking him to leave the corpses of those applicants with him. Sun Jun looked at his interlocutor in confusion and asked why. The man happily smiled and replied that if he gave him those corpses, as well as for saving his life, he would pay him by giving him power. Sun Jun looked interested. Gluttony, a dark light came out from his hand. The corpses of the bandits were sucked into his hand. Wiping his forehead, the guy said that it was not bad. Smiling again, the interlocutor said that, so, as promised, he would give him power. A new message appeared that the hero accepted the power added by the administrator. Sun Jun looked at the monitor with a smile, reading that the power steel wings was added to the power category of the exclusive contractor store, and thought that he did not expect to get another power. Visualizing the magical wings on his back, the administrator said that this is a power that allows you to create wings on your back with the ability to levitate. If he buys this power with So, he will be able to use it right away. Sun Jun smiled happily and thanked the interlocutor, thinking that as soon as he returns to the waiting room, he will immediately try this power in action. But then several new messages appeared in front of the hero, saying that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was saying not to bother the applicant who had been noticed by him. Administrator Gourmet, is he outraged that business ethics are not observed to such an extent? Administrator Steelblood is unhappy with the one hanging around his contractors. Administrator Black Devil is watching the fight between these three with interest. He did not understand what the administrators had started among themselves. Looking at this, the hero thought that seeing how the competition between the administrators flares up, one can confidently say that they clearly want to get something from the applicants. Well, he will just get to the bottom of the truth step by step. The two guys continued on their way through the forest. Turning to his companion, the administrator said that the common area is divided into an arena, an auction zone, and a game zone. And in addition to these well-known facts, he can share much more interesting information. The hero looked at him as he continued to explain that the other dimensional worlds that had been revealed so far through the floor embedding process were Ares, Murim, and Kellyan. So they could only encounter these three dimensions when it came to floor embedding. He imagined a warrior kneeling before another. The challengers from the Ares world placed great importance on chivalry. The samurai held his sword. The Murim challengers were similar to them, but a little more aggressive. Sun Jun narrowed his eyes and thought about what it meant that the Black Knight was from the Ares world and Sunhak was from Murim. He also introduced the representatives of the other races, saying that he had heard that Kellyan was a world of races such as elves, fairies, and beastmen. Looking at his interlocutor, Sun Jun noted that he was well informed. The administrator smiled, replying that he had found out about everything in advance, using his right to ask questions. Stopping in front of the city gate, the guy in the green jacket was glad that they had finally reached the common area. He extended his hand to the hero, saying that although he was not a ranker, let the hero take his business card. Taking it in his hands, Sun Jun noted that he was the leader of the candidate control team from the Hunters Association, to which the interlocutor clarified that if Sun Jun had any questions, he could contact him at any time. Another candidate passed through the gate and messages appeared that the common area had been entered. All abnormal statuses were removed, and battles between candidates became impossible. The guy slyly rubbed his hands, saying that now he needed to slowly move towards the auction zone, to which Sun Jun replied that he also just happened to have a place where he should definitely visit. Looking into the hero's eyes, the interlocutor asked where he intended to go. With a confident smile, the hero answered that he was going to the arena. A welcome message appeared about arriving at the arena. Sun Jun walked among the blue chairs. Indignant people stood in front of the screens, not understanding why they lost again. Looking at them, the hero thought, is this the arena? More like a gambling house. New messages appeared that the administrator Black Devil is pleased, saying that this reminds him of the old days. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood with undisguised hatred says that the arena is the same everywhere. Administrator White Crane Sword is very excited because of the heat that has settled in the arena. Looking at the empty seat, the hero wondered if he just needs to sit in one of these chairs. Then he comfortably sat in one of them. He looked thoughtful when new messages appeared that the arena system was activated. Need to use the screen to choose a bet or a duel. Then he pressed the help button. New posts have explained that the arena is divided into two systems, betting and dueling. If you choose to bet, you can place points on other contenders' duels. When placing bets, points can be gained or lost depending on whether the contender you bet on wins or loses. Looking at the screen, the hero wondered what it means. Did the people whose conversation he overheard place a bet? After that, more messages appeared. If a duel was selected, he could fight other contenders to get a reward. When the duel is confirmed, the final ranking and each other's real names are revealed. The duel will only take place if the reward is a skill, item, strength, etc. The duel is only held between opponents who have the same level of rewards. After the duel is confirmed, it is possible to fight the opponent in the Colosseum. When one of the duel participants surrenders, the duel ends and everyone returns to their original place. Sun Jiun realized that if the duel status is confirmed, the participants in the duel will automatically move to the Colosseum. He imagined various weapons, potions, skills, and strength, and decided that the reward for the duel was the core of the arena. He pressed the screen with a smile, deciding to see if there was a reward that he liked. The other contenders looked at the gaming place with delight. The girl asked if the Witch of Hellfire Catherine was there. Someone asked again, the same famous huntress from America. The red-haired girl ran her finger across the monitor. Looking at the screen, she said that no one was sending a request for a duel. This was because she had too many victories. On the screen were Catherine's statistics, server USA, final rating 6, number of victories 17, number of defeats 0. She said that it would be better if these duel statistics did not exist at all, then she could challenge other opponents more often. A message appeared saying that the administrator of the Lord of Fire laughingly said that these were mere trifles. Continuing to look at the screen, Catherine concluded that it seemed like only cowards had gathered here. After which she was about to get up from her chair, saying that she needed to stop wasting time and leave the arena. Suddenly, something caught her eye. A new message notified that a duel request had arrived. Sunjeon, South Korea server, final rating 3. Reward for victory, Demon Slayer skill. Number of victories, 0. Number of defeats, 0. The hero's name was visible on the screen. The girl was surprised that he had just entered the arena and immediately chose it. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. New windows reported that the duel was confirmed. The transfer to the Colosseum is in progress. The white arena was illuminated by the bright sun. Catherine noted with a smile that she liked his fighting spirit. But before choosing, she should first observe the opponent. Sun Jiun frowned silently. The girl was surrounded by flames. The system window reported that Sun Jiun was against Catherine. The duel begins. The girl was surrounded by flames, telling the hero to consider it a good experience. Raising his hand, a fireball appeared above it. The birth of fire power was activated. The hero calmly watched what was happening. Sparks flew in different directions, after which the ball flew at Sun Jiun. The hero took a step to the side. He continued to retreat. The fireball was very close. A fiery trail remained from his hand. Catherine said that he was finished. The master of the Kai sword power was activated. The swing left a blue trail on the fireball, after which it split into two halves. So the fire was left behind Sun Jiun. Catherine was shocked. Smoke was spreading across the entire arena. The girl looked at her opponent with displeasure when he repeated her words about the experience. Putting out his blade, he said that he would also provide one. A light breeze stirred the bamboo leaves. There was a water source near the gray building. The girl sipped tea from a miniature cup. A blue whirlpool appeared in front of the long-haired blonde. An image of Sun Jiun's challenger appeared in its center. The girl sitting in front of the image said that she didn't expect him to already have control over the released Kai energy. She scratched the bird sitting on her shoulder with her finger, saying that she made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful power. In the future, she would need to gain the favor of this candidate faster than the other administrators. Looking at the bird that took off, she thought that perhaps this candidate could fulfill her long-standing wish that she could not fulfill. The wind blew Sun Jiun's hair. An explosion ball appeared in front of him. The system reported that the instant acceleration skill was activated. The hero jumped up, escaping from the fireballs. The fireballs flew behind him, leaving flaming traces. He moved, cutting the fireballs with sword strikes. With his back to the flames, the guy swung his sword. The fabric of his cloak was burning. Sun Jiun turned around and cursed in his mind upon seeing this. He landed on the arena, raising dust. Looking back, the boy thought that it was a pity to lose the exclusive effect of the plaza due to the inability to use the skill Grace of the Wind. Fireballs were blazing above the girl's outstretched hand. Catherine asked with a smile, "I wonder how long he can hold out." Administrator Lord of Iron Blood looked at the close-up of the flames with interest. Administrator White Crane Sword had high hopes for him. Administrator Black Devil laughed loudly, watching the power of the fire. The girl sent huge fireballs forward. Sun Jun swung his sword, leaving a bright trace. The system reported that 3 minutes had passed since the activation of the power of the Kai Sword Master. Mana consumption increased by 6%. The hero looked forward, surrounded by flashes. A notification appeared that 4 minutes had passed since the activation of the power of the Kai Sword Master. Mana consumption increased by 8%. Frowning slightly, the brunette thought that if the battle dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage. The system reported that he had absorbed the spirit of the challenger Seonhak, thereby exceeding the stat indicators. Strength increased by 2, agility increased by 1, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 3, toughness increased by 2. Red and black rays were spreading from the guy's chest. A notification appeared that one of the skills that the challenger Seonhak possessed had been absorbed. He received the skill Lightning Sword Kai, B skill Lightning Sword Kai, proficiency 0%. Description: genuine skill of the Lightning Gate. The main effect: when using the released Kai energy, lightning discharges are formed at the tip of the sword, thereby the Kai energy gains the properties of lightning. However, the effect cannot be used when Kai energy is unavailable. Additional effect: when the skill is not activated, the basic statistics of Kai energy are greatly increased, which allows you to perform a slash. Sun Jun carefully read and thought, Lightning Sword Kai allows you to perform a slash. Does this mean that he can launch Kai energy over long distances? Catherine's palm was ablaze with fire. She said that it seems that he thinks that he has time to be distracted by other things. The guy looked at her carefully. Many fire arrows appeared above his head. They quickly flew down. Sun Jun ran, dodging their attacks. The guy ran right under 2 fiery flashes, and then with a sharp blow of the sword, he cut them. The system reported that the skill Ash Blood was activated. A blue glow appeared on the hero's fingers. He extended his hand with a sword to the side, thinking that he did not know if he would succeed the first time. The sword in his hand glowed blue. He decided that he needed to practice. A notification about the activation of the power of the Sword Master Kai appeared. The skill Lightning Sword Kai was activated. Bright blue rays flew forward. The girl chuckled when one of the balls was cut by the rays. She looked forward in amazement, summoning a shield. A fire shield surrounded her, protecting her from the Kai energy. Catherine gritted her teeth from the tension and thought that he immediately counterattacked. Suddenly, the hero appeared behind her. The red-haired girl closed her eyes, saying that he really was incredibly strong. She lost. The system reported that the challenger Catherine surrendered. He won. As a reward for winning, he receives the skill Storm C+. The duel is over. The teleportation to the general area of the arena on the 10th floor is performed. Sun Jun, surprised, materialized in a red chair. Looking forward, he said that he decided to participate in the duel to practice his sword skills, but the opponent was quite strong. As a result, his robe burned. Pointing his finger at the blue screen, he said that he should remember the name Catherine. The description of the skill Storm appeared on the screen. No mastery. The main effect is activated when attacking with a piercing sword and increases the attack speed by 3 times for piercing strikes. An additional effect when activating the skill is a 30% chance that the wind property will be applied to the piercing blow, and the movement speed will increase significantly. Seeing this, the brunette said in disappointment that he thought it was some kind of fencing art, but it was about the skill of piercing blows. An information window appeared in front of him, which said the server was South Korea, the final rating was 3, the number of victories was 1, the number of losses was 0. He thought, just 1 victory. He needs to start growing actively. The system reported confirmation of the duel. The hero is moving to the Colosseum. The hero saw a semicircular gray structure of the arena. Sun Jun versus Owaki Yuji. The duel begins. The opponents stood opposite each other. The hero thought that he was ranked 11th on the Japanese server. The long-haired man with a spear said that he was ranked 3rd on the Korean server, so he was really looking forward to their duel. But the one who appeared before him looked like a beggar, nothing to even look at. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. Owaki sullenly asked why he was laughing. In response, he heard that he found it funny that they had the same thoughts. Veins bulged from anger on the Japanese man's face. He swung his spear, shouting insults. Sun Jun dodged his blow. Looking at the blade in front of him, he thought that this was all that the 11th ranked player in the Japanese server could do. The boy smiled, thinking that he must have become too strong. If this level seemed like child's play to him. The long-haired man fell, spitting out blood. The system reported that the challenger Owaki had taken serious damage. Sun Jun had won. The brunette smiled contentedly, saying that this was a cornucopia of skills. He struck the man in the green coat with his sword. The system reported victory. The man screamed as he flew back. The hero had won. Sun Jun gripped the sword resolutely. He had won. The system reported that he had obtained the Duel Master achievement. Strength increased by 2. Mist swirled among the mountains in the central lands of Murim. A man was meditating in front of a bamboo grove. His eyes were closed. Then he opened them and asked the one who had come up to him, "What?" The one sitting on the stone asked again. He said, "Master Seonhak is dead." The boy confirmed it. Bowing, he said that according to the latest news he had received about Master Seonhak, it had recently become possible to connect to the earthly dimension, and it was said that he had attempted a floor-by-floor penetration there. The man opened his eyes, listened, and thought that he seemed to have arrived. A dark figure appeared among the bamboo thickets. A roaring white beast emerged from there. The long-haired boy chuckled. The huge beast was approaching him from behind as he said that it had been 5 years since he had stopped climbing to the top of the tower. He extended his palm, surrounded by flames. The sword thrust into the stone began to glow, trembling. The beast jumped back when the man caught the weapon. He jumped up, breaking the rock beneath him with energy. The huge monster saw him fly over his head. The man approached, his brows furrowed in determination, and then he plunged the sword straight into the monster's forehead. Red lightning surrounded the beast. The boy looked at it, thinking that he had dealt with such a powerful spiritual creature with such ease. The martial arts of a martial artist are so strong that contemplating his power gives goosebumps. The man pulled out the sword from the head of the defeated monster and asked, "Earthly dimension, I wonder." Smiling, he ordered to find out by any means who exactly killed Master Seonhak. Sun Ji-eun came out of the blue portal. The system reported that the entrance to the waiting room of the 10th floor was made. The hero fell onto the bed. Lying on the pillow, he said that there was no trace of fatigue left, which was to be expected from the waiting room. The boy touched the blue information window with his finger. He looked at it with a slight smile, thinking that in such an unexpected place he was able to access some other powers. On the screen was a description of the power Steel Wings C+. Price 15.0. The power that allows you to create steel wings with mana. They are able to provide high flight speed. To keep the wings active, you need to constantly fill them with mana. When there is not enough mana to maintain them, the wings will automatically disappear. The hero imagined himself hovering with pink wings on his back and thought that the power with which you can fly. Just thinking about it fills his heart with happiness. The screen said exclusive contract store, so 500. The guy thought that, but he can't buy it right now because he doesn't have enough. So Sun Ji-eun sat surrounded by blue information windows and said that he would now begin synthesis. The screen said that the unique power of skill synthesis was activated. Skill synthesis is complete. The system repeatedly notified that a new skill was created. Shining windows appeared in front of the hero. Sun Ji-eun looked at them with interest. A short list of skills that he managed to create after an hour of deep thought. The logo depicted a red shield. This is defense, counterattack shield. Be the image of a purple footprint near the foot spoke of the speed of movement. Secret shadow step, C+. The red glowing blade indicated attack speed. Frantic swordplay, C+. The palm was surrounded by a red glow. The hero thought that there was even a B rank shield skill among them. The system reported that the counterattack shield was activated. A glowing red defense appeared in front of the guy's palm. He looked at the shield with impress. The 10th floor of the test tower has been entered. The difficulty is high. The theme of this test is cooperation. The remaining time is 3 hours. The condition for successfully completing the test is to prevent the resurrection of the Lord devouring the darkness within the allotted time. The condition for failing the test is the death of all team members or the allotted time has expired. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a skill enhancement potion, B+. The penalty for failure is death. Portals appeared at the entrance to the cave. Team members are distributed according to their final ranking. The assignment of team members is complete. A man in an iron mask came out of the portal. This is first place in the final Seung-hoon ranking. The pink-haired youth, second place in the final rankings of Chunseok. From the next portal appeared Sun Ji-eun, third place in the final rankings. From the next portal appeared the blonde man in a red suit, Sooty, sixth place in the world rankings. The system announced a 30-minute grace period. During the grace period, the remaining time will not be spent. We must try to unite as much as possible during this time to defeat the monster boss. The masked man asked, "Is this a team trial again?" The pink-haired man ran up, asking if he had also climbed the trial tower. Sun Ji-eun watched carefully, thinking that the two of them were first and second place in the final rankings, and it seemed like they had met before. The red-suited man stood behind them, looking at them. The heroes suddenly looked up, hearing a scream. Sooty pointed angrily, shouting that he was the one he met on the 4th floor. Sun Ji-eun looked at him questioningly. Seung-hoon in a mask asked, "Did the two of them cross paths during the trial?" Judging by his reaction, it was not a pleasant meeting. The blonde hugged himself, trembling, and said gloomily that he was absolutely right. They met on the 4th floor during the combined trial in this hunter. Sooty trembled in front of the hero, saying that he was someone who strives to grow by accumulating achievements for killing. The red figure of a man smiled wickedly. Sooty, the blonde touched his chin. For Seung-joon, deceiving others was an everyday matter. The participants fought in the crowd. He created conflict by turning others against each other and used this time to get a reward. Sudi held the gems with a wild smile. This was a survival tactic he had developed. The smile revealed sharp teeth, which he began to actively use in another place called the Trial Tower. The administrator, a lying clown, laughs at the contractor's deception, so much so that even the corners of his mouth are torn from laughter. The image of the clown laughed at the wickedly smiling blonde. Sun-joon looked at him in surprise. He thought that his expression showed that he was confused. Well, should he add something else? He pointed his finger at the brunette, who tried to say that there was a misunderstanding and exclaimed that he even brutally killed a member of his team. The hero waved his hand, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The hammer materialized and glowed. Seung-hoon extended his hand towards it, saying that instead of the 4, where everyone kept to themselves, he preferred the 3 in good teamwork. The test tower was not a place where one could act frivolously. Looking with glowing eyes, the masked man asked who was telling the truth. They would find out now, and the liar would be expelled from the team. The members stood opposite each other. The guy thought that if something went wrong, he would end up having to deal with all 3 at the same time. Sun-joon frowned, thinking that this was the worst-case scenario. Chun-seok raised his finger, suggesting that he calm down. With his hand raised, he said that earlier, the applicant Sudi said that he met Hunter on the 4th floor, right? He heard a confirmation. With his hands spread, he said that it turns out that he knows the real name of the applicant Hunter. The nickname system appeared in the waiting room of the 5th floor. Sudi tensely heard that if he said the real name, everything would immediately fall into place. He opened his mouth, awkwardly beginning that the real name is Hunter. One half of his face was with a sly smile. He said that his name is Cheolman. He thought, what does it matter? There is no way to prove his name anyway. Chun-seok turned to the brunette, asking if he had anything to say. He replied that it wasn't even funny. He pulled the cord hanging around his neck. Holding a badge in his hand, the guy said that it was his hunter's license. He thought that during his return to Earth, he accidentally took it with him and it ended up being very useful to him. Showing the ID, which stated that he was a Hunter Sun-joon, rank C, type close combat, and the date of registration, the guy said his name. Sudi looked at him in shock. Holding a hammer, Seung-hoon said that now it seemed to be clear who should be expelled. The hero thought that everything was very bad. Administrator Lying Clown clicked his tongue because of the clumsiness of his contractor. Administrator Expert in Dispute laughed at his abilities. Administrator Finder of Lies enjoyed the consequences of his stupidity. Administrator Dark Observer snorted, looking at his results. The blonde read the notifications tensely, thinking that he was in trouble. The guy extended his hand, blocking the masked man's way, and said that he would handle this matter himself. Sun-joon clutched his sword, saying intimidatingly that because he was very angry right now. Seung-hoon looked at him, but then agreed. Sudi was surprised, thinking that he was attacking alone. He grinned wickedly, thinking that he was a fool. Even if they looked at him with hatred, there was hope if he killed him. The test was for 4 people, and if they excluded him as well, it would be extremely difficult for 2 to pass it. The brunette standing opposite said that he was talking about very funny things, so shouldn't he take responsibility for his words? The liar asked, responsibility? He has no idea what it is. A shining book appeared above the palm of the wicked guy. He said that he only cares about surviving. Putting forward his hand with a shining seal, he said that he was not the only one with power. The system reported that the stems of the swamp spirit were entwined around his legs. Green vines were entwined around the hero's legs. The notification said that the magic resistance skill was activated. The stems of the swamp spirit were completely destroyed. Surrounded by a green glow, Sun-joon approached the enemy. He decisively swung his sword. Extending his hand with a barrier, Sudi said that he was annoying. He also had a magic resistance skill in his arsenal. A bright beam of attack collided with a magic shield. The ground broke from the impact. Seung-hoon said that he should move away. Chun-seok replied that he liked it here, so you can fully feel the fight between them. The masked man dragged him by the collar, telling him not to be capricious, and there is nothing wrong with caution. The young man whined, saying that he likes to watch everything from special places. Sudi frowned and stretched out his palm and wished for death. Shining balls flew forward. Sun-joon dodged one of them, and then angrily swung his fist. A powerful blow crashed into the enemy's body. The blonde grinned, saying that it seemed that the hunter had become the prey. Sun-joon looked questioningly. Behind him, balls surrounded by lightning glowed. Turning around, the hero thought, are these the spheres that he launched earlier? A bright beam quickly crashed into the hero. Sudi, with a book in his hand, laughed and said that he was in vain pretending to be a tough fighter. Let him look at himself now. Suddenly, his gaze became surprised. He exclaimed in confusion. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill was activated. Sun-joon stood on the broken ground, holding a shield. The system reported information about the counterattack shield skill. Mastery 0%. The main effect after memorizing the name of the skill, he can summon a red shield created from mana. The additional effect absorbs 25% of the damage received by the shield and then immediately releases it. The hero resolutely held the red magic defense, asking why he was so surprised. Everything was just beginning. Sudi's dissatisfied eyes glowed yellow. He wondered what it was, how he blocked his technique so easily. Sun Ji-eun abruptly took off, rushing to attack. The blonde gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and stretched out his hand. Stone blocks appeared on the hero's path, blocking the way. Holding the shield, the guy swung his sword. A bright beam flashed between the stones. A voice was heard, addressing Seung-hoon. The brunette jumped, leaving bright traces. The voice asked if he knew who Hunter was, or rather, Sun Ji-eun's challenger. The masked man, watching from a distance, answered that no, he had never seen him among the high-ranking hunters. Chun-seok said that since he didn't know him, there was a high probability that he was just a civilian. But was it really possible to become that strong? The masked man replied that unless he was a high-ranking hunter like them, it would be hard to achieve such results. Sun Ji-eun held the barrier, defending himself from the enemy's attacks. Seung-hoon said that the most surprising thing was that he wasn't fighting the enemy with all his strength right now. A glow could be seen through the slit of his mask. He continued that for some reason he felt like his level was comparable to his. Chun-seok turned to the man, saying that he was so strong. After all, he was 2 steps lower in the final ranking. Although this was just a guess. Introducing the orcs who rushed to attack, he said that if the team's luck had passed him by in all the combined tests so far, there was a high probability that he would have been underestimated compared to his original skills. He imagined Sun Ji-eun standing with his back in the blue light. The real Sun Ji-eun swung his sword. It attacked the blonde's hand, cutting the book. Sudi grabbed his injured hand with a scream. Falling to his knees, he saw the tip of the sword. Looking at it carefully, Seung-hoon thought that he was surprised. He did not kill the enemy, but suppressed him with his superiority and did it as if it cost him nothing. Sudi stretched out his hand and begged for him to stop. The hero towering over him heard that if he killed him, then perhaps no one would be able to survive this trial. Let him think carefully. This trial involves the top 4 players, right? With tears on his face, he opened his mouth, saying that in this situation, he was thinking of the trial tower. The guy silently watched, hearing that she was giving such an easy task that it could be easily completed even if one of the team members died. Instead of answering, Sun Ji-eun turned to the others. The man standing on the rock said that they would not interfere. Let him choose what he thought was right. Gritting his teeth, the blonde pulled his hand back, and then extended it with a shining pink sword. Sun Ji-eun swung his own in displeasure, insulting him. A bright trace of his blow cut the head of the surprised blonde. However, instead of his body, a white haze remained, and the blonde himself jumped back. The system reported that the unique characteristic deception was activated. All stats instantly increased by 10. The wounded Sudi stood surrounded by pink swirls, and thought that he wanted to hide his last trump card until the very end. Extending a blade with red inscriptions, he shouted that he would finish him off. Sun Ji-eun calmly extended his palm with a shield. Pink chains brightly collided with the barrier, and then flew apart, but only to attack the guy again. The system reported the activation of the skill Grace of the Wind. All speed increased by 40%. Current summation progress is 4 out of 7. There was a blinding flash. The man stamped his foot. Sudi was surprised to see a brunette approaching him with a shield in his hand. Looking at him, Sun Ji-eun said that he now knew for sure that it was much more dangerous to mess with a scumbag like him or challenge a 3-man trial. The deceiver cursed with a crazy look. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage. Waves of energy spread around. They were so powerful that they tore off the blonde's clothes. The system reported information about the old vampire count's tailcoat: a movement speed plus 8%, mana regeneration plus 12%, a special tailcoat favored by a certain count. When attacking, it can randomly consume stamina or blood to create a blood shield. Next came information about the bloody heavenly demon blade B+, reaction speed plus 7%, attack speed plus 10%, a famous sword that is one of the treasures passed down in the Murim Blood Demon School. The Kai in the blood coats the blade, and the sword becomes one with the mana flowing through the user's veins. Sun Ji-eun stood with his hand outstretched toward the information window, saying that he would make good use of these items. Seung-hoon and Chun-seok jumped off the cliff. Looking at the brunette, the pink-haired one said in admiration that Sun Ji-eun was great. His comrade added that he hoped all the misunderstandings had been resolved. The hero confirmed, saying that there were definitely no problems left now. An information window appeared, saying that there were 10 minutes left until the start of the 10th floor trial. All candidates should prepare for the upcoming trial. The 3 heroes walked toward the building beyond the ravine, deciding to move forward. Under the moon stood a monument of a warrior on horseback. The heroes passed by. Chun-seok said that the warrior statue was so huge, he wouldn't come to life, would he? The man replied that since it was a tower, that could be the case. Sun Ji-eun looked at him carefully. The statue had a golden crown on its head. and instead of eyes, there was darkness. Looking with his blue eyes, the hero was silent. The test participants walked among the gray buildings. Chunseok was surprised, looking ahead. They stopped in the center of the round hall in front of the throne. Next to it was a statue of a warrior surrounded by chains. The same one stood on the other side. Words were heard that there were 3 more statues here, which gave him a bad feeling. Looking ahead, the guy said what it was. He looked at the huge stone monster sitting on the throne and said that it was probably the darkness-devouring Overlord. The system reported that the grace period had expired. The 10th floor test was beginning. When the allotted time began to count down, a squad of dark guards would appear. It was necessary to prevent the darkness-devouring Overlord from being resurrected. The participants looked ahead in surprise. The chains holding the warriors began to unwind. The eyes of the stone guard lit up with purple fire. He jumped off his pedestal and landed with the others next to the heroes. Looking at the warrior, Seung-hoon said that all his bones were already numb. It was time to stretch. He looked at the brunette, who said that there was a head. Imagining a crossed-out image of a man in a crown, the brunette explained that they must prevent the head, which the squad of dark guards carried on their backs, from reaching the Lord. He was glad that everything was so easy. Holding a shining hammer in his hand, the man ordered everyone to take on one target. The armored warrior stamped his foot, and then, like the others, jumped up, raising his sword above his head. The participants of the test looked at them resolutely and asked to wish them luck. Sun Jun put his hand behind his back, thinking that he should deal with him with one attack using the Kai sword. The enemy swung his weapon, leaving a purple trail. The guy jumped towards him. His gaze became surprised. The hero landed, sliding on the ground. He looked at the purple glow around the stone giant's sword and thought that it was Kai energy. Looking carefully, he thought that it was not as simple as it seemed. Are the others okay? At this time, a powerful blow knocked him off his feet. The shockwave smashed the stones on the floor. The warrior with the head behind his back ran quickly. A huge boulder flew forward. He looked at it in surprise. The warrior chopped the stone with an axe, but was still knocked off his feet. Seung-hoon's hand was surrounded by blue glove energy. An eye glowed in the slit of the mask. He said that each of them was of a level that matched the boss. Holding a blue glowing hammer, he told everyone to be careful. A chuckle was heard. He seemed to have let his guard down a moment ago. A pointed hat materialized. Chunseok put the hat on his head, saying that it doesn't suit him, so he can't stand to use it. He stood in front of the warrior running towards him and said that for this, that he made him wear this clown hat. A bow with 3 glowing arrows appeared in the hero's hand. He will have to incarnate his life for this. The arrows, surrounded by lightning, flew forward. Bright flashes appeared from them behind the warrior. Holding a sword in his hand, he quickly attacked the archer. The hat hid his eyes. Clash with magicians, the standard is close combat. A scythe with a red blade appeared. Chunseok stretched out his palm in a fighting stance, saying, "Only if the opponent is an ordinary magician." Looking at him, Sun Jun mentally admired, thinking that after only encountering weak opponents, the sight of these people excites the blood. He jumped back, saving himself from the enemy's bright attack, and thought that the main thing was for him not to fail in such a team. Stones flew around. The brunette kicked them, sending them into the body of a stone monster. The skill Grace of the Wind is activated. All speed is increased by 50%. Current summation progress is 5 out of 7. The hero quickly ran forward with a determined look. The huge warrior thrust his weapon into the ground. The state when he steps on the shadow of a creature. The skill Secret Walk in the Shadow C+ is activated. Strength is temporarily increased by 3. The brunette with a sword ran up to the enemy who was carrying the head. The skill Furious Swordplay is activated. Sword attack speed is increased by 10%. Current summation progress is 5 out of 10. The skill Master of the Kai sword is activated. The hero jumped, cutting the monster's head with his sword. The stone head shattered into pieces along with the crown. The man in the mask talked about a depth charge. His opponent was surrounded by bright golden lightning. The stone man's face was distorted by the scream. The crowned head behind him was also smashed. A red whirlwind appeared in the air. It was the guy in the hat who attacked swiftly, twirling the weapon in his hand. He jumped high, holding a double-bladed scythe. The shining weapon struck the stone enemy. The third head of the boss was smashed into pieces. The stone monster opened its mouth, screaming loudly. The participants of the trial watched as they walked away. Chunseok asked if they were running away. Seung-hoon replied that now that there were no heads left, resurrecting the Lord was impossible. It was time to end. The 3 guys ran forward. They left the circular area following the monuments. The brunette running behind became alert, noticing something and wondering what that sound was. The huge stone monster stomped its foot. Sun Jun's eyes widened in surprise. The 3 stone opponents stood together, forming a pedestal. The horse quickly galloped over their bodies and jumped high with the cloaked rider. The guy looked at him in shock, thinking that it was the one from the entrance. The stone rider was rapidly approaching the headless body on the throne. The heroes quickly rushed after him. Gritting his teeth angrily, Sun Jun thought that it was too late to run after him. The rider held the Lord's head in his hands and jumped high. The brunette swung his sword as he ran. The guy's eyes shone brightly with anger. With a sharp movement, he threw the weapon forward. Meanwhile, the enemy had already brought the boss's head to his neck, but a bright blue beam smashed it right in his hands. The Lord's golden crown fell next to him. The stone warrior's eyes glowed red, and then he, like the others, screamed loudly. Chunseok made a joyful gesture with his hands and exclaimed that this was great. The brunette standing in a throwing pose breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a stone hand picked up the fallen crown and placed it on its head. The fingers were clutching the handle of the weapon. The silhouette of the monster who cut off his own head appeared. The heroes looked at it in amazement. They rushed forward shouting that they had to stop him. The stone man held the head and the crown above himself. The guys jumped on him with weapons in their hands. When it was disconnected from the neck, there was a bright flash, and then a powerful red explosion through the hero's back. There were black flashes in the thick smoke. The system reported that the conditions were met. The stone monster and the crown rose from the throne. The system reported that the Lord who devoured the darkness had been resurrected. Looking at him in shock, Sun Jun cursed in his mind. He had received a special task to destroy the Lord who devoured the darkness. Red steam came out of the mouth of the huge stone man. The system reported that any damage would be nullified by the power of immunity. Challengers whose stats were higher than the darkness-devouring Overlord would be able to deal damage. The brunette looked at him in surprise, mentally asking what kind of power. He had never heard of monsters being able to use power. The Overlord raised his hand, and a sword surrounded by a red glow was approaching. The stone fingers closed on the hilt, and then the boss made a powerful slash with the sword on the ground. Sliding on the floor, Sun Jun thought about what kind of cheating ability this was. If dealing damage by itself was impossible, then they could do absolutely nothing. He froze. A huge stone warrior appeared behind him. The huge blade of the sword moved forward. Sun Jun flew back from the bright attack. The wound on his stomach glowed green, healing. The guy thought that he got a problem because they could not complete the mission. Suddenly, his gaze became surprised. He thought that this might work. Several stone guards were approaching with weapons. The hero's comrades ran up to him. Chunseok asked if Sun Jun was okay, and Seung-hoon added that they should come up with a plan and hit the Overlord, but first, they needed to deal with his guards. Standing next to the participants, the brunette said that he had a request. Could the two of them delay the Overlord for a while? The masked man noticed that they couldn't do any damage to him, so wouldn't it be more effective to clear out his guards first? Looking at him with determination, Sun Jun said that he had an idea. There was a way to kill the Overlord. The face of the huge stone monster in the crown looked surprised. An eye glowed through the slit of the mask. Finally, Seung-hoon turned away, saying that they would trust him. Looking at the hero, he said that they would not be able to hold out for long, so he should hurry up. The guys quickly rushed to the Overlord. Sun Jun decisively turned to the guard, saying that he was starting. He stood in front of the huge stone guards, saying that they would have to play with him for a while. The blue hammer was surrounded by golden lightning. They quickly hit the boss when the participant used a depth charge. Then any damage is nullified by the power of immunity. The man in the crown turned his red eyes. Seung-hoon landed, telling his comrade that as expected, there was no use. The system reported that the power of the Overlord's greatness was activated. The eyes of the stone monster glowed. A notification appeared that everyone should show respect to the Overlord. Any action that does not meet this requirement will be blocked. The heroes bent from the powerful energy bending them to the ground. The king struck with his sword, breaking the ground. A huge crack in the floor almost reached the heroes. The palm lying on the hilt glowed golden. The system reported the activation of the magic resistance skill. Golden flashes surrounded the body block was partially released. The guy in the hat screamed, seeing a flash nearby. The explosion that soared through the hero's back. Seung-hoon put his hands out to the sides, protecting the younger one. A powerful force hit him in the back. Blood dripped from under the mask. Chunseok grabbed his comrade by the arm and asked if he was okay. Then he turned around, covered in shadow. The huge stone boss pointed his sword at them. The guy closed his eyes as the tip quickly approached him. His foot slid along the ground. Sun Jun managed to protect his comrades with a red impenetrable shield. Chunseok looked at him in surprise, hearing an apology for being a little late. A red barrier was spreading from the shield on the guy's arm. He calmly said absorption. The system offered to increase stats using the spirits he had. Black and red swirls appeared in the air. The system reported that strength increased by 4, agility increased by 3, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 6, tenacity increased by 4. Sun Jun clenched his fist, holding the red barrier. A notification appeared that the shield counterattack skill instantly released the accumulated damage. A bright beam threw the Overlord's sword away from the shield. The system reported that the power of the Kai Sword Master had been activated. The blade in the boy's hand glowed blue, and a notification appeared about the activation of the lightning sword Kai skill. A bright blue beam rushed forward from the sword strike. Sun Jun gritted his teeth resolutely, thinking that the boss would receive it. The bright energy crashed into the stone monster's body. Deep furrows were left on it. The hero thought that it worked. The Overlord with red eyes opened his mouth, screaming. The system reported that the power of the Overlord's greatness had been activated. Everyone should show respect to him. Any action that does not meet this requirement will be blocked. Sun Jun fell to one knee, crushed by the red energy. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist. The system reported that the force breakthrough skill had been activated. The magic resistance skill had been activated. The ground around the brunette was covered in cracks. A notification appeared that all blockages on the body had been completely removed. A bright green ball of power surrounded the hero. A notification appeared that the proficiency of the skill force breakthrough had reached 100%. The proficiency of the skill magic circuit had reached 100%. The proficiency of the skill magic resistance had reached 100%. These skills had been upgraded to rank C. The monster's strike collided with the bright shield. Sun Jun moved forward, thinking that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, there was a wicked smile on his face. He wondered why he couldn't stop laughing. As he flew at the monster wearing the crown from above, he wondered if it was because he was anticipating his impending victory. The fundamental desire to become stronger was burning like fire. Bright rays of attack surrounded the stone monster. Chunseok's words were heard that the challenger Sun Jun was a real monster. Seung-hoon replied that it was such a strange feeling. He never thought he would be looking at someone's back. However, they should congratulate him. Leaning on his friend, the man said that the first place in the rankings was now his. A powerful beam hit the red shield. The system reported that charging was complete. The counterattack shield skill had reached the maximum damage absorption limit. Sun Jun held the shield, surrounded by a red glow, with his legs spread wide. Bright energy was spreading from it. The brunette extended his hand forward, thinking that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage. A bright red beam was rapidly approaching the boss, cutting off his sword arm. The Overlord looked at it in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the hero quickly approached him. The system reported that the Wind's Grace skill was activated. All speed increased by 70%. The current stacking progress is 7 of 7. Due to the maximum stacking, a 1-day cooldown was applied. The Furious Swordplay skill was activated. Sword attack speed increased by 10%. The current progress of the summation is 10 out of 10. With a swift strike of his sword, he cut off the monster's huge head. The system reported that the darkness-devouring Overlord had been defeated. The white-haired girl looked at the image of the fighting hero. She smiled, holding her hand to her face, and said that this challenger who showed crazy growth was her contractor. She imagined a man walking with a torch in his hand. The ordinary challengers who climbed the tower carefully prepared themselves so as not to take risks, and only climbed the tower one floor at a time after tirelessly spending a lot of time training. In the shining window was the face of a smiling brunette. She said that Sun Jun was a valuable talent that was not easy to see in other dimensions. She thought it could be said that he represented the desire to grow. The white-haired girl imagined the images of people, thinking that the problem was that as time went on, other administrators would also become more and more interested in him. Many swords were stabbed into the white ground. She decided that she needed to establish a closer relationship with this challenger before other administrators did. The battlefield she stood on was engulfed in bright flames. She thought that it was for the sake of achieving her wish. The head of the stone monster fell to the ground with its crown shattered. Notifications began to pop up that the darkness-devouring Overlord had been defeated, and the guys were congratulated for breaking through the first floor of the trial tower. As a reward for breaking through, a mastery enhancement item would be sent to their inventory, as well as 60,000 points, and 1,000 forge points would be added as a reward for breaking through. Then the protagonist grinned sarcastically, because he was a challenger who contributed to the completion of special tasks. 10,000 points and 1,500 SP were awarded as a reward, and such a reward completely compensated for the difficulty of the test. Chunseok, with an excited look through his bangs, asked Sun Jun how he managed to pull all this off. The protagonist stood in front of the players on the destroyed floor and said that he had a skill that was perfect for the current situation, and it seemed that luck was on his side. Seung-hoon and his friend extended their index finger and said that today he was able to surprise them greatly and offered to talk in more detail in a private chat, adding each other as friends. Notifications popped up that the challenger Chunseok and Seung-hoon sent him a friend request. Then a portal appeared, and the protagonist said goodbye to the guys. Notifications popped up that over 1,000 applicants had successfully broken through the 10th floor and the system expansion was beginning. It was a place that looked like a stone tunnel, and a message that the shop had created a category called Dimensional Travel, which was now available to the guys. The brunette stared at what was happening and thought that it meant moving to other dimensions like Ares or Murim, but he wondered if that was the same as signing his own death warrant. Messages started popping up that the Earth Dimension Administrator's observation area had been expanded and it was possible to communicate with the Administrator even in the waiting room. A message that the Earth Dimension Administrator's intervention area had been expanded and an additional contract with the Administrator was available and moving to his personal domain. However, an additional contract could only be concluded once, after which additional contracts would be limited and the additional contract could be terminated at any time. Sun Jun raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. He imagined his silhouette holding hands with the administrator girl under an official contract, and he didn't need an additional contract. It turned out that the additional contract was something like a similar scheme, but if the contract can be terminated, then the only loser is not the administrator. Then he went to the inventory window and assumed that right now he could not know for sure and first he should figure out what he managed to get on the 10th floor. It was a card with an item, Mastery Upgrade, which was specially created by the tower for creatures with skills and upon receiving which they could arbitrarily increase the level of mastery of one of their skills by 20%. Then he decided to drink this potion and was asked to choose a skill to increase mastery. He wiped his mouth with his hand and wanted to improve the skill of the Grace of the Wind. A notification popped up that the selection was complete, and this skill was increased by 20% and it reached 100%, so the rank increased by 1 level. The card describing the skill of the Grace of the Wind, when the effect looked like this, when he said the name of the skill, it would increase all speeds by 10% and this effect could be stacked. Sun Jun's eyes widened in surprise, because he noticed that the recharge time had disappeared. Then, streams of red light began to emit from his chest under the silhouette of the Overlord devouring the darkness, because the next step was that he used the absorption of the spirit to permanently increase the stats. Numerous notifications popped up that various skills were increased by a certain number of points, and one of the skills of the Overlord devouring the darkness was absorbed. The brunette through the bangs widened his eyes because he received the skill of mana management. A card appeared with a description of the magic control skill where the effect concerned the use of magical power, then this step in the area of innate talent. The main character looked at this card with a puzzled look and realized that now he could control mana like someone who has innate talent, but just standing and watching it did not make sense. He looked at the messages from the administrators who invited him to their domain. Sun Jun looked up with a surprised look and did not understand why all the administrators were interested in him at the same time. The main character found himself in a snowy field where there was a cemetery of swords, because he was invited to the Lord of Steel Blood and he moved to this world. Then he saw a small house in front of him from which smoke was coming. A blonde in a towel came out from there and left. She went outside and stood in front of the main character because she joked that she already knew that he would choose her. Sun Jun watched as the girl placed her hands on her waist and said that she had won the bet thanks to him, while he wondered why they had sent the invitation at the same time. The two of them then walked across the snowy field, and the receptionist became curious as to why he wasn't asking any questions. The brunette looked at the surprised girl and said that he had accidentally obtained a mana manipulation skill and asked if there was any information about it. The girl replied that he had obtained a very powerful skill. She placed her hand on her waist and stated that it was very fortunate, because before they returned to the hut, she would briefly explain everything to him. She said that he needed to use the newly acquired mana manipulation skill to maximize the magical power in his body. The protagonist placed his hands in front of him and began to emit glowing magic. He then frowned angrily and bared his teeth. He immediately spread his arms and began to emit powerful streams of discharges and aura from himself because he activated a skill that greatly affected the magic circuit in his body. He bent down and looked furious with his arms outstretched because this skill was forcibly increased with the help of the mana management skill. He lowered his head in sweat and looked at his hand because he had a feeling that his physical data had increased several times. Then he hit the ground with his hand and a powerful stream of wind rose around. The girl covered herself with her hands from such a powerful stream. Suddenly, the towel flew off her. The brunette looked in amazement at the girl's naked body. Then after a while they were sitting at home and having tea because the administrator did not believe that he looked like a person who was capable of pulling such a trick. The main character sipped tea and choked on such a statement and said that it was just a misunderstanding. The girl placed her hand on the table with a malicious smile, saying that he was at a loss, and in any case, he should try this skill from time to time later, namely activating skills that use manas with the mana management skill. She imagined how thin branches of skills were emitted from the bright sphere of energy. She said that no matter how the understanding of mana management changed, the skill would be able to stimulate the growth of each skill. Sun Jun inquired about why he was called. The girl sat at the table opposite the guy and said that when he entered the waiting room on the 11th floor, he received a notification about the expansion of the system. He replied that thanks to this, he was able to come here without going through the tower. At this time, he was chewing on a cookie when the girl explained that only the expansion was not limited to such a function as the interference zone, and the real purpose was to convince that the administrator could seriously cultivate applicants. He became curious about what this meant. The girl immediately raised her hand, snapped her fingers in the discharge of aura. A message popped up that the administrator of the Blood Iron Lord was transferring power to the contractor using the interference zone, and the new power was engraved on the soul. Light began to emanate from the protagonist's chest, and he was tense all over because it was the power of the blood iron sword imprinted on the soul. He asked if she couldn't just give power before, to which he received a refusal. They sat opposite each other at the table, and the girl said that she had already paid the corresponding price of the tower. Sun Ji-eun, looking at her in surprise, realized that the additional contract function was also open, so maybe it would be better to find another applicant, and did not understand why him. He inquired about why she was so actively helping him. The girl sat opposite the protagonist and said that she saw a huge opportunity in him. Through her long hair, sitting on a chair, she said that administrators are rewarded by developing applicants, but this is by no means the end goal. Sun Ji-eun's eyes widened in surprise through his bangs when he heard that everyone was investing in one or another precedent to fulfill a long-standing wish. While Sun Ji-eun sat at the table with a confused look, notifications from various administrators began to pop up. The girl at this time smiled maliciously, leaning on the back of the chair, and said for those too impatient, she will end her story here. Then the protagonist found himself in a bamboo forest, because he received an invitation to the administrator's domain. He walked along a green meadow and realized that it was ideal for training, because he was just curious about his training method that the Steel Blood Lord taught him. He immediately swung his glowing blade and wanted to use mana control and hone his mastery of the skill 3 absolutes. He put out his magic shield with his hand and swung his sword again, because he used several skills, such as instant acceleration, and the skill rank was forcibly changed. He pulled out his magic blade to match the color of the rays and realized that now he needed to increase the power of the sword master. He stood in a fighting pose and looked at the magic blade in surprise. He looked at the blade with an angry grin and did not understand why this sword could not be activated by mana control, because he wanted to raise the rank of the lightning sword skill through the power of the sword master. He bared his teeth angrily in the sweat of his brow, and for him it was strange, because he assumed that this was all because the sword master is power. Notification that the administrator, the White Crane Sword, is waiting for his visit. He walked along a forest path among the bamboos, and messages popped up in front of him, because he decided to postpone the issue of skill growth with energy for now. The administrator, the White Crane Sword, puffed out his cheeks and spoke well. It was the bamboo trees in the forest, and he realized that judging by the title of the administrator, he must be an old man like Baek Sunhak. He looked ahead in surprise. He saw a man on the Chinese veranda, meditating and eagerly awaited. It was a white-haired girl, the administrator, the White Crane Sword, and she was eagerly awaiting the arrival of a challenger like him. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he realized that the girl in front of him was actually a teenager. He was standing next to the girl, who asked if there was a problem. He replied that it was surprising to see the administrator in front of him, with whom he only corresponded. He was about to come closer when the girl extended her hand and said that she understood everything perfectly, but it was not very convenient to talk while standing, so she suggested that he go somewhere else. The protagonist looked dumbfounded with his hair disheveled, and he found this conversation very refreshing. He was meditating next to the receptionist girl who was smiling at him, and he thought he knew why she had abandoned the chairs and sat on this floor. The girl looked ahead with awe and said that she had always been watching the protagonist from here, and from the moment he had entered into a life-or-death fight with Sunhak on the 9th floor until now. The two of them were meditating on the platform, and the guy said that she had been watching him since the observation of the candidates was allowed, and asked if it wasn't a waste to sponsor a candidate she had only seen once. The girl said that she would not answer at all, he should be more aware of his own value. She recalled the image of the old man with the ball and said that he could not reach the highest rank of possession of energy release, and he was still considered a fairly strong warrior of Murim, although he lost some of the strength he had after entering the tower, but maintaining victory over such a contender could rightfully be called a feat. The main character opened his mouth in amazement when the girl said that he should believe her, who was bound to this old man by a contract. Sun Ji-eun looked at her with alarm and sweat on his brow and realized that in this case, she could harbor a grudge against him. At this time, it was a watermill under the sun's rays, and the girl said that there was no need to escalate the situation because he was simply a good contender for points. The girl extended her finger, and a butterfly was about to land on it because she had managed to sign a contract with many applicants in her life but had never invited anyone into her domain. Sun Ji-eun stared at this butterfly, and the girl said that everything was until she saw him thanks to her previous applicant. Then she looked at the sleigh with slight malice and said that he should already guess what was what, and therefore decided to say it directly so that he would make an additional contract with her. The protagonist looked at her coolly through his bangs and asked if there were any benefits for him that he could get after this action. The two of them sat on the platform and looked at the forest when the administrator said that if he signed a contract with her, she could make him an apostle of the administrator of the White Crane Sword. He again became curious about what benefit he would get from becoming her apostle. She imagined a warrior in armor standing in front of the unique sign, and explained that in the tower, the term apostle refers to a candidate who enters into a special contractual relationship with the administrator, and the latter can only appoint one person as an apostle in his entire life, and only candidates who become apostles can acquire all the powers of the administrator. The protagonist thought about what was happening in surprise. He remembered the image of that very girl administrator of Steel Blood and realized that the patronage contract was so important, and realized that the girl then proposed to conclude a patronage contract, but did not bother to tell him about such important nuances. The white-haired girl was sitting on a pillow with a sword in her hands, and Sun Ji-yoon said that in the test tower it was said that an additional contract is a contract that can be broken at any time, and asked why she was offering him patronage that can only be presented to a candidate once in a lifetime under such unfavorable conditions. She said that, like that woman, she chose him to fulfill her long-standing wish. She imagined a huge sharp sword and said that she wanted the sharpest sword in the world, the best sword that would never break or become dull. She imagined the protagonist in a demonic form with shining eyes and saw that it had the potential to be sharper than any sword. Sun Ji-yoon stared through his bangs and realized that this was an old wish, and the Bloodlord had mentioned it earlier too, but it didn't seem like a simple wish. Then the protagonist looked at her and asked about the old wish. The white-haired girl looked ahead with trepidation and was about to tell him about it. Sun Ji-yoon stared at the puzzled girl, who said that the administrator's old wish was a memory that came from regrets in the past. She imagined a group of different administrators and said that the old wish was a right given to the administrator by the tower. The main character in this image found himself in a dark space, and such a test of the tower of an old wish is also a kind of test that the administrator can give to the applicant with whom the contract was signed. When the old wish is fulfilled, the applicant receives a reward. The girl slightly closed her lips and said, if suddenly it is possible to fulfill an old wish, then it will even be possible to change an event in the past. The main character's eyes bulged in amazement from such a statement. Sun Ji-yoon looked closely at the girl and asked how it is possible to change some event in the past, because such a thing is absolutely impossible. The girl lowered her head and explained with trepidation, since he had already gone through the test of the tower so many times before today, he should know perfectly well whether she is telling the truth or lying. The brunette looked at her intently and understood that she was not lying. He remembered how he was trapped, tried to get out of it in his various moments from the past, because if we are talking about the tower, then it is definitely not lying. The guy frowned slightly from under his brows. The two of them were sitting under the roof and chatting when Sun Ji-yoon asked if he could ask just one question. He looked at her warily and asked about fulfilling her long-standing wish. How high should he go up in the test tower? The girl immediately timidly scratched her cheek and looked away. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her with sweat and slight anxiety when he heard that it had to be at least the last floor. The message that the contract had been concluded. This administrator, nicknamed White Crane, began to jump happily because she said that he would make an excellent choice and would not regret it under any circumstances. Sun Ji-yoon immediately stretched out his arms to hug the girl and realized that he had made a contract with her after all. He imagined a huge gloomy tower and realized that it was the last floor, because he learned that the top of the tower was the goal that needed to be reached in order to fulfill the administrator's long-standing wish. The main character looked ahead with a surprised expression when the notification that he had been recognized as the true apostle of the administrator, the White Crane Sword, popped up. As an apostle's privilege, the effectiveness of the powers and skills of the dimension increased by 10% and also mana increased by 3. Currently, the challenger Sun Ji-yoon was recognized as the apostle of 2 administrators, and as a privilege, his agility increased by 3, but he knew that he could not pass up this kind of advantage that allows him to immediately become stronger. He remembered that the girl showed her sharp blade and received an unexpected gift. He exclaimed and looked at the girl, who asked if he had heard anything from that woman. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her with a puzzled look when he heard about the creature that was looking for him. The White Crane put her hand on her head and was indignant, because the Steel Bloodlord did not tell her and completely believed in his strength. The white-haired girl looked through her bangs, which she was adjusting with her fingers, and said that she believed in him too, but still felt that she should tell him that she was going to use up his question tickets from now on because of such valuable information. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her intently and agreed, because he didn't use them anyway, and they just accumulated in his inventory. A notification that all the question tickets belonging to this applicant would be used up. The protagonist realized with a dumbfounded look that this was a huge amount of tickets spent at once and tried to comprehend how serious a topic this was to discuss. It was a huge Chinese tower because in the Muram dimension there was a huge force called the Muram Union. It was a group of teachers led by Sukhan, who he killed on the 9th floor, but he held an important position as a commander in this union. The girl introduced the guy with the blade with a surprised look and said that because of his high position, there were people from that dimension who were looking for Sun Jun. The main character stood in front of the girl under the shadow and assumed that she meant that the Muram Union would pursue him to kill him. Bruce stared at her when she refused and corrected him that the Muram Union was currently in disarray due to the fight for the vacant position of commander. Our hero became curious about who wanted to take revenge on him then. She answered that it was the sword, the dragon of the Namgung family, when suddenly a magical portal appeared in the city of Tokyo. It was the heavenly dragon sword, Namgung Hayek, who flew out of the portal. This heavenly dragon looked at everything around him arrogantly, because he was a creature that in the Muram dimension, where everyone was obsessed with martial arts, was called a genius. All the fighters immediately flew with swords to attack Namgung, because he was looking for Sun Jun, using revenge as an excuse, but in reality, he was driven by simple curiosity. Namgung stuck his glowing blade into the ground when a whole crowd was flying at him, and the girl said that she did not know when this would happen, but if he encountered them, he should be ready to risk his life. These fighters were immediately bloodied and killed by the blade of the heavenly dragon. The message that there was a transfer to the waiting room. Through the magic portal, the protagonist found himself in a room and was about to take off his jacket. He then looked away warily and thought about Namgung. He opened the inventory window again and realized that he was being sought by a psychopathic killer from the Muram dimension and realized that he needed to go to that dimension himself. A notification that he had purchased the powers of the steel wings and spent 15 forge points and purchased the homecoming stone. He held a magic stone that emitted an aura in his hands, and now he had learned something new. But it was little that I had no choice but to level up like crazy before he met Namgung. A notification that the absorption of the homecoming stone, the destination, the Earth. The protagonist immediately found himself in his room and was looking at his phone. He stared at his phone. He saw a bunch of missed calls and messages from Heian. It was a brunette in a white shirt who was worried because once he read the message, he should immediately head to the Hunter Association. Sun Jun stared at the phone and guessed that something might have happened. He activated the power of steel wings. Suddenly, magical wings appeared behind him. He immediately rushed to fly at high speed to the association. They were transported to the Hunter Association, where people were crowded. The hunters walked in a crowd and looked at each other when one of them said that he was glad that this was not a forced mobilization. And judging by the video, he really is ruthless and bloodthirsty. They were trying to figure out what will happen to Japan from Namgung now. Then the hunters began to look up in surprise. They saw the protagonist quickly land on the ground. He waved his hand at the guys, apologized for such an appearance. Then he ran inside while being watched. A crowd of people looked at the guy who had left in surprise and realized that he had just flown. The protagonist was met by Heian and her boss, who were happy to see him and assumed that he had gone through a lot of trouble in the tower. The protagonist stood in front of the guys and extended his hand, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked why he was urgently ordered to come. Heian smiled and put her hand to her chest, saying that a serious incident had just happened in Japan. She was worried that he would go to Japan alone if he found out about this incident, so she urgently contacted him. The director of the association took the remote control in his hands and wanted to turn on the news on TV. Because he assumed that talking was not very effective, it was better to see everything with your own eyes. He showed what the hunters were watching, the black portal in space, and it was a video from the body cameras of the Japanese hunters. Suddenly, purple rays started to emit from that black portal. Because this place was Tokyo, and feeling the strong wave of the gate generation, the Japanese Hunter Association formed a response team and sent 7 rank hunters to the scene. At that moment, Namgung was standing on the street after killing all the hunters. Because he was the person who appeared from the portal, shocked everyone with his appearance. Because he killed 6 hunters in just a few seconds, and it is assumed that this is the first time that a challenger from another world invaded the Earth's dimension. The main character exclaimed slightly and realized that it might be about Namgung. All the guys were standing opposite each other in a large hall, and Sun Jun inquired about the hunters who had just left and asked if they were trying to recruit a team to support Japan. The brunette in the suit slightly inclined his head and said that in such an unprecedented situation, almost all countries focused on protecting their hunters, preventing the outflow of hunting resources to Japan, and the same applied to Korea because they did not recommend supporting Japan. Then he picked up the remote control again and said that it was the body camera of the only survivor. At that moment, Namgung was coldly walking towards the wounded fighter, who was begging for mercy. The heavenly dragon at that moment looked bloodthirstily at the last survivor. This warrior with black hair, with glowing eyes, looked at the wounded man and said that his name was Namgung, and he was a heavenly sword dragon who came to avenge Sukhan. Our hero immediately frowned and realized that it was Namgung, because he could not imagine that they would cross paths so soon. Then our hero looked to the side. Heian grabbed his sleeve. He looked at the girl who asked why he had such a serious expression on his face, because this was not a forced mobilization, and they met for the first time after such a long time and suggested to have lunch together first. From under his bangs, the main character began to hesitate with an answer. Heian looked at Sunjun with slight sadness and asked if he would go. Our hero looked straight through his bangs and said that he would answer the call of Japan and go to the area in Tokyo. Heian's eyes widened from such a statement. She immediately began to shout why he always acts so recklessly, because he should also be able to think at least a little about the feelings of other people. He immediately put his hand on the girl's head and tried to calm her down. He immediately began to leave with an angry look, waving his hand, and said that this was a problem that he must definitely solve. In the memories, it was little Namgung, who held a magic sword and did not understand why no one understood its sound. At this time, the boys restrained the defeated fighter and said that it was just sparring, but Namgung attacked his opponent too hard. When the boys were standing on the platform for duels, an old man walked up to them and said that at 13 years old, to master the released energy is strong, and his achievements exceeded even his own expectations. Sanok, that I was in a yellow cape, greeted the sword master. Under the setting sun, this old man stroked the young fighter's head and said that martial arts are not intended to harm people, but as a path to excellence. At that moment, little Namgung looked puzzled at the hand of the old man, who told him that it is impossible to hurt people without reason. The message that the test tower selects the strongest from the Muram dimension. He remembered how the crowd of guys rejoiced, because their young master had already reached the 20th floor of the tower. At that moment, Namgung clenched his fists in anger, because as he thought, he was missing something and climbing the tower on his own did not satisfy his desire. At that moment, he stood far away in the shadows and realized that such an incredible feat was accomplished in just 17 years, but for him, it was not enough. Through his lips, he apologized to his mentor because, as expected, he used his skills in killing people. He bloodthirstily thrust his sword into the enemy's head and used the rite of spatial invasion. His silhouette stood on the ruined remains of the city burning in flames and declared that he was no longer satisfied with death from fools, and in Muram, he could not kill whenever he wanted. He frowned maliciously and realized that he thought that this scoundrel named Sunjun would be able to dispel his boredom. At this time, the main character walked out of the airport under the rays of the sun. He was met by a girl in a suit and pointed to the car. He was driving a black car under a police motorcade. Then the protagonist followed a girl in a suit who pointed him inside because other hunters were waiting for him there. Seung-hoon and Chunseok at this time noticed the presence of the protagonist and looked at him sarcastically because after the test on the 10th floor, fate brought them together again. The protagonist entered the room where his former friends were sitting and heard in the Hunter Association about their possible participation, but they really came, but asked if these were all the hunters who responded to the call of Japan. Seung-hoon answered that another candidate from America should arrive soon. Our hero stood in front of the grinning guys and understood that it was safe to say that each of their guys has the skills of an S-rank hunter. The brunette stared ahead and understood that the challenger from the other world that appeared in the Tokyo area was a real monster that even the three of them might not be able to defeat, and he hoped that the challenger that was supposed to come from America would be just as strong. Suddenly, the door to their office opened. Sun Ji-eun tried to look to the side. Then his eyes widened. A red-haired girl named Catherine entered the room and recognized him as well. The brunette in a suit looked at the protagonist and was surprised that the guys could know each other. Sun Ji-eun replied that they had crossed paths in the tower once. Catherine scratched her head in embarrassment and looked away, saying that she really didn't want to meet him under such circumstances. The guy replied that they could hardly meet differently. The brunette looked at the indignant Catherine, who wanted their meeting to take place in a more normal setting. He explained that they had initially met in a less than normal setting and asked how she planned to make the meeting a normal life. She pointed out that he was right about this and asked if he couldn't have said the same thing in a softer way. Seung-hoon watched through his mask and realized that it looked like a lover's quarrel. All the guys looked at the couple who were talking to each other, and Sun Ji-eun replied that it was not like that. The girl in the suit put her hand on her chest and was glad that all the candidates had finally gathered and apologized for the late introduction because she was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association named Eri Chika. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise because this was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association, and when she came to meet him at the airport, he thought that this was a staff member and this must mean that Japan is currently in despair. Alina spread her arms out to the hunters and said that no other support was expected and the situation was more serious than expected, so other countries carefully monitor the dispatch of their hunters. Chunseok and Catherine looked around in confusion and realized that even if it was a strict control, how could only 4 people come from all over the world when the situation was even worse than they thought? Alina's hand shook convulsively, clenching her fists, and said that no one wanted to help them at the moment. Alina immediately bowed to the hunters and said that they were all who came to the situation. She was sincerely grateful to them. Catherine watched as the protagonist helped Aerie stand up and said that now was not the time to bend her back. Catherine continued to look at the protagonist in surprise, who was about to help the president, and realized that he looked so emotionless on the outside, but there was still something in him. The protagonist at this time replied that instead of bending her back, Aerie should better give them a higher reward. Sun Ji-yoon put his hand to his chest and cried out that he asked for the promised reward to be double, and then they would actively support Japan to solve the problem that had arisen. The main character smiled maliciously through his bangs and realized that growth was waiting for him, because he was not here to be a hero or to show humanism, because he was only interested in the rewards and growth that he would receive by killing Namgung. The brunette looked at the player and said that in such a crisis situation, she acted too emotionally, and the creature that appeared in the Tokyo area was definitely an unusual monster, so she would have to risk her life, and they promised to double the reward. Then Aerie stretched out her hand towards Ka and said that it was not only that the situation was hopeless, because they also had chances. She imagined the image of Catherine, who emitted fire and sparks of light from herself because her abilities could change the situation in this battle. It was a fiery core that was controlled, because she has the power to suppress flames. All the hunters looked at the American girl in surprise as she said that if she could touch an opponent stronger than herself with her flames, all of the opponent's stats would drop by 10 and some of their skills would be randomly sealed. Catherine clenched her fire fist and looked away, noting that with this power, they could seize the initiative, and of course, if only she could touch Namgung. The brunette looked coolly through his bangs and said that in a word, they must create a situation so that they would have a chance to use this power. A military helicopter was flying in the sky, and this was the latest news. A military helicopter was flying over the ruined city, and the news said that the Chinese hunter Peng, who went to the Tokyo area alone to provide support, had just met a challenger from another world. While Namgung was sitting on the destroyed car, a hunter came up to him, and the news said that they were not moving, but both sides looked like they were talking to each other. The news discussed that this was a possible situation. As far as they knew, all the challengers of the trial tower could talk to each other regardless of the dimension or country. At this time, the heavenly dragon looked at the fighter and thought that he might be Sun Ji-yoon. This guy in green armor said that he was Peng from China and would make him live for looking down on the earth dimension so disdainfully. Namgung frowned in displeasure, closed his eyes, and did not understand why the one he told to come did not come, and there were only bugs walking around. At this time, Peng quickly rushed and punched Namgung. This brunette tilted his head and noticed this fist technique. With slight bruises on his face, he looked at the fighter arrogantly and found it interesting. Then Peng suddenly froze and his eyes widened. There was a powerful explosion that threw everything around. The hunters watched the helicopters for this explosion and realized that the Chinese hunter had started acting alone, and the situation was starting to take a turn for the worse. Catherine looked at the protagonist in the red suit, who turned to her and said that if she ended up in the air, she should land correctly. The brunette looked through his bangs and said that he had a very good idea. Catherine looked closely at the protagonist and said that there was a skill called the Purity Jump, which makes her immune to all damage from falling, and that would be enough. Sun Ji-yoon looked at the girl and said, if the plan is from work, then he will be able to deal a strong blow to the enemy, and at that moment it will be necessary to immediately activate his power. He immediately grabbed the girl by the waist, who was scared, and said that they needed to get out. They immediately quickly jumped off the helicopter and the power of steel wings was activated. At this time, Chunseok along with Seung-hoon grabbed onto the side of the helicopter and were about to jump when the magician suggested that Sun Ji-yoon was doing his best to do it himself. They both immediately jumped down. Catherine flew face to face with the main characters and realized that he really was not okay to hit. Where did you see a person in such a situation throwing himself into the air without giving any explanation? The two of them flew down, and Sun Ji-yoon noted that he was glad that the Chinese hunter had pissed off Namgung. Sun Ji-yoon hugged the girl by the waist in flight and said that as soon as Namgung opened up, she should immediately use her strength. He then abruptly tore away from the girl with his steel wings. He saw Namgung fighting with Peng at this time. At this time, the Chinese player put up his shield, which was instantly destroyed. The Sky Dragon swung his blade and realized that the Chinese player was not even able to properly concentrate the energy in his fist, but he was using a fist technique. Peng immediately flew back from the numerous magical punches. Namgung swung his punch, which sent Peng flying hard into the ground. Then the brunette from the other world tried to look to the side. He cast an angry look to the side. He saw a red beam flying at him. Namgung managed to cross his arms in front of his face and flew back slightly. He immediately crashed into the ground and crumbled everything around him. These were concrete fragments and light drops of blood. After such a blow, Namgung was slightly landed, kneeling on one knee. A huge blister appeared on his hand. Our main character appeared, leaning his hand on the wall and walking with a sword. Sun Ji-yoon stood in front of his opponent and said that falling from the real sky is something that can be done twice. Namgung looked at our hero with an evil eye and asked who he was. Our character bared his teeth with glee and said that Namgung had been desperately looking for him, and when he met him face to face, he had no idea who was in front of him. A notification began to pop up that the skill Ashen Blood had been activated, and all types of more damage caused to users were reduced by 40%. Because he had survived, being on the brink of death, and skill mastery was increased by 20%. The main character stood in a fighting pose with his sword. Namgung slightly closed his lips and realized that it was him. Sun Jiun looked at his opponent with an evil eye and said that he was that player. A notification that the power, Sword Master, had been activated. He pulled out his magic blade. Namgung stood in a fighting pose with blisters on his fists and could not wait to find out who he was. He added that it was about a worthless scoundrel using a fake art of released energy. He immediately struck with his fists to break the blisters. Then he grinned bloodthirstily, looking at the enemy, and said that he could not even imagine how much this consciousness angered him. The protagonist immediately ran to attack and understood that now he needed to make a preemptive strike while he had no weapon in his hands. Namgung immediately put out his hand. Suddenly, this sword from the ground flew into his hands. The hunters clashed in a fierce battle, from which pieces of earth flew off. The protective sphere of the protagonist cracked, because a direct clash was extremely dangerous. The skill Ash Blood was activated when the protagonist hid behind the magic sphere and thought that he had inflicted much more damage on him with an airstrike, but it did not work. Our hero with a bleeding lip looked at the enemy with anger and realized that the counterattack shield was broken with just one blow, and in this situation the reflective ability of the shield would be extremely difficult to use. He assumed that this was the true released energy when a bright light was emitted from Namgung's sword. He assumed that his opponent had time to spread out and saw that he relied entirely on the magic techniques obtained in the tower. The main character immediately swung his blade, but his attack did not reach the target because he activated the lightning sword skill. Namgung looked at the light strikes flying past in bewilderment. Then he waved his hand and sent a fiery explosion towards Sun Jiun. At this time, Seung-hoon and Chunseok flew to help their friend. They tried to get close to the enemy from all sides. Suddenly, Catherine appeared behind Nikolai, who was about to use her magic. She immediately released a fireball from behind under the flame suppression skill. The description is that this skill reduces his skills when it hits the target. A powerful fire explosion occurred. Catherine looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that the power was not activated. Chunseok ran past in a hat and extended his index finger. The guys saw Namgung rise on a lamppost and use his magic, calling everyone bugs, and they really provoked him. He pulled out his magic blade, because it was said that even despite the instinct of a hunter who has gone through many fights not for life, but for death, this attack cannot be blocked. Namgung frowned bloodthirstily and shouted that he would kill everyone. All the guys immediately began to run to different places and dodge the powerful light attack. The main character extended his hand to the girl. It was the receptionist who gave him a small gift through her hand in the form of an injection of ordinary mana. She transmitted a purple glow to him through a handshake and said that he should not perceive this process. The main character was completely enveloped in purple flames, was surprised, because they explained to him how a simple injection of ordinary mana was about establishing a connection. Then they reached out to each other with their hands, and she asked him if he felt a difference. Sun Jiun thoughtfully looked at his hand, saying that at first he simply felt a surge of ordinary mana, but then another sensation arose. The main character imagined how the long-haired girl stood in front of him, putting her hands on her shoulders. He said that it was as if she, the white crane sword, was inside him. The white-haired girl smiled widely, saying that this was great, and now he would need to apply this ability to the sword. She added that, however, after leaving her abode, he should try to conduct a trial training after waiting for some time, noting that she did not want to be punished for the excessive interference of the administrator. A bright pillar of energy struck the ground. Namgung watched in surprise. The system announced that the released Kai energy was achieved through enlightenment, not strength or skill, adding that this was the first time someone independently used the released Kai energy in the earthly dimension. The system announced that the test tower paid respect to the challenger Sauna. The protagonist pulled out his sword, from which a blue aura emanated. The system announced that he had obtained the achievement of the unification of body and sword, adding that the penalty of increasing mana consumption when using the power of the Sword Master Kai was removed. Catherine noted that this was perfect in the released Kai energy. The protagonist looked behind him, asking if everyone was okay. Catherine said that they were okay thanks to him. The red-haired girl looked ahead in surprise, remembering the fight between the protagonist and Namgung. She thought that Sun Jiun had instantly struck a slash and neutralized the shadows and probably a powerful attack, adding that they had both already become monsters. The boys turned their attention upward. Namgung smiled madly, saying that if it had been like that from the very beginning, he would have almost been disappointed. The long-haired boy remembered how he destroyed a sand castle as a child. He noted that the more complex the sand castle, the more fun it was to destroy it. Namgung put his weapon in front of him, rushing towards the protagonist. The hunter put his weapon in front of him, gritting his teeth. He thought that all the challengers from other worlds were still terribly annoying. This scoundrel was a real psychopath. The hunter was thrown aside. He furrowed his brows, asking the boys if they could all wait in a safer place, adding that if he had to protect them again, he would lose all concentration. Seung-hoon put his hand in front of the red-haired girl, saying that although it was a shame, he was right. Seung-hoon thought that in the last test, that this time, he could not help him. Seung-hoon stared at the protagonist from under his mask. He said that when he saw an opportunity and was confident in success, he would give the go-ahead to carry out Operation Fireworks. The boys ran away from the protagonist. Seung-hoon told him to be careful. Slashing blows met each other. The protagonist and Namgung fought in the air. The windows of the building cracked from the powerful energy. The car was thrown to the side due to the strong flow of energy. The boys fought each other fiercely. Sunbeams were visible from under the gray clouds. Explosions could be seen in the air. The boys stood behind the wall, watching the scene. Chunseok said that he now understood why he told them to leave. Catherine noted that he was still fighting equally with that monster. Seung-hoon narrowed his eyes, stating that it was not so and it felt like he was one step behind the enemy. Blood sprayed in the air. Seung-hoon added that at this rate, he would miss the attack sooner or later. The hunter blocked Namgung's attack. He thought that he would be able to resist if his Kai skills improved. The white-haired girl looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that she guessed that Namgung's sword skill level was a Sunji-yoon thought that all of his sword skills were at rank C. The protagonist imagined the huge Namgung in front of him. He thought that even without skills, he was monstrously strong. Namgung stood in front of the hunter, asking if he was already exhausted. The hunter looked at the guy with an exhausted look, thinking that he used too much stamina to recover and if he spent more stamina, it would affect his fight. Catherine threw a bottle towards the protagonist, telling him to catch it. The protagonist grabbed the bottle and said that it was great. He removed the cap from the bottle, looking away. Namgung kicked the protagonist with his foot. The long-haired guy grabbed the bottle, pouring it into his mouth. He said that he would enjoy drinking it. The guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Chunseok asked what kind of a thorn he was. The hunter looked at the guy with annoyance, clutching his stomach. Namgung smiled maliciously, saying that people always have something called hope, and he is no different from others in this regard. The system announced that a small amount of stamina had been restored. Namgung asked that perhaps he could gain the upper hand in this fight. If he tried his best, he would eventually be able to defeat the opponent somehow and maybe he would survive. The long-haired boy held his head with his hand. He smiled maliciously, looking at the protagonist. Namgung said that when these thoughts were torn to shreds, a seal appeared on his face, despair instead of hope, and only this expression gave him pleasure. Namgung drove the protagonist to the wall. He looked at the hunter with displeasure, wondering how this scoundrel dared, adding that he still saw a glimmer of hope in his gaze. The protagonist bared his teeth, his gaze flashing. Namgung gritted his teeth in displeasure. He struck the protagonist. The attack sent the protagonist flying backwards. He fell onto the broken rocks. Sun Ji-eun looked up. Namgung looked at the protagonist furiously. He thought that he didn't even have the strength to move now, wondering why he kept looking at him like that. The long-haired guy swung his blade in front of the hunter's face. He told him to taste despair as much as possible. Blood gushed out from the protagonist's eyes. The hunter gritted his teeth, noting that the stamina that was the fuel for recovery had also reached its limit, and if he gathered all his strength, he would only be able to attack once. Namgung exuded a malicious aura. The protagonist thought that he couldn't see a thing, so even attacking him just once wouldn't work. The protagonist bared his teeth in annoyance, wondering what he should do. The guys ran towards the protagonist. The red-haired girl called out to the hunter. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open. He thought that if they came closer now, they would just die a miserable death. The hunter put his hand in front of him, telling them not to come closer. Namgung slightly opened his mouth. He looked at the guys with a bloodthirsty smile, saying that these were his comrades, and that was why he had this annoying expression on his face. Catherine shot a fireball towards the enemy. Suddenly, Namgung unexpectedly appeared in front of the girl. The long-haired guy attacked the girl with his sword, drawing it across her back. Seung-hoon looked to the side, calling out to Catherine. He appeared in front of the enemy, attacking him with yellow lightning. Namgung's leg appeared above the guy's head. The long-haired guy kicked the guy, pinning him to the ground. Blood was streaming down the protagonist's face. Namgung grabbed the girl by the hair, presenting the blade to her. Catherine told him to let go. Namgung pressed his blade to the girl's neck. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. The long-haired guy said that he could smell the burning flesh of his comrade. Sun Ji-eun told him to stop. The long-haired guy smiled bloodthirstily, saying that it was a wonderful expression. Chunseok's hands appeared in space. The mage stood to the side of the enemy, Casting a spell, the mage created a magic circle using the ice shackles skill. Chunseok grabbed the red-haired girl, running away from the enemy. He noted that she needed urgent help from healers. Namgung looked away angrily, saying that he was a nasty fly, after which he broke the ice that froze his hands. The long-haired guy rushed towards the guys. The mage surrounded the girl with a barrier using the Zor ball skill. The barrier in the form of a ball began to bounce along the ground. Chunseok noted that he threw her as far as possible, and this is the most he can do, adding that now he needs to open up again. Chunseok looked behind him, using the concealment skill. Suddenly, Namgung grabbed the mage by the head. The long-haired boy attacked the mage with his blade. Seung-hoon was lying on the ground. The protagonist thought that everything was exactly the same as that day 7 years ago, and now he was also unable to protect anyone. The protagonist gritted his teeth, raising his hand to his face. A rat with red eyes was running along the ground. Not far from the protagonist, a crowd of rats was visible. The rats were shining with their red eyes. Sun Ji-yoon noted that this was a disaster and acknowledged his battle of disaster, and tens of thousands of rats ran out to the surface to survive, and he reproduced the only attack he had left. A blue pillar of energy appeared from the protagonist as the rats flew into the air. A red aura was gathering in the protagonist's chest. The system announced that he had recovered his stamina by using up all the souls in his possession. Namgung held Seung-hoon's severed arm, looking behind him. Sun Ji-yoon told him to know when to stop. The main character was emitting a dark aura. He said that he was a Muram-crazy scoundrel. The long-haired guy smiled bloodthirstily, saying that he did not want it and he liked to watch his reaction, as it amused him. Pang swung his fist, emitting a golden aura. He used the dash skill. Pang struck the opponent's stomach. Namgung bared his teeth. The system notified that the ability of the person who touched the fire was greatly reduced by the effect of the fire suppression power. Fencing and flame sword are sealed for 10 minutes. The system notified that everyone except Namgung of the specified user is immune to this flame. Peng looked at the opponent angrily, saying that he is the Chinese hero Peng and he is not dead yet. After which the brown-haired man abruptly ran to the side, saying that he delivered the flame to Catherine and now dares to take his leave. Namgung looked ahead with displeasure, saying that this little fly was trying to do something until the very end. The system announced that he couldn't use swordsmanship because the fire suppression skill had been sealed. The long-haired boy bared his teeth in anger. He raised his blade above his head when swords appeared in the air. He used the skill battle of the strongest. The swords began to fall to the ground around the guys. The protagonist and Namgung were in the center of the barrier. The system announced that a duel zone was formed within a radius of 30 meters by the unique characteristic battle of the strongest. With the exception of Sun Ji-yoon and Namgung, everyone else was prohibited from the duel zone. The protagonist looked ahead with confusion. Namgung smiled bloodthirstily, swinging his fist. He thought that if swordsmanship was sealed, then he could use fist techniques. The long-haired boy appeared above the protagonist's head. He wondered what someone who could not see anything could do to him. The protagonist stood motionless, wondering since when did this happen. Sun Ji-yoon dodged his opponent's attack. He noted that the spiritual eye was a skill that allowed him to see things that were outside his line of sight, and this was what he thought about this ability. The protagonist jumped to the side, away from his opponent. He noted that he could not only see the wall that was spread out in a radius of 30 meters. Green light spread across the ground. Sun Ji-yoon noted that he could feel every pebble in this area. The hunter kept his eyes closed. He thought that he had seen more than just his sightlessness, and until now he had never used the spiritual eye correctly. An eye appeared on the protagonist's forehead. Sun Ji-yoon noted that it felt like the opening of a third eye. A purple aura appeared in the space. The system announced that he had realized the true nature of the spiritual eye, and the spiritual eye skill had been upgraded to rank B. The system announced that there was a battle going on in which he had put his life on the line by relying on his senses, and the sixth sense skill had been upgraded to rank B. The protagonist noted that the sixth sense skill, which he had completely forgotten about after acquiring, had developed and his senses had become clearer. A dark aura was visible in the space. The system announced that he had managed to put up a mortal fight with a sword master, and the demon slayer skill had been upgraded to rank B. The system announced that in a short period of time, he had experienced countless crises and a reincarnation beyond his capabilities. The ashen blood skill had been upgraded to rank B+. Namgung watched the scene in bewilderment. The protagonist swung his blade as Namgung jumped aside. The protagonist opened his eyes, flashing a red light. He noted that he could now fight equally with the weakened Namgung. The protagonist ran towards his opponent. Namgung wondered what kind of situation this was. He looked at the protagonist with annoyance, wondering why he was moving better and better with each step and why each subsequent thrust of his sword, or rather the previous one. The protagonist moved his hand with the blade to the side. The system notified that the skill Secret Walk in the Shadow was activated, and he was moving by stepping on the shadowed space, adding that the user's movement speed was increased by 30%. The protagonist bounced off the ground. The system notified that the skill Instant Acceleration and Grace of the Wind was activated. All speed increased by 70%. The current stacking progress is 7 out of 7. The hunter collided with his opponent. The system notified that the skill Furious Swordplay was activated. The sword attack speed was increased by 20%. The current stacking progress is 10 out of 10. Sun Jun tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack. He noted that even with everything in his arsenal, he was barely close to the point of fighting on equal terms, and he was in a high-risk zone. Namgung clenched his fists. Sun Jun noted that his stamina would soon drop to 0, and Namgung's reduced abilities would return to their previous state in 10 minutes, adding that he should deal with him while the flames were active. The protagonist raised his hand with the blade, thinking that it was the only thing that could turn the tide of close combat. The hunter threw his blade towards his opponent. He noted that this was a sudden change. Namgung dodged the blade with a malicious smile, saying that he made a stupid choice because he was cornered. The long-haired guy swung his fist, saying that he was a fool. The hunter leaned to the side, dodging the attack. He looked ahead with a cold gaze, using the blood steel sword skill. A blade appeared in front of the protagonist's foot. The system announced that the power, the Sword of Steel Blood, had been activated. The hunter stabbed the blade into his opponent's body with his foot. Blood flowed from the mouth of the long-haired guy. A red blade was sticking out of his body. Namgung gritted his teeth, thinking that he had touched the core of Kai energy and he needed to act quickly if he wanted to fully recover later. The long-haired guy looked down in bewilderment. The system announced that the effect of the power, flame suppression, had ended. The purple barrier gradually began to disappear. The system announced that the action of the unique characteristic, the Battle of the Strongest, had ended and the duel zone within a radius of 30 meters was unlocked and outside interference became possible. Chunseok said that the barrier had disappeared. Namgung began to sheath his blade, saying that he had played too much and would finish this battle next time. The long-haired guy took out a stone with a mark. A blue portal appeared in space. The guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Chunseok asked what the portal was. Pang noted that he was going to return to the Muram dimension. Namgung was moving towards the portal. At that moment, everyone instinctively felt that if they couldn't kill Namgung here and now. The guys looked at the enemy with an angry look. The author noted that one day he would become a real disaster for the earthly dimension. The guys moved from their place, heading towards Namgung. Pang said that they couldn't let him go. The guy said that they shouldn't let him escape. The long-haired guy looked behind him. He narrowed his eyes, asking what they said about escaping. Namgung raised his blade, declaring it on fire. He used the flaming sword skill. Namgung directed a fire attack towards the guys. Catherine looked at what was happening in bewilderment. A bright flash occurred on the ground. The debris of buildings lay on the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the boys, protecting them from the attack. Sun Jun looked away when his arm was torn off. The system notified that the counterattack shield skill was disabled, making it impossible to reflect the accumulated damage. Catherine looked at the protagonist in fear, saying that his arm. The protagonist looked behind him, telling her not to pay attention to her since the enemy was still in front of them. The hunter gritted his teeth, looking away. Namgung called out to the protagonist. The long-haired guy looked at the hunter with a menacing look. He noted that he could kill him with one hit from the very beginning, asking that he really wants him to go to the very end. The protagonist looked at the guy furiously, thinking that this was terribly angry, but he could not answer him. Namgung looked behind him with narrowed eyes, saying that he would be back soon. The long-haired boy entered the blue portal. The protagonist fell to the ground. The long-haired boy was welcomed into his world, the Muram dimension. The boy said that he had returned. Namgung rested his knee on the ground, coughing up blood. The boy asked the young master if he was okay. Namgung shouted for them to quickly call a doctor. The long-haired boy looked ahead angrily, wiping the blood from his mouth. He thought that no matter what, he would drive him to despair. A white light was visible in the addition. A hospital near Tokyo. The protagonist slightly opened his eyes. Eri looked at the protagonist worriedly, asking that he had regained consciousness. The protagonist slightly raised himself, asking where he was. Eri noted that he was in the hospital and was not allowed to make any sudden movements yet. The protagonist looked away as his body was bandaged. Eri told Sun Jun that he was badly hurt. The association president leaned down in front of the protagonist, noting that she didn't even know what to say in response to his great sacrifice. The brunette looked at the protagonist's arm in surprise as it recovered. The system announced that the Ash Blood skill had been activated. The protagonist looked at his arm, saying that he was fine, asking where the others were. The protagonist pulled back the curtains, asking Catherine how she was. Catherine looked at the hunter in confusion. The dim light illuminated the hospital room. Chunseok was moving along the corridor on crutches, after which he smiled widely, calling out to the protagonist. On the protagonist's cheek, there was a mark marked by hand. Chunseok asked what was wrong with his face. Sun Jun said that it was because he looked into Catherine's tent and saw that she was full of energy, concluding that she was fine. The boys stood opposite each other. The protagonist said that Seung-hoon was not in the room, asking if he knew where he was now. Chun-seok noted that he himself had only seen him briefly early in the morning. The guy looked sadly in front of him, saying that he thought he was in a depressed state now because he had lost his right arm. Seung-hoon stood on the balcony, looking into the distance. The hunter came up to the guy from behind, saying that this is where he was. Seung-hoon said that the ghost of the sword had come here. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist's arm, asking if he had restored his left arm with a skill. Sun-joon said that he had. Seung-hoon noted that it was an unimaginable skill, and it never ceases to amaze people. The white-haired guy lifted his sleeve, saying that, as he had probably already heard, his arm could not be saved. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist in surprise when he apologized. The hunter slightly opened his mouth, saying that if he was just a little stronger, then perhaps such consequences could have been avoided. Seung-hoon created a magic hand, telling him not to worry too much about it, since, fortunately, he has the skill, so this disadvantage does not hinder his activities much. The hunter lowered his head, saying that he climbed the tower like a madman only for his own height. Seung-hoon held a cigarette in his fingers. He said that it was not so bad, because this thought alone makes him much stronger. The white-haired guy looked ahead, saying that however, the strong should always help the weak, at least this is his life credo. The protagonist looked sadly ahead. He said that he also realized a lot in this fight, and it turns out that he forgot something very important. Seung-hoon began to remove the mask from his face. He stated that however, in one, he can be calm, although he is strong, but at the same time he is not a psychopath who abuses power. The protagonist looked at the white-haired guy. Seung-hoon said that when they first met in the tower, he had no idea what was on his mind, asking if he should give him a light. The protagonist looked at the guy dumbfounded, saying that he does not drink alcohol or smoke. After which Sun Ji-yoon asked what he was. The protagonist looked sadly in front of him, saying that he also realized a lot in this fight, and it turns out that he forgot something very important. Seung-hoon began to take off his mask, saying that however, in one, he can be calm, although he is strong, but at the same time he is not a psychopath who abuses power, adding that when they first met in the tower, he had no idea what was on his mind. The protagonist looked at the white-haired guy. The guy asked if he wanted a light. The protagonist said that he neither drank alcohol nor smoked. After which the protagonist looked at the guy in surprise. The white-haired guy looked towards the protagonist, after which he smiled widely, saying that he forgot to introduce himself. The guys were standing behind the association president and the people when they were being filmed. The protagonist was sitting opposite the girl, giving an interview. The protagonist was handing the red-haired girl a choker. Catherine smiled widely, putting the choker around her neck. The protagonist waved to the guys as they left. Sun Ji-yoon pulled the red coat over himself. He looked at his hand with a smile, thinking that the design of the tailcoat had been slightly improved. Sun Ji-yoon stood in the ward, saying that the equipment items were licked to a shine. From Japan's point of view, they had prevented a disaster, so such an attitude was not something out of the ordinary. The protagonist lay down on the bed, saying that these 3 days he returned to Earth for were filled with endless chaos, and he did not want to become so famous. The protagonist looked at his phone, noting that there was even a video of their battle already circulating on the internet, noting that the filming was done from a helicopter of the Japanese Hunters Association. Comments from viewers were visible on the phone. People were talking about how strong the protagonist was. The protagonist noted that this is why Seung-hoon called him a sword ghost. The hunter looked at the ceiling with a serious look. He thought that he never expected Gennady to be the Lightning Emperor. The white-haired guy crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist noted that the Lightning Emperor, even among 30s rank hunters, he was rightfully considered the strongest. The Lightning Emperor stood on a cliff in front of the people. The hunter noted that he cleared portals at a speed that other S-rank hunters could not even dream of, and he was a true hero of Korea. Seung-hoon handed his business card to the protagonist. He said that if he needed his help in the future, he could call him anytime, noting that he would be honest and he would not mind recruiting him, adding that he could contact him for any personal matter or for any other reason. The protagonist thought about recruiting. The system announced that the time was up. The protagonist rose from the bed, saying that he needed to become stronger to deserve the nickname of the Ghost of the Sword. The hunter grinned maliciously, saying that it was time to return to the tower. The system announced that he was returning to the test tower. The protagonist sat on the bed. The system announced that the waiting room on the 11th floor had been entered. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that he had learned some lessons from the fight with Namgoong. The protagonist opened a store. He imagined himself running fast on the ground. Sun Ji-yoon noted that it was about endurance. He remembered his arm being torn off. Sun Ji-yoon noted that Ashen Blood is a recovery skill that boasts excellent efficiency among his current skills, but it will not activate if his stamina is at 0. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that it was time to acquire a new skill that would instantly restore stamina. The protagonist browsed the store, saying that all the skills looked pretty good and the best way to deal with doubts while shopping was to buy everything that was available. A huge number of system notifications appeared. The system notified that he had purchased the skill Automatic Stamina Recovery, Moonlight Absorption, Sunlight Absorption, Excessive Growth, and Blood Call. The protagonist looked at the system notification with a smirk, noting that he had accumulated enough points to afford all the necessary skills. System notifications appeared. Skill Synthesis Power activated. The system notified that he should look at the list of skills and select a material for synthesis from the currently available skills. 2 yellow plates were reunited into one. The protagonist noted that he would first synthesize the most compatible skills. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and the photosynthesis skill was created. A card appeared with a description of the photosynthesis skill, which, when exposed to moonlight or sunlight, the basic ability to restore health increases by 200%. The protagonist thought that this was an excellent rank, grew, and the strengths of the two skills were well intertwined into a single whole. The photosynthesis and Call of Blood skill plates appeared, merging together. The protagonist noted that now he needed to add Call of Blood there for a greater effect. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and the Blood Contract skill was created. An image with a red sphere appeared. A system window appeared with a description of the skill. Vitality, stamina, and mana can be extracted from the blood of a creature, and this only applies to creatures and directly killed users. The protagonist looked at the window in confusion. He said that this time he failed, the rank did not increase, and the benefits of photosynthesis disappeared. The protagonist looked at the system window. The system notified that he bought the skill Blood Call and 20,000 points would be deducted from his account. Sun Jun said that he would buy another skill of the same kind and that would be the end of it. The skill plates began to connect. The protagonist noted that he would now try to combine the Blood Contract with the Call of Blood. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and a new skill was created. The protagonist looked in front of him in surprise. The system notified that the skill Blood Seekers was created. The protagonist was surprised that he was ranked B. A red hand card appeared with a description of the skill. Life Force Stamina magical energy can be extracted from the blood of a living being and gain a powerful blood manipulation ability. All the blood that flows out of the user's body is automatically restored little by little at regular intervals. The protagonist imagined how he sucked the energy out of a person. He asked that he could now extract health, stamina, and mana from the blood, as well as manipulate the blood. Sun Jun cut his hand with a blade. He stretched his hand out in front of him as the blood began to rise. The hunter grinned maliciously, thinking that he was able to literally manipulate blood. A small ball with spikes was created from the blood. The protagonist created a blade from the blood. He noted that he could give it any shape. The protagonist raised a finger, noting that he would try something like that. The protagonist grinned at the finger from which the blood rose. He noted that now it is not even necessary to make a cut to draw blood out, although he will still have to make a cut if he suddenly needs a lot of blood. The protagonist grinned contentedly, thinking that Blood Seekers would be very useful. The skill plates began to shine. The hunter noted that now all that was left was to improve the Eye of Truth. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and a new skill was created. A new Eye of the Fire Dragon was created. A picture with an eye of the dragon and a description of the skill appeared. The power of the fire dragon lives in the eyes, allowing one to see invisible things. It can see information about things and it becomes possible to determine the lie of another person. Blue light began to emanate from the eyes of the protagonist. The system notified that the skill of the Eye of the Fire Dragon was activated. The protagonist looked at his tailcoat. The system notified that this was an old frag of the vampire count and the user can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming stamina or blood. The protagonist looked at his black boots. The system announced that these were speed boots and that the acceleration period would be increased when filled with mana. The protagonist stared ahead, noting that this was a phrase he had not seen before. The protagonist turned his attention to his weapon. The system announced that this was a bloody heavenly demon blade and that when a user who had reached the flame sword stage fully activated, the blade's exclusive ability would be unlocked. The protagonist recalled the huge flash on the battlefield. He noted that the flame sword was what Namgung had used to destroy the entire Shinjuku district. The protagonist imagined an image of a sword emitting a blue aura. He noted that only those who had reached the flame sword stage could awaken the bloody heavenly demon blade's true ability, and he simply thought that it was a pretty good sword, but he could not even imagine that such an ability was locked in it. The protagonist extended his finger to the system window, saying that he would continue conquering the tower. There were many system notifications. The system notified that the 11th floor of the testing tower had been entered, the difficulty was high, and the theme of this test was a mentality test. The time was 7 days. The system notified that the condition for successfully passing the test was to break through all 7 gates within the allotted time. The conditions for failing the test were the death of the applicant or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for successfully breaking through was an ancient testing mirror. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. A man appeared in front of the protagonist and greeted him in the testing temple. Sun Ji-yoon asked what kind of testing temple this was. The man crossed his arms over his chest and crossed his legs. He said that from now on, he would go through the tests given by the testing god, and these tests would continue until his death. The man added that since he, despite being a simple adventurer, had decided to go through the testing god, he would have to bear full responsibility for the consequences. The protagonist stood opposite the man. He asked what he should do to pass through the first gate. The man asked that he didn't know the rules of the Ares family of Supreme God's trials. Sun Ji-yoon said that he didn't know, thinking that this must be the same or dimension from which the Black Knight came, invading his trial on the 5th floor. The man sighed heavily, saying that he had no idea what kind of wind had brought such a stupid adventurer there and nothing could be done. He would have to explain. The man imagined 3 images of men. He said that the trial and the temple of the tests are simple. It is a test of the body, faith, and spirit. The protagonist stood with his back, looking at the man. The long-haired man said that at the beginning there is the body, and at the very end they reach the most difficult one, the test of mentality, and breaking through the gate is very easy. The protagonist looked at the man with a serious look. The man said that in each test room, a high priest would be waiting for him, and he had to convince them or kill them. All he had to do was move on to the next room. The man grinned wickedly, saying that he had given him enough information, so he thought he could draw his own conclusions. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth and said that in one word, he just needed to break through the gate, no matter what. The man planted his foot on the ground, saying that they would begin the first test. The long-haired man bounced off the ground, heading towards the protagonist. The long-haired man and the protagonist began to grapple. The hunter slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking that such strength was enough to become a contender who had received the qualification of a pioneer who had passed all the tests in high difficulty. The protagonist pulled his hand back, releasing blood from his finger. The system notified that the blood seeker skill had been activated. The protagonist shot blood towards the man. The blood bullet hit the long-haired man's forehead. The man fell to the ground. The protagonist thought that, as expected, this was a mind-blowing skill. Sun Ji-yoon thanked the man for explaining what was going on. The red aura was directed towards the protagonist. The system notified that he had absorbed the spirit of the priest Johann, mastery increased by 5.8%. Many system notifications appeared in front of the protagonist. The administrator priest of the 7 gods was shocked and outrageous by his behavior when he accidentally saw this scene. The administrator Godslayer swordsman nods approvingly at his inhumane and cruel actions. The administrator hero of the ruined world looks at him and praises him for demonstrating an interesting spectacle. The administrator seeker of divinity says that he has nothing to worry about because he is flawlessly coping with the test. The protagonist frowned, looking at the notification. He thought that if he took into account the nicknames of the administrators, he believes that he attracted their attention because these tests are related to the god. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. The system notified that the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord was shocked by his actions. The administrator of the White Crane Sword was upset that he went to the test without saying a word about it. The protagonist said that he did not even know how to contact the administrators. The protagonist approached the priest lying on the floor. The protagonist picked up the mirror, saying that there was an item here. System notifications appeared. The administrator of the priest of the 7 gods is watching his actions. The administrator of the hero of the ruined world admires his greed. The administrator of the Godslayer swordsman nods as if he completely understands him. The eyes of the protagonist began to emit a blue aura. The system notified that the fire dragon's eye was activated. System windows appeared. Divine mirror of the high priest. The user can use this divinity to create a divine shield only once, the creation of which can shake his mentality. Perhaps the divine power of the god of verification contained in the mirror can motivate the user to prove their destiny. The protagonist noted that the main information ends there, and after that a phrase is revealed that can only be seen through the eye of the fire dragon. The protagonist looked at the mirror curiously, asking what can motivate the user to prove their destiny and what it means, adding that he thinks it can simply be considered a one-time protective barrier. The protagonist began to head to the side. He put his hand on the wall, thinking that he would like to receive more of these things during the body check. The protagonist opened the door. The girl said that she never expected that an adventurer whose name is unknown to him would get to this place so quickly. A girl with red eyes was sitting in the chair. The blonde said that, apparently, Johann's glory days are already in the past. The protagonist stood in front of the girl, asking if she is the priestess in charge of the second trial. The blonde grinned maliciously, saying that she is. The blonde placed her hand on the armrest, saying that she was the priestess in charge of the second trial, Jane. Jane threw the chair towards the protagonist, saying that it was nice to meet him. The protagonist stopped the chair with his hand, saying that since she was using violence, it was indeed a body test. Sun Ji-eun glared at the blonde. Jane jumped off the ground. She swung her weapon at the protagonist, saying that he hit the bullseye. The blonde threw a chair at him and said that it was nice to meet him, and the young man caught it and replied that since he was using violence, it really was a body check. Then he raised his eyes and looked straight at her. At that moment, the girl jumped up and ran towards him. She swung and shouted that she had hit the bullseye. Then she struck with her sword. The guy managed to bend over and said that this energy was familiar to him, similar to the one he had used earlier. Then he turned around and saw something else. Notifications appeared in front of him. The power of the sword master was activated and the lightning sword skill. The girl saw this and was very surprised. Then blood began to flow. After some time, she leaned against the wall and said that she knew this aura more than an ordinary adventurer and owned a complete aura. And the brunette came closer and replied that since he was able to use it, then what prevents him from doing the same? Then the blonde frowned and explained that the divine power granted by the god of verification belongs only to the priests who receive this power and use it. However, she was just a little surprised that the guy who does not even have a hint of divine power owns such a powerful fencing technique. At that moment, he was wondering what is meant by divine power, and the priestess extended her hand and activated her energy. Then the woman ran towards him, trying to attack, and the young man thought that perhaps it should have been a fatal blow, because divine power always reaches its target. Their swords were 0. When the young man extended his hand and said that according to the first priest, in order to break through the gate, there is no need to kill the priest. Do you think it is enough to convince in your actions? The priestess smiled at him and said that she did not even know. Most likely it would be possible if she acted as if she was not inferior to God in anything. And the log turned around and answered that after checking the body, how much more time will remain to pass? The woman's eyes lit up with a bright light. She once said that the more she listens, the more impudent this man seems to her, quite relaxed, even too much. Do they really think that she has already won? Then she jumped up and shouted that it is better to ask such questions after defeating her. However, the young man did not even move from the spot. He threw her sword back with one blow, activated the skill instant acceleration, and a moment later grabbed her hand and pressed it to the wall. Then he came closer and said that now he has definitely won. And the girl looked up and answered that this is not so. How did he manage to do it so quickly? And the young man replied that as promised, now we need to talk about the verification process. At that moment, the priest had no choice but to tell and ask if he is really going to take her powers or something like that. Then notifications began to appear. Administrator Hero of the Ruined World patiently waits for his answer, and Lord of Steel Blood looks at them, squints his eyes, and Sword of the White Crane worries because of the unexpected question. The young man looked at her again and said that he is not fond of something so vile. For her it was a relief. New notifications immediately appeared. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood completely agrees with the words of the priestess. Administrator Sword of the White Crane believes in him and trusts him, and Administrator Seeker of Divinity watches his choice with interest. Then the guy raised his head and asked if there is anyone who would take such a step, who managed to get here. The answer was surprise and the question whether he really thinks so. For a lawyer too naive, one way or another, she will have to fulfill her promise and share information about the check. After the girl introduced several players, said that now there are 2 body checks left. The faith check will begin at the 5th gate and end with the eared ones. It turns out that the mentality check is carried out only at the 7th gate. Then she folded her hands and said that before challenging the 7th brother, she would advise him to think once about giving up. Then she smiled sarcastically and said that no one had ever managed to pass the 7th gate. Everyone who entered there went crazy or died in agony, bleeding. The guy's eyes lit up after that. The Fire Dragon Eye skill determined that there was no lie in the enemy's words. Then the blonde smiled and said that her end had come. As a last word they would say that for the first time in a long time she enjoyed the battle. And most importantly, the hero answered that if there was a way to pass the gate without killing her, it would be better to tell him about it. But in response he only heard that with his current abilities this was impossible and decided to ask her if she was afraid of death. The woman began to laugh and replied that she was not afraid at all. In any case, even if she died, she would only end up next to God. The young man immediately struck with his sword and thought the longer he delayed it, the more disgusting he would feel. Then he absorbed the priestess's soul and his skill was increased by 8.8%. While the guy was leaving there, he thought about what to do. His mood was now spoiled. After some time, he reached his brother and opened them. A man with a sword appeared in front of him. A huge muscular man raised his weapon and looked straight at him. Then he came closer and said that his name was Lucilian, the man who would become the sword that the god of testing would wield. He pointed the sword at the young man and said that from now on he would test his martial arts. He had to prove that he was worthy of entering the next gate. Then he raised it above himself and the sword began to blaze with fire. It was an aura blade. The guy saw this and was very surprised. Although the stage was unstable, but it was clearly a flaming sword. He frowned and thought that things were not very good. Right in front of him was a blade blazing with fire. Then he took out his weapon and thought that already on the third test he should deal with a flaming sword. Here finally the guys clashed in a duel. Most likely, now the main character will have to risk his life. Although the young man dodged, something still seemed strange to him. When he looked up, he thought that not only the statistics associated with his physical abilities, but also the strength emanating from the sword was clearly inferior to his own power. The enemy was already approaching him at that moment. The young man was able to reflect this blow as well while he was thinking about the fact that it was his energy that was losing now. At that moment, it was as if another person was in front of his eyes. Seeing how Namgun Hayek used the flaming sword earlier, of course he thought that this was about high-level sword skills. Perhaps the whole point is that that person, a crazy bastard, was simply too strong, and the so-called flame skill may not be easy high-level sword skill. Suddenly it dawned on him. At the same moment, the man struck again. But the blade remained intact. It was expected for him. The guy frowned and thought that no matter how much he attacked, only his energy suffered. The fight continued for some time. The brunette actively dodged the blows. Then the man came closer and said that no matter how strong his aura, it would not be able to break his sword, only the one who could break it. He looked up and explained that this could be done by the one who could cope with what is invisible to the eye. After that, the young man lowered his head and thought that this man was weaker than him, but owned a flame sword. It was like that. Then he smiled and said how when the one who studies worse than him passes the exam with a much better result. Then he took the sword more firmly and thought if he really said that he needed to cope with what is invisible to the eye, in that case he would certainly break his sword. And immediately ran to his opponent. Their swords clashed again in a duel. The man continued to fight and shouted that only the one who knows how to handle the invisible creates a sword that pierces all existence. The brunette at that moment continued to think that no matter what he could break him, and continued to listen that in this way a magic blade called aura with absolute powers is born. And finally the young man swung and again thought that the only goal was to break it. He managed to cut the sword in half. This greatly surprised his opponent. And the guy landed on the ground and thought that now he understood what the difference was between released energy and a flaming sword. The principle of activating a flaming sword is willpower, dense enough to be expressed in real physical strength. At that moment, his sword blazed brighter than ever, and blood dripped onto the ground. The man lowered his head and began to laugh. He realized that he was defeated. Afterwards he raised his hand and laughed even louder, saying that it was not that imperfect flaming sword borrowed from the god of verification, but the real thing, and this guy really did it. The main character couldn't understand whether this man was really happy now. He turned to him and thought that he was more interested in the achievements of others than his own death, like he had his own mission, but he did not understand whether it was time or madness. Finally, Lucilian raised a trembling hand and said that this man had learned the whole essence at once. This fact makes his heart ache 3 times. From bliss, passed the test of his martial arts. Then he smiled and with tears in his eyes said that it was better to continue in the same spirit, to go forward, like this. Literally a moment later, this man lost his head, and the young man said that now he would not feel pain. And while the guy was accumulating energy, he received a notification that he had absorbed the spirit of the priest Lucilian and his skill was increased by 14%. A bright light also appeared. The skill of the unique characteristic Necromancy reached 100%. The rank of the unique characteristic Necromancy increases by 1 level. The brunette looked at this and thought, what ability will his arsenal be replenished this time? Then a notification appeared where it was written that these are additional effects 6. When absorbing the soul of a stronger opponent, after evaluation, you can get the ability to extract power. The guy looked at it and was surprised. The ability to extract the enemy's power is something interesting. Every time a Necromancer raises a level, it never disappoints. Besides, it's only a B rank and already revealed such huge opportunities. Then he took a step forward and thought about how curious it is to know what awaits him at rank NS. Then another notification appeared where his characteristics appeared in the status window. Ruler area, strength 86, agility 85, stamina 81, endurance 84, mana 79, unique characteristic, necromancy, unique power, synthesis of skills, strength, more details, skills, more details. The young man raised his head and thought that even the statuses have already come close to 3-star numbers. When he studied, wanting to become a hunter, he considered it something unattainable. Then he tilted his head and began to receive notifications that he had absorbed the spirit of a priest, thereby increasing his stats, absorbed the spirit of a priestess, thereby increasing his stats, absorbed the spirit of another priest, thereby increasing his stats. Strength was increased by 8, agility was increased by 6, endurance by 7, mana was increased by 8, and stamina was increased by 9. Several more notifications also appeared that one of the skills that the last priest had was absorbed. He received the skill Indomitable Will Mastery 27%. Description: a symbol of those who challenge the impossible to the end without giving in to despair. The main effect: when faced with an opponent stronger than the user, physical ability and concentration are significantly increased. Additional effects: when activating the skill, it becomes easier to achieve enlightenment, and the ability to mental defense is enhanced. After the guy went forward, he walked along some corridor. There were broken glasses around. He finally reached the door. He opened it and looked forward. At that moment, a large room appeared in front of him. The young man tensed up because there was no one, but it turns out that a person was flying above his head all this time, who noted that he was watching. The previous priest had left this mortal world. It was a blonde man, similar to an angel, who said that the situation was contrary to his expectations. Notifications immediately began to appear that the administrator of the Godslayer, the swordsman, asks him to be careful. The administrator of the hero of the destructive world advises not to realize, since a real enemy has appeared. The administrator of the Sword of the White Crane says that he uses real skills of mastering the released energy, and not fake ones. And the administrator of the Lord of Steel Blood admires the powerful energy and iron, which the god of verification serves. At the same moment, the young man raised his sword and struck the first blow. The blonde then landed and replied that he was watching. He did not really want to waste time talking. He looked at him and added that then, we must immediately begin the test of the fourth kind. Then the boy walked towards him and introduced himself, said that his name was Chiron, a candidate for the apostle, serving the god of verification, and you, following the law and verification, will begin to check his body. Comments immediately flew that he had encountered a strong opponent, with whom he, as a user, would be difficult to compare, and the skill of Indomitable Will was activated. The brunette raised his head and thought that he had enormous energy that could not be compared with that of the previous priests. Immediately, some kind of fragment appeared in front of him. The brunette pulled it out and was going to attack. From this small object came incredible energy and a blow that flew straight towards him. Miraculously, the main character managed to dodge, but nevertheless, the blow ricocheted off the glass walls and flew into his back. Nevertheless, the young man managed to pull out his sword and again reflect the projectile thanks to the skill of the Eye of the Fire Dragon. He turned and thought that these rays, reflected in the mirrors, were very annoying and were flying towards him again. Then he tried to attack and thought that he should attack him before he started attacking him endlessly with these beams. After that, the guy swung and flew straight towards the enemy. He did not lose his head and immediately took off into the air. At the same time, he threw the boy back with his wings. Literally a moment later, the candidate for apostles raised his mini dagger and began to accumulate energy. Immediately, he flew up to the main character and tried to attack, and then he thought that now he could feel the flaming sword. After some time, the blonde flew up again, and the brunette looked at him and thought that this was most likely his guaranteed method of detection by victory. If he thinks like that, then they attack with a beam from a distance. Even if he penetrates and dodges the beam, mirrors installed around the perimeter reflect the beam at an angle where the enemy has a blind spot. In close combat, he uses his wings to create a gust of wind to disrupt the opponent's sense of balance, after which he counterattacks with a flaming sword. Because of this, the young man flew down. As soon as he landed, he thought that this was a very shitty template, and immediately after that, he flew away again because of the wingspan. The protagonist decided to act, so he took out his sword and thought that despite the stupidity of the scheme, it would also be quite difficult to deal with the mirrors in a hurry. He stood in the middle of the hall and thought that by breaking into smaller fragments, the mirrors would split that beam even more, so it would be simply impossible to dodge all of them, although maybe the fire dragon's evil eye would succeed. Then the guy smiled and began to receive notifications that the Administrator King was not starting to doubt the difficulty level and the test on the 11th floor. And another Administrator Priest of the generation was surprised if this was really just an apostle candidate, and the Black Devil wondered how the protagonist would die. Then 2 more notifications appeared. The Administrator Lord of Steel Blood considers the apostle candidate an annoying fly, who is wasting his time. The eyes of the Administrator Sword of the White Crane light up in anticipation of his actions. Afterwards, the brunette raised his sword and thought that it seemed that his administrators were not worried about something like this at all. The blonde stood opposite him all this time and watched his actions. He looked up and said that this time it would not be easy, he had to try hard. And then he aimed his blow at him. A bright light illuminated the entire room and several beams were directed towards the main character. A moment later, a serious explosion occurred. A notification appeared that the charging was complete. The blonde was surprised by what he saw. In front of him stood an opponent, completely intact, who activated the counterattack shield skill and reached the maximum damage absorption limit. The young man raised his head and said that he had used release. He immediately struck, released the accumulated damage and reflected it back. This beam immediately pierced his opponent. The apostle candidate began to bleed and did not understand what had happened. Then he bit his teeth and said, "What the hell was this?" There were clearly no traces of magic training on him. And she added, "Do they really use the power of a god?" The brunette was surprised again and said that he had no idea what the power of a god is. At this moment, the apostle candidate flew closer, said that he did not flee the battlefield and did not lose the battle. In accordance with the law of verification, they announced that all physical checks are complete. Then he flew to the ground and added that he acknowledged that this person passed the check. Notifications began to pop up that the young man absorbed the spirit of the same person. The skill was increased by 8.8%. When absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, an assessment is made for the disappearance of power. The guy was surprised when he saw after the completion of the assessment that it was confirmed that the spirit of the person has power, and this power will be extracted. A bright light appeared in front of him, and information that the divine power is now engraved on his soul. The protagonist watched this and thought that it turns out that it is about the power that the local priests use like him. Then he raised his hand and thought that he felt some energy penetrated his heart, but did not circulate at all, said that the methods of managing divine power and mana apparently are very different. Notifications appeared that the administrator between the white crane asks why the divine power penetrated his core and energy, and the administrator Lord of Steel Blood is perplexed when he feels that in the divine power of his heart there is no trace of battle. The young man alive at that moment only thought about the possession of divine power and something extremely significant, and received information that he absorbed the spirit of the priest, thereby increasing his statistics. Strength was increased by 4, agility increased by 3, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 4, stamina increased by 5. Suddenly, the next door opened in front of him. The guy raised his head and heard someone greet him. An old man stood there who said that this was the one who was overcome by the madness of martial arts. These people stood opposite each other. At first the heroes did not understand what his words meant and asked what they meant. And the old man lowered his head and said that victories, victories, more victories, isn't his goal to grow endlessly to become the strongest. At that moment, it dawned on the brunette that it was true that he wanted to become stronger, continue to grow, but wasn't this man exaggerating too much when he said that he wanted to become the strongest? Suddenly, the elder appeared behind him and added that he was not exaggerating, but simply voicing the conclusion that the young man would come to in the end. This surprised him very much. The guy immediately turned around and tried to strike, but there was no one in front, and the old man immediately appeared on his head and said that he shouldn't talk like that and get excited. While he was trying to find him, the elder moved from place to place and said that these gates do not check his body. Here is a test of faith. However, the main character continued to swing his sword and did not understand what was happening. He clenched his teeth and thought that his movements were beyond imagination. Then several elders appeared behind him at once. How did this man penetrate his mind? At that moment, hands reached out to him from all sides. These hands grabbed the guy, while here he thought that the strength left his body. He raised his head and tried to get out, but nothing worked. Suddenly, a huge face appeared in front of him. It was an old man who literally began to suck in all his clones. And then he looked at him and said, "This is what this taste means." Finally, the guy turned around and realized that there was no one around him. He heard that he passed from the old man. After that, he turned and asked again, also asked what they were talking about. In response, he heard that he said that the 5th gate was passed by him. Then the elder came closer and said that he could go to the next gate. The young man said that he did not agree. How did this happen at all? The man explained that initially the 5th gate begins with the contemplation of mental images. In other words, only those who have an unshakable will have the right to look into their own world of images. Then he raised his head and added that he felt this unshakable will in him. Oh, this frantic will to cut the throat of anyone to become stronger. He raised his hand and said that he very clearly feels the desire to kill anyone and become even stronger. All these feelings are hidden in the depths of his consciousness. The protagonist listened attentively while he said that if he wants to kill him, a feeble old man, then he must do it faster. Fortunately, he will be able to learn a little in the arms of God before his parasite senile dementia. But then the old man heard something that surprised him. The young man said that he will not do this. Then he raised his head and asked why. And the guy came closer to him and explained that they had already said that the tests had been passed, so he saw no point in killing a person without any reason. Why ask about something so obvious? The elder listened to him and thought about it, said that this was indeed an unexpected turn for him. Then he came even closer and said that he thought he would have coped, even if he had officially given him the tests of the 5th to lie, but he repeated again, the tests had already been passed. Then he patted him on the shoulder and added that his friend could go further, wished him to successfully pass all the stages of the test. The guy looked at him and did so, went forward, but suddenly it dawned on him. It was as if the main character found himself in some kind of emptiness. There was darkness around him, and the surface of the mirror was swallowed by the darkness, and soon he found himself in a void where there was not a glimmer of light. Then a woman appeared near his ear, who greeted him. The young man did not hesitate and immediately took out his weapon, but there was no one around. He looked around and wondered if this was happening again. Then he gritted his teeth when he heard that everything was right. He was already in the world of mental images. It turned out as he thought. And when a sprout grew on his back, the woman added that the previous priest had planted a family so that he could penetrate the world of mental images. Suddenly it dawned on the brunette that when the old man patted him on the shoulder, he did this, and the woman continued to answer his thoughts. A moment later, the young man seemed to be in a huge web, and the priestess said that he should not worry too much. Then she looked at him and said that it was because she would take good care of his physical shell. The brunette looked up and thought that her words, on the contrary, made him more nervous. And the girl took out her dagger and said why people are so cruel, that for rude comments addressed to a girl, she only has to want and his neck will be pierced through, but he will not be satisfied with such an arrangement, will he? Here the main character looked ahead and wondered if he could ask how he should now pass the test of his faith. And the woman began to smile and noted how polite this man had suddenly become. How sweet. Okay, she would explain everything now. Then she pointed to the valley and said that the space he was in now was the world of his mental images. Here he just needed to be able to see his own world of mental images. As soon as he completed the task, the sixth gate would be passed. Here he thought that he did not understand what it meant to be able to see his own world of mental images. And the girl bandaged his eyes and explained that the world of a person's mental images largely depended on his beliefs, and was created on their basis. But no one was able to contemplate this spectacle. The world of mental images was like when you close your eyes and see only a solid black curtain. Then the young man was left alone in the middle of this place and thought that in this way they wanted to tell him that he needed to be able to see the essence of this world of mental images, where there is nothing. A moment later, a woman appeared above his head and answered that this was again on point, and introduced herself, said that she was a priestess of Alien, serving the god of verification, announcing the beginning of the sixth test. And then the ground fell under him, as if all this time he had been standing on the surface of the water and began to drown. After some time, the young man landed on the bottom of the reservoir. Only these were thoughts. In reality, the girl held his hand and asked if the guy was really surprised, because the pain would be similar to real pain and he needed to quickly find a solution to this problem. Otherwise, she smiled and explained that he would drown without any water around. But suddenly the power of the serene mind was activated. This surprised her. At the same time, the guy was underwater, and thanks to the power of a serene mind, he did not lose his composure, and the limitation of mental images weakened. He also thought that this was great. It was much better until he was subject to panic, able to hold his breath underwater. Then the wasp looked there and thought that much more importantly, that for a moment he seemed to feel a tingling in his fingertips. The young man frowned when he heard that his willpower was really impressive. She did not expect that not only would he break out of mental images, but he would also be able to move his body. The woman raised her hand and thought that this guy was able to protect himself even at an unconscious level. What kind of monster was this man? Then she came closer and thought that it was better to keep a secret that his actions almost left her without a head on her shoulders. And the young man, meanwhile, was still underwater and thought that he was gradually beginning to feel his body. The brunette was very surprised by this, asked again and said that in the world of mental images he should not feel anything. How in just 2 hours he was able to completely regain control over his body. What kind of monster is this? The brunette was surprised to hear about 2 hours, but after all, no more than a minute had passed since he got here. In response, he heard that in reality time moves much faster than in the world of mental images. This news also surprised him and made him think that it was very dangerous. If he spent more than part of the remaining time from the allotted 7 days in this sixth gate, he could die from the penalty for failing the test. Immediately after, he tried to surface and thought that he needed to see the world of mental images as soon as possible. His eyes at that moment began to change color, and his thoughts were such that if he could again feel his body through the use of the power of the serene mind, then it meant that activating this skill was also possible. Then the guy spread his hands and activated the skill of the eyes of the fire dragon. He raised his head and thought that he finally saw. There was something on him that looked like a huge whirlpool. The water at that very second began to diverge in different directions, freeing up space for him to pass, while the brunette was thinking whether he should call what he saw a sea of blood. The priestess watched all this and did not understand what was happening. It was some kind of nonsense for her. How is this even possible? Why did the world of mental images open up to him? At the same time, his body in the real world was also moving. A sword appeared in his hands. After that, the girl stepped back and answered that she had a question. Is this really a person? Why did steel wings appear behind his back? He needed these steel wings in order to fly up in a parallel world, so he had to activate this skill. The young man literally flew up into the sky in a split second and found himself at the top. Some time passed, the guy flew over the world of mental images and thought that he saw it with the help of the eye of the fire dragon. Although he did not have a single guess what this means at all, but the surrounding environment looks extremely ominous and alarming. Finally, some circles with a large number of swords appeared in front of him, and the young man looked at them and tried to understand what it was. But it was also decided not to waste time and stretch out his hand forward. A moment later, he grabbed one of the swords, and immediately after, he landed on the ground with a loud roar. Everything around him began to collapse. The young man raised his head and looked ahead. In front of him was a priestess, to whom the guy immediately asked if this was all his doing. That's what he heard. Why does her world look like this? Notifications from the administrator also began to appear. The Sword of the White Crane is glad that the main character woke up. The administrator Lord of Steel Blood choked with relief that he came to his senses, and the administrator Hero of the Destroyed World, and the task is that he woke up faster than he thought. Therefore, the young man went forward and said that it turns out he was able to pass the test of faith. How is this even connected with faith? And the woman looked at him and answered that the test of faith is the path to recognizing oneself. Of course, the brunette immediately asked again. So the girl led him to the mirror and answered that it was amazing that people themselves did not really understand what they believed in, and never even tried to think about what exactly they believed in. The purpose of testing this gate was to encounter the world of mental images created through the processes of faith, thinking, and action. And as he walked down the corridor, she added that he would overcome his miserable past and become stronger without losing his humanity. That's what she read in his world of mental images. Everything is very simple and clear, isn't it? Then she added to the woman that even having such simple desires and thoughts, remaining faithful to them at the same time is a different story. When the guy finally opened the next door, she wished him luck and said that this adventurer did not look like a person at all. The brunette meanwhile had practically moved into a new room. Something like space appeared through the front and a notification that he had reached the 7th gate. There was some kind of core filled with energy and electricity in front of him. It was so incredible that the young man could not take his eyes off it. And then this core turned into his reflection of the eye. It turned out that it was the god of verification who was watching him. Immediately, memories of the priestess who said that no one had yet managed to pass the 7th gate popped into his head. Then the young man landed on one knee with a crash and did not understand what had happened. He exhaled and realized that everything was going wrong. It looked more like something else. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared in front of him. The situation was similar to when I encountered something insurmountable. Camillo's body and completely refused to take any steps to survive. Then he felt very hot, and the thoughts were that an eye had simply appeared in front of him, and it really was a god. The young man clenched his teeth and said that he would never do this again. And in his head were thoughts and memories of the death of his parents. As a very young man, he sat at home and cried. Because of these memories, the protagonist took out his weapon and began to scream frantically. Then he stuck his sword into his own palm, activated the skill Ashen Blood. All types of pain caused to the user decreased by 17%. And the young man continued to mutilate himself and screamed that he was not going to helplessly stand and watch as he was trampled here. And as soon as he pulled the dagger out of his palm, he thought that he lived to break through any trials that fell to his lot. After he looked around and thought that he was sure that this training place was built exactly on this principle. New Snowy Teeth and decided that although they do not know whether he will be able to wake up that pupil at all, however, if there is at least a small chance, then he must try it. And immediately jumped up from the spot, running towards it. If he can get at least another 1 centimeter closer to it, then the blow will be delivered. Complete confidence was read in the eyes of the young man. And finally he reached the target, swung and struck, thought that this god was so-so. The blast wave went to the side. Only it flew to him and stopped nearby, and even the smallest impulse could not reach the retina. The young man raised his head then and thought that this was some kind of look. Any such nonsense bothers him. And the eye still continued to watch him, and a notification appeared that the god of verification appreciates the spirit of the applicant. The god of verification is glad to see the applicant with such high spiritual strength after a long time and tells him to prove himself, looking into his confident eyes. The guy was very surprised when he saw another notification that the god of verification remembers the existence of the applicant and announces the beginning of the test of the 7th gate. Suddenly the eye began to move and change color. Everything around began to collapse and the god of verification himself disappeared. The brunette lowered his head and tiredly thought, does this god really exist? At that very second, a huge mirror appeared in front of him. The young man saw it and jumped back. It was that very mirror. It reflected the main character, slightly modified, and it was necessary to establish contact with himself in the future and begin synchronization. Therefore, the main character raised his hand and tried to touch the mirror. Then a bright light appeared, and then followed a notification that a mentality test was beginning. The speed of assimilation with him inside the mirror slowly increased as if the mirror was going to absorb him, and the applicant had to pass the most suitable test for checking mentality. Also, a notification appeared that it was necessary to prove that his beliefs would not change in the future. This was already the most difficult for him. Immediately after, the young man fell into some strange room, and below sat a man who asked if this was really the same. The brunette immediately realized that this was the same priest and the first doctor who sat and asked where his mirror went. As soon as the young man landed, the fresco behind him began to move apart. He turned and looked there, and what he saw surprised him very much, because it was Christmas, a place similar to South Korea. There were people walking, strolling and chatting in the square, and somewhere between the houses the main character in the future was passing. Now he thought that he didn't understand what the hell was going on. There in the gateway a young man in the future cut his forearm. The young man saw this and didn't understand what he was going to do now. I just thought about it, as his blood immediately turned into arrows and began to kill people in the square. And the young man began to scream and didn't understand what kind of crazy bastard this was. I immediately received a notification that the assimilation speed with him inside the mirror was forcibly increased to 10%. As if it caused him great pain, his chest literally burst with pain, as if someone was tearing off pieces of flesh from him alive. The boy clenched his teeth and thought that this disgusting whirlwind of mixed hair irritated him. The feeling of guilt grew into madness and anger. Then a priest appeared behind him, who recognized him, and asked if this man really took his mirror. Immediately after this, the man grabbed him by the head and began to cause incredible pain. Strange energy fetters appeared around the protagonist's head, accompanied by a notification that from now on all skills and powers that interfere with the applicant's spirit would be sealed. Of course, the protagonist tried to attack the tenant and almost immediately deprived him of his head. But he seemed to be mad, he was only worried about the mirror. The guy then grabbed his head and thought that during the mentality check, where the psychic defense was released, the power of the serene mind was blocked. Then he looked around and saw that the magic was still working. His future incarnation smiled and said that if he had known about this, he would have crossed the line from the very beginning, and the simulation speed with him inside the mirror suddenly increased forcibly by 20%. When the young man realized this, he was surprised and received a notification that due to the unbearable psychological shock, the applicant suffered from an abnormal condition called Kai intoxication. He immediately began to spit blood and did not understand how to stop it. Then he understood his head and thought about what had happened, why was this happening, and why was he doing something so disgusting? Why would he kill all these innocent people in the future? It is true that he is obsessed with power, but he will never go that far. Notifications immediately began to appear that he was under the influence of an abnormal intoxication status. If he failed to remove the abnormal intoxication status, then the mastery of the magic chain skill would drop to a maximum of 10%. The mastery of the magic chain skill would decrease by 0.3%, the mastery of the magic chain skill would decrease by 0.7%, and the mastery of the magic chain skill would decrease by 0.4%. The young man saw this and thought that the magic chain was now working at its limit. Then another person appeared before his eyes. It turned out that this was the world of Muram, where the man approached the soldiers and ordered them to immediately bring the head of the Union here. After that, the brunette looked at them and said that in this case, at least he would save the lives of those who were here now. But a man came out to meet him and said that he had heard that a madman called the Sword Ghost had recently appeared there, and now that he had seen him in person, he could say that he was worthy of his nickname. A middle-aged man approached him and said that he was pleased to meet him, introduced himself as Lee Jinwon, the head of the Union, and asked what the child's name was. But he did not answer and immediately ran towards him, and the man saw this from the group. Literally a moment later, the two began to fight. All the people around were already dead, and the head was bleeding after a while and said that he simply had no words. Then he raised his head and said that this guy had killed all the members of the Union. Although he himself had said that he would not touch anyone, was he not ashamed at all? But the brunette came closer and said that he felt no shame at all. Then he lowered his eyes and added that these ragged, worthless things were just his fighting resources. Resources that did not make him tired, did not get sick, and were no longer of any value. And immediately after he cut off the head of the Union leader, the main character continued to watch this and spit blood, and the speed of assimilation with him inside the mirror was forcibly increased to 30%. Some time passed, and the location in the mirror changed dozens of times. The future incarnation of the hero, who became infinitely stronger, destroyed 1,000 enemies, was in the state of a monster, imbued with madness and seeking only growth. Finally, he even got to the priest, who cursed him before his death and said that he prayed to all the gods for his death. Then he killed the king of animals, who asked him to stop and asked if he hadn't said that it was better to kill only him to visit his subjects, but in the end they all died. Crazy monsters who never lost, that's who this man was. Then the guy got to the next opponent, who looked at him and said that this was some kind of nonsense. Why did the one who conquered the dimension come to such a wretched place? The young man felt all this and literally screamed in pain. The assimilation rate had already increased to 40%, then to 50%, it did not stop. Then the young man raised his head and thought that if the assimilation level continued to grow like this, then eventually the worst would happen. He smiled and said that it was a feeling, it turns out, pleasure and not a joke. The location changed again. There was a bright flash of light. people burst into some room, kicking down the door. A man who looked like a cyborg entered and said that the one who commits such inhumane actions and really thinks to remain unpunished. The future incarnation of the main character stood there and had already killed one person. A brunette was standing nearby, and when she lowered her head she asked why this man was doing this. She could not cope with tears and screamed for what reason she was killing innocent people, to become stronger, for what? The young man turned around and asked again about the reason, and then asked why ask about the obvious. He immediately threw the corpse on the ground. Then he smiled and said that he was killing them because they were the raw material for his growth. The man approached him and asked if he would know that he had the ability to control lightning. Then he frowned and said that in such weather he had better prepare himself and give up the ghost. He pounced on the young man and ordered him to die, calling him a demonic spawn. In response he heard that it was true, even he should reckon with him. After that, the brunette smiled and said that it was more accurate to say that it was like that when he was a previous incarnation of himself. And a moment later he cut this man in half. The girl who was sitting next to him continued to cry and began to beg him to stop. Then she screamed that she was asking him to come to his senses. Song Yoon himself continued to fight, although it was very difficult for him. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that one wrong move and this crazy entity would simply absorb him. It felt like even 50% assimilation was capable of completely destroying his mind. Before it was too late, he needed to find a solution. Then notifications began to appear that the simulation speed had been forcibly increased to 60%. The mastery of the magic chain skill had decreased by 0.1%. The mastery of the magic chain skill had decreased by another 0.5%, and then by another 0.2%. Blood was literally flowing even from the eyes. But the young man was not going to give up and continued to strike the eye of the god. Then the stimulation speed increased to 70%, and the brunette fell to his knees and thought that he could no longer stand it. Psychologically the silk was too big, and he could not even say whether it hurt or pleased him. Then he fell into this seething liquid and thought that he felt good. Almost immediately the liquid began to absorb him and completely sucked him into itself. However, the consciousness of the protagonist was still functioning and a memory of the priest's question appeared, who took his mirror. Finally, it dawned on him that something had appeared in him during the murder. The young man was able to pull his hand out and held a small mirror in his hands. It was the divine mirror of the high priest, a mirror that the high priest imbued with his divinity daily. The user can use this divinity to create a divine shield only once, and creating a divine account can restore his mentality. The protagonist was also able to remove these fetters from his head and activated the effect of the divine mirror. A divine shield surrounded him, dispelling all levels of clouding of the mind. A notification also appeared that the abnormal status of spiritual instability was cancelled, and the future incarnation suddenly woke up and stopped. Suddenly, his head was torn apart and came apart at the seams. From there, as if from a suit, Sun Jun climbed out and began to scream loudly. He looked around and asked if this monster thought that he would allow himself to be absorbed. The light was so bright that it was visible even from below the building. Then the protagonist received the achievement of Steel Spirit and endurance was increased by 1. Finally, the mirror broke and shattered into pieces. The young man proved that his beliefs remained unchanged. The mentality check was completed. He was surprised and thought that he had been standing here all this time. Comments from the administrator began to appear. For example, the Lord of Steel Blood felt a sense of relief that the contractor had overcome a critical obstacle. The administrator of the hero of the destroyed world laughed. They say that he could not even think of the method he used, and the administrator of the White Crane Sword was very glad that the guy's condition had stabilized. And while the brunette was falling down, the god of verification was satisfied with the results of the applicant's check. The god wanted to see him personally and forcibly summoned him to his land. The adventurer raised his head and thought, "What kind of holy land is this, and a forced summoning?" Then there were notifications that the god of verification temporarily concentrated power in his hands. Using divine power in the test tower, all administrators associated with the applicant will be forced to stop monitoring the tests. And also, while the main character continued to climb up, the test tower allowed him to be called on the condition that his personal safety would be ensured. Then he entered the sacred abode of the god of verification. For some time, the brunette did not understand what was happening and just screamed. Finally, he found himself in some strange place and did not understand what it was. A bright light appeared ahead, and from there a human silhouette flew out. This image approached him and asked who it was, why divine power was felt from him. Apparently it was the god of verification. The man flew even closer and said that it was not necessary to drill him with a look. In any case, now he will not see anything except foggy outlines. Now that they met him in person, he sees that this person is extremely heterogeneous. It turns out this pseudo deity was created by the tower. The brunette looked at him and said that he had no idea what the term pseudo deity meant. The god of verification then lowered his head and explained that in the tower they are also called administrators. Asks if this guy is a being who received quasi-divine status under a contract with the tower. In response, he heard that the young men are not an administrator, just a candidate disassembling the tower. Then the god said something that surprised the main character very much, or rather that in fact, it differs from other pseudo-deities, has its own divine power. The man also added that he had not looked into the tower for a long time, and it turns out that a lot of interesting things happened in it. Asked if the main character realizes that it is impossible to create something real with the power of a pseudo-deity. And then he added that being an apostle of a pseudo-deity, he created a real thing. It is clear, the candidate is clearly an unusual creature. The brunette still did not understand what was happening. He remembered one of the priests and thought that it sounded like he had done something great. But in reality he had just accidentally obtained divine power after killing that man, and asked if it was true or if divine power was that important. God told him that he had extracted divinity himself and didn't know it had he done the extraction process, completely removing the traces of God. Not because he knew everything, the man became wary and said that he could see from his face that he had no idea what divine power was. Finally, the boy raised his head and said that he had just accidentally obtained it. God continued to fly in the sky and replied that even if it was a fake, a reproduced tower, then such a result could only be obtained from the divine power given to the future apostle by God. But how did this boy manage to stroke this power, completely erase the traces of God? He also said that even if his actions were unconscious, it was not by chance that he extracted Chiron's divine power. I feel that there is a reason here, therefore a connection. Now the boy was very surprised. And when God added that it was absolutely clear that the testing tower expected a lot from him, he immediately understood everything and thought that the testing tower was pinning its hopes on the average president. For some time, the two looked at each other. Then God turned away and said that he had made a mistake. Seeing the anger of the tower, one could safely say that this information cannot be disclosed, so it was time to say goodbye. He would definitely watch him from heaven. The brunette immediately raised his hand and began to shout that he still had many questions. Why did he become such a monster in the future? What else is divinity? And what did he mean by causality? But it was too late and his body began to fall down. Nevertheless, God lowered his head and said that it seemed that this man had looked too deeply into his future. When he peers into the void also peers into him. The same thing happened when the boy tore apart his future incarnation. The void is always looking for a gap through which it can penetrate his mind. This is what he should beware of. Immediately after what was said, the young man grabbed his head and heard that he would soon return to where he came from. Then he listened to him attentively and raised his head. Then he shouted if the god could talk to him a little more. But the man looked at him and replied that unfortunately, this was the end of their conversation. No matter what god was in front of him, the tower was a creature that was not easy to deal with, so nothing could be done about it. If he visited the temple of testing in the future, then perhaps he could shed light on his questions. But at parting he would give him one last piece of advice, not to trust other gods, now they would consider him an enemy. Congratulations, notifications immediately began to appear. They had overcome the 11th floor of the test tower. As a reward for breaking through, an ancient mirror about testing would be sent to his inventory. As a reward for breaking through, 70,000 points were awarded. As a reward for breaking through, 3,000 were awarded, and another 1,500. The movement to the waiting room was started. The young man landed there and for some time tried to comprehend what was happening. He thought about it, thought about God and about the creature that happened to her before him, told him more than everything he had heard so far, especially the words about how even if his actions were unconscious, that he had extracted divine power, not by chance. I feel that there is a reason here, therefore a connection. Then the protagonist imagined the tower and thought that it was by the will of the tower that divine power was extracted and acquired as power. He assumes that this is the reason. Besides, he said that the tower has high hopes for him, an ordinary applicant, and that he concluded a contract as an administrator in an apostolic agreement, and that divine power was extracted as power from the spirit. Let's assume that everything was done with the submission of the tower. Immediately, priests began to emerge in his memories, and the question is, what are the intentions of the tower that does all this? The guy frowned and began to list all this in his head: the apostolic agreement, divinity, and also the creation of the present, and the words of the god of verification that you should not trust other gods. He sat down on the bed and said that he didn't understand a thing. He lowered his head and thought that what consoled him a little was the fact that even if the gods were hostile, they couldn't touch him as long as he was protected by the tower. Notifications began to appear that the system had expanded. The Earth dimension had been registered as an official dimension for ascending the test tower. Thanks to the formal registration of Ascension in dimensions, the Earth was somewhat protected from interdimensional invasion. When applicants from other dimensions now face a penalty when moving to the Earth dimension, as an advantage of formal registration of Ascension in the tower, applicants who are not pioneers can also earn ore. The restrictions on observing the applicants' tests were lifted. The guy raised his head and saw that the administrators were talking to him again. The first administrator, Lord of Steel Blood, was relieved to see that the youth had returned and was safe, and the administrator, White Crane Sword, looked at him with tears in his eyes. Only then did he immediately remember the phrase of the god that all pseudo-deities are also called administrators. The guy realized that the administrators were also deities, and then it dawned on him that he probably shouldn't trust them. The young man began to bite his lip and think that in this situation no one could be trusted, and the situation was pretty disgusting. After some time, he moved and entered the world of Steel Blood. A blonde appeared in front of him, running towards him and asking if this guy was badly hurt. But instead of an answer, she received a blow from a sword. The girl dodged and didn't understand what was happening, and the young man lowered his head and turned to her. Then he looked into her eyes and asked if the administrator was right to collude with the tower and use it. The blonde grinned and thought that it looked like a side effect of the mentality check, and the guy continued to attack her and bit his own hand. Then he swung his sword, but missed. The girl raised her head and thought that this guy bit his own hand. She shouted that she needed to come to her senses. He was completely out of his mind right now. And the young man continued to attack and shouted that he connected the administrators and the tower. This was the only question that worried him. He looked up and said that they were trying to exploit the applicants in every possible way. The blonde jumped back and replied that what she was saying now was complete nonsense, so she swung and sent a counter blow, adding that she needed to regain her composure already. But the guy lowered his head and asked why he had been insisting for a while now that he should come to his senses. His eyes were filled with madness, and it was said that in fact now his brain is than ever. The administrator looked at him and understood what was happening, asked to stop. But it was too late. The brunette attacked her again. With one blow he cut the ground, when he heard that if you put all your strength into the blow. Only it was too late. The young man cut her house with one blow. The woman looked there and told him that he was big, and then he took out his sword. And in addition to it, a dozen other swords appeared, which were aimed at the young man. All of them flew sharply straight at him, but the guy managed to dodge and fought. Only then the blonde instantly appeared behind him and asked, "Where are you going?" Then she did what the young man did not expect at all. The girl thrust him into the ground with all her might. His face turned out to be snow. Everything around began to shake and collapse. The guy tried to attack back right away, but surprisingly the girl dodged. And then she did something that surprised him again. Her swords appeared there, trying to pierce him as close as possible. Thus, a kind of cage of swords was formed around him. After some time, the young man suspended from the ceiling looked at her and apologized, said that he had returned to normal, so it was possible to untie these bonds. But the blonde raised her head and answered that of course she should untie him, but to worry that his next visit, nothing would be left of her house. Then she put the cup on the ground. She imagined his future incarnation and said that the remnants of the emptiness will see that I witnessed during the mentality check were not completely removed and were fixed in his personality. Then she looked at him and added that even if that essence was greatly distorted, it is still his other future. In other words, the suspicions regarding the administrator may not have been completely false. Then she took out her sword and said what she would say to clarify the situation. No one is able to read the intentions of the tower. This fact remains unchanged even if they are the administrator. She turned around and when asked if it was obvious that the tower expected something from him, she said that maybe yes and maybe not. And a moment later, she sharply cut something with her weapon. The rope that held the guy under the ceiling was cut right there. And finally, the young man took a chair, said that as far as he knew, the tower had never revealed its will to a candidate before, so it seems even more insane that the tower makes special wishes to someone candidate. The girl turned around and said since he had such doubts, apparently he heard something from someone. That was exactly it. The guy replied that the god of verification said that the tower had some kind of plans for him. This information surprised the blonde very much. She smiled and thought about the god of verification, so that's where his doubts came from. Then she stood up and said that as she had already said, she was also only a subordinate of the tower. At that moment the protagonist realized that, as expected, he would not be able to find out more about her. The girl came closer and said that she was glad that he liked the tea. It was based on the urine of a black dragon, so you can drink as much as you like. It is a very valuable thing. The brunette was very surprised and immediately spat out this horror. Then he wiped his mouth and said that he remembered something. The god of verification said something else. Having concluded a contract with the tower, the administrators received the status of a quasi-deity. Then the woman put the sweets on the table and answered that as for the status of a pseudo-deity, she cannot answer him this question right now. But if we are talking about him, then even if he did not want to know this he will find out everything in the very near future. The young man looked at her and said that now he had one last question for her. Immediately a question came up, and the guy asked, didn't they say earlier that she had a long-standing wish that she wanted to fulfill? In fact, it was so. The protagonist came closer and said that the administrator of the White Crane Sword said that a long-standing wish is a right granted by the tower to the administrator, and that it is possible to achieve the fulfillment of this wish with the help of a candidate with whom an apostolic contract was signed. The girl immediately asked again and said that it seems that she has already told him everything about her long-standing wish. Sun Jun looked at her and asked why she still hasn't told him about her long-standing wish. The girl thought about it. Then she stood up and said that it was all about the feeling of fear. Of course, the guy did not understand what was meant. Then the woman turned around and added that he greatly underestimates himself, which resulted in an excessive obsession with growth. She looked down and said that that was why she thought that maybe, for the sake of growth, she could make him challenge the test related to her long-standing desire. To which you fly like a moth to a flame, she will not deny that she had no choice but to do so. And the guy heard this and was upset, said that he was a real mediocrity. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and replied that she did not know what meaning the word talent puts in, but she would soon understand how much he underestimated himself because the tests on the 12th floor are a fight with himself. This information surprised him very much, and then the main character teleported back to his room, thought about the gift. He imagined another candidate and thought that these God-given qualities that cannot be changed after birth, and which in the world of hunters are divided into three categories: the acquisition of skills, an increase in statistics, and the awakening of a unique characteristic, the so-called three main qualities of a hunter. He also thought that he was not destined to be born with one of these qualities. Skills were not acquired, statistics did not increase, and the unique characteristic did not appear, as if he was left alone in the middle of a dark room without the ability to fight. The guy also thought that many things in his life had changed since he entered the testing tower, but this fact does not change the fact that a talentless guy who demonstrated growth only thanks to unique characteristics. And when he imagined the sword, he thought that the Lord of Steel Blood was clearly mistaken, saying that he has talent. For some time, the young man sat on the bed and thought that if he had something like this, he would also be a famous hunter without entering the territory of the tower. Memories of her words floated up in his head, that he would soon understand how much he did not underestimate himself, because the tests on the 12th floor are a fight with himself. It turns out that he will have to meet the other side of himself. The tests on the 12th floor are tests in which he will have to win a duel with his own clone created by the tower. The protagonist activated the status window and said, what's the point of sitting and thinking about it? This test is to look at yourself objectively. You can perceive it as an opportunity to improve your combat abilities. Then a potion appeared, and a characteristic for it. It was a potion to increase mastery of skills, a potion specially created by the tower for creatures with skills. When taken, you can arbitrarily increase the level of mastery of one of his skills by 10%. I thought that after that incident, this is one of the awards received from the Japanese government, potions that increase mastery. Now he had as many as 3 because the girl gave her potion. When the guy drank it, a notification appeared that he drank a potion to increase mastery, and you could choose a skill to increase mastery. His choice was mana management. The young man immediately imagined his energy and thought that the skill acquired during the hunt for the Lord, devouring asshole, during the test on the 10th floor, mana management, it is worth investing in, since this is the basis of all skills. At the same time, notifications appeared that the skill mastery of mana management increased by 10%, then by another 10%, and by another 10%. The young man also decided to look at the reward received on the 11th floor. It was an ancient verification mirror, a mirror that can only be obtained by applicants who have successfully passed the test given by the god of verification. When mana is placed in the mirror, you can activate the exclusive effect of residual thoughts once. Then he activated the skill of the Fire Dragon's Eye and saw that despite the one-time limitation, he can acquire the skill contained in the residual thoughts, but at present the user cannot set which skill from the residual thoughts will be acquired. The god of verification changed some effects specifically for one applicant. And when the guy looked in the mirror, he thought about residual thoughts. Is it really about what he thought before? And the exclusive effect of the ancient verification mirror, residual thoughts, was activated. There was also a notification that residual thoughts and activated as an exclusive effect. Ancient mirror check, the skill contained in residual thoughts is acquired randomly. In front of him, a new icon appeared and information that the skill combat concentration was adopted, which is imbued with the combat experience of residual thoughts, but its mastery increases by 11%. The description is transcendental concentration, allowing you to concentrate to the limits of a combat situation. The effect is concentration can be increased arbitrarily. At present, concentration can be increased up to 20 times, but with peaceful use, this is accompanied by a corresponding amount of recoil. The young man smiled when he saw all this and said that this is a pretty useful skill. Immediately after this, several more notifications appeared that the theme of this test is overcoming boundaries, The 12th floor test begins. The remaining time is 48 hours. The condition for successfully completing the test will be kill your clown for a certain time. The condition of the right to pass the test is the death of the applicant or the expiration of a separate time. The reward for a successful breakthrough is the gray crown of the ancient emperor. The penalty in case of failure is death. A moment later, the main character found himself in some room. Immediately in front of him, energy began to accumulate, and information that the blessing granted by the god of darkness felt the evil minds of the nicknames in the ancient palace and creates warriors. Guards, now the attacker will have to think about how well he knows himself. His double appeared in front of him. The item the old tailcoat of the vampire count was duplicated. It was necessary to kill another self created by the god of darkness. Again, I remembered the blonde's words that the scale of self-reproduction does not end there, experience is also copied. In other words, his reproduced version will know all the strategies that he will use now, and his cloning even copies his talents. Opposite at that moment stood a clone of the main character. If he underestimates his talent, he will seriously suffer. Therefore, Sun Jiun decided not to languish and immediately attack, to check what will come of it and how gifted he is. The brunette looked at him again and thought, is it really the god of darkness again? Why so often encounters tasks called gods? His old enemy, should he call him his clone? And while the clone was approaching, I thought that he really looked so much like him that it turned his stomach inside out. And I also remembered the blonde's words and thought that on the recommendation of the Ent of the rest of the blood, I spent a question ticket and received additional information. He continued to look at him and thought that he had specifically learned that there was only one item that a clone could duplicate. The old frock coat of the vampire count naturally chose what would become his armor. Then he swung and thought that if this was really his full-fledged clone, then this battle was a good opportunity to objectively assess his strength. While the young man was running towards him, the skill's instant acceleration, Grace of the Wind, began to activate, and the entire speed increased by 70%, the current progress summing up 7 out of 7. At the same moment, the skill Combat Concentration was activated, and the user's concentration increased twofold, as if the protagonist had split into two parts. He felt as if time around him had slowed down, and at the same time the movements were too fast. He smiled and thought that this was exactly what Combat Concentration was. Then he swung and activated the power of the Sword Master. Suddenly, a bright light appeared right above him. The clone jumped back from the blow. Then he took out his sword. The protagonist immediately realized that it was a sword of steel blood. He frowned and thought that the choice was obvious, and here by the concentration of mana in his left hand, this is a counterattack shield. Indeed, in the left hand of the slope there was a large red shield. The young man glanced around and thought that the combination of the sword of steel blood and the counterattack shield was the only working option for the clone, but suddenly something dawned on him. This sword seemed to begin to change its shape and began to glow even brighter. At that moment, his clone already had two weapons in his hands. It turns out that he managed to transform the counterattack shield into a sword. This was quite unexpected. For some time, the opponents stood opposite each other. The brunette looked at himself and thought that although he was the original, he had never used the dual sword technique before. It was not that he could not use this technique. It was just that when using a modified counterattack shield, it was used through an excessive amount of spiritual energy and mana. Then he imagined how this happens. The guy lowered his head and began to reason, why did the clone choose such an ineffective method? Afterwards he turned around and thought, of course, he also considered fencing with two swords, but is it right to use it in a real fight where his life is at stake? And when his clone finally attacked, he thought that they did not understand his train of thought. The guys had to act pretty quickly, while he thought that this was just a training fight. A moment later, the guys clashed in battle, moving from place to place. It was at this moment that the main character realized that, although barely perceptible, but in terms of pure skills, he was one step behind. But the clone continued to attack and seemed to be in the lead. Miraculously, the brunette managed to dodge and did not understand why this was happening. And while he was falling to the ground, he thought maybe it was all about his indomitable will. If we recall this skill, the mastery was 27%. The description is a symbol of those who challenge the impossible to the end. Do not give in to despair. The main effect is when facing an opponent stronger than the user. Physical and ability and concentration are significantly increased. Additional effects are when activating the skill, it becomes easier to achieve enlightenment, and the ability to mental defense is enhanced. The brunette continued to fight and thought that at present he was significantly ahead of him in terms of the number of items. Therefore, the skill called Indomitable Will, which he had absorbed before, was activated, so his physical abilities are higher than the original. He also provided information about combat concentration. Mastery 11%, the description is Transcendental Concentration, allowing you to concentrate to the limits of a combat situation. The effect is that concentration can be increased arbitrarily. At present, concentration can be increased up to 20 times. but with excessive use, this is accompanied by a corresponding amount of recoil. He thought that if the clone maximizes his combat concentration and demonstrates a concentration that goes beyond imagination, then he will have a good chance of winning. And just at that moment the enemy began to attack even more actively. The young man again teeth and thought that the most serious problem is the fencing art used by him. The clone stood in front and was very confident in his victory. Suddenly he struck, and the young man thought that although it was clearly based on the technique of fencing on dual swords, but this is clearly a bastard's dream. And from one blow he flew back with incredible speed. The main character crushed the wall with his body, the blow was so strong. Then he got up and thought that he had no doubts, this sword was familiar to him. Behind the slope was the heavenly sword, the dragon Nembun Hayek. He remembered their last battle, and thought that although I saw that sword in action only once, I still clearly remember every detail. He also imagined his opponent, and thought about his terrifying skill, like overpowering a god, before whom his skills turned into nothing, neither skills nor strength, but the most pure art. He also imagined a bright flash of light and thought that these techniques made him really think about whether they could exceed skills in general, as his teacher had told him before. Then he stood in a stance and thought since fencing and art are not skills, he believed that he would not be able to learn this. He also remembered the blonde's words that he would soon understand how much he underestimated himself. Then he lowered his head and thought that this was the very real talent that the steel-blooded lord had spoken of. While the clone was running towards him, a notification appeared that the user had encountered a strong opponent that he was having a hard time dealing with. So the indomitable will skill was activated. He thought that now the system determines that he is at a disadvantage, even though he is far ahead of him in terms of items. Why is this happening? The young man thought and gritted his teeth. Then he looked at his opponent and thought what was going on. Did he suddenly become stronger? At that moment, the guy gathered his remaining strength, activated the combat concentration skill, thanks to which the user's concentration increases 10 times. Then he stood up and was ready to continue the battle. A moment later he struck, but the enemy parried it, and then he was able to slip under his sword. Blood suddenly appeared. The young man jumped back and did not understand what happened. A cut appeared on his ribs, and thoughts in that dam said that they have the same level, his opponent is a real monster. Then he swung and the concentration increased by another 15 times. The guy suddenly found himself behind his clown, he did not even understand what happened. Then he struck him and thereby stuck him in the ground. A notification appeared that the power of steel wings was activated. Flight at maximum speed was also activated. The young man flew forward and continued to attack. He swung his sword, the concentration then increased by another 17 times. While his opponent sat below and looked with surprised eyes, he shouted that this man was caught. But suddenly the brunette stretched out his hand, which acquired a strange shape. And then it exploded, as if it had specially soaked in blood before that. Sun Ji-eun frowned and thought that his vision was suffering now. Nevertheless, the guy flew to Paul and hit him with all his might. Only when he landed, he thought where the enemy had gone, he had escaped, while blowing up his own hand. Then a bright light appeared behind him. It was the enemy, who had directed a projectile of energy at him. This projectile was like a bright beam. When the brunette turned around, he thought that it was too late to change anything and that he was finished. Then there was a strong explosion. The beam literally hit him on the forehead and threw him back. The concentration at that moment increased by another 20 times, and he entered a state of concentration that exceeded his limit. Because of this, the main characters began to move very quickly, as if disintegrating into different particles. Then he grabbed his head and thought that things were bad. His opponent did not understand what was happening and looked at him questioningly. But the brunette came closer and began to laugh, said that he really almost died now. Then he looked up and began to insult his clown, said that he was in deep trouble. Then he entered a state of concentration that exceeded his limit. Side effects can lead to unpredictable psychological reactions. The clone also did not hesitate and ran towards him. Then he struck a blow, which the main character could not parry. Because of this, he flew back with incredible speed. From the force of the blow, he flew into the wall and broke it. The young man raised his hand and quickly collected bloody energy. Then he directed it straight at his opponent. The projectiles were so strong that they began to develop columns around. The clone turned around and was very surprised at what was happening, and everything behind him at that moment began to resolve. The young man smiled and asked if he liked this attack. Only he did not notice that the enemy at that moment was already behind him. A bright light immediately appeared, and the guys flew away from each other on different sides. There was a wound on the clown's hand. Sun Ji-eun looked at it and said how he got him. At that moment, the blonde was watching the battle. She abruptly put the mug on the table and said that everything turned out this way again. She grabbed her head and said that she was in a difficult situation. She couldn't help him directly, but she couldn't just watch silently from the side either. Then she turned around and said with a smile that she was worried about how the tower would react, but Suddenly a notification appeared that a message had been sent to the challenger. Immediately after that, her portal was torn to pieces. The woman smiled when she saw that the administrator's messages were temporarily disabled to prevent the appearance of messages with recommendations. She said that she needed to be understanding. She just wanted to send her friend a cup of tea. The protagonist at that moment looked at his hand and didn't understand what was happening to it. Then the hand hit his own club. The clone watched this and didn't understand what was happening, and Sun Jiun smiled sharply and said that it was dangerous to lose control during a fight. Then he shouted and ordered them to stop interfering with this body and get the hell out of here. At that moment, a strange web began to form around him as if he had been closed again, and the young man raised his head and began to shout if the confrontation with the shitty version of him from the future had not ended during the previous test. It also infuriated him. Opposite then some strange monster began to appear, and immediately the young man heard the words that he fought for him because he was on the verge of death, and in his eyes there was not a drop of gratitude. It was surprising for him to hear this. It turns out that then his future version appeared there. Sun Jiun tried to attack him and began to order him to quickly get out of his body, called him a damned creature. But he got even more angry when he heard that this stupid bastard still did not understand. It is better to look at what was happening. The future he came closer and said something you trained for so long, but even now having risen to the 12th floor of the tower, you are not able to objectively look at yourself. It is a pity for wretchedness. The main character was unpleasant to listen to all this, so he swung and asked what's wrong, immediately after he tried to hit. But the man raised his hand, and in a moment, bloody bars formed between them. Then the brunette turned around and just silently left. And the main character continued to beat this great and asked where he was going. They need to go back, but he heard in response that he was just an annoying bug. Sun Jiun was surprised when he offered to tell him something, said that if you do not get rid of the habit of relying on skills, then you will not be able to use true art, then asked did you get it. The man walked forward and said that you just need to continue to sit here until the end of his days and watch what is happening. And when he almost went underwater, he added that from that moment on he will take control of this body. For some time, the main character tried to break the grate and get out of there, but it was useless. But the battle continued on the surface at that moment. Now the new main character smiled and said that it seems that he is slowly beginning to understand what's what. He just caught the right wave. He was surprised when he saw that the administrator of the Lord of Steel Blood sent him an item, a product of the Black Dragon, a potion prepared by specially processing the bodily fluids of the Black Dragon. When consumed, mental strength and immunity are increased and the mind becomes clearer. And then something dawned on him. The soul of the real hero was then able to still spread his chest and get out of the shackles. Because of this, his body again stopped obeying the captured demon. Sun Jiun reached into the status window. Then he took out a potion from there and stretched it out to himself. Only something happened. The clone did not lose his head and immediately cut off his hand so that he could not drink the potion. The main character was not going to give up. With all his might he pushed off the liquid that did not allow him to get out, and he flew up. Then he opened his mouth well, and with his teeth on the fly he grabbed the potion, breaking the bottle. The enemy looked at all this and did not understand how this was possible. He could not do anything, he just watched what was happening. Sun Jiun himself drank the potion and spat out the rest of the glass. Then he wiped his mouth and smiled, saying that he had finally returned to his body. And while he was watching his clone, he thought that earlier, when another version of him was fighting, he had clearly felt this feeling of liberation from dependence and skills. So now he decided to do the same. He grabbed his sword and thought that if the clone was capable of this, then he would be able to do it too. Then he stood in a stance and increased his concentration by 20 times. The young man fell asleep with his teeth and thought that the flow of thoughts had accelerated, and his crazy ego was waking up again. Then he exhaled and thought that now he himself was finally able to feel how his thoughts had accelerated. Enlightenment had happened in an instant, which seemed to last forever. At that moment, his opponent was already running at him and was about to strike. Only when he was about to strike, with incredible speed, Sun Jiun was able to return and thought that he needed to abandon all his dependence on the skills he had accumulated so far. After dodging again and thought that the only thing he needed to do was empty everything and adapt to something new. When the guy stopped, he thought that he was giving up common sense, and thanks to self-enlightenment, the skill of mana management increased by 10%. Literally, with one glance, the main characters were able to cut off part of his opponent's hair, eventually decided to clear his mind of stupid stubbornness, received the achievement of enlightenment, and stamina was increased by 1. Sun Jiun was very determined, received the achievement of the state of absence of oneself, and mana was increased by 4. The user is dealing with an opponent with whom he is able to cope, so the skill of Indomitable Will was deactivated. This fact did not anger his clone. The young man himself was approaching him at that moment and swung again, thinking that from that moment everything would change by 180 degrees. While he was running, he calculated the trajectory of the attack, and with one blow he was able to split several stones at once and around. Then he smiled and thought that he was now able to use the fencing art of the master, who had previously suppressed him with his power, a strange feeling. Then he continued to strike blow after blow. He frowned and thought that the highest speed using the grace of the wind and instant acceleration, it was now felt. Then he pushed off the ground and tried to attack, only the enemy was faster this time. He turned around and began to create some kind of field behind Sun Jun. The young man at that moment lost his balance and did not realize what was happening. But nevertheless, he quickly gathered his thoughts and landed on the ground. The clone saw this and tensed up even more. He did not understand why it did not work. The member broke off for a moment and tried to strike again. But again a miss. Sun Jun parried his blow and thought that as the battle continued on the slope, it was becoming easier and easier for him to understand what was happening. Now he looked at the fight from the point of view of skills and from the point of view of technique, and began to understand the principles of the technique itself. Besides, with this incredible speed it was much easier for him. Therefore, he smiled and continued to fight. He dealt blow after blow. The enemy was already having a hard time coping, but he continued to hold on with all his might. Some time passed, the brunette still tried to attack again. Only here he missed again. The main character thought that he had realized the principle of the technique itself, and thanks to this he felt safe using two swords. And this clone, instead of completely mastering the art of fencing, pays a lot of attention to imitating that master. Indeed, behind his back, as if a portrait of this man was emerging, Sun Jun decided to get another sword, activated the power of the Iron Blood sword, thought that in this situation, thoughts of mistrust can weaken the released energy of the flame sword, capable of cutting everything in the world. And when he took it in his hand, he thought what it means. Practicing the fencing of this master, I should focus even more on strengthening the flame sword. In his hands were two weapons that predicted success for him. The battle continued for some time. The clone, although actively dodging, began to receive earlier. The Bloodseeker skill was activated, and literally with one movement in his hands activated another skill. In front of his opponent in an instant, several bloody spears appeared at once. All of them flew straight towards him. He looked around and realized that something needed to be corrected. Therefore, he pulled out his sword and tried to reflect the blow, which literally slid under his feet. An explosion occurred immediately. Only this explosion occurred behind the enemy, so the brunette turned around and looked there in surprise. And due to his own carelessness, he immediately received a blow to the shoulder. He quickly got his bearings, activated his shield and threw the protagonist back. Then he looked at his shoulder and got angry. A second later, his wound healed. Sun Jun looked at this and thought that he instantly transformed the sword into a shield and avoided the crisis. Things were bad. Then the enemy decided to create a whirlwind of two swords, which surprised the protagonist very much. The young man struck again, tried to stop him. Their swords touched and a spark appeared. Then Sun Jun swung and thought what it was. Just a second ago it was about rough and aggressive swordplay, but now the clone switched to soft swordplay with smooth and measured movements. He stood opposite and seemed to be waiting for his next blow. At that moment, the boy raised his sword and thought about soft sword mastery. Also this sword mastery technique that the teacher demonstrated to him. I wonder how far the opponent can go in demonstrating techniques, although he understands that this is his talent, but still irritates. As expected, he will not be able to win easily without any risk. He immediately decided to get rid of the second weapon and fight with one sword. Then he activated the skill with the counter-attack shield, and another sword appeared in front of him. The enemy saw this and was surprised, and the young man raised his new weapon and asked what was so surprising. Then he smiled and added that if the clone is capable of this, then he can do it too. A second later, he jumped up and flew into the attack. The opponent's swords clashed again. The fight was so intense that sparks flew in different directions, and this continued for some time. The guys seemed to be floating in the air. Sun Jun looked at the enemy and thought that, as expected, the cop's sword charges before him, then should he go on a small adventure? He immediately turned around and tried to do something unexpected. The decision was to kick the brunette in the chest. He was so surprised that he couldn't block the blow and flew straight towards the ceiling. He got even more angry and ran off at incredible speed, trying to attack. Sun Jun was already waiting for him at that moment and thought that he had parried his attack with the counterattack sword, a modified version of the counterattack count. A bright light immediately appeared, and the brunette thought that then he had to charge the sword once, and of course, the suspension of such ignorant attacks would simply break. That's exactly what happened. The copper split into two parts. The clone had to throw the second weapon back, while the protagonist thought that if they were both one, then now was the time when the counterattack energy emissions, the most threatening attacks they had, would disappear. The same thing happened with the sword, which simply dissolved. The enemy flew forward, and the young man decided that he would judge this as a chance. Immediately, a strong blow was dealt, from which everything began to fly apart in different directions. Sun Jun smiled and thought that he himself was incredibly strong, and the same one received a blow to the stomach. such a strong blow that he was thrown back several meters. When the young man got up, he saw that the enemy was already approaching him at full speed, and a moment later, he received another blow with a sword. Only this time, this blow was expected, so the guy extended his hand and thought that his enemy was caught. At the same second, the clone was pierced by a sword from behind. He turned around and realized that this was all planned. Another sword was lying nearby and was thrown out in advance. He also looked at it and thought that his impatience also played into his hands, and the use of these two components turned out to be extremely effective. Therefore, he smiled and waited for what would happen next. Then he swung and decided that it was time to finish. Only the one who penetrated was not going to give up, spread his arms and began to accumulate energy. Sun Jiun did not understand what was happening. The clone immediately increased in size several times and began to turn into a huge monster. It was unclear what the hell it was. This huge monster began to move towards the main character and destroyed everything around it. A second later, it bit off its fingers and spat them straight towards the young man. These huge fingers with claws began to destroy everything around, and Sun Jiun turned around and thought what kind of monster it was, a little confused by the fact that his attack tactics had changed dramatically. At that moment, a wall appeared in front of him. The young man had to destroy it to get out of there, and immediately behind his back, a huge enemy hand appeared. When the guy fell down, he realized that the monster could not get out of this ball, and a moment later there was a strong explosion. The clone was still above and did not understand what was happening, and Sun Jiun himself had already landed and activated a protective shield. Then he transformed it into a sword and thought that fortunately the recovery time had expired. He pulled it out and said, "Why did he stand up? Is he really not going to attack?" The enemy did not hesitate and immediately fell down. The fight continued. The guys fought for some time. The main character thought that this bastard monster had completely lost his mind, using the explosion of his own body. He was surprised and thought that no matter how strange it looked, as a surprise attack in close combat, such a technique could be very effective. Then he looked at the enemy again and thought that because he lost his temper and constantly made explosions, the ashen blood would absorb too much stamina. And as expected, after some time the monster began to shrink while shaking and losing strength. Therefore, when the stamina is at 0, his attacks will stop. It was at this moment that Sun Jiun struck back and cut off his hand. Then he frowned and said that there was no point in dragging it out anymore, he was finished. And the clone was still angry and perhaps even hoped for his victory. They began to move across the battlefield with incredible speed. The young man looked up and asked where he was going, quickly catching up with him. Then he swung and saw something that surprised him. It turned out that the enemy had been running all this time and accumulating blood energy. Then he turned around and struck. The projectile flew straight at Sun Jiun, but he was able to activate the shield. Thanks to this, there was no damage, only the young man was thrown back strongly. He smiled and thought that he was still grateful to him for such an ignorant use of this power. The charging was complete. The counterattack shield skill reached the maximum damage absorption limit. At that moment, the young man stretched out his hand and collected all this energy in his palm, thought that the accumulated energy of the counterattack account was filled to the limit. Then he swung and wished the enemy a quick death. He was still screaming and running towards him. A second later, Sun Jiun raised his hand and released the projectile. Then he swung well, and with his own sword he directed it towards the clone. Thanks to this, the projectile flew straight into his face. The monster flew back and clearly did not expect this blow, and the brunette looked up and said that this was his release. The counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage, and all this entailed a strong explosion that destroyed even the building. Literally before our eyes, the clone began to collapse. A notification appeared with congratulations, and overcoming the 12th floor of the test tower. As a breakthrough reward, the Grey Crown of the Ancient Emperor will be sent to his inventory. As a breakthrough reward, 80,000 points are awarded. As a breakthrough reward, 3,500 so are awarded, and as an additional reward, the skill Last Resistance is received. Moving to the waiting room began. When the young man exhaled, he saw another notification that the mastery of the counterattack shield skill has reached 100%. The rank of the counterattack shield skill increases by 1 level. And also new combat concentration was deactivated, and soon there will be a rebound of concentration, exceeding the user's limit. At first it was unclear what this means, but a second later, the young man felt incredible nausea. He began to vomit his own blood. This blood poured out of him in huge quantities for some time, and a notification appeared that the Ash Blood skill was activated. Then the guy wiped his mouth and thought that as expected, the Ash Blood did not fail. Until the end he believed that this skill would heal and rebound, which arose as a side effect of concentrating in the Bayou. Then he turned around and thought that if he did not have such a teacher skill in recovery as Ash Blood in his arsenal, he would not have been able to go so far. He looked around and thought that when he can climb the tower with a calm soul, but is it even possible? Suddenly, some kind of accumulation of energy appeared in front of him above the corpse of the enemy. The guy came closer and thought that it was the spirit of another him, funny, and immediately was distracted by the notification that the administrator's message, which was limited to prevent advisory messages, would be activated. Immediately a message came from the administrator Lord of Steel Blood, who complained about the sanctions for treating him to a cup of tea and asked him to treat him well from now on. Sun Ji-eun looked at this and remembered about the help. Then he rolled his eyes and thanked her for the bottle, thinking that he also unintentionally learned a new fact. He presented this potion, and the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord sent him an item. It was a product of the Black Dragon, a potion made by specially processing the bodily fluids of the Black Dragon. When consumed, mental strength and immunity are increased, and the mind becomes clearer, and administrators are also subject to sanctions if they interact too much with adventurers. At the same time, a lot of dialogue boxes appeared because all the messages of the administrators, which were limited until now, began to be printed at the same time. There were an incredible number of them. The administrator of the Wandering Knight who lost his master is amazed by his crazy talent. The administrator of the Vampire Lords is interested in where a monster like this guy came from. The administrator of the first Dragon Slayer born in 1,000 years admires the difficulty of the test on the 12th floor and the fact that the hero confidently overcame it. And many more messages. The boy read them and thought that there were so many administrators watching him, it was amazing. The messages kept coming and coming. The boy thought that some administrators were shocked by his talent and the difficulty level of the trial, saying that he looked like a monster, while others were reacting as if they were bored, asking if the challenger who was still only on the 12th floor was really there. Then something happened that surprised the protagonist. Notifications started appearing that the administrator servant of the Soul Holy Knight was looking at him. The administrator fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church was staring at you, and the administrator seeker of divinity was looking at him as if she was expecting something from him, but they began to dissolve. Sun Ji-eun came closer and thought that the administrator who only said what they wanted and then disappeared when they lost interest were sending messages without any purpose. Then he raised his head and asked why everyone was acting like this, what was the matter? He frowned and thought, of all people, why would there be so much interest in him? Besides, his contract was already concluded, but why were they trying to get his attention? Then he imagined this entire communication system and thought maybe there was an expansion of the system that gives administrators the opportunity to contact him with a request. Their casual reaction turns the assumption into a certainty. Then he smiled and thought, since there are so many. He looked at all these comments and said that it seems that as the system expands in the future, administrators who are not bound by a contract with him will also be able to benefit. He threw up his hands and asked if they didn't think it was a little wrong when everyone was just bombarding him with messages. And he also added that if they needed something from him, they should send him a force as support, then he would definitely remember them later when the system was expanded. New notifications immediately started pouring in, saying that the administrator of the first Dragon Slayer born in 1,000 years was unhappy with the arrogance of a single applicant. The administrator of the fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church snorted and said that this was out of the question. The administrator of the hero of the ruined world asked him to hold his horses, saying that perhaps this man was very vain. The brunette smiled and said that he was informing them that this offer was only valid for 3 people in order of priority. At that moment, there were even more notifications. Various administrators began to contact him. For example, the administrator of the heir of the Blood Demon Church would like to add power to a store intended only for his contractor. The administrator of the hero of the ruined world would like to add power to a store intended only for a contractor. And the administrator of the first Dragon Slayer born in 1,000 years would like to add power to a store intended only for a contractor. At that moment, the guy thought about it. Then he turned around and thought that what was really important now was that the enemy not only had the same statistics as him, but also skills and powers. The enemy's corpse was still emitting energy and was nearby. The guy looked at it and thought what he would get when he absorbed his soul. A moment later, he did just that, absorbed the spirit of the false challenger. The skill increased by 28%. Then a bright light appeared, and information that the composition of the soul was completely identical to the soul of the challenger Sun Ji-eun. The power of the divine power is activated when the conditions are met, and an attempt was made to extract divinity. The young man looked at this and was very surprised. What kind of extraction of divinity is this? A notification also appeared that the protagonist used spirit absorption to permanently increase his statistics. Strength increased by 10, agility increased by 10, endurance increased by 10, mana increased by 10, tenacity increased by 10. His body was still lying on the ground, and the spirit was still evaporating in energy. A notification began to appear that one of the enemy's skills had been absorbed. The young man had received the lightning sword skill, and errors also appeared that these were already acquired crushes. Skill mastery was being combined. Lightning sword skill mastery had reached 100%. The skill rank was increasing by 1 level. The brunette looked at this and smiled. He was clearly pleased with what was happening. But suddenly a bright light appeared. Something else happened. A status window appeared where it was written that the composition of the enemy's soul was completely identical to the composition of the protagonist's soul. The divine power was activated when the conditions were met. Another attempt to extract divinity had occurred. The young man was surprised. He did not understand what it was. And then a notification appeared that the extraction of divinity had been successfully completed. The divine power rank was increasing by 1 level. And thanks to this power, the transformation of divinity and the accumulation of altered divinity became possible. He looked up and thought what was happening, some kind of transformation, accumulation, all these words were an empty sound for him, really. Immediately after, another notification appeared that the power of divinity was engraved on his soul. He did not know how to use it, so he just gave up, but it turns out that now he can use divine power. Some symbol appeared on his chest, and a bright light appeared. And immediately after, comments poured in that the waiting room of the 13th floor was entered. The expansion of the system was beginning. The community, which was divided by country at the global level, was fully integrated, and communities of different difficulty levels were now available. Team members assigned to combined trials were no longer tied to a specific country. Individual rankings by country at the county level would also be fully integrated. Now the young man would also be able to view the final rankings of other difficulty levels. He stretched out his hand and thought that it turns out that now he will encounter foreigners in combined trials, but this is a largely meaningless expansion of the system. Then he lowered his head and thought that if this goes on, the community will eventually be integrated with other dimensions, which will allow travel to different planets. Suddenly, another screen appeared. The young man raised his head and paid attention to it. It was written about the results of the 12th floor test. 1st place Hunter, 2nd place Great Shaman, 3rd place Kim Seung-hoon, 4th place Catherine Bennett, 5th place Bloodlight Sword, 6th place Clock Tower Wizard, and 7th place Tarkovsky. While the main character was walking to the tower, he thought that he was the strongest. This was the main reason why he was climbing the tower. This was exactly what he was striving for. Then he approached the stairs and thought that now he was one step closer to this goal, at least at the moment the strongest contender on Earth. He also imagined the others and thought that they say that the test tower has long existed in dimensions such as Ares, Callian, and Murim. He also imagined space and thought that compared to these dimensions, the Earth is an extremely weak dimension, which literally the other day was officially registered as a dimension for ascent. Then he remembered his opponent and thought if he didn't increase the power of the Earth, he could leave the target of another dimension, as happened that day. He frowned and thought that whether it was before or now, he needed a powerful force that could defeat anyone. He immediately raised his hand and activated the inventory. It was written about the Grey Crown of the Emperor, Charisma plus 30%, the Grey Crown used in the ritual of the ancient emperor who served the god of darkness. Wearing the crown, he rules as the king of spirits. After using the item's durability ends, and it disappears. Sun Ji-eun studied this and thought since the class is high, the performance seems powerful, but the explanation is somewhat ambiguous. Then he flipped through the skill and thought that he needed to move on to the additional reward for the breakthrough. There was the skill Last Resistance, 0% Mastery, and the main effect is Fatal Injuries. Hello Sheik to Death can be considered invalid. But when activating the Last Resistance, 88% of the available stamina is spent, and the recovery time is 1 week. An additional effect is when the skill is activated, his feelings are momentarily enhanced, and the effects of using all skills are adjusted. The guy was surprised when he saw this and thought that this is a skill that prevents 1 death. Then he lowered his head and thought that although the recovery time is a week, but given the effectiveness of the skill, this can't even be called a penalty. He smiled and said that during this test, in addition to receiving rewards, he managed to shake the administrators of the forces from the bins. A notification immediately appeared that he needed to select a list of forces that he wanted to see. The first was the Lord of Steel Blood, the second was the White Crane Sword, the third was the support forces, the selected ones were the support forces. There is information about the bloody heavenly energy. The price is 31 so. The description is a spirit technique that only the successors of the Blood Demon Church can learn. It can replace the internal energy of mana, and the magical characteristics will be inherited. Entering into battle, his combat senses are enhanced by the energy and blood of the whole body. There is also information about the protection of the warrior. The price is 3,000 so. The description is the power given to God's chosen one, and those who have gained this protection have acted as saviors for centuries. Without concluding a contract with God, the only effects that can be obtained are control over the divine and an increase in luck. After there was information about the power of instant magic charging. The price is also 3,000 so. The description is when the existing mana falls to less than half of the total magic power. It can be recharged by absorbing the mana remaining in nature. However, if used excessively, the main energy points such as the chain of magic power or the 8 meridians can be damaged. The guy looked at all of this and thought that all 3 were very effective for a C+ rank power. Then he tapped the screen and said to just buy them all. Notifications about purchases and expenses came. Then messages from the administrators appeared. The fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church urged him not to forget his support, and the first dragon slayer born in 1,000 years urged him not to forget his support. Sun Ji-eun raised his hand and said that he would remember them all well. Then he thought that when he absorbed his own spirit before entering the waiting room, as if out of nowhere, the extraction of divinity was activated. The extraction was completed, the rank was raised by 1 level, and with this power, divinity transformations and accumulations of altered divinities become possible. He remembered how a bright light appeared on his chest and thought that it was obvious that after the healing of divinity was activated, he felt the energy heavily settle in his heart. Unlike before, it must be a divine power. Now the guy swung. He stretched out his hand and thought that something would happen now. Only some time passed, nothing changed ahead. Sun Ji-eun lowered his hands and said that what happened was what was expected. The result is the same as during his check before going out to the waiting room. The body just shines and no special abilities or anything like that appear. Then he imagined all the killed priests and thought that he cannot use any of those restoration or strengthening techniques that were used by the residents during the test on the 11th floor. He frowned and thought that this pissed him off, was full of expectations, only now it is not clear whether there will be any sense from this at all or not. Immediately after that, he sat down on the floor and thought that he needed to calm down, meditated and decided that otherwise this shitty person would crawl out again. Then the administrators started writing to him, saying that for example the Great Crane Sword said that it would teach him divine power, that it could teach him better than the Lord of Steel Blood, and invited him to its domain. The guy closed his eyes and said that he did not want to. But the White Crane administrator did not give up and began to cry because of the shock he received from refusing the invitation, and asked why he was refusing, saying that if he came and learned, he would be able to use divine power. The guy raised his head and said that he could learn later if necessary. Then he smiled and said that he wanted to do everything on his own without relying on others. A notification appeared that the White Crane administrator was lowering his shoulders and saying that so be it, if that was his will. Sun Ji-eun raised his head and thought that right now it was not the divine power that was important, but something else. Immediately imagined his opponent, who said that he would return soon and thought that he needed to focus on what he could do to become stronger right now, at least until he killed this man. Then he imagined him again and thought that Namgoon would definitely return to Earth again. Then he thought that now, of the powers that he had shaken out of the administrator's storage, he was most curious to try the bloody heavenly energy and immediately saw a repeat of its characteristics. A notification appeared that the power had been activated and a strong energy began to penetrate the guy. Suddenly, he felt some strange feeling, as if he had turned into a fighter. His eyes changed color and Crumb sang, yes, he needed something like that now. Then the young man grabbed his head and did not understand what was happening. His mind rose, a crazy smile appeared and they said that their exit had come. Sun Ji-eun began to stretch his own face and call himself names, saying that he was going to do something so interesting alone. As if another spirit had entered him, the brunette did not understand what it was. A crazy personality was simultaneously manifesting itself in his body. At least this had never happened before. Suddenly a sword appeared in his hands. The new personality looked at him and wished a pity on the offspring to die. At the same time, another weapon appeared in the other hand, and both of these swords began to fight each other. Sun Ji-eun said to the spirit, does he not understand that if he dies, then this will also die? And the demon smiled and called him a fool, said that he was just going to get rid of what he could not get. At this moment, Sun Ji-eun continued to resist and thought that this was a situation that he could not foresee. This fight between the two hands continued for some time. The young man looked at the sword and thought that it was absorbing blood energy generated by the blood heavenly energy. At the same time, a notification appeared that the heavenly demonic blood sword appeared. The guy looked there and read that when the user who has reached the level of the flame sword activates the exclusive effect to the maximum, the true ability is revealed. Then he grabbed the blades with his bare hand. Then he threw away the second weapon, and with all his strength, he thrust the sword into his shoulder. The blow was strong. Blood immediately flowed out of there. The young man thought that he was feeding this bastard energy in blood, and then he began to scream in pain. For some reason, the sword began to change its appearance. The situation was gaining strange momentum. Then it completely transformed. A notification appeared that upon fulfilling the conditions, the true abilities of the Heavenly Demonic Blood Sword are opened. The name of the item changed to the Heavenly Demonic Sword of True Blood. Sun Ji-eun looked at this and was surprised when he read that a special slot for blood was created. In front of him at the same second, not a few posters appeared. These were those very slots. Then the guy activated the Eye of the Fire Dragon. Information about the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword appeared in front of him, reaction speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 15%. The famous sword that was once one of the treasures passed down from the Blood Demon Church when killing an enemy with the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword. The Blood Feast effect absorbs the enemy's blood into the blade, increasing the overall effectiveness of the item and sealing random skills. At the moment there are a maximum of 3 skills that can be imprinted with blood, and imprinting skills do not require costs except for the recovery time. Also, in addition to this, information appeared next to the sword that all potential abilities are unlocked by users who have reached the level of the Flame Sword. When used by a candidate, you can activate the exclusive Blood Feast effect. Then he looked at the chips and thought that he can imprint skills in the sword, and even as many as 3 pieces. In addition, there are no costs except for the recovery time. Then he smiled and thought that it can be said that this is an awesome item of a growing type that this world has not seen before. Then notifications started appearing that the 13th floor trials were starting. The difficulty was high. The theme of this trial was a strategic battle. The allotted time was 14 days. The conditions for passing the trial were to work together with your comrades to kill the vampire count in a certain amount of time. The condition for failing to pass was the death of a team member or the allotted time had expired. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a random skill book, and the penalty for failure was death. And Anoshu was surprised. Was there really some kind of combined trial? He imagined other hunters and thought that combined trials were associated with his extra most pleasant memories. However, a random skill book was a good win. He imagined this book and thought that if it brought a plus-rated rewards, his mood improved slightly. There was also a notification that the map of the 13th floor is only available in trial mode, now open, showing cities occupied by vampires, showing hiding priests in cities occupied by vampires, marking the location of the vampire count in a city occupied by vampires, and the selection of team members begins. 4 portals suddenly appeared in the room. The main character came out of one of them, thought that instead of wasting time searching for priests, could he just invade the city and kill everyone there? He lowered his head and thought that with the abilities he now has, he is capable of destroying at least one city. He thinks he is capable of it. Suddenly another person appeared there, and information appeared that the selection of team members is complete. To create a smooth gameplay, the nicknames of the selected team members will be displayed. A man appeared who looked and said that he was wondering why the system is expanding. But it turns out that it is a combined test. It was a hunter with the nickname Tarkovsky. In the summer, a young man appears who greets everyone and says he is glad to see them all. This is the legendary ninja. And finally, an old man appears who says he is also pleased to meet them, the wizard of the clock tower. The brunette looked at them and thought that these nicknames we all belong to high-ranking players. Immediately, a table popped into his head that he saw earlier. He thinks he also saw a Japanese player in the top lines of the rating. At that moment, the old man turned around and said that this place was familiar to him. There were an incredible number of corpses, and the place completely reeked of blood. The guys looked around and said that this was probably a vampire refectory. Suddenly, 2 vampires appeared behind one of them and said that this was more true than ever. They immediately pounced on the old man and said that the dessert itself complained to them. He was ready to eat it with pleasure. Only they did not calculate that he was not alone, and the vampire grabbed another hunter by the head. And another player appeared behind the girl. Literally, with one blow the man deprived the vampire of his head, and the boy dealt several blows to the female vampire. Then he turned around and said that he had such an idea, but it turns out that the man really is the head of the best guilds in Russia. He turned around and replied that he was not going to hide it. That's right, his name is Andrei Tarkovsky, the head of the Carpdiem Guild. The boy smiled in response and said that he was not mistaken then introduced himself. It was Sashio Michimoto, an S-class hunter, a member of the Japanese Hunters Association. The man smiled at him and said that his body is more expensive, because he is the only hunter of such a rank in Japan. The boy laughed and said that he can just call him by name. Then he came closer and asked if the others were ready for battle. Vampires can sense the death of their comrades, so they will soon come here in a crowd. Then the old man intervened in the conversation and said that there is no need to worry about this report. Since he set up a barrier in advance, they will not be able to sense anything. The brunette turned around and thought that this was a correct judgment. The old man picked up his pipe and said that his name was David Taylor, a humble wizard belonging to the clock tower. The boy raised his hand and said that this was the best of all the wizard towers in their world, and the man said that the archmage, who was on the verge of retirement but was pulled into this tower, was really unlucky. The elder simply smiled and said that on the contrary, he considered it luck that befell him in his old age. Mysterious entities such as towers are an interesting subject of study for wizards. And finally, the protagonist spoke to them. He came closer and said that he was a South Korean C-rank hunter, Sunjun. After a while, the group peeked out from the bar and said that he heard something from the receptionist about this test on the 13th floor. Even a weak vampire's skills can easily surpass those of a C-rank hunter. And if you imagine them speaking, then the vampire count has the highest level of skills, putting him on par with the highest rank hunters. And his special ability is physical regeneration, so it is not easy to deal with him. When the guys were in the main square, they said that as the tower was indicated, the key to this test is to save the clergy. These are the people who will be able to defeat them speaking, but they are hiding in different places, and then you can get their help. The whole team sat by the fireplace and discussed that vampires are all over the city. How can they get inside? It is too dangerous to go blindly, and another said that this is true, they will be extremely aggressive towards them. And they also added that first of all, if they use the stealth skill to bring in a small group, another put up a barrier to block the presence, and then you can clear the territory by conducting a team hunt. Everyone agreed, and the main character stood aside and just listened. Then he raised his head and heard that it was excellent. In that case, it was possible to cope with the test on the 13th floor in about 10 days. He thought that it was simply unacceptable. With such a slow speed, there was no way to get an additional reward for breaking through. So he decided to go to the others. And as soon as he approached, he put his hands on the chair and addressed them, saying that it seemed that they did not quite understand something, that they were passing the test in this way extremely effectively. The old man looked at him and asked, it turns out there is some other way. Sun Jun smiled and said that of course there is a method that can boast the highest efficiency. The blonde became curious, what kind of method is this? And the man then raised his head and said that he was also curious, what kind of method is this, which is more effective than the one that was just discussed? And the guy intervened, saying that in fact, as a contender for first place in the world ranking, he must have his own secret to passing the tests, right? At that moment, the brunette spoke and said that it is necessary to hit and take. No one understood the meaning. Then the young man took out his sword, and with one blow, he cut the wall behind him. Then he knocked on it. A moment later, this wall began to fall, and a whole crowd of vampires appeared behind the main character. He smiled and said that if he just shut up and they attacked, they would be able to kill them all and pass the tests. The vampires at that moment began to approach them and discussed whether this man really was. Where did the man suddenly come from? They started attacking and shouting that they had no idea, but they would happily devour him and wanted to drink his fresh blood. The other members of the group were surprised and started shouting that this guy had gone crazy. Was he by any chance planning to kill them all here? And Sun Jun was already getting excited. He replied that the operation to break through head-on would begin now. The monsters began to attack the guys in crowds, and at the same time waving their weapons, only for some reason the team members began to dissolve. The vampires stood and looked at this, did not understand where the people had gone, and disappeared. Another said that they had to be careful, human offspring use magic. Just at that moment the man turned around and saw that the old man was helping them, said that group coverage was difficult to maintain for a long time. He frowned and thought why during each combined test there is a bastard who wants to raise a dentist. It really pisses him off. But Sun Jun himself then continued to fight, while the guys discussed that it was necessary to exclude him and retreat for now. He raised his head and was surprised that he had basic settings for his nicknames, similar to his Bloodseeker skill. The vampires continued to attack and shouted that he should become a tasty meal. And at the same time, his own projectiles were directed back at him. While the rest of the team ran away, the boy turned and thought why make such a reckless choice. But suddenly something surprised him. The young man stopped and asked the others to look there. The protagonist at that moment activated the fresh Bloodseeker skill and created many bloody projectiles. The vampires saw and began to shout what was happening. Is this really us manipulating blood? If this person is able to control blood, then isn't he one of them? Crazy, his ability to control blood is stronger than theirs. This is some kind of absurdity. Then the young man simply lowered his hand and pointed a projectile at them. Immediately, the vampires began to die, and quite ironically from bloody projectiles. And the brunette continued to smile under the screams of the monsters and requests to help them. There was a wizard nearby who was thinking that when faced with such an extremely strong cancer, it makes sense to move according to the plan, since such an ignorant method simply cannot work. But how did he do it anyway? He was surprised, thinking that maybe he just doesn't have enough strength. If you remember the past of this old man, he is a high-level battle mage, fought on the front lines for a long time. In addition, he was very smart, smarter than other people. Even in the test tower, thanks to the strategy, he achieved high results, and was able to pass many floors, becoming a ranker and one of the strongest. And on the 13th floor, he came up with an excellent strategy. It would have been difficult to come up with something more effective when they were sitting in place and discussing it as a team. Only then the main character appeared and ruined his entire strategy. Now the wizard looked at this and thought, what kind of nonsense is this? He imagined a scheme and thought that to solve any problem you need a strategy, and his plan was good. Only suddenly the main character appears, who destroys this strategy. To pass the floor, they need to shut up and fight. At the moment, this same main character was doing an excellent job of his plan and killing many monsters. The guys watched and did not understand if this was really a person. Then they turned and asked the old man if they could forget about the plan and help him, and the other one also agreed. The old man raised the group and told them to wait. He frowned and said that he admits that this person is incredibly strong, but there is one thing, there is a whole city of vampires here. Then he looked at all of them and said that one person cannot cope with this. He also added that before the tower appeared, there were also incredible hunters, but why did hunting in groups develop like this? He immediately introduced his old group. And he also introduced many swords, said that regardless of strength, many targets in close combat are simply impossible. The other team members stood and listened to him attentively, and Sun Ji-un was still fighting. Suddenly, the vampires began to grab him by both hands. Then they were spread out in different directions and one of them attacked him with a spear, shouting that he needed to die. The guy raised his head and was surprised. Then he began to inflate his hands, just like his clone did during the last battle. And a moment later, the hands broke, throwing the vampires in different directions. All of them were struck by blood and died on the spot. The skill Ashen's blood was activated. The young man turned around and thought that if he used this method, he would have to constantly heal. The explosion of the body is a good skill, but too expensive. Plus, there were surviving vampires who asked how a pathetic person could do this, use the power given to them by the god of war. Suddenly, one of them grabbed his head and began to shout that this was a disciple. The others were also scared and said that it was probably a disciple. The god protecting people sent a disciple. The gods are angry that they killed all the people in the city and began to ask the god of war to help their followers. The young man looked at them all this time and thought, what does a disciple of God mean? Is it their kind's thing to invent non-existent things? At that moment, one of the vampires hit another on the head and called him a weakling. Then he pointed at this guy and told him to look there. He noted the fact that the young man was standing there out of breath. The others also started laughing and said that this man was tired. Then they ran towards him and said that they had to attack now. At that moment, Sun Ji-un raised his hand and some red ball appeared there. The vampires began to stop and did not understand what it was. Then there were more balls. The young man raised his head and decided to explain what it was. More precisely, to show in practice, he immediately swallowed them. And then he began to bite. A moment later, a literal bloody storm appeared there, and the brunette explained that these were their relatives. A notification began to appear that using the soul of vampires, he restored stamina. Using the soul of vampires, he also restored his mana. Then the guy smiled and said that the restoration was complete. It was time to start the second round. All the city residents started running back. They were very scared of him, and the team was still watching this carnage from the side. The guy came closer to the edge and said that the main character was in first place for a reason. It seems he specializes in close combat. The man agreed with him, said that he did not look tired, even getting stronger. Then the man came closer and said that he would help. The boy supported him and said that he considered safety important, but also wanted to help him. Meanwhile, the main character received a notification that all souls were used to restore stamina, strength increased by 3, agility increased by 2, endurance increased by 4, and magic power increased by 5. He stood in the middle of the street and thought that if you compare the growth rate, it is even more effective than absorbing a copy. Then he smiled and thought that if he kills the vampire count, it will be even better. Comments from the admin started to appear. The admin, the only ruler of the Blue Sea, is interested in him. The admin, the leader trader, had fun thanks to him. The admin, Dark Demon, says that the boy is more like a demon than some of these demons. And the admin, the slayer of dragons born in 1,000 years, smiles and notices his heroic qualities. The admin, Pasha, and the heir of the divine cult of demonic blood, is shocked by his magical power. And the admin, soldier of the fallen world, with a satisfied smile, says that he has potential. The brunette thought that this is great. The admin is still led by his introduction. Then he looked up at the status window and thought that the attention of the admins will never be superfluous. Suddenly, someone attracted his attention. The guy turned and said that he thought that the team went to get the priests. But all three landed and apologized to him, said that from now on they will listen to him. Another agreed, and the third said that at first he doubted him, but it was stupid. Therefore, the brunette turned around and said that it seemed that the whole group understood the effectiveness of the Zis. Then the sixth sense skill was activated and the young man suddenly felt something. A whole sea of blood spilled in front of them. Therefore, Sun Ji-un smiled and thought that the vampire count was approaching them. The whole team tensed up and began to discuss whether this was great magic. The count could even use it. Most likely, it was just an ability. But the vampire was strong enough to use an analog of great magic. The third asked what to do. Their death was only a matter of time. The brunette looked at all of them and thought that those whom he admired now needed his protection. Had he really become so strong? Then he said that they needed to leave here, find the priests and bring them here. The team was surprised. The kid looked at him and asked why the priests, and explained that he thought that they had decided to act together. Only the main character interrupted him, turned around and said that he would say briefly, if they stay here, they will be cat, thought that he would not be able to protect all three and he needed to kill the count himself to stroke his soul. Then he turned around and thought that the more others contributed, the less chance of absorbing his soul. Then the man turned around and said that he was ready to listen to him, just recently he had a different opinion, and the old man said that he would soon bring the priests. A moment later, the guys left, and the brunette continued to look at the approaching wave and reasoned that it was time to start. Immediately, the skill concentration in the Bayou was activated, the concentration increased fivefold, and the will of the technique of the culture of heavenly blood was activated. The main character seemed to be trying to bloody energy. Then he stretched out his hands and activated the skill True Blood Seeker. The will interacts with all the blood in its radius of action. Suddenly the wave began to break. Somewhere far away in the castle sat the count and carefully watched what was happening. Then he got angry and began to shout how dare a pathetic person resist him. He sent out another wave and explained that he wanted to use this city, but now he was ready to turn it into hell. He immediately stretched out his hand and gathered all his energy. Blood began to fill the entire city, the waves became stronger and stronger. The brunette saw this and thought that his opponent was stronger than he expected. Then he frowned and said that he did not think he could block this. He was finished. If you get to know the vampire count a little better, you can move to his castle, where people hold a huge plate from which he takes his delicacy. Then he picks up these balls and puts them in his mouth. The vampire count, Selnir, sat on his throne and enjoyed the delicacies. The man did not know when it all began, he only remembered that he fought again and again, all his battles ended in victories, thus climbing higher and higher. And after all the victories, the essence of his life became battle, as often happens with those who desperately thirst for more. When he came to, he was already standing on top of a mountain and countless corpses, and soon his thirst reached the heavens. At that moment, the vampire saw and noticed that the god of battle was appointing him as a candidate for the apostles. And the greatest desire of their kind was the destruction of the four impregnable allied powers of humanity, which were then quiet and calm. They destroyed 3 powers and killed so many people that the fountain of life, which was the root of the 4 allied powers, turned red from the spilled blood. Everything around was literally ablaze. And the vampire thought that if he completely conquered the last country, then the god of battle would recognize him as a true apostle who achieved everything through blood, and the peak would be his becoming the king of vampires. This grandiose plan did not give him peace. The man went to it day and night. Now his subjects ran to him and said that a great misfortune had occurred. The count listened attentively to the fact that the forces under his command were killed, or rather, killed by one person. They immediately brought him a mirror through which he could see everything that was happening there. Scary one-eyed monsters appeared in the city, which transmitted information to him. The count watched all this and said that he was sure that he had dealt with all the bastards who claimed to be heroes. Which country sent those bastards this time? And the servant came closer and said that these people just suddenly appeared. The man began to get angry and asked again about suddenly. Said that his precious subordinates were killed by someone who suddenly appeared. What kind of nonsense, useless idiots. Then he got angry and began to shout, isn't it absurd that he suddenly appeared in the middle of the city, avoiding the gaze of so many eyes? And then he began to destroy all his servants. They asked him to moderate his anger, but it was too late. The man continued to shout that if he completely conquered this city, he could be recognized as a real apostle, but all plans were destroyed. Some insignificant person dares to resist his power, although the city's infrastructure was planned to be preserved for future use. But at that moment, a huge wave was already approaching there. The count clearly decided for himself that now he would simply turn this place into a real hell, and sent an even stronger wave there. The protagonist saw this and thought that the reach of his power was greater than he thought. Then he frowned and said that it seemed he would not be able to block his attack. Things were bad. Therefore, a decision was made to simply turn around and run away from there. While the young man was running, he thought that since everything turned out this way, he should forget about the city and focus on saving the lives of the team members. Somewhere nearby there was a dome, just the rest of the team were there. The young man ran towards it as fast as he could, but the wave had already caught up with him. Then he stretched out his hand and decided to use his power, and thanks to the activation of a huge shield, he was able to protect his new comrades. The wave crashed into his shield and began to go around it from different sides. The pressure of the water was so strong that over time the protection began to crack. And he saw this and thought that he needed to hold out a little longer. And at that second the protection simply cracked. He was thrown back by the blast wave and the pressure. Water and blood began to fill everything around. The city turned into a bloody mess, and somewhere there, among the cracks of the calf, lay the main character. His comrades ran up to him and asked if everything was okay. The guy replied that everything was fine. Then they came closer and gave him a hand. When asked if everything was okay, they said that everything was fine. They managed to survive thanks to the fact that he stood in front of their shield and weakened the oncoming attack. For a moment it even seemed to them that they really said goodbye to life. But that was not the end. Someone appeared overhead. The vampire Crush himself decided to visit there. While approaching them, he thought that he was surprised to survive after such an attack that strong. Then he frowned and thought, what did it mean that they killed his subordinates? Was it not a simple coincidence? He carefully examined the whole group and thought that one weak and barely alive boy, and next to him 3 completely unharmed fighters, perhaps these are the key figures. Then he raised his hands and began to accumulate his energy. A moment later, bloody knives appeared on his hands. The man screamed that these people were like bugs, and now he would have to tear them to shreds. All 3 looked at him with rather frightened eyes. At that moment, Sun Ji-yoon stood up and ordered everyone to step back, said that he would fight this bastard himself. While the guys were running, they said that they would have to retreat for a while, and if they needed help, they could call right away. The Count intervened in their conversation and asked who gave them the right to decide. He was not going to let them go just like that. And a moment later, Rinus was on their side. He was flying and already imagining how he would kill them all now. Meanwhile, the brunette just stood in place and thought that it seemed like something had just rushed past him. The Count turned and thought that this was the man who had previously been pressed into the stone. When did he manage to stand up here? The young man turned and asked if she had heard such a proverb, words become grains. He smiled and added that everything he said would be returned to him. So the Count turned around and called him crazy, said why did he even think of playing heroes? But Sun Ji-yoon didn't listen to him and said that firstly, they were sorry to die, being torn apart by the VLO, and now he did the same to him. With one blow, the guy literally tore the Count into pieces. The rest of the team saw this and couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile, the young man approached the enemy and said that his respected comrades should quickly go in search of priests. The boy raised his head and said that if the Count is vampire honey, is it necessary? And the brunette didn't turn around and said, doesn't anything seem strange to them? He looked at the Count's body and said that if everything was fine, a message about the end of the tests on the 13th floor should have appeared a long time ago, but for some reason it is not there. Then he activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and looked at the enemy's remains, saw fragments of the vampire telegraph and that the body was currently being restored due to the power of regeneration. The guys were surprised, otherwise they started shouting, can he really regenerate even in such a state? This is impossible, the city lies in ruins, so all the priests must have died, how about they also joined the fight? But the main character turned around and replied that he would block the vampire Count, and they should try to find priests or some sacred relics and return here. He thought that he should deal with the boss alone. Then the wizard turned around and said since he says so, then they need to go. The boy added that the train is his specialty, so he will try to find everything as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Count had almost completely recovered. A moment later, he stood in front of the main character at full height and was very angry. He started screaming that he didn't understand how these people dared to do this and how one of them dared to attack him. The young man then came closer and thought that the enemy had incredible regeneration powers. It was obvious that his blood restoration and control skills were more effective than those in his arsenal. Wandy was already running towards him at that moment to attack. He struck the first blow. The young man dodged and thought that in terms of combat abilities, the advantage was clearly on his side. The Count at that moment did not notice anything around him and continued to insult the guy. Suddenly, bloody shells appeared above his head, and a moment later, these shells were already flying towards the main character. He raised his head and tried to dodge. The only problem was that the shells changed their trajectory after him, so the young man covered his face and tried to hide from them. Everything around him began to explode as if they were time bombs, and the man asked Face, how could a person strike such a blow, and said that he was the best in blood control technique. Suddenly, Sun Ji-yoon appeared behind him. The young man smiled and said that he generally acknowledged this. Thanks to him, he had mastered another way to use this technique. The man turned around and did not understand how this happened, then began to scream furiously. A moment later, he was torn apart again. The guy looked at this and thought that despite the fact that this time he was cut into smaller pieces, he still regenerated, and such a sight gives goosebumps. Is it really impossible to kill him without priests? Suddenly his autumn, and what if the test was originally conceived as impossible? Then he looked around and thought that now that the city is in this state, it will be even stranger if at least one priest seems to be alive. The enemy, meanwhile, has almost completely recovered. And at the same time he became even more angry, even as if he increased in size. The brunette looked at him and thought that this is complete ass. The vampire then came closer and closer to him and said that he really thought that he could kill him. What absurd actions. And in response, the young man raised his head and said that it was not forbidden. Then he smiled and with the same burning eyes said that even you are interested in how many times he should cut him up so that he really dies. At that moment, a bloody sword was blazing in his hands. The Count raised his hand and wondered if he was really shaking with fear now. Then he clenched his teeth and tried to overcome this feeling. He swung and told the man not to underestimate him because he was the one who would become the king of vampires. However, the main character did not pay much attention to this, again cut him up and absolutely without emotion and said that this was the third time. This time, the Count regenerated even faster, grabbed his head and said that he should not think that he would win just because he was hurting him. Not a minute had passed, as Sun Ji-eun cut him into pieces again and said that this was the fourth time. The vampire regenerated again and said that it was useless, he could not be killed because he was immortal, and of course the fifth time happened, he was cut into many pieces again. The man continued to regenerate and said that since his opponent was a human, he would not be able to escape the laws of his own body and would soon simply pass out from exhaustion, and the guy meanwhile cut him for the sixth time. Then he deprived him of his face for the seventh time. The blonde stretched out his hand and assumed that he was the one who penetrated him. But he did not even receive an answer, he again flew into pieces, this was already the eighth time. The young man then received a notification that he had received the achievement of the artist of the battlefield, and the skill of the art of torture was created. Some time passed, the brunette looked at the enemy and thought how to cut him this time, slices or chop into mince. And the Count simply decided to escape from the battlefield and thought that this guy was just a monster. And while he was running away, he thought that he needed to get out of there urgently. Suddenly the main character appeared next to him, who said that he warned him in advance that he would return to him in full, every word he said. Then he grabbed the sword and added a new phrase, who gave them the right to decide, will not let them go so easily. The man looked at him and thought what kind of crazy person he was, some kind of devil. And then Sun Ji-eun cut him for the ninth time, while he asked to stop, offered to talk, negotiate, or make a deal, promised to do whatever he wanted here. Only the young man was not going to listen to him and cut him for the 10th time. The Count was still trying to negotiate and promised to do anything, give him wealth, fame, fulfill his every wish. Sun Ji-eun cut him for the 11th time, again the vampire's body flew into pieces. While the man was regenerating, he said that it was better to just kill him, he could not do this anymore. Then there was the 12th time. The Count screamed that this man was not a hero at all, just a brutal killer, rotten to the bones. Notifications appeared that the main character had received the achievements of the beginning of madness. The skill of pain enhancement was created. And all this time their battle continued. Like a butcher he chopped the vampire into pieces. And he could no longer stand it. He screamed that it was necessary to stop, just give up, he would give him everything. And then he heard the answer that it was better to stop jerking around and just die. What kind of endless recovery is this, damn it. And then it dawned on him. The guy smiled and realized something. He raised his head and beckoned the Count with his finger, told him to come closer to him. He agreed and immediately ran up to him. Then he bowed down, and the brunette said that he had a plan here. If he cooperates, he will give him the blessing of death. What does he think? And the exhausted vampire looked at him and agreed to everything, asked what he needed to do. Then the young man activated the counterattack shield skill and a pillar of energy appeared there, said that this is a modified version of the counterattack shield, the so-called counterattack scarecrow. In the summer, a large red cross appeared. The main character came closer to the vampire and said that now he needs to attack him until he says the word stop. The blonde looked at him and did not understand what this was all about. Sun Ji-eun came even closer and asked why they were not attacking. Did he really not want to live? The vampire suddenly jumped up and shouted that he was going to strike now. He was scared and thought that the series of events that happened today, everything from beginning to end, did not fit into his head. Then he continued to hit and thought that out of the blue, some madman appears and destroys the greatest force in the history of vampires. No matter how much he thought, something clearly does not fit here. Then he struck again and thought, is this really a test of God? And indeed, the cross in front of him was some kind of divine. Therefore, he continued to be and thought that from the very beginning it seemed strange to him that a person has the ability to control blood. This went on for some time, thinking that the savior of vampires, making real warriors out of his subordinates, teaches them to be on guard because he has long been weakened. Then a column of energy appeared above them and a notification that the counterattack shield skill had reached the state of reflecting accumulated damage. The protagonist came closer and said that now they could stop. Then he looked at the Count. He smiled maliciously and said that it was time for his death. At about this time it became clear that this was not a savior. Suddenly, some bloody energy began to appear around the Count. And a moment later he found himself imprisoned in a ball, and the brunette said since he was constantly regenerating, no matter how many times he was killed, there was another way. He immediately threw his sword at him. This sword crashed into the sphere and pierced it. And then there was an explosion. The counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage. The vampire inside screamed that he could finally die, and the protagonist thought that now he would split into atoms, to such an extent that not a single piece of flesh would remain. A moment later the explosion was repeated, even larger and more powerful. The young man stood nearby and carefully watched everything that was happening. a notification appeared with congratulations that he had overcome the 13th floor of the test tower. As a reward for breaking through, a random skill book would be added to his inventory. 90,000 points would be awarded, as well as 4,000 so, and as an additional reward, another 5,000 so would be awarded, and the movement to the waiting room began. The guy smiled and thought that he had managed to kill him. Now, having absorbed the blood spilled by this monster, he would become stronger. Information appeared that when killing an enemy with the heavenly demonic sword Truth of Blood, the Bloody Feast effect absorbs the enemy's blood into the blade, increasing the overall effectiveness of the item and imprinting random skills. The exclusive Bloody Feast effect skill was immediately activated when the sword touched the Count's blood. At the same time, a bright light appeared there, and the blood seemed to flow into one place. In addition, the status window said that by absorbing the blood of the Vampire Count, the item level increases to a class. By absorbing the blood in the Vampire Count, the imprinting skill and blood enhancement will be imprinted in the blood slot. Finally, one slot was filled. The description of the imprinting skill: the protagonist can enhance the blood in the blood control area using the skill received from the Vampire Count. The effect of the imprinting skill: when mana is used to enhance the blood in the blood control area, the strength and control are enhanced. The young man's palms also began to accumulate energy. The imprinting skill is activated. Blood enhancement: the heavenly, demonic sword of true blood. He was surprised when he saw everything that was happening and thought that he now had the ability to control blood, superior to the capabilities of the Vampire Count. It felt like he had become the king of vampires. And indeed, many bloody swords appeared above him, like a throne. The guy looked at them and thought that this was very good, although the downside is that in the future there may be a small misunderstanding. All this energy began to concentrate in his chest, and information appeared that he used spirit absorption to permanently increase stats. Strength was increased by 5, agility increased by 4, endurance increased by 6, and mana increased by 7, tenacity increased by 5. He immediately remembered the absorption of the clone's energy when it was written that it was possible to detect divine power. Now the same thing happened to the vampire. There was an attempt to extract divinity, and the extraction of divinity began. The brunette looked at this and remembered the same message he saw when he absorbed the clown's spirit. Notifications began to appear that the extraction of divinity was successfully completed. The rank of divine power increases by 1 level when accumulating myths with the power of divine power. The rank increases quickly. He absorbed all this energy and thought that back then he did not know that the conditions for extracting divinity is the difference between whether the spirit has divine power or not. This time he was lucky again and the divine power was present. The Vampire Count appeared in his victory list, and in his thoughts it was that considering that divinity was not extracted from ordinary vampires, then perhaps the extraction is only applicable to those who have divine power, at least the same level as the hero himself. The young man looked ahead and thought that there were too many unknowns. Every time something related to divine power pops up, he had a terrible headache. Then one of the vampire skills was absorbed. The charisma skill was obtained. The guy looked at the status window, where it was written that when absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, an assessment is made for the extraction of power. He looked down and said that this is an enemy that is impossible to deal with, or a strong opponent. By what criteria is the evaluation done? But then it dawned on him that he still had some guesses. It seems that spirits associated with such concepts as gods or apostles are considered high-ranking. Finally, the assessment was successfully completed, and it was confirmed that the Vampire Count is power. The extraction of power from the spirit is performed. After some time, a notification appeared that the power of the sacrifice of faith was engraved on the soul of the main player. Then he was surprised and mentally asked again. At that moment, someone came up to him from behind and addressed him. There were team members who said that the priests protected people with the power of protection. It turns out that many more people survived than they expected. People saw what happened there and began to shout, did this hunter really defeat the Vampire Count alone? It turns out this is their hero. Did not expect that the hero himself would come to them. As expected, God did not leave them. Others shouted that this was the messenger of the great God and thanked him for extending a helping hand to them. All these people were very happy, and then the power of the sacrifice of faith revealed a strong faith in the user. The young man looked at them and thought, did these people really send him their faith now? Then he thought, it seems that faith, sent under the influence of delusions, is also considered as faith. He smiled and decided that he should effectively use the opportunity that appeared on his way. After he pulled the sword forward and activated the charisma skill, people began to shout even louder with joy. His weight in the eyes of others grew, and other people were more susceptible to his influence. The guy at that moment thought that less never lied. And immediately after that he received the achievements did not lie. Mana was increased by 1. Along with the bright light, there were also notifications that a more powerful effect of the power of the victim of faith was activated. It was necessary to lower the faith in oneself from others and activate a more powerful effect of the power of divine power. The calculation of the myth based on real results in comparison with the faith of believers was almost complete. Information appeared in the status window that the myth of the vampire exterminator was completed. The main character did not understand what was happening. After the light became even brighter, and in the status window it was written that the divine attack is added, the effect of impossibility of regeneration, and the effect of exorcism was added. The young man imagined the vampire and thought, what does it mean after breaking the chain of infinite regeneration of the vampire count? The effect of impossibility of regeneration was added, and after the mass murder of vampires in the city, the effect of exorcism was added. He smiled and thought that it was interesting. It seems that now he understands what the accumulation of myths is. If you imagine this whole system, the power of the divine power combined with the recently acquired sacrifice of faith takes the form of a myth. Another new power was created inside the power, and all this was concentrated in the heart of the protagonist. Then he thought that he saw how the divine power, which had never been used by him before, steadily flows out. When the myth is activated, the absorption of the divine power located in his heart occurs. Now the same thing happened. Information appeared that there is not enough knowledge and beliefs that could be relied on. The collected faith is saved for the next myth. He thought that now, it seems that the faith that people send, you have already collected to a significant extent. Then the power of the sacrifice of faith was deactivated. All people bowed before the protagonist, while here he thought that this floor was also safely protected. And after all the players returned back to their dimensions, suddenly, a wizard approached the brunette and said that he considered him an infantile idiot. Well, it seems, he overlooked his abilities. Then he extended his hand and asked if the young man was ready to forgive him for this. He shook his hand in response and said that of course he was ready. At that moment, everything around shook and the god of battle realized that his potential apostle was dead. Notifications began to appear that the god of battle sensed his existence, and senses his divine power is hostile. The guy fell to his knees, and the old man asked what was wrong with him. He looked up and did not understand what was happening, that the god of battle. The earth suddenly began to tear apart. People fell down and died. The young man looked at all this and thought what was happening. An entrance to the divine realm was made. He clenched his teeth and thought the tests were over. What was this connected with? Meanwhile, people moved the old man even further from the edge of the rift. It was then that the wizard raised his head and realized that his portal was now cut off from him. A brunette approached him and told the British uncle wizard that they needed to fry each other's hands again. Then he took his hand and threw him forward. As a farewell, the old man smiled and thought that the method was quite ignorant. But as expected, it worked because he flew straight into the portal. Meanwhile, the ground continued to collapse and all the fragments fell into the lava. There were children there who were protected by a woman, and at that moment the main character landed and told them to step aside. With one blow, he pierced the ground with his fist and activated the counterattack shield skill. A protective field immediately formed around it. The old man was still flying into the portal and wondering if this guy was a hero or not, but if there were still heroes in this harsh world, shouldn't they look like this? The brunette was very heroic in saving everyone around him. At the last second, he thought that he hoped that the young man would also return safely. He was a real hero of the earth. Sun Jun was not going to give up and continued evacuating people, shouting that he would not be able to hold back the lava for long. He had to cross the bridge quickly. Then he looked up and thought that he had some hope, but there were no more tides of battle. He had just wasted his time. He thought he should also return through the portal. But suddenly a notification appeared that the god of battle was disgusted by the fact that a mere mortal possessed divinity. A second later, people began to grab their heads and scream that they were in pain, as if it was about to crack. Indeed, right after that, their heads began to explode. The young man looked at this and did not understand how it happened. All the townspeople were dead, as if saving them was in vain. He lowered his head and saw that the god of battle was saying that it was a pity for the dog raised by the tower. He crossed the line and got what he deserved. Then he gritted his teeth and asked again if he was really sent to hell now. He was enveloped in rage and a desire for revenge, so he looked up and said that the one who had crossed the line was indeed a god. As long as he had the protection of the tower, if he continued to interfere with him, he would have problems. If he had nothing more to say, then it was time for him to go. And while the young man entered the portal and thought that he needed to grow up a little more, the god of battle laughed at him in response. A notification also appeared that the god of battle said that he was looking forward to the imminent end of the mortal. Now the guy frowned and thought that he needed to grow up so that even the gods could not treat him with disdain. Almost immediately, the entrance to the waiting room of the 14th floor was made. The expansion of the system began. The items intended to prevent floor penetration were added to the exclusive store for the contractor. The items for improvement will be added to the exclusive store for the contractor, And finally, the items of the elixir type will be added to the exclusive store for the contractor. The brunette wiped away the blood and remembered how all the residents' heads exploded. Then she exhaled and thought one way or another, this is the space created by the tower. When I do not know whether the front is fake or genuine, empathy is just a useless waste of energy. Then he frowned and thought that he was called the god of battle. It turns out that he was in a bad relationship with the god. Just then, he remembered the words of the god of verification. How he said that you should not trust other gods, now they will consider him an enemy. In the end, everything turned out like this. He needs to stop thinking about things that are beyond his control. Sun Jun sat in the waiting room and thought that he needs to concentrate on what he can do now. After he picked up some stone and started to restore everything around him. New clothes appeared in front of him, and also an exclusive shop appeared, balance 11,500, skill category, power category, product category. Contracts were concluded with the Lord of Steel Blood in them and the White Crane. The power was bought, the path of the Ghost of the Sword, 10,000 were spent. Immediately after, information about the power of the path of the Ghost of the Sword appeared. Description: those who fall into a conflict between becoming strong to live or living to become stronger. Using the liver, get exactly this kind of power. When it comes to wielding swords, you can develop your own skills, and it will be easier for him to realize his own enlightenment. After some time, the young man entered the forest. A blonde appeared in front of him, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And then she added that she heard from that woman that his enemy was a child of the Namgung family. The guy sat down next to her and said that somehow it happened that way. And the girl looked at him and added that it must be because of this man who used special glasses to buy her power. In response, she heard that it was so. Then she smiled and added that then she could say that he made the right decision. The blonde looked him in the eyes and explained that, in everyday language, this man is a genius, because, even without properly knowing anything about the paths of enlightenment, he instinctively studied the forms of sword mastery, and one can say that he has already completely gone beyond simple defeat. Moreover, in the test on the 12th floor, he studied the will of the sword and even improved the technique of sword mastery itself to the double sword technique. Memories of that battle immediately popped up in his head, and the guy thought that he was just good at copying. However, the girl continued to sit next to him and said that the very fact that the young man acquired some knowledge about the techniques of the Namgung family and improved them shows that he has the qualifications of a great master. When the brunette asked again, she imagined the gate and said that she meant that even if he founded a sword sect, there would be nothing surprising about it. The question immediately followed, is he really that level? The girl smiled and said that the power she chose this time was an excellent choice. Now everything he learns and realizes will be transformed into abilities approved by the tower, and so she will have to teach him this. Then she became embarrassed and said that there is one condition. The brunette listened attentively, that a mentor-student relationship must be established between them. Then he quickly agreed and said that he would become her student. The blonde was very surprised by this. Then she turned around and said that she was not trying to force him to do anything, she could think about it a little more. But Sun Jun immediately raised his hand and said that he would not think anymore and would become her student. At that moment, the girl turned away and said that since this was his will, she would not refuse. And the guy thought that the White Crane sword was the president who had risen above the 40th floor, so he saw no reason to reject the teachings of such a powerful man. The blonde turned around abruptly and said that in return, she asked him not to regret his decision later. The brunette immediately asked again if she really planned to treat him so harshly that he would regret his decision in the future, but it was not so. The girl remembered herself on the top of the mountain and said that there could only be one master for life as a mentor, so she said that he should not regret his choice. In response, she heard that if you worry about something like that, it is better to know that you will never regret it. He also thought about who there might want to become his teacher. The blonde immediately bowed and said that now, following the procedure, she needed to officially bid farewell before the guy bowed back. She stood up and said that she was the 17th head of the Beak Swordsman family, the strongest master of Miram of the previous generation. And then she said something that surprised him. From now on, the warrior Beak Seala would be his mentor. He really was the strongest master. Immediately after, the young man bowed to her. To summarize the short theoretical lesson, it looks like this: martial arts are largely divided into spiritual and physical methods. Spiritual methods are a technique that purifies and stores external mana inside the body, and the mana accumulated in the purification process is called internal energy. The physical method is a technique that uses his body. This includes lightning methods and the nose of Nova movement and swordsmanship, where body movement plays an important role. All of these are martial arts associated with the use of energy that is formed through the spiritual method. But while this information was flowing, the protagonist had a question. He looked at her and wondered if bloody, heavenly energy belongs to the category of spiritual methods. And then he decided to ask this question right away, said that he wanted to ask something. Would there be a problem in learning if he had another spiritual method that he had already mastered? The teacher was very surprised. She turned around and asked to repeat, asked if her student had really mastered the spiritual method. Then she moved closer and said that she needed to explain more vividly in more detail. In response, she heard that listening to her explanation, it seemed to him that he had mastered something similar to the spiritual method. The woman got angry and asked if it was really something similar. Did that woman really teach the lords of the rest of the blood how to return the aura? Sun Ji-yoon turned around and thought that the return of the aura was similar to a concept from another world, said that it was not like that at all. The girl turned around and answered that, no matter how you look at it, that woman was not one of those who would break a given promise, but did not believe she needed to see everything for herself. The brunette heard this and was very surprised. A moment later, her hand was already on his torso, and the guy was wondering when she had managed to do that, or more importantly, what was she doing now? He tried to jump back and began asking what the mentor was doing, and the girl concentrated and asked him to sit quietly for a second. Suddenly, something surprised her. The blonde raised her head and said that she saw no traces of any spiritual method other than pure mana. Then the young man explained that the bloody heavenly energy was actually the power that the administrator of the fallen heir of the bloody demon church on the 12th floor sent him when he said that he would accept 3 people in line. And the activation of the bloody heavenly energy improved his combat sense, so he often used this power. At that moment, the teacher exhaled and said that this was not a spiritual method, but power, of course. This is a form of spiritual practice mastered in the process of long training, which later transformed into power, but it cannot be considered a spiritual method. Sun Ji-yoon understood everything, and then looked into her eyes and asked if she should stop sitting in such an ambiguous pose. Suddenly, the girl realized that it was still holding a hand on his torso. A moment later, she jumped back. She hid near the wall and apologized, saying that she was so surprised by his words that she unconsciously began to check in such an inconspicuous way. Then she got very angry and said that she did not like this arrangement. Then she turned around and angrily said that the bastard of the Blood Demon Church dared to send such a base spiritual method as power. The guy was a little confused and thought that he needed to reconsider his assessment regarding the White Crane sword. After some time, the guys moved to the forest and the mentor said that she thought that it might be better if the guy did not study the spiritual method. She explained that her student was able to accumulate mana even without studying the spiritual method. If he mastered the spiritual method in the form of power, he would be able to use various spiritual methods interchangeably. He raised his head and asked if this was really possible. The girl then became a little embarrassed and said that her martial arts techniques are practically not limited to the spiritual method, so everything is fine, but the issue of the spiritual method is an important part of the relationship between priests. And the guys were still in the forest when the girl added that first they had to start the sword mastery. They had to watch carefully and repeat after her. A notification appeared that the combat concentration skill had been activated, and the user's concentration increased 10 times. The guy watched the teacher carefully. The woman took out her sword, and literally in a few movements she approached him directly. The brunette looked up and thought that she had only seen her soft appearance, so he had no idea what kind of power. As expected, a warrior is a warrior, and the fierce appearance he had seen earlier was further confirmation of that. And the blonde at that moment came closer and said that she would now demonstrate the first technique of her sword mastery methods of the 7 white sword techniques, a white sword that cuts through the sea. Immediately, her blade began to cut everything around with incredible speed. Sun Ji-yoon looked at this and could not believe his eyes. The girl came closer to him and said that perhaps he could not see it properly, apologized, and said that this was the minimum speed required for this technique. Only the young man passed by and said that everything was fine. He thought he could repeat it. Then he took out his sword and thought that it felt like the space itself was being pulled in and cut so that it was simply impossible to avoid the blow. The space around really seemed to be deformed. Then the protagonist's sword began to move in exactly the same way and cut everything around. The only thought was that something like this had happened. He turned around and said that he tried to do everything exactly like the teacher and asked if there were any mistakes. Only the girl stood nearby and was shocked and could only answer that this could not be. If you imagine other people, you can understand that a genius has existed at all times and achieves much more than others, thanks to their innate learning abilities. A genius demonstrating the pinnacle of his ability could understand, evaluate, and own objects of a particular sphere, but even a genius can only reveal his true abilities after practice. But now this guy appeared who repeated himself exactly and asked if he did everything right. The girl grabbed her head and thought, or had it been seen that someone could immediately repeat the technique of the white sword cutting through the seas after only seeing it in action once. Then she calmed down a little and said that it seemed like the student had no idea how amazing it was. She immediately introduced another hunter and said that the method of wielding a sword, the 7 techniques of the white sword, was a martial art that contained more advanced techniques than the method of the forms of the heavenly sword used by his current enemy. The young man immediately asked again, and the blonde came closer and said that the 2 techniques of the noble Namgung family that he had reproduced earlier, the flaming sword of heaven and the soaring sword of heaven, were part of the forms of the heavenly sword. She also raised her head and added that, like the forms of the heavenly sword, this was a physical method that went beyond the basic techniques of speed and destruction, and included complex techniques that occupied space itself. But her student, as if nothing had happened, immediately repeated the technique of the white sword cutting through the seas. Then she said something that surprised him very much. He looked at the reproduction of the technique only once and demonstrated its execution at the level of the original. He thought that trying to understand whether he was pleased to hear it or ashamed was pointless. At the same moment, the mentor embarrassedly called him an intuitive genius, and added that she had never heard of anyone who comprehends the technique either through experience or judgment, but rather through the very essence at the moment when he looks at it. The brunette simply listened to her attentively. Then he looked up and said that despite her words, he did not quite understand what she meant. The girl stretched out her hand and said that only one day. This means that you can learn most martial arts in just one day. Then she presented a book and thought that originally martial arts were understood and applied based on each person's unique path, but he did not need to find his own path. During meditation, the girl added that he could just watch and repeat, but she wanted to tell him the method of using mana. Some time passed. The main character imagined martial arts and thought about the physical method, the fist fighting method, the art of the heavenly body, up to the golden capture technique, mastered everything he could, and among all this diversity, the most effective was of course the method of wielding a sword, 7 techniques of the white sword. It was with this method that he first became acquainted. During training, it was not difficult for him. The technique of the white sword, cutting the seas, which occupies space and, in fact, cuts it, making it almost impossible to dodge the blow, the white sword, piercing the sky, a powerful piercing technique that allows you to break through the defense, and the white sword, creating emptiness, a defensive technique that distorts the space around the sword. The mentor watched all this incredible pleasure, and the student was the only one who was embarrassed by the praise. After he came closer and said that he learned a lot thanks to the mentor. The blonde began to smile and thought that although she did not really look like a mentor, she said that she was glad that her student thought so. He bowed and said that in that case it was time for him to go. In response, he heard that he could stay here a little longer. But Sun Jun turned around and said that he would drop by to see her again later, and until then he wished her good health and called her mentor. The girl literally found herself in 7th heaven from what she heard. Then she coughed and wished him luck, and also said that if he puts in effort commensurate with his talent, his skills will quickly improve. At that moment, a portal appeared and the waiting room on the 14th floor was entered. The brunette approached the usual place and thought that he really learned a lot, although it was a little sad that at his current level he did not own all 7 techniques of the white sword. At that moment, a card with a killer and demons appeared on the screen. The youth looked at all this and thought that although this sword technique that had served him well and had essentially evolved with him, it was no longer enough to cover the forms of the heavenly sword or the 7 techniques of the white sword of the master. It was necessary to create a skill with the help of force, the way of the phantom sword. In the status window, the description of this technique was written: those who are in conflict between becoming strong to live and living to become stronger using the sword will receive exactly this kind of power. When it comes to wielding swords, one can develop their own skills, and it will be easier for him to realize his own enlightenment. In addition, information appeared that the power of having iron blood was activated and the combat concentration skill was activated. The guy immediately began to train and thought that although his steps had become more perfect than before when reproducing the forms of the heavenly sword and the 7 techniques of the white sword using the dual sword technique, it was still not enough to develop the skill. Therefore, he continued to train, and he did it as hard as possible. He also remembered the words of the mentor that the development of skills can only be created with the help of a system. When he recognizes the technique as a skill, he thought that taking the method of wielding the sword of the 7 techniques of the white sword as a basis, he can add techniques of the forms of the heavenly sword here at any time. But at the same time, he is unable to abandon the concept that the attack contained in the dual sword technique is the best defense. And from this follows the following: countless times the sword cuts through the air and countless thoughts rush through his head. A continuous stream. Then a more powerful effect of power was activated, the path of the ghost of the sword. This surprised him very much. A notification appeared that a skill had been created, a sword of mixed origins, 0% mastery. Description: this is a sword technique created by mixing the sword techniques of the 7 white sword techniques in the forms of the heavenly sword. Basic effect: when using the sword, a positive correction is added to the techniques of the 7 white sword techniques in the forms of the heavenly sword, and the level of implementation of techniques is also increased. Additional effect: when using dual sword techniques, the attack speed, the power of applying some techniques of the sword techniques of the 7 white sword techniques are doubled. He smiled and thought that he really created a skill. Then he thought, although it was good that some adjustments were made, but still some omissions upset him. Immediately the guy opened the inventory and saw a book there. It was a reward for the trials of the 13th floor. Along with it, a description appeared that a skill book, which when used allows you to randomly obtain a skill of a higher rank. The item can only be used by the applicant and cannot be transferred to anyone. The young man picked it up and asked what it was worth trying his luck. A notification began to appear that he could also use the book to randomly acquire a skill. A more powerful effect of the War Defense Force was activated. His luck increased sharply for a while. The Blood Spirit Demonic Sword skill was created, and information about this skill also appeared. Mastery 0%. Description: this is a secret sword technique that only the descendants of the Blood Demon Church can learn. Basic effect: when using the sword, the blade is given demonic properties that have a harmful effect on living beings. Additional effect: when using techniques similar in spirit to skills, an exclusive double strike effect is activated and the effect of the technique is doubled. The young man thought that a little more and continued, activated the unique skill Synthesis Force. The synthesis will be centralized around the Mixed Origin skill. A more powerful effect of the Warrior's Defense Force was activated. His luck increased sharply for a while, and the skill synthesis was completed. Thus a new skill appeared. Suddenly, a new card appeared before the protagonist's eyes and the Mixed Origin Demonic Sword skill was created. And besides this, a portal was created towards which he immediately headed. Finally, the test on the 14th floor began. The difficulty was high. The theme of this test was a fight on the water. The allotted time was 7 days. The conditions for passing the test were to kill all the monsters in the lake within the allotted time. The conditions for failing the test were the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough was the boots of the Spirit of the Wind. The penalty was death. He frowned, received 2 more notifications that he had encountered a strong opponent with whom it would be difficult for him to cope. The skill Indomitable Will was activated. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before his eyes, who turned and asked how long the young man intended to make him wait. Even after he killed all these monsters, he did not even think of coming, so he had already decided that he had made a mistake in the place. It immediately became clear that this was Namgung Hayek. Sun Jun smiled wickedly and immediately activated the Instant Acceleration skill, the Combat Concentration skill, and the Wind Grace skill. All speeds increased by 70%. The current simulation progress was 7 out of 7. Their instant speed increased due to the exclusive effect of the speed boots. The main characters did not discuss anything with him for long and immediately ran towards the enemy. A moment later, they clashed in battle. When their blades crossed, Namgung was surprised to find that the enemy had a flaming sword. He frowned and asked how he managed to master it. The hero grinned and said that there was nothing to be surprised about, because this was just the beginning. Gusts of wind diverged from their collision. Sun Jun deftly wielded 2 swords. The opponent frowned, having received a cut on his cheek while dodging the attack. The brunette turned around and kicked the samurai. The man crashed into a rock, but managed to land on his feet in time. He shuddered as he looked ahead. 3 glowing lines were approaching him. A powerful blow fell on the swordsman, but he managed to defend himself by holding his blade out in front of him. The hero, hovering in front of him, asked how his opponent was doing with his technique. This was a newly created S-rank swordsmanship skill. 3 deep stripes were painted on the rock behind Namgung. Skill: Demonic Sword of Mixed Origins. Mastery 0%. Description: this is a demonic swordsmanship art that combines various demonic sword techniques. Basic effect: when using the sword, the blade gains the property of the extreme line, which will continue to deal damage to the opponent until the latter dies. Additional effect: the power of all sword techniques increases 3-fold, and the special effect double attack can be activated at will. The sword attack can be carried out twice more, completely repeating the movements of the original. Moreover, with the same force as the sword that the hero swung himself. He smiled and thought that it was some kind of cheating. The guy touched his cheek and said with a smirk that this wound on his opponent's face would torment him until he died. The opponent frowned. A purple light appeared on his fingertips and he swiped his cheek, saying that it was just a scratch. The swordsman suddenly charged. The warriors exchanged blows. Namgung frowned when the guy dodged again and said that the swordsman's techniques and movement were clearly from the Miram world. He asked why he hid the fact that he knew martial arts earlier. Sun Jun swung his sword and said that he did not hide anything. At that time, his heart was pounding with fear and the guy was trying to save his life in every way. He added that he learned all this yesterday, in 1 day. The opponent's eyes widened. The man furrowed his brows and ran at the young man, saying that he was still so impudent that he dared to spout such nonsense about mastering martial arts in 1 day. The hunter blocked the blow, holding his swords in front of him. The hero swung his blade and said that he might not believe it, but someone said that he was a genius. The man collided in the air, and drops of water fell from above. The guy smiled, leaning his head against the enemy, and said that he could still do this. The challenger cut the air with his sword, actively oppressing the enemy. Namgung stared at him in shock and exclaimed that this was a martial art. The long-haired man gritted his teeth and cursed. An ominous aura emanated from him when the man asked how the young man dared to steal the fencing art of his noble family. The interlocutor smirked and replied that, in fact, he created it himself, diligently repeating the enemy's attacks. It's not his fault that he can repeat any technique once he sees it. The guy added that the problem is rather that his fencing techniques are too primitive. The man's face was distorted with anger. He swung his sword, rushing to attack. The hero dodged with a smile, noting that his opponent, as expected, was magnificent. Fencing and movement techniques, as well as non-standard lunges. Namgung furiously struck, unaware that he was giving the young man an advanced master class. Sun Jiun leaned back, dodging the sword. He smiled and thought that he needed to remember everything well now, and then strike back. A purple ball appeared in the swordsman's hand. He raised his hand and used Battle of the Strongest. Blades appeared in the sky. The hunter frowned. Large blades pierced around the hero. The duel zone is formed in a radius of 30 meters through the unique characteristic Battle of the Strongest. Except for Sun Jiun and Namgung, everyone else is prohibited from entering the duel zone. The opponents were in a closed space. The man grinned and said that this annoying bastard was finally caught. He froze, noticing how scarlet drops were rising from below. The hero raised his hand up, raising red streams of energy. The guy smiled and, under the surprised look of his opponent, directed an attack towards him. The brunette added that in such cases, they say on Earth that you dug your own grave. Namgung narrowed his eyes from the strong gusts and exclaimed that, even after mastering martial arts, the hunter took up his tricks again. Red matter swirled inside the energy field. The swordsman tensed and gritted his teeth, receiving cuts all over his body. The blow threw him up. The long-haired man furrowed his brows and turned around, finding that he had crashed into his own field. Alert! Unique characteristic Battle of the Strongest is forcibly deactivated by the user's will. The purple blades and field began to disappear. The fighter shuddered, feeling that the hero was behind him. Sun Jiun attacked the enemy, sending him flying. Flying in a bright flash, the man landed among the trees, leaving a deep furrow behind him. The guy landed in front of him. The opponent rose to his feet, and the hunter noted that such floundering did not correspond to the title of Genius Murum. The man's body was shaking. Suddenly, he raised his head and stretched his mouth into a mad smile. Sun Jiun shuddered and assumed that his opponent had finally gone crazy. The swordsman grabbed his head and said through laughter that this was interesting. He added that he did not know how the young man did it, but he really managed to master martial arts and become stronger in such a short period of time. He found it funny. Namgung extended his hand, above which hung a crystal, and said that the interlocutor was an amazing fighter, despite the fact that he used tower tricks. He admitted it. The brunette got nervous and swung, cutting the air with his swords and shouting that he had a backup plan. The enemy squeezed the stone in his hand and poured the contents into his mouth. There was an explosion and a bright light illuminated everything around. Stone for removing the penalty for floor penetration. By using this item, skill restrictions and stat reductions, which are penalties for entering the floor, can be cancelled. A strong wind blew the bark off the trees. Purple energy emanated from the man. He untied his hair and asked the boy if he was curious about why he was called the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Namgung raised the blade, the energy of which took the form of a large lizard. The hero looked up in shock and cursed in his mind. The ground split under the swordsman's feet. The long-haired man said that such a bastard should not have seen the enhanced Kai. He swung the blade and declared that this was an honor for the protagonist. A wave of light approached the hunter. Xiaohua told the boy that Kai is the use of magic on the sword. Sword Kai adds properties to it that contradict the laws of the sword. The flaming sword adds one more property. An enhanced sword Kai is the next stage, which allows you to calmly use all the magic around you. The purple dragon bounced off the ground, trying to catch up with the hero. The brunette was running away. He frowned and thought that in words it didn't sound so scary. In fact, it was an amazing skill. The dragon did not let the hero lose his vigilance. The guy gritted his teeth and noted that the enemy's attack range had increased greatly, and it was difficult to even get close. The lizard was wriggling very close. Its movements were very strong, fast, unusual, and dangerous, as if the sword had turned into a living dragon. Sun Jiun crossed his swords to repel the attack. He squeezed the handles of the blades with force. He was thrown back, but managed to stay on his feet. The brunette frowned and thought that he thought the enemy was a little stronger than the vampire count, but that was a stupid assumption. Sword enlightenment. He felt it when he listened to the mentor. However, it seems that people from Murum skip several stages thanks to enlightenment. The guy frowned. The opponent took a step forward and pointed the sword at the boy with a smile. The man asked if he was not having fun anymore. Sun Jiun smiled nervously and thought that he should have gone all out and finished him off right away. Red energy began to emanate from the hunter's body. He wanted to learn something, but now everything was complicated. Will activated Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique. The hero gritted his teeth and veins appeared on his face. He frowned, his scarlet eyes flashing, and advised the enemy to prepare himself because the youth was going to give it his all. The opponent chuckled and asked him to try harder. The opponents rushed to attack. The purple dragon rushed towards the challenger. Their forces clashed. White sword, void fold. The long-haired man frowned and asked who else the hero stole techniques from. He exclaimed that all this was useless in front of the enhanced Kai. The huge mouth approached Sun Jiun. The skill concentration in battle activated. Your concentration has increased by 20 times. The brunette leaned forward, dodging the blow. Suddenly, he found himself behind the enemy. The guy tensed up and swung his sword. The dragon struck behind the owner. The hunter fell to the ground. He raised himself up and realized that the attack had hit his insides. The young man's eyes widened. The hero jumped up and continued to dodge the enemy's magic. The brunette held his sword forward, but another attack was approaching him. The guy barely dodged and noted with annoyance that the opponent was using two techniques at once. The skill Blood of Ashen was activated. Sun Jiun turned around, noticing a silhouette behind him. The long-haired man kicked him in the stomach. The hunter was thrown far forward. He flew over the water and crashed his back into the rock. The brunette coughed in pain, and the enemy was already approaching to attack again. The swordsman bared his teeth and exclaimed that it was time for the hero to die. A powerful blow fell on the hunter. The brunette crossed his arms to protect himself. Rocks fell down from the explosion. Namgung stood and looked at the guy in front of him. His clothes couldn't withstand such an attack, so the boy sat with his torso bare and breathed heavily. The man was surprised that his opponent had withstood it. He didn't think that the boy would fight against him for so long. The enemy raised his sword and added that now the boy's suffering was over. The opponent grinned and exclaimed that it was funny. The hero stood up, and his hand trembled from the strain. He exclaimed that he would not die so easily after everything he had been through. The challenger rushed forward to meet the enemy's magic. The counter shield skill releases accumulated damage. A bright flash lit up everything around. The man smiled, cutting the air with his sword. Namgung jumped forward and pierced the protagonist with his blade. His face was distorted by mad delight at the expression on his opponent's face. Sun Jiun's head was cut off. The boy's eyes flashed. The last battle skill was activated. All critical damage is reset. Your senses will be temporarily heightened and your skills will be strengthened. Skill cooldown, 1 week. Light began to emanate from the boy's body and his head joined his neck. The last battle is an additional reward for the 12th floor. That's when it came in handy. He didn't think the effect was that strong. The boy squeezed his sword and coughed. His opponent shuddered in surprise. There was another reward on the 12th floor. The Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown's exclusive skill Spirit Magic is activated. When used, your mind will gradually become polluted. The Cold Mind Will is activated. The brunette put on the headdress and decided to use everything he could. Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, Charisma plus 30%. The crown was used for rituals and worship of the god of darkness. When used, your mind will falter and the durability of the item will decrease. You can use Spirit Magic. If the item is not destroyed, its durability is restored in the inventory. The hero said that he was summoning his servants. Monsters were rising behind the long-haired man. At the order of the master, they all rushed to attack Namgung. The man frowned and exclaimed that the opponent could not win, even with necromancy. The wound on his cheek throbbed. The swordsman swung his blade, destroying the monsters around him. He stretched his hand forward, and dark veins grew on his face. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the enemy grabbed him by the throat. The man offered to see if he could resurrect again. The long-haired man pointed the sword at his opponent, aiming for the head. The blade stopped a few centimeters from his face. The enemy gritted his teeth. His face and neck were covered with dark veins. The guy grabbed the trembling hand and removed it from his neck. The man asked what he did to his body. The hero looked at his opponent who had fallen to his knees and reminded him that the scratch on his cheek would hinder him for the rest of his life. A monster's head appeared behind the swordsman. The monsters rushed at the man and blood splattered everywhere. Memories of Namgung Hayek. A little boy listened to how such an idiot, who could not even learn the basics, could be born into the Namgung clan. His father yelled at his mother, doubting that his blood flowed in the boy. The child clutched the wooden bakken and thought that he was simply enjoying his sword. When he first met his grandfather said that the child was a true genius because he was creating his own way of the sword and not learning other people's techniques. It was the old man, the current head of the clan, who raised him. As a result, Namgung Hayek began to grow incredibly fast. One day, as a young man, he brought his father the heads of bandits and claimed that he had killed the masked bastards from the bloody cult. The boy smiled, hoping that now his dad would see how strong his son had become. However, the man turned away from him, demanding that the youth immediately remove this abomination and focus on strengthening his spirit, not killing. Tears of resentment and anger flowed from Namgung's eyes. He cried even now, while the monsters gnawed at his body. Notification: the durability of the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown has been exhausted. The Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown has been destroyed. The artifact shattered, and the monsters fell into the water. The hero looked down at the groaning enemy. The bloodied man lay in the water, begging for this to end. Sun Ji-yoon sat down on a rock nearby. He looked ahead and muttered that it was amazing because they weren't even supposed to meet. Two people from different dimensions clashed in such a fight. Their battle was incredibly difficult and painful, but the boy found himself thinking that it was fun. The man's eyes sparkled. The hunter said that if they were friends, they would share their achievements and have a good time. The brunette looked at his opponent and told him what he was thinking. Namgung laughed madly and called the young man a stupid bastard for thinking that despite completing the tower. The hero looked at his enemy carefully. The long-haired man grinned and offered to tell the boy something funny. He stopped conquering the tower and invaded them not only to kill. The man, having received divinity, became an enemy of one god and felt the threat of death. The chosen ones inevitably encounter divinity, and they have to meet different gods. Namgung smiled and said that soon the same awaits the boy, but if he climbs the tower with such thoughts, he will not be able to stop the gods from destroying his world. The hero replied that this will not happen. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. The brunette raised his hand with a red sphere glowing above it and said that those who wanted to destroy his home would be killed. He clenched his fist and the enemy's body shook. The true blood seeker skill was activated. The man grunted and his eyes rolled back. Notification: congratulations, you have cleared the 14th floor of the trial tower. The Wind Spirit Boots reward was received. You received 10,000 points and 4,000 forge points. You fought a stronger enemy. Additional rewards will be sent. 4,000 forge points were received. You received the Digging Heavenly Sword. You are transported to the lobby. The foundation for creating a myth has been prepared. The Divine Power Will has been activated. The power of the myth is calculated based on the amount of faith. A golden glow appeared in the hero's chest. The Battle-Forged Warrior myth has been completed and is gathering divine power. From now on, you receive the Unstoppable title. From now on, you receive the Reflect effect. Golden light enveloped Sun Ji-yoon. Absorbed the soul of player Namgung Hayek. Mastery increased by 47%. Mastery of the unique ability Necromancy reached 100%. Rank increased to the guy looked at the enemy's body and thought that when killing invaders from other dimensions, their bodies always disappeared. He assumed that this does not happen when the penalties for invasion are removed. The exclusive skill of the demonic sword of heavenly blood absorption is activated. Absorb the blood of player Namgung Hayek. The rank of the sword increased to rank A. A glow emanated from the blade in the hero's hand. Notification: the skill Fear Enhancement has been added to the exclusive blood absorption slot. The brunette smiled and noted that he could strengthen the flaming sword again. The guy put his hands on his belt and muttered that the clothes, apparently, cannot be restored. He looked at the system window that appeared and said that he would have to return to Earth and buy a suit. Notice: the Iron-Blooded Monarch Administrator would like to sponsor a contractor with armor. The White Crane Swordmaster Administrator says that your fighting style would be better suited to a robe. The boy smiled nervously. The hero walked through the snow between the swords. He looked at the house with admiration and noted that it now looked more like the Iron-Blooded house. The brunette opened the door. The woman turned around and praised the applicant for his good work. Sun Ji-yoon looked at the pendant she held out to him. The administrator said that he had crossed a large city and could consider it a gift. The boy replied that she was going to give him armor. The woman smiled and explained that you could add a little magic power and the armor would appear. The brunette put on the pendant, and the girl whispered that he should try it outside the tower for the first time, just in case. He thanked her and said that he would find a use for it. Then he went to see the mentor. The hero approached Salwa and greeted her as a teacher. The blonde closed her eyes and said that she thought he would come to her first. She was disappointed that the guy chose Iron-Blooded Monarch. The player bowed and asked him not to be angry. The interlocutor crossed her arms, but mentally rejoiced that he called her teacher. She said that she wanted to ask him for something. The brunette looked at the interlocutor questioningly. The girl blushed and said that she wanted to do his hair. Sun Ji-yoon shuddered and reminded him of the proverb, "Get medicine only from a doctor and get a haircut only from a master." He added that she did not have any tools. Xiaowa drew her blade and said that the 7 techniques of the white sword are enough. She warned him not to move. The hero confusedly put his hands in front of him, trying to stop her. The sound of the blade was heard. The guy looked in the mirror and noted with a smile that the mentor had talent. Now he had a more modern haircut. Xiaowa turned away in embarrassment and let out a sigh of relief. The interlocutor thrust a pendant at the player and pushed him towards the exit, warning him to use it outside the tower to get a robe. The blonde waved goodbye with a nervous smile, while the guy did not understand what kind of reaction she had. Notification: you have entered the lobby of the 15th floor. The system is expanding. The quest function has been opened. Players can receive multiple quests from administrators. The quests will be related to the past lives of administrators. After completing the quest, you can receive a reward from the administrator. You can receive 1 quest on each floor. The hero looked at the system windows and guessed why the girls were trying so hard to please him. It seems that they both want to give him quests. Sun Jiun swiped the screen and thought that there were a lot of things to do now, and he should go in order. Notification: the myth of the warrior, tempered in battle, has been activated. The title of Unstoppable. When activated, your body can work at its maximum despite its condition. Reflection effect. When activated, the worse your situation, the stronger you become. The brunette smiled and noted that the skill from the Vampire Slayer is quite limited, but the warrior, tempered in battle, is suitable for all battles. New Necromancy effect. The characteristics of the god of death received enlightenment. The hero tried to understand what this meant. The will of divine power was activated. Even with it, nothing changed. Sun Jiun frowned and thought. The guy swiped the screen and decided that over time, everything would fall into place. New weapon: digging heavenly sword. Slash power plus 10%. Charisma plus 10%. Attack speed plus 10%. Magic control plus 10%. An evolving sword created to destroy the heavens. When destroying strong objects, it becomes stronger. Mana can activate the rupture of the heavens effect, while the sword turns into a symbol of destruction and can cut even magic. The harder it is to chop, the more mana is spent. When combined with a sword, the exclusive skill Sword Sense will be activated. When used, one of the sword skills can be copied. Sword Sense can only be used twice. Heaven's Break can rival Kai in strength, and Sword Sense allows you to not bind skills to items. The hero noted that the rewards are very good because he defeated Namgoong, a much superior trial boss. Notification: you have achieved Sword Fusion. The exclusive skill Sword Sense has been activated. The boy held a shining blade in his hands. Notification: you can copy the skill of any sword. Selection completed. Sword Sense has been absorbed. Uses: half. His eyes widened in surprise. The brunette smiled, happy that it worked. He absorbed the skill using it. Now he has 3 tries to copy instead of 2. The exclusive skill Sword Sense has been activated. You can copy the skill of any sword. Selection completed. The skill Heaven's Break has been absorbed. Uses: 0 divided by 2. Exclusive skill Sword Sense has been exhausted and dissipated. The guy smiled, squeezing the handle of the blade. The hero has copied the skills of this sword and can now use them even without it. Notification: by absorbing Namgoong Hayek's soul, your stats have increased. Strength increased by 4. Agility increased by 4. Endurance increased by 6. Magic power increased by 7. Durability increased by 4. The hunter noticed with regret that the skill could not be absorbed. He looked at the screen with interest. In the message, Heian exclaimed discontentedly that the guy could at least contact her from the tower once. The hero is not an official member of the guild, but they are partners. The guy scrolled through in confusion and muttered that she was most worried about him when he went to Japan. Next time Sun Jiun should write to her. Suddenly, the brunette frowned. Deek Ryunhwa wrote that a player from another world had appeared. A user from Ares had committed a massacre in London. The hero remembered Namgoong's words that he would not be able to stop the gods from destroying his world. The brunette frowned and clenched his teeth. A dark sphere hung over the city. Blue balls sparkled on the building, and strange creatures appeared inside them. A large number of monsters descended from the skyscraper, grinning at the frightened people. The creatures pounced on the townspeople. This was the second invasion of the earthly dimension. The man in the suit pointed to the screen and explained that the viewers were watching a video of the London incident that had happened just yesterday. It all started when a challenger from another world created a mysterious black sphere over London. Immediately after the first massacre, the strange magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and the challenger from another world hid inside the black sphere and has been sitting quietly to this day. Heian sat in the front row and listened attentively. The narrator switched the slide and continued that the unidentified black sphere was rapidly increasing in size. This was a critical situation that could trigger a second wave of massacre at any time. The man placed his hands on the table and stated that the strength of the Korean hunters was desperately needed to prevent further horrific casualties. One of the listeners frowned and said that during the Shinjuku incident in Japan, the outflow of hunters was cut off. But why was the Korean Association suddenly becoming so active now? The speaker began to sweat and hesitate. Suddenly, a voice was heard that it was just to bring in money. The man said that after the Shinjuku incident, the status of South Korea had risen, and this had a positive effect on the various projects carried out by the Korean Hunters Association. The people turned around. The main character leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. The audience recognized him as the Shinjuku hero, the Ghost of the Sword, although his hairstyle was different now. Heian looked at the guy in surprise. Sun Jiun met the girl in the hallway and greeted her, and apologized for returning to the tower without warning her. The brunette closed her eyes and replied that they could close the topic since he realized his mistake. She asked him to treat her at least a little like a partner from now on. The girl looked at him and asked what about the combat uniform. The hero touched his chest and replied that he was holding it inside. The man in the suit pointed to the side and shouted that if anyone wanted to volunteer to participate in the operation to prevent the incident in London, They should go to this private jet. The hero turned around and told the girl that they also needed to slowly move out to board. She took his arm and objected that he did not need to board the plane this time. The guy looked at her questioningly. The interlocutor led him to the roof. People in suits stood in front of them. The brunette said that she had also pumped up some skills during the climb up the tower and had mastered auxiliary magic related to space. The heroes stood in the center of the magic circle created by the sword stuck into the floor. Heian smiled and said that the learning process was a bit difficult, but now she could move anywhere in space by simply setting the coordinates. The guy was surprised, watching as his partner raised her hands and light appeared around them. Notification: the coordinates have been designated as a target for the auxiliary magic teleport. Move to the specified coordinates using the teleport. The players' bodies began to dissolve. People looked at the sparkling spheres appearing on the ground. Monsters hatched in place of each of them, and the wizards tried to hold them back. One of the guys put his hand forward and shouted that the second attack had begun, but they must protect the magic tower. The lizards bared their teeth and rushed at them. The man created a shield and shouted at the newcomer to focus all his attention on the portal. If an object from another world hit it, something terrible could happen. The young man with the staff sweated and accepted the order. A monster appeared behind him. The wizard turned around in fear to look at the creature that had already rushed at him. The magic circle lit up. The monster howled. The young man crouched on the ground and looked questioningly to the side. Sunjun and Heian appeared in front of him. The girl frowned and clarified that these were magical entities. The wizard bowed and apologized for the fact that the barrier preparation was insufficient. The huntress waved her hand and replied that everything was fine, nothing serious had happened. She leaned forward and asked when the second attack began. The hero drew his sword and declared that they would provide assistance. The wizard turned to them and thanked them for their support during this difficult time. He asked to leave the cleanup of this place to them and to head to where everyone had gathered. The players followed the newcomer, who was instructed to lead them down. The trio went down the stairs, ran along the corridor, and finally the wizard opened the door to the hall. Hunters were sitting at a long table. The hero looked at them carefully and noted that many people responded this time. However, it seemed that the wizards of the magic tower were behaving too arrogantly. An old man in a cloak was sitting on the throne. The new arrivals took their places. The brunette frowned and noted that everyone was working hard outside, and the higher-ups were simply sitting at the table. The gray-haired magician shuddered and looked at the hero. The guy turned around questioningly. The old man smiled and exclaimed that he did not expect to meet him like this. He added that it was a great honor for him to see him again. The brunette looked in surprise and recognized the grandfather mage he had saved on the 13th floor. Heian looked at her partner and asked if they knew each other. The magician said that the large black sphere was a high-level barrier that could not be broken even if hundreds of magicians poured their magic into it. Although they almost managed to destroy the sphere when it was still small, the first attack was stopped because the attacker was shocked. The old man suddenly found himself standing while the protagonist sat on the throne. The guy looked at him and asked if since then, no matter what the magicians did, there was not a scratch on the sphere. The interlocutor bowed and confirmed. The magicians looked at them in amazement and wondered who he was, since the elder had handed over his seat to him. One of them remembered that before them was the very same candidate who was active in Japan. The old man frowned and thought that giving up his place at the head of the table for the sake of saving the country was nothing. If necessary, he was even ready to kneel. These youngsters don't know anything, but the elder knew for sure how strong the main character was. The man glanced at the boy, then smiled and asked if he had any way to solve this problem in his head. Sun Jiun confidently looked forward and said that he would destroy the black sphere himself. The elder and the other magicians looked at him in surprise. The old man asked if it was really possible. The magicians were confused, not understanding why the hunter said this so easily. Grandfather flinched, hearing that the hero had a condition. The boy looked gloomily at those present and said that he would destroy him if they gave me all their rewards. People jumped up from their seats and indignantly shouted that he thought he was so arrogant. The elder sweated and thought that this was too much. He replied that he needed to discuss everything with the people in charge. The brunette said that he didn't mind waiting, but at this rate London could disappear while they were discussing it. The hero frowned and thought that if he took it to the extreme, people would move even if there was no reward. However, he had to take care of what was owed to him. The old man looked out the window, from which a black sphere was visible. Finally, he exclaimed that he agreed and would achieve it at all costs. The magician pointed out the window and asked the boy to destroy the sphere. The other magicians became alarmed and tried to stop the elder. Sun Jiun smiled and said that the request was received. He took out a pendant and it began to shine. A moment later, the hero was dressed in a black robe and in each hand he was clutching a sword. The boy swung the blades, cutting a part of the wall from the street side. Before the hero jumped down, Heian ran up to him. She looked at him embarrassedly, not daring to say anything. The brunette smiled and, stepping into the void, promised that he would return soon. Notice, Wind Spirit Boots exclusive effect activated Wind Path. The boy leaned over and ran forward, pushing off from the air. The hunters watched him, amazed that he was almost there. The hero landed on a dark surface. The sphere beneath him was truly terrifyingly huge. The hunter clutched his weapon in his hands and decided to begin. Skill, Heaven Destruction. Mastery 0%. Basic effect: by consuming magical power, you can give your body or weapon the property of absolute destruction. Additional effect: magic power can be destroyed, and the more difficult it is to destroy, the more magic power must be expended. The player raised his swords above his head and muttered that it was time to find a rat. The skill Heaven's Destruction has been activated. There is no limit to what you can break. He struck the sphere with all his might. An explosion was heard. Light emanated from the impact site, and cracks appeared on the dome. The challenger thrust his swords in and thought that this skill could even destroy magic itself. The hero smiled and noted that he had acquired an excellent skill. Sun Jun gripped the handle and swung his blades. The crack in the sphere spread deeper and deeper. The boy stood at the edge of the rift. He boldly stepped into the dark crevice where the split had occurred. Notification: you have entered the magical zone void. The brunette frowned and wondered whether the inside of the barrier should be considered a completely different dimension. The skill Spiritual Eye has been activated. Huge toothy monsters appeared around the player. Notice: any entities other than the zone owner will see a terrifying illusion that cannot be dispelled by skills. Any entities other than the zone owner will lose their sense of direction, and all sense-related skills will be sealed. Any entities other than the zone owner will suffer a penalty of reducing all stats by 18. The hero turned to face the monsters. One of them pierced his shoulder, and the boy flinched. The illusion is so strong that it can use physical force. The power of Tranquil Mind is activated. The effect of the Void Magic Zone is cancelled by force. With the skill Magic Resistance, disorientation is cancelled, and the sealing of part of the skills is cancelled. With the skill Force Breakthrough, the penalty of reducing all stats by 18 is cancelled. A bright light emanated from the hero. The monsters around him flew away. The boy landed on his feet. He smiled, noticing that the clothes White Crane Swordmaster gave him were being restored with mana. A man in a hat appeared behind him, saying that he was surprised. The man's yellow eyes flashed and said that in a dimension at such a wretched level, there was an experienced master who could break through the magic zone. The hero cut off the head of the new interlocutor without saying a word. However, the head grew larger and said that this development of the event was also taken into account. Sun Jun closed his eyes from the bright light. The myth of the battle-hardened warrior was activated. The indomitable effect will be added to the control of the challenger's divinity. The effect of the reverse effect will be added to the control of the challenger's divinity. The guy assumed a fighting stance, and his wounds and clothes were being restored. The magician and his many illusions looked at the hunter in shock and asked if he was really an apostle. The opponent exclaimed that in such an insignificant dimension, there simply could not be gods. Sun Jun raised his hand, from which scarlet energy emanated, and drops of blood swirled around. The wizard looked at him in fear and used invisibility. The brunette opened his hand. Each double was pierced by scarlet needles. The illusions dissolved. Another clone looked at the hero and said that even an apostle of God cannot do whatever he wants in the magician's domain. The brunette frowned and thought that the original must be hiding somewhere. The wizard stretched out his hands and summoned many winged creatures, saying that the guy would not be able to escape death. He used the invasion of self-destructing spirits. The monsters bared their teeth and rushed towards the hunter. Notification: counterattack shield skill activated. The brunette swung the bat and dealt several slashes. The magician's shadow retreated amid explosions. The hero looked to the side and noticed that the enemy intended to have a protracted battle. Although the space of this sphere is quite large, it is still limited. Sun Jun gripped the sword and thought that he could simply destroy the entire inside of the sphere, even though it was a barbaric method. His eyes flashed. The counterattack shield skill instantly releases accumulated damage. The imprinting skill, Will Enhancement of the True Blood Sky Demonic Sword, has been activated. The exclusive effect of the ridiculous demonic sword skill, Double Attack, has been activated. The guy slammed the sword onto the ground, creating an explosion. New cracks appeared on the sphere. The smoke cleared, and the hunter approached the trembling enemy. The bloody mage gritted his teeth and asked why such a monster was in such a wretched dimension. The hero looked at the enemy and demanded that he immediately destroy the black sphere and cancel the void. The interlocutor stood up and said that he put a lot of effort into creating this space. Notification: the Bloodseeker skill has been activated. The wizard's hand twisted. The pain enhancement skill has been activated. From now on, anyone you harm will feel double the pain. The man fell to his knees and howled. The brunette looked at him darkly and repeated the demand. The magician exclaimed that he did not even know who was in front of him. He added that Sun Jun would do the same to the one who would become the Archmage of the Empire. The enemy's other arm also received several fractures. A scream was heard. The guy stood calmly and repeated the demand. The magician lying on the ground asked to stop. He closed his eyes and shouted that he was not able to destroy the sphere. The Fire Dragon's Eye skill reveals that there is no lie in the enemy's words. Sun Jun frowned and, with flashing eyes, asked to describe the enemy's dimension, name and the reason why he appeared on Earth. The interlocutor offered to make an offer that the hero would definitely like before that. The hunter kicked the enemy and demanded to stop chatting and answer questions. The man replied that his name was Saindal and he was from Ares. His purpose in coming here was to obtain faith. The brunette stared at the enemy in shock and asked what he meant by that. The blonde furrowed his brows in surprise and muttered, "How could the boy not know that?" Sun Jun stepped on the victim with force and asked him to answer. The mage gritted his teeth and muttered that he saw a text in the hidden ancient ruins that said that outstanding wizards and knights can break through the wall of skill improvement through faith. Through people's faith, divine power accumulates in the heart where the ring is. With this, one can reach the level of an archmage, called the 6-ring level. The hero looked at his opponent and asked if it wasn't necessary to save people in order to obtain faith. The mage replied that fear of the absolute is also a kind of faith. He decided that it would be faster to sow fear through slaughter. The boy asked why he chose the earth. Saindal explained that an ancient manuscript said that a mage status could not be increased by divine power that had traces of other gods. That's why he came to a tiny dimension that supposedly had no gods. The hunter grimaced and clarified that the wizard had committed a massacre to improve his skills. The other man answered in the affirmative. The brunette stepped on his hand and exclaimed that he was a crazy bastard. The enemy, although more of a victim, howled and asked him to stop. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked if the mage knew the god of verification and the god of battle. The blonde looked at him and assured him that he didn't even know if such gods existed. The guy frowned and his eyes lit up. Notice, the Fire Dragon's Eye skill determines that the enemy's words are lies. Sun Jun asked just in case, but he obviously knows about these two gods. The hunter lifted the enemy and ominously said that the more important the information, the less likely he would share it. The art of torture skill has been activated. From now on, you can use more natural methods of torture. It becomes easier to instill fear, and the effectiveness of all types of torture increases by 10%. The mage screamed, receiving wounds and fractures all over his body. The hero loomed over the prisoner threateningly and offered to see how long he could hold out. Horrible screams were heard from the sphere. The wizard, whose face was doused with water, begged the guy to kill him instead of healing him again. The brunette asked how it was possible to just kill someone after forcing a person to go through such torment. Through Saindal, the hunter managed to obtain a lot of information about divinity, magic, the god of testing and the god of battle, and even about the dimension of Ares. The brunette stretched his neck and thought that about 7 hours had passed since he entered the sphere. The long torture had worn down his spiritual powers as well. The boy frowned and noted that he had finally understood what divinity was. First of all, just having this divinity does not make you a god. When the magical organ called the core in the center of the abdomen in Murim or the heart ring in Ares is opened, divinity can be accumulated. Divine power is the purest energy of all, the purest form of magic that responds most easily to any will. And most importantly, by accumulating divine power, you can dramatically increase your level. Divine power, sensitive to all desires, allows the user to reach a level significantly higher than his own skills. The brunette frowned and thought that the problem was that he still didn't know how to use it properly. It wasn't like Sword Kai. Golden energy was emanating from the hero's body. There were 2 ways to accumulate divine power in the heart, but disassembling and refining the magic power drop by drop, one by one, was extremely difficult and time-consuming. The way to solve this problem was nothing but faith. Whether it was worship or fear, if you gained strong faith, divine power would accumulate in the heart of the object. This was all the information Saindal learned from the ancient ruins. The blonde received another blow and exclaimed that it was a prophecy, and the oracle said that he should never reveal anything. The magician opened one eye and said that a priest who served the god of battle had come and passed on this prophecy to him. Saindal followed it and found a text about divinity in the ancient ruins. The hero gripped the hilt of his sword and thought that he had a vague idea, but he never expected that the god of battle would be directly involved. He remembered how he was advised not to trust other gods. It was exactly as the god of verification said. Sun Jun had no idea why the god he only knew about through short messages would list him as an enemy, but the god of war's hostility towards him personally was clearly affecting the earth as a whole. The hunter ground his teeth. If this continued, there was no telling what would happen to the planet in the end. The hero frowned and decided that the god of battle had now become his true enemy. The boy swung his sword. Notification: you have absorbed the spirit of the Saindal challenger. Mastery increased by 4.4%. The exclusive effect of the blood feast of the true blood heavenly demonic sword has been activated. By absorbing the blood of the Saindal challenger, the item level is raised to a class. The level value reaches the point where growth is possible, and the item grows from class to class. By absorbing the blood of the Saindal challenger, the imprinting skill, Grant Soul Ego, is imprinted in the blood slot. The boy held the sword in front of him and thought that if he wanted to at least try to fight a god, he should cultivate his divinity. The hunter looked ahead gloomily. The hero was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He looked away and muttered that he had thoroughly enjoyed the 2 days of rest. Now the return message should appear any minute now. Next to him was the dimensional bag that Heian told him to carefully guard. The boy put his hand on it and remembered that it contained the rewards earned in this raid. Mastery enhancement potions, random skill acquisition books, physical ability enhancement potions, and many more. The hunter was able to snatch an incredible amount of items, although most of them are no longer able to satisfy his needs. But for Great Britain, it would clearly not be a big loss. On the contrary, the country turned out to be a winner. The hero looked out the window where the deactivated sphere was visible. If they studied that hole, it would become a huge asset to the United Kingdom. The guy thought about whether he should request ownership. He looked at the new card, which now indicated a rank. Sun Jun looked at the ID and muttered that previously, receiving such a rank seemed like an impossible dream to him. The brunette threw the card on the floor and exclaimed why he had not yet been assigned S rank. After the raid, the British Hunters Association requested a press conference where, in addition to the question of whether the hero wanted to settle in their country, he was made several annoying offers. In the same way, in South Korea, they tried to lure him with various baits such as various tax breaks and social benefits, but now wealth and fame on Earth are not so important to him. The hunter frowned and thought that no matter how many of these things he got, if the Earth itself disappeared, there would be no use in hoarding them. What he really needed to achieve was growth. The guy leaned back on the sofa and decided that even if a god came, he had to concentrate in his hands the absolute power that could stop him. Saindal said that divine power was the result of decomposing magical power into its purest form. The hero sat in the lotus position, and a glow emanated from his chest. A bright scarlet ball attracted energy to itself. The brunette closed his eyes and thought that no matter how much he tried, the result was the same. Although he could improve his magical power to some extent, he could not bring it to an ideal state so that it would transform into divine power. If it were not for the power of warrior's protection that he had, the guy would not even be able to grasp the right direction. Fortunately, he was already someone who possessed divine power, so there was no need to be too upset. A golden light began to surround the hunter. The hero opened his eyes and thought that although he had tried to do something during his stay in the void, no matter how much he focused on divine power, he had not been able to create either sword kai or magic. Sun Jun opened his eyes and wondered if divine power was really triggered only by faith or fanaticism. It was this kind of will that served as the basis for the creation of the battle-hardened warrior and vampire slayer. He looked down and thought that he could not fully utilize divine power right now. He put on his hood. Notice, time is up, you are returning to the trial tower. The hero frowned and decided that he would understand what was going on by climbing the tower. Entered the 15th floor of the trial tower. Difficulty, high. The theme of this trial is war. We hope for a satisfactory result after your support. Zombies were crawling out of the ground. Someone was ordering the slaughter of these filthy occultists who rejected their god of darkness. The muscular, bearded men looked in that direction. One of them said that, although he was a mercenary, he could not get used to this sight. They were discussing why Ms. Rionel had accepted such a request. The red-haired man looked into the tent and, frowning, exclaimed how someone could shirk their duties. He grabbed the dumbfounded Sun Jun by the hood. The Viking pointed to the side and shouted that the order to begin the battle had been given a long time ago, and the guy was still sleeping. The hero was trying to understand what was going on from the very beginning. The interlocutor turned to him when the young man came out of the tent and asked what kind of strange outfit he was wearing. He added that a holy war was about to begin and he needed weapons. The brunette frowned and assumed that they were talking about religious wars. An army was approaching up ahead. Notice, the 15th floor trial has begun. Time limit, 17 days. Condition for passing the trial, lead the temple to victory within the allotted time. Condition for failing the trial, the death of the challenger or the remaining time has expired. Reward for successfully breaking through, the protective bracelet of the nameless god. The penalty for failure is death. A crowd of men ran across the field. The hero frowned and noted that the number of enemies was several thousand. The mercenaries ran after the rider, shouting that they would unconditionally help Miss Rionel. Sun Jun looked ahead and asked the escort who she was. The man grinned and said that she was the commander of their mercenary squad. He bared his teeth and added that she was an unrivaled user of aura. The sentry grabbed his axes and shouted that a new wave of occultists had arrived here. It was time to pass judgment on those fanatics who worshipped the god of battle. The hunter shuddered in surprise. He thought that if he put it in order, he was a mercenary hired by some nasty guys who served the god of darkness. Moreover, they were at war with the side of the god of battle. The player smirked and suddenly felt motivated. Notification, the special quest path of the leader has begun. Stand out among the mercenaries and become a recognized leader. Upon achieving the objective of the special quest, An additional reward will be added to the reward for breaking through. Rionel had a strong desire to understand the secrets of the sword. She was a commander who was recognized by mid-level mercenaries. For her, a person with no aristocratic roots, the battlefield was the only place to grow. And so, after going through many battles and being between life and death countless times, she eventually reached the level of an aura user that only officially recognized knights had ever reached. But her actions were limited, as she had never been trained to use aura before, so she had no choice but to continue wandering the battlefield and risk her life for enlightenment. The woman pushed off her horse and swung her sword. She flew between the enemies, striking. The commander rushed forward, leaving corpses in her wake. Rionel thought that there was no end to them. Even if she estimated by eye, the number of enemies was in the thousands, and as for the number of allies, taking into account the corpses summoned by the priests of darkness, there were about 700 of them. The picture was completely different from what the death priests had said. If they made the slightest mistake, they would be in danger. The girl cut down another enemy. The mercenaries called out to her. The ground rose between the commander and the army. A siege golem loomed over them. The warriors looked up in fear. One of the men approached the vice commander and reported that Lady Rionel had been cut off from the squad. The red-haired man shuddered and cursed. The woman was surrounded by enemy soldiers. She clutched her sword with a trembling hand and thought that she had no strength left at all. One of the enemies jumped at her. He swung, and the girl thought that she would die such a miserable death, not even managing to reach the top. Tears flowed from her eyes. Rionel thought that if she had known that she would die like an idiot, she would never have taken part in something like a holy war. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of her, cutting through several enemies and a golem with one blow. The commander looked at him in shock. The guy threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he would be leaving for a moment to block the attack, and that they should use this opportunity to retreat. Rionel stared at him, not understanding where such a calm voice came from on a battlefield that could easily be called madness. She thought she was sleeping. Sun Jun rushed forward, scattering enemies. The girl's eyes widened as she saw the fiery aura. The opponents panicked, not understanding who was in front of them, but clearly realizing that he was dangerous. The hunter cut them in half with a light swing of his sword. The girl looked at him and noted the perfect combination of strength, flexibility, and grace. It felt like she was watching a work of art. Rionel blushed and thought it was beautiful. Red energy spread across the field. The hero frowned and thought that he was very strong in such fights. He could constantly replenish his stamina and magic power using soul and blood absorption, but mastery only increased by 0.00001% per person. It was a little sad. The guy rushed forward, leaving corpses behind him. He kept receiving notifications about skill absorption. The brunette smiled and swung his swords. The ground split from his blow, and the soldiers flew in different directions. The opponents panicked and shouted that it was time to retreat. The old man in the hood put his hands forward and exclaimed that no one should fight this monster alone, but send golems forward. The monsters grew out of the ground right in front of the protagonist. He took a fighting stance and used one of the 7 white sword techniques. The guy frowned and used the white sword piercing the heavens. A powerful blow destroyed the creature. The mercenaries ran up to their commander and looked at the hunter in shock, not understanding how he managed to destroy the golem with one blow. Rionel stared ahead in shock and noticed that the hero had used the same skill when he saved her. Sun Jun was reflected in her eyes. It seemed to the girl that he was distorting space itself. It was beyond the capabilities of a sword. The remains of the golems fell in front of the enemy soldiers. They clutched their heads and screamed that it was impossible. The enemy had defeated even a golem summoned with the essence of magic in one blow. They turned to look at the bald man with a scar. He frowned and asked what all the fuss was about, since they only had one opponent. The enemies joyfully raised their hands at the sight of the battle priest Mabir. He ordered them to prepare a secret weapon, a group debuff. It was a spell that could temporarily restrain even a dragon. The man stood in the center of the magic circle, and the others fed him with magic. He said that if they caught this bastard, then the war would be won. Meanwhile, Sun Jun ran, cutting down the enemies. Dark energy crept up on him from behind, but he turned around and cut it. The priests looked at him in shock. Mabir opened his mouth, but did not believe that the guy could fight off a group attack so easily. He even thought that there was a priest nearby. The brunette frowned and moved forward. The hunter quickly pierced the bald man with his sword, although he did not even have time to see him. Sun Jun lifted the enemy with his sword and used his blood as projectiles that pierced the other soldiers. The opponents covered themselves, trying to figure out what was hitting them. The protagonist spread his arms, and scarlet energy rose behind him. He cannot openly use blood control, so he came up with this. The guy smiled and thought that using drops of blood as bullets was not a bad idea. The bald man lay on the ground, and the people shouted that Mabir was dead. The enemy soldiers turned around and decided that it was time to retreat, because they couldn't cope without the bishop. Notification: everyone on the battlefield sensed your presence. You have completed the special quest, Path of the Guide. The rewards of the 15th floor will be reviewed. The mercenaries raised their hands in joy. Notification: you have earned the Invincible Warrior achievement. Your skills have been improved by 4. The hero lowered his head, and a slight glow emanated from his body. Upon returning to the camp, he was given a separate barracks. Sun Jiun turned to look at the red-haired man. The vice commander bowed and apologized. The hunter smiled and replied that the orc could not worry. The interlocutor was mentally surprised by such an address. The hero entered the tent and said that he was tired, so the man could go. The mercenary loudly wished him a pleasant rest. The brunette looked around with a smile and noticed that as soon as he defeated 1,000 opponents, everyone began to respect him and even gave him the best place. The guy raised his hand and opened the system window. During the battle, a message appeared: you killed many people and absorbed their souls. Your talent as a god of death is slowly developing. The player frowned and thought that he received the characteristics of the god of death upon reaching rank. He wondered who this god of death was and what it all meant. The hunter turned around at the sound and abruptly cut the tent. Rionel staggered in surprise and fell right in front of the hero. The brunette looked at the commander and clarified if it was her. The warrior looked closely at her interlocutor and muttered that he immediately discovered her. Sun Jiun looked at her in confusion and asked what she was doing here, because she could have died on the battlefield. The girl looked closely at her interlocutor and said that she was alive thanks to him. They stood opposite each other. The guy wondered if everyone here thanked people so secretly. The commander was embarrassed and guessed that the hero was not a mercenary. The brunette froze and hesitated, realizing that she would no longer believe it. Apparently, he stood out too much on the battlefield. She said that she felt a divine presence, and ordinary mercenaries are not capable of such a thing. The hero looked at her in surprise. Rionel frowned and asked who he was. The hunter, under the commander's close gaze, said that he was sent by the god of darkness as an apostle. He thought that he would have to come up with something. The girl trembled and asked again. The brunette awkwardly squinted, trying to understand whether the interlocutor guessed about his lie. The warrior fell to her knees and exclaimed that she insulted the great apostle. The guy sweated and muttered that there was no need to apologize like that. He smiled awkwardly and suggested keeping it a secret, since the spies shouldn't know about it. The commander looked at the hero cautiously and asked if it was okay to tell her such a thing. Sun Jiun grinned and replied that everything was fine, and true comrades immediately recognize each other. At these words, the girl blushed. Notification: the special quest object of admiration has begun. The strongest mercenary among the allies must admire you. The target will be marked. The mark is visible only to the player. After completing the quest, the strongest mercenary can take command of the army. After completing the quest, additional quests will be added. The strongest mercenary among the allies is Rionel. A mark appeared above the girl. The hero kept thinking about how he would control them after completing the quest Path of the Guide. He took the warrior's hands. The hunter smiled and thought that it seemed that this floor would be easier than it seemed. Status window: Hand Sun Jiun. Halo, Ruler. Strength 121. Agility 115. Vitality 113. Endurance 117. Mana 114. Unique characteristic: Necromancy. Unique power: Skill Synthesis. The hero noticed that all stats had reached a triple-digit value. He smiled and remembered that he had absorbed a lot of skills during this fight. It was time to try to organize them. Strength, Purity of Mind. Flamed Sword. Steel Wings. Steel Blood Sword. Divine Power. Blood Heavenly Energy. Warrior's Defense. Instant Magic Charge. View the list of new skills. Recently acquired: Charisma, Alchemy, Battle Cry, Increase Morale, Great Devourer, Continue the Battle, Casting Arts, Wolf Walk, Increase Dignity, Quick Maneuver. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin. He had received a bunch of skills, but there were none that could be useful now. In such cases, it goes without saying that skill synthesis was used. The guy spread his arms and activated the unique power Skill Synthesis. A more powerful effect of the warrior's defense power was activated. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Notice, your luck has increased dramatically for a while. Sun Jiun looked at the light in his chest in shock. A beam shot up from the tent. Absolute attractiveness, dark wolf steps, steel jaws. The hunter smiled and thought that warrior's defense was the power that was activated last time when the demonic sword of mixed principles was synthesized. Now it served him well here too. The hero looked to the side and remembered that he had this. Imprinting skill, blood enhancement, will enhancement, soul ego grant. The player tapped the screen. Imprinting skill, soul ego grant. Description: a skill obtained from the Sandal Challenger that allows the soul ego to penetrate various barriers or objects created by spells and magic. Skill effect: when the soul ego grant is activated, a soul suitable for the item is randomly assigned and the skill is completely destroyed. At this time, the soul ego given to the item has the potential to grow and helps the user as much as possible. The hunter looked at the system window and muttered that after using the skill, it disappears forever, and he likes it. During this trial, the blood feast will sparkle with new colors. Notice, Soul Ego Grant of the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword has been activated. The swords hovered in front of the player. The system asked to specify a barrier or item to be granted a Soul Ego Grant. The brunette looked ahead thoughtfully. Granting a Soul Ego Grant means giving the item an individuality that supports you. It is not a one-time use, so the choice is obvious. Notice, the object of the imprinting skill, Soul Ego Grant, has been assigned to the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword. Sun Jiun squeezed the handle and thought that it would be better to choose the sword, which is an item of growth type. He closed his eyes against the bright light. Energy was radiating from the blade. Notice, True Blood Sky Demon Sword is imbued with the soul ego of the 7th generation Sky Demon Dam Chunwoo. The hunter looked at the blade warily. A voice said that it had spent a long time wandering in the darkness. The sword exclaimed that the Sky Demon had finally returned, and it was to be revered, worshipped, and applauded. The hero smiled and thought that he had implanted a madman into the Sky Demon sword. The guy with marks on his face raised his hands and summoned a monster. It was the corpse mixing technique. The priests admired their senior comrade. They looked at the protagonist standing nearby and discussed how he was a real monster on the battlefield, having cut off the heads of over 1,000 enemies without a trace of mercy. They turned around and decided to leave, feeling uneasy. One hooded man turned around one last time. Sun Jiun thought that he himself did not really want to hear something like that from them. He was walking under the moon, enjoying the quiet and beautiful night. The guy frowned in irritation when he heard the sword's voice. It was shouting why the player was ignoring everything he had said earlier. By the way, in the Church of Bloody Demons, everyone was lining up to talk to him. The hero was already regretting that he had come across him. The sword was pulsating and indignant that this was tactlessness and pure disrespect. He, the heavenly demon Dam Chunwoo, had spoken to him first, and the guy was brazenly refusing to talk. The hunter thought that the blade was talking to itself too much. The soul complained that it had hoped to escape from hell, but it turned out that this most boring little man had become its master. The hero replied that he simply did not want to have a useless conversation. The brunette walked through the forest. The demon asked if he had finally decided to enjoy a conversation with him. Sun Jiun said that there were no eyes watching him now. The blade vibrated, shocked that the player did not know the technique of mental communication, and he thought that the guy was from the same place as him. The brunette frowned and said that he did not know such a technique. He asked if Dam Chunwoo was also a challenger in life. The blade glowed and was indignant that there was no one who did not know his name. Sun Jiun looked ahead and asked what floor he had gone up to. The voice answered that he had gone up to the 41st floor. The guy's eyes widened. He smiled and thought that if this was true, then the information the demon had must be significant. It was quite possible that he would benefit from communicating with him. The player froze, remembering something. The hunter looked at the blade and said that as far as he knew, starting from the 40th floor, deceased challengers could be rewarded as administrators. The boy asked why he had not returned to life. The weapon was emitting dark energy. Dam Chunwoo asked how he dared to say that he should live like a dog in a tower. A warrior could not live like that. This kind of base existence was not for him. The brunette put his hand to his head and muttered that his brain was overheating. The hero looked menacingly at the blade and said that he might have been an outstanding warrior in life, but now he was just an ego of the soul placed in his sword. The boy squeezed the handle and asked him not to forget this fact. A force flared from the sword, splitting the ground under the challenger's feet. Sun Jiun frowned. The demon replied that he knew about it and would be able to help in the fight. Dam Chunwoo wondered if the hero was trying to establish a clear leader-subordinate relationship. He was much stronger than he looked at first glance. The voice said that even without all his former power, he was a genius of martial arts and a master of magic. The spirit can help the player achieve their goals like this. A bright light emanated from the blade. The blade's energy cut through the trees around. Sun Jiun looked around in shock. The boy pulled the sword aside. He looked at the weapon and said that it really seemed to have good support data. Dam Chunwoo replied that such a word was used for things like tools. He added that the boy really seemed to be from a dimension other than his own. The hero said that he was from the Earth dimension, which the demon had probably never heard of. The voice replied that the Earth must still be on the secondary level. The hunter stood in the middle of the chopped down trees. The demon said that he felt that a very long time had passed. The current capacity of this sword could not fully accommodate his soul, so it was difficult for him to remain conscious for a long time. The sword said that another person was coming. He offered to end the conversation and call him later when the time was right. Someone ran up to the protagonist from behind. Rionelle came closer and exclaimed that she had found him. The guy put the blade in its sheath and asked what brought her to him in the middle of the night. The woman clutched the sword and said that they were suddenly attacked by the enemy. Elite squads of battle priests of the temple of the god of battle were flocking from all sides. The brunette grinned and thought that the situation was taking an interesting turn. You have to give credit to the Tower of Trials. It never lets you get bored. The hero passed by the commander and asked to tell him more about the attacking elite battle priests. He ran, declaring that he would immediately take part in the battle. Rionel hurried after him. The mercenaries fought off the enemies, shouting that they needed to protect the priests, otherwise the necromantic magic would be dispelled. The enemies crept up cowardly under the cover of night. The men in cloaks recoiled from their opponents. The hero squinted and noted that compared to last time, there were not so many enemies. In total, there were about 100 of them. However, they were clearly of a higher level. The man in the cloak swung his fist with brass knuckles, which emanated a glow. The hunter noted that, first of all, the enemies used powers based on divinity. Although by his standards, this was a mere trifle. The enemies aggressively attacked, killing mercenaries. The commander watched in confusion as her subordinates died. She stared in horror, not understanding what kind of strong aura it was. The girl shuddered, feeling someone put a hand on her shoulder. Sun Ji-eun stood in front of her and asked for one favor. The warrior looked at him questioningly. The hero looked at the battlefield and said that no matter how strong the enemies were and how hopeless the situation was, he wanted her to completely trust him. The brunette smiled and added that he trusted her himself. Rionel blushed. The hunter moved forward and offered to go protect the priests. The temple can only be built with them. The other woman gritted her teeth and agreed. The blushing swordswoman looked forward resolutely and declared that she would protect the priests. Notification: Mercenary Rionel deeply admires you. Congratulations, the special quest object of admiration has been completed. The morale of the allied camp is now doubled, and careful command prevents the ranks from falling apart. You will receive an additional reward if you break through the 15th floor. The woman caught up with the hero and wished him luck. She promised to treat him to a drink if they survived and saw each other again. Sun Ji-eun grinned and said that this was the nicest thing he had ever heard. The guy also offered to have a hearty meal after the battle. He pushed off and activated the skill steps of the Dark Wolf. Mastery 0%. Description: a walking technique that imitates the movements of the Dark Wolf, a legendary creature. Effect: basic gait is greatly improved. When this skill is activated, all types of mobility are increased by 40% and the sense of presence is completely eliminated. When walking in the dark, the increase in mobility is doubled. The priest smiled, unaware of what had just passed by. The next second, they were all cut by the hero's blade. The bald man with blood on his face shuddered. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared behind him. The hunter thought that the enemies would regret attacking their camp at night. The mercenary clenched his sword and shouted for everyone to hold their positions. The enemy soldiers were already on the camp territory. The warriors exclaimed that there was no talk of positions when the enemy had broken through their defenses. The vice commander clashed with the enemy. He frowned and shouted not to panic in close ranks. If they spread out, they would only die a miserable death. The enemies were cutting down the mercenaries, smiling madly. The red-haired man was hit in the stomach. He grimaced and cursed. Rionel pushed herself away and swung her sword. The enemy looked back, but did not have time to react. The vice commander watched in shock as his opponent was cut into pieces. The man was happy to see the commander. The woman wiped the blood off her sword. She passed by and asked with a smile if the warrior was really going to act big because he was stabbed once. The mercenary smirked and replied that something like that was like a light tickle. The warrior inhaled and swung her sword, loudly ordering everyone to form up. She ordered only the tankers to remain in the vanguard and the rest to retreat back. The warriors obediently took a defensive position, and the archers lined up as the main firepower. Melee damage dealers have taken stances to protect healers. Notice, the effect of the special quest achievement object of admiration is activated. The best mercenary Rionel has taken command. The morale of the allies is doubled, and careful command prevents the ranks from falling apart. The warriors prepared to continue the fight, and the commander stood in the center. The enemy soldiers frowned and declared that their dying throws were useless because they would glorify their temple. The opponents rushed to attack. Archers fired arrows. The enemies rushed forward with screams, shouting that Rionel must be killed first. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, holding back the attacks with their shields. The other warriors looked at the leader with concern and exclaimed that they would not last long at this rate. The men asked for permission to join the fight as well. The woman frowned and ordered them to hold the line. She confidently looked ahead and declared that their goal was to protect the priests. The mercenary added that if they could maintain their position with faith in their hearts, then that person would rush to them. The hero appeared behind the enemies. The soldiers turned around in fear at the approaching hunter, not understanding when he had managed to get there. Sun Ji-eun's eyes flashed menacingly. He cut through the opponents at high speed. Rionel smiled happily at the sight of him. The challenger thrust forward a sword with red ropes stretching from it. The enemies sat tied up and dissatisfied. The hunter looked at the blade, which condemned the guy for using it like this and not in battle. The brunette looked in surprise at the thin thread of magic around him. The demon said that he liked the way he mercilessly chopped down the enemies. He added that if the player came from Muram, he would become a great master of the Sword of the Dark or Demonic Path. A thread filled with mana emanated from the blade. The hero looked at her and asked with a frown if this was the technique of mental communication. All that was needed was to transmit the voice through magical power. The sword vibrated, surprised that the boy had mastered this technique in such a short time. Sun Jiun looked at him and asked if anyone who knew how to control mana could do this. Dame Chunwoo replied that by that logic, half of the Muram martial artists were not even qualified to be called masters. The blade trembled and said that it was not surprising, because if the boy were not a genius, he would never have been able to summon his soul. Sun Jiun awkwardly agreed, listening to the demon's smug laughter. Dame Chunwoo said that he was starting to feel sleepy again and had to leave to gather his strength. The player responded that he would call him if necessary. He looked back at the man. The guy in the cloak looked at the hero carefully and asked him to follow him to meet the high priest. The hunter narrowed his eyes warily. The brunette was standing in a chair in the tent in front of the old man. The man greeted him as a killer and thanked him for accepting his invitation. The hero looked at him and asked to call him simply Nameless. The interlocutor smiled and noted that using the absence of a name as a name was interesting. He added that the god of darkness would definitely like the guy. The applicant thanked him for such a flattering assessment. The priest looked closely at Sun Jiun and asked if he knew that he was called here to discuss a reward. The guy replied that the escort had told him everything in general terms. The old man then decided to get straight to the main thing. He narrowed his eyes and asked what reward the hero was counting on. The hunter's eyes sparkled and asked a counter question, inquiring what the high priest intended to provide him. Skill, absolute attraction. Mastery 0%. Basic effect, any sentient being, regardless of race, will be attracted to the user and all types of charm will increase. However, in some situations, this may not work, such as against hostile enemy forces. Additional effect, special effects are mainly created by applying one of the three options: fear, charm, or adoration depending on the user's personality. In this case, the activation of fear and adoration can be customized, and an activation message will appear, but charm will not display an activation message and cannot be customized. Notification, the skill Absolute Attraction is activated. The senior priest of Kainal falls into an abnormal state, fear. Due to the abnormal state, his judgment is impaired and he begins to clearly sense your presence. The old man turned pale, trembling. He said that the maximum reward he can provide is the highest quality holy relics of the Church of the God of Darkness. Tears of horror flowed from his eyes. His subordinates looked at the archbishop in shock and exclaimed that holy relics should not be handed over to strangers. Kainal turned around and shouted in horror for them to be quiet. The priest declared that before them was the man who would lead them to victory in this holy war. The protagonist looked at him with confidence. The old man sweated and thought that for a brief moment he clearly felt a terrifying, frantic energy in the guy's eyes, so powerful that the priest thought he had met the gaze of a dragon. With such power, they would definitely win. Two men in cloaks brought cases. Kainal looked at the player and said that the relics were miraculous items containing the power of God. These were also of the highest quality, so they must be handled with care. The hero looked at the contents. He frowned and activated the Fire Dragon's Eye skill. Sorrow of offering a black seal given by the God of Darkness to the High Priest who sacrificed everything to the God of Darkness. After engraving the seal on the back of your hand, you will be able to engrave the exclusive effect offering. When this effect is engraved on the back of your hand, the item is imprinted in the seal on the back of your hand and then disappears. However, this item will disappear when you complete the personal trial on the 15th floor. Flame-consuming Night Veil, a curtain of God that once swallowed even the primordial flames in the darkness. When the owner dies, the exclusive effect Night Veil is activated without exception. When the exclusive effect Night Veil is activated, the sorcerer enters the status of an apostle after resurrection. However, this item will disappear when you complete the personal trial on the 15th floor. The brunette stared at the high-ranking trophies in amazement. He smiled and thought that, judging by the addendum he had read with the Fire Dragon's Eye, he probably wouldn't be able to get these items past the 15th floor. It was frustrating, but he couldn't help but be happy, because nothing happened by chance in the trial tower. Obtaining 2 items of a rank he had never seen before meant that he would have some serious challenges in the future. The hero looked ahead with determination. He tensed up and noticed that he was starting to feel nervous. The hunter took the reward. Kainal stood up and said that the holy war had just begun. The priest hoped that the boy would demonstrate strength worthy of the reward. He added that if he tried to run away, the divine darkness would punish him. Sun Jiun chuckled and asked why a simple man who had received holy relics would run away. The brunette turned around and said he was leaving. The old man, trembling, covered his face with his hands, mourning his relics. The hero left, humming to himself. The challenger turned around at the sound of the voice. Rionel smiled and asked if the private conversation with the senior priest had ended on a good note. The interlocutor replied that everything had gone well and wondered if the girl had been waiting for him there. The warrior blushed and hesitated. She turned away and reminded him that she had promised to treat him to a drink. The commander became embarrassed and added that she had one request for him. The hunter frowned. The girl took a sip and set the mug down on the table with an exclamation. The hero noted that the taste was quite good. He looked at the drink and doubted that it was strong alcohol, because the guy remained sober. However, if there was alcohol in this world that could intoxicate him, it would be something on the same level as deadly poison. After all, his body had long since exceeded the human level. Rionelle dropped her head on the table. She asked how the hero managed to stay sober. The warrior blushed and muttered that he really was a monster. The brunette looked at her and answered that the main thing was a pleasant taste. He reminded her of the request. The interlocutor blushed and frowned. The commander remembered her childhood, when her father begged the knights to leave at least something so that they could eat. The soldier only threw him away. The girl rushed to kick the man and screamed that if he became a knight, it did not mean that he could do anything. The warrior called her names and kicked her. The little girl lay on the ground, choking and crying. The villain just chuckled and said that she could also become a knight if she was jealous. He said that he was irritated by these worthless ragamuffins. The woman clenched her fist, then looked resolutely at the protagonist and asked to become her fencing teacher. The player stared at the interlocutor in shock, holding a mug of beer. He put the drink down and smiled. Secretly, the guy hoped that the request would work in his favor, but it was a simple personal request that did not lead to the next special task. The hunter completed the special task, became an object of admiration, and thus received everything he could from Rionelle. Paying more attention to the characters of the world recreated by the tower was just a waste of time. The hero stood up and, looking at the girl, replied that he refused. The guy turned around and advised her to have a good rest, because the battle would continue tomorrow. The player turned around at her voice. The commander clenched her teeth and said that she must become stronger at any cost. She jumped up and hit the ground with her head in a bow. Sun Jun looked at her carefully. The woman bowed her head, begging him to change his mind. The warrior was kneeling and saying that she had to learn from him. The hunter sighed and thought with a smile that a little fun wouldn't hurt. Rionelle assumed a fighting stance. The brunette took her shoulders and asked her not to be so serious. He added that it was good that she was trying her best, but if she overdid it, she could become too constrained. This applies to everything, not just sword training. The girl looked at his hand. Sun Jun turned the student around and said that she needed to strengthen her mana network, so she needed to train her aura. The hunter placed his hands on her back. His eyes shone. The commander looked forward in surprise, feeling the energy circulating inside her. She realized that the hero was showing her the path of mana, as if telling her to follow him. Impulses were passing through the girl's body. The warrior thought that it was similar to her method, but there was a difference. His way was more refined. The girl looked ahead in shock and thought that her teacher was great. The brunette furrowed his brows and explained that this was a personal mana path created based on her needs. He advised her to train her aura every day using this method. Moonlight filtered into the tent. Sun Jun sat down on the bed and decided that it was time to check the rewards. He put his hand into the space bag and laid out the trophies he received from the British Sandal Killing Hunters Association in front of him. The guy looked at the items and muttered that it was quite a lot, but it was still just a bunch of useless trash. It was time to use the last 3 skills he had synthesized. The skill Steel Absorption was activated. A helmet with monster fangs began to form on the player's head. The guy frowned in surprise and gritted his teeth. Finally, a mask with large jaws appeared on his face. Skill Steel Absorption. Mastery 0%. Effect: absorbing steel items makes your body stronger. Additional effect: absorbing steel items increases 1 random stat. The hero picked up the staff and thought it was scary when the thing suddenly latched onto his face. He brought the staff to his mask and closed his jaws. Notification: you have absorbed the Steel Cloud Cane. Absorption time 9:59. Absorption complete. Mana increased by 1. The hunter flinched in surprise. His eyes widened due to the stats increasing so quickly. The jaws dealt with the next item. You have absorbed the Heavenly Steel Stone. Absorption time 9:59. Absorption complete. Your body has become stronger. The hero coughed. Notification: 0.8% of the dirty Kai from your body is released. The guy looked at the black liquid on his hand and wondered what it was. He realized that his body had become lighter. Apparently, this was what the basic effect meant. Sun Jun furrowed his brows and said that he was shocked by the appearance of this skill at first, but after seeing the results, he was very glad that he got it. The mask closed, destroying the items. The player never thought that he would devour them so greedily. Notice, you have absorbed 8 items. You can no longer absorb items. Absorption time is 1 hour, 19 minutes and 47 seconds. It turns out that you can only absorb 8 items at a time. However, compared to the speed of stat growth, this can't even be called a disadvantage. The mask disappeared from his face. The steel absorption skill is disabled. Sun Jiun put his hand in his pocket and took out the seal of darkness. He frowned and thought that if he puts an SS rank seal on his body, there is a chance that it will remain after the 15th floor. It's a little scary to instill it in himself, but it's worth checking. The brunette picked up the seal and leaned it against his hand. The effect of darkness sorrow offering is activated. The item is absorbed by the mark on the hand. The seal began to spread into a dark liquid. The hunter squinted from the bright light emanating from the hand. An image of a wolf appeared on the back of his hand. Notification: the mark on your hand will never disappear. Screens flashed in front of him. The hero looked forward in surprise. Notification: the administrator of Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years is horrified by the mark of offering. The administrator of Fallen World Soldier laughs at you. The administrator of Seeker of Divinity tells the tower that giving you this seal is too much. The player noted that they were silent the entire time until he used the seal. The administrator of Ruler of the Heavens is outraged by the actions of the tower. The administrator of Priest of Seven Gods is shocked by your actions. The administrator of Hero of the Blatch Archipelago says that there is still time to change your mind. The hero pressed his lips together and wondered if it was a useless item for the admins to react so strangely. It was as if the tower had given him something it shouldn't have. The boy frowned as screens flashed in front of him. Notification: information leak detected. Admin messages have been temporarily blocked. The trial tower is warning admins. If this happens again, they will be banned from viewing Han Sun-jiun's trials. The hunter clenched his fist and noted that the secret of the relic might be greater than he thought. The boy looked forward with determination and raised his hand. It would become clearer to him once he used it. Exclusive effect offering has been activated. You can offer any talent, skill, or treasure to the god. The challenger frowned and wondered what the point of all this was. He pressed his lips together and decided that he needed to figure it out. The hero took out a staff from the spatial bag. Among the steel absorption items, the boy decided to offer the shittiest one. Notification: you have chosen to offer a treasure, please choose. The player placed the staff on the altar. You selected the little sorceress's staff. Select the god to sacrifice this item to. Sun Jiun looked at the screen questioningly. His eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. Error. Notification: there is no trace of a god in your divinity. The hunter's body became translucent, and skulls appeared at his feet. Notification: you have been recognized as the owner of your own divinity. The donation will be addressed to you. The hero saw himself in the image on the altar. Notification: you have sacrificed the little sorceress's staff to yourself. A light appeared in the player's chest. You can transform the item into divine power. The boy froze, realizing what was happening. The item disappeared from the altar. The hero frowned and thought that everything was a little confusing, but it was clear that he could now increase his divine power himself. The altar itself began to disappear. The only thing was, the challenger didn't know how to use it. Although, with the acquisition of new myths, the use of divinity will be found. But for now, he can only save. Sun Jiun reached into his pocket and took out the second relic, tying it to the hilt of his sword. The brunette decided to leave it for later because the tower would not have given it to him just like that. The time to use them would come. On the battlefield, mercenaries and priests rejoiced, standing over defeated enemies. They won several battles, and the allied warriors became more confident. The banners of the god of darkness fluttered in the wind. The opponents fled in horror at the sight of the main character, comparing him to the devil himself. But everyone except him was taking a pretty big risk. The guy rushed across the field, slaying enemies. The canvas remained on his sword. The hero wondered if he was worried in vain, and the test would go smoothly. The mercenaries looked away, shouting that something was wrong with the sky. The clouds were gathering in a funnel and turning red. The player looked around warily. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The guy looked at it in shock and started sweating. He thought that this couldn't be happening. Notification: divine punishment will activate it. A powerful pillar of light rushed down towards the soldiers. Sun Jiun squinted and realized that it was dangerous. He extended his hand and used a counter shield, maximum power. An energy field appeared above the mercenaries. The blow fell, splitting the ground. The hero armed himself with swords, and his equipment was being restored. He looked back. A crater was visible through the smoke. There were no survivors at the impact site. The guy frowned in irritation and turned around. A man with white wings appeared in the sky. He folded his arms and said with a smile that the dogs of the god of darkness were lucky. The invader spread his arms and exclaimed that the merciful god of war decided to use divine punishment specifically on you. The apostle bared his teeth and opened his black eyes. The hunter frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that this feeling had happened again. Notice, the god of war used divine power to partially descend. During the descent, the god cannot fully control his myths and will. God has descended into the apostle Jurhan Nevia. He cannot use all of his divine power. A red glow appeared around the man. The difficulty of your 15th floor trial has increased greatly. The hero frowned at the mention of the god of war. Notice, the trial tower believes that you can handle this. The trial will not be interrupted. The guy bared his teeth and was indignant. Why didn't they ask him first what he thought about this? Message on the system window: today I will be able to kill this dog with my own hands. The apostle hovered in front of the player. He looked angrily at the hero and advised him to die and regret deciding to challenge the god. Sun Jiun frowned and thought that if he didn't go all out right away, it would be dangerous. Notice, instant acceleration and wind blessing skill activated. All speed increased by 70%. Skill usage 7/7. Battle focus skill activated. Your focus has been increased by 20 times. Will activated. Heavenly blood cultivation technique. The hero assumed a fighting stance and scarlet energy swirled around his body. He frowned and decided that he would quickly deal with him now. The next moment, the enemy was next to him. Sun Jiun's eyes widened as the apostle grabbed his face and slammed him into the ground with all his might. Jurhan Nevia raised his hand and a sharp point appeared near it. The blow pierced the hunter's chest. The boy winced in pain. Blood gushed out onto the stones. Notice, you are dead. The hero found himself in a dark space. He slowly sank downwards. The player opened his eyes and remembered that he had died at the hands of the descending god of battle. There was a gaping hole in his chest. A lot had happened while the guy was climbing the tower. Sun Jiun had been doing well until now, and all those fateful connections would end here and now. Unfortunately, both victories and defeats were part of life. The brunette looked ahead with regret. That was how it all ended. He smiled bitterly and thought that he needed to accept the fact of his death. Probably because the hunter had decided everything for himself, even this endless darkness seemed cozy. Suddenly, a silhouette hugged him from behind. The hero looked back sharply and pushed the person away. The woman in the cloak smiled and said that he had nothing to worry about, because she was not his enemy. Sun Jiun frowned and asked who it was. The woman placed her hand on her chest and muttered that although this situation had been recreated, it was unfortunate that he would not recognize the one for whom he had entered the holy war. The guy frowned and asked if he really was the god of darkness. The woman touched his chin and replied that he had found the answer faster than she thought. The player pushed her hand away and, looking menacingly, asked her not to touch him. The goddess smiled and said that it was not time yet, but he would soon understand that she was not his enemy. The woman began to dissolve into the darkness, saying that now that the tower had made a mess, they needed to move on. She asked him to amuse her properly since the goddess had decided to lend the hunter her power. The woman added that from the moment he opened his eyes, everything around him would change. Sun Jiun looked ahead. Red blades were floating around him. They sank into the ground. The hero looked forward with determination and gripped the hilt of the sword. Notice, the god of darkness smiles at you. He allows you to use the blessing of the apostleship granted to you. Jurhan Nevia stood and looked at the body of the challenger. The blade dissipated, and the man said that this was the price that a lesser man deserved for daring to challenge the position of a god. The mercenaries grabbed their heads, realizing that with the death of the hunter, they were all doomed. The apostle turned to look at the annoying humans. He said that a while ago, the player Sun Jiun used a magic shield, so his strength was greatly reduced, but now there was no one to protect them. The man flew up and declared that this time he would completely destroy everyone. Rionel rushed forward and called out to the protagonist. The black cloth on the hilt of the sword came undone. The girl looked at the cloth in shock. A dark curtain hung over the hero's body. Jurhan Nevia flew up. He looked at his right hand and noticed that the future apostle's body was unable to withstand the advent. The god narrowed his eyes and complained that this was an extremely weak body. Notice, the advent of the god of battle has been cancelled. The winged man coughed, and tears flowed from his eyes. He smiled tiredly and thought that this was the strength of the god of battle. If the advent were to drag on for another second, he would die from a broken heart. The man trembled and muttered that thanks to this, he had received God's grace, and his divine power was stronger than before. He laughed and declared that he was now the strongest being under this sky. Notice, the god of battle commands the future apostle Jurhan Nevia to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare the power of heavenly punishment for use. The man shuddered and stammered that the master had nothing to worry about. Now that they had dealt with the man called the murderer, the religion of darkness was no longer of great importance. He flinched when he heard the sound. A bright beam was descending from the sky. The apostle looked at the funnel below and asked what the hell was that. Notice, the exclusive effect of the Night Veil relic Night Veil Absorbing Flames SS has been activated. After a while, a full revival will occur under the effect of Night Veil Absorbing Flames. Entering the apostolization state from within the Night Veil, you are revived. The smoke cleared and a silhouette of a boy appeared. Apostolization was successful. The qualities of the god of death are more pronounced, loudly declaring your presence. From now on, you can release the death nature of your divinity sealed in your heart. All traces of the god engraved on the challenger hand Sun Jiun have been completely removed. The hero was clad in dark armor, and his eyes were shining. The challenger is recognized as a quasi-divine for the duration of his apostle status. Temporary manifestation of power through the use of a divine keyword becomes possible. Divine keywords are death, darkness, immortality. Jurhan Nebia looked down in shock and shouted that this couldn't be the coming of the god of darkness because there were no apostles on their side. Sun Jun silently flashed his eyes. The winged one frowned and threatened to tear him to shreds. A huge spear appeared above the hero. The weapon rushed straight at the guy. The player raised his hand and, squinting, said, "Absorb." The spear charred and was absorbed into the guy's hand in the form of black energy. He stood there and power swirled around. The enemy stared at him in shock, not understanding what was happening. Part of the helmet dissipated and the hero's face appeared. The hunter frowned and said that he remembered that the apostle was his enemy. Jurhan Nebia turned around, trying to escape. Sun Jun summoned a sword and estimated the distance to the target at 70 meters. Notice, you are using the divinity death. The qualities of the god of death react, and the nature of death embedded in the divine power is strengthened. Dark energy began to emanate from the blade. The keyword, die. The apostle was cut into two. The man did not even have time to scream. The hero extended his sword, and his aura reached out to the enemy. He thought that this was better than the clumsy sword Kai used by Namgun Hayek. Notice, a more powerful effect of the power tranquil mind has been activated. The player exhaled and thought that the situation had stabilized a little now. He walked towards the angel's corpse and noted that the problem was the arrival of the god of battle. But to be honest, Jurhan Nebia was at a level where he would easily kill him without any apostolation. The guy turned around and decided that since the body was cut in half, there was nothing more to worry about. There were corpses lying on the battlefield. Both camps retreated, afraid of becoming cannon fodder in the fight between two titans. He needed to quickly find people and join them. The hunter frowned and thought that if the remaining forces retreated completely, then the next battle would be a sweaty one. He shuddered, and behind his back, the halves of the body merged. The apostle was recovering and cursing. His eyes were spinning rapidly. The message said that although he was recreated, he was his future apostle, so God decided not to kill him. Red eyes stared at the protagonist. The man grimaced and said that from now on he would grant the guy a real death. Sun Jun frowned and looked warily at the enemy. There were 12 minutes and 47 seconds left until the end of the apostolization. Jurhan raised his hand, and golden blades appeared around him. The player frowned and clenched his teeth. Previously, he was killed with one spear, and now there were several. Notification: the Indomitable Will skill has been activated. The battle-hardened warrior myth has been activated. All stats have increased by 18 points. The special buff Go to the End has been activated. All stats have increased by 18 points. The hero armed himself with two swords, and an aura began to emanate from his body. The angel waved his finger, and the weapons flew down. The hero dodged them, and the spears stuck in the ground. The guy frowned, noticing the blade flying at him. He managed to jump back at the last second, and the blow hit the field. The player landed nearby. Suddenly, his hands were grabbed. The apostle was behind his back. God narrowed his eyes and ordered the body to grind the enemy into dust. The hunter clenched his teeth and sweated. The angel's wings turned into clawed paws that reached out to the hero. The brunette frowned and called Dam Chunwoo. The apostle's hands were cut in an instant. He frowned. Sun Jun raised his sword in his hand. The demon laughed, glad that it was his turn to step forward. The blade shuddered. The angel's wings were pulled back. The apostle was restored again. The spirit in the sword was amazed that their enemy was a deity. He asked what kind of crazy god would come down from the sky on the second dozen floors of the tower. The demon did not understand why the difficulty level of the test suddenly skyrocketed. The hero frowned and noted that it would take a long time to explain. The guy asked the soul to use all the support skills in the arsenal. The blade vibrated and objected that this was not a problem that could be solved with support skills. The brunette frowned. The sword exclaimed, "Did the owner really go through the apostolization procedure?" The player frowned and shouted that now was not the time for chatter. Two blows tore off one of his arms and legs. The guy turned his gaze to the enemy. A sphere was shining above the apostle's head. Suddenly, a powerful beam burst out of it. Notification: Ash Blood skill activated. The hero dodged, simultaneously restoring his limbs. Dam Chunwoo said that he would immediately provide all the power he could. Notification: True Blood Heavenly Demonic Swords Ego Soul Skill Mana Burst has been activated. The mana level in the body has increased. True Blood Heavenly Demonic Swords Ego Soul Skill Lightning Thought Process has been activated. Accelerates the thought process. True Blood Heavenly Demonic Swords Ego Soul Skill Small Heart has been activated. A virtual magic organ has been created to assist the movement of mana. The durability of the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword decreases by 0.4% every second. True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword's Ego Soul may disappear. The hero looked at the blade in surprise. He smiled and thought that the demon could only talk, but it turned out that both the buffs and their ranks were surprisingly good. The player jumped and realized that fighting face to face was still too much for him. Energy beams pierced the heavens. The apostle watched the challenger rise up. Sun Jiun took off on wings. The sword noted that the owner decided to use his head and buy some time. The hunter looked at the weapon and asked to lay out everything that could help in this situation. The sword vibrated and asked for time to think. The guy froze, listening to the demon go over his options. An apostle emerged from the cloud. He rushed to the player, noticing that he decided to go for a trick. Jurhan frowned and said that this time he would tear him into tiny pieces so that the hero would not be able to recover. The brunette frowned and complained that he was going to go crazy. The sword said that after processing the information with his genius brain, he came to the conclusion that the current hunter would never defeat this monster. The guy flew forward, exclaiming that he himself knew it. The blade repeated the phrase and emphasized the word current. He suggested using the power of a god and using divinity. The player frowned. The demon added that, although with some limitations, but being in the state of apostolization, the hero can use this power. The spirit promised to give a signal at the right moment. Jurhan launched a new attack. Dam Chunwoo said that, first of all, it is necessary at all costs to catch the enemy by surprise with your swordsmanship skill that controls space. There is only one chance. The apostle looked away in surprise. The protagonist hung over him, swinging his swords. He brought down a blow on the enemy. The winged one dodged. The guy gritted his teeth and turned around. The player continued to cut through the air. The opponent laughed and asked if he really thought he could hit him with such a banal swordsmanship. The man dodged another attack. The brunette looked ahead gloomily and used the white sword that cuts the sea. The apostle shuddered, noticing a bright light nearby. A sharp blow passed right next to him. The enemy asked in shock what it was. He cried out, having been wounded. The paws from the wings grabbed the magic and tore it apart. Jurhan chuckled and muttered that it was interesting. The hero stared at him in shock. The blade warned that the enemy was attacking. The angel approached, armed with spears. Quick strikes flew past the boy. The apostle attacked, pushing the player back more and more. Sun Jiun noticed that the opponent rose higher. The blades flew past the hunter and enveloped his swords. The brunette was amazed that the space itself grabbed his weapon. He raised his head and realized that the enemy immediately copied the idea of the 7 techniques of the white sword seen once. The challenger gritted his teeth and decided that he would not expose himself to the blow so easily. The boy thought that he could break free from the vice, balancing the position with the white sword, creating emptiness. The hero froze, hearing the demon object that this cannot be done. He advised not to dodge, but to take the blow. The brunette frowned, trying to understand what the spirit was talking about. The sword flashed and asked him to trust it and just stand still. The attack was approaching the hero. Sun Jiun shrank back and cursed. Jahan used his wings to direct a beam attack towards the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the attack in confusion, and Chunwoo told him not to dodge the attack. The protagonist watched the beam with sweat, not understanding what kind of nonsense his sword spirit was saying. The tip of the sharp sword touched this beam attack, and Chunwoo asked him to trust it. Chunwoo told his master to just stand still, who immediately extended his magical blades in a fighting stance. His silhouette immediately began to be surrounded by magical splashes of dark aura. Jahan flew to attack with his light aura when the protagonist closed himself in a magical sphere. The light attack barely touched the magic sphere, and Jahan did not believe that his enemy could block it with his power. The light attack of the winged guy tried to break through the main character and his defense. This end of the light attack almost touched Sun Jiun's eye, and Chunwoo told him to attack back and use his divinity. This light beam of the winged apostle touched Sun Jiun's face, who was swinging his blades at this moment. Jahan immediately learned his black demonic eyes. Our hero with his demonic appearance looked at the enemy with an angry look when his attack flew past his head. A notice popped up that using divine immortality, ignoring blocking, regeneration and instant death. His magic blade cut through the air, and Chunwoo said that it was not to stop the blood. Red magic crystals flew in space. A barrage of red crystals tried to attack Jahan from all sides because it was necessary for him to weaken his defense. Jahan was floating in space and spread his arms out as a red core flew towards him. He was immediately bound by the red core and tried to escape from it. The protagonist's sharp sword pointed to the sky, and Chunwoo noted that it would not last long and that he needed to hurry and destroy his enemy. Our brunette flew into the attack in the sweat of his brow and understood that due to the formation of an apostle, divine power was consumed at an insane speed, and this would be enough for him to use divinity a couple more times. The protagonist flew into the attack when Jahan was bound in a red core. He immediately swung his glowing blade and used the divinity skill because the sword was imbued with the power of imminent death. The blue light stream of the sword went towards the enemy, who was bound in a red sphere. This attack pierced right into the red sphere where Jahan was bound. This tip of the sword was directed to the sky, and Chunwoo said that it was necessary now. Then Jahan tried to move his hand. Jahan immediately broke free from the shackles of the red core. The protagonist watched as his opponent freed himself from these shackles. Jahan spread his arms out to the sides and a red halo hung above him, and reported that even if it was only a small part of his divine power. He asked him a question: did Sun Jun really think that the body that the deity resided in would be the same as a human's? The main character frowned and swung his blade, trying to perform the skills time rupture and double sequence attack. A powerful successive light attack was directed towards Jahan, who put his hands out in fear. He stretched his forearms in front of him and wished for mercy. He was immediately attacked by light energy in the form of a wave. He reported that he had never seen anything like this before on the 13th floor, when suddenly he was blown away by a powerful light wave. Jahan's body was torn to pieces by the light attack. A bunch of notifications began to pop up that Sun Jun had passed the 15th floor of the testing tower and received a reward in the form of an unknown god's protective bracelet. He also received the 100,000 points and 5,000 SP for completing the Divine Ball of the Unknown God as an additional reward for completing the Divine Ball of the Unknown God, and all of them were moved to his inventory. The brunette looked at the scene with a smirk, glad that it was finally over. He floated in the space above the thick clouds that filled the entire sky. Then, he briskly landed on the ground. He looked forward with an angry look and received the reincarnation achievements. All stats were increased by 4 and the enemy achievements. He stood in his demonic form on an empty field that was shrouded in thick clouds, and all of the Heavenly Blood demonic sword soul skills were deactivated and the durability of his sword was reduced by almost 10%. Sun Jun then looked back to the side intently, tilting his head. He then stood with a puzzled look with his blades as he tried to ask if his sword spirit was okay. The protagonist was taken aback when a girl appeared behind him and replied that she couldn't possibly be fine after a sudden battle with a god who used a descent. It was a brunette who was covering her hair, and she replied that he was lucky that it was an incomplete descent, otherwise they would have been dead by now. The protagonist looked back in confusion and realized that his sword spirit had been a girl all along. Chunwoo looked at him with a slight malice and told him not to judge someone like her, who had risen to the top of a bloody demon cult, by her gender. The brunette looked at the girl and agreed with her, and then decided to ask her a question: did she really have the ability to show herself like this from the beginning? Sun Jun stared at his sword in front of the girl, who replied that she couldn't do that since she herself didn't know how it happened. Sun Jun looked at the girl in confusion, who assumed that it was him and his godly power that was the reason for this. Then Chunwoo decided to get off the rock, saying that in any case, she couldn't maintain this form for long, so she wanted to get down to business quickly. She started to step forward and put out her hands, from which red streams of blood were radiating. The brunette looked at her intently and tried to understand what business she was talking about. Chunwoo stared at the owner of the sword and stretched out her hands with drops of blood because she wanted to use its consumption. She stood on Jahan's corpse and red streams, auras were thinning around her. The protagonist looked in bewilderment at the rising streams of blood, because this was the special effect of the Heavenly Blood demonic sword, blood consumption. Notification that absorbing the blood of a promising disciple of Jahan increases the rank of the item, and due to the absorption of the blood of this disciple, the engraved abilities of enhancing divinity will also be on a special slot. They stood opposite each other on a deserted rocky field, and the girl reported that this is the consumption of the blood of her real form. Sun Jun looked at her with confusion when she said that the ability's effectiveness would be much higher now. She also said how it happened that he was fighting a god, and he would tell her about it later anyway. Chunwoo immediately opened her mouth wide and began to yawn, because she was very tired due to using the ability. The main character swung his blade, which emitted smoke, and the girl wanted to talk about it later. The demonic warrior stood alone in the empty space. Then he looked at Jahan's bloody body. He saw how his fingers were moving slightly. Our hero immediately looked at this event with bloodthirstiness. He immediately got into a fighting stance and sharpened his blades, because he assumed that Jahan was still not dead and did not understand how this was possible, because a notification of successful completion came. Suddenly, Jahan's winged hands began to tremble and convulsively rise under the magic sphere. A demon eye appeared above his severed head. His bloody body was trying to get up with the help of that magical eye. Our hero looked at the scene in confusion and realized that the conditions for passing were to lead the holy war to success within a certain time. The brunette looked at the reviving silhouette of his opponent and assumed that because he could no longer do anything, the tower counted it as a successful pass. He remembered looking at the demon's appearance and remembered the notice of a significant expenditure of divine energy when the god of control tried to arrange a personal meeting with him. At the same time, the god of war had to spend a significant amount of divine energy to go with it, but this was already beyond all limits. A huge demonic eye hovered over the bloody corpse of Jahan, and it wanted to kill its opponent. The protagonist looked at the demonic eye of Jahan's corpse, which told him not to think that this was the end. This was the first thing Sun Jun understood after becoming an apostle. He looked at the scene with his magic wings, because he realized that the one who receives divine powers without a connection to a god gets the opportunity to strive to become a god. His silhouette hovered in space above the planet. His demonic appearance soared into space under a glowing aura, and the reason why wars were so hostile to him was because he was afraid of the birth of a new god. The protagonist firmly grabbed his blade, and now everything fell into place for him. Sun Jiun immediately swung his sword and was about to finish off the magical eye because the god of war used the descent to kill him. The protagonist without any hesitation cut that eye with a light attack, which wanted to make him regret his actions. The protagonist cut that eye in a fighting stance, and he always killed those who considered him their enemy. A notification popped up that the heaven-piercing sword destroyed a difficult-to-destroy item and the rank was raised to a plus. This main character's blade cut the huge eye in half, and this demon declared that next time he would definitely tear it into pieces. Sun Jiun stuck his sword into the ground and stared at it. Then he frowned with a bloodthirsty look and told him to absorb it. Huge streams of black aura began to emanate in all directions, because there was a use of the divinity of darkness that absorbed the specified target. These black streams of aura tried to absorb the eye. It was a magical black core that thinned the black streams of aura, and Sun Jiun was able to absorb the soul of the promising disciple Jahan, and the mastery increased by almost 8%. This magical core absorbed the black streams on Sun Jiun's chest, who realized what the soul of the body that served as a host for the descent of a god was. Then he suddenly looked back when he absorbed a soul stronger than him, and the sentence of will extraction began. The notifications that the sentence was successful and the presence of the will in the soul of the promising disciple Jahan was confirmed began to pop up. The will was extracted from the soul, and Sun Jiun watched it closely. He slightly rose above the ground as the core glowed in his chest, because the will of the instant step was engraved on the protagonist's soul. He looked at the glowing core in his chest in surprise and was now able to instantly move to a place within his field of vision. The protagonist stood on a rocky field and realized that he could move anywhere. He immediately leaned his body forward and wanted to check it. A clock appeared that the remaining time in the apostle state was 0. The protagonist frowned in surprise because the time was up. He immediately became excited when his armor in black aura deprived him of magical power and the apostolization was complete. He began to fall forward. Light clouds of dust rose in the air after his fall. The message that the divine words death, darkness, and immortality disappear. A whole bunch of guys ran across the field. The protagonist ran behind the remaining guys. Brown-haired at this time looked back with a smile and called out to Sun Jiun to keep up. The young protagonist was slightly surprised. At this time, someone hammered a soccer ball into the net. At this time, the whole team rejoiced at the goal scored. Suddenly, our hero looked to the side, seeing the destroyed ground and a cloud of dust. They saw a huge hand of a monster, which crushed some of the guys. The main character at this time looked to the side in surprise. He convulsively spread his arms to the sides, seeing that he should be next. It was that same huge monster Jahan who attacked their city. The brunette sweated, bulging his eye, looking at what was happening. This huge hand of the monster stretched straight into the ground. The brunette saw how the huge hand of the monster crushed his comrades. At that moment, he screamed furiously from what was happening. These were all memories, and now he was lying on the bed. He sighed convulsively and was scared. He immediately jumped to the bed and realized that it was a nasty dream, and thanks to the will, cold reason, all the negative emotions disappeared. He began to leave the tent and saw a bright light. He looked at what was happening with slight bewilderment. He saw a whole bunch of people from the tribe in front of him. Everyone, the guys, immediately began to rejoice that this was their savior of the cult of darkness. A large guy in a green cape ran up to our hero and timidly apologized for being so impudent all this time, and Regina telling him everything. Suddenly, all the people looked back when they heard the exclamation about the apostle. Kynal frantically walked forward and declared that Sun Jiun was the true savior of the cult of darkness. The old man immediately fell to his knees and tried to understand why he did not help when they were in such a hard time. The protagonist closed his eyes with a slight disappointment and an empty look. He slightly hugged the frightened old man and said that in order to lure out their apostle, he could not act earlier. Then Sun Jiun held the old man and with a smirk declared that their cult won the holy war. Kynal looked at the fighter in surprise, who told him to wipe his tears. Behind the smiling main character, a halo lit up because the absolute shard skill was activated, because he said that everything was according to the plan of the god of darkness, and he only faithfully obeyed his orders. All the people looked at the bright light with admiration, because the crowd fell into the worship status, and because of the status, people's judgments weaken, and they acutely feel the presence of Sun Jiun. The main character smiled maliciously from under his brows under the status windows, because the god of darkness smiled with satisfaction, and the god of verification was impressed and said that he had good deception skills. Bright rays of light filled the space, because the will to absorb faith was activated. Kynal, along with the rest of the people, frantically watched the streams of light, because faith was collected from nearby areas and enough faith was collected to form a new myth. The main character bared his teeth maliciously and realized that a suitable myth was being calculated. He emitted bright streams of light from himself, because he was the first savior and was contributed to his divine power. A bright stream of light filled the entire space with it, and a notification began to pop up that when using the myth, the effect of salvation will be activated. When he protects the weak, all his skills will be strengthened. Also, when using the myth, the effect of the Seeker of Truth will be activated. When receiving worship from a certain religion, and his divine power will grow depending on the number of believers. He raised his hand with a smile and wished everyone good luck. Then the people watched as the protagonist soared into the sky from them. Regina and the crowd of people looked at what was happening with enthusiasm. At this time, the protagonist was hovering in space, in the sky, and realized that he needed to return to that place. Then he noticed with his gaze that very place. It was a portal on a rocky field. Then he quickly landed in front of this portal. The main character looked around in bewilderment and realized that he had never passed floors for so long. It was a black magic portal. Flashes of blue light filled the space with them, and notifications popped up that he had moved to the waiting room on the 16th floor and that the restrictions on administrator messages had been lifted. A notification that the administrator of the Iron Blood Monarch was glad that his contractor was safe, and also the master of the White Crane said with tears in her eyes that he had tried well. The main character passed through this portal, and notifications began to pop up that various administrators were inviting him to their domains. He sat down on the bed and said that he would come in next time and apologized for such an expense. He sat on the bed, hanging his hands, and understood that the divine power used to simply accumulate in the heart, and it could be spent on myths and will, but a lot had changed. A black aura began to thin in his chest. He extended 2 index fingers, from which a dark flame emanated, because thanks to apostolization, he was a pseudo-god and could directly use divinity, which for some reason began to darken. This black aura began to surround the main character's hand. He immediately raised his hand with magic above his head. Then he delivered his crushing blow to the ground. He looked at what was happening in bewilderment and realized that the wall, which instantly recovered from any damage, was not regenerating now. He looked at the destroyed stones and realized that the regeneration was happening very slowly. He grinned slightly and realized that this was interesting for him. Then he went to the inventory, and there were the rewards of the 15th floor, where there was a protective bracelet of a nameless god and a divine ball. It was a bracelet that the now nameless god used to protect himself when receiving damage that cannot be blocked, and activated the exclusive effect of preventive block. As for the ball, the god stored divinity in it, and if you select targets, use divine power, then the exclusive effect of absolute seal is activated. The main character looked at these S+ items with excitement and realized that they must be quite strong. Streams of black aura were emitted from this core. Notifications began to pop up that due to the absorption of the Apostle Jahan's soul, his stats had increased. Notifications popped up that many of his stats had indeed begun to increase. The protagonist frowned with slight sadness and realized that, considering his efforts, it was not that much, so he wanted to use it as an offering to increase his divinity. Then he widened his eyes, and the extraction of divinity from the apostle's soul occurred because the conditions of will were met. A bright light began to emerge from his chest because his divinity had greatly increased. Then he frowned and looked forward and wanted to see the quest. Various notifications began to pop up that he had received a quest from 87 administrators. Indeed, messages popped up that various administrators were giving him various quests. Sun Ji-eun sweated and grinned slightly, realizing that there were a lot of quests, but there was nothing wrong with that. He looked at the pop-up windows and tried to figure out what to choose. He looked around intently. His gaze caught on the quest, Savior of the End, from the administrator of the soldiers of the fallen world. The reward for success, he could cast the effect of indestructibility on 2 items, and the conditions for completing it were to make a choice he would not regret. He looked at the status window and imagined the magic sword, because he was just thinking about how to repair the demonic sword of heavenly blood because it was heavily burdened because of the soul. Then he pressed his finger on the conditions of the quest and decided to complete it. A message popped up that he had chosen the quest Savior of the End, and the trial of the 16th floor was replaced by Savior of the End. The scope of the trial is limited by administrators. Only a few administrators will be able to watch it. It was a bunch of pop-up messages that the trial of the 16th floor was starting, and the remaining time was 48 days. The conditions for completing it were for him to make a choice he would not regret, and failure was the death of the player or the expiration of time. The reward, he could cast the effect of indestructibility on 2 items, and the penalty for failure was death. The main character was lying on a wooden couch, and he felt that something was wrong with his body. He was lying bandaged and grinning in the sweat of his brow because his body was in terrible pain. A notification popped up that the quest was starting, the Savior of the End, because his equipment was limited and some items were transferred to the inventory. Player Sun Ji-eun's strength exceeds the trial limit. All stats are set to 50 until the trial ends, but the improvements received during the trial will be calculated after the trial is completed. The bandaged protagonist decided to stand up slightly. Then he grabbed his face because he wanted to puke. He immediately ran out of the tent into the forest and began to fall. The protagonist looked angrily at the elf girl, who noticed that he had finally woken up. The bandaged guy decided to look back and tried to understand what was happening. Sun Jun's eyes bulged convulsively, and he felt pain. The girl looked at him with a smirk and told him not to strain himself because she could call the others. She slightly squinted through her bangs and said that help would come soon, so she asked him to wait, calling him by the name Neil. The protagonist looked at the reflection of the puddle and saw his younger self. The protagonist looked into the puddle in surprise and saw the reflection of another person, because it was the administrator, the hero of the destroyed world, who was looking at him attentively. Sun Jun held his head and realized that this trial had a savior of the end quest, and he became a character named Neil. He sat on the ground and tried to get up because his physical condition left much to be desired. He understood that he would not have a sword and amulet in this trial, because the main item was the heavenly demonic sword and all the armor was sealed and could not be used. He stood in a clearing near the forest and realized that the pain was making itself felt, and for a start, he better play the role of this hero properly because he could not heal in a moment with the help of ashen blood. The protagonist was in golden armor and with an eye patch because, fortunately, he had items left that he bought just in case. These were the detection eye patch that could detect targets and the handmade explorer glove that helped to adapt to unfamiliar situations. The main character stared ahead and realized that the enemy detection function of this eye patch would be particularly useful. The other fighters looked at him with a grin and realized that he had opened his eyes again and that a miracle had happened, because what could one expect from an apostle chosen by the goddess? The main character waved his hand at them with a smile and realized that he needed to behave as naturally as possible. Then he frantically grabbed his eye patch, because a notification popped up that he had managed to detect several approaching enemies, and he was surprised how the eye patch function had activated so quickly. He immediately began to look around and try to see the enemies. The main character looked back in surprise at the guys who were trying to understand what was happening to him. A message popped up that an exclusive effect was activated, automatic detection for the eye patch of detection, and the enemies that fell into the user's field of view were surrounded by a red eagle. It was a group of guys who were scared and assumed that this guy should lie down. Sun Jun looked at his comrade with sweat on his brow and realized that they were actually his enemies. The main character stared at the man and realized why the quest settings were focused on psychological difficulties. Then they all sat together opposite each other in the tent and realized that at first it did not seem like anything strange would happen here. Sun Jun stared at the old man and realized that, fortunately, most of his skills remained in working mode. The old man and the archer stared at the guy, trying to figure out if he had lost his memory. All his comrades were worried and stared at Neil, who replied that he could not remember anything, who he was and why he was lying here. The girl sadly lowered her gaze and realized that the consequences were worse than she thought, and in the end, everything turned out badly. The elf looked at him through her bangs and said that she did not have time, so she decided to explain briefly that he was a warrior and also the only apostle of the Dragon God Church, carrying the mission of saving this world on his shoulders. She recalled how she quickly rode on a chariot with horses, and they set off on a journey to defeat the Demon King. At that moment, this same character fought with a huge monster and at the same time was seriously injured in the battle with the great evil. The girl looked down sadly and said that this was the reason for his memory loss. She imagined a huge monster with horns and said that the Demon King serves the Demon God, and they plan to summon the incarnation of the Demon God to this world. If this happens, this world will end. Now, the main character looked through the mask intently, and in this world, there was only one warrior under the protection of the god who could kill the Demon King. He stood alone with his sword lowered in the empty space. Because of this, they had to force him, who was pretty battered in the battle, to join the campaign. And he, a warrior, will have to face all kinds of enemies until he gets to the Demon King. He imagined huge demonic beasts, of which there were many, and now he needs to restore his skills as soon as possible. Their carriage was moving along a forest road under the sunset, because he had now come to his senses, and the girl told him about all the important nuances, so she wanted to discuss the rest on the way to the demonic kingdom. Their carriage was moving along a forest path. At this time, the guys were sitting in the carriage, and the guys were trying to understand if he really lost his memory. The blonde guy with large muscles pointed at himself and asked if he remembered his name too. Sun Jun leaned his hands on his knees when the comrade opposite him sighed, because due to the severe consequences of the battle, Sun Jun could not understand who he was. The blonde guy pointed at himself with a malicious smile and introduced himself as Alan Nix and told him to stop using that damned respectful speech already. The protagonist looked at him intently from under his brows. Then he turned his attention to the old man, who suggested that it was all about memory loss, but he, however, looked calmer than before. The old man looked at our hero with a smile and said that his name was Zerva Denier, and for such an old mage, titles no longer mattered much. Alan broke into a wide smile and scratched his head and said, "Even when the world is on the verge of destruction, the clock is ticking full speed." They were riding in a carriage when Alan turned to the old man and wanted to hunt game with him a little. Then they got off the carriage, and the brunette looked at his departing comrades, who told him to rest and they would go and get something edible. It was a dead rat as a share of food for our guy. They were all sitting around the fire and roasting pork, eating the meat. It was a dead rat, and the guys noticed that the guy was so broken that he could not act as a warrior of salvation, and others could point a finger at them, saying that they chose the path of scoundrels, but they were not mistaken. It was a huge carcass of a boar roasting on a fire, and although it was vile, it was the only way to save this world. The elf bit off a piece of meat and said that the action is in moderation, so that he does not die. They decided to deliver him to the Demon King. At this time, the archer ate a piece of meat and said that this will be enough, and this is their role. They all sat around the fire in the night forest and realized that Neil is no longer a warrior or something like that, but just a tool for saving the world. At this time, the main character was sitting in a tree. He looked at his comrades with contempt and thought that they can just kill them all. Then he, sitting on the branch, began to shake his head and did not wish such a fate on them. He looked at them closely and understood that he should not forget that in order to complete this quest, he needed to fulfill certain conditions. If he acted in a hurry, something would go wrong. It could complicate the situation. He looked at his comrades who were eating meat and realized that with the level of these guys, he was sure that he could kill them all in just a few minutes even in such a terrible state. Well, he had a lot of time to spare, so for now he just decided to watch them. After that, his comrades continued to go out hunting whenever they had such an opportunity, while the protagonist sat in the cart, and he understood that they themselves were going out to hunt, and this sick body was not even properly fed. Then he soared into the sky and realized that thanks to this, he had personal time. He was walking in the forest and realized that at this distance he would not be visible to his comrades. Then he walked along a path and saw a shadow, so he decided to look back. He saw a huge monster that looked like a cat with horns and realized that he had gone too deep into the forest. A moment later, he killed this huge monster and was about to eat its finger. He enthusiastically chewed the monster's meat and realized that it reminded him of chicken. Then he remembered holding a dead rat and realized that currently the body has no problem with physical activity, even if he does not eat and sleeps, but eating rat meat for several days is a difficult task for him. He remembered how Alan walked around the clearing and knocked a ladle on a pot, because food is not the only problem, because they also knock pots at night, because for him these are childish pranks, as long as he can stand it. Then he was about to land on the clearing and began to walk. He looked ahead angrily and realized that now he needs to slowly pull the initiative into his own hands. He began to study the flows from himself with a lively look, the auras, because he activated the skill of ash blood and his regenerative ability of the damaged organism increases. Then he walked again through the forest clearing between the trees. At this time, his comrades were sitting by the cart, and he said that he went for a short walk, because today the hunt ended earlier than usual. The archer decided to get up from the stump and turn to our guy. The girl looked at the guy angrily, like the other guys, when messages began to pop up that they managed to detect several enemies approaching him, so the exclusive effect was activated, automatic detection. She said that he was not feeling well, so he might have difficulties and said that he should not act alone. At this time, he timidly scratched his head and realized that she was irritated by the fact that he got out of her control, so he said that he lay in bed for several days. He got bored. Zerva convulsively extended his hand. This old man convulsively trembled the main character and tried to understand how he suddenly recovered so completely. Sun Jun replied that he had a good rest for several days and suddenly recovered completely. Zerva looked at him in surprise. The brunette looked at the old man arrogantly and informed him that he himself said that he was not a magician specializing in healing and tried to understand how he understood at first glance what changes had occurred with his body. The old man frantically lowered his gaze when he was considered a real healer. At this time, the old man turned around and walked away when Alan stood next to him and said that enough useless chatter, because now there was very little left to the demonic realm, and they needed to hurry. Then they all rode together in a cart. Zerva looked at the guy with concern and asked if his memories had returned. The brunette looked closely at the old man and said that his memory had still not been restored, but he understood that initially there were no memories that could return. Suddenly their cart began to shake, and all the guys got scared. The archer at this time controlled the horse, which suddenly became alarmed. They all went out into the clearing and began to look at the light. They saw huge rocks in front of them and notifications popped up that they had entered an environment filled with demonic energy, close to the demonic realm, and the longer they were exposed to this energy, the more they would be spiritually exhausted. This was where the territory of the demonic realm began. The girl looked at the brunette and said that now they would not be able to move in a carriage and stated that they no longer had the ability to take care of him. This girl suddenly exclaimed when she heard the word refusal. Sun Jun grinned maliciously, baring his teeth and said that, on the contrary, he liked this option more. This was a demonic dimension that looked like huge sharp spiked boulders, and the local demonic energy drove people crazy. It was a whole flock of demonic monsters because there were a lot of them here who were able to destroy hundreds of people alone. Dead warriors lay on this battlefield, although they had gone through all possible difficulties, but they said that no one would be able to survive in this dimension. Many girls were standing in the clearing in front of the entrance to this demonic kingdom. All the guys were standing behind Daisy. The protagonist looked up in surprise and asked the guys if this was a demonic dimension. Alan looked back at the guy and realized that his memory had completely gone. Our hero looked back at the old man who showed him a bandaged sword. The old man was holding this bandaged ball and said that this was a weapon that he cherished more than his life. It was a holy sword that was unwrapped from this bandage. The protagonist stared intently at this sword. Demonic monsters were tearing trees apart with their claws. It was a whole array of monsters that made its way through thorny plants. In the memories, huge monsters seemed through this portal. It was the same Neil, who bared his teeth bloodthirstily and thought that he could handle it since so much time had passed, because he was the administrator of the soldiers of the fallen world. He bared his teeth furiously and could no longer bear the bitter memories of that time. He recalled how he stood with this holy sword in front of a whole flock of demonic monsters, because at that time he was weaker than ever and needed the help of his comrades. He slammed his fist on the table and did not understand how his comrades could betray him. He fiercely looked with a yellow eye through his bangs. At this time, his silhouette flew behind the protagonist, who was standing in a fighting stance. Sun Ji-eun smiled maliciously from under his brows. He immediately ran to attack with his blade when Neil's silhouette flew into space. He tightly clutched his blade, and the exclusive effect of the self-made traveler's gloves was activated when he could adapt to the situation and his mind would not be affected by demonic energy. Due to the large amount of demonic energy, his mana increased by 2. This guy ran to attack when a monster tried to grab him, but he still lost his memory but remained just as impatient. Alan looked at what was happening with anger and realized that it would be difficult for this guy to fight these monsters alone. All the guys immediately armed themselves and started moving forward because they just wanted to pretend that they would help him and wear out the monster. The main character was flying into the attack with his holy sword, and the guys wanted him to feel despair. Sun Ji-eun quickly cut the huge monster into pieces with his lightsaber. All the guys looked at what was happening with bewilderment. Their faces were filled with surprise and dumbfounded. They saw how a whole flock of monsters continued to run to attack the main character. The protagonist put out his glowing blade and a bright core emitted from it, because he used the holy light. He swung his glowing blade and ordered the death of the monster. He also ran to attack the monsters in response. A huge fiery explosion occurred. This explosion immediately attacked all the monsters, and they began to melt and collapse. The protagonist looked at his blade and realized that it was incredibly strong. He smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, and understood that he could get some unexpected abilities. Daisy angrily recalled the moment when they were sitting by the fire and realized that Neil most likely lost some of his combat experience, so they had no other choice. Now all the guys watched what was happening with bewilderment and anger because they used his memories and strength as an offering to the god of dragons. Zerva, with a displeased look, said that it would be strange if he did not lose his memory, and he was now fighting as if he had spent decades on the battlefield. Alan bared his teeth in horror and frowned because he was shocked that Neil only became stronger. At that moment, all the guys were sitting by the fire near the tents. All the guys were having dinner by the fire and looking at the protagonist. Sun Ji-eun, at this time, looked at his comrades with contempt. He saw the guys having dinner around the fire and felt this awkward silence because he had become stronger, destroyed many monsters, but none of them were happy. The old man convulsively held a spoon with soup and felt disgust, excitement, guilt. The brunette looked at the guys angrily and felt only negative emotions. After a while, empty plates stood on the box. All the guys began to disperse to their tents. Sun Ji-eun at this time was lying in his tent under a blanket. He was lying with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes bulged. At this time, the real protagonist flew in the night sky above their camp. He raised his hand and tried to look around, trying to figure out if he should go into the distance. He looked at the huge mountains in the Demon Kingdom. Notifications popped up that the will was activated, instant step. He immediately rushed to fly towards these mountains, and now he could move to any place in his field of vision. He floated in the air and put his hands in front of him. Very quickly, he was already floating above the tops of the mountains. He looked at his hands with glee and realized that he had covered about 50 kilometers in a second, and this was great news. The brunette looked around with enthusiasm, clenched his fist, and noted this incredibly useful thing. Sun Ji-eun, at this time, was floating in the night sky. He was looking ahead with the help of the Fire Dragon Eye skill. It was a huge holy dragon sword that had very cool skills. Because it was blessed by the dragon god for the hero, it can only be used at full power for good. When using divine power, the holy light effect is activated, and when activated, you can create starlight. Then, with desperate prayers, you can activate hope, and when activated, you need to make an offering to temporarily gain power. There was also an exclusive punishment effect that was activated against demons and monsters. This item will disappear after completing the 16th floor trial and cannot be used for other purposes. Sun Jun was about to land at this time and realized that he could only use this sword on the 16th floor, and he needed to use the sword's senses and absorb its power in advance. He put out his hands and began to emit streams of blood. Then he directed red streams of aura into the ground because he activated the True Blood Seeker skill. These streams of red aura stretched to the battlefield where the monsters were. The orcs looked around in bewilderment. These red streams, auras, pierced the monsters' bodies. They screamed bloodthirstily as their bodies were pierced by the red streams. Then Sun Jun landed between these monsters who were hypnotized by his aura like lab rats. Then he stuck his sword into the stump. Next, he pulled out his sword, tearing the sky with a blue glow. A message popped up that it was a sword sense skill and it was possible to absorb exclusive sword skills. He stared at this blade and realized that this sword had 3 exclusive effects, and sword sense could only absorb 2, and the choice was obvious. The protagonist swung his blade and emitted an aura around himself because he could absorb the exclusive effects of any sword. Then 2 bright bursts of light appeared in the dark space because the selection was completed, and he used the Holy Light skill. The number of uses, sword sense, half. Next it was a red stream, and the selection was completed since the punishment skill was also absorbed. A message that the sword sense skill was spent and it would be destroyed. He extended his hand to the side, letting go of the blade, and realized that perhaps he shouldn't have spent this sense so soon, but it would be a pity to lose such skills, especially the Holy Light. He stared at his blade from under his brows. A bright burst of light filled the dark space with it, because thanks to it, you can create attacks much stronger than a fully charged counter count, and in addition, it can be used instantly. The protagonist extended his hand while the monsters were hypnotized, and he used the Holy Light skill, because after absorption, it can be used even without a sword. He extended his hand to the side and emitted bright light in all directions. A bright beam of light flashed through his fingers. Then a powerful fiery explosion occurred. He sat on the ground with a shabby look, and everything around was destroyed because he activated the skill Blood of Ashen, and he did not understand why he could not direct it. At this time, the monsters smiled bloodthirstily, looking at the protagonist. The brunette looked at them with malice and did not like them. Then he pulled out his sacred blade again and used bursts of light. Then huge explosions of light began to occur, and the monsters were perplexed. The brunette stretched his hand towards the candle and was perplexed because with the divine sword everything worked. Then he bulged his eyes in bewilderment, looking at what was happening. He pulled his hands out in front of him and red light emitted from there because he assumed that he was using not magic, but divine power. He stretched his hands forward and a black aura emitted from the red core under the skill of sacred light. The red core and dark streams of aura stretched through his fingers. The protagonist smiled maliciously through his bangs because now he understood what was going on. He directed the aura threads towards the orc monsters. They all started screaming and being indignant as explosions occurred. He stood in a fighting pose and emitted a powerful explosion because now he could freely control the monsters. Then he raised his hands above his head and a huge core rose to the entire space because he wanted to use the full power of the sacred light. At this time, Alan went to the toilet. He looked back in bewilderment at the flashes of light. He saw a red stream emitted from the mountains straight into the sky. He immediately frowned in horror and opened his mouth. The black silhouette of the protagonist stood in the mountains and emitted smoke around. He threw the sword behind his head and looked at the status window with a smile because he understood that this was a crazy ability. A notification began to pop up in the dark space that the achievement was received, the heir of the dragon and dragonization. Therefore, due to the penalty of the trial, the receipt of will is limited. The brunette looked to the side in bewilderment, noting the dragonization skill that was incomprehensible to him. Messages from the system popped up that the dragon god sensed his existence and looked at his achievements, so he was curious. The main character looked at the offer to become a disciple of the dragon god with displeasure, so he refused. The message that the dragon god still offered to become his disciple, but the guy continued to refuse, but there were a lot of these notifications. Sun Jun sweatily closed his mouth and was indignant at such stubbornness of the god. At this time, the dim sun was already shining over the camp. At this time, the guys were having breakfast and looking at the protagonist. Sun Jun brought a spoon to his mouth and realized that, apparently, the dragon god protected this world. He remembered the black silhouette of Jahan with wings and realized that he almost killed him, so he did not want to mess with him. He remembered how he walked through the thorny plants in the Dark Kingdom and realized that they had a hero to save the world, but they did not give him enough power. He held the spoon in front of his mouth and realized that he did not want to absorb the effect of hope, so as not to attract attention, and tried to avoid the god. The protagonist became embittered with dissatisfaction and realized that he had again come across a god who offered him to become his disciple, and very persistently. The main character stood near the trees, and annoying notifications from the dragon god popped up to him, who wanted to take him as a disciple and did not understand why he did not want to. A message from this dragon god, who claimed that one day he would understand his greatness, would join him. All the other gods talked to each other and laughed at the persistent attempts of the dragon god. In the thick space, the dragon god said to think again and disappeared. At this time, the administrator's girl, the Iron Blood Monarch, praised his firm conviction and felt relieved. At the same time, the administrator, the White Crane Master, admired his willpower with a smile and was proud of her contractor. At this time, Sun Ji-eun was sitting at the table in front of the portal puddle. Alan looked at the frightened main character when he said that a strong demon was training nearby. The brunette looked back at his comrade, who last night saw a ray of light in the mountains, but our hero tried to dissuade him and said that he imagined it. At this time, the old man stretched out his hand and said that in the magic tower he read that in places of accumulation of demonic energy there are different animations and they will consider it a natural phenomenon. Daisy was sitting on a stump and looked back at Alan and said that a high-ranking demon would not train in such a place. At that moment, the main character furiously dealt with all the orcs and monsters. He swung his glowing blade and realized that these constant battles were quite boring for him, but it was possible to use some abilities. He used the myth savior of the end. A bunch of glowing notifications began to pop up that the salvation effect was activated. All characteristics were slightly increased, but due to the penalty of the trial, the characteristics were reduced. He tried to figure out how far he could go with this myth. Again, pop-up notifications that the Truth Seeker effect was activated and the follower was not found, so the divine power would not be increased. He could learn a lot, but he did not understand what followers were talking about. He cut all the monsters with his ball, and it seemed to him that salvation was activated when he helped those who were weaker, and the Truth Seeker did not activate if they did not thank him. Then the guys watched as their warrior dealt with another monster in the Demon Kingdom, because everything went smoothly and his comrades did not even interfere in the fights. He cut the monsters with his blade and assumed that this was due to the fact that he immediately took out all the opponents. His comrades watched the corpse of the monsters with a dejected look. The protagonist threw his sword over his shoulder and looked back at his comrades, trying to understand why they did not go, because once the guard was finished, it was necessary to enter the Castle of Demons. He saw the dissatisfied and downcast looks of his comrades and understood that the more strength he showed, the more dissatisfied they became. Then our guy opened the gates to the Demon Kingdom. All the guys followed him along the corridor of the castle. Alan turned to the brunette and asked if he really lost his memory. Sun Ji-eun looked back at him with a smirk and asked his opinion on it, as Alan was surprised. All the boys followed the protagonist, and the old man said that they should focus on the upcoming battle. Zerva took out a jug of drink with a malicious smile and asked their warrior to drink it. The brunette looked at the old man with slight disdain, who explained that it was a high-level enhancement potion. He picked up this bottle of potion when he was told that the decisive battle with the Demon King was coming soon and did not understand why he did not drink it. Daisy looked with slight anxiety at the protagonist with a jug, who asked if there was poison in it. Daisy put her hand on her chest with displeasure and suggested that Neil suspected them of something. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile and said that he was sad that they did not help at all and that he was touched by receiving such a valuable thing. He immediately decided to drink this potion. He immediately fell to the ground and began to spit out blood because he was poisoned by a poison that was from the exhausting swamp of the demonic dimension, and within 5 minutes this poison would spread throughout the body, and he would not be able to use magic. At this time, his comrades immediately took out a weapon and were going to finish off the weakened guy because they had no other choice. The main character grinned slightly in the sweat of his brow. All the guys widened their eyes in bewilderment. The main character in the sweat of his brow looked out maliciously from under his brows and assured that no one could have thought that all the hero's comrades were traitors. Behind the main character were guys with weapons. Chains appeared around the blade. Zerva surrounded the blade with chains. The magician looked ahead with a menacing expression. He said that he sealed the holy sword and he would no longer be able to use it. The main character sat on the ground, asking the guys since when and why they had thoughts about betraying the warrior. The system announced that he had been poisoned by the demonic venom of the swamp anglerfish, and in 5 minutes the poison would spread throughout his body and he would no longer be able to use mana. Daisy opened her mouth wide, asking what he thought. They wanted to betray him, noting that they simply had no other choice, as they were told that they had to do so in order to save the world. The protagonist looked ahead with an exhausted expression, saying that they had no other choice. The protagonist widened his eyes. The man said that this was stupid. A winged demon appeared in front of the protagonist, with gears visible behind it. The demon said that asking them would not change anything. The monster smiled maliciously, saying that they were simply faithfully fulfilling the contract they had made with him. The protagonist stood up, asking that he was the Demon King. The demon descended to the ground, saying that it was true, and they had met once before when he defeated a great evil. Sun Jun said that during the battle with the great evil, the warrior lost consciousness, asking that he took advantage of this to get closer to his companions. The demon looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. He said that he did not know why he was asking, as if he was talking about a completely different person. But so be it, he confirmed that the words he said were true. The protagonist imagined the image of the demon controlling the guys. He said that now he knows the whole story, and in the decisive battle with the great evil, he took advantage of the exhaustion of all the warriors' strength and turned the rest of the troops into traitors. The hunter looked at the demon king, asking why he did not immediately kill the warrior then. The demon king smiled bloodthirstily, saying that it would be boring. The protagonist lowered his gaze, saying that how disgusting. The system notified that the fire dragon's eye skill detects that there is no lie in the enemy's words. The demon frowned at the hunter. Sun Jun said that was not all. The demon smiled maliciously, saying that he was so smart and so quick-witted. The protagonist looked ahead dumbfounded. The demon said that in truth, this situation itself, pay respect to the demon god. The demon approached the protagonist. He said that just as he went through many different sufferings to be recognized as a warrior of the dragon god, he was also going through a trial to become an official apostle. The demon looked at the protagonist with a bloodthirsty grin. He said that just like his comrades, he had come this far, overcoming the hardships of hunger, cold, and loneliness, and in the end, all that was left for him was to be sacrificed on the altar of the demon god and die, and then his path to his goal would be complete. The protagonist looked down motionless. The demon said that he was curious to know how he felt now. The demon smiled maliciously, asking if he was desperate or angry, adding that perhaps he should have guarded his companions better. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily. The protagonist imagined the image of a smiling daisy. The protagonist remembered Alan splashing in the water. The hunter remembered the image of a smiling Zerba. He imagined the guys standing with their backs to him. The brunette noted that he always believed in them, but he still did not understand their choice. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily, thinking that the reason for all this was that scoundrel, the Demon King. The demon flashed his red eyes bloodthirstily, smiling. The hero of the ruined world watched what was happening. He noted that he was too excited. No matter how much he looked at this scene, his blood continued to boil every now and then. The image of the protagonist was visible in the reflection. The system notified that the administrator of the hero of the ruined world was watching his choice. The hero of the ruined world wondered what the protagonist's choice was. The hunter stood motionless, looking ahead. The demon king raised his hand, emitting dark energy. The dark energy grabbed the protagonist. The demon lifted the protagonist, placing him between metal claws. The demon king said that this was the final stage of the trial. The demon smiled bloodthirstily, saying that by placing the warrior on the altar of the demon god, he would finally become an official apostle. The demon king kicked the lever. The metal claw began to fall down. The protagonist watched the approaching metal stakes. The protagonist puffed out his cheeks. The metal claws connected with each other as blood gushed out of them. The demon spread his arms as blood flowed down the altar. The boys looked at the glowing floor in bewilderment. The demon king smiled maliciously as he told the demon god that he had donated the warrior's blood as he had requested, asking to be made an official apostle rather. The demon king looked ahead in confusion. The system announced that the demon god was looking with pity at the demon king who had given him the disgusting, contaminated blood. The protagonist appeared behind the demon. The hunter said that he had vomited the poisonous blood, asking what he had taken and donated it, noting that the demon god was probably a little angry. An energy ball appeared above the protagonist's head. The system announced that the Holy Light skill had been activated. Sun Jun said that he actually really wanted to make the best choice, but no matter how much he thought about it, the protagonist looked menacingly from under his brows. He noted that it seemed that this world had lost hope of salvation. The boys looked at the protagonist in confusion. Daisy asked what the Holy Light was and that the sword was sealed. Serva asked why he was using the Holy Sword's abilities on his own. The demon looked ahead in irritation, wondering what the Holy Light was that bright and whether it was the same warrior he knew. The demon king said that he should not think about resisting, and if he died, the demon god would destroy this world. The demon pointed his hand towards the boys. He said that he had made a contract with him, and if the warrior, the apostle of the dragon god, was killed, the world would be destroyed. The hunter slightly opened his mouth, saying that every word he said was terribly annoying, and that he would briefly tell him 3 things that were wrong. The administrator sat with his back to him, watching what was happening. The system notified that the administrator of the hero of the destroyed world was watching his choice. The protagonist raised his hands above his head, creating an energy ball. The boys looked up in confusion. Sun Jun said that, first of all, he was not a person named Neil. The demon looked up in irritation. Sun Jun said that secondly, he is not a so-called warrior. The demon extended his hand towards the protagonist. The hunter said that thirdly, he does not care at all whether this world is destroyed or not. The Demon King told him to stop because if he goes that far, the world will be destroyed. The protagonist looked ahead with disdain, saying that also, if he was going to kill the warrior, he should have done it a long time ago. The protagonist waved his hand. A red pillar of light appeared in the sky. Rocks flew from the castle. Rocks fell to the ground. The demon stood in the middle of the destroyed building. He bared his teeth in bewilderment, looking ahead. The protagonist stood in front of the Demon King. The demon asked what he was thinking and that he hadn't said that he had made a contract with his companions, noting that if he died, this world would be saved. The protagonist spread his arms wide, asking that if the Demon King died, the outcome would be the same. The demon looked at the hunter furiously. He asked what he thought. He hadn't taken precautions against such a case, noting that if he died, the demon god would descend, and there were many apostles of the demon god in this world. The protagonist stared ahead with a cold gaze. The system announced that the Fire Dragon's Eye skill detects that the opponent's words are not lies. The hunter thought that the background of this trial was truly dark, and indeed, how suffocating the hopelessness would be if it weren't for this trial. The protagonist watched the enraged Demon King. The demon said that this world would be destroyed and there were enough reasons for the demon god to descend on this earth, and there was nothing in the world that could not be erased. The hunter raised his head and asked, "So what?" The demon asked what he was talking about. The hunter asked what did he care whether this world was destroyed or not. The Demon King glared at the protagonist, saying that he was not really a warrior. Sun Jun noted that he had said this more than once. The Demon King pointed his finger at Sun Jun, asking how someone who was not an apostle of the dragon god could use this power and who he was. The protagonist asked, "What do you mean who?" The protagonist remembered how blood was seeping out of his body and gathering into a sphere. The hunter remembered how a golden magic circle appeared in front of him. The protagonist remembered the image of a man in dark armor. The protagonist grabbed his face with his hand as a purple light appeared under his feet. The system notified that the punishment skill was activated, and while the skill was active, all stats would increase by 7. The system notified that while the skill was active, mana would not decrease and he would be engulfed in the power of the dragon, and his magic power would increase by 100%. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that he was a contender. Bloody pillars appeared in front of the protagonist. The Demon King put his hands out in front of him, trying to stop the protagonist, saying that there must have been some misunderstanding. The bloody pillars cut the Demon King's hand. The demon looked at his hand in horror. He soared into the air on his wings. The demon wondered if he would really die like that, adding that he should retreat first. Sun Jun followed the Demon King, asking where he was going. The protagonist frowned in confusion. Then he looked behind him. Zerva grabbed the protagonist's leg with his vines. The mage told Sun Jun to die with honor. Zerva looked at the protagonist with panic in his eyes, noting that if he survived, this world would be destroyed. Many arrows flew to the side. Daisy fired her bow, telling the protagonist that he was a warrior after all and to look at the situation more rationally. The arrows flew towards the hunter. The hunter hovered motionless in the air, after which he turned to face the arrows, repelling them with his energy. Alan approached the protagonist from behind with a spear in his hands. Alan looked angrily at the hunter, saying that he was a selfish bastard, and if he survived, it was the same as signing a death sentence for all of them. Alan opened his mouth wide, swinging his weapon. The protagonist dodged the spear. The system notified that the skill combat concentration was activated. Alan looked ahead in bewilderment as the image of the protagonist dissolved in front of him. The blonde looked up in fear. Sun Jun said that those who are unable to sacrifice their own lives are trying to sacrifice someone else. The hunter looked at the boy with disdain, saying that they are not worthy of fighting him. He then turned his attention to the Demon King, who was flying away. The protagonist slightly bent his knees, using the skill Flash Steps. The Demon King looked behind him with a malicious grin, saying that he survived. Suddenly, the protagonist unexpectedly grabbed the demon by the head. The demon bared its fangs, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist cut off the Demon King's head. Sun Jun looked ahead with a serious look. In the reflection, the protagonist could be seen cutting off the Demon King's head. The brunette looked at the reflection with bewilderment, wondering if this was his choice. The brunette remembered how he ran across the destroyed land. He noted that although he was mortally wounded at that moment, in the end he managed to escape. The boy recalled the pillars of fire that engulfed the city. He noted that in the end the world was destroyed, but at the same time he heard the call of the tower and began to climb to the upper floors as if running away. The boy pursed his lips, noting that those days when he simply climbed the tower because he had nowhere to return to were better than those shameful days. The protagonist looked ahead with a satisfied grin. The boy noted that he made a choice that he would never regret. The system notified that the choice of the applicant Sun Jun passed the verification. The system notified that he confirmed that he would never regret this choice. The system congratulated the protagonist on overcoming the 16th floor of the test tower, and as a reward for a successful breakthrough, the administrator of the hero of the destroyed world will bestow 2 items with the properties of absolute indestructibility. The system notified him to move to the waiting room. Daisy looked ahead in horror, dropping the bow from her hands. She didn't understand what was going on at all. The guys watched as fiery whirlwinds engulfed the city. Daisy said that all this was wrong, their home and this world were collapsing. A system window appeared. The administrator of the hero of the destroyed world calmly looked at his former comrades. The protagonist was approaching the teleport that had appeared. He looked back, looking menacingly at the guys. Sun Jun said that they had no right to die a simple death and hope they would die slowly, experience the same pain as this world, if, of course, they had enough courage for it. The protagonist began to dissolve in the portal. Sun Jun looked at the system notifications in surprise. The system notified that due to the completion of the quest, the transition to the waiting room would be postponed for some time and what rewards would be given for the test would be determined by the administrator of the hero of the destroyed world. The system notified that the entrance to the hero's building was underway. A dragon statue was visible in the room. The protagonist stared ahead, wondering what seemed to be a temple for worshipping the dragon god. Sun Jun slightly opened his mouth. The guy said that he was going here, not there. A guy in armor was sitting nearby. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, asking that he was the hero of the ruined world. The brunette looked at the protagonist with a serious look. The protagonist headed towards the guy. The administrator said that this was true, and they had a dialogue a couple of times before. Sun Jun noted that this was not a dialogue, but rather sending messages unilaterally. The hero of the ruined world closed his eyes, saying that he would agree here, and he was boring. Sun Jun frowned. The administrator said that since he had gotten here, then if he had any questions, he should feel free to ask. The hero of the ruined world widened his eyes in surprise. The hunter asked why he had sent him the quest request, adding that he could have his wish come true directly through the challenger he was supporting. The hero of the ruined world's mouth dropped open in surprise. Then he smiled widely, slapping his leg with his hand. The administrator stood up, saying that he now understood why several gods were interested in him. The administrator looked closely at the protagonist, approaching him. He asked what he thought all the challengers were monsters like him, obsessed with the idea of climbing to the very top. The hunter looked away. The administrator said that most of the challengers did not have such amazing abilities as he did, and their desire to climb the tower was not particularly strong. The hero of the ruined world imagined the hunters falling from the tower. He said that even if their will was strong, it did not change much, and no matter how high the challengers climbed, the administrators did not see the potential in most of them to reach the end. Sun Jun looked at the hero of the ruined world with a serious look. He asked that instead of wishing for the tower to fix the past, they live their lives considering the possibilities that they never considered as a quest. The hero of the ruined world stood with his back to the protagonist, saying that it was true, and he wanted to deny it, but he voiced the correct answer. The hero of the ruined world clapped his hands. A golden light appeared under the protagonist's feet. The administrator said that he would pay him back now. The system announced that the special power of the dragon spirit has determined the user of the sleigh as the candidate, and he must select the item that he wants to imbue with the properties of absolute indestructibility. Only light was left on the blade. The system announced that the selection has been completed and the properties of absolute indestructibility have been imprinted on the heavenly sword destroyer. Light appeared on the red blade. The system announced that the properties of absolute indestructibility have been imprinted on the true blood heavenly demonic sword. The system announced that the soul ego consciousness contained in the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword item is gradually being restored, and when the soul ego consciousness contained in the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword item is restored, the time limit for the activity will disappear. The protagonist held the blades in his hands. The hero of the destroyed world said that normally other administrators would never provide such crazy rewards, but how nice it is to be grateful, so he should consider that he did it out of his own generosity. The hero of the destroyed world looked at the protagonist with a dejected expression. Sun Jun said that everyone had achieved what they wanted anyway, asking what the point of such words of gratitude was. The hero of the destroyed world said that he really didn't have even a bit of cuteness. The protagonist stood near the portal. The administrator said that he would tell him something as a real bonus. The hunter looked behind him. The administrator said that he should never doubt the tower. The hunter looked at the administrator with a serious expression. The hero of the destroyed world said that they had all failed in achieving their goals, but he was different. The protagonist looked at the administrator with a surprised expression. The hero of the destroyed world added that it was because he was one of the attractive candidates that the tower was watching. The hunter disappeared into the portal, after which he walked out of the portal, looking to the side. The system announced that he had entered the waiting room on the 17th floor and all stat restrictions had been lifted, and stat increases and power gains were being applied properly. The protagonist looked away with a serious look. A system window appeared. Dragon God's Successor, rank S, an achievement obtained by learning the Dragon God style skill, and as a reward for the achievement, he received the power of the dragon incarnation. Sun Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. He noted that the achievement earned on the 16th floor was the dragon god's successor, but he thought the tower and the gods were hostile to each other. The protagonist sat down on the floor next to the bed. He wondered why the tower would create such an achievement back then. The protagonist imagined images of demons. He thought that if he looked back, the tower was not blindly hostile to all gods. The protagonist imagined an image of the tower. He noted that there were even gods with whom the tower not only got along, but also created achievements in their name. The hunter recalled the image and words of the hero of the ruined world with a serious look. He noted that he was also a very important candidate. Sun Jun pursed his lips, thinking that being a candidate that the tower was looking at might mean ascending to divinity. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown. Sun Jun recalled how a magic circle appeared in front of him. He noted that this was not an empty assumption, and he had gained divine power. The protagonist recalled how a powerful energy gathered in the sky. He recalled how Jahan attacked him, noting that he had encountered gods and, in fact, this was the direction of his growth. The protagonist imagined the pieces of a puzzle in which he could see his reflection. He noted that the competition, rewards, growth, all of this seemed to be assembled into a single puzzle in his mind. The protagonist imagined the assembled puzzle with an image of a tower. He noted that the tower test is a process of selecting candidates who can ascend to divinity, and if he passes this procedure, he will be appointed as a candidate and given the opportunity to awaken as a god. The protagonist rested his hand on his leg. He said that this is just a hypothesis, but when he becomes stronger, it will not be too late to guess the exact intentions of the tower. The protagonist stood up, asking that first, should he not look at the newly acquired power? The hunter looked menacingly in front of him, using the dragon incarnation skill, after which he looked in front of him in surprise. The protagonist's hands began to transform. An energy sphere appeared in front of the hunter. The protagonist's body was transformed into a dragon's. He looked at his image with a malicious grin, saying that he was not sure, but the dragon incarnation is indeed dragonization. The protagonist looked at his image with a grin. The system notified that a special power, dragon incarnation, was activated. The protagonist slightly narrowed his eyes, asking what kind of lizardman it was. Sun Jun smirked slightly, thinking that although he was puzzled by the sudden transformation. The hunter spread his arms to the sides, emitting powerful energy. The system announced that the total amount of mana would double for 10 minutes and some traits of the dragon clan would be recreated for 10 minutes. The system announced that all control abilities related to magic power would be increased for 10 minutes. The protagonist turned his back, noting that not only his body had changed, but all his senses had become stronger than he could imagine. Sun Jun looked into the distance, noting that he could see everything around him without even using the fire dragon's eye, and more importantly, he seemed to have many abilities to control magic power. Fire appeared from the hunter's mouth, after which he shot a pillar of fire to the side. The hunter looked ahead in surprise. The fire engulfed the room. Sun Jun noted that if he said that he would spit fire, then his words would not be a joke. Sun Jun added that he then tried to study some functions, and the dragonization was cancelled. The protagonist turned into his human form. The system announced that the special power, the dragon incarnation, was deactivated, and this power cannot be used for 8 hours. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that after 10 minutes of use, an 8-hour charge is used, and in battle, he will not be able to use it more than once. Chunwoo appeared behind the protagonist, saying that she was terribly dizzy. The hunter looked back at the girl, asking if she felt any better now. The sword spirit said that she had no idea what he did, but the sword vessel holding her spirit had become stronger. The girl looked at her body in surprise, saying that not only that, but now there would be no trouble that she couldn't handle, adding that she didn't know what he had done to her condition had improved significantly. The hunter looked at the girl with a smile, saying that he had imprinted the properties of absolute indestructibility into the sword. Chunwoo wanted to ask how he had done it, but then said that it didn't matter. Chunwoo bared her teeth, saying that there was no point in asking what he had done to someone who fought gods, and at least she knew that he was even crazier than she had imagined. The hunter stared at the long-haired girl. The brunette stated that the only information she had managed to gather about him from what she had heard was that he was a challenger in the process of ascending between the 10th and 20th floors, adding that he also came from a very small secondary dimension. The brunette narrowed her gaze, saying that however, for a lower dimensional challenger, he was stronger than expected and had more ties to the divine beings than was required. The hunter looked at the sword spirit in surprise. Chunwoo stated that that was why she realized something. The protagonist asked what she realized. He then looked at the girl with a frown. Chunwoo said that he must be one of the crazy candidates chosen by the tower, and that was why he had such a close tie to the divine beings. Sun Jun thought that it was content again. The girl got up from the bed, stating that she had mistaken the phoenix for a sparrow, which was her grave mistake. The protagonist looked away as Chunwoo passed by. The protagonist thought that it was the same thing as Neil had said, wondering if he should take this opportunity to answer his many questions about the tower and the gods. Chunwoo stated that he most likely had many questions. She put her hand on the boy's shoulder, saying, "What kind of candidate is this? What is the purpose of the tower? Why are the gods putting a spoke in the wheel?" Noting that she will not be able to live up to his expectations. The hunter looked at the girl, asking that it was because of the tower's sanctions. The girl answered that it was true, and even though she died, having failed, she did not want her soul to disappear too. The hunter stared at the sword spirit. He said that he understood everything. Sun Jiun noted that he thought so, and not only the administrators, but also Chunwoo, who was bound by information control in the Sky Demon sword, adding that although it was within the predicted range, he was still a little disappointed. The protagonist looked back at the brunette. Chunwoo stated that, however, she would say one thing, both now and in the future, the tower only wants one thing from him. Sun Jiun asked what she was talking about. Chunwoo looked back at the protagonist, saying that he should become stronger endlessly and repeatedly so that one day there would be no rivals left. The girl smirked slightly, saying that this was all the tower wanted from him and the other contenders. The protagonist imagined himself climbing the stairs. He noted that although he took the first step following the tower's choice, but then his ascent was already his initiative, or rather, he thought so. The guys stood opposite each other. Chunwoo said that he also knew that he had come this far not only because of his own efforts, but also because of the opportunities provided by the tower. The girl looked at the boy with a smile. The hunter said that he fully understood this because the tower did not harm him. The sword spirit noted that he quickly grasped the essence, although this is not surprising, since he became a candidate while being between the 10th and 20th floors, he has no choice but to instantly understand what is what. The sword spirit looked at the boy in surprise. The hunter said that therefore, he will not ask anything now and the answers to the questions can be found after he becomes stronger. The sword spirit clenched her hands into fists. She said that the more she looked at him, the more she regretted that he was not a child of her country, and if he came from the Murim dimension, he would have become the strongest person in the Tang era. The protagonist looked at his blade, from which a red aura began to emanate. The blade pierced the ground, and Chunwoo jumped to the side. The brunette hovered above the blade, saying that she had made a decision. A red haze appeared around the protagonist. Chunwoo said that he should become her disciple. A powerful aura emanated from the blade. Chunwoo stated that it was the absolute divine art of her cult, asking that he did not want to learn the divine art of blood demons. The girl smirked contentedly, thinking that she was bored, so everything worked out well, and by raising a disciple, she would be able to feel at least a bit of fun. Chunwoo looked at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist said that he did not want to. The girl pointed her finger at the hunter, asking why he refused, noting that if he learned the divine art of blood demons, he would be able to become much stronger. The brunette began to shake the guy by the shoulders. She said that once he reached this level, he should already understand how outstanding the techniques of the Murim dimension are, and compared to their dimension, the techniques of other universes are not so significant. The sword spirit looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking why he refused. The protagonist stepped back. He stated that he knew this because he learned martial arts from the administrator, but if one cultivates a certain amount of internal Kai through the spiritual method, the tone will be limited in learning all the others. The brunette looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking where he got that idea from. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, saying that in fact, he already had a teacher, and he and the administrator had a teacher-student relationship. Chunwoo looked at the guy dejectedly. She grabbed her head with her hand, saying that for the first time in a long time, she wanted to have a student, but due to unexpected interference, she was deprived of such an opportunity. The protagonist raised his index finger. Chunwoo looked at the protagonist in surprise. Sun Jiun said that he remembered that he learned a spiritual method called blood heavenly energy. Chunwoo asked what he was talking about. The protagonist noted that if he thought about it, the administrator of the fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church who had given him support in the form of blood heavenly energy was also from the Blood Demon Church. The protagonist closed his eyes. Chunwoo noted that this technique could only be learned by the successor of the church, asking why he knew it. The hunter noted that this was due to circumstances. The pendant on the protagonist's chest began to shine. The protagonist changed into black clothes. Chunwoo noted that it was a gift from a woman from the Beak family. The brunette looked at the protagonist with a smirk, adding that it suited him very well to call him half her disciple. Chunwoo looked at her hand, from which a red aura was coming out. She said that it was time to start the martial arts training lesson. The protagonist noted that to sum it up, the blood demon divine art is not a true martial art that is based on Kai energy, and this technique is closer to something like magic or sorcery rather than martial arts. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, emitting blood energy. He noted that the blood demon divine art has an amazing ability to replace mana with blood, which means there is no longer a need to mutilate the body to obtain a large amount of blood. The protagonist imagined a drop of blood and a spear surrounded by blood. He noted that in addition to what Chunwoo said, with the blood demon divine art, one can also reproduce recovery using blood and perform various manipulations with blood. Chunwoo smiled madly. The protagonist noted that the problem was that this art replicates the functions of the Seeker and Ash Blood, which he already has in his arsenal. Chunwoo asked how he liked her martial art. The protagonist remarked that who would have thought that he had all the abilities of the Blood Demon Divine Art. The protagonist raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. Chunwoo said that now he should show what he has learned. A huge amount of blood began to flow from the protagonist. Chunwoo watched the protagonist with admiration. She wondered what kind of crazy power this was, adding that it already surpassed the power of the Blood Demon Divine Art. Blood was floating in the air. Chunwoo said that such a level is quite enough, thinking that in fact, there really is no other such monster. The hunter looked back at the girl. The brunette asked what he intended to do now. Sunjun said that he would continue climbing the tower. Chunwoo asked that he would go right away. The protagonist said that this was true. Chunwoo noted that he had just finished the previous test. A system window appeared in space. Chunwoo said that he needed to rest for a while. The hunter stated that he could not stop now. He pressed his finger on the system window, noting that he needed to become stronger. A blue light illuminated the protagonist's face. Sun Ji-eun thought that he should become so strong that no one could oppress him, not even the gods themselves. A bright flash appeared in space. Many system notifications appeared. The 17th floor trial begins. The difficulty is high. The theme of this trial is massacre. The allotted time is 7 days. The conditions for successfully passing the trial are to defeat all enemies in the remaining time and reach the end. The conditions for failing the trial are death. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a great pill. The protagonist looked around, noting that he could not see anything, and this pitch darkness paralyzed not only his feelings, but also his energy. A red aura began to emanate from the blade. Chunwoo said that he needed to be especially careful now because he did not know when he would be attacked and from where. The protagonist looked around intently, his eyes sparkling. The system notified that the Fire Dragon Eye skill had been activated. The protagonist saw silhouettes of people in the dark space. He began to count the silhouettes, noting that there were 6 of them. A blade appeared behind the hunter's head. He noted that it was a massacre theme. The protagonist dodged the attack. He created an energy sphere in his hand using the Holy Light skill. The hunter noted that they were in a cave. The protagonist shot the sphere at the ceiling. He noted that if he used Holy Light in a narrow cave, he himself would be in trouble. The man looked at the bright light in confusion. The protagonist landed on the ground. The man looked at the hunter menacingly. Chunwoo said that this was the Mount Hua sect, Shaolin Buddhist, a shaman, a blood demon church, and a member of the triad, asking what kind of hodgepodge this was. Energy emanated from the blade. Chunwoo said that when facing the Murams, one must always remain alert, and since the trial theme was massacre, he should avoid preliminary attacks and threats. The protagonist looked at the boys, turning to them. He clenched his fist, saying that if they were going to fight, they'd better attack him en masse. Chunwoo, I didn't understand what he was going to do. The protagonist grinned bloodthirstily, surrounding himself with blood. He said it was because he was going to kill them all anyway. Chunwoo yelled that he was a crazy idiot. The protagonist cut his opponent's body. The system notified him to choose strong enemies and kill them. The protagonist attacked his opponents. The system notified that all stats were temporarily increased by 3 until he arrived on the 17th floor. The protagonist attacked the enemies with a menacing look. The system notified that he had destroyed all the enemies. Bloody energy was visible behind the protagonist. The system notified that all stats were temporarily increased by 2 until he arrived on the 17th floor. The protagonist stood in front of the man on the floor with a menacing look. The man stared at the protagonist, saying that he was also an occultist, asking why not solve the problem through conversation. The protagonist cut the man's head. The system notified that all stats were increased by 1. The protagonist held a blade near his face, asking what was the point of talking when he was destined to die. The protagonist plunged his blade into the man's body, after which he sheathed his weapon. Sun Ji-eun noted that he had dealt with everyone, asking if there was anything else to do now. The system announced that he had crossed the path of the parasitic poison in the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The ground began to move in front of the protagonist. He looked up, grinning maliciously. Sun Ji-eun said that he had been expecting something like this. The huge doors began to open. The doors opened in front of the protagonist. Sun Ji-eun noted that his stats had increased significantly, and apparently for a reason. The system announced that since he had fulfilled all the conditions for moving on, the doors were opening. Sun Ji-eun smiled confidently, after which he headed towards the open doors. The hunter said that the most important thing for him was to receive a worthy reward for his efforts. The protagonist walked down the corridor. He looked back when Chunwoo said that she remembered this place. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. The brunette leaned slightly, crossing her arms over her chest. The protagonist looked at the girl in shock, shouting that she had scared him. The brunette stepped aside, asking why he was so scared. The protagonist looked at the girl with a frightened look, said that if she was going to show her face, then she should at least warn about it in advance, asking how one could not be scared at all. The brunette looked at the protagonist in surprise. The hunter asked that she could also shrink in size, noting that she now looked like a small child. The girl smiled widely, saying that it was either a child's body or her appearance that she herself decided when and what to do. The protagonist looked at the girl irritably. Chunwoo asked why he was looking at her like that. The hunter narrowed his eyes, asking that one way or another, what did her words mean that she remembered this place? Chunwoo stared at the hunter, saying that it was very simple, she knew where this place was and why martial artists came here. Sun Jun continued on his way, noting that sometimes the tower reproduced real events, asking if this was one of those cases. The brunette looked at the hunter with a serious look, saying that he was right, and this was the Palace of Heavenly Arts. Chunwoo imagined the image of a long-haired man. She said that several hundred years ago, the Emperor of Light Sword, who was called the strongest of his time, left countless martial arts techniques in a secret library, which formed the basis of the test on the 17th floor. The hunter looked at the girl with narrowed eyes, noting that this was why everyone who wanted to master the martial arts techniques of the Emperor of Light Sword of Light came here. The girl imagined the men crawling on the cliff. She said that he was right, and since there were always those who wanted to obtain the martial arts of the strongest, the bloody wind could blow at any time, especially when those martial arts belonged to someone who had become the greatest warrior of his time. Chunwoo imagined the images of warriors. She said that this was why there were so many powerful people hiding in this Palace of Heavenly Arts, so it was better for him to always remain on guard. Chunwoo recalled the image of the white-haired man. She said that because from what she knew, there was someone called a genius among them, and she still remembered that genius who smelled of blood. The brunette hovered next to the protagonist, saying that she was sure that he was still here in the Palace of Heavenly Arts, and it seemed that the thickening smell of blood was getting closer and closer with each step. The protagonist walked behind the brunette. He asked that she didn't remember who exactly he was. Chunwoo said that the events happened so long ago that she could not remember. The protagonist looked at the girl with a serious look. Chunwoo noted that she did not know who was stronger, him or that genius, so caution would not be superfluous. The hunter stopped, stamping his foot. He raised his head, saying that they were there. A door appeared in front of the guys, above which an inscription was visible. Chunwoo looked back at the protagonist when he asked what was smelling blood from there. Chunwoo said that the smell was faint, but she could clearly smell it. The hunter put his hands in front of him and noted that he would quickly end this. The doors began to open. The protagonist took a step, opening the doors. Sun Ji-eun frowned. System notifications appeared. He entered the Heavenly Dark Path to the Palace of Heavenly Arts. A penalty exclusive to the Dark Heavenly Kingdom was activated. In this place, the sense control and mana recovery will be temporarily disabled. The darkness will temporarily fill his field of vision. The protagonist stood in the dark space, asking that the dark room again. The protagonist smiled in confusion, touching his finger to the system window. He noted that although the sense control did not work on the parasitic poison path, adding that the penalty was even more severe on the Heavenly Dark Path. Light began to emanate from the protagonist's hand. The system notified that the gloves, the handmade researchers activate the exclusive effect of ecological adaptation, and mana recovery will not be disabled. The protagonist looked down with a satisfied grin. He said that he did not expect that a B+ class item would be so effective, which could cancel one of the restrictions of the Heavenly Dark Path. The system notified him to continue moving forward and find his way through the impenetrable darkness, and only the first 4 people will be able to cross the Heavenly Dark Path. The system notified that when the competitors were eliminated, the darkness blocking his view would dissipate a little. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, saying that, as expected, he couldn't see anything. Red lines appeared around the protagonist. The system notified that a more powerful effect on the fire dragon's IVK had been activated. The hunter looked around the area with a stern look. He noted that the space was much larger than that cave and there were more people than in the previous stage. The protagonist noted that he had dealt with the darkness, asking where he should go now. A green line lined up in front of the protagonist. The system notified that a more powerful effect of the Sixth Sense skill had been activated, and he understood where he needed to go, but his competitors did not. The hunter said that a similar line led to the very exit. Sun Ji-eun stood in the green circle, noting that he thought he would get there first if he followed it. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking into the distance. He thought that although this space must be overcome in conditions where the view is blocked and even the recovery of mana is sealed, but for him. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that these obstacles are nothing. System notifications appeared in front of the hunter. He received the achievement, Guide, and when the goal is achieved, all abilities will temporarily increase by 4 and the shortest path to the final stage will open. The hunter looked ahead with a serious look, asking Chunwoo if she was sure that the genius was there now. The blade hung on the protagonist's belt. The spirit of the sword remained silent to the protagonist's question. Sun Ji-eun took out a weapon from a knife, noting that the lack of news is also good news, saying that everything is fine and does not know if the genius she mentioned is there. The system notified him to bring death to those who have lost their way. The protagonist looked ahead with a bloodthirsty look, saying that he will simply kill them all. The system announced that before he met them at the next gate, drops of water flowed down the cave. The man attacked his opponent. The man sat on the body of a dead guy. The old man with a bloody face looked ahead, asking that this was the secret library that the strongest emperor of the Sword of Light of all time left behind. The old man widened his eyes, thinking that everything was fine and that he had spent the last 60 years of his life becoming stronger. The man bowed before the guy, asking for his life. The old man thought that if he could master the martial arts of the Emperor of the Sword of Light, and if he could become stronger, he was ready to do anything for this. The old man looked at the guy's back with a sly look. The man noted that meanness, flattery, deception, he would let everything in. The old man began to take out his worn-out weapon, thinking that for the sake of strength, such a creature as a man can kill everyone in his path. The old man swung his weapon at the guy. The man looked ahead with a crazy look, noting that he must, so that you do not get the secret martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The old man looked ahead in horror, shaking with fear. He wondered who this scoundrel was. Drops of blood floated in the air. The system notified that the opponent was dead and the darkness covering his field of vision slowly dissipated. The protagonist immediately attacked his opponents. He moved forward with a menacing look. A weapon on a chain was flying towards the protagonist. Sun Jiun looked to the side, after which he dodged the weapon. The bald man looked at the hunter furiously. He said that he could not allow anyone to get their hands on his art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The protagonist rested his foot on the chain. He ran along the chain, approaching the man. The system notified that he activated the skill of the Grace of the Wind. The man looked at the guy who appeared in front of him in bewilderment. Sun Jiun said that this guy was also not the one, the so-called genius. Sun Jiun cut off the bald man's head. The old man slightly bent his knees in horror, looking at the hunter. He thought that this was some kind of nonsense. The old man widened his eyes, thinking that he had just killed all the famous masters of the Muram. The old man stood with his back, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist with a cold gaze looked ahead, after which he frowned. The old man stared at the hunter motionless. He thought that after being on the brink of death several times in his 60 years of life, his intuition had developed to the limit. The old man looked at the terrifying protagonist. He thought that he was about to die, and he was no match for such an opponent, and in such a case. The man fell to his knees, begging him to spare him, saying that he was born a weak creature. The old man closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide. He said that therefore, without the martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light, he would not survive in this harsh world. But if he spared his life, he would abandon the martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light and quietly return home. The old man smiled slyly, thinking that this was certainly a lie, and he would kill him as soon as he let down his guard. The protagonist stood with his back, looking at the old man. The man's eyes widened in confusion. Sun Jiun said that it was a lie. The protagonist glared at the old man, noting that if he spared his life, he intended to kill him as soon as he let his guard down. The hunter pointed his weapon at the old man's head. The hunter stated that he had seen everything, how vile he was in killing his opponents, although he too was obsessed with becoming stronger. The protagonist recalled standing next to the mannequin, saying that despite his own weakness. The protagonist recalled looking at his trembling hand, saying that despite the fact that he could not become stronger no matter how hard he tried. The hunter slightly opened his mouth, adding that rather than trying to gain strength in such a tedious way, Sun Jiun swung his blade, declaring that it was better to just die. Blood splashed across the ground. The system announced that all the competitors that stood in his way had been eliminated, and they were congratulating him since he had completed the special mission of Death's Guide. The system announced that the rank of the skill Instant Acceleration, Grace of the Wind, and Sixth Sense had increased by 1. The protagonist began to walk along the green line, saying that he thought he would reach his destination if he walked along the green line. The protagonist looked at the system windows, saying that perhaps because he had killed so many people, his skills had increased significantly. The hunter looked to the side, telling Chunwoo that the genius was not there. Chunwoo blushed slightly, looking ahead with a crazy look. She noted that she had not drunk so much blood for a long time, and how pleasant it felt. The system announced that the Sky Demonic True Blood Sword was absorbing blood, and the item class was increasing to a plus. The protagonist watched the girl closely, thinking that it was really not the genius that was important now, but how much the power of the True Blood Sky Demon Sword would increase. Chunwoo slightly tilted her head and her bangs covered her gaze. After that, she looked at the protagonist, calling out to him. The protagonist looked at the irritated girl in confusion. Chunwoo asked that he dared to treat her as nothing more than a useful tool. Sun Jiun asked that she read his mind. The brunette crossed her arms over her chest, grinning discontentedly. She said that everything was correct, and she read his insulting thoughts. Chunwoo looked at the hunter with an evil gaze, saying that if he wanted to continue to receive help from her, then he had better show respect towards her. The system notified that he had passed through the heavenly dark path of the Heavenly Arts Palace, and he had satisfied the conditions for opening the shortest path. The system notified that the path from the heavenly light had opened. A blue portal appeared in front of the boys. The boys stared at the portal. The protagonist said that this was an opportune moment, asking that even if it was a shortcut, was it normal to open a portal in the Mirama dimension? Chunwoo said that she also saw something like this for the first time and it was probably opened under special conditions. Sunjun looked ahead, confused. Chunwoo said that it was not important now. She looked at the hunter with displeasure, saying that as her partner, he should not treat her like a tool. Sunjun stared at the girl, calling her by name. Chunwoo blushed slightly, pursing her lips. The hunter smiled widely, telling her not to sulk over something like this and to move on. Chunwoo asked who was sulking. Sunjun asked if she could smell the blood of that genius ahead. The brunette said that she had no idea. The hunter ran along the ground, dodging golden pillars of light. The protagonist looked ahead in annoyance, dodging the attacks. Sunjun stated that he chose this course because she said she smelled blood in that direction, asking what was going on, and that at this rate it would not be the shortest route, but the road to the afterlife. Chunwoo said that it was a sight to behold, and this was his punishment for treating her like a tool. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, saying that it was a curse. He then looked behind him. The hunter created an energy sphere in front of him. The system announced that the counterattack shield skill had been activated. A huge pillar of light struck the ground. The hunter jumped to the side, baring his teeth. He said that he almost died, asking what kind of place this was, and no matter how long he walked, the road had no end, there was no opponent who could attack him, and why the light was attacking him. Chunwoo grinned maliciously, covering her mouth with her hand. She said that this was a sacred area and the Light Sword Emperor who created the Palace of Heavenly Art secretly built this place by pouring divine power into it. The hunter bared his teeth in anger. Chunwoo said that the reason why the light was attacking him must be because this was the shortest route that was equipped with the strongest traps. Sunjun said that he now understood what kind of person the Light Sword Emperor who created this place was. Pillars of light moved towards the protagonist. The protagonist said that he was a real crazy bastard. The system announced that the counterattack shield skill had been activated. Pillars of light attacked along the ground. The protagonist looked through the hole in the shield. The system announced that the counterattack shield skill had been broken and it was no longer possible to reflect the accumulated damage. The hunter looked at the disappearing shield in bewilderment. He thought that he had used up all the counterattack shield charges, so he could no longer let it enter. The hunter gritted his teeth, thinking that there was only one way left then. The protagonist took hold of the blade, telling Chunwoo to activate all her support skills. Chunwoo asked what he was going to do. The protagonist moved his hand with the blade to the side, saying that there were no people he could fight, and he had no way to attack, and no matter how far he walked, this space had no end. Then the remaining way. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing gaze, saying that it was to completely destroy this space. The sword spirit said that she was not even surprised now. The protagonist looked towards the blade. The sword spirit asked that, however, shouldn't he tell her something first? The protagonist asked what it was. A red aura emanated from the blade. Chunwoo said that he treats her not as a tool, but as a partner, adding that he doesn't respect her at all. The protagonist looked at the blade with displeasure and said that now was not the time for such a showdown. A huge pillar of light moved towards the protagonist. Sunjun said that if he was hit by that beam of light, it would truly be the end. The hunter looked at the blade with bewilderment. Chunwoo told him to answer her. The hunter gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Sunjun apologized, saying that he would always look at her with a look of complete respect and would never treat her as a tool. A red aura emanated from the blade. She said that she would grant him her forgiveness as an exception. A red beam of light appeared in space. The system notified that the ego soul skill of the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword, a surge of mana, lightning fast thought process, and a small heart had been activated. The system notified that the mana level in the body was increasing. The thought process was accelerating, and a virtual magic organ was created that helped the movement of mana. The protagonist looked away with a serious look. Chunwoo looked ahead with a cold look. Sunjun said that it was time to act. Chunwoo told him to trust her. The guy closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness with a cry, saying that he would always look at the sword with respect. The spirit of the weapon turned to the guy again and said that he was good and that now he was forgiven. The guys looked around. The young man turned to the girl and offered to start. Chunwoo agreed and asked him to trust her. A huge fireball was flying at the guy from behind. The young man looked back and activated the skill of concentration in battle. The giant projectile continued to approach him. The hero activated the skill of sacred light, frowned and screamed loudly. The girl ducked and frowned. He swung the blade, sending powerful streams of energy straight into the projectile. His cut passed through the fireball. The young man activated the destruction of the heavens. The projectile rose above the clouds and began to glow brightly. A red flash appeared in the middle of the sky. Suddenly, the clouds scattered due to a powerful explosion. The hero raised his head and tried to catch his breath. Suddenly, he noticed something. The sky cracked like glass. Shards of the sky began to fall down, revealing a dark wasteland. The hero received the achievement of cutting dimensions, as a result of which he amused the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The guy smiled happily, saying that, as it seemed to him, they succeeded. The girl looked back and confirmed this with a smile. The system reported that the Emperor of the Sword of Light gave them the right to pass the test of inheritance. The God of Darkness slightly lowered her head and congratulated the guy, applauding him. The God of Confirmation warned the Emperor that he should not pull tricks. The God of Dragons was envious and wondered why this chance was given to the guy and not him. The evil Emperor frowned, gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to shut up and not interfere. The guy looked at the system notifications that appeared, thinking that it would be better this way. The girl asked him later what he did to make such a noise. He replied that he wanted to ask the same question. She looked at him, hearing her own name. The guy opened the true heavenly path. They looked in front of them, seeing a portal. The young man took a step forward and suggested going to the next stage. They headed towards the gate. Chungwoo asked what he wanted to say. The young man replied that he didn't even think about anything. The system reported that they had stepped onto the true heavenly path. The hero found himself next to a lake, in the middle of which there was a gazebo. He smiled widely and said that everything looked very peaceful. Chunwoo agreed and said that she thought this was a place where you can relax. The guy suddenly noticed a man in the gazebo who said that they had finally met. The blonde girl looked at him and said that getting to this place was not easy, and that she was the Emperor of the Sword of Light, the creator of this place, and he, in turn, passed the hidden gate. The guy came closer to her and asked if he understood correctly that this shortcut was a gate. The girl confirmed it and said that he tried well. Sun Ji-yoon closed his eyes and asked if the trials were over and where his reward was. The Empress replied that there was one more trial left. She held her cheeks, hearing the question about why she called him to this place. The Empress asked him not to be angry and said that she just wanted to see him because she was irritated that other gods wanted to get him. The young man lowered his eyebrows and thought that she was crazy. The girl stretched out her hand and added that she would like to talk to him, but there was one last trial left, so she wanted to give him her techniques and tasks if he could handle it. Smiling broadly, the girl added that this stage would be more difficult, but she was sure that the young man would cope. She touched the hero's forehead while he was trying to find out from her what kind of task it would be and why it would be more difficult. My young man descended to the last heavenly path. The system reported that only one person can receive the techniques of the Emperor of the Sword of Light, and he found himself in the middle of a cave. They say that the Empress is very stubborn looking at his blade. He asked the girl where they were. The demon asked him to look ahead. The hero noticed a fight between two fighters. One of the opponents decapitated the second. The severed head fell to the floor. Chunwoo looked at the survivor and said that she smelled of blood. An unpleasant aura emanated from the girl. The young man asked if he understood correctly that this was the genius. The demon confirmed it. Suddenly the stranger turned her gaze to the guys. Sun Ji-yoon and Chunwoo shuddered tensely. The young man sank to the ground and thought that this was unbearable pressure. The sword glowed slightly. The demon said that this was definitely an unusual person, so you need to be on your guard, because one mistake can lead to death. The stranger calmly addressed the guy. Turning to him, she asked if he had come to fight her. Keeping her head slightly lowered, she finished the question by saying that maybe he needed the techniques of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The guy frowned silently. The girl grabbed her head and was surprised that he was ignoring her questions. Sternly looking into his eyes, she angrily said that he, as it seemed to her, wanted to die. A moment later, she cut off the hero's head. The stranger raised her eyebrows in surprise, noticing something. The unique effect of the protective bracelet of the nameless god activated and created a preventive block, as a result of which it nullified the damage received, but he had 3 uses left. The hero rested his foot on the floor. He jumped back and grabbed the handle of the blade. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that the protective bracelet saved him. The girl said in surprise that he survived the blow from her sword. She licked her sharp teeth and said with a smile that this place has long been boring. The girl swung her right hand and added that the guy is very interesting. Sun Ji-yoon dodged her and blocked them. Running back, the girl asked him about who he was, because she had never seen such people in this place. The young man continued to block her attacks and said that before asking a person who he is, you need to introduce yourself. The woman smiled, blushed slightly and asked him why he pretended not to know her. She delivered a powerful chopping blow. The hero's legs slid along the stone floor. They crossed swords. The guy said that he was not going to introduce himself to a person who tries to kill him at the first meeting. The girl touched her chin and agreed that it was quite logical. She lowered her blade and asked for permission to introduce everything, then said that she was the best in the demonic path, exalted above the sky and earth. She stood in a stance, the blade of her blade was enveloped in magical fire. The woman said that she was the greatest of all time because she, the heavenly demon. The system reported that the boy had encountered a formidable opponent, as a result of which the unbending will skill and the myth of a battle-hardened warrior were activated, as well as a special enhancement, a praying mantis. The boy frowned tensely and realized why his ally said that she carried blood from the enemy. The demon frowned slightly and nervously said that this was an incredible thirst for blood, but the boy cannot worry because she will try to help. Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Sun Ji-eun fell to the ground, having received a powerful blow. The woman said that she liked him. She smiled madly and noted that he reminded her a lot of her father. Memories of how she killed her own father came to her mind. The girl told him that she killed him and took the throne to become stronger, but it was funny because only he could stand up to her. The hero held her attacks back while she told him that no one else could fight her, but now he had appeared. She delivered a powerful slash and threw him aside. The guy hit the rocks with force. Smiling evilly, she asked how far he had come because he had come to this place to become stronger. Looking into the cloud of dust, she asked if he had killed his relatives, betrayed his comrades, or committed massacres. She smiled madly and noted that just thinking about it turned her on, because if he was on the same level as her, he must have killed many people too, but the boy cut off her thoughts and said that it was disgusting. She looked up in surprise and asked what it meant. The boy's voice was heard from the hole. He said that he was also obsessed with power, just like her. He remembered the photo with blood splashes on it and said that even despite his goal. Sun Ji-eun crushed the stone fragments with incredible force and finished the sentence by saying that there are boundaries that should not be crossed. The heroes imagined how bloody tears flowed down his cheeks and said that he did not want to do mean things for the sake of gaining power. His body was engulfed in flames. He activated the will of dragonization, taking the form of a dragon, and said that he would rather die than do this. Stone fragments fell to the ground. The girl fell into a stupor, looking at the boy. A huge fireball was heading straight for her. She swung her blade and blocked the attack. Smiling slightly, she said that this fire was incredibly hot, but it couldn't even scratch her. Suddenly, a young man burst out of the flames. The woman noticed that he had changed his appearance. Taking the blade with both hands, she asked him if this would change anything. The hero dodged the attack. The sky demon used the sword of the mind. He directed the tip of the blade straight at the enemy. The woman smiled widely. The sky demon dodged his attack at the last moment, after which she used the sword of the mind again. Spinning in the air, she decapitated the guy again. The bracelet cancelled the damage received, but it had 2 uses left. The hero sank down, resting his feet and blades on the ground. The woman turned her attention to him and said that he had a lot of funny skills because he breathes fire like a dragon and even dodges after receiving a blow. She smiled evilly and said that she would hope that he would continue to entertain her. The hero noticed the sword that instantly approached. He stepped back slightly, leaving the trajectory of the attack, and then thought that this sword of the mind was really annoying him. He ducked and thought that this skill was strong and fast because he did not even have time to swing his weapon. Gritting his teeth, the guy added that if he obtained this skill, he would become stronger, and he wondered what the source of this power was. In his hand, he answered that it was all about worship. The young man looked away and asked what this meant. Chunwoo imagined a heavenly demon sitting under a sphere of energy and said that from worship, the heart is filled with divinity and a person becomes a head stronger. The hero twitched slightly, realizing something. The girl also imagined how the heavenly demon sucks energy from subordinates and said that when she killed her father for the post of head, many people began to fear her. She imagined the girl's crazy look and added that her divinity draws strength from fear. In other words, the power of this technique comes from divinity. The heavenly demon swung her blade, creating a giant cut. The demon said that the guy should look closely at her heart and see the path of her sword, because if he follows this path, he will be able to master it. The hero smiled slightly and said that he understood what he should do. The system announced the activation of the skill of concentration in battle. He jerked in surprise, noticing something. The hero saw the enemy's heart and thought that he saw the path of the sword from her heart. He dodged several blows and added that he would watch, dodge, and copy. Sun Ji-eun swung his blade and thought that this was the path of the sword of the heavenly demon's mind. He made several sweeping blows, attacking the enemy. Looking back at the girl, he thought that this was a strange feeling, because dodging attacks had become much easier. The heavenly demon was stunned by what she saw. She smiled madly. Baring her sharp fangs, she said that she couldn't believe that he had been irradiated by her skill so quickly, so he was surprising her more and more. The hero looked up at her and said that she shouldn't be surprised. Energy chains appeared next to the hero. The young man activated the absolute seal. The chains stretched to the enemy's heart and sealed her strongest skill, as a result of which the use of divine power and some skills was limited. The chains wrapped around her heart. The duration of the seal was 30 minutes. Holding his hand outstretched, the guy said that he would finish her right now. Frowning slightly, he decided that it was time for them to finish. The system reported that the divine ball of the nameless god had been spent. He pushed off the ground with effort and said that it was time together. The system reported that the storm sword skill had added the wind element to the boy's sword. The true demonic blood heavenly sword skill, fear enhancement, had been activated, and the exclusive effect of the first demonic ball, double strike, had also been activated. The hero swung his two blades and thought that he would enhance the mind sword with dragonization and strike. His attack was heading towards the girl at incredible speed, destroying the floor under her feet. The boy suddenly noticed something. He found that the blades had bumped into something and thought that it hadn't worked. Chunwoo ordered him to retreat back in a panic. The boy immediately jumped back a few meters. He frowned and wondered what it was and why her body was so tough, or maybe she was hiding another skill. The woman took hold of the blade's handle and said that he had sealed the mind sword and attacked with all his might, but was very weak, and then used defensive kai. Scarlet energy wrapped around the woman's body. She said that she was very disappointed. Sun Ji-eun frowned tensely. The woman added that now he would have to surprise her even more, because otherwise. She rose on her foot and said menacingly that she could accidentally kill him. The woman used the Sky Demon Shadow Sword. The young man noticed and surprised that the flow of energy had changed, so it was quite dangerous. Light waves on the surface of the lake reached the grassy shore. The Empress, sitting in her place, hoped that the boy would use the relic she gave him. Smiling slightly, she added that she gave it to him because he went through a hidden passage, because she could not tell him about it. Looking back at the bird, she hoped that he would guess before that. The young man received powerful blows. The opponent asked him where all his mood went. The hero pressed his blades into the ground to stay on his feet and wondered where she was attacking from. The woman asked if he was tired already. Looking back, the boy thought that he couldn't see her even with the eyes of a fire dragon. A system window opened in front of him asking what target he would choose. The boy couldn't understand what it was. He frowned and thought that he couldn't even see her. Gritting his jaw tightly, he noticed that even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to mark. Chunwoo calmly told him that if he couldn't see, he should close his eyes and rely on his feelings, because he was a beginner in martial arts, but as a hunter, he was definitely a professional. Looking at the boy, she asked him to believe in himself. The boy took a step forward. He closed his eyes and felt a vague premonition of the enemy, thinking that the demon was definitely right, because he should focus. The system announced the activation of the Sixth Sense skill. Sun Ji-eun felt the movement of the heavenly demon. Keeping his eyes closed, he noticed that he had found her, and then selected her as the target. Let's Flash Manifestation Relic glowed, activating the light blade effect. The heroes looked back at the system window, not understanding when he had obtained this relic. Energy swords appeared next to him. The system reported that the summoned weapons would pursue the selected target. The hero in the red mask imagined the image of a girl who told him to believe in himself. The armored leg took a step. Clutching the sword, Sun Ji-eun thought that Chunwoo was right. He needed to concentrate. The system reported that the Sixth Sense skill was activated. Yuseol's image was like spreading water. Sun Ji-eun stood in front of her, thinking this is where she was. The system reported that he had specified Yuseol as the enemy. An image of a golden artifact appeared. A notification appeared that the exclusive effect of the Light Blade Relic Flash Manifestation artifact was activating. The hero looked at the notification in surprise, wondering when he managed to get such a relic. A circle with many swords appeared around the guy. The system reported that when he designated an enemy, the summoned blade would automatically begin pursuit. Shining blue swords rushed to attack. Sun Ji-eun smiled, thinking that he did not know when he got this relic, but now was convenient. He stood in a confident pose, clutching the sword in his hand, and thought that in this case, he could now calmly stand aside. And then he pointed his finger forward. Blue beams of the weapon rushed in that direction. They seemed to pierce the black haze. Yuseol crouched, surrounded by blue blades. The bent girl clutched the sword and asked, "Is this really all it can do?" The red-armored boy was surprised to hear this. A bright beam crossed his body before he could even finish the question she said. He turned his red eyes to the side. Bright white beams appeared around him. The system reported a strengthened Kai sword. A notification appeared that the exclusive effect of the Nameless God's protective bracelet, preliminary defense, was activated. The blow that he could not withstand, the bracelet would take on itself. One use left. Sun Ji-eun gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, thinking what kind of attack that was. No time to think. He rushed forward, thinking that he should quickly strike with the heart sword. Many red beams remained from his attacks. The system reported that Yuseol used the defensive Kai skill. Surrounded by bright beams, she calmly looked forward, and then, amidst the flashes, she grinned. The girl was very close to the hero. Dumbfounded, he gritted his teeth. Yuseol clenched her fingers, looking at him resolutely, and then several bright strokes crossed his body. The system reported the activation of the exclusive effect of the Nameless God's protective bracelet. The bracelet takes the blow that he is unable to withstand. There are 0 uses left. The blue bracelet was surrounded by a blue haze. The protective bracelet of the nameless god disappears. The artifact fell to the floor, dissolving into blue. The girl calmly looked at the hero, saying that he promised to finish her off, but he himself takes one step more boring than the next. A shining purple ball appeared in front of her, spreading rays. She said that if he has nothing more to show now, then he should prepare to accept death. The system reported that Yuseal used the skill Ghost Sword, splitting the sky. Sunjun gritted his teeth, thinking that the murderous energy is enormous power. Even standing on your feet is difficult under its pressure, it suppresses him with only one of its murderous energy. The ground under the guy's feet broke, cracked. He wondered if it was coming from the magical power that had been replaced by divinity. The boy was gripping the hilt of the sword. A voice was heard telling him to collect his thoughts. She was coming. Yuseal really rushed forward quickly. The hero managed to block her sword and thought about how fast she was. The calm Yuseal moved the sword and stabbed it between the armor parts. She pulled the sword out sharply, spraying blood. There were red drops of blood around the defeated Sunjun. The system reported the activation of the skill Last Resistance. Any fatal wound inflicted on him will be nullified. Blue healing flames appeared at the site of the wounds. The system reported that all of his senses were momentarily heightened, and the effects of using all skills were adjusted. The cooldown of this skill is 1 week. Surrounded by a blue glow, Yuseal clutched the sword, hearing that this seemed to be his last trick. The hero understood what he felt intuitively. The enormous Yuseal seemed to be holding him in the palm of her hand. He thought that there was no hope. He was just a toy in the palm of the heavenly demon. Gritting his teeth, he heard a voice ordering him. Even if it was hard to hold onto his hands, they still had a chance to win. The boy mentally replied that yes, since he was still alive, it meant that there was a chance to win. Red swirls appeared around the hero. The system reported that he had achieved the beginning of transcendence. The power of the Kai Sword Master had been increased to the power of the Kai Sword Enhancement. Red flashes swirled around the sword. He wondered what kind of energy this was. Yuseal, who was standing in front of him, said that she was surprised that he had mastered a strong sword, but it didn't work on her. She held up 3 fingers, saying that he had nevertheless managed to amuse her, so she would allow him to make 3 attacks. Sunjun angrily clicked his teeth, and then rushed to attack, shouting that he was very grateful. His attack collided with the red dome around the girl. She looked at him calmly, holding the sword, and said that he would not achieve anything with this approach. She turned the hilt of the sword, saying that she was disappointed. Her swift attacks left bright marks. The ground broke under the hero's foot. He pulled out his sword, sending a bright red spark forward. The system reported that the light skill was activated. A blinding bright explosion was shown. Words were heard among the thick smoke that it seemed he relied more on his items than his abilities. A girl with a clenched fist jumped out of the smoke, saying that in this case, there was no point in expecting anything from him. The fist slammed into the guy's body with great force, leaving a flash. Blood splashed out of the mouth of the defeated Sunjun. He flew back, raising dust. The armor of the guy who slammed into the stone was disintegrating. He sat on the ground, surrounded by a red glow, and heard that out of the 3 attacks that she had conceded to him, he had carried out 2, now he only had 1 left. The girl was approaching him. A voice was heard to bring Sunjun to his senses. He lowered his head, thinking that nothing was working, all attacks were meaningless. He raised his head, breathing heavily, wondering if he could win, while the voice called him. Yuseal's face was hidden by his hair. She said that from his current appearance, it seemed like he had nothing left. The sky demon was standing next to him. The boy thought about why she was looking at him with such an expression on her face. He knew this expression better than anyone else. The girl's eyes glowed purple. He understood contempt. Yes, it all started with this very contempt. There was a shadow on the boy's face. Chunwoo continued to call him. The hero thought that he had come here because of him. He didn't want anyone to look at him with contempt. He imagined himself hiding from many angry people looking at him. Angrily slamming his fist on the ground, he thought that he didn't want to lose to anyone, didn't want anyone to oppress him. On his knees, Sunjun stood up and thought that it was very difficult to achieve this. The brunette said that that's the thing, everything is not as easy as it seems. The guy turned around, recognizing her. Chunwoo raised a finger, saying that yes, no matter how much she called him, he continued to pretend not to hear, so she penetrated the depths of his consciousness and also read his thoughts. But doesn't he already know? The brunette looked at her questioningly and heard that he wanted to take this opportunity and prove again and again that he is becoming stronger. The girl looked at him and asked, so for whom does he want to prove himself? Looking into her eyes, Sunjun answered, for himself. The system reported that the conditions were met. Chunwoo exclaimed, why? The guy calmly answered that it was because he did not want to regret. The system reported that he was starting to approach a transcendental being. As he stood up, the guy in black said that he did not want to be oppressed by anyone, did not want anyone to interfere with him. He stood up, saying that being able to stand firm on his own, that's what he wanted. The space seemed to shatter into bright fragments. The yellow information window reported that a more powerful effect of the divine power was activated. Chunwoo looked at him in surprise, and then smiled and laughingly hit the guy on the shoulder. He turned around in displeasure, asking why she suddenly hit him. She answered with a smile that now finally. The dark-haired girl smiled happily, saying that his expression brightened. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her with a smile and said that now they will soon sort it out completely. Surrounded by blue flashes, the guy stood up, thinking about what he felt. The cracks behind his back were illuminated by blue light. He thought that here the divine power overflowing him with her help. Chunwoo looked at the hero in surprise. The guy's eyes were shining brightly blue. He thought that he would begin his revenge again. The ground in the stone cave was covered with bright flashes. Looking at the brunette illuminated by the glow, Chunwoo asked what kind of enormous divine energy it was. Looking down, she asked if he had been hiding it all this time. Pointing his finger, Sun Ji-yoon replied that she could think as she wanted, she would die anyway. Clutching his sword, he resolutely pointed his finger and promised that she would die. The girl with sharp teeth grinned. She smiled wildly and exclaimed that his parting words were too trivial. Surrounded by a blue haze, the guy heard that out of the 3 attacks that she had given up to him, he only had 1 left. He attacks faster. The vortexes around his body became brighter. Sun Ji-yoon said intimidatingly that if she wanted it, she would do so. Continuing to smile, the girl asked what he could do with such a tired body. She froze in shock when the guy appeared from behind. With a dissatisfied look, Yuseol turned around and wondered when he had time. Bright beams appeared between the opponents. Behind the flashes and red lightning, a golden symbol was visible. The system reported that he had used the skill defensive Kai. The tip of the sword struck the red barrier. The heroine said that she was surprised by the attack he had made, but it was useless against her. Surrounded by a red shield, the girl said that she admitted that in such a short time, he had managed to obtain great divine power, but nothing more. Surrounded by flashes, Sun Ji-yoon heard that all techniques were useless against defensive Kai. Yuseol smiled widely, saying that if she didn't break through the defense, she wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on her body. The system reported that a more powerful effect of divine power had been activated. Sun Ji-yoon smiled. Chunwoo was also smiling. Yuseol's eyes widened in shock. She thought that he dared to laugh in such a situation. She would destroy him. Cracks appeared on the red barrier. The system reported that a more powerful effect of divine power had been activated. The Heaven Destruction skill had been activated. There was no limit to what it could break. The red barrier shattered into pieces. Drops of blood appeared in front of the shocked girl. She stood in shock among the red fragments. Protective Kai. Many men were beating Yuseol, who was surrounded by red protection. She calmly looked at one of them. This technique neutralizes all other techniques. A smile appeared on the girl's face. A technique that could be considered invincible. It had to be like this and nothing else. Yuseol fell at the hero's feet. She grabbed the hilt and thought that the technique she had sharpened to an indestructible level. The bloody girl leaned on the sword, shocked to think that it had been destroyed. The system reported that the divine power was in an activated state. Red sparks were burning on the hilt of Sun Ji-yoon's sword. A voice was heard saying that since her central Kai core was destroyed, it was impossible to restore it with divine power. Yuseol extended her blood-stained hand, asking if he had just been fooling her until now. Sun Ji-yoon remained silent and sullen. The girl's palm trembled. She said, "So that's how it was." Smiling slightly, she said that through countless murders, she had become stronger, but in the end, the Emperor of the Sword of Light did not choose her. Falling forward, she said why not she, but he was given this right. The bloody Yuseol collapsed at the hero's feet. Red flashes were emanating from her body. The hero replied that for those who became stronger using such a dirty method like her, it was a pity to waste even a second discussing her existing rights. There was a bright swirl in Sun Ji-yoon's palm. He said that he thought the Emperor of the Light Sword would say the same thing as him if he saw a person like her. The system reported that he had swallowed the spirit of the heavenly demon Yuseol. Mastery increased by 24.7%. When absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, an evaluation is made to extract the power. Holding the shining ball in his hand, Sun Ji-yoon thought that as expected, she was a strong opponent. The system reported that the evaluation was successful, extracting the power from the spirit. The special power of the heavenly demon status is imprinted in Sun Ji-yoon's soul. Words came from the golden sword that it has finally happened. Let him focus on his inner divinity as the breakthrough beyond the boundary will begin now. Standing in the black smoke, Sun Ji-yoon asked the breakthrough beyond the boundary, is she talking about this black fog? The voice replied that it meant that he was worthy of the right he had received, which Yuseol had spoken of before her death. The system said that the opportunity to choose divinity had appeared. By choosing divinity, he would receive the appropriate divine qualification. A golden information window began to appear in front of the hero. The window hovering nearby grew larger. It turned into a golden gate. Sun Jun took a step towards the blinding radiance. As if enchanted, he said that he had thoughts that some kind of chance would be given. Upon entering, he saw an artifact with a green glowing ball and said that he never expected things to turn out like this. There was a green ball nearby. The system asked if he was ready to choose the Transcendence divinity as well. A red haze swirled inside the purple ball. The system asked if his choice would fall on the dark light of the death divinity. Sun Jun said that this was a bit unexpected. The red ball was also surrounded by a glow. The system asked if he would choose the red light of the divinity of immortality. The boy noticed that the scene he saw was different from the divinity he had imagined. Whirlwinds were swirling around the green ball. The system asked if he would prefer the green light of the divinity of harmony. He asked what harmony was. Touching his chin, Sun Jun reasoned out loud that this was an opportunity to become one step closer to a transcendental being, so he should definitely choose one of these. Bright balls flickered in front of him. He said that he thought the best scenario was a situation where he did not die, but there was another sphere for a second. The boy turned to the sphere surrounded by golden aura and said that if it was such a divinity, then there was nothing to doubt, right? The system reported that he had chosen the divinity of transcendence. Divinity transcendence responds to the quality of the god of death, manifesting the potential of death and transcendence. Divinity is installed and the special power of the eye of the god of death is acquired. He joyfully looked forward, where there was a notification that divinity was installed and he received divine qualification. There were shining rays around. A notification appeared that the basic power of the divinity of deification SS+ was sealed in the soul of the challenger Sun Jun. The unique power of the divinity transcendence SS+ was sealed in the soul of the challenger Sun Jun. Bright rays swirled around his heart. The system reported that when using deification, his divine qualification temporarily increases, and he can use the power of divinity. The boy stood as if in a golden barrier. The system reported that by combining the ability of the system with his divinity, he can achieve transcendence. Sun Jun walked out of the shining golden gate. The girl with several tails hovered next to him in amazement, saying that since divinity was installed, it means he made his choice and they are returning back. The hero turned to her, saying that this was a reaction in the past and it turns out that she also had to choose divinity. The brunette remained silent. He stopped abruptly when she answered that she destroyed divinity. Looking forward, Chunwoo said that instead of following the path that someone chose for her, she destroyed the divinity she received and firmly decided to gain freedom. The hero remained silent. The girl thoughtfully closed her eyes, saying that of course she did not count on the outcome that she has now, but being next to him is not such a bad option. Sun Jun turned to her, hearing that he is a special being. The girl hovered next to the guy, who said that he also considers her a worthy partner. The brunette turned, hearing that for the fact that she tried her best to gather his will into a fist when he found himself in a crisis, he is very grateful to her. Sun Jun smiled sweetly, scratching his cheek, saying that without her, he would probably be dead by now. Chunwoo smiled sheepishly. With a smile, she asked what was going on, why was he doing something he had never done before. The guy replied that he needed to quickly deal with the items. He thought that if he started teasing her, then next time she would definitely decide to take revenge. The system reported that the skill Steel Jaws was activated. A metal mask with sharp teeth appeared on Sun Jun's face. He said that the items that dropped this time can only be used by a heavenly demon should he get rid of them. The guy was sitting on the ground. The system reported that the item that was chewed was the Blood Ties sword. The thin sword was surrounded by a glow. The system reported that the absorption was complete, and also reported the activation of divine power. Red rays burst out from Sun Jun's chest. The system reported that the mana was completely split and converted into divine power. The boy looked at his hand, saying that the technique that allowed him to convert mana into divine power that the heavenly demon used was also acquired by him. He said that the very idea of instantly creating divine power smelled like cheating. Chunwoo called out to him with displeasure. She stood next to him with her arms crossed and asked when he was done. She was about to die of boredom. The boy replied that he had just finished, now maybe they should go get the martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The system reported that he had passed the last heavenly path of the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The ground under the boy's feet trembled. A notification appeared that passing the last gate gives him the right to visit the library. The ground in front of the heroes parted in front of a huge spiral staircase leading down. The system reported that after leaving the library, he would reach the final point of the Palace of Heavenly Arts. Looking at the stairs leading down, Chunwoo said that it was too grand and grotesque, it would take them half a day just to go down. Sun Jun smiled, saying that there was no need to worry about that. She asked what else he was planning to do. The hero grabbed the girl's wrist. She looked at him in fear, asking why he suddenly grabbed her hand. She didn't have time to finish her sentence because she was falling with a scream. Sun Jun simply jumped down with a wicked smile. A new message appeared, saying that passing the gate gives the right to visit the library. The stone gate began to open, and a staircase appeared down. Looking at the passage, Sun Jun said that it was too majestic and grotesque, to which the girl noted that it would take them half a day just to go down. But the hero smiled wickedly, saying that there was no need to worry about that, and she asked what else he was planning to do, after which he grabbed her hand. Blushing a little, she wanted to ask why, but her hair was already fluttering from the fall. Both of them fell down, and the girl asked in fear if he decided to take revenge for the fact that she teased him earlier, but Sun Jun replied that it was nothing of the sort. Just if they jumped, it would also be faster. A little later, they landed on their feet. Sitting on the floor, the girl's head was still spinning. The library of the Palace of Heavenly Arts. With a confident smile, the hero said that they were there. He pulled the handle on the door. Once inside, he was already walking past the shelves. Looking around, Sun Jun said that it was much cleaner than he thought. He thought that everything here would be covered in a thick layer of dust, but surprisingly, there was not a single speck of dust. Various books filled the shelves. Among such a huge number of books, finding the martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light was a task. Passing by another shelf, the hero asked if there was any way to make the task easier, to which he received an indignant answer. How would she know? Smiling, the hero wanted to say that in that case he would take all these books, but he was interrupted by a scream about something on the side. He only managed to shift his gaze. Then he noticed someone's mouth screaming his name. A girl with blonde hair pounced on him. He was confused when she hung on, hugging him. The brunette was shocked, screaming that this was a sudden attack. A new message appeared. Admin White Crane Sword asks, "What kind of stupid prank is this?" The blonde pointed her finger. The girl sat surrounded by a red aura. The administrator of the Iron Blood asks, "Does he like it?" Continuing to hug the hero, the blonde said that he managed to get here. Well done, she is proud of him. Sun Jun was completely confused, asking to step aside and talk normally. Later, the girls looked at each other with displeasure. With a smirk, the blonde asked who she was, that she was always next to Sun Jun. She, smiling, answered that she was the seventh heavenly demon, Chunwoo, and also Sun Jun's partner. Exhaling and mockingly wiping her ear, the girl said, "Ah, so the interlocutor is the head of the Church of Blood Demons. It seems that this name was listed among the candidates before." She glanced at Chunwoo, adding that now she seems to be excluded from the list of candidates. Smiling irritably, the brunette told the interlocutor that she, sitting in her Palace of Heavenly Arts, has completely turned into a useless hack. Getting up from the table, they were ready to pounce, but the hero asked to talk about the reward. Then the blonde turned to the hero with a smile, saying that it was necessary to give out his reward. Coming up, she handed him a book, saying that this was a book with her martial art. With his talent, he only needed to look at it to master it. Holding the book in his hands, Sun Jun thought that if he could just take a book out of his sleeve, why build such a library? Opening it, he decided that she really was out of her mind. Suddenly, the book began to emit light. He received the achievements Master of Swordsmanship and Mastery of Step Technique. His eyes grew bigger in surprise. Strength increased by 3. Endurance increased by 3. Dexterity increased by 3. Sitting in a chair, the hero clarified, "Is it really possible to increase stats so easily?" To which the girl only asked, "How is it for him?" "Impressive, isn't it?" Winking at him, she said that he used the flash manifestation artifact properly, so I'm incredibly happy. Looking at the other party, Sun Jun noted that it meant he was right, it was her, the Light Sword Emperor. "Anyway, thank you." The girl also said that what's more, if she goes to Murim, she can find the treasures hidden there. At this moment, Chunwoo folded her arms in displeasure, and the blonde added that it was because she added the distribution search function to the flash manifestation artifact. But unable to bear it, Chunwoo slammed her hand on the table, asking again what she said. Distribution function. Angrily, she pointed at the hero, shouting at Sun Jun to turn off the distribution search function right now. Distribution is to collect all the treasures that the Light Sword Emperor stole from the deities. She imagined Sun Jun next to a burning fuse, saying that it was a time bomb for. No, is it normal that she is going to give him something like that? But in response, the hero only smiled and thanked her for her concern. Sun Jun smiled even wider, saying that however, if they give it, it means that he really has the power to handle it, so he will use the distribution to search for things. Chunwoo lowered her eyes, listening to the hero's words that there is no need to delete the search function, and if other deities target him. But she became embarrassed when she heard the words that she is next to him, so what should he worry about at all? And Chunwoo, who had already become cheerful, replied that if it was about him, then he would understand perfectly well what was what. The satisfied blonde folded her hands, saying that she knew that he would live up to expectations. Now she likes him even more. A glowing ball appeared in her hand. She said that as a bonus, she put her divinity into the flash manifestation artifact, let him use it when necessary. After which, the entire room was filled with a blue glow. The exclusive S+ flash manifestation artifact was activated. Chunwoo sat on a chair, dissatisfied, saying that it was crazy to give up part of her divinity. It was unknown what the blonde had in mind, but her eyes, at least, did not see any problems in the act of giving up her divinity. Looking at the blonde, Sun Ji-eun thanked her and asked why she was giving it up. She looked at the interlocutor and answered because she should do it. The hero, with interest in his eyes, wanted to know what it was, but she simply smiled and replied that she could not go into details, but it was better for him to think of it as an agreement between her and the tower. The hero only silently looked at the interlocutor. Folding her arms, she said that time was running out. Suddenly, the room increased in size. The blonde, with a smile on her face, said that she hoped he would make good use of the flash manifestation artifact he had given away. The system messages notified, the Light Sword Emperor looked at him. The hero has passed the 17th floor of the trial tower. Special glasses and breakthrough glasses have been sent to the inventory as a reward. Moving to the waiting room, the hero took a step out of the portal, entering the waiting room of the 18th floor. Suddenly, confetti appeared. The conditions are met. A new message notified that all 1,000 people of the official Ascension dimension have passed the 15th floor. Sun Ji-eun looked at the screens in front of him. The trial tower is opening a joint event of the Ascension dimensions. Suddenly, a video appeared on the screen, and a voice asked if the esteemed viewers could see it. After that, a female reporter appeared on the screen, reporting that a huge labyrinth had just appeared in the center of the city. Labyrinths appear in all official Ascension dimensions. People on the streets of the city were scared. Labyrinths are a self-selected event, and if the applicants do not form a team, they will not be able to participate in the event. Standing in front of the window, the girl held the phone in her hand. She raised her head and thought about why Sun Ji-eun couldn't be reached again. A huge tree had appeared in the city in front of her, and she noted that this was an emergency. Since this could become a cross-dimensional competition, she should think carefully before participating. There were several blades near the entrance of the house. Sun Ji-eun looked away. He was sitting with his legs folded when the blue screen notified that all stats had been increased by consuming the great pill obtained from clearing the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The receptionist rested her head on her hand. Looking at the hero, she asked if he had fun with the Emperor of the Sword of Light. Sun Ji-eun said that he was the victim, but the other party frowned and demanded an answer. Sun Ji-eun was clearly nervous and asked for forgiveness. Then she laughed, noticing that he seemed to have thought a lot about his behavior, and this time she forgives him. He was thinking about how he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Afterwards, he smiled and asked if she was going to tell him about the newly appeared labyrinth, and that was why she called him. She folded her arms and admitted that she had to tell him about that huge tree labyrinth. The girl visualized a tree, calling it the giant tree labyrinth. She showed her fingers, saying that there were 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and crazy. Sun Ji-eun looked at her questioningly and asked what she meant. He imagined himself standing in front of the monsters when the receptionist explained that when choosing the crazy difficulty, all abilities disappear. He imagined himself standing by the chest, but realized that on each subsequent floor he would be able to return his skills one by one. He was still sitting on the floor and said that in this case, the most effective way to return the most important skill first, to which the interlocutor admitted that he was smart. Sun Ji-eun opened several screens in front of him and noted that under such difficult conditions, the reward would also be worthy. But red windows appeared there, saying that viewing was impossible. The administrator waved her hand and said that viewing of the insane difficulty was impossible and that Sun Ji-eun had spent all the tickets on sending the question. Even if she wanted to tell him more, she did not think she could do it. Getting up from the floor, he replied that he was nevertheless grateful for what he had been told. Then he adjusted the weapon on his belt and added that he would try to figure everything out on his own. The girl asked again, was he really leaving already? Smiling widely, Sun Ji-eun confirmed that the other candidates had also begun to act, and he could not be left behind. The girl looked at him carefully. Smiling widely, she noticed that his expression had improved significantly during their separation. She waved at him and told him that when he returned, she would teach him a useful technique, and until then, he should take care of himself. New messages appeared, informing that the challenger Han Sun Ji-eun had confirmed his intention to return. Absorbing the homecoming stone, destination Earth. Later, he stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his clothes. Looking at the screen of his phone, the hero noted that, as expected, he had a lot of missed calls from Miss Haein and needed to call her before going out. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A message notifying him that the Whispering Flame Power was requesting a response from the challenger Sun Ji-eun. A fire formed near his ear, and a question sounded asking if he could hear the other person. The hero answered in the affirmative and asked who it was. The girl in the chair said that it was too much, that not only had he forgotten about her, but he hadn't even sent her a single message since they last saw each other in Japan. She wondered if he was overreacting. The plane was flying high in the sky. The girl asked if he meant that he couldn't remember her voice. She closed her eyes and introduced herself as Catherine, and asked if he had forgotten her completely. Smiling awkwardly, the guy joked that he would never forget her. Catherine said that she was glad to hear that and would get straight to the point. She asked him to join her team for an event involving a labyrinth, since they had one vacancy left. Sun Jun smiled and agreed. Confused, Catherine was surprised by such speed, but the hero explained that he was grateful to her for saving him the time that he would have had to spend looking for team members. He was walking around the room when the other girl mentioned that not only did he grow quickly, but he also responded quickly. Sun Jun replied that it was nothing to be thanked for. As he approached the door, he heard that they would meet in the labyrinth and agreed. Standing by the door, he thought that, as expected, useful connections were very important at times like these. Remembering her surrounded by flames, he thought about how she had the power flame suppression, which lowered all of the opponent's stats by 10 and randomly sealed some of his skills. Smiling, he thought that this power would be very useful when returning skills when entering the insane difficulty level. Looking at his phone again, the hero decided that he could now call Miss Heian and head to the meeting place. But someone knocked on the door and asked if he was home. Opening the door, he saw a girl and asked who was knocking on the door like crazy. He was surprised to see a person in front of him. The girl was breathing heavily. Still trying to come to her senses, she said that she had called him so many times, but he hadn't called back, so she had rushed here. Awkwardly rubbing his neck, the hero apologized for being busy and asked how she knew where he lived. She laughed and said that there was a way to find out anything, but the hero thought that it was definitely not a crime. The girl grabbed his hand, noting that it was not the most important thing now. Leading him along, she said that a labyrinth had appeared and the best candidates from all over the world were flocking to it. The hero lowered his eyebrows, hearing that they had even checked his home address and were flocking here. Wasn't that a real crime? He thought that she had done the same. Turning to him, the companion suggested that they quickly go to a quiet place and conduct a selection of candidates, but someone's voice interrupted her. Turning around, the girl smiled confusedly. There were already many people standing in front of them. A boy from the crowd asked Sun Jun if he wanted to join their Eden clan, but another boy shouted, saying that he would hardly take the Eden clan that had fallen into disrepair into account. Both of them looked at what was happening, and Heian quietly said that they were too late. Grabbing her shoulder, Sun Jun apologized for his tactlessness. She looked at him in confusion. At that moment, he placed her in his arms. With a smile on his face, he suggested that they leave this place. His feet left the ground. They found themselves high above the street. The sunlight fell on the walls of the houses. Sun Jun pushed off from them, landing on the ground. Looking up, he said that he thought they would hardly follow them here. The girl in his arms looked pale and asked him to put her on solid ground, as she felt like she was going to vomit. Moving away from her a little, he apologized for speeding up too much in the flight. Heian was still feeling unwell when the hero reminded her that there was no need for the candidate selection she was talking about since he had already joined the team. She then turned around with tears in her eyes, saying that she came because she was worried about him, but it was just a waste of time. Standing in front of her, Sun Jun apologized and said that he would call her right away next time. Looking at him, the girl agreed and asked if he was heading straight to the labyrinth. Both of them were looking at the big tree, and Sun Jun replied that he had the ability to enter the labyrinth straight away, so he would enter the event participation area right now. Entering the event participation area, the labyrinth, Heian hit him on the shoulder, wishing him a safe return and not to overexert himself too much. At first, he looked at her, then he smiled too and agreed. After that, the girl was left alone. Moving to the entrance of the labyrinth, Sun Jun found himself on an empty platform and looked ahead. There was a tall gate in front of him, and he wondered if this was the entrance to the giant tree labyrinth. The hero stood on a tiled area. Looking ahead, he said what it was. In front of him was a gate in the shape of a huge tree. The guy asked, "Is this the entrance to the giant tree labyrinth?" The red-haired girl smiled, saying that he arrived early. Sun Jun turned to her. Next to Catherine stood Seung-hoon, who said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Chun-seok, who asked how he was doing. They came closer. The brunette said that they were also on their team. His gaze became attentive. He thought that he didn't know that the team would even have an S-rank hunter. The masked man said that he was glad that he joined the team. The guy thought that on the contrary, it was even for the best. Catherine smiled and asked, has he already thought about what difficulty to choose? Looking at her determinedly, the hero answered that he was going to choose insane difficulty. Although it was impossible to see what the reward would be, he thought they would not be disappointed. The girl standing in front said that she knew he would make such a decision. Seung-hoon added that he thought they had no disagreements on this matter. Then they could immediately find their way inside. The hero looked at the red-haired girl, who said that she had sent him an invitation code, so he should just click on the link. The system reported a confirmed invitation code for Team E781. Sun Jun pointed his finger at the blue screen. A notification appeared that permission to participate had been given by the leader of Team C3A1. Seung-hoon pushed the bulky doors with his hands. They opened, revealing darkness behind them. A voice was heard from the hero's sheath asking if he was entering the labyrinth. Shifting his gaze, Sun Jun replied that yes, after entering the labyrinth, they would have to part ways for a while due to the insane difficulty effect. Chunwoo said that she would have to suffer from boredom for a while. The pendant on the boy's neck shone. He asked not to be too upset about this. A shining suit appeared on the smiling hero's body. He said that as he cleared one floor after another, he would be able to return either his strength or his skill each time. The stones on the sword glowed. The voice said that she never said that she was upset, but that was how it was at her discretion. The guy said that he was leaving. The wind blew leaves out of the open doors. Chunwoo screamed, "Listen to the end of what they were telling him." The system reported that he had entered the first floor of the giant tree labyrinth. The labyrinth began. The weapon currently in use was sealed. The test participants fell surrounded by bright light. The system informed him that the weapon would be moved to his inventory by default. It also informed him that he would temporarily lose all of his abilities. All stats would be reduced to 10. A cave entrance could be seen behind the tree roots. Skills and powers would disappear while they were in the labyrinth. Skills and powers gained in the labyrinth would not be used after exiting the labyrinth. The heroes carefully stepped through the cave. Sun Jun thought that his body had become so heavy after the sudden reduction of all of his stats. The masked man said that he had never thought that he would not be able to use the abilities he had been saving up all this time. A notification appeared stating that the conditions had been met. Divinity against God's will was used without fail. Sun Jun was surprised to read the notification that divinity against God's will was opposing the system applied to him. Bright flashes and glows erupted around him. The system informed him that the powers and divine power belonging to divinity would not disappear, but would remain. A bright glow fluttered the hair of the guy who said that it was similar to something like an ace in the hole. Sun Jun's status window appeared. HP 80 out of 80, MP 30 out of 30. Strength, agility, tenacity, endurance, and mana are 10 each. Unique characteristic Necromancy, divine power. The red-haired girl looked ahead and asked if this was the speed that could be developed with agility equal to 10 units. Chunseok asked not to tell him that in such a short period of time he managed to regain some skill. A huge green goblin swung his weapon at the brunette. He powerfully hit the ground, breaking it. Bright flashes surrounded the hero. The system reported the activation of the skill Grace of the Wind. All speed increased by 80%. Clenching his fist, Sun Jun rushed to attack, and with one blow, he powerfully drove the monster into the ground. The system reported a critical hit. The current summation progress is 8. All of the mutant goblin's HP is consumed and converted into nutrients from the world tree. The team members looked at Sun Jun, who was standing among the monster's bodies. Looking ahead, Catherine said that this was an enemy that was hard to deal with their current stats, but he had destroyed 4 of them in one fell swoop. She chuckled excitedly, saying that perhaps this person was not truly one of their kind. Bright red flashes appeared. The boy thought, what luck. Surrounded by red swirls, the hero thought that if he did not have the Light Sword Emperor's martial art and was left without all of his powers, he would not be able to fight like this. He smiled slightly, thinking that in this situation, even if the difference in strength was 4 times greater, he would be able to gain the upper hand. The system reported that he had used all the souls he had absorbed to permanently raise his stats. Sun Jun turned to the girl who had called him. Catherine asked with a determined look to let them join the battle starting next time. The boy was surprised to hear that they had no choice this time because the goblins attacked suddenly, but if he continued to fight alone like this, they would eventually become nothing but useless time. Seung-hoon, who was standing behind him, said that he agreed they should also fight to adapt to the situation. Chunseok added that he did not want to pass the labyrinth without putting in any effort. Sun Jun agreed with a smile, saying that they all needed to grow. The monsters' bodies began to evaporate. The system reported that they had defeated all 4 goblins. A secret room appeared in the labyrinth. The heroes saw how the intertwined roots parted. There was a passage in front of them. The boy frowned and said a secret room. The red-haired girl asked if there might be a key there, should they go in and take a look. The team members headed forward. After entering, the brunette stopped and said that this was the place. They stood among the huge monuments with their hands folded in prayer. Turning around, the boy thought that these stone statues resembled the god of darkness. The system reported that talented candidates could receive the grace of the god of darkness. The hooded stone statue smiled. Catherine turned around and told the boy that there was a stone tablet here. Do you think they could use it to receive the god's grace? Seung-hoon approached and said that from the appearance, it seemed like the altar was activated by touching the stone tablet. Chunseok thoughtfully said that the number of times might be limited, so he thought they should think about it carefully. The red-haired girl timidly raised her hand and said that she would try first then. She reached her hand towards the stone book. A shining golden halo appeared around her head. The system reported that the candidate Catherine had been chosen by the god of darkness, so she was granted grace. The girl opened her mouth excitedly, and then she clenched her fist and cried out happily that she had succeeded. Using the so-called MP, she had gained the ability to hide her body. Sun Jun frowned slightly when he heard that it was written here that the grace received from the God of Darkness would not disappear even after leaving the tower. Moreover, she had obtained the qualifications of an apostle candidate and had also obtained the preliminary apostle qualities. The stone statue was surrounded by a purple haze. The system reported that the God of Darkness was looking at them and smiling. The brunette turned his head to the statue and thought, what kind of scam is this? A notification appeared that the God of Darkness was telling him that their reunion was just around the corner and told him to wait a little longer. The hero frowned silently. A hand fell on his shoulder. Catherine, who had approached, looked inquiringly in the same direction and asked why he was looking so intently in that direction. Was there someone there? There was a slight smile on the lips of the stone statue. The brunette replied that no, there was nothing there. If they were done here, then they needed to leave this place. The system reported that the altar of the hidden god was sealed. The entrance began to close with roots again. The heroes left. The girl said that it was a pity that this was the only chance. The masked man said that after all, since at least one person from the team managed to obtain the grace of the God of Darkness, they should consider it a benefit. Walking forward, Catherine said that she thought they got everything they could, and now it was time to move on, because with their current stats, it could take half a day to complete. She smiled sweetly, thinking that with the grace she had received earlier, she could now at least be of some use to Mr. Sun Jun. He came closer and put his hand on her shoulder, stopping her. The hero looked at the girl, thinking that she was saying that with her current stats, it would take half a day to complete. The girl asked him excitedly, did any strange thoughts appear again? The hero stamped his foot, exclaiming, what kind of strange thoughts could he possibly have? The system reported that the skill Grace of the Wind had been activated. With a sly smile, Sun Jun rushed forward at a rapid pace, leaving the girl behind. The system notified that all speed had been increased by 100%. Catherine looked at him in shock, exclaiming that he had gone crazy. It was dangerous to go alone, let him go back. Sun Jun turned around and said with a smile that as soon as he found the key, he would immediately return, taking it with him. A notification appeared that the current summation progress was 10. The red-haired girl chuckled awkwardly, saying that seriously, his impatient nature had not changed at all. The brunette jumped off the walls of the labyrinth, leaving bright traces, and thought that if he moved with the others in their current state, he would waste too much time. Sun Jun quickly ran along the grassy corridor. He thought that as the fastest, it would be to his advantage to find the key first. He ran quickly, looking around carefully. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead and abruptly slowed down. The hero stopped at a gate with totems and a skull decoration. A goblin wearing a crown was eating meat with his fellows. He froze in shock when a bright flash appeared behind him. The system reported that he had entered the boss room of the first floor of the giant tree labyrinth. Sun Jun froze in the pose in which he had knocked down the gate. The goblin with the club stood up, looking at him. The system reported that this was the vicious Goblin King, who had eaten all the mutated monsters on the first floor. The monster bared its sharp teeth angrily. The vicious Goblin King hid inside the giant tree labyrinth, but was unable to go down deeper than the first floor. As a result, the available nutrients of the world tree. Sun Jun ran past the notifications, saying that there was too much explanation. He was too lazy to read it all. The system reported that the skill combat concentration was created. The guy threw the weapon, piercing the goblin's body. The system reported that the user's concentration was doubled. The monster froze in shock with a hole in its body. Sun Jun turned, clenching his fist, and thought that unlike the tower achievements, it seemed that now the skills that were issued were only usable in the labyrinth. A shining golden key appeared next to the goblin's body. The hero thought that if he continued moving at the same pace, he would be able to quickly clear all the floors. The system reported that he had received a unique labyrinth achievement, Make the Impossible Possible. The boy squeezed a large golden key in his hand. The system reported that he had earned 15 labyrinth points. With a smile, holding the key, Sun Jun suggested going to the second floor. The system reported that the labyrinth exit key had been obtained. The golden key turned in the lock. The system reported that he had reached the end of the first floor of the giant tree labyrinth, the labyrinth of the beginning. A notification appeared that he could enter the second floor of the labyrinth and receive rewards. The test participants followed the hero inside. The system asked them to choose a will item or skill to unlock. The heroes pointed their fingers at the information windows. Catherine, with tears in her eyes, said that she was so glad to have the skill back. Chunseok added that it had become a little easier. Surrounded by red rays, Sun Jun pointed his finger at the screen, thinking that he would first unlock the Heavenly Blood Cultivation technique. The system reported that the will seal on this technique had been removed. Turning to the others, he said that if they were finished, it was time to go to the second floor. The girl noticed that he did not seem tired at all. The system reported that they had entered the second floor of the giant tree labyrinth, the Whisper of the Evil God. All players from one dimension gather here. The evil god is happy to meet the players and hold a bloody festival. In front of the heroes was a platform with a red seal. The system ordered to kill one of the players and perform a sacrifice ritual. If they deceive the evil god and do not sacrifice anyone, an ancient demon will appear. Sun Jun looked closely at the altar for sacrifice. It had a red round pattern on it. The guy thought that if no one was sacrificed, an ancient demon would appear. Sun Jun's lips stretched into a smile. Catherine looked at the guy smiling into his fist and asked, was he planning something strange again? She closed her eyes, saying that it seemed that even if they tried to stop him, he would do whatever he wanted. Looking at the girl, the brunette asked, is it not interesting what he will do? She replied that he is the kind of person who will not stop under any circumstances. The red-haired girl walked away, saying that they would leave it to him and take a walk around the second floor for now. The team members turned around, looking at the guy. Catherine asked, could he handle it himself? Right. Waving her palm, she promised to find something useful and said goodbye. Sun Jun looked at his comrades leaving and thought that it was even better this way. A blue window appeared nearby. He said that now, the hero from the blue window took out his sword. Swinging it, he said that he would capture this altar. The room was illuminated in red. Words were heard that this was the end. People tried to get up. The girl said that this was definitely the end. The red-haired girl tried to get up with tears in her eyes and asked why he was doing this. If he did not make a sacrifice, an ancient demon would appear. Sun Jun sat quietly near the lying participants, looking out the information window. He raised his head, indifferently telling them not to make noise. He was trying to concentrate. The hero leaned over to get up and thought that by destroying several teams, he had received many labyrinth points and new skills. He did not know what these points did, but they would definitely come in handy. The system reported that he had not made a sacrifice within the allotted time. The hero turned to the red lightning. A huge monster leg appeared from there. The system reported that an ancient demon was being summoned to the altar as a penalty. The monster with sharp teeth and claws laughed, saying that he had not been in the insect world for a long time. The demon towered over the brunette, saying that he, Kainzel, would judge them. Suddenly, the demon's eyes became surprised. He looked at the people lying on the floor. Someone was trembling, asking the ancient demon to save them. Someone was begging him to heal his hand. Someone was simply cursing at the hero. The demon with sharp spikes on his back was amazed to hear people asking him why he was standing there. Let him quickly kill this monster. People offered to unite with the ancient demon. Sun Jun looked at him indifferently, hearing his uncomprehending cough. Kainzel turned away, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and said that he apologized to the great being. It was time for him to go. The demon froze when the hero standing behind him called out. There was an ominous shadow on the guy's face. He asked, does he think he will let him go? Sweat was running down the worried demon's face. Kainzel was kneeling in front of the brunette, hearing the question, these are his best items, and answered that yes, they suit him very well. The system reported that he put on a mask of despair, which scares ghosts and hides him. The hero with a white fox mask on his head clutched a sword in his hand. It was a moon sword, attack speed plus 15%. When using magic, moonlight appears around the sword, increasing all stats by 1. All allies within the radius of the moonlight get +1 to magic power. The demon said with a smile that he had given away all that was most precious. He must kill the deceivers of the evil god. Maybe he would continue. Sun Jun waved it off indifferently, saying that he could do whatever he wanted. The demon's eyes glowed red. He said that he would not contradict him and would enjoy himself. Kainzel, with his claws extended, turned to the remaining people and told the insects that it was time for judgment. The hero watched as the demon laughed, hearing the words that they did not want to die. He brought a real demon. A satisfied grin appeared on the brunette's lips. A notification appeared that the will of the Kai sword was activated. With a sharp movement of the sword, Sun Jun hit the demon from behind. He opened his eyes. The brunette standing among the drops of blood said that it seemed that he did not understand him. Frowning, he reminded that he did not say that he would leave him alive. The system reported that he had received a unique labyrinth achievement, the embodiment of evil. He received 15 labyrinth points. The skill king of 10,000 demons has been activated. The monster clenched its sharp teeth and then swung its fist at the hero, screaming how dare he betray it, it will tear him to pieces. The system reported that by using divinity, willpower has been increased fourfold. The hero jumped, avoiding the punch. The will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique has been activated. Sun Jun frowned and activated the skill 1 strike. The hero somersaulted and flew over the monster. The system reported that the accuracy and destructiveness of the next strike increases. With a sharp movement of the sword, the hero cut the monster lengthwise. The system reported that the unique and hidden quest subjugation of the ancient demon has been completed. Additional rewards have been issued. There were bright red flashes around the hero. The system reported that he can restore one more ability with each floor. A stone arch appeared. A notification appeared that all players on the second floor of the Whisper of the Evil God can go up to the next floor. Looking at the steps leading to the passage, the hero thought that the second floor was very simple. He turned his head, hearing the question, "What is this?" His comrades entered the room. Catherine looked around, asking what happened here, and did you have fun here? The red-haired girl smiled awkwardly, remembering the people running away in horror, and said that she thought why the players ran away from here. Sun Jun awkwardly replied that a lot of things happened here. Have they already walked around the floor? Sung Hoon reached into the bag and said that there was a big battle here, but they also found a lot of things. He took out a silver glass vessel with the water of life. The system said that if you drink the water of life, all abnormalities will be removed. If you drink the water of life in the labyrinth, 40 health points will be cured. Then a gray box appeared, the box of life. If used in the labyrinth, it restores 1 health point and 1 mana every minute. When used in the labyrinth, all stats are increased by 10. Seeing this, Sun Jun smiled and said that these are great items. He will also show what he has collected. There was a whole bunch of different items on the floor next to the hero. Catherine asked how many players he defeated to collect so many things. A notification appeared that they could go to the 3rd floor of the labyrinth and get rewards. You can choose an item, will, or skill to unlock. The hero smiled. A notification appeared that the seal of the unique will transcendence has been removed. The seal of the skill rupture of heaven has been removed. The brunette, leaving the room first, ordered them to go further. The heroes saw a dense forest with stone platforms. The system reported that they had entered the 3rd floor of the giant tree labyrinth, the domain of the defiled fairy. Here, all living things obey the defiled fairy. The red-haired fairy bared her sharp teeth and laughed. The system reported that the fairy wanted to play with the players. The heroes looked at the little girl with purple wings, who asked, "Did the stupid humans come here again?" The system told them to accept the fairy's offer and play. She bent her fingers with sharp claws and said that she was asking them all to play with her. The system warned that otherwise, they might become enemies. Catherine touched her forehead in displeasure, saying that she would fight again. Chunseok added that they had just stepped onto the 3rd floor. The fairy looked at them in shock, exclaiming, "What's wrong?" The masked man advised her to turn around. The fairy froze. She turned her gaze to the hero, who stood gloomily behind her. The system reported that the 10,000 Demon King skill had been activated. Feeling a gloomy dark aura, she turned around, thinking that it was impossible. There was horror in the trembling fairy's eyes. She thought, where did the person get such energy from? Sun Jun simply hit her on the head with his fist, and the little fairy fell so that she broke the ground with her and remained lying on her backside. The red-haired girl anxiously asked the guy, "Will everything be okay?" He reached his hand into the inventory window, saying that of course, let her trust him. Clutching a thick rope in his hand, he asked, "Will they take the rewards now?" The system reported that the player chosen by the fairy can use the exclusive shop. Sung Hoon, standing in the forest, said it was necessary to go so far. How good it is that they are on the same team. The brunette replied that he should not worry. The fairy tied to the tree opened her eyes in amazement. Grinning in displeasure, she screamed, demanding to be let go. Sun Jiun noticed that she had woken up. The girl's eyes widened in horror when she heard that the hero knew that she liked to play rough pranks. The brunette looked at her with a wicked smile, saying that he did too. What a coincidence. The red-haired fairy watched as the hand reached for her head and asked in horror what he was doing. With a snap of his finger, Sun Jun destroyed the tree above her head. The fairy trembled in horror. Leaning over to her, he said that if he allowed her to use the shop, he would stop. The girl tied to the tree, with tears in her eyes, heard the question, what would she choose? The heroes stood in front of the shop, and behind her, lying face down, was the fairy. The cat seller thanked them with a smile for using the special shop of the labyrinth. Once they placed an order, the items would immediately be sent to their inventory. He hoped they would place a lot of orders. The brunette looked at the delighted Catherine, who exclaimed how cute he was, and thought that his team bought everything they could from the special shop in the labyrinth. The hero walked up to the fairy lying on the ground, calling out to her. Standing next to her, he told her to open the door through which they could go up to the 4th floor. The girl sitting on the ground replied that if they did not join the game of killing the challengers, they would not be able to go up to the 4th floor. Sun Jun clenched his fist, repeating what he said, not to use negative particles around him. The fairy said in fear that she would open the door. She touched her chest with her palm, saying that he could make a subordination contract with her and turn this floor of the labyrinth into his own domain. Sun Jun chuckled contentedly, saying that he liked turning the floor of the labyrinth into his own domain. Then they began to make a contract. Tears appeared in the eyes of the fairy. The system reported that he had made a subordination contract with the fallen fairy Aya. From now on, he can summon the fallen fairy of corruption Aya. Control of the 3rd floor of the giant tree labyrinth, the possession of the fallen fairy, is transferred to the challenger Sun Jun. The red-haired girl touched the armor on the guy's chest with her shining hands. A notification appeared that it was becoming possible to freely move around the third floor of the giant tree labyrinth. A window appeared in front of the hero, asking him to set new conditions for breaking through the third floor. The fairy cried sadly, saying that she had become a servant of a human. Sun Jun thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking about a new condition for breaking through the floor. His hands reached out to the blue window. The guy thought that even if they reached the third floor, they did not have items of this class, then they would remain on this condition. Catherine, who approached, asked the guy what new condition he set for breaking through the floor. The brunette answered that the challenger would not be able to break through unless he presented him with an item of C class or higher. The red-haired girl smiled, saying that this thought was completely in his spirit. The system reported that he had obtained a unique achievement of the Labyrinth, the ruler of the floor. He had earned 15 Labyrinth points. The skill Guardian B+ was created. The fairy cried, saying that even her playground was taken away. The system reported that since he had earned the right to ascend to the 4th floor of the giant tree labyrinth, he was given a reward. He could restore 2 abilities by choosing 2 positions from an item, power, or skill. The guy touched his finger on the blue window. A notification appeared that the power of warrior defense and the item of the heavenly demonic sword of true blood were unlocked. A sword with a golden handle appeared in front of the guy. Looking at it, Sun Jun called out to Chunwoo. A red system warning appeared that the rank did not match the floor level. All exclusive effects of the item were sealed until reaching the 7th floor. Taking the sword in his hand, the hero thought that it was a pity, of course, but nothing could be done. Turning to his comrades, he said that they seemed to have sorted out the equipment, so it was time to go to the next floor. The worried fairy grabbed his sleeve and asked him to take her with him. With a displeased look, she said that she could no longer play on the 3rd floor. If she stayed here, she would just suffer from boredom. Aya spread her arms. A sword appeared behind her back. She said that if he took her with him, she would be able to create more miracles for him and also greatly improve his characteristics. Sun Jun raised a finger, telling her to be quiet. He would call her when he needed her, and until then she would wait for his summoning here. The fairy pouted with resentment, saying that she can do many things too. He is a bad person. The system reported that they entered the 4th floor of the giant tree labyrinth, a dark area. A castle with red roofs towered ahead. This place was changed by the Dark Lord who entered the giant tree labyrinth. A monster with a horned skeleton head sat on the throne. A notification appeared that monsters that follow the Dark Lord live here. Currently, this floor is ruled by a Lich, who is a subordinate of the Dark Lord. It is necessary to destroy the enemies that stand in his way and go to the next floor where the Dark Lord lives. A red fire was burning in the Lich's eye socket. A man ran into the office, distracting Mr. Carbot. The huge Lich asked Lehard what happened. The blonde vampire with pointy ears said that applicants had gone to the 4th floor. Carbot's eyes lit up with interest. He said that this was not bad. Berhard and his soldiers were guarding the entrance. He imagined a monster with purple skin standing next to wolves. A green fire was burning inside the Lich. He said that this is why no one has been able to break through the defense yet. A man with a black beard opened the door. He walked towards the monster sitting on the throne, who said that Berhard had come. Looking at him, the leader asked, did he come to report that all the challengers had been defeated? Right. Lehard clenched his fist joyfully, saying that it was to be expected from Berhard. He knew that he held the victory. The blood-stained man barely managed to save for them to run, and he collapsed on the floor, revealing the 4 heroes. With a confident look, Sun Jun declared that he was the one who won. The system reported that the power of the Kai Sword Master increased to the power of the Flame Sword. Carbot's gaze became surprised. He thought that this was some kind of nonsense. All the fighting power belonged to him and Berhard. The brunette standing in front of him addressed him as a knuckle. Introducing the skeletons and wolves, Sun Jun asked, while he was fighting, he had a question: why did all the monsters on the 4th floor have divine power? Lehard ran forward shouting, what kind of impudence? Does he even know who is sitting in front of him? Carbot turned angrily towards him, whispering, what a fool he is. He is not someone he can talk to informally. Let him shut his mouth if he does not want to die. Turning back to the hero, the Lich said that on the next floor there is an apostle candidate, and this is nothing more than a favor granted by the Dark Lord. He introduced a brunette with cat ears, holding out a glowing palm. Sun Jun frowned and asked again, is he saying that an apostle candidate has such a huge authority? The huge skeleton on the throne explained that in the labyrinth of the giant tree, he could very well have such a huge authority. Sun Jun asked, why does this kind of authority arise in the labyrinth? The monster awkwardly scratched his bony cheek, saying that this labyrinth is a place where gods compete. The boy looked at him questioningly and asked again. Introducing the chess pieces sitting at the chess table, the Lich said that in the giant tree labyrinth, various gods turn challengers into their believers. This is the place where competitions are held based on this. Other than that, he doesn't know anything else. Standing in front of the throne, the hero thought that he had received important information, so that's why there was an altar of the god of darkness on the 1st floor. He imagined a hand holding a chess piece, thought that he didn't know everything. But challengers fight like chess pieces for the sake of the gods. This is a system that he really doesn't like. Resolutely clenching his fists, Sun Jun thought that he would climb up and crush them. The system reported that he had obtained the legendary achievement of the Labyrinth. True. He earned 100 points. Looking ahead, the brunette thought that there was no point in asking any more questions, and said out loud, "What does it mean that all the monsters currently on this floor are endowed with divinity?" With a fiery smile, the Lick said that it was so. The elite endowed with divinity were gathered here. These are elite monsters that greatly help the Demon King. He heard the order to drag them here. The monster's eye sockets expressed surprise. He asked again and heard the order to bring all the monsters endowed with divinity. The brunette standing in front of him said that from this second he was going to kill them all. The system reported several times that the cure of divinity was successfully completed. Lihard was kneeling and stretched his hand towards the hero with red flashes, lamenting about his masterpieces. The guy thought that the necromancy rank itself had risen to B. Joyfully clenching his fist, he thought that now he can absorb power too. Catherine, who was standing next to the Lick, held a staff in her hand and asked Sun Jun to look at it. Carbet said that he gave the treasure to his comrades. Holding out the weapon in her hands, she said that this staff could be assigned several attributes. Any magic could give him an advantage in the match. The brunette smiled, hearing that she was sure it would be very useful to him, and thought that he had already caught himself thinking this before. He looked at the happily smiling girl and thought that there was clearly something like childish naivety in her. Turning to the skeleton, he said that he had finished his business and would like to go to the 5th floor. He told him to follow him. The heroes walked along the corridor. Carbet said that if they went straight through this corridor, they would come to the exit of the floor, but the conditions for breaking through the floor were not yet met, so they would have to wait a little. Taking out a red sword from its sheath, Sun Jun replied that there was no need to wait. A bright red beam cut off the skeleton's head. The same one crossed the screaming vampire. The system reported that he had absorbed the souls of the Supreme Lick Carbet and the ghost vampire Lihard. A notification appeared that the power to control ghosts was imprinted in Sun Jun's user's soul. The girl behind him said that there really was no mercy. The hero asked, "They didn't have much time, did they?" A notification appeared to issue a reward. Sun Jun touched the window with his finger, thinking that the useless skills obtained here would simply be used as synthesis materials later. The system reported that the exclusive power of skill synthesis and the item of final resistance were unlocked. Turning to his comrades, he said that this floor was a sweaty one, and now it was time to go to the 5th floor. The red-haired girl behind him remarked that it seemed like he had done almost everything alone. A notification appeared that they had entered the 5th floor of the giant tree labyrinth, a hellish fortress city. In front of them was a huge dark city with towers. Information appeared that this was the place where the demons who entered the labyrinth formed a fortress city. It is not shared with other opponents except the team, and is more like a labyrinth of closed spaces. Catherine looked forward with excitement, saying that it seemed like the situation was really dangerous. There were many monsters in front of them. The system said that they needed to kill the Dark Lord who ruled the hellish fortress city and then go up to the next floor. However, if they gained the Dark Lord's recognition, they could go up to the top floor without paying any money. A man with sharp fangs called out to the candidates. He walked next to the lined-up warriors in armor and said that they were surrounded. Let them show their sincerity by dedicating their items. Catherine looked at the dissatisfied brunette and said that there were so many demons, she did not think that they could defeat them all. The system said that the Guardian skill was activated. A red protective dome surrounded the comrades. A magical barrier is created on the protected targets or areas, and all stats are increased by 1. The girl standing inside the barrier exclaimed, "Is he going to fight alone at his own discretion again?" Sun Jun, who was standing in front, said that he would be fine with them putting a few buffs on him, and that they should not even think about going beyond the barrier. The armored monster exclaimed that there was resistance now. All the demons in this fortress were virtuous warriors. It was beneficial for both sides to maintain order. The brunette standing opposite asked again. He said that there were only virtuous demons in this fortress, that this could not be. He picked up the sword with a golden hilt and said that this was just their view of the situation. The system reported that the exclusive effect of the demonic sword of mixed origins skill, Double Strike, had been activated. Surrounded by a blue glow, the guy clutched the red sword. A notification appeared that divine power was being consumed to increase the skill power by 4 times. Surrounded by black debris, the hero resolutely told everyone to die. Bright blue flashes appeared in the fortress. The system reported that he had obtained the epic achievement of the Labyrinth, the end of the city. Seung-hoon, who was standing inside the dome, said that the more he looked at him, the more he admired him. The comrades stood among the fallen bodies, surrounded by protection. Sun Jun jumped, flying high into the air. In front of him was a blue shining barrier. The hero thought that at a glance it was clear that the Dark Lord was there. The system reported that all damage to the castle was reduced by 68% due to the special power of the Dark Barrier. He smashed the wall with a powerful blow, thinking that it would not work on him. The skill of destroying the sky was activated. Having broken through the tower, Sun Jun jumped inside and landed right in front of the Dark Lord sitting on the throne. The purple-eyed monster heard that he could rest easy. Surrounded by a glow, the boy decisively declared that he was just a virtuous challenger passing by his castle. The brunette sitting on the throne said that he knew that challengers had come to the city for the first time in decades, but it was more serious than he thought. The cat-eared boy stood up, saying that if he just handed over the item, it would be possible to avoid bloodshed. Sun Jun, who had a mask on his head, said that he didn't know what to believe in to pay tribute to a demon tribe. The Dark Lord pointed angrily, shouting that it was just a trivial item, but where had anyone ever invaded a fortress? The real hero in front of him had heard that the challengers hadn't done such tyranny for decades. Why would he even accept these demons filled with pride and honor? The Lord's eyes widened when he heard the boy ask again, demons filled with pride. Sun Jun quickly charged, striking with his fist. The fist came close to the opponent's face. The hero said that this couldn't be, and he forcefully slammed the Lord into the floor, breaking it. He coughed up blood in defeat. Sun Jun turned away, saying that the demon tribe can have neither pride nor honor. Now Sun Jun sat on the throne, asking the Lord, what is supporting this castle, the items taken from the challengers, is it just a waste of resources? The Dark Lord kneeling before him exclaimed, a waste of resources, without the items, this castle will collapse. The hero clenched his fist, saying that he was too noisy, he would be brief, let him give everything here. The system reported that he had obtained a unique achievement of the Labyrinth, plundering the city. The brown castle began to fly apart. The system reported that he had earned 15 points. The skill plunder was created. The guy with the ears grabbed his head, exclaiming about his castle. The hero replied that he was killing himself over a mere trifle. The Dark Lord knelt down, saying that now he had dedicated the items and even his life to him, so please let him at least not destroy the city. Sun Jun closed his eyes, saying that it was good. He was a human after all, so he could easily fulfill such a request. He awkwardly scratched his cheek, thinking that before arriving at the castle, he had almost destroyed everything there. But it would not be a problem. At this time the demon was thinking, what kind of a human is he? He is worse than the devil himself. The hero pointed his finger and asked, he has been looking there every now and then lately, what is that over there? There was a building with an arched entrance. The guy replied that it was a shrine with which one could go down to the dungeon. It was an altar where one could make a sacrifice to the demon god. Heading in that direction, the hero asked if there was anything else there. The Dark Lord replied that there were relics there, but if it was not a monster, then a human would not even be able to open the door. The system reported the activation of the dehumanization skill. Sun Jun took hold of the door handle. He could become a creature of non-human species. Opening the door, he thought it was one of the skills he got on the 4th floor. He thought the skill was useless and was going to replace it, but now it came in handy. Information appeared that he had obtained the legendary achievement of the Labyrinth opening the shrine. He earned 100 points. The total HP and MP are increased by 40. Showing the open door, Sun Jun said that he did it. The discouraged demon asked that a human was not able to open this door. Are they a representative of the demonic tribe? Sun Jun pushed the big-eared one inside, saying that he keeps talking about demonic characteristics. Let him quickly take him to the altar if he does not want to die. Descending the stairs, Sun Jun asked what this place was built for, and was told that to make an offering to the demon god and receive a holy relic, this is a place where you can infuse divinity into monsters. Looking at the escort, he asked, does it mean that whether it is a demon or a monster, there is no need to pay any fee to receive divinity? Turning around, the Dark Lord replied that to some extent, but there is a principle of giving less to the weak and more to the strong. The guys approached the water, in the center of which was a dark altar. The demon said that all monsters can receive divinity from this source. Looking at it, Sun Jun said that everything turned out to be very simple. He took a step into the water, frightening the interlocutor, and told him not to worry. When he finished his business, he would also take the relic with him. The applicant plunged into the source up to his neck. The system reported that he entered a special zone, the demonic lake. If he is a demon or monster, divinity will increase in accordance with his overall combat power. The boy sank into the water, thinking that after using the dehumanization skill, he will no longer be identified as a human. A notification appeared that the rank of divine power has increased by 1 stage. Divine power can now be strengthened by integrating a myth. Looking ahead, Sun Jun saw a message that for a beardless youth who has just established himself in divinity, he has greed that knows no bounds. The hero turned his gaze to the side at the dark figure, seeing the words that she was surprised that he had more than 3 divinities. But what was even funnier was that he came here while having a human body. A figure in purple armor sank to the bottom of the lake. A brunette in a suit with horns smiled, saying that now it was clear why many gods were watching him. This was truly a talent worthy of the status of the tower's favorite. Looking at the girl, Sun Ji-yoon asked who she was, but more importantly, what kind of pet was the tower. The horn girl folded her arms and asked if he knew why the tower wanted him to become a powerful god and gave him divinity. Introducing Sun Ji-yoon as a puppet of the tower, she explained that the tower hoped to obtain an omnipotent transcendental person that it could use for its own purposes. Sun Ji-yoon frowned upon hearing that. However, there was no omnipotent transcendental figure in the dimensions that existed in this universe. The stranger winked upon hearing the question of what this meant. The tower itself and the gods created so far could not be called omnipotent, and replied that he understood correctly. The tower was stronger than the ancient god, but it was not an omnipotent transcendental figure. Sun Ji-yoon froze in shock upon hearing this, and thought, the tower could not achieve transcendence, but it has the power to create something transcendental. The brunette looked at the hero with a smile and said that she had told him everything she could, so he should figure out the rest himself. Or did he want to know more? She extended her hand, saying that there is no reward without a price. Extending her palm, she said that she would introduce herself again. She was a demon god and asked the challenger Sun Ji-yoon for an alliance. The girl with yellow eyes and vertical pupils said that there was one goal for this alliance. The guy looked into her eyes, hearing that he needed to spoil the competition between the gods in the labyrinth of the giant tree. Standing in front of her, the goddess promised to give him the reward paid in the competition of the gods in return. After a while, the heroes left the sanctuary. The Lord asked to what extent he had sucked out the divinity of the demon god. Turning to him, Sun Ji-yoon replied that it was none of his business. Let him take him to the passage to the 6th floor. The brunette asked, is he not going to kill him? Sun Ji-yoon turned to him angrily, and the boy thought that his death hour had come. He was surprised to see a black seal on the hero's hand. Sun Ji-yoon showed a black tattoo, saying that he had made an alliance with its master, so from now on, even if he wanted to kill representatives of the demon tribe, he would not do so. The Dark Lord's eyes widened in shock, saying that this was the seal of the demon god, since this was his will. A notification appeared that since he had earned the right to ascend to the 6th floor of the giant tree labyrinth, he was given a reward. He could restore 2 abilities by choosing 2 positions from the item's strength and skill. Sun Ji-yoon touched his finger on the blue screen. The system reported that the skill counterattack shield and the power tranquil mind were unlocked. A girl in high-heeled boots called out to Sun Ji-yoon. Behind him stood members of his team. Catherine asked how much demons must be tortured for them to bow their heads like that. Sun Ji-yoon awkwardly laughed, touching his cheek, and said that he did not know. He had never tormented them. Looking at him, the red-haired girl said that now is more important. She walked up to him with a pole in her hands and asked with a determined look what he had been doing until now. They could also be useful to him, so how could he ignore them? Looking at the girl, Sun Ji-yoon apologized, saying that he had no confidence that he could protect them, so he did this. Catherine touched her head in annoyance, said that she was not saying that he needed to apologize. He should realize that they were worried about him. The guy remained silent. Putting his arm around the girl's shoulder, he said with a smile that they would act together later, and most importantly, the 5th floor was also cleared. Pointing to a store with a cat seller, the brunette suggested that they quickly take the equipment and special store of the labyrinth and go down immediately. The system reported that they had entered the 6th floor of the giant tree labyrinth, the cradle of verification. This is a special floor ruled by the god of verification. Ahead was a rocky desert. The system reported that this was a space where the Earth dimension and the Murama could participate in a joint trial. The system reported that they needed to work together to defeat the challenger clone that would appear soon and go upstairs. The blue-haired boy crossed his arms, saying that it was very easy. He couldn't believe that this was their opponent. A notification appeared, saying that however, if the challenger clone's contribution to victory was less than 10%, he would be expelled from the labyrinth. Seung-hoon, who was standing next to the others, said that it might be difficult. A black figure surrounded by haze appeared ahead. A notification appeared that a challenger from the Earth dimension had been created. Sun Ji-yoon's black shadow clone stood in front of them. A red notification appeared, saying that the challenger clone's level was so strong that it did not match the floor's level. Sun Ji-yoon looked at him attentively. The black clone looked back. The participants rushed to attack the clone. He quickly struck them with his sword. Many bright traces of his attacks appeared around. A red warning appeared that for the purpose of balance, all skill usage by the candidate clone would be announced in advance in a message. The blonde boy froze in shock when Sun Ji-yoon's clone cut him. He raised his head, looking forward. The members of the protagonist's team were approaching him. Sun Ji-yoon, along with Seung-hoon, ran forward at a rapid pace. The brunette angrily clenched his teeth, thinking that only a few minutes had passed, and out of 40 people, only 10 remained. As the hero quickly moved forward, he thought that among the real Murama masters here, there was no one who could defeat this guy. The comrades were standing inside the red protective dome. The hero thought that their team was quite capable of this. Shunseok was covering Catherine from behind, and she was constantly casting buffs on him. Resolutely looking forward, Sun Ji-yoon thought that it was worth it. All stats were temporarily increased by 50% due to the special power of the Song of White Flame. All stats are temporarily increased by 2 due to the power of the Blessing of Fire. Mana recovery speed is increased by 100% due to the power of the Grace of the Spirit of the Volcano. The heroes quickly approach the clone. The system reported that the skill of increasing strength increases the effectiveness of all types of skills by 50%. A powerful explosion scattered stones around. The special buff of light reflection was activated. Bright flashes appeared in the smoke. When stamina falls below 40%, all stats increase by 10. He looked ahead, thinking that this is good. Let him continue to apply one buff after another. Many bright rays appeared in front of him from the use of the skill White Sword cutting the sea. The system reported that the pseudo Sunjun absorbed the spirit with the unique characteristic of necromancy to completely reduce the damage. Sunghun and Sunjun attacked the clone at the same time. The warrior from Miram watched them, thinking that weren't those movements the martial art of the Beak Divine Sword family. The bearded man looked ahead, thinking that he didn't expect to see this technique here. The black clone was surrounded by a red glow. The system reported that the double was using the Heart Sword. A pink flash appeared. A red shield appeared in front of Sunjun. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill was activated. The counterattack shield accumulates damage. The hero resolutely clutched the sword protected by the barrier. The counterattack shield skill instantly releases the accumulated damage. A blinding flash appeared between the opponents. The fake Sunjun was surrounded by a haze. The system reported that he was using a unique technique called Necromancy to absorb all souls. The clone's eyes widened in surprise. He threw his sword down in front of the heroes. The guy took a step forward, saying that it was natural to be pinned down due to the difference in stats. He walked towards his double, saying that seeing that he didn't use any profound martial arts except for his skills, he guessed that his combat sense was also partial. The clone looked at the guy in surprise, hearing that even if he wanted to use martial arts, he couldn't use mana control, right? Such a fake among fakes who couldn't use anything properly. The black shadow clenched his fist. The system reported that the fake Sunjun had used the power of instant steps. He attacked the hero with bright flashes, and a notification appeared that he had used the skill of Heaven Destruction and the skill of Bloodseeker. There were water droplets around Sunjun. The system reported that the Water Shield skill was being used to automatically reduce damage. The guy said that his skill distribution was a complete mess. It was a bad idea to immediately use instant steps. The brunette took his red sword in his hand. The system reported that the exclusive effect of the demonic sword of mixed origins skill, Double Strike, was activated. Divine power is consumed to increase the skill power fourfold. The clone looked forward in surprise. A white sword that creates emptiness. Many red strokes rushed towards him. The fake Sunjun fell to his knees, dissolving. The hero swung his sword, saying that he was weaker than he thought. Mana control power activated. Focus on strike skill activated. With a swift movement, Sunjun cut off the clone's head. The accuracy and destructive power of the technique used in the next strike increases. The black head flew off and fell behind. The comrades looked at the guy in surprise. Chunseok said that he instantly identified the enemy's weaknesses and eliminated him at once. Catherine added that she even wondered if this was the person they knew. The system reported that he absorbed the spirit of the false Sunjun challenger. The hero held a red ball of energy in his hand. The system reported that mastery increased by 64%. Mastery of the unique attribute Necromancy reached 100%. The rank of the unique attribute Necromancy increases by 1 level. The power of Necromancy is imprinted in the soul of the challenger Sunjun. The guy resolutely squeezed the spirit of the clone in his hand, thinking that he had received a worthy treasure, so he would be able to kill many enemies. A notification appeared that the challenger Sunjun had gotten rid of the challenger clone and finished the test. A blue information window appeared in front of the hero. It said that first place Sunjun, Earth Dimension, contribution 80.41%. Second place Jinkyung, Miram Dimension, contribution 7.12%. Third place Jahak, Miram Dimension, contribution 3.78%. Fourth place Challenger Yujung, Miram Dimension, contribution 1.11%. Fifth place Jimu, Miram Dimension. The challenger team that collected 10% of the contribution gets the right to go up to the 7th floor. The exhausted participants from Miram looked ahead in amazement. One of them said that he couldn't admit it, there was clearly some kind of mistake. The second said that this was nonsense. How could the rankings be distributed like this? The dark figure of a blonde man with yellow eyes pointed his finger. The system reported that the god of verification is angry at the applicants who cannot accept the results. He imposes sanctions on the applicants from the Miram dimension. The participants fell to the ground, screaming for their eyes. The system reported that those who cannot prove will pay the price according to the myth of the judge of proof. Sunjun turned around, hearing the scream that he cannot see anything. The god of verification smiles and says that the picture finally looks passable. The boy noticed a man approaching him from behind, apologizing. The man with a beard came up and asked if they could talk for a while. Seung-hoon covered his comrade with his hand and said that they do not know who he is, so it is better for him not to come any closer to the applicant. The stranger pointed his finger, saying that there seemed to be some misunderstanding. He just came to say thank you for saving his life, an old man. Standing next to him, he said that he never thought that he would be able to see the use of the Beak Divine Sword family martial art by a warrior from another dimension. Sun Ji-eun frowned, saying that it was the first time he heard such a name. His gaze became surprised when the man explained that since he used the movements and tactics of the 7 white sword techniques, he wondered if he was a descendant of the Beak Divine Sword family. The hero looked at the man standing in front of him, who said that in the past, the Hua sect was in great debt to the Beak Divine Sword family. He thought that he never expected that such a connection would appear with his administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. A notice appeared that the God of Verification expels all applicants with a contribution of less than 10% from the giant tree Labyrinth. The man began to dissolve, saying that it seemed like they would still have to continue this conversation another time. Since he was a descendant of this family, someday they would have to repay their past debts for the help they provided. Only his legs remained of the man, but he continued that if he happened to visit the Miram dimension, he should find Jinkyung of the Hua sect. The boy frowned slightly, hearing that they would then be able to share a deeper conversation. A notification appeared that applicants with a contribution of less than 10% were completely eliminated. The comrades approached from behind. Catherine asked what he had just talked about with that old man. The boy replied that the conversation was nothing special, it would be better for them to go up to the 7th floor. The girl smiled, saying that in any case, she was glad that everything ended well. Thanks to him, the end of the labyrinth was already around the corner. Sun Ji-eun turned around with a smile and said that there was no need to thank him. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that he had earned a reward and could restore 2 abilities. The boy touched his finger on the blue window, choosing the skill Starlight and the Power of Faith Harvest to unlock. Turning to his friends, he said that they should be more careful on the 7th floor, let them always be attentive, they are moving out. Sun Ji-eun walked ahead of the others with determination, thinking that from now on, it was time to find out the true meaning of the Giant Tree Labyrinth event. The system reported that they had gone to the 7th floor sacred ground. The challengers of the dimensions that officially participated in the ascent could undergo the trials together. They could choose their faction by selecting the god they had established a relationship with while climbing the Giant Tree Labyrinth. There was a huge tree growing in the forest. When choosing a faction, the best challenger would be chosen as the apostle of the god from that faction. Information windows appeared in front of the heroes, which said that there were currently 4 factions to choose from: Transcendence, Darkness, Demon, Verification. They had to choose one of the options to decide which faction they wanted to belong to. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that he would be the one to be chosen as the apostle. Catherine turned to the man and asked what Transcendence was. She didn't remember there being a mention of something like that. Seung-hoon said that he had no idea where it came from. The brunette in front looked over and thought that his team members seemed to know little about gods. He turned around and suggested that they all choose the Transcendence faction. Catherine jumped down from the branch and said that they didn't really understand what was going on, but Sun Ji-eun seemed to understand the matter. They trusted him, so they would do so. A notification appeared that all team members unanimously chose the Transcendence faction. The challenger Sun Ji-eun was chosen as the apostle of the god of the Transcendence faction and would receive a piece of the Holy Grail. A shining fragment appeared in front of the brunette. He grabbed it with his hand, thinking that the plan was probably to present the pieces of the Holy Grail to the other team members, and for that, he needed to find people who had them and catch them. Sun Ji-eun abruptly slammed his fist into the ground, breaking it. His comrades looked at the stones flying at them in surprise. There was a huge hole in front of the hero. He said that he didn't know what would happen here either, so if they went inside, he would put up a barrier and they would just have to stay inside. Seung-hoon came closer, saying that it was fine. Once the barrier disappeared, they would join him right away. Catherine passed by, saying that it was clear they would only be a burden to him anyway, so they would sit quietly inside. Looking at them, Sun Ji-eun thought that they might be disappointed, but it couldn't be helped. The guard skill was activated. The object and territory of protection were determined. A magical barrier was created on the protected targets and areas, and all stats were increased by 1. The guy clapped his hands and said that he thought that would be enough. The place where the hole had been was now ordinary ground. He thought that he had camouflaged the place so well that it would be difficult to notice. Chunwoo's voice was heard from his sword, saying that he treasured his comrades very much. Such emotions were completely unusual for him. The hero took out his sword from its sheath and asked her since when she woke up, to which he heard the answer that as soon as he entered the 7th floor. She thought that he should give him time to figure it out completely, so she remained silent. A notification appeared that the item Heavenly Demonic True Blood Sword was completely unsealed. Looking forward, the guy said that he was very grateful for such care. He heard the voice of a pleased Chunwoo, who asked, "Isn't it true? Then let him honor her with all his heart. She is the only person in the world who cares about a person like him." The guy told her to stop and collect her thoughts. Perhaps they will have to fight at full strength now. He stood alone among the trees and heard, "Fight at full strength," but there was not a single enemy nearby. The hero replied that he was now going to summon all the enemies located on this floor. He clutched a red sword in his hand, from which a question was heard, "Is he now going to do what she is thinking about?" A bright maroon flash appeared next to Sun Ji-eun. He said with a grin that yes, her thoughts were absolutely correct. He activated the skill Starlight. A powerful maroon beam flew forward, scattering sparks. The system reported that a unique Labyrinth achievement was obtained, a talented person. Sun Ji-eun stood among the falling leaves. The system reported that the skill Massacre was created. He received 15 Labyrinth points. The hero confidently looked forward, seeing the notification that a total of 37 challengers from the Dominance camp died. A total of 41 challengers from the Oppression camp died. A total of 18 challengers from the Nature camp died. The god of nature, the god of oppression, the god of dominance, and the god of battle are watching challenger Sun Ji-eun. The team members were standing inside the stone shelter. Catherine sadly leaned her head against the wall. Without turning to face the boys, she asked if they could still be called a team at this point. They were of no use to him. Chunseok looked at the girl, saying that it couldn't be helped. This was no longer a battle that humans could participate in, so they couldn't help at all. The girl's lips curled up from crying. She said that she tried her best to be useful. She tried to make the skill tree difficult, and also tried to make full use of magic-type abilities. She lowered her head sadly and said that she was stupid. She wanted to say that the abilities of counting or strengthening through buffs were more useful than the abilities that were accumulated during the ascent of the tower. The red-haired girl called herself ridiculous. Everything that she had managed to accumulate so far by risking her life could easily be reduced to a few shields and a few buffs. Leaning on her hand in frustration, she said that she was no longer able to think that she could handle anything. Her comrades looked at her silently. The woman in the black hood chuckled. Catherine's eyes widened as she heard a voice saying that she was a poor child. What caused such cute thoughts to appear in her head? The figure of the woman in the black hood covered the girl's ears and asked if she really wanted to help that child who looked like a butterfly. Approaching her ear, the stranger said that there was one way. Did she want to listen? The people stood by the white magic seal. The Pishons called for the summoned beast to come out. A large wolf surrounded by fiery whirlwinds appeared in the center of the seal. A powerful attack cut through people. Feet slid along the ground. Sun Ji-eun landed, looking forward. In front of him was a huge wolf paw. A notification appeared that the right to nominate a candidate was used against Sun Ji-eun. A powerful blow with the paw scattered debris. Jumping back, the hero slid back. The man in the cloak offered the god of dominance a look. He continued with a smile how the beast he summoned would crush this thief. It was a challenger who served the god of dominance. The long-haired man with pointy ears said that it seemed that the gods they served had made a firm decision regarding him. If he surrendered now, they would let him die in peace. It was a challenger who served the god of battle. Next to him stood a muscular challenger who served the god of nature. The bald-masked man took out his sword, saying that he was tired of messing around with it. He needed to finish him off quickly. This was the challenger who served the god of oppression. Sun Ji-eun looked at them confidently and thought that he had used this skill to reveal his location from the beginning, and his plan was working like clockwork. Chunwoo's voice was heard saying that in such a situation, he still had time to think about such insignificant things. He was a fool who had no countermeasures. The long-haired vampire walked forward, saying that he had left their proposal unanswered, and he would die a painful death. The hooded man looked forward. The guy jumped up, escaping from the roots that emerged from the ground. He was clutching the hilt of the sword, from which a voice was heard that he was advancing. Let him take a fighting stance. Looking forward, Sun Ji-eun said no. The roots that burst out of the ground were holding the challenger of the god of battle. The shoot squeezed the angry vampire, who asked, didn't they form an alliance to kill him? The hooded man extended his hand, saying that after careful consideration, he had come to the conclusion that it would be better to kill him and that he should not hold a grudge against him. The long-haired man struggled and rushed towards him, shouting that he was an insignificant hybrid and that if he wanted to die so much, he would kill him himself. The system reported that the god of battle was extremely angry and was cursing. The god of dominance sarcastically said that the problem was that his head turned too slowly. The hooded man smiled. The hero shielded himself from the powerful explosion with his hand. The god of dominance, the god of nature, and the god of oppression consumed divine power and authority to perform the advent. The vampire bared his teeth angrily. The man smiled wickedly. The advent had been activated. The mohawked man clenched his fist. The bald-masked man looked a little surprised. All the gods inhabited the bodies of the pretenders. They rushed at each other, shouting that there was no one to trust. They would kill everyone. Sun Jiun looked at them in surprise, thinking that not even 5 minutes had passed, and already such a fight. They were just fighting each other. Behind the combatants was a white fire wolf. The hero thought that he never expected that all the gods would use the advent at once. It would be strange for him to just stand and watch all this. The system reported that the god of darkness was smiling. This was the woman in the hood. A black whirlpool appeared next to Sun Jiun. Catherine appeared in the center of the whirlpool. The system reported that the god of darkness descended on the future apostle Catherine. The guy looked at the girl surrounded by black flashes. The red-haired girl was holding a shining ball in her hand. A purple beam slid from her feet forward and moved towards the other fighting gods. The man saw how the black beams wrapped around the wolf's body and thought, the technique of the god of darkness. He looked ahead in surprise, not understanding why. The men turned to the red-haired girl in surprise, wondering why an ancient deity like the god of darkness would take such a position. Sun Jiun looked ahead. Catherine turned around with a smile, asking the child, didn't she say she wasn't his enemy? Sun Jiun looked ahead with a frown and heard him say to be calm, she would eliminate another one of his opponents. The girl turned her black eye to him. The hero wondered if this was because Catherine had previously received a blessing on the first floor of the giant tree's labyrinth. The mohawk-haired man was surrounded by black rays and screamed, begging the god of darkness to stop. Thorny vines wrapped around the man's body, asking the god of oppression, did he decide to escape alone? The god of darkness in the girl's body held a fireball in his palm, asking if they thought she could stop. If she could protect this child like this, then it would not be difficult for her to take such a step. Sun Jiun clutched his sword in his hand, thinking that it was dangerous. He shouldn't let Catherine receive the blessing on the first floor. He gritted his teeth when he heard the voice, don't give in to emotions. He must act with a cool head, otherwise all his efforts will go down the drain. Isn't there something more important now? The hero zigzagged forward, shouting that he himself knew it. With a sharp movement of the sword, he hit the hooded man. The hero frowned as he saw the notification that due to the death of the future apostle, the advent of the dominance god was eliminated. The fragment of the holy grail of the dominance faction was obtained. The vampire gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the god of darkness. Looking at the girl with displeasure, he asked why she always bothered him. The hero calmly asked, is it really that the god of battle's head is not working at all? If he could think things through, he would have immediately fled as the god of oppression. The man standing opposite asked again. The guy said, don't worry about the god of darkness. He resolutely pointed the blade of the sword at him and said that because his opponent is him. As the clean fingers were covered with a red glow, he wondered what the hell was on the tower. Red drops appeared around the angry god of battle. He asked, not knowing his place, who did he dare to bark at? A red wave appeared behind him, which he sent forward, saying that he, who was unable to use apostolization, thought that he could defeat him again this time. Sun Jiun calmly looked forward, hearing his death wishes. The system reported that a more powerful effect of the power of the right heavenly energy was activated. Red rays reached out to the hero's finger, stretching out his palms. The god of battle laughed and said that he was a fool. He had seen this ability before. Did he really think that he would not be prepared for such an attack? The boy was surrounded by blood. He heard that he seemed to not know that the entry of demon blood into the veins of a human is fatal for the latter. The brunette pointed his finger at the enemy surrounded by a red wave, and heard that he should die a miserable death due to the demon blood that entered his veins. The man was surprised to hear no. A notification appeared that a more powerful effect of the dehumanization skill was activated. The hero was surrounded by drops of blood. He said that since he is not a human in the current system, the system reported that he had completely absorbed the characteristics of a vampire using the dehumanization skill. Squeezing the blood in his fist, Sun Jiun said that he was not affected by the destructive forces for humans. The system reported that he had been instilled with some advantages of the vampire race embedded in the dehumanization skill. A trace of powerful energy was left on the ground. Tilting his head, Sun Jiun mockingly asked, is this all he has prepared? The vampire angrily gritted his teeth. Grinning, he looked at the guy and asked, does he have the abilities granted by the tower, and even brags about them? Purple folds began to spread from his body. He promised that he would first squeeze out his infuriating eyes from his eye sockets. Leathery wings appeared behind the vampire. He ordered him to get ready. A shining blue ball appeared in his black palm. The god of battle paid the labyrinth in the form of divine power and received permission to use divine power. The brunette looked at the approaching blue ball. During the sacred battle, parts of the unit of the mana stat of the challenger Sun Jiun are temporarily transferred to the enemy. The guy clutched his weapon, looking at the vampire surrounded by flashes, who said that he had a good divinity which did not suit his character at all. With a smile, holding a blue light in his hand, he said that if he continued to fight him, a gloomy Sun Jiun heard that he would gradually exhaust his divine power. Rushing forward, the winged man offered to see how long he could hold out. The hero dodged the sharp blow from the black hand. He noticed blood spurting out from the wound on his shoulder. Hitting the boy again, the god of battle said to try to wag his tongue again this time. Sun Ji-yoon dodged the red flashes, listening to him try to flounder a little longer in front of him. The gloomy vampire smiled, saying that otherwise wouldn't he only suffer losses. Swinging his sword, the hero said that even during the battle, he talks non-stop. A more powerful effect of the flaming sword was activated. Bright flashes appeared from the clash of weapons. The opponents circled in front of each other, fighting. Sun Ji-yoon's gaze became surprised. He saw a notification that due to the divine battle, all his senses were greatly weakened. The boy fell to his knees. His body glowed blue in front of the vampire, who stood in a triumphant pose. The system reported that during the divine battle, some of the mana stat points of the challenger Sun Ji-yoon were temporarily transferred to the enemy. A voice came from the golden hilt of the sword that at this rate, only death awaited him. He should do something. The guy smiled. The mana-absorbing god of battle said contentedly that he had had his fill of his divine power. Now he had no divine power left, so he could hardly stand on his feet, right? The vampire was surprised before he could finish his death wish, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Kneeling, the man trembled and asked what was this, where did this pain come from? The system reported that the special skill Uncontrollable Pain was activated. Approaching him, Sun Ji-yoon said, "Isn't this the same thing when he uses other people's abilities haphazardly, forgetting about caution?" The system reported that if the enemy quickly grows during the battle, a fixed amount of damage is dealt every second proportional to the growth value. The god of battle gritted his teeth angrily when he heard the mocking question, "How does it feel?" The hero came over and said that before killing him, he should return his divine power back. The system reported that the myth of the seasoned warrior was activated. Due to the removal of stat point increase, the stat points absorbed in the divine battle are nullified. Blue flashes surrounded the long-haired man. He asked, "The divine power disappeared, what is he doing?" A blue swirl flickered near the blonde man's chest. He said that before fighting him, he applied the reversal effect to his divine power. If he deactivated the reversal, the divine power he absorbed would return to him through disappearance. The man bared his sharp teeth. Falling to the ground, he shouted his name in displeasure. Frowning, the vampire told him not to think that this was the end. He would put everything on the line and kill him. Sun Ji-yoon abruptly attacked him with sword movements. He said that he was very noisy while standing in the blood droplets. The system reported that he had absorbed the spirit of the future apostle Swen Orb. Mastery increased by 9.8%. The Holy Grail fragment of the Battle God faction was obtained. A purple shard appeared above the guy's palm. Catherine clapped her hands with a smile. The brunette turned to her, hearing that she planned to help him if necessary, but now he can fight perfectly well without her help. The girl threw him another shard. Sun Ji-yoon silently caught it. The system reported that he had obtained the Holy Grail fragment of the Nature God faction. Standing in front of him, the red-haired girl said that judging by his face, he had many questions, and she would be happy to listen to them because now she had the opportunity to give more comprehensive answers. The hero asked to let him ask directly. Looking at the god of darkness, the brunette confidently asked if he was some kind of special being for them or if she wanted to make him her apostle. The red-haired girl said that she liked smart children. The girl's eyes were shining. She said that she did not particularly like such honest conversations. The hero frowned, hearing that she really wanted to make him her apostle. There was something else that she sincerely desired. The guy imagined himself entering the door, and there were many eyes around. The god of darkness said that I wonder, at the moment when he is given the position of an almighty transcendent who can fulfill the cherished wish of the tower, will he do what the tower wants, or will he go the other way and create a new ending? A smile appeared on the girl's lips. She explained that she just wants to see the moment when everything ends. The guy imagined a brunette with a crown in the form of horns and heard that the tower hopes for an almighty transcendent who can use in its powers. He thought that she was saying the same thing as the demon god. He imagined many hands reaching out to him against the background of red eyes, and thought that the tower was hoping for an almighty transcendental being. He was chosen as a candidate for this position. What kind of new ending was this? Catherine yawned, covering her face with her hand, and said that she could no longer support the coming. She began to fall forward, and the voice continued that although it was difficult to encounter such a thing in the labyrinth, she chose a believer to help him. The girl fell into the arms of the hero, who heard that she would also pass on her rewards obtained in the giant tree labyrinth through the believer. Holding his girlfriend, the guy heard that they would see each other later in the tower. The system reported that the divinity of darkness was dispelled and the black energy that invaded the earth disappeared. Many people were lying on the ground struck by swords. Chunwoo's voice was heard, who said that no matter how much she looked, she still did not believe her eyes. The brunette stood next to the hero who was laying Catherine on the ground and said that it was amazing how the god of darkness dealt with so many enemies while he was fighting the god of battle. She crossed her arms and said that if the god of darkness was an enemy, he would have a hard time. Holding the red-haired girl, Sun Ji-yoon replied that if she was that strong, someone like him would have died in an instant from her attack. Chunwoo looked at him carefully, asking what he meant. Compared to the god of darkness, the god of battle was just a small child. Without turning around, the boy replied that even without her words, he was fully aware of this. Sun Ji-eun frowned, thinking that in order to avoid such situations, he needed to grow as much as possible immediately after returning to the tower. A system notification appeared that he would receive the physical advantage of the moon's favorite from the vampire factor stored in the dehumanization skill. Due to the physical advantage of the moon's favorite, all stats are increased by 10% in places with moonlight. The brunette looked at him in surprise, saying that this can't be. A notification appeared that due to the physical advantage of the moon's favorite, all stats are increased by 4. All types of growth rates increased by 10. Chunwoo pointed forward in amazement, shouting, "What kind of crazy tribe is this? Some kind of trick? There is no way that the reward suddenly turned into a jackpot." The guy standing by the notification said with a smile that this is also a kind of skill, even he would say talent. The system told him to use all available souls to permanently increase his stats. Grabbing his hand, the brunette shouted, "What skill or talent?" She thinks he has no conscience at all. At one time she could not even imagine that such a jackpot could be hit here. The guy thought that after using the souls, he was curious to know what new skills he would gain. The brunette yelled in displeasure that he was ignoring her words now, and the boy replied that he was listening to every word. The white-haired girl asked, "He was Sun Ji-eun's challenger, right?" The boy froze. A figure in black stood behind him. When he turned around, the girl continued that it seemed that he really was Sun Ji-eun's challenger. She was a believer who served the god of darkness. Touching her chest, she introduced herself as Arya, saying that by the will of the god of darkness, she would lead Sun Ji-eun's challenger to the last floor of the labyrinth. The hero frowned, thinking, the last floor of the labyrinth, what is her purpose? Is she really showing favor without any tricks? The heroes stood opposite each other. Chunwoo's voice was heard, telling him not to worry. Judging by what she saw, the apostle Arya was called to help him. If the god of darkness asked her to support him, then this apostle would act according to his will. The girl smiled, hearing the guy ask again, "Her name is Arya." She answered that it was true, let him not feel burdened by anything and calmly give her any order. Looking at her, Sun Ji-eun honestly said that it was still difficult to trust her and thought to himself, should he use the skill he had just received? A scroll began to appear in his palm. He said that if she accepted this contract, showing the scroll and the pen, the guy promised that then he would really trust her. The system reported that the slave contract skill was activated. The 4th level apostle Arya was designated as the subject of the contract. Holding the scroll sullenly, the brunette demanded that he sign it. The blonde opened her mouth in surprise when she read that after the contract was concluded, the relationship between the master and the slave could not be broken. Sun Ji-eun looked at the interlocutor and said that it was still difficult for him to trust her, and then wondered whether it was worth using the skill he had just received. He raised his hand and created a scroll. He said that she could accept this contract. A scroll with a feather appeared between his hands. The young man said that if she accepted this contract, then he would really trust her. The system reported the activation of the contract skill and that a 4th level apostle was designated as the subject of this contract. He frowned slightly and asked her to sign. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The system reported that after the contract was concluded, the relationship between the master and the slave could not be broken. The system energy enveloped her body. The system reported that the slave contract was consensual. A 4th level apostle could never go against the master-slave relationship. And all of the apostle's stats were increased by 14 points. The girl said that she couldn't believe that he had sent her a blessing in the form of increasing her stats by 14 points. She beamed with joy and said that his generosity was so great that he inadvertently reminded her of the god of darkness. The young man said that words of gratitude were enough for him, because there was something more important. He looked at the red-haired girl's body and said that she must heal the comrade lying there. The girl folded her hands and apologized to him, and then said that she was unable to heal this future apostle. Looking back at the girl's body, she said that this future apostle was struck by a fever caused by the advent. The hero asked what this meant. Arya imagined herself lying in bed and said with a smart look that people with low physical abilities are unable to withstand the divinity erected into the body through the advent and suffer from a high fever. So the girl will lie unconscious in bed for at least a week. The young man sadly lowered his eyebrows and said that if these words are true, then the situation is not the best. The interlocutor came closer to him and said that there is something more important because he is in danger. She showed 2 fingers and added that he now has more than 2 pieces of the Holy Grail, so he can become a target for other factions. The young man was surprised to hear the words that her other comrades are also in danger now. A moment later, he took off from his place, flying into the air. The girl picked up the wounded ally in her arms and asked the master where he suddenly exploded. The guy looked back and asked the girl to provide protection for his comrade and follow him. Sun Ji-eun frowned slightly and thought that while he was busy fighting, not a single thought crossed his mind, because the fact that Catherine was outside meant that the barrier protecting the boys had been destroyed. The girl quickly ran after him, holding the injured girl on her shoulders. The boy thought that this meant that there was a high probability that they were targeted by another faction. Arya closed her eyes and called out to the boy with difficulty, asking him to wait for her. There was a small trench made next to the tree. The boy stepped on the ground. He passed by a corpse with a blade sticking out of it. As he walked through the battlefield, he heard the demon say that the situation was more serious than she thought. Seung-hoon sat by the bloody tree. The girl also added that his comrades were now on the verge of death. Arya caught up with him and said that an attack was made with poison, and apparently, during the attack, the enemy used a weapon smeared with poison. They were standing in the middle of the battlefield. The girl also added that they managed to kill such a huge number of people. Being poisoned, they apparently spent all their strength on it. The young man was furious when he heard the words that the enemy took advantage of the fact that he was absent. The girl looked away and said that the guy should not worry, since this poison can be completely cured in a few months. But for now, she would like to recommend using up their life points and returning them to Earth. The young man sat down next to his comrade and agreed. A few moments later, the system announced that the two candidates had completely used up their life points and were banished to their world. Arya looked back at the boy and said that he had sent his comrades back, which meant that he should now prepare for battle, because several challengers were approaching this place from the other side. The hero pointed his finger at the system window and said that he heard her, but she should wait a little. He began to concentrate on working in the system windows, thinking about the fact that he needed to exchange useless items for divine power. The hero stretched out his hand to the side. Golden energy began to accumulate next to it. The boy thought that this, as it seemed to him, was enough. The system announced that the conditions were met, and that out of the 20 god factions, 11 lost a piece of the Holy Grail, and the Holy Grail itself is given to the god faction that collected 10 or more fragments, so the activation of the Holy Grail begins. The youth looked at the gathered energy in surprise. The system reported that although the faction's deity was an extremely low-ranking divine being, he had managed to satisfy all the necessary conditions, so he was temporarily granted the powers of ignition and incarnate body. The girl silently watched the youth's actions while the system said that the divine power of ignition would only be unlocked on the 7th floor. The boy looked at the cloud of energy with a smile and thought that this was probably how he had obtained the power of ignition. Several gods had simultaneously used the power of incarnate body on the challenger, so his location was now known to all camps. The youth took hold of the hilts of his swords and thought that he didn't think he had ever encountered something like this before. He narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered why they were so obsessed with capturing him. The girl behind him frowned and said that insignificant gods didn't dare use such a trick on the master. She became furious and said that if the boy ordered, she would deal with all the insignificant creatures flocking to it instead. The boy smiled awkwardly. Looking at her fury, the demon said that no matter how you look at it, all those who call themselves apostles are real madmen. Several knights quickly ran forward. They ran through the forest, following the bearded man who said that they would punish that boy for the sake of the great god of destruction. The system reported that this applicant received a piece of the Holy Grail. Suddenly, they noticed a bright source of light in the sky. The man looked up and wondered what it was. The shining sphere was engulfed in streams of aura. The man thought it was the moon. The system reported that the special power of the moonlight of false suffering caused terrible sadness in the designated enemies. The man's allies fell to the floor, feeling a headache. Tears were streaming down their cheeks. They were screaming that they were flowing non-stop. The system said that the health of enemies affected by the special power would decrease when they were sad. The man also started and said that this was some kind of nonsense. The system added that all stats were reduced by 10 units due to the special power of the observer's gaze, who looks down on everyone from above. He turned and looked in front of him. The clumsy god of destruction shouted that they needed to move forward. The man apologized and said that if he continued to go further, he would die. The guys were holding their heads in horror and crying. The deity said that it did not matter because someone like them was nothing more than a simple expendable material. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind the man. While tears were streaming down his cheeks, the man said that he understood his god. There were many explosions in the forest. The youth watched from above. The system announced the activation of the Holy Light skill, causing 17 candidates from the Destruction faction to be eliminated, and 11 candidates from the Observation faction to be eliminated. He smiled slightly when he noticed the reports that 14 candidates from the Suffering faction had also been eliminated. The youth said that since he had gained a negative effect with the moonlight, the accuracy of the Holy Light had increased. He remembered the fallen fairy and thought that it was a genius move to obtain the moonlight by grinding the returned items at that stage. The system transmitted the oath of the three gods, who said that they would cooperate with each other to deal with this guy. The youth gripped the hilt of the sword. The demon said that they must have realized that defeating him would require some effort. A dark gate opened in front of the guy. The girl asked him to get ready because the small gods are approaching, so he should be extremely careful because 3 small gods are approaching at once. Swinging his blade, he said that he knew it. After a little while, the opponents came out to him. The woman, who was the god of destruction, activated the special divine power of the incarnate body and appeared before him, and said that this was impudent and that she would let him realize how pathetic he was. The white-haired man, who was the god of observation, said that this was clearly a deity, so he didn't understand how the guy managed to enter this labyrinth. The deity of suffering, who was an unknown being with a silver body, said that he must be a candidate chosen by the tower, so this was clearly an abuse of authority. The heroes noticed their doll-like bodies and thought that looking at this claw-like appearance, it could be assumed that the effect of the incarnate body was not a human body, but a doll created in his own image, in which a soul resided. He smiled faintly. Standing in front of his opponents, he said that he thought that the incarnate body, this is something truly grandiose, but in fact, we are talking about anal dolls. The gods frowned angrily, hearing the words that this is disgusting. Suddenly, the hero heard that he would definitely regret it. The gods stood in a stance. The woman said that he decided in vain to anger them. Suddenly, explosions thundered on this ledge. The young man ran away, making several dashes, and left behind only a trail of energy. After a short time, everything calmed down. The deities ran straight after him. The young man looked back and thought that even if this is an incarnate body, a god remains a god. Falling down, he looked at his opponents and thought that it was quite difficult to fight with all three. The opponents put their hands forward, attacking the hero. The young man made several swings with his sword, blocking the attacks. One of the woman's shells wounded him. A couple of blue shells also hit him. The guy gritted his teeth and coughed slightly. A powerful fireball was quickly catching up with him. A moment later, an explosion thundered in the air. Small pebbles fell to the ground. The hero landed at incredible speed and ran through the forest. The deities were trying to catch up with him. He said that no matter how much he tried to escape, he still remained in their palm. The guy looked back and thought that if there were two of them, then he thought he would be able to fight back, but he did not like that the only answer was to run away. Suddenly, he was surprised and frowned, hearing the words of his ally that she would take one of these pathetic gods. Frowning sternly, the girl added that if the number of opponents decreased by at least one, he would be able to withstand, so he could trust her. The system reported that the 4th level apostle used the unique characteristic of dark flickering, causing the body to become like darkness and teleport to the desired location. A bright flash appeared near the deities. A girl's hand appeared from it, calling the opponents fools. Arya gathered dark energy in her palm and said that they dare not bother her master, so she will teach them true darkness. The system reported the activation of a power intended only for apostles. Whips of dark energy burst out from her palm and headed towards the gray-haired man. They twisted him in a matter of seconds. The girl pulled the strings. Arya pulled the deity straight after her. The man frowned tensely and wondered why a fanatic who serves an ancient deity appeared in this place. The system reported that the said target will be banished to the world of the abyss for 10 minutes. They disappeared in a cloud of dark energy. The deities discussed that this was some kind of nonsense. The system reported that the observation deity had disconnected from the divine source and could no longer be used. The hero watched what was happening. The remaining deities turned their gaze to him, hearing the words that there were now 2 of them. The guy held the sword in front of him and said that he needed to deal with them in 10 minutes. The woman frowned in anger and said that she had no idea that he was related to the god of darkness, and as she expected, his existence was unacceptable. The hero jerked in surprise, hearing the words that he would die a miserable death like his comrades. Holding the blade in front of him, the guy asked if this meant that she was the culprit of poisoning his comrades. The woman smiled madly and said that it was true, because she had ordered the suitors who worshipped her to kill 2 annoying bugs to corner him, but no matter how many times they tried, they could not kill them, so they had to use poison. The young man listened silently to her words that he could not worry, because he too would slowly move towards his end, like those boys, but his death would be painful. The woman raised her head in surprise when she asked if she had voiced her dying will. Dark energy enveloped the guy. He activated the power of deification and said that if it was finished, then armor of darkness appeared on him. The young man said that they would be shamefully torn to pieces. The system reported the activation of the soul skill of the heavenly demonic sword of true blood, as a result of which the mana level in the body increased, and the skills of lightning thought process, small heart, battle-hardened warrior, and denial of divinity were also activated. Streams of air began to emanate from him. The guy raised his head and said that it was not all, because this was not enough, after which he activated a more powerful effect of the power of the flame sword and used the divinity of death, as a result of which the sword was imbued with death, which was impossible to dodge. The hero took a step forward and split the floor under his feet. The system reported that the quality of the god of death was reacting and the nature of death embedded in the divine power was intensifying, as a result of which the exclusive skill of the demonic sword of mixed origins, Double Strike, was activated. The deities lost their balance and fell to their knees. The system added that it would take divine power to quadruple the power of the strength skill. The deity of suffering frowned tensely and said that the pressure was incredible, then asked her ally to attack him with her power. The woman looked at the boy in fear and said that she was under tremendous pressure from his skills alone, and that she was not able to harm him in any way. The deities watched in shock at the approaching danger. The god of suffering said that the ally was of no use. He put his hand in front of himself, created a magic projectile, and said that even without the help of someone like her, he could somehow withstand, then ordered her to run at the signal. A moment later, the young man approached him and dealt several slashes. The deity fell into a stupor, looking ahead. The young man jumped to the side. The god lost his hand and screamed loudly. The hero frowned sternly and said that judging by their reaction, they were feeling the pain to the fullest. He extended his hand with the sword to the side. A moment later, the space was covered with many cuts. The deities were injured while the boy said that they dared to touch his comrades. Mercilessly watching their death, he added that therefore they could not even hope for an easy death. Sun Jiun approached the injured woman. The system reported that he had received the achievement of the Labyrinth, namely the Godslayer Swordsman. He also earned 100 Labyrinth points, as a result of which the total number of mana and health points increased by 100 units and the special power of the Godslayer Sword was created. The woman looked up at him and said that the tower had raised a monster. The young man watched her body deteriorate. The woman wondered if the tower would be able to fulfill its cherished wish. The boy did not understand what she meant. The system announced that the incarnate body of the clumsy god of destruction had died due to damage it could not handle, causing an absorbed part of the soul to appear. The young man put out his hand, took off his armor and took 2 fragments, thinking that he had only assumed, but it turns out that if the incarnate body of the god is completely destroyed, the spirit of the god will also remain. He squeezed the crystals in his palm and noted that if he collected 2 parts, then it meant that one enemy remained to be dealt with. The system reported that the god of observation used the exclusive divine right for the labyrinth and paid a huge amount of faith and divine power. A gray-haired man appeared in a spatial slit next to the guy in horror, running out of the hole that appeared, saying something about a fanatic. Suddenly, he noticed the guy's approaching fist and interrupted his words about having to spend his precious divine power because of that fanatic. The hero struck him in the face. The god fell to the ground. The young man greeted him. The deity lay silently on the ground. The guy said that if he didn't want to say hello, he didn't have to. The system announced the end of time and that the divine power of deification was turned off and it couldn't be used again for 8 hours. The hero looked at his palm and said that, as expected, a blow of such force would not kill him immediately. The bound god gritted his teeth and asked what had happened in this place. The heroes replied that they had started a fight with him first. The interlocutor looked down and said that if he had not been in this place, the situation would not have developed this way, and that he was the one who should have been gotten rid of from the very beginning. The hero took up the blade and said that, apparently, he had weakly beaten this god. Much had not yet realized what was what. He struck the god on the top of the head. The guy began to hit him with sweeping blows, saying that he knew perfectly well that even if this was an incarnate body, he felt all the pain in full, so he would beat him until he realized the situation that had arisen. The god's voice was heard from the forest, asking to stop this. The god of observation with swollen cheeks said that, apparently, the guy had beaten the others in the same way, and he must have left him alive because he needed something. Bok frowned sternly and asked what his intentions were and what he wanted. The deity bowed its head. The boy said that he had a few questions and wanted to know more about this labyrinth. The god asked for a deal in return, then asked if its hours was ready to listen to its terms. The boy touched his chin and said that he could not promise not to harm the incarnate body. The god was confused and said that he did not mean this because he just wanted the boy not to harm him in the future, until he showed hostility himself. Frowning deeply, the man said that they would pay in full if they harmed him. The hero agreed to these terms. The system announced that if the god of observation broke this oath, the testing tower would immediately remove his divinity. The boy looked down at the interlocutor and asked if they could immediately move on to the interrogation. The deity agreed. The hero looked away and asked to tell about the tower. The man frowned and said he knew nothing. Silence fell between them. The youth raised his blade and looked at the god ominously, asking him if he had figured out what was going on. The man looked at him fearfully and said that he only had some basic knowledge, but since he had only recently become a god, he knew little. The hero frowned and said that he wanted to know about the trial in the giant tree labyrinth. The man looked him in the eye and agreed to tell him. He introduced the workers in the forest and explained that the giant tree labyrinth was an event space created by modifying the world tree, and the trial tower was the one who transformed this place into the giant tree labyrinth. He then presented a folded envelope and explained that after this, invitations were sent to the gods to participate in the competition of the gods. An image of people approaching the altar surfaced in his memories. He said that each god chooses the difficulty level of the labyrinth, and he sets up the altar and makes the candidates his followers. The deity schematically presented area under the patronage of the god of darkness and said that the winner is determined based on which candidate reaches the last floor of the labyrinth, and a reward is given for the victory. The guy looked at the man in surprise, hearing the words that the winner accidentally receives one of the privileges of the tower administrator and can use it. Remembering the two women, the young man thought that it turns out that he needs to choose one of the administrators, after which he asked if the man knows anything about the deity of darkness. The god of observations began to dissolve into thin air, telling that he knows that this is one of the 7 ancient deities that existed since the time of all beginnings, and that now the young man is very close to the god of darkness. The boy watched the scene and listened to the words that he had better prepare himself for her to devour him completely. The man's eyes disappeared. He said that if there was light in the boy, he would eventually lose his value and bring him. The god of observation completely dissolved. His voice echoed in the boy's head. The man said that darkness would come exactly when he no longer had the strength to shine, and at that moment the god of darkness would truly rejoice. The boy looked down. He had absorbed the third soul. The system announced that the divinity of observation had been replaced by potential. Arya fell to her knees and tearfully began to beg for the master's forgiveness because she had made a mistake, missing that small god for which she deserved to die. The boy looked at her excitedly and said that she had done nothing wrong because he had dealt with him, so she should get up from her knees. The girl stood up, bowed, and said that this was to be expected from the favorite of the god of darkness, because compared to those non-entities, his skill was on another level. Chunwoo noticed that her mood changed very quickly. The girl picked up a bag and asked the young man to take something. She handed him fragments of the holy grail of the faction of darkness, nature, cunning, and demons. The girl laid them out on the ground and said that taking into account the parts of the holy grail of the little gods, they have 10 pieces in total. The system announced the fulfillment of the conditions and said that the holy grail will be given to the apostle of the god whose faction received 10 or more parts of the holy grail. Suddenly, a shining grail appeared in front of the guy. He took the item in his hand. The system said that when activating an exclusive skill, floors are skipped until the last floor of the labyrinth. However, if he decides to skip a floor, then before moving on to the next floor he must enter the temple of the labyrinth. The boy frowned in surprise when he saw the lines that in the labyrinth temple he could meet all the divine beings who participated in the giant tree labyrinth event. The girl blushed and smiled happily, saying that he had already reached the end, after which she apologized and said that she no longer had any fragments of the Holy Grail. She looked into his eyes and added that starting from the next floor she would not be able to follow him. The young man smiled and replied that he could not do anything about it, and therefore he would go on alone, but he was glad to meet her and he was very grateful to her. Arya raised her eyebrows in surprise and blushed embarrassedly. She covered her face with her hands and said in a trembling voice that he said very beautiful words to such a despicable being like her. Chunwoo said that she was talking a lot of nonsense. The girl handed him a ticket to exit the labyrinth and asked him to use it if he ever found himself in a difficult situation. The boy took the ticket. The system informed that if he designated a target after tearing the ticket, an exclusive exit effect would be activated, and if he left the labyrinth with this ticket, then we will return to the original dimension without any penalties to reduce abilities. However, if he designated someone else as a target, he will not be able to use the ticket unless the designated target is deprived of the ability to fight. The hero immediately tore the ticket, surprising Arya. Catherine shone with a bright light. A magic circle appeared under her. After a short time, the girl disappeared. The system informed that the challenger was returned to his original dimension. Arya silently looked at the boy's face. She smiled softly. The hero turned his gaze to her, hearing the words that her time had also come to an end. Dark energy began to swirl around her. The girl with an embarrassed face said that even if it was for a short time, it was a great honor for her to serve him, and although this was a short meeting, she would look forward to seeing them again. The girl vanished into thin air in front of him, asking him to stay healthy. Chunwoo was glad that it was quiet now, and asked the boy if he was going to set out right away. The boy swiped his finger at the system window and said that he would go to where the gods were gathering. He added, frowning slightly, that he needed to be fully prepared just in case. The girl sighed and said that she was tired of waiting, so he should finish this as soon as possible. Sun Ji-eun approached the giant gate with images of angels and demons. The system informed him that before skipping the last floor of the labyrinth, he should go to the temple. The temple gates opened slightly. A huge number of eyes watched him from the darkness. The boy appeared before the demons and gods. The demon god and the dark god greeted him with a smile. The dark god said that she was glad that he was not hurt, and that this trial was interesting to watch, and the contract was completely completed, so the reward would be given out soon. The youth looked to the side. He noticed his previous opponents frowning nervously. The system reported that the clumsy god of destruction was casting a jealous glance at the challenger, and the fake god of suffering was angry at the challenger and gnashing his teeth. The god of observation looked to the side. The system reported that he was a little afraid of the challenger. The god of battle clenched his fist. He opened his eyes wide, frowned angrily, and revealed his strong killing intent to the challenger. bright light asked for silence because they must stop behaving inappropriately and make a decision. A system window appeared above the guy's head. Similar windows opened in front of each of those present. The main deity asked to decide whether the applicant deserves to know the truth. The counter began to change quickly. Soon the voting was completed. The young man noticed that 87 people voted for and 77 against. The system reported that it was concluded that the applicant deserves to know the truth about the tower. Radiance turned to the guy and said that he can be proud of himself because he is given the right to know the truth. The god of darkness frowned slightly and said that she did not want the conversation to drag on, so they can quickly move on to the main thing. The god of demons said that the ancient deity of light is very harmful. The Radiance asked the guy if he knows what exactly the tower wants from him. The youth frowned and thought that the ancient god was most likely a powerful god who had accumulated power over time, and then said that the tower was placing its hopes on an all-powerful transcendental being. The deity turned to him and, confirming this, said that the tower wanted only one thing from the being, namely the destruction of all the gods. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words of that this was the reason why the tower was making him grow. He frowned tensely and thought that the reason why the tower was making him grow was to destroy the gods. He noticed the gazes aimed at him and wondered why they were sparing his life. He sank into despair, feeling the pressure of those around him, and thought that in that case, what was the position of the gods who had helped him, since now all the gods gathered could simply kill him? The youth imagined the gods taking up arms. He lost hope of survival, thinking that he would be killed now. Suddenly, he jerked in surprise, hearing the words that he could not be nervous, because if they could kill him, they would have already done it. The ancient gods said that they held back because they judged that he, who had the power to destroy the deity, was of great value. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. He sweated tensely and said that if he understood everything correctly, then they were offering him to destroy the tower. The god of light confirmed his guess. For a second, silence hung between them. The hero nervously began to talk. Slightly frowning, he replied that he was not strong enough to betray the tower, and at present, destroying the tower was an impossible task for him. The god of light calmly agreed and said that they could simply make a deal. The boy watched the deity tensely as it said that from now on the ancient deity would not harm him, and in exchange, he would not be hostile to the gods who had not harmed him. The boy listened in silence to the words that if there were gods hostile to him, then he himself would decide whether to spare their lives or kill them. The hero frowned and agreed because he was satisfied with the terms of the deal. The deities looked at him. The god of light announced that the deal was completed and then said that his friends could speak. The god of demons placed her hands on the throne and said that she thought that the god of light would simply kill the boy. The god of light replied that she could not be so ignorant, because the problem was resolved very quickly. The girl touched her horn and said that the contract previously made on the demon lake was successfully completed, and that she could not even imagine that it would lead to the collapse of so many gods on the 7th floor, so it exceeded all her expectations. The system windows opened in front of the hero. The woman added that this was her reward for him. The system announced the receipt of an exclusive power of blocking the gaze, allowing one to completely block the gaze of deities and administrators. This power can be activated at any time and deactivated by its owner. Another deity stood up from her seat and said that she could give something similar, and that she would grant him power, so he should serve me, this brat, a her. The youth frowned, recognizing this manner of speech. The dragon god gave him the power of viewing information, allowing him to evaluate information about creatures through the system. The dragon god frowned slightly and said that she gave him something really good, so he can go under her command. After all, he has mastered the incarnation of the dragon, so she will show her full favor to him. The young man smiled slightly and thought that only a dragon god could speak in such a manner and act so crazy, and then said that since it was a dragon god, he thought that he was seeing a real dragon in front of him, but it turned out to be wrong. The god immediately took the form of a dragon and said that if it was so important to him, then she could take this form right now, and then asked if he would serve her. The young man lowered his eyebrows and said that he did not want to do this, but he was very grateful to her for this gift. The woman rested her hands on the fence and said that she had never seen anyone do this, because it was very mean, and he even received the art of dragon incarnation. The guy opened the information windows and thought that he had the power to view data. The hero decided to check the information about his comrade Chunwoo. The system reported that he was the 7th heavenly demon of the Blood Demon Church and a challenger who had ascended to the 41st floor of the Trial Tower. And there was a time when she had the Bloodlight divinity, but it was currently withdrawn, and she was also awaiting a decision, and she was currently very scared. The hero fell silent as he read this. The dragon god gritted her teeth and sent something to him. A system window opened in front of the boy. The dragon god offered the challenger the position of an apostle. The boy frowned and activated the ability to block the gaze, blocking the dragon's gaze. The deity grabbed her head and said that if he accepted the power, he should agree to this offer as well. The next god looked at the boy and said that he had fully proven his worth, so she would also reward him. The boy received the exclusive power of increasing the reward, but only half. This power made it possible to increase the level of the reward received for the trial of the tower, but at the moment the power was not complete. The youth asked what this meant with a smile. The god smiled and said that if he paid the remaining price of the test, she would give him something else, so she would wait for him at the test temple in the common area of the 21st floor. The hero was very surprised to hear the words that she would tell him about the future. He tried to take a step forward, but the gusts of wind engulfed him. The youth evaporated. The god said that he would look forward to meeting them on the 21st floor. The system reported that the challenger had made the transition to the last floor of the labyrinth. However, since the ability had not been restored, the difficulty of the last floor would be adjusted. Dark energy raged in the ruined city. The system reported that the youth had entered the 10th floor of the giant tree labyrinth. This place is the last floor of the labyrinth and the place where all the qualities of the challenger entering the labyrinth are tested. Chunwoo suddenly recognized this place. The young man raised his hand. The system also noted that if he could withstand the power of the gods who called for the apocalypse more than 4 times, the last floor of the labyrinth would be cleared. A huge number of eyes opened on the dark surface. The gods of despair, collapse, and madness wanted to get his divinity. The hero looked up and thought that looking at the sky, he clearly felt something. A huge eye opened right above his head. The hero noted that this was a battle that he would never win. The gods of despair, collapse, and madness began to laugh. Giant tentacles appeared from the opened portals. The system reported that if the young man could withstand the power of the gods who called for the apocalypse more than 4 times, the last floor of the labyrinth would be cleared. Tentacles quickly headed towards the hero. The young man jumped from his place, dodging their attack. The tentacles continued to wriggle, trying to catch up with him, but the guy ran away from them at the last moment. Pushing off once more, he noticed their message that this was not his power. Sun Jun delivered 2 slashes while in the air. The tentacles released a dark substance. The god said that if he did not give it up voluntarily, it would be taken away by force, even if they had to kill him. Ink began to envelop the guy's body. He noticed with horror that his body was melting. A source of golden energy lit up in his chest. The hero thought that he needed to quickly heal with the help of divinity. Ink completely covered the space around him. Sun Jun broke free from the trap, flying to the side. His body was enveloped in divine energy. The system reported that he had once overcome the power of the god of despair, fall, and madness. Chunwoo said that if he was even a second late, he would be in danger, so he must constantly be on guard. The tentacles thundered towards him. The god watched the events with a giant eye, continuing to direct his tentacles. The young man made several dashes, running very far. One instant So Glue followed him. The god addressed the boy, calling him an impudent mortal, and said that no matter how much he ran, only death awaits him. The heavenly eyes watched as the hero dodged their attacks. The system reported that the skills of lightning, thought process, small heart, and the skill of enhancing divinity were activated. The hero turned around in the air and swung his right hand. He crossed his arms. A huge tentacle went around him from behind. The young man suddenly noticed this. He made 2 slashes across the tentacle. Dark and thick blood poured out. The system reported that his divinity was used up, as a result of which the skill of enhancing divinity was temporarily sealed. The hero smashed the system warning into fragments. He frowned tensely as he thought about the words about his skill being sealed. The deity narrowed its eyes. The system reported that the god began to laugh loudly. A rain of black slime fell from the sky to the ground. The hero swung his blades, fending off the falling drops. He activated the myth of a battle-hardened warrior and increased all stats by 47 points. The youth raised his sword above his head and accumulated dark energy in it, activating a more powerful effect of the Starlight skill. The boy released a powerful energy beam and exploded one of the tentacles. The system reported that he had overcome the power of a god twice. The evil deity opened its eye in madness and said that he continues to do stupid things, but soon it will put an end to this impudent floundering from side to side. The hero saw the fragments of the system warning that divinity had been used up, causing the Starlight skill to be temporarily sealed, scattered in front of him. He angrily gritted his teeth and activated the special effect of the Blessing of the Unfallen, causing resistance to all divinity-related attacks to be developed. The system window shattered into pieces again. The god opened his eyes wider and sternly said that resistance was useless. The system reported that in order to overcome the resistance, the amount of divinity above the designated norm was consumed. The hero watched as the fragments of the system window scattered around the area. The system notified him that the Starlight skill had been temporarily sealed by divinity. The hero planted his feet on the floor, finding himself defenseless before the god's eye. He frowned tensely and thought about the system warning he saw. The giant tentacle quickly moved towards him. The god said that he did not think he had time to catch his breath. The hero made 1 slash, deflecting the trajectory of the tentacle. The system reported the activation of the Heaven Destruction skill, which removed all restrictions on what it could break. The tentacle fell next to him on the floor. The system reported the release of the divinity enhancement skill from the sealed state and then that the heaven destruction skill was temporarily sealed. The hero was stunned for a second, surprised that the skill was unlocked. Chunwoo suddenly guessed. She smiled and said that the opponent has limitations. The guy smirked and continued her sentence, saying that this limitation concerns the number of skills that he can block with divinity. The god attacked the guy again, saying that he cannot change anything even if he understood it. The system reported the activation of the divinity enhancement of the heavenly demonic sword of true blood. The blade in the boy's hand was covered with a lightning aura. The demon said that she was 100% ready. The boy made several strikes, reflecting the enemy's attacks. The girl said that he moved well, and that they had to endure this. The system reported the depletion of divinity, as a result of which the skill was temporarily sealed. While the tentacles turned towards the hero, the system unsealed the heaven destruction skill. The hero accumulated energy in the blade, getting into a stance. The system displayed several messages at once, saying that the heaven destruction skill was activated, removing the restrictions on what it can break. An exclusive double strike skill was also activated, and that divine power began to be expended to increase the power of skills by 4 times. The guys gritted their teeth, preparing for their next attack. The boy made a sweeping chopping blow, creating a giant wave of energy. For a second, he stopped, holding the blade to the ground. Sun Ji-yoon cut the tentacle along its entire length. He looked up, frowning deeply. The system reported that he had overcome the power of the god 3 times. The tentacles of the deity began to disappear, while the god tried to insult the boy in madness. The boy's jacket fluttered in the wind. He pushed himself into the ground with effort. The heroes stood in a stance, waiting for the next attack. The god said that he was an insignificant mortal, and that he should obediently give up this power. The system reported that the god of despair, fall and madness paid the tower a huge amount of divine power, as a result of which he received permission to use the myth. The god used the myth of greed, starting to dissolve the boy's body and his ability. The boy was engulfed in streams of dark energy. He thought that he needed to get out of there. Suddenly he froze in place, noticing something. The hero fell to his knees and pushed his blades into the ground. Chunwoo turned around and noticed that his leg had completely dissolved. The guy looked at his hand and thought that this was a level of power that he really couldn't stop, but the system reported the activation of the skill of the last resistance. Streams of dark energy continued to envelop his body. The system added that any fatal wound would be nullified. The hero let go of the blade handle for a second. The system reported that he had overcome the power of a god 4 times, fulfilling the conditions. System notifications appeared in front of him, informing him that by clearing the 10th floor of the giant tree labyrinth, he received a reward for conquering the labyrinth. And among all the contenders in the giant tree labyrinth, he was the first to overcome the difficulty of madness. As a reward for this, he received an old wristwatch of the returnee. Suddenly, an antique watch with a leather strap appeared in his inventory. Bok opened his eyes wide and began to resent the tower, saying that he was its old friend, and that if only there were no restrictions of the giant tree labyrinth, then everything would be different. The sky was covered with glass cracks. The god added that he would immediately kill a bug like him with one blow. A blue sky appeared in the space that opened up. The god said that the next time they met, he would definitely finish the boy off. The youth stood up. He put away his blades and said that this labyrinth was finally over. His ally added that during this battle, she really thought that he would die, then asked if he really wasn't scared. She coughed slightly and said that he did an amazing job anyway, so he was good. The youth smiled slightly when he heard the words there, that the victory was only possible thanks to her presence, so he should be grateful. Sun Ji-yoon looked up and thought that no matter how much he thought about it, it was a little strange. He stretched out his hand in front of him and added that the fact that the god continued to wish for his power bothered him a little. The hero swiped his finger across the system window and thought that it was also strange that the god was an old friend of the tower, so he needed to check it out. The hero activated the exclusive power of viewing information and saw that the god of despair was the first candidate chosen by the tower. The system told him that he was not currently classified as a candidate and was keeping the status he had received from the tower, and that he was an ancient being whose names matched the names of the 3 deities that had originally existed with him, and he was very greedy for the power that the current candidate had. The guy read the inscriptions and thought that this was the first candidate chosen by the tower, and an ancient deity at that, and in that case. He looked up at the hourglass. The system confirmed that he had passed the last floor of the labyrinth, and asked him to delete the data in the labyrinth and return to the real world. Sand flowed from the upper bowl to the lower one. Suddenly, the system gave out a huge number of errors. The sky above the hero cracked. The system reported that due to a system error, the challenger was sent to a random location. The young man silently watched what was happening. He used the privilege of the absolute preservation labyrinth. The hero was transferred to a bright space next to the hourglass and said that he bought this thing because a cat from the labyrinth store recommended it to him, and apparently he was right. Looking away, he listened to the words of his ally that there was really no need to worry. The Labyrinth code gave a guarantee. This means that any doubts can be cast aside. The boy smiled slightly and said that although it was a bit expensive, it was worth the purchase. The hero had obtained the privilege of the Absolute Preservation Labyrinth. While sitting by the watch, he received a message that all the abilities obtained in the labyrinth were integrated with the existing data of the challenger, and the myth of the possibility of transcendence was accumulated in the divine power, and when the myth was activated, the effect of reverse causality was applied. The golden energy of divinity touched his body. The system reported that the opponent he could not defeat. The causal relationship was reversed to create a policy of inevitable victory, and when the myth was activated, the effect of divine growth was applied, and every time he defeated the owner of divinity, the divine status of the challenger would increase. Accordingly, when the divine status increased, special rewards were sometimes provided. The hero took the item he had received in his hand. The system also added that the more victories he accumulated, the closer he would get to transcendence. The boy said that he still did not know what this meant, but perhaps he would find out during the battle. The sand continued to fall all this time. Powerful streams of wind and energy swirled around him. The system reported that the labyrinth was complete. All the abilities acquired in it were applied to the candidate's data. The guy rose from the floor. The system added that the concepts of mana points and health were not applied, since they are exclusive effects of the giant tree labyrinth, and then opened his status window for the guy. He clenched his fist and said that all statistics had exceeded the threshold of 200 units. And now he is truly at a level beyond human capabilities. The ally said that since their first meeting, progress was clearly evident, and now he can easily demolish all the buildings nearby with one blow. The hero rested his feet on the floor and split it. The system reported that the integration of the candidate's data was achieved. Everything stopped for a second. The guy looked up at his watch. The floor beneath him collapsed. The system reported that the candidate was returning from temporary space to Earth. Smiling contentedly, he looked up. The boy began to fall down, saying that now it was really time to return. The system reported that all the equipment had been moved to the inventory, and when he returned to the tower, he would be able to get all the equipment he had received from the inventory. A notification appeared next to the portal saying that the boy had returned to the ground. He exited the portal. The system also added that the waiting room on the 18th floor had been entered. Sun Jiun and Chunwoo went outside. The girl said that she had finally returned to the tower. The boy agreed and said that it had been a long journey. The girl looked at him and said that they had returned safely now, but he should not relax. The boy looked at her face in surprise. The girl added that although she did not want to cross paths with that god of despair, fall and madness again, but when he reached the upper floors, the god would definitely appear on their way. She clenched her fist and added that until then, he should actively increase his strength. The boy smiled slightly. He patted his ally on the head and asked her not to worry. The girl looked up at him shyly. The boy said that for the two of them to stay alive, he just needed to be stronger than that god. She looked at his face with awkward admiration while he said that they should try to overcome this together. The girl gritted her teeth. She hit the boy on the shoulder with a smile and said that he had grown a lot, because he even dared to pat her on the head. The boy said that he got hit again. He grabbed his shoulder and added that she had such a cute body, and her strength was just over the edge. The girl looked into his eyes and asked where he got the watch on his wrist. Sun Jiun looked at it in surprise and said that he thought he got it as a reward on the 10th floor, but he didn't understand why he had it on his wrist. It was in his inventory. He opened the system window. The girl said that he was given a watch as a reward for passing the 10th floor, but this is too simple a reward. The hero said that he should check what effects this item has just in case. He opened the item information. The system said that this is an old watch used by the returnee chosen by the god of time, and with the watch, he can randomly set a certain attack within 50 meters and return to the state before the attack. After using the attack reset, a 30-minute recovery time is generated. The guy was surprised by what he read. The system said that when the user loses a life, the time of the whole world returns to 10 minutes ago, and after using the return of the deceased, a 30-day recovery is generated. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that this is just a mind-blowing item. The watch sparkled on his wrist. The young man said that both items are amazing, and although he knew that he would receive a reward related to a divine being, he is still very surprised. He recalled the image of his last opponent and said that if it was such a difficult level that he received such a reward, then he was even more curious about the true nature of the god of despair. Decline and madness. The hero raised his head, turned to the administrator and said that he had questions, and it did not matter to him which of the two responded, because they could simply send an invitation. For a second, there was silence in the area. The young man laughed awkwardly and said that they probably were not watching him now, when suddenly the system reported the activation of an exclusive area movement power. The hero lowered his eyebrows, remembering area, and said that she gave him this power as an apology for missing that little god, and now he was even glad that he accepted this power. The system reported that he could enter the administrator's area from anywhere as long as he knew the administrator's name. There was no restriction on movement. Blue water flowed down. Xiaowa, smiling at the table, said that as expected, when the weather is so wonderful outside, the real happiness is eating sweets and drinking tea while covered with a blanket. Suddenly, Sun Jun appeared above her head while she was talking about how these cookies are so delicious and go perfectly with tea, and that the next time the boy comes to visit her, she should offer him to try these cookies. She looked up in surprise, noticing dust falling from the ceiling, and wondered if there was a mouse there. The boy was a few centimeters away from her face and clicked his tongue twice. He fell on the table and threw the plate of cookies. The woman asked in surprise what kind of trick he was doing. Her tea spilled. The boy awkwardly complained there. Why did he move to this place? A scream was heard from the building. The girl asked him where he had climbed and what kind of inappropriate action this was. Clear water was pouring out of the bamboo tube. There was a red mark on the guy's face from her hand. The woman said that she did not understand how it was possible to show up without prior notice. The hero was kneeling in front of her. I apologize. The woman angrily said that visiting someone like this was tactless. Looking at the guy with disdain, she said that she thought he got along very well with the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that this was a misunderstanding. The interlocutor raised her hand and replied that she believed her student, so there was no need to worry about it at all. The demon said that there was not a single normal person around him. Xiaowa sank to the floor and said that what was more important was that she wanted to congratulate him on completing the giant tree labyrinth. She extended her hand to him and added with a smile that he was the most wonderful contractor for her. The girl stroked his cheek and added that he was a student she could be proud of. Smiling widely, she said that he had really worked hard. Xiaowa took her hand. The hero began his conversation. Sitting opposite her, he said that he was able to get out of a dangerous situation thanks to her fencing skills, and it was thanks to her that he was able to become so strong. The woman blushed embarrassedly, hearing the words that he was glad to hear that he was a student she could be proud of. The girl smiled awkwardly. She lit up with joy and said that she was very happy that the guy thought so. The demon started asking why she was smiling with 32 teeth. Xiaowa looked him in the eye and said that in any case, he came to her to ask her about the first candidate chosen by the tower. The boy asked how she knew about it. The girl calmly replied that she saw everything, and for her it was a great fortune that he survived the encounter with that mad god. The boy frowned deeply when he heard the word that she had originally been unable to tell him anything, but now that things had turned out this way, some restrictions had been lifted. She introduced the dark silhouette of a maddened man and told him that the god of despair, the fall and madness, was a kind of failed experiment of the tower, the first attempt to destroy a divine being. The man smiled madly, revealing his sharp fangs. The woman added that, however, due to his insatiable greed, he had obtained 3 divine names with the power of the tower. He grabbed his head, covering his face with his hands. The girl told him that even obtaining just 1 divine name would cause a living being's mental strength to reach its limit, and a portion of that being's divinity would gradually begin to deteriorate. But because that fanatic had obtained 3 divine names, he had developed beliefs related to multiple divinities, the weight of which he could not bear, causing him to suffer a mental breakdown. The young man imagined the man's mad face and thought that perhaps the god of battle and all those like him often had a distorted consciousness, and then wondered if he should say that they were too immature to call themselves gods. The girl looked down and said that, however, that mad god had increased his divine names to 3, but was unable to increase their number after that. She imagined the man standing in front of the tower and said that despite the price he had placed on the tower's altar, he had not been able to attain transcendental power. In a word, he had been abandoned by the tower. The man gritted his teeth with a mad expression. The girl said that after that fanatic went crazy in the tower and eventually became her enemy. The young man frowned, silently listening to the words that the divine name meant divinity, and the combination of 3 divine names meant that he was very strong, so he needed to be extremely careful. Suddenly, a warning appeared in the air. A small mouse ran across the board above them. Xiaowa turned to the boy and said that she could not share anything with him anymore because a warning had come from the tower. The boy stood up and said that there was nothing you could do about it, and in any case, she told him most of what he was interested in. The woman asked what he intended to do next. The hero turned his back to her and called the name of the god. As he walked away, he sternly said that he was going to prepare himself so as not to lose to him. The system reported that the entrance to the 18th floor of the tower was carried out, the difficulty of which was high, and the theme was awakening. The allotted time for passing was 30 days. The young man stepped on the ground. He looked around the place he found himself in. The system reported that the conditions for successfully passing the tests were to save the world, which was on the verge of destruction, through divinity. The hero saw a half-abandoned city in front of him. Unknown people approached him from behind. The system announced that the reward for a successful breakthrough would be the invader's leather gloves, and the penalty would be death. The hero turned around, hearing how he was called out. He looked at the guys who approached him and asked if they were telling him this. The girl pulled out a blade in his direction and confirmed it, after which she said that while she was talking nicely, he should give her everything he had and get out of this place nicely. The guy frowned angrily. Chunwoo said that she thought someone had gotten themselves into trouble. The red-haired girl frowned tensely, insulted the guy and asked if he still didn't understand what situation he was in. She gritted her teeth, created a fireball, and said that although she looked fragile on the outside, she was actually the owner of a physical type superpower. If he tried to do something stupid, he would find himself in an extremely difficult situation. The boy calmly repeated her words about the physical type superpower. The girl was stunned, noticing something. The boy released his aura, putting pressure on the opponents. The crimson energy swirled around his body. He asked with a crazy expression if she meant it. The red-haired girl frowned and wondered if Sunjun hadn't realized the situation he was in yet. Fire appeared in her hand, and she stated that despite her fragile appearance, she was actually a physical type superpower user. If he tried to do something stupid, he would be in a very difficult situation. Someone asked about the physical type superpower, which surprised her. At this moment, there were several people standing in front of Sunjun. He asked if she meant it and sent out a red stream of energy. A strong wind arose, and the red-haired girl said that she didn't think there were still physical type superpower users in the world. She gritted her teeth. Pointing her finger forward, she surrounded herself with a glow, asking if he was the superpower user from the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. Sun Ji-yoon watched the fireball. A moment later, a powerful explosion sounded. She turned to her partner and heard that she had dealt with her opponent and ordered him to shut up. New notification said that the skill infinite spell absorption was activated. All spells touching his body will be converted into pure mana. A red ball appeared in Sun Ji-yoon's hand. The girl watched nervously, realizing that her attack did not work. The rest of the team rushed into battle, hearing the order to attack at the same time. Running up, the men raised their fists to attack, and Sun Ji-yoon ironically asked them if they were called superpower users. After which, one of the attackers received a punch to the face. He noted that it seemed like their abilities were not that good. Standing in a fighting stance, Sun Ji-yoon told them that their strength and skills were not even up to the general standard and that they were pathetic losers. Pulling his fist behind his back, he prepared to attack and said that during the fight, if they relied on advanced technology, it would be a little more interesting. Sun Ji-yoon struck again, this time at the second opponent. Holding his fist in front of his face, he noted that he seemed to have put more power into the strike than he should have. At this moment, his opponents fell to the ground, and he added that he should control his power next time. The girl had already extended her hand, calling the hero a monster. A bright beam erupted from it as she screamed that she would finish him off. Sun Ji-yoon simply waved his hand, blocking the beam. The red-haired girl was shocked. Smoke rose from the hero's hand. The ash blood skill was activated. Falling to her knees, the girl said that she was told that the beam could pierce any opponent with superpowers, no matter how strong they were. Sitting on the ground, she realized that she would eventually die like this, but Sun Ji-yoon asked her not to worry. Coming closer, he said that if she cooperated with him, he would spare her life. The skill Absolute Attractiveness was activated. He clarified, wasn't this a good deal for both parties? The redhead was confused when Sun Ji-yoon said that it was up to her to decide. Meanwhile, Chunwoo confidently raised her hands and explained that superpowers appeared depending on luck around the age of 7. Superpowers are divided into 4 types: strengthening, embodiment, transformation, and construction. Later, she looked like a cat and then absorbed energy. Transformation and construction are those that change the owner's body, and strengthening and embodiment are those that increase strength. The evil silhouettes watched the burning city. The girl said that one day, a group called the Superpower Supremacy Alliance appeared, claiming that the world should be ruled by those with superpowers, and they began committing terrorist attacks throughout the city. The robots and armored humans tried to fight back, but at that time, humans used the power of machines to fight terror, and this did not last long. Soon, a huge gray sphere appeared, created by the group that disabled most of the machines, and they were defeated. Only a few units of machines modified with superpowers remained. Sitting in front of the hero and Chunwoo, the red-haired girl said that this world was thus captured by the Superpower Supremacy Alliance, and it was impossible to restore the collapsed city. The heroes watched her as she added that it was not easy to get food here, so in order to somehow make ends meet, they resorted to robbery. Pointing her finger, Chunwoo asked her if she was talking about the sphere in the sky. The girl was surprised, thinking that the child was talking to her informally. Turning around, the hero and his friend looked at the sphere when their interlocutor confirmed this, explaining that every time a large number of people suffer, this sphere seems to increase in size and emit an unusual glow. New windows appeared, informing that the source from which the deity is born has been opened. The hero turned his gaze to the side. New messages notified that the special quest savior was beginning. Currently, the source of the deity has entered a period of growth, collecting absolute faith. As long as the faith supply channel is not cut off, the source of the deity cannot be destroyed and it will not stop growing. It is necessary to stop the deity that is trying to devour the entire world and save the world from the deity. The sphere was surrounded by a bright ring. Additional rewards will be obtained for completing the special task. Sun Jun looked at it meaningfully. New messages notified that a more powerful effect of the power was activated. The exclusive skill SSS book was activated. Pink symbols appeared behind Sun Jun. Sun Jun's analysis of the applicant's personality is complete. The blue screen indicated that it is now possible to steal and replenish faith with the special skill Faith Steal SS+. Then, lightning rose from his body. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought about what he felt. A colorful aura appeared around the heroes, and Sun Jun thought that this was the pain, fear, anger, denial, and sadness of countless people. He couldn't believe that so much faith had been gathered from the suffering of so many people. Frowning, the hero mused that even he, despite valuing efficiency, had absolutely no desire to become stronger by making innocent people suffer. The exclusive skill Faith Steal had been cancelled. Folding her arms, Chunwoo said that if her thoughts were correct, then the desire to cause terror through terror was also a form of faith that was then used to grow. Sun Jun looked closely at the companion who was saying that it seemed like they were being told to kill the deity before it completed its growth, and replied that they would eventually have to end the Superpower Supremacy Alliance and close up shop on the supply and demand of faith. Both of them looked at the red-haired girl again, and the hero asked her name again, and also asked if she knew where the Superpower Supremacy Alliance was. Katia looked up and said that she didn't know the exact location, but she knew a broker who was affiliated with the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. The two of them looked at her with a smile, and Sun Jun said that Katia should come along with them. His companion also said that they would keep her alive, so there was nothing to worry about. The glass house was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The 17th district of the largest city. The drink was being stirred in the glass, and someone said that it was excellent. Standing by the window, the man in the suit noted that as the leader of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance, this would also be to his liking. Holding the glass in his hand, the man said that he threw a piece of meat. He imagined how the passersby threatened him with knives, and continued by saying that they were ready to kill each other to get it. After which, one of the passersby stabbed another with his knife. He opened his mouth and noted that it was true. The man spread his arms and laughed, saying that it was perfect and the world would be a much better place. He raised his head in delight, noting that on the day the gray sphere was completed, someone would return as the god of the new world. At that moment, an explosion was heard behind him. Sun Jun smashed the wall with his fist, asking Katia that she seemed to have said that this was an alliance broker and that the security level here was 0. She replied that she hadn't even had time to say a word, and he had already destroyed everything here. Turning to Katia, Sun Jun said that he couldn't stand it when an escort talked too much. Katia lowered her head and promised that she would remain silent from now on. The hero walked forward, summing up that he would now talk to the broker. Holding a glass in his hand, the broker asked who this guy was. Theatrically putting his hand to his face, Sun Jun replied that he was a person who was very interested in the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. The indignant broker smashed the glass in his hand and noted that he hadn't seen such a crazy person in a long time. The broker's head changed into the head of a monster, and he said that the guy was clearly crazy, deciding to play the hero, but unlike the stories in the manhwa, in reality there are no heroes. The claws became sharper and a tail appeared. The broker also said that today he would put an end to his heroism, but Sun Jun pinned him to the ground when he said that he would become a sacrifice that he would lay on the altar. Opening the screen, the hero noted that the enemy resembled a monster from the underworld in appearance, but this would not work with him. The screen said that the exclusive power of K1547 view information was activated. Then a photo of the broker and a description appeared. Laskin, one of the 12 leaders of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance, the owner of the transformation type superpower. He can transform his body into a demonic beast of the demon realm and use demonic energy while in a transformed state. The broker's eyes were shining brightly. He was currently extremely wary. As he removed the screen, the hero noted that he thought there would be more information, but no. As he rose from the floor, Laskin wondered how someone could have such hidden power and abilities. Suddenly, his pupils became smaller and he asked if Sun Jun wanted to join the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. Those who had gone beyond human capabilities should be at the top. Looking at the monster, the guy asked again if he was saying that someone like him had gone beyond human capabilities. Katia, who was hiding, heard the broker answer in the affirmative and suggested that Sun Jun think carefully because he had amazing abilities. Otherwise, he would not be able to get out of here. Raising his hands with sharp claws, Laskin added that Sun Jun had no choice but to join them, and then he would be able to enjoy the privileges granted by the leader of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. They stood opposite each other, and the hero asked about the privileges again, receiving the answer that by joining, he would be rewarded in full. The monster imagined how a large foot was crushing people, and stated that the strong have the right to do whatever they want with the weak. In any case, the situation is under the control of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance, so Sun Jiun can do whatever he wants. Sun Jiun made a puzzled look and asked his opponent if he called this a privilege. Katia was still standing behind the wall when the broker decided to give an example, pointing to the woman behind Sun Jiun. She rebelled against the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. Sun Jiun frowned as he listened to her about how her younger sister was killed because of this. In the current situation, when it was difficult to get food, the broker made a condition that whoever killed her sister first would be given food. Laskin imagined many hands reaching out to the girl and her sister, and explained that they all rushed to kill her in a single impulse, wanting to be the first. Suddenly, Katia's hand was cut off. Meanwhile, the woman who was protecting her younger sister had her hand cut off, after which, the sister was stabbed in the chest, and in the end, her younger sister died. Listening to this, Katia lowered her head. The broker continued to say that this was an example of what would happen if someone stood up to the Superpower Supremacy Alliance. Only the strongest could do something like this, right? With a smile on his face, he noted that he seemed to be a genius for coming up with such fun. But Sun Jiun replied that he was talking too much. The red-haired girl's eyes were filled with fear. The hero asked the monster again if it was fun for him to trample the weak in this way. He looked surprised when the hero told him that Laskin was a loser who relied on a gray sphere because he couldn't handle machines. The boy's eyes glowed, and he noticed that the enemy was bragging about gaining power. Did he seriously think he was something? Instant acceleration skill activated. Suddenly, the hero found himself behind the monster. Grabbing its head, he slammed it into the floor. While holding it down, the hero said that he would have some fun with it too. New reports appeared that Sun Jiun had obtained the achievement Master of Taunts. Durability increased by 1. The girl watching this was thinking about how he had knocked out the Superpower Alliance supremacy broker Laskin with one blow. For some reason, she thought that this man was capable of many things. A glimmer of hope appeared on her face when she thought about how he could save everyone. Meanwhile, even the fangs on Laskin's face were broken, and he begged the guy to stop. But the hero slammed him to the floor with renewed vigor. Then he picked him up and asked where the headquarters of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance was. The broker's legs dragged along the floor. Sun Jiun dragged him by his horn. Covered in blood, the monster asked for mercy. In response, the guy threw him to the floor. Choking on blood, the monster said that he would tell the guy where the headquarters of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance was. Sun Jiun silently kicked him. The myth of transcendence possibility was activated. New system messages notified that when the myth was activated, the effect of reverse causality was activated. Against an opponent who cannot be defeated, the causal relationship is reversed to create a policy of inevitable victory. With each victory, Sun Jiun gets closer to Ascension. Red shadows flowed into the guy's hand. Challenger Sun Jiun's victory brings him 0.0001% closer to Ascension. Chunwoo beamed as he defeated that blockhead and his divinity level rose. She never thought that it was possible to infinitely raise one's divinity status just by winning. The system message notified that Sun Jiun was gradually getting closer to becoming a transcendental. Clenching his fist in victory, the hero said that this was a power that had the potential to grow into a truly transcendental power. The sound of wheels creaking behind him was heard as Chunwoo said that if he continued like this, he could become stronger than the god of despair, decline, and madness. Sun Jiun silently stared at the enemy's corpse. Katia opened her mouth and addressed him. Behind her was a full cart, and she said that she had grabbed all the provisions from the broker's storeroom. Turning to her, he praised her for her excellent work, but she doubted that she could accept such a huge amount of provisions. There were large bags in the cart, and she said that she was not sure if she had the right to do so since she had failed to protect her family. If she had been as strong as him and had been able to pin the broker to the wall, then her younger sister probably would not have died because of a measly piece of bread. Looking at her, the hero replied that she had the right to accept this food. Most people would not walk ahead, showing the way to the broker. Katia looked a little confused by the words of the interlocutor, who added that at least in memory of her deceased sister, she should stop thinking that she was weak. Smiling, Sun Jiun also added that perhaps her deceased younger sister thought the same way. These words touched the girl. A new notification appeared, indicating that a seed of hope was beginning to sprout. The girl opened her mouth, trying to say something. Bowing, she thanked her hero, saying that she would not forget his kindness until her death. In response, he only smiled slightly. Standing in a bow, the girl heard from him that he would give her all the provisions he had, asking her to fulfill one request in exchange. Katia stood up abruptly and agreed, saying that he only had to say it. A new message notified that Sun Jiun had received the Seed of Hope achievement. The ruined building was surrounded by rusty pipes. District 7, Lenal Food Factory. A guy with horns was crawling on the ground, asking for help. A sword was stuck in his back. Sun Jun was receiving experience from killed enemies. One of them was still alive. Angry, he pointed at the guy, asking if he thought that since he had more or less tolerable strength, he could do anything. In response, Sun Jun chopped off his head. Looking at the corpse, he replied that he just didn't like what they were doing. The exclusive effect of the Bloody Feast of the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword was activated. The guard of his sword glowed, saying that it hadn't absorbed so much blood in a long time. After absorbing a large amount of blood, the item grade would rise to B+, 8,431 9,200th. Many screens appeared around Sun Jun, and he thought that after defeating the members of the Superpower Supremacy Alliance, his mana and skills had increased greatly. On one of them was Sun Jun's status window: Unique Attribute Necromancy, Unique Power Skill Synthesis, Unique Divine Power Transcendence SSS+, the main power of Divinity Deification SS+, Divine Power A, Bloody Heavenly Energy, Warrior's Defense C+, Purity of Mind C, Faith Harvest C, Instant Steps B+, Enhanced Kai Sword S+, Ghost Control B+, Heavenly Demon Status S+, Steel Wings C, Steel Blood Sword B, Instant Magic Charge C, Path of the Sword Demon S, God Slaying Sword S+, Faith Purification S+. He glanced at the sphere, deciding that all that was left was to defeat their leader. Holding the weapon in his hands, he heard Chunwoo say that the sphere had become increasingly redder since they first saw it. He replied that this meant that the hour of the deity's birth had come. A message appeared, stating that the source of the deity had consumed a huge amount of faith and had completed its growth. Cracks appeared on the sphere. The god of usurpation was looking at them. Another message indicated that the deity inside the gray sphere would soon emerge. A large hole appeared in the sphere itself. The deity born from the sphere is not like an incarnate body. It is a real deity. The body of the deity has great power. Drops of blood fell from the hole in the sphere. With a smile on his face, Sun Jun said that in his current state, he was able to resist the deity. The sphere began to glow brightly. Someone's feet stepped on the ground. The hero raised his head in surprise. The boy with blonde hair looked at the destroyed city. He said that Sun Jun was the hero who had made a mess while he was gathering power. A purple glow emanated from his hand, and he wondered if it mattered now that he had achieved what he wanted. He had no use for this world now. The ground beneath Sun Jun's feet was crumbling. As he bid farewell, he told the challenger from the tower that it was goodbye. Sun Jun watched as the stones rose into the sky. A new message appeared, saying that the divine power destruction was activating and the world would be destroyed. The hero looked at what was happening in shock. A bright light was visible from space, and the planet began to collapse. A new message informed that the divine power destruction was being used, and the recovery time was 100 years. The Earth had been destroyed. The recovery time of the divine power destruction could not be reset by any effect. The many mechanisms of the watch began to operate, and a blue screen informed that the exclusive effect of the old wristwatch, Return of the Deceased, had been activated. Golden gears were spinning against the backdrop of the destroyed planet. The explosion that destroyed it began to focus inward. A bright beam of light was visible. The planet looked whole again. Sun Jun was surrounded by mechanisms. Another beam of light was observed. The previously cracked Earth was being restored. The hands of the watch were spinning backwards. Sun Jun watched the beam of light again. He looked exhausted and shouted that it was enough to drive him crazy. The system messages informed that Sun Jun had obtained the returned achievement, and the skill time control resistance B+ had been created. Standing surrounded by a blue glow, the hero asked again, "What? The world will be destroyed? Is that even normal?" Chunwoo was also indignant, exclaiming that the destruction of the world is nonsense. The boy frowned, thinking that it seemed like Chunwoo did not know that time was rewound after the destruction of the world. When the girl asked what kind of expression she was and why he was so nervous, realizing that there was only one way, Sun Jun decided to enter the sphere before the deity completed its growth. The skill Steel Wings was activated. He rushed towards the sphere, and the companion was indignant that he was ignoring her words again. His thoughts were that he should be inside before the color became more red. New notifications about the activation of the skill combat focus appeared. The user's focus increases by 10 times, and the skill proficiency reached 100%. Sun Jun approached the sphere, activating the Power Blood Heavenly Energy. He landed on the sphere with a bang, and new windows reported the activation of the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword Sealing skill, Will Enhancement B+. The exclusive effect of the skill Mixed Origin Demonic Sword, Double Strike, consumes divine power to increase the power by 5 times. His strikes left bright traces. Gritting his teeth, he thought about breaking the sphere. Swinging his blade, small pieces were knocked off. After repeated hits, it began to crack. Sticking the weapon into the sphere, he released a large amount of power. The skill Heaven Destruction was activated. Cracks spread throughout the sphere, and Sun Jun had to jump back. He obtained the achievement Destruction of the Origin of Divinity, and the bonus effect of the power instant magic charge was activated. Sun Jun fell down against the background of the bright sphere and landed, creating a shockwave. He entered the domain of divinity usurpation. Looking ahead, the hero thought that since the notification in the status window did not appear, it meant that he entered before the growth was complete. He looked around. The boy with white hair was smiling, wondering if he should say that he was glad to meet you. Machine parts were flying around, and the message notified that the god of usurpation was laughing, looking at him. The god smirked and looked at Sun Jun and called him a stinking dog. Sun Jun looked at the god silently. Resting his head on his hand, he said that his home was probably not the most pleasant sight for guests, but there was nothing to be done because he took everything that came his way. Looking at the standing hero, the god said that he took away the superpower, forcing them to live in terror, and also destroyed the machines that were the only hope for this world. Should all this be called his spoils of war? His feet felt like the floor, and the god asked if it wasn't amazing, because these books contain powers stolen from those with supernatural powers. The ashen hair reflected the light, and the god added that these machine parts were a symbol of the takeover of world civilization. Looking at the god seriously, Sun Jun asked if it was he who ordered the 12 leaders to bully the common people. In response, he smiled widely and said that it was done to increase terror and gather faith. Doesn't it stir the blood? Chunwoo, who was on the belt, called the god trash. Getting up from the throne, the god noted the cold-bloodedness of the interlocutor and asked if it was really about the challenger from the tower. The god was warming up his hands when the hero asked if he knew anything about him. He replied that he had heard a little, that Sun Jun was capable of killing a deity and his mission was to kill him. Sun Jun looked at the interlocutor when he also said that he had the ability to turn back time. The hero and Chunwoo stood side by side when the god said that the god of despair, decline, and madness said so. They knew each other, didn't they? The god's eyes looked crazy when he asked Sun Jun if he knew what else the fanatic said. He said that there was a chance that Sun Jun could destroy all the gods, so he should eliminate him. Thanks to this, his blood began to boil for the first time in a long time. His fingers began to tremble, and he spoke of how he would have to destroy such a monster, so it must be a huge power, right? With a wild look, the god stuck out his tongue and asked if Sun Jun would die in terror like the week below. After that, he clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he wanted to see it. He wanted to see Sun Jun die writhing in terror. While holding his fist, he also said that when he killed him, as a final dessert, he would absorb his power and surpass that fanatic. Chunwoo noted that she now understood why those executives had gone crazy. Sun Jun began to be surrounded by a dark glow as he responded that he had a similar way of thinking to the god. A message appeared stating that the power of deification had been activated. The hero donned a suit of dark armor and told the god that he would make him tremble in terror and then kill him. The system message explained that divinity is transcendence, death, immortality, reverse causality, and observation. Sun Jun stood in armor, holding a weapon in his hand. The boy with blonde hair opened his mouth wide, surprised that Sun Jun had acquired divinity. He said that it was amazing. After that, he put his hands in front of himself and said that he should now demonstrate something. The red window said that since Sun Jun was in the divinity area of usurpation, a certain amount of the intruder's mana was forcibly transferred to the owner of the area every second. The hero in dark armor stood motionless. Then the god extended his hand with a bright glow and said that he would make good use of his mana. Sun Jun silently looked at the enemy. He gripped the handle of the blade and thought about what he could do. New messages appeared about the activation of the punishment skill. During the skill's duration, all stats are increased by 7, mana is not consumed, and the mana stat is increased by 100%. A silhouette of a golden dragon appeared next to him. A book fell to the floor next to the god. Several magic rings appeared next to him, and he said that it was a pity that the special ability he recently acquired was completely useless, but don't worry, he has a lot of things. A red window notified that the god of usurpation was using abilities stolen from others. Streams of energy were directed towards Sun Jun, but he was able to jump back from the powerful explosion. After that, he had to continue to dodge the magic charges, so he stopped not far from the enemy. Holding Chunwoo in his hand, he heard her say that it was strange, it looked like that bastard was just testing him. Sun Jun replied that it was probably because he did not want to reveal all his cards at the beginning of the fight. The blue window notified that the exclusive power of K-1574 had been activated. Fire and lightning began to emanate from Sun Jun. Red information windows appeared on the screen with a picture of a god. Lyle became the god of usurpation after receiving great spiritual energy, faith, experience, and myths. He can use the following powers of divinity: usurpation, destruction, discipline, activation. A bright pillar of light struck the ground. More red windows reported that the divine power of destruction was currently on cooldown. He was currently waiting for the moment to make a choice. Sun Jun's eyes glowed brightly, and he wondered what he was waiting for. Then he saw the god with books above his head. He was surprised to see what was happening. The blue window notified that the skill spell ceiling had been activated. A bright glow appeared next to the hero. He rushed to attack the god, thinking that no matter what plans the god made, he would not let him realize them. A new notification appeared that the effect of the Kai-enhanced sword was activated. The exclusive effect of the demonic sword of the mixed sword double strike was activated. The swing of the blade left a bright trace, but the god dodged it. A red window notified that the superpower of the chosen angel's Wings A Plus was activated. Wings appeared on Iold's back. With a smile, he flew into the air and flew over the battlefield. Raising his head, Sun Jun asked his opponent where he was going. New notifications appeared that the exclusive effect of the SSS Plus returned old wristwatch attack nullification was activated. The superpower of the chosen angel's Wings A Plus returned to the state before the attack was activated due to the attack nullification effect. The hands of the clock were moving backwards. This surprised Iold. New notifications said that the exclusive effect of the SSS Plus returned old wristwatch attack nullification was on a 30-minute cooldown. The power of instant steps was activated. The god looked down, but saw that Sun Jun was no longer there. The blue window informed him that this power would be activated for 10 minutes. Sun Jun could instantly move to the desired location using divine energy. He appeared behind Iold and clipped his wings. The eyes in his helmet glowed brightly. After that, the blade of the sword accurately passed through the enemy's neck. Looking at this, the hero asked what it was, but Iold quickly turned towards him, and Sun Jun thought that he was clearly aiming for his neck. After that, the guy was struck. The force of the blow was high, and Sun Jun fell to the ground with a crash. He was able to get up, and the god landed in front of him, saying that although he did not like close combat, he still did not throw away body enhancement skills. Raising his hand, he said that he did this to prepare for such situations. The blue window informed him that the Ash Blood skill was activated. Part of Sun Jun's helmet was missing. Meanwhile, Iold's body was glowing, and he said that he was surprised that even if he was hit physically, he could recover quickly. He also raised his hand and said that he had a general idea of Sun Jun and asked him how he would respond to this while gritting his teeth. Red windows appeared, informing him that new rules were being created in the sacred area of the usurpation divinity using the discipline divinity. Discipline 1. All battles that occur in the usurpation divinity area are fought on equal terms. Discipline 2. All creatures that enter the usurpation divinity area lose 90% of their physical stats. Discipline 3. When engaging in close combat in the usurpation divinity area, one of your abilities is randomly transferred to the area's owner. The sky turned purple. Discipline 4. In the usurpation divinity domain, most melee-related abilities are sealed and cannot be used at all. Discipline 5. The use of items is prohibited in the usurpation divinity domain. Smiling widely, Iold said that their physical abilities were equalized in this space because they were fighting equally. Sun Jun looked on with his bright eyes. The god told him not to be too upset and to have fun. Standing in front of Iold, the hero asked, so these rules apply to both him and the god himself. After saying this, he grabbed the handle of Chunwoo. Raising it, a glow appeared above his head, and he said that he hoped that no changes were planned until the very end. The Holy Light skill was activated. A bright red beam shot into the sky. An explosion thundered high up. A crack was visible among the flying parts of the mechanisms. The cracks became larger. Then a bright hole was formed. Iold looked scared, and the hero told him that since he mistakenly thought that he had some advantage, then he should say the following. Holding the blade in his hand, he continued that the rules of this trivial area did not apply to him, because he could destroy everything here. Iold raised his head, looking into the hole. He smiled and said that the enemy intended to destroy this area, but it was useless. The system reported that the area of the divinity of usurpation was returned to its original state by the myth of the god of usurpation of the destroyer of machine civilization. Energy immediately swirled chaotically in the area. The guy spread his arms with a mad smile, said that he knew something like this would happen, so he gathered many machines, and the enemy can't do anything as long as he is in his territory. The hero raised the blade, released scarlet energy, and said that, in this case, he will destroy every single machine. The system reported the activation of the Holy Light skill. Iold smiled widely, put his hand in front of him, and asked if he could really do it. The watch began to emit golden energy. The system reported that the exclusive effect of the old wristwatch of the returnee was forcibly activated by the divinity of activation, and temporary discipline was created using the exclusive effect of the old wristwatch with the divinity of discipline. Magic gears appeared in the air. The system also added that due to discipline, the recovery time of the wristwatch effect was temporarily removed, and when activating the Holy Light Challenger skill, it would be reduced to nothing due to the exclusive effect of nullifying the attack. The hero glanced at the blade with his head. The opponent smiled, created a magic watch, and asked if he was surprised, because the activation of divine power can be ignored. To put it simply, he is not limited by the rules. Chunwoo frowned and said that not only does he seal other people's items, but he can also forcibly activate them. The hero watched him closely as the girl said that he could probably bypass the rules with divine discipline. The opponent raised his hand and added that except for a skill called Holy Light, the boy apparently had no other means of attacking at a long distance. He slammed his palm on the floor and added that this fight would end in his victory. The system reported the use of the ability taken away by the god of usurpation and the activation of the superpower of strengthening spells and superpowers, as well as magical restraint. A giant magic circle appeared under the hero's feet. Chains burst out of the ground. They clasped the boy's hands. The opponent put his hand in front of him, created a magic copy, and used the superpower of magical overlap and magic compression, as well as the abilities taken away by him. A monstrous pressure fell on the boy. He watched the approaching daggers. Frowning deeply, he listened to the words of the opponent that they can slowly wrap up, because he must kill him right now and take his powers. The salary smiled and added that he thought he was dragging out the fight too dangerously, so he would simply throw the body down from the sphere. A spiked wall quickly approached the hero, adding that he could not worry too much about his fate. Stone buildings closed in around the hero. The usurper said goodbye to him, calling him a hunting dog of the tower. The giant figure of the Iron Maiden slammed shut. The usurper said that it was a very wonderful picture. He smiled, pointed his finger at the figure, and added that it was time for him to put an end to it. God shot the Iron Maiden with his magic projectiles. Smiling madly, he said that he would use his power properly so the guy could sleep peacefully. Suddenly, an image of a red-haired girl appeared in the guy's imagination, who shared food with someone and said that it was free so the interlocutor could eat to his heart's content. She smiled and said that she gives me these provisions and the savior, so he should thank him. Suddenly, the system reported that the hope sown by the hero is rapidly spreading thanks to the hope-spreading skill. Sounds were heard from the stone building. The system reported that the cult of faith has accumulated in the candidate. The usurper raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at what was happening. He silently watched what was happening inside the stone building. The Iron Maiden shattered into many pieces. The young man activated the salvation effect. The enemy opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding how this happened. The guy's body was half covered in armor. The system reported that since there are followers who worship the candidate, his divine power is greatly enhanced. The hero remembered standing next to that girl. The interlocutor looked at him and asked what kind of request this was, since he could not voice it for so long. The hero poured the food out of the bag and said that he just needed to shake out all the provisions. The girl looked at the mountain of food in surprise. The guy turned to her and said that he would give it all to her. Looking at his surprised interlocutor, he added that he was doing this because she needed to do one thing, and he was sure that she could handle it. A cart with a horse was driving along the street. People were watching the girl, who had giant bags behind her. She was pulling several carts at once. The horse was walking along the street. The girl turned around and shouted, saying that she was starting to distribute food. People silently looked at her while she said that the savior had given her a lot of provisions, and everyone could take their portion. The girl looked back in surprise, hearing someone's voice. A lame old man came up to her and asked if there was a piece of bread for him. Katia smiled happily and confirmed this, after which she said that they could thank the respected savior for the food they had received. The system reported that the cult of faith was gradually accumulating in the applicant. Sun Jun and Chunwoo were grinding the ruined city. The young man looked back, hearing the appeal to himself. The girl looked into his eyes and asked if it was too much to give all the provisions he had. The hero replied that she should not worry because he still had a lot of food. He smiled and suggested using the remaining provisions to grow a field of provisions. The girl asked him if he would try to do something strange again. Grinning, the hero replied that she could watch because she would soon understand everything herself, after which he suggested going to other areas too. With his mouth wide open, the young man called out to everyone around him. People gathered around him. The guy said he would give out provisions for free so they could take as much as they could. The system reported the activation of food cultivation skills, as a result of which he could grow normal food with which he came into contact using magic power. People took a piece of meat with surprise and delight. The gray-haired man asked, "Is it true that the young man would give it to them so easily?" The system reported the activation of the drinking water creation skill, due to which the guy could create drinking water by touching the bowl using magic power. The water in the reservoir began to swirl. The people said with delight that they would finally be able to drink normal water. They raised their hands up and began to lead the hero. The guy watched them with a smile. Energy was accumulating near his body. The system reported that the cult of faith was rapidly accumulating in the challenger. The hero came out of his memories and looked at his opponent. Iold looked down and asked where this huge faith came from and when the young man managed to make such preparations. The guy frowned sternly. The usurper raised his hand, gathered energy, and said that it didn't matter because he couldn't do anything to the one who controlled the rules. Giant hands appeared next to him. The usurper said that this was probably the only way to deal with the guy. The system reported the use of several superpowers at once. The golem's eyes shone with light. The usurper said that he would make the guy regret that he had not just died. Dark energy, circling near the golem, was gathering in the usurper's hands. The god said that the guy would die from the masterpiece created with the help of his divine power. The giant stone fist headed straight for the guy after the god's order. The young man calmly looked back. He made a dash to the side, running away from the blow. The young man ran at incredible speed in a circular trajectory next to the golem. The usurper looked back sternly and asked the young man if he had managed to forget what had happened. While the young man was running, the god said that the effect of discipline could limit physical abilities. The young man hoped that he would be able to stretch out the time a little longer. The god raised his hand and said that he was even glad that the hero decided to save him time. The system reported that discipline 2 had been applied, as a result of which all creatures lose up to 90% of their physical statistics. The hero was shocked. He fell off his feet and rolled on the ground. Bach looked at him and said that all this was pointless. Leaning his blade on the ground, the young man got up and thought that he needed to hold on a little longer. The system countdown showed the number 4. The golem rose high above the ground. The god said that the more the hero tries to fight, the more strength the discipline takes from him, so it's time to stop making useless movements. The stone fist headed straight for the boy. The usurper said that his stamina also had its limit, so he should just accept his death. Sun Jiun let go of the blade handle and thought that there was very little time left. The system countdown showed the number 3. He blocked the golem's strike, creating a bright flash. The god was stunned by what he saw. A scarlet energy shield appeared next to the boy's hand. The hero used his increased divine power to activate the counterattack shield. Sitting on his knee, he looked at his opponent. The usurper said that it would be better if he let himself be killed now, but he did not understand why he continued to flounder from side to side. The golem swung his right hand again. The god said that if the young man wanted to meet a painful death, then his wish would be fulfilled. The golem began to deliver fast and powerful blows. The young man tried to parry each of his blows with his ability, blocking them. The golem swung his right hand again. Looking at the opponent, the guy thought that there was very little left. The timer showed 2 seconds. He extended his hand to the side, blocking the attack. The timer showed 1 second. Boka frowned slightly and thought that the physical abilities of the opponent must have worsened due to discipline. He opened his eyes wider and wondered how he was able to block attacks. The young man accumulated energy in his fist. He swung his right hand, collected energy in it and thought that he needed a little more, but the timer counted down. The system numbers in them fell on him. The hero continued to charge the energy in his hand. Looking at the enemy, he activated the effect of salvation, and since he had followers who worshipped him, his divine power was greatly strengthened. The opponents sent attacks straight at each other. The system also added that the counterattack shield instantly released the accumulated damage. Their blows collided with each other. The youth destroyed the golem's fist, sending a shockwave inside its arm. The usurper frowned. Looking at what was happening, the system reported that at the moment, the number of those worshipping the pretender. The youth's body took on an unusual color. He frowned sternly. The system finished the message by saying that 30,000 people worshipped him. This attack tore off the golem's arm. The youth bowed his head. Beads of sweat rolled down the god's face. He wondered with wild eyes why his opponent was not defeated yet, because according to the rules he set, his physical abilities should have been reduced, so he did not understand how this was possible. Sun Jiun planted his foot on the floor. The god asked him how he prevented his defeat. Aild breathed heavily, listening to the words that he was very disgusting. The youth raised his burnt hand and said that if it were not for him who conquered this world, the people below would live a happy life. Looking ominously into the eyes of his opponent, the boy said that he was infuriated not only by the fact that he invaded someone else's world, but also by the fact that he could become stronger with his dirty faith. He bowed his head and added that he wanted to tear everyone like him to pieces. The god smiled and said that the opponent had finally fallen. Suddenly, he was surprised by something. Chunwoo caught the hero's falling body, and she looked at him and said that he had matured so much that he had started to think about others, but he still needed to take care of himself. The girl looked at the blade and asked him if he thought that she did not understand why he had let go of the sword, because he was worried that it would be broken. She began to heal him early and said that she only needed one look at his hand to understand what was going on, because no matter how strong the shield he used, it seemed to her that it was difficult to repel an attack by such a giant robot. Even though he was able to heal his hand with divine power, but first of all, he was worried about her sword. Smiling softly, she thanked him for this work. The blade trembled after her words that he could no longer worry, because she would repay him for this. The sword was pulled into her hand. The girl gave him the hilt of the sword and said that she would repay him for protecting her. The boys glared at the enemy. The demon offered to finish it with one blow, using the divine power that they managed to collect so far. Bach angrily clenched his teeth and said that she appeared out of nowhere and started talking nonsense. But it's over, so he doesn't understand what she's talking about. He sent the golem back into battle and said that he was fed up with this, so she can die too. The golem's hand transformed into a cannon. The usurper said that he would finish this guy off. The cannon fired a powerful shot of energy beam. The boys raised their sword, calmly looking at the approaching attack. Chunwoo was completely unperturbed. The hero frowned slightly. The system reported an increase in the effect of divinity and the name of salvation. A powerful shockwave dispersed the energy beam and cut the golem's hand into pieces. The system reported the release of significantly increased divine power. The young man activated the enhanced Kai sword and hacked the golem. The usurper's head flew off his shoulders as soon as Sun Jun rushed past him. God looked ahead in shock. The youth said that he was the one who would die in this fight. Heroes extended his hand to the side, blocking his ally. Sun Jun headed towards the body of the defeated enemy. The system congratulated him on overcoming the 18th floor of the tower and reported that all the items received as a reward were sent to the inventory. The system also added that 150,000 points would be awarded as a reward for breaking through, and as a bonus reward for breaking through the 18th floor, a shocking turn skill was received. God's head lay alone on the ground. He said that he could not lose. His energy began to gather, that he needed to quickly recover with the help of divine power. The youth pierced his body with a blade, using the Grim Reaper and the divinity of death. God opened his mouth wide and let out a dull wheeze, after which he said that this was a violation of the rules. His head began to burn. The usurper began to deny death. Disappearing in the fire, he said that he could not allow such an end. After a short time, his spirit also evaporated. The system reported that after defeating the deity, the candidate was 7.4% closer to Ascension, and as a special reward for increasing divinity, he would receive an exclusive effect of increasing the speed of divinity recovery. The young man took off his armor and said that now it was over. The system reported that from now on, the divine power of the candidate would recover faster than before. The hero raised his hands and turned to his ally. The girl stood silently behind him while he said that this time he again received her help in a dangerous moment, and thanks to her, he was able to defeat the point of the demon. Crossed her arms on her stomach and smirked, hearing his gratitude. She approached him and replied that she had to help, because if he died, she would be in a difficult situation. She closed her eyes and added that they were partners, and even if he was going to die, he had to get her permission first. The boy looked at her in surprise. Sun Jun smiled slightly and said that he was really grateful that she thought so. Looking ahead, he added that before he left, he had something important to do. The dark energy began to be absorbed by the hero from the body of the defeated enemy. The system reported an increase in mastery by 27%, and that the mastery of the unique characteristic had reached 100%, so the rank of the unique characteristics of necromancy increased by an unknown number of points. The hero looked at the encrypted message in surprise and thought that when the unique characteristic increased this time, it should have been S rank. While he was looking at the notifications, a question popped into his head about whether there were any other conditions for growth. The system reported that since the conditions were not met, the rank of the unique ability will not increase, and as long as the growth conditions are met, the unique characteristic will be fixed at 99.99%. He continued to collect dark energy into himself. The system added that he can now extract power from the souls of those stronger than him, and also that the special power of creating a divinity area was imprinted in the soul of the applicant. He continued his actions. Multicolored spheres appeared next to him. The system announced the possibility of acquiring the divinity of usurpation, destruction, discipline, and activation. The demon smiled slightly and said that she could not believe that divinity can be obtained simply by killing a deity or its incarnation. The hero looked at the floating spheres. The girl added that, moreover, it was strange that so much divinity was collected by chance, and ours replied that as the ancient god said, perhaps it is because he is a candidate chosen by the tower. Hero recalled how he obtained divinity and thought that when he chose divinity and obtained transcendence, he was lucky enough to obtain the divinity of death and immortality by pure chance. Then he recalled how he chewed the blood bond sword and thought that when he ate the heavenly demon sword, it was replaced by divine power and he obtained the divinity of reverse causality. Looking at the spheres, he thought that given this degree of luck, it seemed to him that he was planned to be a candidate from the beginning. He twitched his hand slightly. He extended his hand towards the purple sphere and made a choice. The system reported that the divinity of discipline had become potential. The hero looked back at his ally, hearing his name. The girl turned away and said that she thought the end would come in this sphere any minute, after which the system reported that due to the death of the god of usurpation, the sphere was collapsing. The ground beneath their feet collapsed and split. The girl raised her eyebrows and suggested that they leave quickly. The hero replied that she did not need to worry about that. He quickly grabbed her by the shoulder. Picking up the girl in his arms, he quickly took off. The ally said that she could just return to the sword. Sun Jun replied that she should not sit in the sword all the time, because it would be much better to run with him with the breeze. The sphere continued to crumble into pieces. The young man jumped out of it at incredible speed and headed down. The boys fell in front of the people, raising dust in the air. The girl watched what was happening with her mouth open. The young man said with a joyful smile that he had escaped. The ally replied that it was nice to breathe fresh air. Sun Ji-eun looked at her with a smile. Suddenly the boys turned around, hearing someone scream. A crowd of people gathered next to them. Tears appeared in the eyes of the townspeople. The man in the bandage said that the gentleman had returned. Katia pushed the crowd aside, hearing these words. The boys looked around, hearing her voice. The girl asked to step aside. She ran out to the young man and was glad that he was safe and sound. The girl came closer to him. The young man said that she fulfilled his request, and therefore he was able to return calmly. The girl tried to deny it. Suddenly she noticed that the sphere was now destroyed. The hero replied that therefore they no longer had anything to worry about. He looked at the townspeople and said that they could now live in peace and quiet. Katia calmly replied that he had done so much for them, and not only had he destroyed the broker and the association of superpower superiority ... She smiled softly and finished the sentence by saying that he had also shared the food that they needed so much. Everyone around bowed deeply to him and thanked him loudly. The system reported the activation of the myth of the last savior, as a result of which all his stats were increased by 6 points. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The girl smiled and said that they wanted to give him something. Sun Ji-eun looked at the package in her hand and asked what it was. The girl replied that it was an outfit created especially for the master. The people watched what was happening with a smile. The girl added that they all took part in its creation in order to remember the master forever. Chun-woo slapped him on the shoulder and told him to take it, because it contained the feelings of everyone he saved. She smirked and added that the world he saw in front of him actually existed, and she thought that was why the number of followers continued to grow due to the effect of his presence. The boy put on their gift. The demon said that he would remain a legend for the rest of his life, and the legend would spread, and his divine power would continue to accumulate. Sun Ji-eun smiled slightly. The system reported that the legend of the challenger had begun to spread, and the number of people worshipping him was 31,000. The guys were transported to the waiting room on the 19th floor. The boy said that all useless items should be put into exchange, and the purchase of power was complete. He waved away the system window and said that he had sorted out all the equipment. The girl agreed and added that she liked that he finished everything quickly. Looking back at the system windows, she asked if this meant that he would immediately begin climbing the tower. The boy replied that before going up to the next floor, he promised the administrators to complete their quests. Rolling down one of the windows, he added that he needed to check once what requests there were. Many different windows opened in front of him. The system reported that he received requests to complete the quest from 4182 administrators. The demon caught up with him. The boy watched in surprise. The girl said that it seemed to me that he was popular among the administrators. Iron-blooded frowned sternly. The system reported that it was wary of administrators interested in the contractor. Xiaohua also frowned angrily. The system reported that it was unleashing murderous will on those who were like insects that were lured by the contractor. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, being puzzled by the situation. The ally shook his head and asked him to look at one of the messages. The system notified them that the heir of the Blood Demon Church had sent a request for a blood ritual quest. The system added that the reward for success in first place would be equal to ghost magic. For second place, he would receive the exclusive power of E1, a secret store. Then she told him the conditions for success for first place, because the guy needed to be accepted as the next leader of the Blood Demon sect by all participants in the ritual. And in condition 2, he needed to prove his combat skills to everyone in the blood ritual. The girl looked up and said that ghost magic was not the martial art of their sect, rather, it was the martial art of the Dark Emperor, who was famous as an assassin. She frowned slightly and added that she could not even imagine that she would see her descendant as the administrator of the tower. The young man turned his gaze to her, hearing the words there, that it was surprising that there was a chance to see her church in such a form. The hero pointed his finger at the system window and said that since she had paid attention to this quest, it was worth taking on. He chose the blood ritual quest and said that they should see what kind of story awaited them. The system reported that the personal test on the 19th floor would be replaced by the blood ritual quest. Observation of other administrators' tests would be limited, and only authorized administrators could view the tests. Several people stood in the center of the stage under the warm rays of the sun. The system reported that the condition for successfully completing the test was to complete the quest in the remaining time, and that it was impossible to go beyond any of the conditions. The woman spread her arms out to the sides and thanked everyone present, after which she said that the blood ritual was simply a ritual of choice, because it would decide who was the most qualified candidate for the leader who would lead the next generation of the church. The system reported that the conditions for failure were death or the expiration of the allotted time. The girl raised her hand, smirked and said that now they would witness a battle between the successors of the church for its future. There was no penalty for failing the test. The people shouted joyfully. The girl suggested starting the blood ritual. She pointed her hand at the guy in dark clothes and said that the one with the lowest rank among the successors of the church, Yujun. The people began to boo him. The system reported that the hero would go through the quest in this form. The spectators with sarcastic smirks said that he was just wasting time for the sake of the blood ritual, and in any case, he would be taken out with one blow. The guy silently listened to the words there that he was trying his best, but he had no talent, so he should know his limits, because he always loses, and if he tries to continue despite the lack of talent, he may once again prove that he is an idiot. He felt evil smiles on himself and heard the words that he decided to participate in the ritual after all, declaring that he was the successor. But he had no support behind him, no skill, not even intelligence, and after the ritual was completed, he would be expelled. The demon in the sword said that when she was a heavenly demon, she tried to lay the foundations of the Blood Demon Church where no one was persecuted and everyone could develop. She remembered looking at the scene from the window and said that seeing this picture in front of her, she wondered if her attempts were in vain, and if she really saw one of her descendants, because this was a really unpleasant feeling, and she now felt depressed. The young man looked away. He looked up, hearing the host's words that she should introduce another successor who would face a weak sword. She pointed her hand at the gray-haired young man and said that his name was Sachem. The audience cheered. The young man said that his opponent, not knowing his place, was still trying to get involved in this matter. He smiled evilly and added that he had to admit that the guy had been very persistent for the past 7 years, but he had to face the truth, because Yujun's soul was angry when he heard the words that this was just the bottom. The system reported that the administrator under the name of the fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church had lost his teeth in the wrath of the news. Memories of bullying flashed through the young man's mind. Then he remembered what the man told him about the problem being that his training period was already 7 years. The man lowered his head and added that his talent was rock bottom. Sunjun became furious remembering all of this. The girl raised her hand and said with a smile that they could start the fight, and announced that if the guys could somehow prove their strength, then everything was acceptable, because this was a fight based solely on violence, so they could do whatever they could. The guy gave off a creepy aura. People said that he must really be a fool. The girl raised her hand to the sky and asked the guys to get ready. The gray-haired boy pulled out his blade and said that he would put an end to this stupid behavior. A moment after it started, Sun Ji-yoon cut off his opponent's head. The girl looked back in shock. The spectators were shocked at what they saw. One of the girls in the stand said that this was a power-up, and it was unknown where he got this technique from. The opponent's head fell to the floor behind the youth. He asked the people around him if they thought he couldn't win the blood ritual since he was a weak sword with no ability or talent. He shook his head slightly and said that he had something to show. He released his energy and added that this weak sword would crush the blood ritual. The tall man swung his hand and said that the boy didn't know his place. Sun Jun dodged several quick strikes. The man said that he didn't dare aim for the leader of the Blood Demon Church's place. Frowning, the man swung his right hand and said that the opponent was contemptuous and that he would make sure that he would never have such thoughts again. The youth raised his blade. With light movements of his hand, he blocked each of his attacks. With his brows furrowed, he continued to fend off the attacks and said that he was curious to see how strong he was, that he spoke so disdainfully of others. But he was so weak that he was not even worthy of being looked at, so he had no time, so he would end this duel. A moment later, his blades cut through the space. The man's body was cut in many places. He fell to the ground, motionless. Sun Ji-yoon frowned sternly and called out the next opponent. After defeating him, he also called out the next one. This opponent also met the same fate. The people watched in horror as the boy called out the next opponent each time. The host raised her eyebrows, watching with her mouth open. He decapitated the opponent again with a slight movement of his hand. Looking around angrily, he called out the next one again. The girl was stunned as she watched him. One of the assistants was dragging away the dead body. The administrator of the fallen successor of the Blood Demon Church was applauding the challenger. The host sweated nervously and said that this was indeed a dominant force. The young man looked over his right shoulder. The host announced that the guy had announced all the other successors. Chunwoo calmly asked her ally what made him so angry. The young man recalled all the grievances and disappointments, as well as the mockery, and said that looking back at the previous events, it was clear that the administrator of this quest was constantly humiliated and belittled. But he did not stop training, and despite all the ridicule, he took part in the blood ritual. But in the end, he remained a loser from the Blood Demon Church. An image of an angry boy appeared in his mind. The youth added that no matter how hard he tried, all he got was insult and humiliation, and he was angry because he remembered the time before entering the tower. Slightly lowering his head, the youth added that this was why he thought it would be better for Yujun if he quickly dealt with everyone. He tightly gripped the handle of the blade. The demon said that because of her, he was forced to look at such an unsightly appearance of the Blood Demon Church, and then apologized. Sun Ji-yoon frowned slightly and said that she did not need to worry about it, because he would return the Blood Demon Church to the appearance that was preserved in her memory. He looked at the host and asked to move on to the next step. The girl stretched out her hand to the side with a pitiful expression and said that they had reached the final battle. where the opponent would be Sumuk, the 14th leader of the Blood Demon Church, to personally evaluate the suitability of the one who wanted to become the next leader. The man stepped into the arena and said that he had been watching the fights carefully. The youth looked back at him. The man said that he noticed something strange, because Yujun, who was a weakling yesterday, was demonstrating enhanced Kai today. Frowning sternly, the old man said that this was a bit strange, and that the number of people who had reached the level of using enhanced Kai was extremely small. The next second, the youth sensed an approaching danger. He blocked the sudden attack with his blade. The man smiled and said that this guy was not Yujun. Sun Jiun frowned tensely. Sparks flew from their blades. The youth clenched his teeth and coughed lightly. The man smiled and said that it did not matter whether the guy was Yujun or not. He launched several attacks which the boy dodged and said that the useless position of the church leader should be given to the strongest. Sun Jiun jumped back and said that since the man was promoting him like that, did that mean that he intended to give the position of leader to some stranger who was an imposter? Blood swirled around the man. He said that right now, there was a more capable talent in front of him than that useless trash, so he didn't understand what there was to doubt. He released blood magic waves using the devil's blood magic and said that he thought the opponent understood him very well. The boy rushed forward while dodging the attacks. The man smiled and hoped that the opponent wasn't the same piece of trash. The boy looked around tensely. Waves of blood energy scattered throughout the arena. The boy ran around in circles. Chunwoo said that if he thought he was useless to his teachings, then he looked at him as a piece of trash, and that she never thought that her descendants would rot to such an extent. The boy frowned silently. The man released another shockwave and asked his opponent what he was thinking so deeply about and if he considered himself the same as Yujun. The hero dodged this attack by jumping up. He landed on the arena and looked at his opponent. With an explosive force, the hero kicked off the ground. Running forward, he kept his eyes on the target. The men crossed their swords, creating a bright flash. Sun Jiun looked into the man's eyes and asked why he treated a member of his own church like trash, and if it was not his duty as a person in the highest position to take care of others. The man smiled wickedly and said that there was no need for the leader of the church to do something like that, since the members of the church were nothing more than fun tools for him anyway, so he didn't understand why he would keep someone who was of no use and couldn't amuse him. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard the question about whether there was any reason why he should value that guy. The man smiled and added that he could see from his opponent's face that he didn't understand it. Sun Jiun asked if it was unnatural, since the leader of the church was acting extremely irresponsibly, so it would be strange if he showed understanding. The opponents unlocked their blades. Sumuk moved his blade behind his back and said that he had no choice but to understand him, and if the guy were in his place, he would have exactly the same thoughts. The youthful man bit his teeth when he heard his ally say that she couldn't believe that her ally could be so crazy, and that it gave her a headache. He lowered his blade and said that since someone like that man was the leader of the church, he wasn't surprised that the Blood Demon Church was in such chaos. He stabbed the blade into the ground and said that no matter how weak and useless his disciples were, he, as the leader, had to take care of his followers. Sun Jiun released a blood-red aura and said that he would defeat him and reform the Blood Demon Church. He gripped the hilt tighter and added that by the time he had fixed everything. Sun Jiun frowned sternly, finishing his sentence by saying that the church would no longer need a leader like Sumuk. The system reported activating a more powerful effect of the blood heavenly energy power. The man frowned in surprise and said that the boy had mastered the church's martial art, which meant that he was one of their church's followers. The young man took a step forward. The man said that it was interesting and he was looking forward to what else he would show. The next second, the young man made a dash with incredible acceleration, activating the myth of the last savior and the pathfinding effect. The system reported that he currently had 49,972 followers, so his divine power had increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance with the enemy. The men crossed their blades. The young man used the heart sword. Sumuk looked at the sparks in surprise and thought that it was a very cold energy. The young man asked calmly if he could wait for his next move. The system reported that the existence of divine power was confirmed. Icy streams of wind instantly cooled the entire arena. The system added that the power of the King of Winter was activated automatically when this condition was met, as a result of which all stats were increased by 10%, and the cold did not affect the user at all. Sumuk lowered his head and answered in the affirmative. He smiled madly and shouted that this was a very interesting sight. The spectators, shivering from the cold, watched the lightning battle. The men, running at high speeds, exchanged blows. The old man smiled evilly and extended his left hand in front of himself. Sun Jiun dodged a couple of his attacks. He took the blade with a reverse grip. The demon said that it was strange because he was superior to him, but the man somehow continued to smile during the fight. The youth frowned deeply and said that he would wipe that smile off his face. He stretched out his hand in front of him. He created energy circuits. The system reported that an exclusive effect had been activated. The shackles penetrated the old man's body. The system added that the youth could choose one of the opponent's skills and borrow it for 10 minutes. He waved his hand and took out the man's invisible sword skill from his body. The youth looked around in surprise and noticed the ability he had received. Energy was swirling around the skill. The system reported that the invisible sword skill had received a lot of attention from the applicant's holy power, and thanks to the divinity of transcendence, the intangible sword skill uses the basic ability to activate the myth and position. After a while, the man jumped away. He frowned tensely, noticing something. Energy swords appeared in the air above the youth. The system reported that as the skill generation increased, a new additional ability of divine intervention would be activated. Sun Ji-eun frowned and thought that perhaps due to the mixing of the invisible sword energy and the divine power, a powerful stream of divine power was pouring out from the blade. The man smiled enthusiastically and asked the boy about who he was and if he was a spirit who delighted others in martial arts. The swords were aimed at the enemy. The man said that there was no need to answer that question. He jumped up from his place, attacking the boy back, and said that during the battle, he had learned something for sure. His eyes began to fill with darkness. The man said that many of the tricks he had learned were due to his constant pursuit of power. Sun Ji-eun looked into the eyes of the enemy and asked why he had suddenly started talking. The hero smiled slightly. The man with a mad expression said that he sees his opponent's face during the fight, and in fact, he feels that the guy starts laughing in his heart, and that he is exactly the same because without his greedy desire, he will lose the motivation to live. The hero angrily clenched his teeth when he heard the question about how much he will change in the future if this greedy desire is preserved. The guy tried to deny it. He fell into madness and stupor when he heard the word that the greater the greedy desire, the greater the destruction, so he is exactly the same, but whether he will be able to laugh at this again in the future, it is unclear. The hero opened his mouth wide and tried to deny it again. Sun Ji-eun fell into madness and swung his blade, starting to control the blood. Streams of scarlet liquid swirled in the air. They wrapped around the man's limbs. Shining blades headed towards the enemy. The system reported that a certain number of additional skill swords were created. They fell to the ground, creating a cage around the man. Sumuk frowned tensely. The system reported that the invisible sword skill was granted the right to interfere with all divinities within a radius of 50 meters. The whites of his eyes returned to their usual color. The man suddenly realized that the enemy had blocked his power. The system reported that the divinity of the thirst of the 14th leader of the Blood Demon Church was temporarily blocked. The youth looked at him sternly and said that this was the end. He instantly rushed behind the man. Taking the blade back with a grip, he thought that he needed to act now, after which he activated the myth of the vampire slayer. The heroes cut the man's back. The system reported that during the fight with the occultist, all divine attacks are greatly enhanced. The man smiled and said that the youth was going to defeat him and fix the Blood Demon Church, but the guy will become the same as him. The next second, the youth cut his body. He gritted his teeth in rage. The man's body fell to the ground. The hero loomed over his fallen opponent, silently looking at him. Scarlet threads of energy stretched through the air above them. The young man remembered the man saying that they were alike, that without his greedy desire, he would lose the motivation to live. The hero clenched his teeth angrily. He looked at the frightened host and said that she should stop hiding because she had to announce the result of the duel. The girl jumped out from behind cover and said that it was true. She extended her hand towards the hero and said that the winner of the blood ritual was Yujun, after which she asked him to congratulate the winner with applause. The hero plunged his blade into the ground, splitting the sword of the defeated opponent. He frowned angrily, shut the girl up, and said that he, as the new head of the church, would say a few words. The guys watched him tensely. The young man said that looking at them, those who constantly humiliated Glory, he wanted to kill everyone, but he controlled himself because he was a close friend of the 7th leader of the Church of Bloody Demons. He looked at them with a cold gaze and added that from now on the church would live by new rules. The host looked at his face in surprise. The hero said that they should not humiliate the weak, because in this way they would create a church of bloody demons, where everyone could hone themselves. He bowed his head and sternly said that those who did not adhere to these rules would only die. He quickly turned his gaze to the crowd and said that if they remembered all this, they should answer him. Suddenly a cry of spectators was heard throughout the arena. People said that they would remember his words. The system reported the completion of the quest, as a reward for which he received a special power of magic and ghosts, and an exclusive power of the secret store. He pulled the blade out of the ground and remembered the words of the killed enemy that they were the same. He clicked his jaw and was indignant that the man said that he was the same. He angrily walked towards the portal, thinking that he was different from someone like him. The guys entered the waiting room of the 20th floor. The boy scrolled through the system window. The girl thanked him and said that he made the Blood Demon Church what it was originally. She slightly lowered her gaze and added that, apparently, he was still thinking about the words of that man, after which she apologized for it. The boy frowned slightly, listening to the words that he should not dwell on his words, because he was different from him. At least she clearly saw it. Chunwoo smiled happily and said that he was himself, and then asked him if he was the one who volunteered to help her. The system reported that the administrators were watching him. The boy smiled and said that she was right. He slightly lowered his head and thanked her for her words of comfort, then added that he couldn't afford to stand still because of extraneous thoughts. He pointed his finger at the system window and suggested that they finish checking the rewards and move on. Running his finger over the holographic surface, he thought that he would soon need the ghost magic skill. System particles swirled around him, while the boy thought about how he also increased his stats using the secret store he received during this quest. Smiling slightly, he said that it was also said that when they reach the 20th floor, the entire dimension in the tower becomes a single community, and now he only sees applicants who have reached the 20th floor, so the conversation is still at a low level. Above them, notifications appear that he had entered the official community of dimensions involved in climbing, and there were currently 4187 people in their channel. People were discussing what the official community looked like, and they began to curse. The hero silently and quickly disconnected. He smiled awkwardly and said that he wanted to pretend that he had not seen it. The girl called it a shame. She looked back at her ally and said that now that he had completed the equipment check, they could go directly to the next test. Sun Ji-yoon extended his hand to the side and answered negatively, then said that the test on the 20th floor could be dangerous because it was a combined test. The system said that since it was a combined test, it could not be replaced. He picked up the relic and said that he needed to wait for the deification to cool down in order to prepare for any unexpected situation. And he also planned to absorb the divine energy stored in the manifestation flash relic that he received from the Light Sword Emperor. The system revealed that the relic was in the form of a necklace and contained the power to transmit the divinity of harmony to the aspirant, and when used by the aspirant, it could activate the exclusive effect of the sacred storage. The girl looked at him with delight and asked if he really was going to absorb the divinity of harmony. The youth replied that it was true, and that he felt that he had enough power to absorb it at the moment. The notification informed him that it was currently possible to obtain the divinity of harmony contained in the item by arbitrarily absorbing it through the sacred storage, and then warned that if he carelessly accepted the god's divinity, his spirit might be destroyed by the consciousness of the Light Sword Emperor. The girl simply squeezed it in her palms and asked him if he really needed to absorb this so-called divinity of harmony. The guy calmly looked at the relic and replied that he had to do it to resist the god of madness or the believers threatening them, because the sooner he received divinity. The ally lowered her head and, interrupting him, asked if there was another way. The young man silently listened to her words about how, as the system had already told them, his spirit could be destroyed. She grabbed his hand and said heavily that the mind of the god of madness was damaged in the same way, and he was ready to lose his personality during the absorption of the divinity of harmony. Keeping her head down, she sincerely asked him to change his mind. The heroes looked down at her and tried to object. The girl, screaming in response, asked what he would order her to do if his mind was destroyed. She closed her eyes tightly and added that if he lost himself, then, having calmed down a little, she quietly added that she was afraid of losing him, because she did not want to be left completely alone again, trapped in this blade. The guy fell into a stupor from what he heard. Thoughts flashed through his head about how he asked her to leave with him, because they needed to die together and he did not want to be alone. An image of a giant demon appeared in his imagination. He took his ally by the shoulders and said that last time she said that if he was going to die, he should get her permission to do so. Smiling slightly, he added that he did not get her permission to go anywhere, so he will not go anywhere. Chunwoo opened her eyes, hearing the words that as long as she did not allow him to leave her, he will be by her side. The corners of her lips slightly rose. She took the guy by the hand and called him by name. The young man thought in a panic that she would hit him again. A moment later, his body began to fall somewhere. The girl put his head on her lap. The guy nervously looked up and tried to ask him what it meant. The girl looked into his eyes affectionately and said that since she could not change his stubbornness, he should be careful when going on this journey. The Vedam would lose consciousness, absorbing the divinity, so she would stay next to him during this entire time. The young man squeezed the relic in his hand and agreed with her. He plunged into his consciousness and said that he would return soon. This urge began to rage near the relic. The system reported the activation of the exclusive effect and the function of absorbing divinity by detecting the presence of the divinity of harmony inside the artifact, and also that the grains of consciousness of the divinity contained in the artifact are beginning to synchronize with the applicant. The guy opened his eyes slightly. A light breeze blew over his body. He recognized the surroundings. The hero found himself in the middle of a field. He wondered if this was a test tower inscribed in harmony. The girl in the hood asked about the reason for the so-called gods to exist. The young man turned around in fear, surprised that she was behind him. The system reported the activation of viewing information. Suddenly, a notification appeared that he could not use viewing information. The young man covered himself with his hand from the wind streams and fragments of the system window, thinking that he could not use the right to access information. The girl bowed her head and said that the gods were only consumed by the desire to gain faith, and none of them sought to care for the world. Sun Jun frowned, listening to the words that they would not hesitate to commit any abomination if they could gain faith in this way. An image of two wolves fighting arose in his imagination. The girl said that the gods, forgetting their duties, thirst for the powers of their kind and tear each other apart. One wolf bites another in front of the pack. The girl added that the false gods continue to play out the show over and over again to generate more faith. The beast's eyes were filled with bloodlust. The girl said that they themselves create the catastrophe and resolve it themselves. She looked up at the guy and added that this is why there was a need for a being that could kill all the gods, the omnipotent, a transcendental being who surpasses all the gods. The young man, frowning, said that he promised not to kill gods who did not pose a threat to him. Suddenly, the pressure of the interlocutor fell on him. He clenched his teeth, asking her to wait a little. The girl walked away, hoping that this wish would come true. Streams of energy swirled in space. The system reported that synchronization with the grains of consciousness contained in the divinity of harmony failed, and all grains of consciousness contained there are destroyed and replaced by potential ones. A sphere of energy appeared above the guy's body. The system reported receiving the achievement of resistance to brainwashing. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyelids and looked above himself in horror. He jumped up and grabbed his neck. The girl hurried to him in horror, asking if he was okay or if he had received serious damage from the residual grains of consciousness of the divinity of harmony. The guy smiled slightly and said that she was okay, because it was only a minor mental effect that disappears after a short rest. He got off the bed and said that he managed to get harmony, after which she asked how long he had been unconscious. The girl approached him and replied that about a day had passed, but what her hours replied that, as it seemed to him, now the recharge time of fertilization has ended. Sun Jun created 2 spheres and said that due to the acquisition of discipline and harmony, the number of slots for creating skills has increased by 2. So they need to prepare and begin the breakthrough. The system reported the activation of the unique divine power of transcendence. The young man, looking at the spheres, selected the ability of the inputs of the transcendental state. The system reported that the existing abilities were related to divinity. The restrictions were removed. The selected skill will be changed to strength, and all elements corresponding to the restrictions in the skill configuration were changed. The hourglass quickly spun in the air. The system notified him that the gathering of opponents on the 20th floor of the testing tower had begun, and the current number of contenders was 1001 out of 3000. The guy noticed the message with horror on his face that the comparison had been completed, after which the entrance to the 20th floor of the tower began, the difficulty of which was high, and its theme was a role-playing battle. The system said that the allotted time was 30 days, and the failure conditions were the death of the contender or the expiration of the allotted time. The breakthrough condition was the offense of completing the mission in accordance with the assigned role within the allotted time. The guy suddenly found himself in the middle of a room in which people were fighting. The system said that in this war, the contender must help the demons defeat all enemies and achieve their goal. At night, it descended over the castle. The system added that the role currently assigned to the contender is the Demon King. The blue information window said that the RPG achievement rate was fixed based on how well they did in the mission. The next one said that if the RPG achievement rate was below 9% at the end of the trial would be considered a failure. The girl with horns hugged the child tremblingly. The man in white told the girl in front of him that he didn't want to do it either, so the one to blame was the challenger who was appointed as the Demon King. The blue-haired demoness angrily said that not only did he dare to touch the proud demon race, he even stooped to insulting the Demon King. He thought he could get away with it. The man raised his hand and ordered them to be quiet. They just needed to win this game. A bright mark from the blow and a wish for death. Blood flowed down the girl's face. The boy said calmly, "Feel the real pressure." Red beams rushed towards the frozen man. He fell to the ground, blown away by their power. Red flashes held the man. The hero said that he did not know why they were attacking the demon race instead of coming straight to him, the Demon King. Red beams came from his palm. He said that in this situation, protecting the demon race was his duty as the Demon King. Noticing the blue-haired demoness, the boy called out to her, and she answered. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that he would destroy all these guys, and in the meantime she would tell him what was happening here. The man held by the red energy glanced sideways and said that if he killed them, did he think that their team members who had not yet arrived would turn a blind eye to it? Looking with blue eyes, the boy said that whether they came or not, it did not change the fact that he was trying to kill him. He pointed a red sword blade at the man and told him to die. There was a full moon in the sky above the trees. A cry was heard asking for him to stop. A black raven heard a hysterical cry. There was a cartoon-like sun above the stone castle. In this world, the demon race is a peaceful group that does not harm other nations and lives peacefully. There were 3 figures in the fire above the castle. One day, a newly minted saint, hero, and pope appeared and attacked the Demon King's castle. The little demons cried. The demon race was in danger, but Sun Jiun stood among the crowd of demons with a sword in his hand. A new demon king had appeared, giving the demon race hope for salvation. The hero sat on the throne while the girl standing next to him said that this was the story before the arrival of the demon king Sun Jiun. The demons in the hall rejoiced, praising him. As the heavens predicted, a new demon king had come to their aid. Sun Jiun closed his eyes in disappointment, saying that he never expected the day to come when the demons would praise him. Chunwoo covered her mouth and mockingly said that it didn't suit the demon king Sun Jiun. The boy noticed that she was amused by this situation. The demoness standing by the throne said that as expected, the heavens were not mistaken. They believed that the new demon king would save them. She wiped away a tear with her finger, saying that if he had not come, they would all have been mercilessly slaughtered. The hero looked down, thinking that if he was killed, everything would end. So why would they slaughter the entire demon race? The brunette said that the 70% achievement rate in role-playing battles. The hero turned to her, asking again, and Chunwoo explained that in order to successfully complete a breakthrough, it was necessary to surpass the 70% achievement mark. Therefore, the other challengers only had one way to easily achieve victory. Sun Jiun frowned and said that instead of fighting each other, it would be easier for them to slaughter the demon race and destroy the demon king's castle to reach the required achievement rate. The girl with red eyes confirmed that the tower encouraged the massacre that needed to be done to reach 70% of the battle achievement rate. A blue information window appeared that the conditions were met. He revealed the truth of this game. It was necessary to protect the Demon King's castle that actually existed and destroy the rivals who played the roles of the saint, hero, and pope, or destroy their country. The boy's eyes widened, thinking that this was a real world. So, a peaceful demon race lived here. He sat on the throne in front of the demons lined up, thinking that the tower had chosen this place as a testing ground, causing unnecessary harm to innocent creatures. How far would the tower go in its tests? Behind the throne was the image of a brunette in purple armor with horns. The system reported that the demon god was gnashing his teeth in anger. The demon god was begging the challenger Sun Jiun to help the demon race. As he rose from his throne, the hero told Chunwoo that he needed her to do something. The girl asked what it was. As he walked away, the boy said that it was something she did best. The brunette asked what kind of strange idea had entered his head this time. His gloved fingers clenched into a fist, Sun Jiun thought, so that's what the tower had decided to do. He looked ahead angrily. A raven was flying past the stained glass window. 3 heroes were sitting at a table. The man asked what the raven was saying. The red-haired boy replied that all the challengers they had sent out had been destroyed. The blonde reminded him of what she had said. She was wearing a saint's costume. The girl said that challenger Sun Jiun had been causing a lot of noise among the gods and administrators lately. They said he was approaching the level of a god. So why did they send weaklings to fight him? The man in armor said that was why he had suggested that the 3 of them go together, but wasn't she, the saint, the one who refused? Or was there another way to defeat him? The girl sitting opposite him said that she wouldn't tell him, but if it didn't work, then she would have to kill him. The boy stood on the tower and looked at the army below and thought that he had told Chunwoo to teach them swordsmanship. That way, if the challengers attacked, they could defend themselves with their own strength. The brunette sat on the squatting warrior and exclaimed, "Is this all they can do?" One of the sword-wielding soldiers said that they trained for 16 hours without rest. It's terribly difficult. The brunette snapped angrily, how dare they even mention that it's difficult for them with such abilities. They shouldn't hope for rest tonight. The demoness smiled, asking the hero if he was sure it was appropriate to trust such a little girl as a drill instructor. She was surprised to hear that despite her appearance, she was a wonderful hero teacher. Learning from her would increase their chances of survival in the coming battles. Chunwoo was explaining something to the demons with the sword, saying that his posture was wrong. The demon girl grimaced awkwardly, agreeing when the hero asked when it was her turn. She would also begin training, right? One of the warriors ran in, shouting that there was trouble at the main gate of the castle. Their allies were under attack. The heroes heard this in shock. The woman's palm was on the demon's face as she said that the poor demon race. Lifting the demon by the head, the saint said that having a testing ground here was very expensive for them. She even thought that the tower was going a little too far. Turning the gaze of the red eyes, she asked Sun Jiun, wasn't she right? The hero stood nearby, looking at them. The brunette frowned and asked if she knew him. Throwing the demon aside, the girl said that she had heard rumors about him from the god she served. They said that he was a very dangerous opponent. The brunette frowned, asking angrily, leaving his allies, did she think she could survive? The girl spread her hands and told him not to make such a scary face and to calm down. She came here to negotiate. Putting her palms together in a cute gesture, the saint said that he also knew that a 70% achievement rate in battles was needed to complete this trial. There was a way to end this game without killing a single challenger. Sun Jiun was surprised to hear that they could slaughter most of the civilians in their country. The demons opened their mouths in surprise, hearing that their challengers would slaughter the demon race. In that case, both sides will achieve 70% of the achievement rate in battle. The blonde put her fingers to her face, saying that then the opponents will be able to complete this trial without any conflict. With a wild smile, she asked like a madman, "How does he like this? Isn't this a happy ending?" She thinks she's a genius. A notification appeared that the demon god was watching Sun Jiun's choice. Standing in the dark archway, the hero said that he should really slaughter. The saint with a crazy smile said that great, he made the right decision. The hero did not let her finish, rushing forward. With an enraged look, the guy finished that there were applicants with disgusting ideas like her. He threw out a fist surrounded by lightning and then froze in surprise. His fist was next to the smiling girl, who said that she was disappointed and thought that he would not make such a stupid choice. A notification appeared that the applicant Gloria was mocking him. She said that she should make him regret refusing. The girl disappeared, leaving bright flashes, and words were heard that they would see each other in 3 days. A notification appeared that the demon god was touched by Sun Jiun's choice. The demoness ran up anxiously, asking if the demon king was okay. She looked surprised. The brunette surrounded by the glow with an angry look thought that they were saying to kill innocents. He would crush both the tower and its contenders into dust. Sun Jiun sat on the roof with Chunwoo, looking ahead. Amidst the rising dust, an army was approaching. People clutched their weapons and shouted, everyone to attack. The brunette sitting next to him said that the enemy team was about 3,000 strong. It could be more if you include civilians. She asked if he thought everything would be okay. Without turning to her, the hero replied that he could not guarantee it. That was why he entrusted her with training demons. The blue-haired demoness stood with the armored warriors. The boy said that she had been training the demons for 3 days, and although it was a short time, he was sure that they could become his strength during the fight with the hero, the saint, and the pope. Chunwoo smiled happily, saying that of course she was their teacher. The hero said that they would move out then. The notification said that the power of deification had been activated. There were red flashes around the black armored guy. He mentally asked Gloria to wait. The system reported that potential divinity was transcendence, death, immortality, reverse causality, observation, discipline, and harmony. The opponents on the battlefield fought, scattering sparks. The hero in a white cloak floated, telling the wild challengers to fight. The red-haired man with a wild look exclaimed that they would achieve victory for the saint. The red notice said that the immature god of words was playing out the myth of forced sacrifice. By consuming divine power, he affected reality with words. The opponent's weapons crossed. With a movement of her sword, the demoness scattered the enemies. Her teeth were clenched in anger. The foot in the heeled boot swung. The girl kicked the ground with force. Cracks appeared on the ground from her blow. Rocks rose up, knocking down the opponents. Frowning, she resolutely exclaimed, "Now." The archers standing on the platform took aim. The boy released a shining arrow. The challengers saw many arrows flying towards them. Hearing the scream, the blue-haired girl looked forward and thought that they did everything as the demon king said and really succeeded. She remembered how the boy standing behind her said that when the enemy invaded the demon king's castle, they would be in the minority. They must use the terrain. Sun Jiun crouched down, touching the ground and said to make the soil withstand a large number of fighters, but collapse under the heavy tread of the allies, and place archers on the hill. Opening her mouth in surprise, the demoness heard that firstly, they would reduce the enemy's numbers. With a determined look, the girl in the battle thought that they could win. The white-suited hero heard the warriors screaming that those damn demons had set a trap. Grinning furiously, the red-haired one shouted that the saint said that those worthless demons were powerless, and what kind of situation was this? The staff in his hand began to spread blue flashes. He shouted that all who followed him would receive the desired power. As long as he watched, evil would not flourish in that place. His hand trembled, covered with stones. The system reported that the word divinity forcibly activates the myth of one-sided black and white logic. The demon king will eventually meet his death at the hands of the hero. The pawn slammed onto the broken ground. A red notification said that the word divinity forcibly activates the myth of false causality. The warriors struck by arrows stood up, hearing a cry calling for the heroes still clinging to life to rise up and kill those despicable ones. The system reported that the word divinity forcibly activates the myth of the seekers of war. The eyes of the rising warriors glowed red. A notification appeared that the dead heroes temporarily recover their life force and gain enormous strength. The demoness surrounded by zombies thought it was amazing that those who were defeated would rise again, and with temporary incredible power. A cry was heard calling for them to be given a painful death. The warriors rushed towards the surprised girl. The boy in black armor asked if he thought he would allow it. An explosion of bright blue light rose up. The demoness looked forward in surprise. Seeing the guy in black armor with a cloak, she exclaimed, "The Demon King." The hero's eyes glowed under his mask. The soldiers studded with arrows walked forward tremblingly. The guy took the hilt of the golden sword. Looking at the hero floating, Sun Jiun said that the challengers on his team were close to death. Is he sure that they should be forced to fight? The red-haired man looked at him and said he seemed to have some misunderstanding. The dead soldiers walked forward. Words were heard that he did not care at all whether those below died or lived. They were nothing more than expendable materials fighting for him and a saint. The demoness standing behind her eyes widened when she heard the question. Does he not also think of the demons he brought with him as expendable materials? Sun Jiun's eyes lit up when he heard the enemy ask him if that was true. The red-haired man was shocked to hear his mocking words, to think that someone like him was giving orders from the sky. How pathetic. Holding a shining sword, the armored man promised to show him what real team management was. The man's eyes glowed behind the mask, and he turned to the demons, asking if they believed that he would end this war. The demons enthusiastically exclaimed that they did. The hero jumped, breaking rocks with a bright beam. A notification appeared that the myth of the last savior was activated. The effect of salvation was activated. Thanks to 34,779 believers, the divine power has increased significantly. Blue ice covered the ground with enemies. The system reported that the conditions for the automatic activation of the power of the King of Winter have been met. All stats of the user and allies are increased by 10% and are not affected by cold. The swordsman exclaimed in shock that his leg was frozen and he couldn't move. Divine power, it was ice created by divine power. Sun Jiun's eyes were shining and he commanded the demons to grant these challengers a painless death. The determined demon warriors rushed to attack. Their attacks left bright purple beams. The hero gritted his teeth in anger, saying that they were useless. Channeling a blue magic seal, he exclaimed that as long as he was in the sky, the power of evil would decrease. The system reported that the myth of one-sided black and white logic classified the action as unrighteous. Sun Jiun in armor was surrounded by blue chains. The system reported that all of his stats were reduced by 80. His allies received more damage than those fighting on the hero's side. A blue beam flew down from the floating man. The myth of false causality greatly increased the probability of defeat. The ability to mentally interfere is disabled due to the myth of the Seeker of War. Sun Jiun's extensive skills are sharply reduced. The red-haired man looked down, saying that in a word, he had nullified all of his abilities and stats. Now he would destroy his precious ice region. The guy with the chain around his neck asked if he was ashamed to rampage from the sky without intending to come down and fight. The red-haired man was furiously asked if he thought he was being cowardly. Sun Jiun, standing confidently, asked to let him show the sad end of a cowardly creature like him. The divinity discipline created a new rule in the divine region. Rule 1, it will be difficult for challengers who enter the divine region to break through the ice region. The red-haired man held the chain in shock. A new notice announced that Rule 2, the role assigned to challengers appears in the divine region above their heads. Rule 3, the divine region is immune to external attacks. A blue chain was wrapped around the guy's neck. With a light movement, he smashed it into pieces. The red-haired man let go of the broken chain. Looking ahead with a frown, he thought that he couldn't believe that he had so easily destroyed the flow of words. Clutching the golden hilt of the sword, Sun Jiun said that the power of words is the ability to turn words into power. Honestly, it's amazing. Sending purple swirls forward, the guy said that telling him about his plans in advance was a mistake. The system reported that the Starlight skill was activated. It was creating light imbued with the power of death. The red-haired man knitted his eyebrows and asked him to wait. Looking with shining eyes, Sun Jiun said that he should just die now. A huge purple beam flew forward, hitting the man screaming in the sky. Embraced in purple flames, the red-haired man shouted why he, a fellow tower challenger, was different from them. In the bright purple explosion, the question of why was heard. Rule 4, the effectiveness of all martial arts used in the divine domain increases by 100%. As the hero fell, he said that this was madness. He fell to the ground with force. The system reported that the challenger Ser Nagrat, who played the hero, had dropped out. After defeating him, the challenger Sun Jiun's growth increased by 4.7%. As a special bonus, he received the exclusive skill Persuasion. From now on, the challenger's statements will have a persuasive effect. A green ball appeared in the red swirls. The system reported that after absorbing the power of the deceased word god Ser, it was transformed into word divinity. Sun Jiun's chance of completing the role-playing battle increased by 40%. The red-haired man lay there ablaze with red flames. Sun Jiun thought that he had obtained word divinity, so why not try to use it right away? The system reported that a more powerful effect of the steel wings power was activated. Flaming wings appeared behind the boy. He said that the steel wings accelerated 4 times when flying to a specific target. The flames of the wings blazed in golden lightning. The system reported that the effect of the steel wings power was partially changed under the influence of the word divinity. The boy thought that there were 2 left. He flew forward quickly, leaving a bright trail, and thought that he saw their rolls above their heads, so wait, he will get to them too. The knight walked along the snow-covered rocks. Passing by corpses, he thought that he could not win. With wide eyes, he realized that he alone could not defeat this boy. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He killed the hero, and the saint was nowhere to be seen. For starters, the only way to escape is to flee. He will not notice his absence in such a crowd of people. New notifications about the activation of the instant steps power appeared. Instantly move to any point in your field of vision. A hero in dark armor appeared behind the knight, asking where he was going to run away to. Then he swung his leg and struck him in the back. He only had time to look at the hero. Then he flew back, hitting a stone. A cloud of dust spread in different directions. Standing in front of the enemy, the hero said that many candidates were dying on the battlefield right now. Then he pointed his sword, asking, "But you, who are called Dad, abandoned your comrades and ran away." The opponent put his hands in front of him. The system notified that it was Dad. He asked to wait, saying that this body was a candidate serving the god of exile. The guy looked at the enemy, listening to how the god of exile was now very angry with him. If he spared his life, he would persuade the god of exile to change his anger to mercy. Red windows appeared, informing that if he spared his life, he would persuade the god of exile to change his anger to mercy. The god of exile shows hostility towards the challenger. Sun Jiun looked at one of the red messages. One of them said that the god of exile was looking at the challenger with displeasure. The yellow eye in the armor was shining brightly. The guy asked, "Who dares to cast displeased glances at?" He quickly lowered his eyes. A new blue window notified that the exclusive power no. A 9871 light block was activated. The hero broke the red system window. The blue message notified that the eyes of all the gods were instantly closed. The enemy looked at the hero in confusion, hearing that he did not care what god he served. With a sword in his hand, the hero stood over his opponent, saying that he, who abandoned his comrades and ran away to survive alone, has no right to live. Then the guy plunged the blade into the enemy, telling him to die. The new blue windows reported that he had defeated Cliff Sherrod, the challenger who played the role of the Pope. He had absorbed the challenger's spirit, rank a plus. He had received a ticket to be banished from the dimension. The victory of the challenger Jan Song increased his ascension by 1.1%. As a special reward for raising his divinity, he would receive the exclusive effect Snake Tongue. The girl clapped her hands. Standing nearby, she said that he expected it. He was magnificent. With her mouth wide open, she looked happy, and a window appeared above her saying that she was a saint. The girl said that she couldn't believe that he had already eliminated the hero and the Pope. No wonder the gods and administrators were discussing him so heatedly. The hero turned his head, listening to the fact that it was probably not enough to try to defeat the challenger with useless tools. Someone's hand was shaking as she passed by, saying that because of the death of the useless tools, she had to personally go against him. That hand grabbed her leg. She turned her head, looking at it, saying that she was a saint after all. The wounded warrior held her leg, asking her to save him. The girl looked with her red eyes, listening to the man die. Then she got angry and kicked him at the moment when he asked for a potion or healing. Sun Jiun and Chunwoo were shocked. Then the saint threw the warrior into the cliff, telling him where you, a worthless useless tool, dared to stretch your hands. And then she started kicking again, saying where is he going? Who could not eliminate one stupid challenger? A tool that is useless must be destroyed. Bloody footprints were smeared everywhere. Another blow caused a fountain of blood. The hero watched the events in silence. Afterwards, the blonde asked herself with a smile, why did everyone get on her nerves? Adjusting her hair, she said that it didn't matter now. Both these tools and him, she would finish them all off. The challenger, it was his turn now. She looked mad, saying that she would make him regret refusing her offer. A red window appeared, informing that the challenger Gloria was using the divinity balance. The ice cracked under the blonde's feet. A new window notified that the strength of all the challengers in the trial on the 20th floor was balanced by the divinity of balance. At that moment, the hero's armor disappeared. More red windows notified that the effect of the divinity of discipline had been terminated due to the destruction of the divine domain. The ability to directly manipulate the divinity of all challengers was sealed by the divinity balance. The use of deification was prohibited by the divinity balance. The ability of all the challengers to manifest divinity was sealed by the divinity of balance. The weapon in Sun Jiun's hands began to disappear. New red windows reported that the destructive heavenly sword was sealed by the divinity of balance. Thanks to the divinity of balance, the stats of all the challengers were fixed at 150. The properties of the stamina and mana of all the challengers were nullified. He frowned, realizing that she had sealed everything except the skills. He looked at the blade, the girl saying that oh my, there was something called compatibility based on each other's divine inclinations. The divinity of balance she had used was not compatible enough to crush him. The blonde shook her head, asking if he was surprised that all the abilities related to mana and divinity were sealed. But what else could she do? Such a weak opponent like her had to resort to cheating to fight him, someone who had so many aces up her sleeve. Then she looked at the hero again, saying, so, let's fight on equal terms. So, she rushed to attack. The hero took the blade behind his back, saying that even if she sealed his abilities. Then he swung it, leaving a mark, asking, what can she even do, a saint? The opponent clenched her hand into a fist, answering that she was upset that he underestimated her so much. Then she delivered a powerful blow. From the pain, Sun Jun opened his mouth and flew into the rock with a bright beam. The girl looked at what was happening with a smile, saying that she was good at close combat. And again she pounced on the hero, saying that she was sorry. Her fingers were close to Ping's face. She said if he had just accepted her offer. Then she grabbed his head and pressed it into the rock, saying that none of this would have happened. Then, holding it in her hand, she smashed stones with it. Each blow of the hero against the rock amused her. After that, she threw him to the ground. With blood on his face, he lay with his mouth wide open. She pointed her finger at him, asking if he knew why he was losing to her. Sun Jun took the hilt of the sword, hearing that even though he was a challenger belonging to the tower, he did not follow the tower. He then leaned on his knee, also hearing that the one who gave her such growth was the tower. So if he followed the same path as her, he could become much stronger. His face was hidden in the shadows. If the tower says to fight, go fight, says to cause a massacre, then slit everyone's throats. They offer an effective method, but why does the challenger not accept? Taking out a golden blade from behind her back, the blonde said that she was giving him one last chance. A large monster head appeared behind her, and she asked, would he at least accept her offer now? A new window notified that, would he at least accept her offer now? Staring piercingly at the hero, she advised him to think carefully. If he united with her, he could become stronger. But the hero refused, frowning. It was better to die than to grow stronger with such dirty methods as she used. Then she raised the blade above her head, saying that this was why she said he was pathetic. Then she pointed the blade down, saying goodbye to Sun Jun. A bright beam appeared in front of his face. It struck the ground, creating a burst of energy. The blonde looked ahead, confused. Someone held back her blow, saying that they had come to help the hero and his companion. The girl with the sword and shield repelled the blonde's attack. She continued to hold back the saint's attack. She gritted her teeth. Then she retreated from the swing of the girl with the shield. Turning around, she asked the guy if he was okay. Then she approached his face, asking if the wound was too serious. Wiping the blood from her face, the girl scolded the blonde, outraged that such a beautiful face was turned into a bloody mess. But the blonde attacked them again when she told the hero that this was not an opponent he could face. Balance. The dark-haired girl managed to repel the attack, saying that balance only worked on challengers. Her fist rushed forward, then left a dark mark from the blow. Balance does not apply to the demon. The blonde looked at the enemy ominously. Sitting on one knee, he asked his protector how she knew this, because she was not a challenger. To which the girl with a wide smile asked him, maybe this time he could not act alone, but at least once trust them, the demons. The hero looked at her in surprise. Then he smiled and agreed. Then he stood up and, saying that he relied on her, received the answer that they would not let him down. Crouching down, the blonde noted that now he had one insignificant demon next to him, and what could he do with it? A challenger. I will kill both this demon and him, and that will be the end of it. He smiled confidently, asking again about the insignificance of the demon and said that if you let your guard down, you can't avoid trouble. Chunwoo appeared behind the demon. The hero said that although it was not long, she had been trained by the best teacher. After the hero, his assistant and the saint rushed to attack. The swings of the blades left bright traces. The demon looked serious. She made a swing, but the saint managed to dodge. She even asked, did you manage to train demons in such a short time? She leaned on her hand and noted that this was clearly a tedious task. Then she kicked the girl's shield. Looking with her red eyes, she said that first of all she should eliminate the hero. And, crouching, she applied acceleration. Then she leaned to the side. Sun Jun was surrounded by bright traces. She told him that if he just followed the tower, he would be able to do everything on his own, like her. And so he is forced to carry out a joint attack with the demon. Finding herself at the side of the hero, she said that this rotten spirit will be his downfall. He turned his eyes in her direction. Then he put out his hand, surrounded by a barrier. The counterattack shield skill was activated. The saint smiled, saying that this is again this useless floundering. New red messages notified that the myth Selfish Balance Beyond Sacrifice has appointed a challenger. Most of the skills of the challenger Han Sung-yun will be disabled for 4 minutes. Their blades touched. Red messages appeared that the skill Tears of Despair is up to 40% proportional to the new duration of the battle. The skill Achilles Heel Stream determines the challenger and makes him receive 100% additional damage. Her burning blade appeared at the hero's face, and the blonde said goodbye to him again. He smiled, asking if he really will be defeated. After that, red lines began to surround the saint. They entangled her hand. They also appeared from the ground near her feet. Many red waves began to restrain the blonde. Gritting her teeth, she did not believe that this was a power driven by mana because she blocked his mana. He asked with a confident smile, why did she think that only he uses mana? The dark-haired one stood, emitting red energy. A demon who was trained by the best teacher can easily control mana. Claws and fire appeared in Sun Jiun's hand. The power of dragonization. His body began to transform. The hero asked if they could talk about her defeat. Blue windows notified that the total amount of magical power doubled for 10 minutes. All penetration and control abilities related to magical power increased. She, gritting her teeth, called the guy a loser and screamed that she would kill him, after which a hand with claws grabbed her face. He put his finger to his lips, saying that there was no point in this chatter. The girl looked at him through her fingers when he asked her if she knew why she was pinned to the wall by him. The answer was very simple. Then he lifted her off the ground, saying that unquestioningly following the will of the tower meant becoming its puppet. The demon watched this, listening to how when the tower ordered her to fight, she fought, and when it told her to kill, she killed. This was definitely an effective method, so she would quickly become stronger. But how long did she think this dirty method would work? A glow emanated from his dragon hand. The guy said that even if he was unable to decide which path to take, blue windows appeared, notifying that the exclusive spell Contempt for the Strong was activated. All stats and efficiency at 100% until the end of the battle. He stared at the enemy, saying that he would never live like a tower dog like her. Purple streams of energy came from underground. The skill Unstoppable Flame of Destruction was activated. Sun Ji-yoon said that the hour of her death had come. Trying to wound the hero, the blonde hit his hand with a dagger, screaming that she would kill him. A bright pillar of light rose up into him. The guy said that she should experience the same pain as the people she killed. The nearby cliff was brightly illuminated by light. The blue windows reported that he had absorbed the spirit of the Challenger Gloria. He defeated the Challenger Gloria, who played the role of a saint. The battle achievement rate in the role-playing games of the Demon King role has reached 100%, so the reward for completing the trial will be adjusted. The guy lowered his head. Due to the death of the Challenger Gloria, the divinity balance. The demon ran up to the hero, asking if he was okay, and the hero replied that he was fine. She looked at him with a smile, saying that it was a relief. Now it was really over. He looked at the other girl, saying that he still had questions. The blonde raised a finger. A pillar of light rose behind the hero as he was about to say something. He looked at what was happening in surprise. The saint was sitting on the ground. Her hair covered her face. The god of balance absorbed the divine power and the right of descent to use Advent. Grabbing his weapon, the hero asked that this was not the end. Both looked at the blonde carefully. The god of balance absorbed the divine power and the right of descent to use Advent. The challenger with the divinity of transcendence says that he is not here to fight you. He just came because he wanted to say something. While in the girl's body and hiding his face, he said that it was surprising that the one who had only reached the 20th floor had such power. He had destroyed too many balances. The boy and his companion looked at the guest carefully when he said that he assured them that sin would never be easy. Looking at the interlocutor, the hero asked if it was strange that he was so strong, and received the answer that yes, no one had reached such a level as him. The guard of his sword glowed when he said that the same applies to the former challenger inside the red sword, to which she replied that he spoke as if he knew her. Then he raised the blonde's black hand, saying that he knew her because she had also tried to destroy many balances. Introducing the tower, the interlocutor said that in the end, she too could not fulfill the tower's cherished wish. It seems that she is waiting for the moment of choice. The hero looked at the blonde's body when his companion advised him to close his useless mouth. Sun Ji-yoon turned his head and thought. Putting the blonde's hands on the ground, the interlocutor said that yes, he liked this selfish choice. This selfish choice of his would also be balanced. The body began to burn with the words that the air of the tower with the divinity of transcendence. He wanted to kill him, tearing him to pieces right now, but he would hold back and retreat for now. In parting, he looked at the blonde with a red eye, saying that, but the next time they met, he would make sure that not a wet spot was left of him. The hero only glanced at the interlocutor, hearing the words that he had better be on guard. His comrade stood silently, surrounded by ashes. The boy looked back at the burning creature, which I said that it wanted to kill the guy, tearing him to pieces right now, but it would hold back and retreat for now, but... The girl raised an angry look and said that the next time they met, she would make sure that nothing was left of him. The boy calmly watched what was happening, while she said that he had better be careful. Chunwoo silently lowered her head. Chinese lanterns were floating in the sky above the city. Demons with a smile shouted Chunwoo's name and led her. The girl with sunglasses on her eyes silently drank a drink, while the people continued to shout over and over again. She smiled widely and, shouting loudly, said that she really liked the victory festival. Looking back at one of the subjects, she asked him to bring more alcohol. The young man watched the scene and thought with a smile that he was worried about her because of what happened yesterday, so he was happy to see her enjoying the banquet now. One of the demons brought a drink in a barrel. Suddenly, something confused the young man. The hero's horse was walking on the ground. In front of him, his ally was sitting on the horse. The words that she was still depressed because of the words of the god of balance flashed through his mind. He frowned deeply as he recalled the god's appearance and his words that she was probably waiting for the moment of choice, but even if she had the opportunity. The girl bowed her head and said that she could read all of his thoughts. The boy looked down at her, hearing the words there that he should be wondering what kind of moment of choice she was thinking about. She apologized to him in guilt. Sun Jun turned away with a smile and said that if she didn't want to talk now, then he didn't need to. She blushed in surprise, hearing the words there that she had her own reasons for not being able to tell. Quickly looking back at him, she also heard that when she was ready, then she would tell him everything. When he closed his eyes, the boy smiled widely and added that he didn't know when that would happen, but he would continue to wait. The demon looked at him calmly as he spoke to her that they had won on the 20th floor, so she should stop being sad and they should celebrate their victory by throwing a party. A slight smile appeared on her face. The girl smiled widely and said that when it came to alcohol, she liked any offer. She shrugged her shoulders and coquettishly asked if her ally drank. The boy replied that he only drank a little. They continued to walk calmly towards the kingdom. The boy smirked and looked back and said that as they wanted, he had saved the demon race so they could stop hiding. The dark silhouette of the demon god appeared in front of him. The girl took a step forward and said that the boy definitely had a sharp eye. Stepping forward, the girl asked with a smile since when did he realize that she was the demon god. The young man frowned and replied that at first, when she told him about the demon world, he only had guesses, after which she asked her if she remembered what phrase she dropped in a conversation with the saint. The guy remembered their battle and the words that the balance only works on challengers. The god remembered her fist. Smiling slightly, she repeated her phrase that the balance does not apply to them, demons. Looking closely at her face, he confirmed her guess and said that if she was not a challenger, then she could not know that divinity was activated because she does not see the status window. But she showed the method of destroying the enemy as if she knew everything too well. That was when he was convinced for sure. The god turned her gaze to him while he was saying it was that he was curious about the reason she helped him. Folding her arms, the woman replied that he was angry at the tower for arranging such a test. Looking at the people below, she added that she was also furious, and although she would receive a fine from the tower for helping him, she wanted to save the good demons who had nothing to do with the tower. She covered part of her face with a smile and said that she wanted to destroy the tower right now, but at the same time she was angry at herself for not being able to do anything. The young man listened to this in silence. He distracted her and noted that she did not need to worry. Turning his gaze to the townspeople, he said that whenever a similar trial arose, he would destroy everything, and although he would do his best to prevent the sacrifice of demons or citizens who had nothing to do with the tower, but, awkwardly scratching his cheek, he added that he could also destroy the demons who were causing him harm. The woman listened to him silently. The boy suddenly realized what he said and asked her for understanding, because he would not touch good demons that were not related to the tower. She laughed loudly. She closed her eyes and said that the more she got to know him, the funnier he seemed. With a wide smile, she called him by name. For a second, the girl returned to her previous appearance and thanked him for saving the demon race again. The boy looked at her face in surprise. A small grin appeared on his face. They looked at the celebration and the boy said that she should not. His giant snake opened its mouth. The system reported the activation of the Abyss bloodline skill and that the boy could summon the bottomless evil living in his bloodline. The snake grabbed the boy and his ally. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear and asked the boy what it was and asked him to do something. The young man smiled slightly and thought that this snake's strength was definitely not a joke, and that after synthesizing so many skills obtained during the tests on the 20th floor, he came up with this amazing skill. The snake threw the girl from side to side, while the young man stroked her head and thought that thanks to the equipment he received this time, he was able to grow his divine power and significantly pump up his characteristics. Chunwoo felt dizzy. She said heavily that she was very dizzy, so he should quickly go to the common area on the 21st floor. The young man thought that he was so focused on the harvest he had received that he completely forgot about her. The image of the god of inspection appeared in his imagination. The young man remembered that he told him that you will wait for him at the Temple of Inspection in the common area on the 21st floor, and he also said that he will tell you about the remaining reward, so he needs to meet him quickly. The young man pointed his finger at the system window with a smile and asked the girl if they would be moving. The system reported moving to the general area of the 21st century. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the giant palace. The guy walked through the forest, asking his ally if they would get to the general area if they went along this road. The demon answered in the affirmative and was indignant there that he did not take her word for it. Smiling slightly, he answered that this was not the case. The ally said that they were almost there and that he could see it for himself. The young man noticed two knights surrounding a kitten at the castle gates. The animal tried to take the bag from them, to which the knight replied that this kid was quite strong, after which he asked if he was going to remove his hands. The young man watched the scene in confusion. They say that he came following her instructions, but he sees a cute cat fighting, protecting his bag. The girl replied that it was now clear to her that there was a cute cat there. One of the knights approached the boy and asked him there if he was a candidate who was going to enter the common area. He raised his hand and added that they were the security of the common area of the 21st floor, and in order to pass through this place, he must have affiliation with the dimension, the nickname of the candidate, the contract manager. The young man interrupted him and asked there what happened to that animal. The knight raised his head and replied that in order to go inside, you need to pay a fee, but this guy did not pay. A scarlet flash flashed in his helmet. The knight said that he should also pay for the passage. Sun Jiun silently listened to the words that if he did not want to make trouble, then he had better obediently follow their instructions. Suddenly he turned his gaze to the doors, hearing the shouts of the knights chasing the cat away. One of the men kicked the baby. The cat fell to the ground. The knights looked at each other. The man who attacked the animal said that he should have obediently paid the fee, but he dared to attack the guards. His colleague asked him if he had gone too far. The cat trembled in pain and asked him heavily to give him the bag because he needed it to feed his family, and there were things in it for sale. The young man, looking at what was happening, darkened, while the knight asked him not to pay attention because they needed to get back to the conversation. The hero silently headed for the gate. The knight tried to stop him. He took the guy by the shoulder, threatening him that if he refused to cooperate again, they would have to use force. Sun Jiun looked back calmly. The soldier said that if he showed hostility and attacked. Suddenly the pressure of the hero fell on him, which interrupted his speech. The knight carefully removed his hand from his shoulder. He looked at the boy with fear and wondered how a person could even have such an expression. Suddenly Chunwoo appeared behind him. She said that they just touched the switch of his rage. She walked past the surprised knight with a smile and said that it must be because the boy is her student and he is someone who does not tolerate injustice. The knight wondered who she was. One of the soldiers at the gate noticed the boy approaching and, interrupting his comrade's words about how they should check the beast's bag and throw it out, said that something was approaching them. The aggressive knight turned around, indignant at his colleague. Suddenly, the hero's fist hit him right in the face. The knight tore apart a piece of the wall with his body. The soldier and the cat watched in surprise. The knight standing at a distance was shocked. The young man froze for a second, looking at his opponent. The soldier took a step forward and said that he couldn't attack so suddenly. The girl watched from the side, thinking that he should show them his intentions. She focused her gaze on the guy and decided that he should say a word of his justice. The guy calmly began his dialogue. He looked angrily at the soldiers and said that they were mocking the cute cat. The girl smiled awkwardly. While they were standing near the castle, she decided that it was hard to resist the cute cat. The snake tied up one of the guards. The young man said that when he sees an easy prey in the applicant, he tries to get his hands on all of his items. The snake opened its mouth, threatening the knight. He said in fear that this was a misunderstanding because they were impartial. The young man frowned angrily, activating the fire dragon's eye skill, and asked if this was really a misunderstanding. The soldier looked down in fear and said that it was not, and that he was absolutely right. Raising his hand, the guy took the ring in his hand and said that since they were trying to take these items, then they probably wouldn't mind if they took their things. The soldier said that he was a lousy thief because he should give this ring to his girlfriend. The hero looked at him ominously and said sternly that he would give him another chance to think about his answer, and then asked if he could take it back. The man quickly lowered his head and said that he had thought it over again and had come to the conclusion that he could simply buy a new ring. The hero rose from the ground and said that since he had agreed, he would not dare to deny his Slovenia robbery later. He stroked the snake and said that it was quite obedient. Suddenly the beast noticed something. Chunwoo watched what was happening angrily. The girl was seething with rage. The snake watched her silently. A moment later the beast smiled happily. This finally drove the girl crazy. She jumped up from her seat, pointed at the snake and asked if the young man had seen that the cunning snake had just grinned at her insolently. The guy did not understand what she meant. He shook his head, looking at the snake and the girl, and said that from her eyes it was clear that she was a very kind snake. The cat watched as the girl pulled the guy by the hand, asserting that she was right. Sitting in the bag, the animal closed his eyes and thought that these were very noisy guys. They entered the city. The young man looked at his new ally and said that he was grateful to him for the fact that despite his busyness, he decided to accompany him to the doors of the temple of the god of verification. The cat said that he did not need to be thanked, and thanks to the guy he was able to protect the items that would allow him to feed his family, and that he also shared with him the items that were taken from the guards, so escorting them to the temple was a mere trifle. Sun Jiun frowned slightly and said that he was curious because the cat was also a contender, but why was there trade in the tower? The little animal looked back and said that he had such a body structure that no matter how much he fought, he would not become stronger, so he did this, and the unique characteristic he initially received was focused on business, not combat. The cat took a step forward and added that this is why he thought that he could succeed with the characteristic in trade, and decided to earn as much money as possible in the tower. He remembered his family with a smile and said that all this was in order to provide his family with a comfortable life. The young man thought about the word family and said that if the interlocutor lost his job because someone destroyed the tower, the code pricked up his ears, hearing the question of whether he would be okay. Without looking back at the guy, he answered that he would be okay. He remembered the appearance of the tower, the various monsters, and said that he too had seen the suffering that the tower caused people a long time ago, and that it was the most terrible and terrifying sight, and that he thought that if it were destroyed, the world could become a better place. He turned around, smiled slightly, and said that after that, it might be difficult to make a living, but he believed that gradually they could work together to create new opportunities. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard these words. Suddenly, they both looked back. The cat said that while talking, they had reached the right place. The boys were standing next to a giant temple. The animal noted that this was the temple of the god of verification that he was looking for. He handed the boy a small bundle and added that this was his gratitude to the applicant because he was sure that he would need it. Sun Ji-yoon took the bundle in his hands. The cat said that he might have many thoughts about the tower that he had just mentioned, but he believed that if he made the right choice, everything would end well. His hands unconsciously clenched on the gift he had received. Standing next to his interlocutor, he thanked him. The doors of the temple swung open. Entering inside, the boy waved to him with a smile. Taking a step forward, the boy thought that he too had become stronger because of the tower. Slightly bowing his head, he thought about what everyone had seen, that everyone was suffering because of the tower, and what he could do. Suddenly, darkness hung around him and his thoughts became confused. Fireballs appeared in the air above his head. They illuminated the space and showed the boy the appearance of the god of inspection. The bearded man slightly bowed his head and said that he could not even imagine that such a special guest would come to him. The youth frowned silently. The god said that he must have had to overcome many difficulties to get to this place. Folding his hands on his legs, the god introduced himself with a smile as Karnal, and stated that he was an official apostle of the 4th level. The hero frowned slightly. The man looked him in the face, lowered his leg, and said that he thought the guest was unhappy that he had appeared in front of him and not the god of verification. The young man replied that since there was a 4th level apostle in this place, it meant that he still had to do something to meet the god of verification. The man smiled, opened the system window and confirmed this, and then said that if he wanted to meet the god, he would have to pay a price for this in the form of divinity or loss of faith. But since it was unlikely that there would be a person who would be willing to take such a step, he could evade the payment with the help of causality. The system suddenly reported that an official apostle had requested access to the abode of verification. The man folded his arms and said that apparently the god of verification was also curious about how the applicant would cope with his predetermined destiny. A progress bar between the beginning and destiny appeared above the guy's head. The young man said that, to put it simply, causality simply had to fill in the intermediate stages until they reached a certain destiny, so he approved the request. The space around them began to transform. The man said that he understood what was said correctly, and all he needed to do was take intermediate steps until he reached his assigned destiny. The system reported that he must go through the entire abode of testing, divided into 4 stages. Dissolving into thin air, the interlocutor added that the applicant would have to prove himself in this place. The young man found himself on a hill in front of some city. The voice of a man echoed around him, who said that this is what the god of testing wants. A system appeared above the guy's head and gave him a task in which he had to defeat an enemy who was armed with a weapon with the highest skill, using a weapon with the lowest skill. Sun Ji-yoon grabbed the shaft. The system reported that all the other weapons were moved to his inventory, and the condition for success is the victory of practitioners who meet the conditions, using a weapon with a very low skill level, and as a reward he will receive an increase in all statistics by 10 points and a skill enhancement potion. The boy looked at his hand and decided that if he had to sum it up, he would have to use a weapon he was not good at to defeat a person who had mastered that weapon. Suddenly, Chunwoo appeared next to him and said that he needed to find and defeat 10 people, which meant that they would have quite a long journey. The boy grinned slightly and replied negatively. He waved his staff and added that it would not take that long. The boys approached the boy in the trading post. It was not that difficult for them to find talented people in the testing abode and fight them, because the hero had gathered rumors from the villagers about people who were good at only one weapon. A man in a dark blue robe stood under a wooden arch in the place where those who wielded one weapon trained. Sun Ji-yoon left a message. The man opened the scroll he had left behind. The letter said that the hero had heard that the man was an experienced master who was skilled in wielding this weapon, but it was just a rumor, so he didn't believe it. And although he was inexperienced in handling this weapon, he thought that he could easily defeat the man, so he should come to the wasteland outside the village and show how talented he really was. The man crumpled the letter in rage, immediately falling for the provocation. After a while, the young man made a dash forward in the battle with him. The hero rushed past the man, attacking him in the chest. The enemy fell to the ground. The guy frowned and looked back. He was immediately surrounded by the rest of the opponents. The people frowned angrily, saying that he dared to insult them and that they would crush him. The boy stuck his hand into the system window and said that with such a level of training, they were just pretending to be masters of their craft, so he would show them how to properly handle weapons. He loaded 3 staffs into a longbow and pulled the string. Firing into the air, he changed the trajectories of the improvised arrows and directed them at the opponents. Several explosions occurred at the battle site. The girl frowned tensely and said that you, who call yourself talented masters, succumb to banal provocations, and the one who started this provocation and the one who fell for it are truly pathetic. Sun Jun turned to his ally and said that he was finished. The opponents collapsed to the ground. Smiling broadly, he said that he had already said that it would not take much time. The system reported that the task was completed and it was possible to move on to the next stage of verification. Giant tentacles writhed in the air above the scorched earth. The system reported that the reward for completing the task would be a skill book and a random potion for characteristics. The young man found himself in the middle of the battlefield. The other candidates looked at him in surprise and wondered who he was. The guy in glasses raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that not only did the stranger envelop their bodies in protection with his skill, maintaining his technique, the young man burned everything around him with purple flames. The guys noticed that he was also helping them get out of this labyrinth. Sternly looking around, the guy continued to maintain the flames. After some time, he deactivated the protective spell and stopped burning everything. The system reported the completion of the divine domain task. The ally grabbed her head and said that the labyrinth is walking and alive. He is probably the first person who decided to burn everything to the ground. After collecting the souls, he replied that all they had to do was complete the intermediate steps before receiving the reward, so there was nothing wrong with taking the path of least resistance. The system reported that the spirit of the living labyrinth had been absorbed and the challenger was 0.4% closer to his ascension. As a special reward, he received an exclusive fortress effect, and from that moment on, his physical endurance was higher than before. Standing in front of the guys, he thought that this was a huge living labyrinth, so the rewards were quite good. The guys quickly bowed to him, thanking him for his help. They recalled how they wandered through the labyrinth and said that they had been repelling attacks for 3 days and were terribly exhausted. Suddenly, a moment surfaced in their memories, how Nadar stepped forward. The guys looked at him in surprise. They remembered that the young man extended his hand, protected them and began to burn everything in the area, and said that they were already prepared for death, when suddenly a candidate appeared next to them and also destroyed the labyrinth that threatened their lives. Bowing to him, they said that they were sincerely grateful to him. The system reported the completion of the Divine Domain quest, as a reward for which he received a random skill book and a random potion for characteristics. Slightly frowning, he wondered if it was worth thanking him, because the goal of the second stage is not just to survive in the labyrinth. A smile appeared on his face and he decided that the quest was also to save the candidates. The system added that as a reward he also received the abode of verification. His image was shown on the blue liquid. The verification side looked at him and said that in the end, he also acts in accordance with the flow of the established cause and effect. Looking closely at the screen, he wondered if this was all fate. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the streets of the town. The system announced the entrance to the divine area of the abode of verification, after which it said that the task was to leave the castle safe and sound. Without an ally, something was rushing straight at the hero, while the system was telling him that in order to successfully pass, he must leave the castle. Sun Jun looked away and said that all this was somehow strange, and that in order to pass, he only needed to leave the castle walls, and that there was not a single hint of someone's presence in the city. The ally answered that, as it seemed to her, on the contrary, it was good that they would finish so quickly. Suddenly, one of the knights shouted loudly that His Majesty had arrived, so everyone should quickly go outside. The hero instantly hid behind the corner of the building. Slightly frowning, he did not understand what was happening. The people came out, meeting the king in a scarlet cloak. The young man thought there that all the inhabitants were on the verge of death. The man in dark armor smiled and said that now everyone should go to the cart behind him and put down the grain that they would dedicate to the god of evil. He looked at them ominously and asked if they knew that they would meet their death if they suddenly refused. The old man handed him a bundle. The man took the bundle from his hands. The soldier threw the bundle into the cart. The boy silently watched what was happening. The ally said that everything was clear to her, because apparently this was a castle in which an emperor worshipped the god of evil lived, which meant that they had entered the real world. An image of how they entered the second floor of the giant tree labyrinth appeared in the boy's memories. He thought that he remembered a short mention of it on the second floor, and then he killed the ancient demon that the god of evil sent. The image of killing a demon suddenly flashed in his memories. He thought that he was of course very sorry, but if he did something, he would sooner or later attract the attention of the evil god. He looked out from behind the corner. The system activated the power of ghost magic and reported that all energy was being converted into a state of presence blocking. One of the men raised his shaking hand and asked not to take a small part. The knight crossed his arms, looked at the old man and said that this grain would be donated to the evil god, so he should accept it with honor. The old man replied that if he took this grain, his family would die of hunger. The man in the scarlet cloak called out to the knight and asked him why he was so slow. The soldier replied that one of his subjects was holding him up. They say that without this grain, his family will die of starvation. His Majesty looked at him ominously, hearing these words. He drew his blade and said that there was an easier way to avoid starving to death. A moment later, he cut off the old man's head. Everyone around was terrified. As blood gushed around, His Majesty said that if there were fewer people, there would be more grain to dedicate to the god of evil. He looked at everyone present ominously and added that this would eliminate the possibility of starving to death. He swung his blade again, killing another man, and said that he thought they could be gotten rid of to save grain. He then plunged the blade into the chest of a young man to get rid of him. The parasite on the man's back, he decided with a smile that he could get rid of him too. The little girl was frozen with fear as he smiled and said that they needed to save grain for the god of evil, and they ran away. She burst into tears, and the man approached her and said that the little princess was still standing, and she probably wanted to give her life to the god of evil. He placed the blade of the sword on her neck with a wide smile and said that he would grant her a painless death. The god of verification silently watched the events on the screen. He frowned slightly and said that the presence of the challenger could no longer be felt, which meant that he was no longer there and he was probably heading towards the castle gate. He removed the events from the screen and said that in the labyrinth of the giant tree, he had killed an elite warrior of the evil god, an ancient demon, so if he went on a rampage again, it would greatly anger the evil god. He created an image of a young man walking towards the gate and added that if he did not want to face his wrath, he would eventually choose to go to the gate, following his destiny, like the image he was seeing now. Then an image of dead townspeople appeared on his screen. The god of verification also said that all the people would eventually die of starvation. After all, this was the fate of the kingdom, stemming from cause and effect. Closing his eyes, he decided that he had nothing to say to the challenger, because this was also a fate that had already been predetermined, and he just needed to complete the intermediate steps of fate, and everything would be over. After finishing the sentence, he suddenly saw something. The young man's fist was approaching His Majesty's face with incredible speed. The guy strengthened his hand with energy. He hit the opponent in the face with incredible force, splashing blood. His ghost magic power was deactivated. The knights gaped in surprise. The god of verification frowned with excitement. Chunwu was pleased with her ally's actions. Gritting his teeth tightly, the young man continued to strengthen his hand. His fate had changed. The man flew back several dozen meters. After the blow, the guy froze in a certain pose for a second. The knight opened his mouth wide, saying something in a trembling voice. His Majesty lay on the ground, looking at the sky with an empty look. The knights rushed straight to the Lord, asking if he was okay or not. The young man told the girl that he would handle everything himself. Handing her a bag of grain, he asked her to go home. The girl thanked him in surprise. Placing his hands on his knees, he stood up and said that anyone could pass this stage without any conditions just by going outside the castle gates, and others might just prefer to leave, because that was his fate too. He turned to the knights and said that in that case, the god of verification was wrong. The deity happily listened to his words that even if he ended up becoming an enemy of the god of evil, he did not want to regret not intervening, so he would change the fate of the kingdom. The soldiers ran to His Majesty in fear, finding that he was not breathing. The system reported a dialogue between the gods. The evil god looked at the god of verification and asked what he was doing. The interlocutor rudely scolded him. They say that it will not be a big blow for him anyway. The evil god replied that he was not going to put up with the situation that had arisen and promises to hold the applicant accountable. The god of verification said with a laugh that the opponent could try to do this. He grabbed his head and thought that the young man had refused the opportunity to create friendly relations with the god of evil so as not to experience remorse in the future, after which he said that he had turned the situation around in a very interesting way. The god grabbed his head, lamenting that he was extremely disappointed. The young man looked up in irritation and said that they were really out of their minds. The ally added that all they did was play on each other's nerves. His Majesty rested his hand on the stones. The evil god promoted the broken toy from apostle candidates to a full-fledged 4th level apostle, and then ordered the broken toy to destroy the candidate. His Majesty acquired the appearance of a demon. The soldiers said with relief that he was moving again. The man straightened his shoulders. The system reported the awakening of an official 4th level apostle. One of the soldiers looked at the master with a smile and said that the evil god's choice finally fell on him, and he awakened as an ancient demon. His Majesty pierced his chest with a quick blow, interrupting the words of congratulations. He began to suck the life force from the subordinate. They say that those who cannot prevent the attack of an enemy who suddenly appeared must die. He threw the deceased body to the ground and moved towards another knight. The man fell to the ground and asked to forgive. because he tried his best, and it was he who supported the idea of changing the state religion to the cult of the god of evil. The man grabbed the soldier by the face. He slammed the knight's head into the ground. Smiling widely, the demon said that they were good for nothing, and now he would personally join the fight, and they just needed to give up their lives. He sucked out the life force of his subordinate again. Looking up, he said that he was very happy because the god of evil had finally chosen him and granted him power. Clenching his fist, he wondered if he should test how strong he was once. The man threw a punch to the side of the air. The shockwave shattered the wall a few meters away. With wide eyes, the demon said that this was truly amazing power, and this was the power he desired. He spread his arms out to the sides, standing by the ruins, and said that with this, he could do anything. The demon smiled happily and added that they would use this power wisely. The youth frowned tensely. A little boy with tears in his eyes looked at his mother's body and begged her not to die. An old man found his son's dead body under the rubble. The screams of the townspeople who found their dead loved ones echoed in the young man's head. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, hearing a call to himself. The demon looked at him and said that he was the one chosen by a minor god of verification or something, and he did not dare to touch the noble master. The hero silently and angrily looked into his eyes, while the demon asked him if death was a suitable punishment for this insult. His Majesty released his aura and said that he would kill him and anyone who disobeyed him. He stood up, smiled evilly, and added that the enemy should prepare to take part. The evil god bestowed upon him an official apostle of the 4th level. Sun Jun also released his energy and called it funny. His body was enveloped in dark armor. The young man said that he would not be able to see his future. The system reported that it was possible to use divine power in accordance with the potential divinity. Looking at his opponent, he decided to give him the fate of death. The system listed various potential divinities. The opponent tensed his muscles, saying that he did not dare to behave like that. Suddenly, he pushed himself hard into the ground. The man rushed forward, shouting at the young man. The boy created energy balls of divinity and said that he would personally show it to him. The hero's scarlet energy penetrated the balls of divinity. The system reported that transcendence was used, as a result of which all the abilities attributed to divinity are outside the set range. The divinity of death and words were also used. Holding his hand outstretched, he accumulated energy, saying that the man can consider himself dead. A moment later, he released a powerful attack. The demon raised his eyebrows in surprise. His head was cut into 2 pieces. The next second, his body was blown apart, interrupting the question about how he can use the power of a god. The armor began to dissolve from the boy's body while he said that the answer to his questions was simple. The hero frowned sternly and said that he had the right to do so. The boy began to absorb the soul of the defeated enemy, while the system reported that the Apostle Challenger's victory brought him 1.4% closer to Ascension, and as a special reward, he received a new special effect called Demonic Energy Creation. And from now on, the challenger can perform magic using his demonic energy. The god of verification said with undisguised joy that this was truly amazing, because he was forging his own path, going against his destined fate and entering into a confrontation with the god of evil. He clenched his hand on the chair and said that the challenger was growing every day. A grin appeared on the god's face. He added that if the boy successfully conquered the 27th floor, then it was quite possible. His words were interrupted by the system, which reported that the evil god was very angry at the challenger. Suddenly, a spatial gap opened behind the hero. The evil god absorbed a huge amount of divine power and sent the incarnate body into the dimension. The dark eye looked at the hero. The evil god said that he, the challenger chosen by the insignificant god of verification, killed the best elite ancient demon in the labyrinth of the giant tree, and what's more, he even destroyed his shrine. The youth stuck his hand in the inventory, while the god said that he should prepare for eternal torment. Sun Jiun tore up the ticket for expulsion from the dimension. The power of expulsion began to affect the evil god. The system reported that the ticket can banish any deity to another dimension once. The rift in space began to waver. The evil god asked the boy where he got this relic from. The young man shook his head and said with disdain that this is why it is necessary to find out what the enemy has and then use divine power. The interlocutor replied that he will not let him get away with it. Sun Jiun smiled and turned to him. Coming closer, he told the god that despite all his efforts, the apostle who had just died was incredibly weak. The god became furious and cursed the hero. The rift began to dissolve in the air, rising higher and higher. The evil god said that he would finish him off. The young man closed his eyes and said goodbye to him with a smile. The cry of the god was heard throughout the kingdom. He said that the challenger was infuriating him. The system reported the expulsion of the embodied body to another dimension. The surviving residents of the city immediately rushed to him and began to praise him tirelessly. They thanked him for bringing peace to the kingdom. Light energy swept through the area. The system reported that those with a strong will to live were following him, so the efficiency of collecting faith would increase significantly, and the collected faith was saved for the next myth. The girl he saved happily hugged the hero, while the energy of faith was gathering at his chest. The young man took a step forward on the stone floor. He looked up and said that he had finally reached the last stage. The ally added that there were many difficulties, but they had reached the goal. The guy appeared in front of a giant gate with a portal and said that now it was really time to meet the god of verification. He entered the divine realm of the 4th stage. Looking around, he did not understand where he was. The boy found himself in the middle of a cosmic wasteland and said that this was a space where nothing was missing. The system reported the appearance of a divinity quest, after which it explained that he must prove to the god of verification that he was worthy of power. The god of verification came out to him. They say that they had a chance to see each other faster than he expected. Bach threw his leg up on his chair and said that he wanted to welcome him to his temple, and he thought he should tell him that the boy had worked hard to get here. The boy frowned slightly. The god said that due to causality he was forced to do meaningless things. The system reported that he received a reward for successfully completing the task in the form of an increase in strength and a mirror of faith. Looked at him and said that he did very well improving in the 3rd stage, and he was extremely surprised when he destroyed the broken fate and created a different future. Asked if they should start, since it was a promise between them, the system reported that the administrator of Iron-Blooded was very interested in the future of the challenger. The administrator of the White Crane Sword entered hyperconcentration mode. The hero turned off their broadcast, blocking the eyes of all the gods and administrators. Xiaowa jumped up from her seat and said that she did not see the guy. Iron-Blooded raised her eyebrows in surprise, thinking that the screen was broken. The youth lowered his eyes and mentally apologized to them, thinking that he could not let them see this, and then said that he would begin the question that interested him the most. Remembering how the man cut his veins, he said that there was another version of him that he had seen earlier during the trial on the 11th floor, and that he was obsessed with the idea of getting stronger by killing others. An image of his clone powers killing people appeared in his head. The hero said that it gave him the feeling that it was not enough, and that he crossed over to another dimension to destroy them all. Fragments of memories of the murders began to emerge in his head, and he asked about what it was. The checker frowned, touched his chin and said that it was clear to him that this was what interested him the most. Letting go of his hand, he agreed to tell him about the future, and began the conversation with when the boy reached the 27th floor. He shocked the boy with the words and that he would kill the administrators. The boy fell into a stupor, not understanding what this meant. He frowned tensely, thinking about what God meant by administrators. An image of a bloody sword appeared in his imagination. Bloody tears flowed down the boy's cheeks as the images of his murdered girlfriends flashed through his head. He, covered in blood, stood in front of the murdered bodies of the girls. Remembering their joyful expressions, he grabbed his head and screamed. Holding his head, he heard thank God that he made a good choice, forbidding the administrators to watch this place. The deity showed him the situation on the 27th floor when the girls came out to meet him, and said that the applicant will kill the administrators during the test on the 27th floor, and both at once. Bloody tears flowed down the guy's cheeks. He asked there in a trembling voice if this was true. Images of girls appeared in his imagination. The god said that it was true because the content of the test is the murder of the administrators with whom a contract was concluded, and this is the only condition for clearing the floor. An image of how the girls accepted death with a smile appeared in the young man's head. The god said that when the two of you learned the conditions for breaking through the test, they did not show any resistance and accepted their fate at his hand. He fell into despair again. Seeing the images of dead girls, God said that he promised himself that he would do everything possible to become strong, and not live as a dog of the tower. He went forward, helping the necessary and the weak, defeating those who were hostile to him. The young man stood in front of the dead bodies of his allies. God summed up that because of this incident, he was tied hand and foot. The direction in which he was moving is probably not the one the tower wants to see him. Clutching his head, he saw the happy faces of his girlfriends. God said that the tower created a test on the 27th floor to push him in the direction in which it wants him to grow. They walked in all just to stars, just near the corners of the guy's lips. Bloody tears flowed. God said that as a result, he could not protect the people dear to him and began to believe that his weakness was to blame for this. The hero's eyes continued to turn red as the other man explained that he thought he had suffered this tragic fate because he had chosen the direction he thought was right. The hero's image cracked like glass, his spirit broken by the weight of his fate, according to the god. Words of guilt, madness, and anger echoed in the boy's mind. He fell to his knees in front of the dead bodies of the girls. Raising his head, he thought that this result was achieved because of the direction he wanted to go. Keeping his head up, he decided that he had to become stronger, even if it meant killing everyone else. He screamed in despair and thought that he would become a monster that the tower could not defeat. Without holding his head, the boy staggered and said in a trembling voice that this could not be, and that it was a lie. God frowned and answered negatively, because there was no lie in his words, and the source of information was the divinity that he possessed, because he had the power to read the law of causality and see the future. The young man lowered his hand, cursing quietly. He raised his heavy gaze and asked why he was told. The blonde frowned sternly. Looking at his interlocutor, God said that it was all because he did not want everything to go as the tower had planned. The guy frowned in despair and asked in a trembling voice what this meant. God became angry and said that because everything was going according to the tower's plan, or in its attempts to interfere with the verification of someone like him, there was nothing pleasant. The system suddenly issued a deafening warning. The blonde lowered his gaze and said that he had disturbed the tower's peace of mind, so one could not count on a long conversation, but the guy should remember one thing well. While the boys were standing opposite each other, the god said that it was not only the 27th floor, because all the tests were designed by the tower in accordance with the direction in which it would like him to develop, and it was up to him to decide what to do depending on the situation. Sun Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing from the god that he could not wait to find out if a new destiny awaited the guy, because this should also be part of the test, and it would probably be fun. The blonde smiled and summed up that he believed that the guy who was now standing in front of him would be able to safely overcome this test. The hero's body began to dissolve into thin air. While the god was talking about how he would wait for a new destiny in this place, the hero tried to stop him. The image of the young man instantly dissipated. The golden mirror hung in the air. The system reported the completion of the divinity task, as a reward for which he received the Mirror of Faith, the exclusive power of increasing the reward, its development, as well as the ability to increase the ranks of all types of reward. The boy walked through the dark room. The system informed him that he had entered the common area of the 21st floor, the first temple of testing. He approached the exit. The boy slightly lowered his head. He clenched his jaw in rage. He hit the wall, shattering it, and cursed loudly. The boy's imagination flashed to the image of the god of testing. He remembered his words about the tower creating a test on the 27th floor to push him in the direction it wanted him to grow. And he thought that the reason the tower had set up a test on the 27th floor was to prepare in case for some reason he gave up on growth or stopped wanting to destroy all the gods. He clenched his fist against the wall and cursed in his mind. He lowered his head, wondering what the tower would order him to do. The system relayed messages from the admins to him. Iron-Blooded asked about what happened when the surveillance lock was suddenly activated. Xiaohua expressed great concern, saying that his complexion was pale. The boy noticed the notification and said that the inspection god must have briefly interrupted the admin's surveillance, but he was fine, so they shouldn't worry. He looked down sadly, corrected himself, and said that he should still worry. Chunwu appeared next to him and said that he was lying and not blushing. The boy looked back at her in surprise and called her by name. The girl slightly frowned as he tried to formulate a thought. She hugged him, hanging on his neck. The boy was stunned, not understanding why she acted like that. The girl sadly lowered her eyebrows and said that it was very hard for him now because he learned that a tragic fate awaits him because of the path he chose. Continuing to hug him, she added that in difficult times he can stumble and fall as much as he wants because there is nothing shameful in despair. She let him go, put her hand on his shoulder and said that just like he said, that even if she was completely broken, he would stay with her. A wide smile appeared on her face. The girl happily added that she would also be next to him. He looked at her in confusion. Looking into the girl's eyes, the guy called her by name. The interlocutor asked about what happened. Suddenly they were called out, interrupting the conversation. A squad of knights hurried to them, saying that they were the same criminals who attacked the guard squads, and that he was informed in detail about the incident. One of the knights had a beaten cat in his hands. He said that they had attacked the guard squads and extorted items. Lowering his hand, he asked if they had anything to say at the end, because now they would pay for their sins. A squad of knights lined up behind him. He jerked his hand and threw the cat's body towards them, saying that the same thing would happen to them. The little animal fell to the ground by the stairs. The guy followed its flight with a lost look, recognizing a familiar face. The girl hurried to him. The cat plaintively asked the challenger for forgiveness. The girl said that everything was very serious because his face was smashed into a bloody mess. The little animal, without raising his head, said in a trembling voice that he was not going to talk until the very end, but in the end he let it slip where they were. The guy immediately darkened. The words of the god of testing flashed through his head about what he should remember. He looked up at his opponents, remembering the words that his test would not only be the 27th floor, because each task was designed by the tower in accordance with the direction in which it would like him to develop. Frowning angrily, the guy slightly released his aura. He remembered the words that it was up to him to decide what to do depending on the situation. The knight commander slightly flinched when he heard the boy call out to him. While the girl was helping the wounded man, he asked if it was necessary for a group of several people to go so far. The commander calmly replied that it was simply a deserved punishment for opposing the guard squad, and perhaps he would not have suffered such a fate if he had listened to their questions. Sun Jun frowned sternly. The cat addressed him. The boy leaned over when he heard the animal say that there were too many of them, so they should run, after which he said that everything was fine and Mr. Cat could stay in this place and catch his breath. He rested his hand on his knee and decided that this was probably also designed for the direction the tower wanted. An abyssal snake appeared next to him after the boy used the skill. He stretched his hands and decided that they could advance as much as they wanted. But he remembered how the cat gave him a small bundle as thanks for his help. Inside the package was a moonlight bracelet, which granted the ability to activate the exclusive effect of protective moonlight. The guy and his allies prepared for battle. He thought that this fate, also made by the tower, he was ready to destroy as much as he wanted. The snake opened its mouth and grabbed one knight with its tail. He rushed into battle, closing its teeth on the body of one of the knights. The commander ordered to start with the elimination of this snake. The young man turned his gaze to what was happening and thought that he did not know that the snake from the abyss of the lineage had such enormous power, because, it turns out, it is a very useful animal. 4 opponents rushed into battle with the hero at once, saying that he did not have time before this to be distracted from the fight. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the middle of the battlefield. The knights looked around in surprise. The young man blocked each of the attacks with 2 blades, crouching to the ground. He looked up at his opponents. He waved his arms, scattering the soldiers to the sides. The knights fell to the ground a few meters away from him. He lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Frowning, he heard the commander say that he noticed that the guy was out of breath. The commander stepped forward before the rest of the squad. He narrowed his eyes with a smile and said that it was not surprising, because he brought countless talented people to catch the guy, so it should be hard for him despite reaching the 21st floor. A huge snake hung over the squad. The man snapped his fingers and said that surviving a confrontation with so many contenders was beyond his strength. The system reported the activation of the unique characteristic of the knight's duel, as a result of which a fair duel began between the opponents. The duelists will not suffer from external factors until the very end of the duel. The giant glowing blade pierced the snake and pinned it to the ground. The system reported that the boy could no longer reuse the same skills and abilities until the end of the duel. The squad of soldiers and the boy were locked inside the golden barrier of the duel. The knight commander extended his hand and said with a smile that he thought the snake had died as well, and now he should humbly accept his fate because he needed to deal with him and go collect the toll from the other candidates. The boy silently listened to him say that since someone like him could appear again, the other candidates should kill half of them first, and then asked him why he was so obsessed with other candidates. The captain looked at him and replied that it was because it would be easier for them to climb the tower that way, and people from other dimensions were destined to become their steps up. So he didn't care whether it cost them their lives or not, and then concluded that the enemy was also destined to die as a step for them, so he had to accept that fact. Sun Jun gripped the handle of his blade. The soldiers began to agree with the captain, saying there that the guy had to accept his death. The hero thought that, as expected. The reason was because of the tower, because as long as the tower existed, guys like that would continue to appear, and innocent people would have to live on bloodshed. He remembered his question to the cat about what would happen if he lost his job because someone destroyed the tower. The cat caught his words. Without looking back, the mister replied that she would be fine. The cat remembered the appearance of the tower, various monsters, and said that he too had seen the suffering that the tower caused to people a long time ago. It was a terrible, pitiful, and scary sight, and, as it seemed to him, if it were destroyed, the world could become a better place. The cat turned around with a smile and added that after that, it might become difficult to make a living, but he believed that gradually they would be able to work together to create new opportunities. The hero silently looked at the sky. The knight looked up at him after the young man said that those who create their own destiny in dirty ways are not given the right to reason about the destinies of other people. The hero took the blue blade in his hand and decided to explain everything in a more accessible language, after which he said that these so-called knights are disgusting and rude, because they look pitiful, extorting items that others received with difficulty. He noted with a serious expression on his face that the fate of death is ideal for people like them. The bracelet on his arm released its aura. The system reported the activation of the exclusive moonlight protection effect because the conditions were met. Since there is moonlight, the physical advantage of the moon's favor was activated, and since there is moonlight, all stats increased by 10%. The knight's eyes shone with rage. He shouted that the boy did not dare to insult the Knight of the Empire. After all, he is the 67th Sword Master of the Empire, so he must definitely kill the challenger. The soldiers rushed into battle after hearing the order. The young man concentrated, frowned, and activated the skill of confronting the army. Swinging his blades, he cut the bodies of many knights, throwing some into the air. He continued to skillfully move the blades, splashing blood around. He lowered his head, noticing the rest of the enemies. 2 soldiers swung their hands in his direction. Leaping into the air, he dodged their attack. A moment later, a net of cuts enveloped the space. The heads and severed body parts of the knights fell to the ground, and screams rang out all around, saying that he was too strong and that the captain had not warned them about this. The commander watched in horror, wondering if it made sense that he had taken out the famous knights of the Ares dimension with one blow. Suddenly, he noticed something. The youth lowered his hands, saying that he was in the middle of the dead bodies. He glared at the commander and said that only he and the knight were left in this battle arena. The man grabbed his blade and insulted the boy with a shout, then swore on his title as the Empire's 67th Sword Master that he would definitely kill the hero. Sun Jun activated instant steps and closed the distance, preparing to attack, then said that the fact that the man was a Sword Master was completely unimportant. He attacked him with his fists, creating a bright flash. The man spat out his own blood and looked ahead in horror. The guy continued to rain blows on him, saying that what was important was that his destiny was to meet his death in this place today. The commander asked him to stop. Into the gap of the helmet he saw how the guy was preparing for another blow, and said that if he found her and hits him, the Empire will never forget it. The hero replied that he did not care about it. He hit the commander right in the face inside the helmet. Directing the blow into the ground, he pinned the enemy's head and split the concrete on the square. The man spat out his own blood, his gaze became cloudy. Looking at the enemy, the young man sternly said that no one can change the fate determined by them. The cat opened his eyes, noticing a tree, and said that it was dangerous. Suddenly he jumped up from the ground, looked at the challenger and called out to him. The guys were sitting by the giant bags. The system reported the activation of the Steel Jaws skill. The little animal asked the applicant what kind of a bunch of tricks it was and what happened to the squad. The guy took off the steel jaws and replied that he could not worry about the squad because it was not a security squad, but knights serving the Empire in the Ares dimension who simply occupied the common territory, and he, in turn, eliminated the entire squad. The little animal shuddered in surprise, thinking that he had dealt with such a crowd alone. The cat stretched his shoulder. The young man said that he had healed all his wounds, so he could move without any problems. The little animal happily noticed this and said that he felt lightness in his body. A backpack fell to the ground next to him. The young man said that he should take it with him. Mr. Cat was surprised to recognize his bag, taken away by the security squad. The boy looked at him and asked for a little time before he took everything and went on his way. With a calm expression, he added that it might be difficult for the mister to make a living, but the boy lowered his eyebrows slightly and said that he was going to destroy the tower. The cat asked with a slight smile what was the reason for his decision. He silently listened to the words of the challenger that he wanted no one else to suffer as happened before, and that every dimension could exist in this world in harmony. The boy in front of the interlocutor added that he would try to change everything completely, and even if such a future turned out to be difficult. A slight smile appeared on his face. He finished the sentence by saying that they could gradually work together to create a new future. Joy and hope appeared in the cat's eyes. He smiled contentedly. Closing his eyes, the mister happily said that he, too, would very much like to see such a world. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the city. The cat said that no matter where he went, he would always root for this challenger. The system reported that the legend of the challenger was spreading. Sun Jun was transported to the waiting room on the 21st floor and said that he was able to greatly increase his stats and skill mastery. Taking out the Mirror of Faith from his inventory, he decided that this was more important. The system reported that this is a special mirror created by the god of verification in the hopes that the challenger would grow faith, and that by deeply responding to the emotion of the challenger, when faith is complete, the Mirror of Faith also becomes complete, like a holy relic. Looking to the side, the boy thought about the fact that since the battle with the Empire's challengers on the 21st floor, the completeness of the Mirror of Faith relic has increased by 3%. He imagined himself standing in front of a large mirror and thought that, in other words, if he had the opportunity for spiritual growth, the completeness of the relic would continue to grow. Notifications appeared in the air that the administrators were looking at him. Iron-Blooded said that she had something to tell him about his cherished wish, and then invited him to her domain. The guy looked at the notification. His ally said that since the administrator sent so many messages, she thought he should visit her. The hero frowned slightly and replied that she had something to say regarding his cherished wish. He was transported to the world of steel blood. The door of the room opened slightly. The girl met the guy and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sun Jun looked at her with a little relief and also greeted her. The girl crossed her legs and said that he was her contractor, so she would like him to show his face more often. The young man clenched his fist in pain because of the information he knew. Standing in the middle of the room, he said that he was thinking about dropping by soon. Iron-Blooded noticed something. With deft movements, she covered the distance between them. The girl put her hands on his chest and loudly asked about what had happened in the Temple of Verification. The guy silently lowered his gaze. The girl looked into his eyes in surprise. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.